Dragon Ball Parallel Universe. Year 737 of the Age of the Galactic Calendar, November 30th. Planet Vegeta. Within the home of Bardock, a low-class warrior whose battle power reaches an impressive 10,000. Broly is enveloped in nutrient liquid, residing in an incubation pod. Kind, I do not have this son. Bardock, what nonsense are you spouting? If he is not your son, could he be the offspring of the neighbor, old Wang Ba? Bardock's voice did not resonate. Yet Kind was relentless. I tell you, Bardock, Kakarot is undoubtedly your son, and as Kakarot's younger brother, Broly is also your son. Kind gestured towards Brawl's incubation pod, then pointed toward another pod containing Kakarot, who bore a hairstyle identical to Bardock's. The atmosphere fell into silence. Bardock's voice remained absent, and after her initial excitement, Kind seemed to be processing this shocking revelation. Broly quietly absorbed the explosive news. The system had just transmitted the language, and he had only recently grasped the vernacular of this realm. His adoptive parents entered and uttered the aforementioned dialogue. Broly found himself unable to open his eyes. The words exchanged between the two flowed clearly into his mind. His adoptive parents were unaware of the newborn he was, and even if their gazes fell upon him occasionally, he remained perfectly still. Having just been born, everyone perceived him as an infant, unaware of any peculiarities within him. Yet Bardock and Kind were oblivious. Though he could not articulate, Brawl's thoughts were unrestrained. Is this a game of such magnitude? Reborn as the son of the neighbor, old Wang Ba? System, can you confirm where this is? Insufficient data, unable to ascertain. Brawl felt a sense of helplessness. He had no comprehension of this place, and initially could not grasp the language being spoken. It seemed akin to Japanese, though he only knew the phrase pressure band. Here, he had not heard anyone utter such a phrase. It felt nebulous and distinctly strange. The system had just deciphered the language here, yet it could not even ascertain if this was Earth that in his previous life, he was forced to become a test subject. The experiment failed, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. By some twist of fate, he did not perish, and the prospect of living again with consciousness was indeed a cause for celebration. Furthermore, the addition of a somewhat dysfunctional supercomputer-like system in his mind also stirred excitement within him, yet, having just comprehended the language, he heard his adoptive father deny his existence. What was he to do? From their words, it seemed he might very well be the child of the neighbor, old Wang Ba. Having just been born, if they were to abandon him, and if old Wang were to disown him, would he not face demise once more? He yearned to speak, yet his entire being was submerged in the mysterious nutrient liquid. Aside from breathing, he could do naught else. His mind struggled to command his limbs, attempting to send a signal to the two outside. But for a newborn, such efforts proved daunting. His tail, however, moved freely, dancing with the flow of the liquid. Fortunately, even with his eyes tightly shut, images of the interior began to materialize in his mind. It was akin to an omniscient perspective. Bardock had remained silent for a considerable time, while Jine's exquisite visage had become shrouded in clouds of discontent. She clenched her fists fiercely, her expression reflecting her ire as she glared at Bardock. Speak up. Have you lost your voice? Bardock, what do you mean? Precisely what I mean. What does that mean? You ought to comprehend my intention. Jine, in her exasperation, found herself laughing despite the fury coursing through her. Stop with the nonsense. Just state your purpose directly. Bardock regarded Jine, who was on the verge of fury. He paused in silence for a second. Cast him aside. At this, a chill surged up Broly's spine, reaching the crown of his head. That's too cruel, leaving no room for survival. Having uttered this, Bardock persisted. This is not my son, my own son knows this. Discard him. What? Jine shrieked, rushing protectively to Broly's incubator, eyeing Bardock warily. No, we must at least wait until he can speak. You cannot throw him away now. Finally able to exert some control over his body, Broly silently cried out. To witness such a perilous and exhilarating scene upon birth is quite thrilling. Mom, you must hold strong. Whether Dad is my real father remains uncertain. But you are undoubtedly my true mother. If I am discarded, my chances of survival are 99. I'm counting on you to keep it together. Bardock, feeling helpless, had fallen victim to the enchantment of the Kanasan warriors. He possessed the ability to foresee the future and did not doubt Jine. Yet, in his envisioned future, Broly was conspicuously absent. Preserve the spark of life. It was best to cast Broly away, allowing him to fend for himself in the vast cosmos, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. The unfolding events confirmed the authenticity of his precognitive ability. Frieza was indeed summoning all scions back under the guise of baseless accusations, and everything aligned perfectly. He could now visualize Kakarot's journey to Earth up until his decisive battle with Frieza, and Broly's presence was nowhere to be found. If that were the case, then Broly could not possibly be his son. There was, however, another possibility that Broly was indeed his son, but had perished because he was not sent away. He was acutely aware that Frieza was deranged enough to obliterate planet Vegeta without hesitation. Thus, sending Broly away was imperative. Bardock had spoken. Bardock, they cannot even utter words, they do not even recognize their parents. I cannot allow this. Seeing Jin's unwavering resolve, Bardock fell silent for a moment, attempting to alter his stance. Then let us send both Broly and Kakarot away at the same time. And oh, sooner had he spoken than Bardock's vision was engulfed in a blur. He found himself above a desolate expanse, where bizarre creatures surged like an unrelenting tide against the distant city walls. On those walls, Broly, with a calm demeanor, unleashed his energy attacks, decimating foes with ease in the blink of an eye. Bardock momentarily lost clarity, but quickly regained his focus, reveling in the scene before him. He believed he had grasped the absolute truth. Sending them away was the wisest choice. In the past, perhaps Jin had intervened, and I failed to send Broly away, which left only Kakarot. Now, with the gift of foresight, change is not only inevitable but necessary. With newfound clarity, Bardock's resolve strengthened once more. Broly watched helplessly as Jin collapsed to the ground, his heart heavy with despair. It's over, even my dear mother cannot protect herself. Are we truly starting with an infant cast aside? Yet, upon seeing Bardock rush over, a flicker of hope ignited within him. There is hope if you love your wife. There is still a way. Bardock, I have labored to bring 3 sons into this world for you. Though the scions may be wicked and irresponsible, you cannot unjustly accuse me. Even if our hairstyles differ, and Broly bears no resemblance to you, he will still call you father. Please do not break my heart. Can twins truly have 2 different fathers? Now, due to your suspicions, you would send both of our sons away? Jin, tonight I shall steal a spaceship and send them both away. Jin, like a furious lion, roared, no. I have said it before, they are both your sons, and not one shall be sent away. Bardock refrained from speaking. Immediately, Jin's current emotional state was not conducive to further provocation. After a moment, the room fell into a profound silence, save for the soft bubbling of the 2 incubation pods. Jin, allow me to explain this course of action as one of necessity. Speak. I am listening. Broly, too, was anxious his life was in another's hands. He naturally hoped Bardock would provide a reasonable justification. Even if he could not voice it, his heart shouted, yes, yes, go on, I am listening. Chapter 2, Mother's Consent. A tumult of anxiety with a slight increase in the bubbling of Broly's nursery pod. He barely managed to control his body. Look at you. You've frightened my son, Bardock remarked with a wry smile. What do they understand now? Broly thought disdainfully. Who says I don't understand? Put me down and see if I do. In his previous life, he had never been subjected to such confinement. It was an uncomfortable sensation, to say the least. Regrettably, even opening his eyes was a formidable challenge for Broly. Calm down, Jinai. Allow me to explain, Bardock implored. There are reasons for my actions. Only by sending them away can there be a future. Broly remained speechless. Reasons? What reasons? Was it the urgency of his own embarrassment? Jinai, it seemed, was truly his unworthy mother, glaring fiercely at Bardock. Keep weaving your tales. Let us see if you can conjure up a flower from your fabrications. Indeed, Bardock was ruthless. Merely due to his suspicions, he intended to send away his own brother, who was undeniably his son. Just as Broly finished his internal lament, he was astounded to witness Bardock gradually leading a calmer Jinai out of the room. He could only watch them depart, their voices fading, as the cacophony from outside surged anew in his ears. You old trickster, why are you taking Jinai outside? I cannot hear clearly. Return, please. Am I not your son? What are you trying to explain? Speak up. What clandestine dealings are you conducting behind my back? Alas, Broly could not gain control over his body, rendering him motionless, an unwilling spectator as the door closed behind them. He hoped his unworthy mother would prove resourceful, If she did indeed send him away, it would spell doom for him. Broly now endeavored to calm himself and attempt to regain control over his body. Besides relying on Jinai's maternal instincts, he needed to put forth his own efforts. If only he could create more commotion within the nursery pod, perhaps they would recognize his genius and choose to nurture him. The urgency for self-rescue was palpable. It was imperative that they understood he had thoughts and feelings too. Infants ought not to be treated as mere objects. Approximately 30 minutes later, as Broly observed the two enter, laughing and chatting, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. The weight upon his heart began to lift, granting him the promise of a peaceful slumber. Jinai approached the two nursery pods, tenderly caressing the glass. "My child, barely a fortnight old, and already we must part ways. Poor little thing, unable to even speak. Do not blame the parents for their harshness. Thankfully, the spaceship is equipped with a life pod." Broly's heart sank. He understood Jinai's implication. She had been persuaded. The situation was dire. He was to be abandoned. It was over. He was doomed. Broly now realized that he was certainly not on Earth, at least not the Earth he had known at the time of his demise. With a tail. They claimed he had been grafted with monkey genes, but what was the purpose of the spaceship? Yet, who still cares about whether we are on Earth? The flames are licking at our heels, and the countdown to death has reached its final 3 seconds. Survival must take precedence. If a spaceship were to whisk me away, would I not perish en route, unable to utter a single cry? Fortunately, during this fleeting time, I have managed, through conscious effort, to exert a modicum of control over my body. I have gained partial dominion over my physical form. My limbs began to thrash about, causing the nutrient solution to bubble with increased frequency. I hope to attract their attention, to have my existence respected. How ruthless. Is this what fatherhood entails? To simply dispatch someone via spaceship? It seems they intend to eradicate us completely, leaving no survivors. I have only just been born. I am uncertain if death this time would allow for rebirth. As long as I am not cast away, raised like a slave, I would not mind. If all else fails, by the time I reach 7 or 8 years old, armed with the knowledge in my mind, I should be able to sustain my life. At least for a while. Initially, I believed this to be Jinai's strategy of sacrificing the lesser for the greater good. Yet Bardock's words left Broly dumbfounded. Bardock held Jinai in a protective embrace. "Jinai, do not worry. Kakarot and Broly will be sent away. They can support each other. There will be no issue." I thought the two would each take a step back, but it turned out they still intended to send them both away. "Bardock, scions can be ruthless. But you are even more so. You are a super scion." Bardock smiled wryly. "Jinai, do not say that. I only wish to ask you one thing. Is Broly your son?" "Yes, of course, he is my son." Broly in the nursery pod was taken aback. His instinctual breathing was the only thing keeping him alive. "Why? You have acknowledged me as your adopted son, yet you still wish to send us away? Not only am I denied a chance at life, but my brother must also be discarded. Why does my adoptive mother agree to such a course of action?" Broly's mind swirled with thoughts, yet Jinai nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, we shall send them away tonight. I hope you speak from the heart. Jinai, even if you do not, I shall accept it. But Kakarot, with a hairstyle just like yours, he must undoubtedly be your son, as twins born together. There can be no doubt. I am guiltless. I understand. My words are indeed sincere, Jinai." Broly regained his senses and continued to thrash his limbs, causing the nursery pod to emit a denser array of bubbles. His movements finally caught Jinai's attention. "Look how anxious Broly has become. Is there truly no other way?" Bardock was bewildered. "Shouldn't my son be merely days old? Can he truly comprehend?" Broly was elated, exerting himself further in his attempts to move. If Jinai's maternal affection could overflow, would the crisis not then be averted? "Jinai, let us go. Rest well. Tonight we shall steal a spaceship." Upon finishing his words, Bardock took Jinai by the hand and departed. Broly's heart sank completely. "Adoptive mother, you sought freedom back then, yet now I am to suffer. Facing death mere moments after birth. If all else fails, why not send me to the neighboring Wang family's home?" In the stillness of night, Broly and his brother Kakarot were lifted as if they were mere chicks. "Bardock, do you believe Broly can comprehend our words?" Bardock activated the spherical spaceship and gently placed Kakarot inside. "Do not overthink it. He is merely a few days old. How could he possibly understand?" He sighed, reflecting on the fate of other scions who, regardless of circumstances, were required to remain on planet Vegeta for 3 years before being sent away. Broly was enveloped in rough hands. leaving the warmth of his mother's embrace to be nestled alongside Kakarot within the confines of the spaceship. Soon, both were shrouded by breathing masks, submerged once again in liquid as the ship's canopy sealed shut. Time was of the essence. Frisia was poised to strike, and they needed to act swiftly. Broly, filled with trepidation, frantically kicked his limbs. "Jine, I'm worried," he uttered. Chapter 3. Departure, a narrow escape. Bardock. I truly believe Broly can understand us. He does not wish to part from us. Just look at him. Bardock, feeling helpless, replied, "Jine, enough. I know it is merely my wishful thinking. Jine, I must send them off now. Any delay could prove disastrous. Let us watch them a little longer, so they may remember our faces." Jine, Broly possesses a battle power of 30, while Kakarot's is merely 2. Both are low-tier warriors destined to conquer planets. By sending them together, they may care for one another. I assure you, they are bound for the most remote and insignificant planet in the North Galaxy. You need not worry. Jine's gaze remained fixated on the spaceship. Remove the tracker. It has been removed. It is just a black ship now. We must hurry. Do not hesitate. Indecision breeds chaos. Bardock conveyed his foresight to Jine, securing her reluctant agreement. Yet, time was not on their side. With lingering sorrow, Jine gazed at her 2 sons. "Bardock, can we not accompany them?" "No. Our battle power would easily be detected by the scanners." Tears of sorrow streamed down Jine's face. "My children, if your father is mistaken, we shall bring you back swiftly." Suddenly, a smile broke upon her lips. Who would have thought that a grown scion could worry so deeply for his children? Bardock gazed fondly at Kakarot beside Broly. "I have been away fighting. Perhaps it is a fleeting whim to save someone, especially my son Kakarot, deemed a low-tier warrior." Jine, indignant, exclaimed, "Hey, Bardock, Broly is your son as well." "I know, but Kakarot's battle power is too feeble." "Very well, I must send them away." Bardock steadied himself against the spaceship's exterior, peering through the glass at the 2. "Above all, Kakarot, remember to live well." As soon as Bardock's words fell, the spaceship ascended. Fear flickered in Broly's eyes. He was truly alarmed. Vegeta's star remains an enigma, as does Frisia. In his previous life as a researcher, learning and scientific inquiry were his sole focus. The system, what is to be done? What can I do? I am to be cast into the cosmos. My demise is imminent. Grant me a boon to escape this fate. Borakli too found himself in a state of disarray. The system, a name he had bestowed upon it, was a construct he had explored, yet its current capability was limited to compiling the languages of this realm. This system proved utterly ineffectual, akin to a supercomputer devoid of any programming. Under normal circumstances, possessing such a system would invigorate a researcher, but in this scenario, it was of no use. It could not even provide a boon. Aside from translating the current language, it offered nothing more. Based on projections, the probability of the Master's demise stands at 999. I refuse to hear this. I demand a method to render that probability to 0. Fate must take its course. Why do you know of fate's whims? Borakli felt dejected. Having only just been born, what could he possibly do? He could only await judgment and despair. So deeply he feigned emotion, yet acted with such ruthless resolve. 2 infants, scarcely months old, cast adrift in the cosmos. Their demise was all but assured. To still be alive, what a cruel joke. Restart. Restart. System, will you accompany me in my next life? I will not. Borakli, the spherical spaceship swiftly ascended beyond the atmosphere of Vegeta, navigating toward Earth. Borakli's eyes sparkled as he gazed ahead. Before him lay a multitude of spherical spaceships, identical to his own. Ah, my rebirth within this formidable race has proven advantageous. With so many spaceships, commandeering a few would surely result in Earth's subjugation. Alas, if only I could grow, acquire knowledge of technology, and delve into research, how wondrous that would be. Given the chance, I would gather all the technology of the universe, integrating it into my very being, so as never to feel so powerless again. Alas, a fleeting existence, born only to meet an untimely end. Aware of his impending demise, his mindset shifted to one of peculiar tranquility. System, document these spaceships. If possible, analyze the spherical spaceship beneath me. Understood. Sigh. Regardless of who ultimately inherits this rudimentary system, they shall at least fare better than I. It is not a complete loss. Inside the spacecraft, a mist materialized within the nutrient solution. Suddenly, the previously wailing Kakarot fell silent. Borakli too felt his mind clouding. Waves of drowsiness washing over him. Ah, perhaps euthanasia is the answer. At least it offers no pain. Who knows if I shall retain these memories in my next life? Together, Borakli and Kakarot succumbed to slumber. A year's journey would be maddening without sleep, though Borakli, oblivious to the intricacies of the Dragon Ball world, presumed he had found peace in eternal rest. Their uniquely distinctive spaceship immediately attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. On Frisia's spaceship, the king declared, "We have detected an escaping spacecraft." From a hovering throne, a pair of horns emerged, obscuring the figure's true visage. A crisp yet slightly chilling voice resonated. "Oh, what is the power level? One at 30, another at 2. No need to concern ourselves with him. It is a scion tradition for newborns to be dispatched shortly after birth. There is no necessity to alarm the grass, lest we expend unnecessary effort. They pose no threat to us. By the way, how many scions have returned?" "Your Majesty, 85 have returned so far, and we anticipate the remainder will arrive within 2 hours from their campaigns. However, speak. The scion prince, Vegeta, has not adhered to your command." A flippant voice interjected. "Oh, pay him no mind. A few scions cannot stir significant upheaval. But, Your Majesty, Vegeta's power level has already reached 3,000 at merely 5 years of age. Imagine what he could achieve in adulthood." Yes, I apologize, Your Majesty. You may leave. Inform me once all scions have returned from their campaigns." "As you command." Borak knew nothing of these developments. He assumed it was a spaceship from planet Vegeta, which it was not. He remained oblivious even to the explosion that obliterated planet Vegeta, the residual energy waves affecting the very spaceship he occupied. 9 months later, Borak awoke from his stupor. As a newborn with a power level of 30, his resilience surpassed that of Kakarot. He could now fully control his body. Where am I? Am I truly alive? Chapter 4. Power Level. Farewell Earth. Borak's gaze shifted from confusion to clarity. 1/3 of the nutrient solution within the spaceship had vanished. Just enough for him to emerge. The spectacle of rapidly disappearing stars outside the spherical spaceship's glass captivated him. "I am not dead. I am truly alive. System manifest. Here. How long has it been?" 9 months. Borak paused. Based on the conversations of his adoptive parents, he should have been in transit for a year. If he had survived being cast into a spaceship, then a year should have been precise. Why had he awakened after only 9 months? What of Kakarot? Unknown. His expression darkened, realizing the system's unreliability, yet he had not anticipated it to be this unreliable. Well, I suppose this is a stroke of good fortune. If so, this must be my moment to shine. He recalled the multitude of spaceships witnessed upon departing planet Vegeta, igniting a fervor within him. Science, what a sacred and pure term. Genetic technology, life sciences, mecha, and more await my discovery. I am determined to master these fields. Having witnessed grand spectacles, he had long since cast aside thoughts of his parents abandoning him. Mecha was the true companion of a man, and power was the essence of his romance. He refused to believe that in such an advanced universe, these wonders would not exist. System, what of the data I requested you to collect? Images of the system's gathered data swiftly flickered through his mind. Is this it? Indeed. Borak's frustration mounted. What use is this? Of no use. Damn it. Borak remained undeterred, scrutinizing the data with determination. Suddenly, a brief utterance captured his attention. Physical capabilities have increased by 200 from the initial state. Combat power has reached 90. And the energy concentration within the body has surged. System, what is this? According to Bardock, your combat power was 30. During these 9 months of unconsciousness, all metrics have tripled, hence the record. A sharp intake of breath escaped Broly's lips. He felt the entirely different strength of his body, experimenting with the control of his tail. Could it be that I have been implanted with gorilla genes? Surely not from a monkey. Adjusting to a somewhat more comfortable position, he disregarded Kakarot, who was sleeping like a log. Perhaps our lineage is akin to that of gorillas, hence our tales from birth. Broly had always focused on scientific pursuits and was entirely oblivious to the film Rise of the Planet of the Apes. His thoughts naturally revolved around the realms of science. If this were the case, I would have an abundance of research opportunities. He kicked the slumbering Kakarot. Now, Broly could only gaze at the expanse of the starry sky. He was powerless. The system's data proved futile, and he discovered little of value regarding the spacecraft beneath him. Kakarot remained in a deep slumber. System, do you have any suggestions? Exercise. Broly immediately fell into contemplation. Indeed, aside from exercising, there was little else he could do. What impact would removing the devices from my mouth and nose have? Uncertain. Can't you analyze the air? You cannot, thus I cannot. Well, you are rather ineffectual. So is the host. Broly remarked, there is no room to stretch my limbs here. How am I to train? Based on the knowledge in your mind. You may collect and organize it. Shall we begin creating a profile? Yes. After a moment of reflection, Broly pondered further. His father mentioned combat power, implying a standard for assessment. While he currently possessed no knowledge, he could establish personal attributes based on his own experiences. This would facilitate self-assessment and potentially allow for scanning others in the future. Although the system appeared ineffective, it could undoubtedly develop. As long as he amassed sufficient knowledge, there would be no issues. It resembled a blank supercomputer. The more software and data one installed, the more powerful it became. Otherwise, no supercomputer would function properly. The principles of the system were akin. System, establish a personal profile. It is advisable to build it based on known information. Of course, if it were unknown. Could you conjure something from thin air? That would elevate my regard for you. Were it not for the lack of others to converse with. Broly would have rolled his eyes in exasperation. Name, Broly. Gender, male. Race, Scion. Age, 9 months. Interests, female. Intelligence, 128. Combat power, 90. Energy, 90. Speed, unknown. Strength, unknown. Constitution, unknown. Health points, unknown. Stop. What are you doing? Constructing your personal profile based on your known information. Brexley took a deep breath. Concise, useful, and essential. All I require is data. Name, Brexley. Combat power, 90-90. Energy, 90-90. Vitality, 1010. Techniques, none. Moves, none. Brexley furrowed his brow. This is still rather cumbersome. I know that one cannot force matters. For now, this is the most streamlined version. System, why are the techniques and moves marked as none? I recall an abundance of knowledge in my mind. The 9-yin manual, the 9-yang manual, the muscle transformation scripture, the great mystery scripture, and even various cultivation techniques. As for moves, there is no shortage. Can you? Brexley's expression darkened. Damn. Without further ado, he focused intently on honing his physique. Brexley only knew the names. He had no comprehension of the specific cultivation methods. The spherical spaceship was cramped, yet fortunately, both individuals were infants, allowing him to move about with some difficulty. He refused to neglect any part of his body, including his tail, as long as he could exercise. However, he found that while he could control his tail normally, each time he exerted himself, he felt an overwhelming fatigue. Uncertain of the reason, he attributed it to his youth. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Brexley gazed in disbelief at the ever-approaching planet. From a distance, it seemed unremarkable. He had never viewed Earth from beyond before, but now, as it drew nearer, he recognized its entirety. The images circulating online were plentiful. How could this be? What era is this? Why, Earth, this must indeed be Earth. No wonder the place I just vacated felt so familiar. But what is happening? Have I been reborn as part of a cosmic race? Standing atop his seat, he shoved Kakarot aside, clenched his fists tightly, and let his tail swish behind him as he fixed his gaze outwards. Indeed, the destination was Earth. The spherical spaceship moved at an astonishing speed. As soon as Brexley realized it, he found himself perilously close to Earth. He could distinctly ascertain that he was indeed heading towards it. How wonderful. If this is the case, will I be able to exact my revenge in the future? Yet, with such formidable forces, can I truly succeed? Just as self-doubt crept in, he quickly reminded himself of his current identity as an extraterrestrial. Moreover, he was still unaware of how much time had elapsed. If it hasn't been long, once I develop new technologies. His thoughts trailed off, and his eyes darted. Oh no, help. Chapter 5, Arrival on Earth. Encounter with Bulma, the spherical spaceship showed no sign of slowing down as it hurtled directly into Earth's atmosphere. Brexley could only watch helplessly, hearing a faint sound of friction beside his ears. Please stop. Oh heavens, if we crash, not only will I not survive, but the governments of various nations will surely take notice. Yet fate was unyielding, and the spherical spaceship stubbornly collided with the ground. Bang! Remarkably, it was unharmed. This spacecraft is quite sturdy. Realizing he was unscathed, Brexley found himself in a light-hearted mood. This was in stark contrast to his previous experience. It truly afforded him no time to react, as in the blink of an eye, he had landed on Earth. Uncertain of how deep he had plunged underground, he was engulfed in dust, rendering visibility nearly impossible. If the descent were too profound, how would he ever manage to ascend? He kicked the hatch door. System, How does one unlock this contraption? Insufficient data. No, you must possess some utility. Otherwise, what purpose do you serve? Insufficient data. Borakli, exasperated, found himself utterly helpless. All he could do was await the unknown. Having safely arrived at their destination, it was inconceivable that his father had not made preparations. Surely, he would not have sent them here to meet their demise without reason. His only concern was the possibility of government agents arriving. What would he do then? Behind him was a tale, not of this earth. Suddenly, Borakli was jolted from his thoughts by Kakarot's cries. Ah, how fortunate you are, awakening to find yourself at your destination. He felt no annoyance. 3 months without a single soul to converse with. Had it not been for the system to divert his attention, along with his past as a researcher often steeped in silence, he would have been driven to madness long ago. As he bent down to lift Kakarot, a foot landed squarely on his face. You wretched monkey. Borakli, now infuriated, stood upright in his seat. Before long, the hatch of the spherical spacecraft opened. They surely had no time to waste. Land surrounded them, and he needed to escape swiftly. He glanced at Kakarot, still wailing and flailing his limbs. Gritting his teeth, he bent down and scooped him up. The sight was utterly comical. An infant standing at over 80 centimeters cradling another infant just over 70 centimeters tall. Steady now. If we are discovered, it would be disastrous. Positioning himself at the hatch, he cradled Kakarot and peered outside. Fortunately, it was not too deep. He looked down at the sizable pit beneath the spacecraft. With a determined bite of his lip, he crouched and leapt down. A dull thud resonated. Borakli paled, ready to exclaim, but then realized, it doesn't hurt. He looked down again. What on earth is this? His feet had sunk roughly 20 centimeters into the rock. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to ponder. He forced his feet out and began to climb upwards, cradling Kakarot. With each ascent, something felt amiss. What could this be? The pit was at least 3 meters deep. Yet as a 1-year-old infant, he felt no strain at all. System, do you have any insights? Combat power. Borakli was immediately jolted to awareness. Indeed, this could only explain his situation. His race was different, and compared to the frail human form, his current physique seemed remarkably formidable. Standing at the edge of the chasm, he turned to glance downward. His tail danced freely in the air. Well, who would have thought I'd have my day as a monkey king? However, Kakarot's relentless cries prevented him from delving deeper into contemplation. With a bound, he leapt towards the adjacent forest. With this power, I could exact vengeance single-handedly. Borakli spoke merely in words. He understood that it was impossible to confront his adversary directly. The most pressing matter was to ascertain their whereabouts, cultivate his strength, and ultimately seek vengeance. Upon taking refuge, he noticed an elderly man, bearing a backpack, curiously approaching. Gritting his teeth, he cast a glance at the still sobbing Kakarot. Do not blame me. If anyone is to be blamed, it is your callous father. We are twins. How could we possibly have different fathers? Murmuring under his breath, he placed Kakarot beneath a grand tree. With a leap, he vanished from sight. Finding a vantage point, he observed as Goku was carried away by the old man, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The old man appeared no different from an ordinary human, and Borakli could only gamble on the hope that he would not turn Kakarot over to the authorities. He knew he could not place his hopes in others. Turning away, he whispered a silent wish for Kakarot to grow up safely. Should he himself flourish, he would surely seek him out, after all. The image of Bardock flickered in his mind, his silhouette fading into the distance. He was determined to carve his own path, one that would align with his innate gifts, a route that would channel power back to himself. He also needed to familiarize himself with the current state of Earth. He was tired of being unable to control his own body, as it had been in his past life, and continued to be in this one. He aimed to traverse the dual paths of cultivation and scientific inquiry. Uncertain of his own strength, he was not yet ready to seek out that person. But it did not mean he was fearless against modern weaponry. He still felt trepidation. The abundant energy coursing through him assured him that accomplishing this was within reach. Concealing his presence, he cautiously exited the forest, observing the low-flying vehicles whizzing by on the road. Borakli was taken aback. This was certainly not Earth. At least not the Earth he remembered. Whatever vengeance he sought seemed unattainable now. Survival was paramount, and he would devise a plan thereafter. Patting his stomach, he followed the direction of the flying vehicles, his steps light and swift, akin to an arrow released from a bow. Before long, a motorboat-like vehicle screeched to a halt beside him. Hey, little brat. Borakli, caught off guard, inadvertently leaped forward nearly a kilometer. What in the world? The startled individual swiftly turned the vehicle around and fled. Borakli had intended to call out for them to stop, but reconsidered and let it go. Instead, he adopted a different approach. He lay down and began to wail dramatically. Moments later, a four-wheeled flying vehicle came to a halt, and a girl in professional attire stepped out. "Poor child, abandoned at such a young age," she remarked, disregarding Borakli's protests as she scooped him up and placed him inside the vehicle. Once inside, Borakli heard a clear voice beside him. "Yunwire, is it convenient for you to take him along? This place is desolate, and leaving such a child alone here. Miss Bulma, shall we keep him? It won't take long." "Whatever," Bulma replied with a wry smile. "This young lady, though merely 5 years of age, is a prodigy. It is unclear what sparked her whim today, but she suddenly desired to accompany us here." Broly observed everything with curiosity, remaining silent and composed. "Miss Bulma, look, this child is truly well behaved. He is not crying anymore." Bulma, intrigued, turned and retrieved a box of milk from her bag. "Here, drink this." Broly feigned a hum of disinterest before beginning to drink, his little feet playfully nudging Bulma. He discerned that the little girl held a position of significance. It was wise to endear himself to her and establish a firm footing. Presently, he resembled nothing more than a 1-year-old child. Unless he showcased his strength, he was powerless. Moreover, he was unfamiliar with this environment. Bulma was thoroughly entertained by his antics. "Let me hold him for a moment." "Here you go, Miss Bulma." While sipping the milk, Broly gazed at Bulma with wide, curious eyes. As a child, he felt compelled to maintain a faade. If he acted aloof or swiftly finished the milk, he would surely be regarded as a monster. "Miss Yuanvale, this child is very well behaved, yet he has a stick below that is rather uncomfortable." "What?" Broly's heart sank, realizing he had made a blunder. Chapter 6. Adoption and Learning. Broly had no intentions of moving. It was only a matter of time before they discovered this truth. With Bulma's keen perception, he could not evade the inevitable. If he were deemed a monster, his only option would be to flee. "Sun Wukong, how did you manage to blend in among humans for 3 years before being discovered?" He internally lamented while maintaining a nonchalant demeanor, continuing to sip the milk. Alas, he could only suckle. "Shall we take a look?" "Miss Bulma, that may not be appropriate." "What is inappropriate about it? We need to verify his identity. Besides, he is just a little child." Without allowing Yuanvale a moment to respond, she flipped Broly over her lap and began to unbutton his pants for inspection. Broly did not resist, continuing to drink his milk, and Yuanvale remained silent. As a lady, she was merely an employee. Compliance was her only option. Broly felt a sudden chill as his tail unfurled, waving back and forth, occasionally brushing against Bulma. Had he not restrained his strength, Bulma would have been sent flying, rather than remaining in her current position. That tickles. Oh, that tickles. Please don't move." With that, she seized Broly's tail tightly. Suddenly, Broly felt a whirlwind of sensations, his vision darkening as he lost consciousness. Before succumbing, he muttered to himself, "Damn, my weakness is my tail?" Miss Bulma, who was toying with Broly's tail, lifted her head at Yuanvale's exclamation. "What's wrong? Oh dear, has he passed out?" Yuanvale regarded Bulma with an expression of disbelief. "Is he dead? Was that too quick?" However, being in the presence of a lady, she could only respond with a cautious smile. "Miss, it appears he has lost consciousness." It seems that way." Yuanwei looked at the whimsical Bulma, feeling a surge of trepidation within her. "Miss, in that case, please stop the vehicle. I shall return. You may proceed without me." "Oh dear, Miss." Yuanwei continued to call out, while Bulma nonchalantly produced a universal capsule and tossed it onto the ground. With a resounding boom, a helicopter materialized before them. Yuanwei's face turned pale with fright. Surely, Miss Bulma does not intend to pilot the helicopter herself, does she? As she pondered this, Bulma had already acted upon her thoughts. Opening the door, she swiftly embraced Broly and boarded the helicopter, which then took flight with a buzz. "Miss." Yuanwei stood in stunned silence, watching Bulma fly away in the helicopter. Is she truly that formidable? Broly, unaware of the events that transpired during his unconsciousness, awoke to find himself lying on a warm bed. "Where am I?" "At Dr. Brief's residence." "Who?" Broly, having sustained no injuries, immediately sprang up, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Unfortunately, his lack of martial prowess from his previous life rendered his actions somewhat awkward. "I am the robotic butler of Dr. Brief's estate." Broly, now barefoot, stepped down from the bed and approached the voice emanating from the robot. You are the butler? I am an intelligent program, with a subsystem within this robotic body. It is I who has been speaking and caring for you. Broly circled the robot, clicking his tongue. In his previous life, his expertise lay primarily in biological research. And though he was not well versed in robotics, he understood that such advanced intelligent machines did not exist on their former Earth. What year is it? It is the 30th of November, year 738 of the Ikiri era. This timeline bears no resemblance to what he once knew. He chose not to dwell on matters beyond his control. As a researcher, one must embrace a cheerful acceptance of fate. Otherwise, one would toil in vain without yielding fruitful results. Tapping his head, he recalled that he was sent out around this time last year. Though the calculations may differ, the outcome remained the same. The system had scanned the spacecraft and retained records. He was well aware of this. Where exactly is this? Dr. Brief's home. Nonsense. You mentioned that already. I mean this planet. Specifically, this is Earth, in West City, Dr. Brief's residence. Which country? The robot appeared genuinely puzzled. There is only one country on Earth. Broly paused, momentarily rooted in place. He harbored no doubts regarding the veracity of the robot's information. May I venture outside? You may. But Miss Bulma has already been informed and will visit you after school. It is advisable that you remain indoors. That is quite all right. I would like to step outside and take a look, if permissible. You may. Just as he prepared to exit, a rumbling sound interrupted him. Before I go, could I have something to eat? Please hold on. Thus, Broly's plans were entirely thwarted, as he spent the entire afternoon within the confines of the house, eating. In truth, he had not consumed much, for the robot only delivered small portions to him each time. Bulma had been feeling quite disheartened. As soon as school was over, she rushed home and burst into his room, seizing him by the collar, her words spilling forth in a torrent. You, how can you eat so much? Aren't you afraid of bursting? Broly, patting his belly, furrowed his brow and replied, but I feel as though I've only eaten a third of what I could. Bulma paused, her eyes widening in disbelief. You consumed enough food for 20 grown men in a day, and you claim to have only eaten a third? Wait, how do you even know that? And why do you mention a third? Tell me, who are you? How old are you? Why were you on the street? Broly had no intention of lying. He sensed that this family was quite affluent, and if he could remain here, his early development would surely be secure. He selectively chose to share only part of his story. I am Broly, abandoned with a twin brother, who was also left behind. That is all I remember. My past is a blur. Bulma scrutinized him with skepticism, but then her expression brightened. I know. It must be because you eat so much that your parents couldn't afford to keep you, and thus they cruelly abandoned you. Am I right? Broly feigned a pitiful demeanor. I have never been full. He spoke the truth. This was his first experience with real food, having relied solely on nutrient solutions before. Thus he had indeed never felt satisfied. How tragic. Then you shall stay with us. I will take care of you. But why can't I remember anything from before? How old are you? It's hardly surprising you don't recall. Bulma dismissed the thought without further consideration. Broly intended to elicit this reaction, providing her with just enough information for her imagination to fill in the gaps, a far more effective strategy than offering excuses himself. Being adopted was undoubtedly a fortuitous circumstance. Had I known I was entering the home of a wealthy family, I should have brought Kakarot along. I can only hope to find him later. You've eaten too much. It's best not to consume any more. Let me teach you how to read and write. Broly was overjoyed. Literacy was foundational to research. All information requires written language for documentation, and he was eager to learn this essential skill, unexpectedly without needing to request it. However, before proceeding, he noticed Bulma's mysterious demeanor and felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Chapter 7. Meeting the Parents. The Gifted Child. Why do you have a tail? Broly felt a sudden jolt. This was something he found difficult to explain. He was unaware that many peculiar half-beings existed outside, such as those with the heads of bulls, dogs, tigers, and even wolves. The only 4 individuals he had encountered were entirely human in appearance, leading him to instinctively believe that everyone here was akin to those from his previous life. I don't know. Perhaps this is the reason I was abandoned. I woke up there, and that was it. But you clearly know about these things. Broly silently lamented. You're just a child. How can you understand all of this so well, with such meticulous logical reasoning? With a shrug of his shoulders, he innocently raised his head to gaze at Bulma. Surrendering to the situation, he thought, who is afraid of whom? Oh well, you are pitiable too. Let me begin to teach you how to read and write. By the way, do you know how? Broly continued to fixate on her. Bulma, feeling helpless, responded, "Come, take a look. How do you read this character?" Internally, she breathed a sigh of relief. At least for now, she had managed to distract him. If he were to forget later on, no one could hold it against him. Looking down, he questioned, "What on earth are these scribbles?" Raising his head once more, his eyes brimmed with confusion. Thus, the two engaged in a mutual teaching session. During dinner, Bulma led Broly to the dining hall. "Mom, let me tell you, this is going to be my little brother from now on. Oh my, how envious I am of Bulma for having a boyfriend at such a young age." Broly, hand in hand with Bulma, was curiously surveying the opulence of the restaurant. Suddenly, upon hearing those words, he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Had it not been for his exceptional self-control, he might have toppled right into Bulma. "What is this? So direct and open? One is 1 year old, and the other, well, it's unclear how old Bulma is." Bulma seemed unfazed. "Mom, don't say such things recklessly. This is Broly, and he will live with us as my brother. Oh dear, what a little handsome boy. Oh, you even have an adorable tail. Where did you get that tail? I want to get one for myself." Broly gazed blankly at the golden-haired beauty before him. So fierce. Is this Bulma's mother? Yet her personality resembles Bulma's quite a bit. Oh my, the little handsome boy is shy. Come, let us eat at the table. By the way, Bulma, are you raising him? Starting to cultivate your boyfriend from such a young age? My Bulma is so clever. Thinking about life's big matters from such an early stage. Broly made no effort to resist, as if he were a marionette, being directly led by Mrs. Brief to the table, where a feast awaited him. Bulma bounced along behind, joyfully tapping her chopsticks while sitting in her chair. Speaking of which, she was not that old either. She still possessed the nature of a child. "Mom, Broly's tail is a real tail." At Bulma's words, Broly looked anxiously at them. Putting himself in their shoes, no one would want to be with a monster, and he was no exception. Of course, he didn't have to stay here, but he still hoped to live like a normal person. At least Bulma was the first to extend kindness towards him. And judging by her home environment, it was certainly not ordinary. Living here would likely be relatively better. Oh my, is it true? It's so adorable. An elderly man smacked his lips, savoring his tobacco. All right, let us discuss after we have finished our meal. Dad, Broly tends to eat a lot. Could you please have the kitchen prepare a bit more? With a clatter, as Broly grasped a spoon from the table, it slipped from his fingers. Turning his head stiffly, he saw the white-haired man before him, and upon confirming the wrinkled visage, his lips twitched uncomfortably. Dad, this. Bulma's mother appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly in her early 20s, while her father resembled a grandfather. Upon realizing the family's affluence, there was little left to say, and he hastily picked up his spoon, bowing his head. The duration of the forthcoming blissful life depended on the wealth of his benefactor and the affection bestowed upon him. Bulma cast a glance, but remained silent. It was the charming lady who broke the ice with a cheerful tone. "Hello, Bulma's boyfriend. This is my husband, Dr. Brief. You may call me Mrs. Brief. However, it's all right. I can wait for you until you come of age, and we can date then." "Mom, oh dear, my precious daughter is feeling jealous." "Enough of that, let us eat." Broly looked on with a puzzled expression before resuming his meal. A doctor? A doctor with such wealth? He had assumed he was a high-ranking official in this country, or perhaps a CEO of a conglomerate. Regardless, Broly had found refuge in the Brief household. Not only was his basic needs met, but he also received personal guidance from Bulma, with ample time for physical training each day. The Brief family treated him kindly, and he gradually discovered that Dr. Brief was the founder of Capsule Corporation, the world's largest conglomerate, and a genius in his own right. For years later, Broly was 5, and Bulma was 9. Over the span of 4 years, his time was devoted to learning and physical training. The Brief family grew increasingly fond of him, not for any particular reason, but because Broly was a prodigy. At the tender age of 5, he had mastered all subjects pertaining to engineering, medicine, and agriculture, astonishing everyone. While academia was well understood, physical training was another matter entirely. No one grasped the extent of Broly's strength, not even he himself. The system indicated a combat power of merely 800, yet with ample nourishment and daily training, he had achieved this level, which he had not anticipated. Calculating that the combat power of an unarmed human is baseline 1, the upper limit of their race was nothing short of unimaginable. 800 did not imply he could only defeat 800 individuals. He could easily vanquish 8,000. Initially, he lacked a clear understanding of his strength, only aware that he was exceptionally powerful. It wasn't until one day, Sensing something amiss, he discreetly distanced himself from Bulma and the others, retreating from the city. After utilizing the energy within him to soar into the air, he discovered he could emit lasers and energy blasts. It dawned on him that the world was far more complex than he had presumed. At such a young age, he was already this formidable. Did the adult scions from planet Vegeta not seem godlike to the Earthlings? This realization instilled a sense of urgency within him. Whenever he found the time, he exerted himself even more in training. His training was far from aimless. Each session yielded significant progress. Broly, are you squatting in your horse stance again? Yes, Bulma-chan. He could do little but accept the playful antics of Bulma as she approached him. Every time he squatted in a horse stance, Bulma would invariably approach to tease him upon sight. What purpose does this serve? You have been squatting for 4 years, yet have not demonstrated any remarkable prowess. Hee. Sister Bulma, I am far from ordinary in strength. Ha! You, a mere 4-year-old child, dare to claim superiority. Hee. I shall have you train alongside me. Bulma's eyes sparkled with mischief. As a prodigious young woman, she had self-taught herself various university courses akin to Broly's endeavors. If you truly possess great strength, how would you instruct me? Broly forced a smile. For others, he would never acquiesce, yet Bulma felt compelled to prove herself. Bring me a 6-centimeter thick steel plate. Bulma's eyes lit up. Previously, Broly had always found excuses to evade such requests. Wait here. The laboratory has one, and I shall retrieve it immediately. As he watched Bulma dash away, Broly's mind wandered elsewhere. Chapter 8. Persuasion and Cultivation. Mysterious observations. His accumulation of primitive knowledge had begun to take shape. It diverged greatly from the education of his past life, more challenging, broader, and deeper. Yet, he was acutely aware that he was not a genius. Even with 2 lifetimes, his mental acuity and memory did not surpass that of others. His sole advantage lay in the insights from his previous existence, which had rendered him remarkably mature at a young age, coupled with the system's extraordinary assistance that could directly impart knowledge to him. While learning, he could rapidly absorb information through the system. However, once in a genuine laboratory, he would not be able to yield substantial results quickly, which would consume considerable time. Moreover, he needed to cultivate. Without assistance, he could not progress swiftly, far, or steadily. It was clear that most of his energy would be devoted to cultivation. With a combat power of 800, he was already formidable. What about 8,000 or 80,000? Wouldn't it be more exhilarating to become superhuman rather than engage in combat with mere firearms? It is not that scientific research holds no importance, nor that it cannot reach its apex. However, one cannot ascend to the pinnacle of research alone. Yet, cultivation can be achieved with assistance, which would shorten the time and reduce the difficulty. He would not abandon his scientific pursuits, but only research that serves his cultivation would be deemed useful. Thus, upon realizing these truths, he awakened from his fantasies of various spacecraft, super battleships, and mechas, preparing to retrace his steps towards biology and medicine, particularly the traditional Chinese medicine of Huaxia, which offers the most fundamental understanding of the human body. His path was now clear, cultivation as the primary focus, with research as a supportive endeavor. He was still exploring the intricacies of cultivation and could only manage basic physical training for now. He sought to leverage biology and medicine to develop methods of cultivation, yet aspiring to become a leading scientist in formulating techniques concerning the human body was no simple feat. Bulma was different. She was a true genius in scientific research. If he could guide her into the realm of cultivation, it would be of immense benefit to both. Whether in cultivation, scientific research, or other realms, he can indeed acquire more potent sustenance in a legitimate manner. The current provisions are rather inferior, requiring an excessive quantity to fulfill his energy demands, thereby squandering a significant amount of his time. Once Bulma embarks on her own cultivation journey, she too will necessitate substantial nourishment, and at that moment, he shall be fortunate. This endeavor is not solely for his own benefit. It is also for Bulma's well-being, ensuring she engages in her training. Sometimes, no matter how advanced technology becomes, if a person cannot keep pace in various aspects, it proves futile. Perhaps it would be prudent for me to present some findings from my previous life. Relying on others' provisions is ultimately an undesirable practice. However, at merely 5 years of age, would it not be rather prodigious to reveal such capabilities now? At first glance, learning and research may appear synonymous. Yet the chasm between them is immense, much like the disparity between possessing a good memory and excelling in scientific inquiry. Such advantages merely afford the average individual greater leverage. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Bulma had already procured a 6-centimeter thick steel plate from the laboratory. What do you intend to do? Broly respectfully greeted Dr. Brief, who approached alongside Bulma. Dr. Brief smiled warmly and inquired, Broly, may I observe the results of your training alongside Bulma? What? Am I unwelcome? No. Please feel free, uncle. Indeed, Broly refrained from addressing Dr. Brief as father or guardian. Bulma was undeniably beautiful, stirring some other thoughts within him. You still haven't disclosed your intentions. Are you really curious to see if my 4 years of training have borne any fruit? TCH, all you do is stand around. What is the use of that? If merely standing could make one a martial arts master, then every farmer would be a master of combat, Bulma scoffed. Waiting for Broly to embarrass himself. Well, you can just watch. As he spoke, he took hold of one end of the 6-centimeter thick steel plate from Bulma's hands, leaving the majority suspended in the air. Without gathering energy or focus, he executed a swift knife hand strike, causing the steel plate to snap audibly. How is this possible? Both Bulma and Dr. Brief stared in astonishment at the small remnant of steel still in Broly's grasp. What is impossible? Broly bent down to retrieve the piece of steel from the floor. Bulma dashed forward, snatching the 2 segments from his hands, examining them closely. What? This is the steel plate you held. I could not possibly fabricate this. Ignoring him, Bulma bent down to bite into it, confirming its authenticity. This girl is indeed formidable. Broly mused internally. Dr. Brief regarded him with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. Is this truly your strength? Impressive. Would you care to train with me? How did you acquire these skills? I deduced them from biology and medical texts. What? That is impossible. Bulma retorted loudly. It is true. I indeed synthesized this knowledge from my readings. You're talking nonsense. Why would I not know this? Yet, you are capable of creating such devices, which I cannot. That is simply because I am older than you. However, the knowledge we possess is identical. I merely have had a bit more practice. Broly's words left Bulma momentarily speechless. I don't care. It's simply impossible. Well, if it's impossible, why not try it and see? Fine, let us give it a shot. As soon as Bulma's voice faded, Broly suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Who is it? He muttered, glancing around cautiously. What is wrong with you? We're at home. Is there anyone who could evade the cameras? Despite Bulma's reassurances, Broly remained on high alert. He sensed a presence watching him. Yet he could not pinpoint its source. In the shadows, a pair of obsidian eyes fixated intently on him, a force beyond Broly's perception. Truly a waste. Possessing Scion blood, yet only exhibiting such meager strength. Is this the consequence of lacking memories? Too slow. I hope you arrive soon. No one could hear the whispered words. After uttering them, the hidden figure vanished without a trace. Broly, what on earth is wrong with you? Bulma glared at him, her patience waning. Nothing at all. Broly replied, furrowing his brow as the feeling of being watched dissipated. Let us begin. He forced himself to suppress the unease swelling within and commenced instructing Bulma. The unseen observer remained like a shadow lurking in the dark, poised to strike at any moment. He had previously vowed to avoid feeling so powerless. Yet here he was again. Whether or not it was directed at him, it posed a threat nonetheless. With no other choice, he could only remain vigilant. You all enjoy yourselves. I shall return to the laboratory. Bulma dismissed Dr. Brief, while Broly bid farewell. Take care, uncle. Haha. Very well. Enjoy your training. Bulma, from this moment on, you must heed my instructions. Enough with the chatter. Let us get started. Isn't it just about learning from you? Chapter 9. The commencement of training, a heart-to-heart with the doctor. Broly chuckled in exasperation as he regarded Bulma. His training was not as simple as she presumed. If you continue like this, you will never achieve meaningful results. Observing Bulma spring to her feet, hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at him, Broly quickly attempted to clarify. Training must be undertaken progressively. One cannot hope to leap to greatness without first establishing a solid foundation. Then why can you? Broly protested. Miss Bulma, I too began with basic stances. I did not start off in a horse stance. In truth, he had not always possessed such abilities. However, he was fortunate to have a system that monitored his training progress at all times. With the system's assistance, he discovered the most suitable methods for his own cultivation. Yet, it lacked a systematic approach and could only serve to build foundational skills. For instance, the current stance training was not impossible. Rather, it was inefficient. Gaining a mere 0. One battle power in a day offered little benefit to his current capabilities. The refined stance indeed yields swifter results, enhancing one's combat prowess by a point each day. Is that truly the case? Bulma gazed skeptically at Broly. It was no wonder. As the daughter of the world's wealthiest individual, her interest in such matters stemmed purely from a fleeting curiosity. In the face of genuine peril, would one truly rely on bare hands to confront firearms? A lack of interest is easily mistaken for a readiness to abandon the endeavor. Broly, however, was not one to relent. He sought not the half-hearted commitment exhibited by Bulma, who oscillated between diligence and negligence. Having encountered various so-called fighters backed by Dr. Brief, he discerned that none possessed authentic skill. Broly's rapid enhancement of physical abilities was solely attributed to the adjusted horse stance. He had long recognized that through consumption, his combat strength could also be augmented, albeit not at such a rapid pace. Yet, by adopting the horse stance, the rate at which his body absorbed the ambient energy surged significantly. With systematic monitoring in place, he was acutely aware of these phenomena. Lacking superior alternatives, his focus remained on rigorous training. Simultaneously, he endeavored to harness scientific insight to study his body, ultimately formulating a training methodology. At present, conventional exercises were paramount, and he imparted this understanding to Bulma. Being a prodigy, she was likely to grasp these concepts swiftly. Once Bulma succeeded in her training, he would possess ample data. According to his hypothesis, those fighters were of little merit. After all, if mere training sufficed, they would have long since advanced. Even those of lesser aptitude could absorb energy. Unless, of course, humans were inherently unsuitable for cultivation. Yet, what of the legendary martial arts master, Master Roshi? There must exist a unique training approach to harness energy. What he intended to teach Bulma was the external techniques he had distilled. As a scion, he naturally possessed the ability to absorb energy. And with the assistance of these external techniques, his strength would significantly amplify. He had faith that Bulma could succeed. If she were to approach her training with indifference, he would rather not invest his efforts in her instruction. Should she truly lack the desire to learn, he would not compel her. Training is undeniably a laborious endeavor. Nonetheless, it seemed exceedingly dull and seemingly ineffective. Bulma was unaware that the initial phase of training involved merely standing still. If that were the case, she would prefer to engage in more intriguing pursuits in the lab. Reluctantly, Broly could only plead earnestly. Strengthening one's body is foundational. I aspire to discover whether, through scientific inquiry, one might transcend the limits of human capability, be it in speed, strength, or longevity. What is there to investigate? Isn't it all the same? A single bullet resolves it. No matter how skilled one is, a bullet can bring them down. Moreover, extending one's lifespan seems an almost insurmountable task. That is not the case. Look at you. So beautiful, intelligent, and kind. Acquiring a modicum of self-defense skills poses no issue. I am not suggesting you become a fighter. Furthermore, should it be possible to conduct research not on the ethereal notion of immortality, but rather on the preservation of youthful appearance, would that not suffice? Truly? Of course. Would I deceive you? Let us engage in earnest practice. Really? Why do you ramble so? Do you wish to be taught? Bulma remarked with impatience. Certainly. I shall instruct you. However, I must clarify that if there are no results. Borakli boldly pounded his chest. Fear not. I assure you on my character. It shall undoubtedly prove effective. Bulma chuckled lightly. You little rascal, at just 5 years old, what character do you possess? Hey, just because I am 5 does not mean I lack character. Let us begin. Observing Bulma's readiness, Borakli composed his expression and commenced the lesson with earnestness. Centering the mind, regulating breath, and aligning the body, he instructed her to relax, breathe steadily, and maintain a tranquil mindset. Bulma followed Borakli's rhythm, adjusting herself accordingly. With feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, arms cradled before her chest, and hands positioned about 10 centimeters apart, she adhered to his guidance. One taught, the other diligently learned, and the atmosphere gradually fell into serene silence. Borakli dared not relax. Standing still may appear simple, yet the intricacies within are profound. Lacking understanding, he relied solely on the system's judgment to continuously correct Bulma's posture to optimize results. After 30 minutes, he declared, "All right, let us pause for a moment. Prolonged exertion is unwise." Observing Bulma's bewildered and skeptical expression, Borakli elucidated, "You are merely laying the groundwork. One must not endanger their health in pursuit of self-improvement, lest you deplete your potential. Standing idly, What purpose does it serve? Bulma scoffed, tilting her mouth in disdain. Bulma, the body is humanity's treasure. Should we thoroughly investigate it? The benefits would be considerable. After a moment's reflection, he continued, moreover, you are simply establishing a foundation, 3 years to gain entry, and then you shall perceive the distinctions. What? Will I be able to fly afterward? That is not out of the realm of possibility, he responded with a chuckle. Bulma lightly laughed, dream on. I'm off to the laboratory. As Borakli observed Bulma's carefree departure, he commenced his own training. Just as he assumed the correct stance, a nearby robot approached him. Greetings. The doctor requests your presence in his laboratory. Borakli was momentarily taken aback, incredulously pointing to himself. Having been here for 4 years, he had never before visited Dr. Brief's laboratory. Suddenly, the robot conveyed Dr. Brief's warm voice. Borakli, do you have a moment? We could have a discussion. Certainly, I'll be there shortly. Excellent. The robot will escort you. As Dr. Brief's words concluded, the robot turned and headed toward the laboratory, and Borakli could only follow in its wake, pondering the reason for the doctor's unexpected summons. Chapter 10. The journey of research begins. With thoughts in disarray, he could only trail behind the robot. Passing through the vast courtyard, they arrived at the door of a chamber. As he raised his hand, the door automatically swung open. Come in, Broccoli, let us converse. As he stepped through the doorway, he lowered his arms. The room was in disarray. Dr. Brief, clad in a lab coat, was seated at his computer with a familiar little black cat, Xiaohua, perched on his shoulder, leisurely puffing on a pipe. Behind him, an experimental bed adorned with various apparatuses lay quietly, akin to a bloodthirsty beast awaiting its prey. Broccoli felt an unsettling premonition, even though it was his first visit to this laboratory. Please, take a seat. Yes, uncle. His expression remained devoid of any distress as he obediently positioned himself not far behind and to the side of the doctor. Your training has yielded remarkable results. Indeed, uncle. I share that sentiment. I conducted a search for humans on Earth and found none of you. Might you be an extraterrestrial? Broccoli gazed up in confusion at the doctor, who was fixated on him. I am uncertain, but I believe I have an older brother. Most of my past is a blur. Broccoli neither confirmed nor denied, opting instead for evasion. As far as he understood, Earth had yet to identify any extraterrestrial beings. Who knows what attitude Dr. Brief might uphold? Better to exercise caution, he mused. With a combat power of 800, he doubted his ability to contend with Earth's military forces. After all, he was human, requiring sustenance and rest. Unless he had several allies of equal strength, and under reasonable circumstances regarding weaponry, he could hardly face an adversary. Shall I assist you with an examination? Examine what, uncle? I have been observing you for some time. While I shall refrain from discussing your scientific knowledge, your training results far surpass those of us Earthlings. Moreover, I have detected a unique energy within you. Dr. Brief exhaled a smoke ring, his voice deliberate. Broccoli's heart leapt with joy at this revelation. If such detection was possible, his training progress would undoubtedly accelerate. The capacity for scientific inquiry to not only elucidate physical attributes but also discern energy levels was a profound validation of his hypotheses. As for being monitored, having already stayed in their home, what harm was there in their observation? Although biology is not my forte, I have several doctoral friends, some of whom specialize in that field and whom I could consult. Additionally, I can comprehend basic concepts. Broccoli hesitated momentarily. Uncle, if you must conduct an examination, regardless of the outcome, can you promise to keep it confidential? Dr. Brief turned, a look of perplexity crossing his face. If I truly am an alien, will I be confined and treated like a lab rat? Without allowing him a moment to respond, Broccoli bombarded him with questions. Moreover, why did my parents send me to Earth? How did I arrive here? I recall having a twin brother. Where has he gone? So many questions remain unanswered. You seem quite convinced that you are an extraterrestrial. Uncle, as you mentioned, there is certainly no record of my existence in this form on Earth, which must be abnormal. I am either an alien or a mutant. Do you think I can exist without concealing my true self? As he spoke, Broly felt an inner sigh of exasperation. Finding excuses is indeed a challenge. Dr. Brief chuckled softly. You are correct. I promise to assist you. However, he watched as Dr. Brief stood and approached him. He felt an unusual pressure, a force devoid of brute strength and authority. It was the absolute dominion of a knowledgeable superior over an inferior. What do you wish to do moving forward? Even if you possess great power, it would merely allow you to overthrow the current rulers. What then? Broly was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the meaning behind the doctor's words. Do you wish to engage in scientific research in the future? Doctor, I need to delve into biology and medicine. No, that is not merely an interest. It is an endeavor to understand your own body. And after that, once your strength reaches its zenith, will you still have the motivation to continue your research? Broly furrowed his brow in contemplation. He had not considered the long-term implications. But achieving greatness would undoubtedly be an arduous task. Just look at the multitude of adults on planet Vegeta, crowded with spacecraft. Broly, your pursuit of scientific knowledge should aim to uncover the mysteries of the universe and the secrets of the human body, rather than solely for the sake of power. Broly's expression fell. Doctor, can you truly comprehend my consciousness? It is no wonder Broly thought this way, having just completed all the foundational knowledge and established his direction. The doctor had come to critique him. Is it not indicative of one's understanding of one's own thoughts? If that is the case, he certainly needed to reflect deeply. You are still young and cannot hide your true self. It is evident that your focus lies primarily on power, with little genuine interest in science. Broly opened his mouth, hesitating to respond. The doctor's assertion seemed devoid of error. His initial enthusiasm for science had long been overshadowed by martial pursuits. Yet, without a mentor and lacking understanding, he sought to leverage science to expedite his exploration of the human body and martial arts. Doctor, Broly lowered his gaze in embarrassment. If you aspire to a career in research, you must establish a grand objective and steadfastly pursue it. This goal should be something you could never achieve in your lifetime. That is the essence of your scientific journey. I understand. Dr. Brief smiled gently. He was not insisting that Broly must engage in scientific research. He merely wished to convey that setting a low goal would surely lead to limited progress. He patted the examination table. Come now, lie down. I will draw some blood and scan your body. Broly obediently rose from his chair and approached the experimental bed, lying down with compliance. After years of interaction, he harbored a considerable trust in Dr. Brief, and even more so in Bulma. He believed they would not resort to dissecting him due to these matters. Moreover, the very nature of the situation necessitated Bulma's involvement. If Dr. Brief proved trustworthy, wouldn't participating together expedite his training progress? Shall we proceed with further tests? Broly shook his head without hesitation. Doctor, I have an exercise today. Later, I will join Bulma in the laboratory for some study. Let's start with a blood test. Oh, is that so? Then go ahead. I'll seek you out once I have the results, and I will keep it confidential, Dr. Brief replied. Broly bid farewell and stepped out, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Chapter 11. The Path of Martial Arts. Time flees, trust comes at a price, yet Dr. Brief's final words provided him with a modicum of reassurance. Even if his body harbored great secrets, whether the doctor chose to expose them or conduct clandestine research, Broly would not regard him as a hypocrite. How many could remain composed in the face of immense temptation? He certainly could not guarantee his own composure. Outside the laboratory, the stars had begun to twinkle in the sky. He tilted his head back to gaze at the starry expanse. It had been 5 or 6 years since he last beheld the stars. In his previous life, he scarcely looked at them, and now he was consumed by studies, soon to be engulfed in experiments. He turned his head slightly. Ah, the moon. If only I could experience this a few days later, I would witness the full moon. A bold thought flickered in Broly's mind. Maybe I should step out in a few days to take a look? He quickly dismissed the notion. Never mind. The pressing matters take precedence. This afternoon's encounter was certainly not a figment of my imagination. Earth undoubtedly conceals a formidable powerhouse. I cannot allow myself to be manipulated any longer. Broly clenched his fist fiercely. Taking a deep breath, he focused his energy into his lower dantian, executing a standard horse stance with precision. This standard was tailored to his own effectiveness. Every ounce of force, direction, and even the rhythm of his breath was the result of integrating the statistical functions of the system, refining the most effective training method. It proved to be more efficacious than mere strength training alone. He suspected that this might be related to the Taoism and traditional Chinese medicine he had learned in his previous life. Yet, he chose not to dwell on it. Ultimately, he needed to return to the laboratory. His understanding of his own body was alarmingly scant, insufficient to accelerate his training without such methods. He was acutely aware that his physique was far more complex than it appeared, harboring many mysteries yet to be unveiled. At merely 5 years of age, his strength was already formidable. If he refrained from training and relied solely on nourishment, his physical prowess would still surge, though not as rapidly. Being in a developmental phase, such rapid growth was entirely normal. However, compared to Earthlings, he could certainly be deemed superhuman. Due to Bardock deleting the location system of their spherical spaceship, he and his brother Kakarot remained unaware of any knowledge pertaining to the Psiots. According to conventional wisdom, Psiots with lower potential typically spend 3 years on planet Vegeta before being dispatched, during which they are educated about their heritage via space vessels. However, these two individuals defy such norms, particularly Borakli, who is far from ordinary. As a result, the brothers arrived on Earth devoid of any ancestral knowledge. After a sufficient period of training, he confidently made his way to Bulma's laboratory. "Borakli, come and see what I've been working on," Bulma exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she held a meticulously crafted ring. "What is it?" Borakli leaned in closer, intrigued. "This is a gravity field device," Bulma explained, her enthusiasm evident. Borakli's brow furrowed as he scrutinized her. "This bracelet can adjust the gravitational force to 0. 8 to 1. 2 times that of Earth's standard gravity," she declared, her eyes sparkling with delight. Borakli's initially indifferent expression turned serious. "Bulma, can this be applied to a person?" A sudden thought struck him. If it were possible, it could have significant implications. "Absolutely," Bulma replied enthusiastically. "Let me try it," Borakli said, reaching for the device, only to have Bulma swat his hand away, rolling her eyes at him. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? 12 times the gravity, and you're still so small." With no option left, Borakli knew that aside from the doctor, no one else was aware of his true strength. "This is a prototype. It's still quite rough. Once I refine and stabilize it, you can have a go," Bulma assured him. "All right. Now, let us experiment with a biological subject," she said, carefully placing the ring down as they both busied themselves at the workbench. They had to validate the knowledge from the manual before attempting to discover new concepts. "Oh dear. You learn so quickly, yet the experiments are so clumsy." Bulma's voice echoed with frustration in the lab. 15 days later, in Dr. Brief's laboratory, Borakli sat obediently on a small stool. "Borakli, I need to ask you something," Dr. Brief said solemnly. "Yes, uncle. Can you fly?" Borakli's pupils dilated momentarily before he responded nonchalantly. "How could I possibly fly? It appears you have yet to harness the energy within you. According to my studies, you should be capable of flight. Allow me to teach you. You can try it out," Dr. Brief mused, contemplating the experimental results displayed on his computer. "Uncle, perhaps you should finish sharing your findings first," Borakli interjected. How could he not fly? Once one's battle power surpassed 100, flight was attainable with just a modicum of skill. Even without finesse, upon reaching around 130, one could defy gravity with sheer force. Furthermore, Borakli was far from foolish. Mastering the technique was easily within reach for anyone brave enough to attempt it. Dr. Brief instinctively clicked his tongue, realizing he had no cigarettes. He was about to pull out his lighter. "Uncle, smoking is prohibited in the lab. You should be more careful, even if you are a doctor." "Ah, you're right, doctor," Brief conceded, putting the lighter away. "In truth, you are quite similar to Earthlings, save for one peculiar type of cell." Borakli stood up, leaving his chair to lean closer to the computer screen. "What cell are you referring to?" "I have designated it as a cell, the specifics of which remain unclear. I surmise that it is this very cell that grants you a tail, enabling you to absorb energy. It also enhances the vitality of your cells, rendering them at least 200 times more potent than those of Earthlings. Truly astonishing. You are nothing short of divine in your strength," the doctor marveled as he explained. Broly's gaze was profound. "Is that so?" he pondered. "However, this cell comes with a disadvantage." "What is it?" Broly inquired anxiously, aware that in his previous life, some scientific endeavors had resulted in numerous genetic monstrosities, most of which were completely uncontrollable, and some only partially so. If he were to possess such a genetic affliction, inherited by birth, he would be utterly devastated. "Uncontrollable," the doctor affirmed. Broly's heart tightened. Indeed, it seemed that the very fears he harbored were manifesting. "What is the situation, uncle?" Brief also shook his head in distress. "To be honest, I am not entirely certain. The data is too sparse." "Then let us extract more." "No. You are still young. It is inadvisable to draw blood so frequently." "Uncle, I am fine with it. If there is instability, it could lead to significant trouble. How about this? I will draw blood once every 6 months. We can study it together. It will also count as your research topic, and it won't hinder your training." Upon hearing this, Broly immediately acquiesced. Drawing blood every 6 months would indeed have no adverse effects on him. Moreover, he would have the privilege of conducting research alongside the esteemed Dr. Brief, thus merging scientific inquiry with martial prowess. Then let it be so, he concluded. I shall train regularly, follow Bulma's lead, and we will study together every 6 months. Very well, thank you, uncle. Off you go. Broly exited with a serious demeanor. He felt as though he was a ticking time bomb, yet he found himself powerless to change the situation. He clenched his fist tightly, realizing that the more he understood, the more helpless he felt. Fate. I must seize control of it myself, he thought, his gaze sharp. From that moment on, he dedicated himself to life in Dr. Brief's household, repeating simple tasks day after day. Time flew, and 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5 years, they underwent tremendous transformations. Chapter 12. New Breakthrough. A serious warning on November 30th, 7:47 of the A.D. calendar. In Dr. Brief's courtyard, Bulma squatted in a horse stance, while Broly, adorned with blue metallic rings on his limbs, levitated cross-legged about a meter above the ground in front of her. He had been here for 9 years, and was now a 10-year-old youth. His combat power had surpassed 1,000, and he had become an extraordinarily gifted boy, mastering the realms of biology, physics, chemistry, and medicine at a doctoral level. Bulma had blossomed into a poised 14-year-old girl. She no longer attended school, reasoning that Broly had yet to acquire as much knowledge as she had, thus rendering school unnecessary. The Brief household was quite progressive and did not impose any restrictions on her. Consequently, Bulma was now an idle wanderer, dedicating her time to physical training and experiments. Notably, in these 5 years, Broly had ceased to grow taller. No matter what he did, he could not increase in height. Later, the doctoral research yielded some results, revealing that due to cellular factors, he must wait until after the age of 20 to maintain a youthful state. Prior to that, he would remain in the form of a child. Upon learning this news, Broly decided to abandon his efforts. The intricacies of cells and genetics were beyond his current ability to resist. Consequently, Bulma towered over Broly by nearly a head. Standing at 162 centimeters, she overshadowed him, who stood at a mere 145 centimeters. Not only that, but in the realm of scientific research, Bulma also far surpassed him. Broly, I feel like there's a little mouse running amok inside me. What should I do? Bulma squatted in a horse stance, drenched in sweat, her face flushed. Unable to contain herself, she urgently inquired. With a focused mind, Broly closed his eyes and calmly advised her. At this moment, he could not afford to stimulate Bulma. While her intelligence and agility were undeniable, she struggled to devote herself to her training. It had taken her 4 years to merely master the basics of standing meditation, a stark contrast to his initial estimate of 3 years. She had only managed to achieve a state of energy flow. The next steps of natural circulation were still beyond her reach, let alone the subsequent phase of stretching and strengthening her muscles. Now that she had finally developed a sense of energy, losing it would mean an unknown amount of time spent in vain. He began to doubt whether Bulma would give up if she continued to make no progress. After 5 years of training, he had finally managed to draw energy into his body, marking a significant milestone, and he could not allow Bulma's previous efforts to go to waste. Half an hour later, Broly finally opened his eyes, his lips moving slightly. Stop, moderation is key. Bulma, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat, collapsed onto the ground. Stand up first. You've expended a great deal of energy, so don't sit down immediately. Broly, who had been hovering in midair, gently landed. He retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket, stepped forward, and lifted Bulma to her feet, placing the candy in her mouth. Stand tall, take a deep breath. After a moment of respite, Bulma weakly asked, why? I didn't feel tired while standing this time. In Broly's mind, the system provided an answer. Name, Bulma, battle power, 111, energy, 111, vitality, 12, techniques, unknown. He realized that her exhaustion stemmed from the brief period of emptiness following her recent breakthrough, during which her body's energy had been depleted. Do you not feel that your body is different? What do you mean? Bulma's confusion was only half-formed. A look of ecstatic realization crossed her face as she sensed the flow of energy within her. A profound sense of weakness intertwined with absolute strength surged within her. Broly? She exclaimed. Haha, yes, congratulations, you've entered the initial stage. Can I fly now? She asked eagerly but was met with Broly's dismissive response. In your dreams. You're still far from that. However, with continued practice, you should be able to project energy beams soon. The initial threshold of 10 was a relatively easy barrier to surpass, and accumulating energy to 20 would be quite manageable. Bulma gazed at Broly in confusion. What do you mean? Once you have rested well, I shall take you tomorrow morning. Observing Bulma in her current state, it appears that the project cannot continue tonight. You should take a proper rest. Bulma gritted her teeth and asserted, I can manage. Do not be overly ambitious. When it comes to physical training, one must balance work with rest, and one must never neglect the potential for hidden injuries, Borakli advised. After uttering these words, Borakli felt the moment was ripe. By the way, I have developed a high-energy food with an energy density 30 times that of ordinary sustenance. We shall consume that henceforth. Borakli glanced at Bulma, who narrowed her eyes and regarded him with a bemused smile. Fortunately, she said nothing, merely nodding in agreement. This creation was derived from the nutrient solution aboard the spacecraft. While its effects may not be on par with the original, it would still prove beneficial for him. If you require anything, just inform you and we are to handle it. All right, you return to rest, and I shall head to the laboratory. After 3 hours, Bulma finally regained her composure. In the laboratory, she sat comfortably in a chair, a burst of light appearing in her hands. Bulma, be cautious. There is a wealth of experimental data here. Do you not recall? No, Bulma, that does not give you leave to mishandle the experimental equipment. Bulma withdrew the light from her hands, stood up, and with her hands on her hips, laughed heartily. I am in high spirits. I shall do as I please. Borakli shrugged. It mattered little to him, since it was not his property. Most likely, Bulma's light would be ineffective. Her current energy was only at 18, still lacking a bit. But who could say for certain? How is the new laboratory coming along? It presents some challenges. I wish to incorporate a gravity chamber. But the materials do not permit it, and the allowed materials are not particularly conducive to the experiments, which is quite contradictory. Could we not simply create a portable laboratory? Borakli turned to Bulma, as if regarding a fool. What? You dare to look down upon me in the realm of science? No. Borakli turned away, continuing to tinker in the laboratory. The high-energy food he had spent 6 months developing was improved by Bulma into 6 variations in just 3 days. The root of the issue was that the energy at the 30-degree scale was too much and unfriendly for her. She transformed it into 6 products, 51020 and 305080. What could he say? He had spent half a year creating something with the aid of the system, and Bulma produced 6 models in 3 days. Borakli, why does my light possess so little destructive power? It struggles to shatter small stones. Borakli sighed. Bulma was perpetually dissatisfied with her current combat abilities. The limit for an ordinary person is 10. Surpassing 20, one can emit light beams with the right techniques or self-reflection, and exceeding 30 allows for energy blasts. Bulma's energy was just shy of the threshold, merely aesthetic in nature, and thus her power was unimpressive. There are no shortcuts to success. You must learn to be content. How long have you been training? Achieving such results is already remarkable. However, with the high-energy nutrient blocks, your progress in training will surely accelerate. Bulma merely pouted. What a dreadful name. Broly was indifferent. It was merely a name. Chapter 13, New Equipment, Amusing Events. Regardless, functionality is what truly matters. Bulma ceased her mockery, instead curiously shifting the topic. Do you truly not require my assistance with your research on human anatomy and martial arts techniques? No need. You should focus on swiftly developing the new experimental laboratory. If you ask me, I could certainly create it before you do. It's all up to you now. The current stance training is far too slow. May I not increase the gravity ring? Broly immediately turned around, gazing at Bulma with a serious demeanor. Bulma, you mustn't rush. Until your energy reaches 100, it is advisable to refrain from using the gravity ring. At the very least, it should be at 80 before it can be utilized. Humph. Bulma feigned disdain, yet inwardly, she was quite obedient to Broly's words. Over the past 9 years, their relationship had grown increasingly intimate. Unless for exceptional circumstances, they seldom parted, remaining together at all times. Broly had no choice. One could not afford to be careless in training. Expediency may lead to future regrets akin to a dead end. Due to his lineage, his body could absorb ambient energy. However, Bulma, being purely human, could not afford such liberties. Exhausting one's potential, facing a bleak future, is truly the most despairing predicament. He had never trained, but had experienced scientific experiments in his previous life where hope was utterly absent. Otherwise, he would not have been subjected to the role of a test subject. He now needed to discover new methods for actively absorbing ambient energy, thus replacing the inefficient approach of refining his physical form for energy. Only by enabling Bulma's body to rapidly absorb energy could he take decisive actions, which was currently unfeasible, progressing step by step, with patience and diligence. If it cannot be done, then so be it. Why the seriousness? Broly regarded Bulma, who feigned indignation, and could only turn away with a twitch of his lips. How well he understood Bulma's true nature. Her demeanor was entirely feigned. System, is the data insufficient? Analyzing. An estimated 7 days required. Upon hearing this, even the composed Broly felt his countenance falter. Just as Bulma had indicated, he was analyzing the data on human anatomy. However, the pace of progress was rather disheartening. The system indicated that completion would require another 7 days, which was certainly a cause for celebration. Bulma, regarding that new device. Why does the energy I designed continue to conflict? Bulma caught up to him, standing close by. A glance revealed her face flushing with anger. Broly, did you alter my blueprints? Indeed, otherwise, the gravity chamber could not be powered. What happened to the original blueprints? I replaced them, Broly replied matter-of-factly. This was a suggestion from the system and was surely infallible. What difference does it make if they were deleted? Ah, you fool, why would you tamper with my blueprints? Bulma was furious. Hey, without that modification, the gravity chamber cannot be integrated at all. It has only been 3 days. Do you truly believe you are smarter than I? Borakli fell into a moment of silence, sensing that a grave situation was unfolding. It appeared that even with the system as his auxiliary, he could not surpass his opponent. His previously composed demeanor faltered, and he gazed weakly at Bulma. Surely, there couldn't be a problem, could there? Observing Bulma's lack of rebuttal, he was about to express his indignation when she suddenly seized him by the collar. A surge of force propelled him forward, and he did not resist, allowing her to pull him before the computer screen. Bulma, with her delicate fingers pointing at the screen, spoke with unyielding intensity. Come now, great inventor, enlighten me on the energy conflicts here, and here. How do you intend to resolve them? And what is this you've written? High-density energy blocks? Have you overindulged in high-energy nutrient blocks? Explain your reasoning. I find traditional energy sources to be inefficient. A revision is in order. Bulma's incredulity turned to laughter tinged with exasperation. Revise? Can your pig-headed brain even comprehend the concept of improvement? You haven't even grasped the fundamentals of biology, yet you venture into the realms of physics, electrical engineering, and even energy sectors? And you dare to encroach upon the field of industrial manufacturing? Tell me, how do you propose to resolve this conflict? As Bulma pointed out the discrepancies, Borakli's mind raced, realizing he had indeed made a mistake. I was merely trying to alleviate your burden, he protested weakly. Forget it. You handle your insular biological experiments while I will manage the physics lab, the manufacturing room, and the gravity chamber myself. I can reconstruct a blueprint from my memory. At this, Bulma's anger subsided significantly, but she regarded Borakli with annoyance. She was at a loss, having encountered a person with exceptional memory yet abysmal experimental skills. I'll give you 1 day, she declared before departing the laboratory. Without the blueprints, he was rendered incapable of producing anything. Was he to remain here merely dozing? The brief residence resumed its activities of study, research, and exercise. Borakli had considered inviting Dr. Brief and his wife to join in the training, but they declined. Their reasoning was rather peculiar. They claimed that dedicating extensive time to exercise would deprive them of the opportunity to tend to their flowers and animals, as well as enjoy leisurely tea. Borakli had no choice but to abandon his notion. Each individual pursues their own aspirations. The sunrise is indeed beautiful and vibrant. Yet some are enamored with the charm of a sunset. There is no right or wrong in such preferences. 2 years passed, and Bulma exuberantly burst from the laboratory. Borakli, where are you? Where have you disappeared to? After searching high and low, she finally dragged him out of the gravity chamber. What do you intend to do? Borakli felt a mix of anger and trepidation. If she were to damage the gravity chamber, he would be at a loss. This was not the first time Bulma had done such a thing. From that moment on, Borakli truly dared not to offend her, finding himself at her beck and call. The new equipment, a supercharged mobile energy lab, was complete. Borakli, who had previously been bewildered, was instantly invigorated. Really? Indeed, she affirmed. Borakli embraced Bulma tightly, exclaiming, "You truly are a genius." Of course, she replied. After Bulma finished speaking, she realized that she was embraced by Broly, her cheeks flushing crimson. Subsequently, she fell silent, allowing Broly to twirl her around. Suddenly, they both froze. Mrs. Brief watched them with a cheerful smile. "Oh dear, did I startle you? My apologies. I shall take my leave at once, having seen nothing. Please, continue, she said, and indeed, Mrs. Brief turned to leave. However, she added, by the way, handsome, once your date with Bulma is over, do feel free to invite me out. Mom, Bulma exclaimed, stomping her foot in frustration. But Mrs. Brief quickened her pace and vanished in the blink of an eye. Broly, however, fell into deep contemplation. His strength was growing rapidly, yet his control remained inadequate. He had not even noticed Mrs. Brief approaching him. My current power is too superficial. I need to solidify my foundation. Thanks to the gravity chamber and high-energy nutrition blocks. Broly's combat power had reached 2,000. As he pondered, he gazed at Bulma. Take me to see it, he said. Wait a moment, Bulma interrupted mysteriously. I've discovered something fascinating. Chapter 14. The Dragon Balls. Kakarot Broly remained silent, watching Bulma intently, waiting for her to elaborate. The legendary Dragon Balls. What? Broly asked, puzzled. I found something called the Dragon Balls in ancient legends. If you collect all 7, you can summon the Eternal Dragon, who can grant you any wish you desire. Bulma's excitement grew with every word, her enthusiasm almost splattering onto Broly's face. Feigning to wipe his face, he maintained a serious expression. Bulma, you are no longer a child. You should possess discernment. However, Broly was indeed uninterested in such tales. His sole focus was on enhancing his combat prowess. Moreover, legends were merely that, legends. There were tales of Aladdin's lamp and river deities. Did they truly manifest to fulfill wishes? Enough with the nonsense. You are 16, yet you still believe in fairy tales? It was a disheartening thought. Bulma had reached a height of 167 centimeters, while he remained at 145 centimeters, showing no signs of growth. But I want to see. She insisted. Let's check out the new laboratory. No way. If you don't agree, I won't activate it. Broly turned to her with a resigned expression. Broly, but I truly discovered the Dragon Balls. While conducting my final tests, I found something in the warehouse, tucked away in a corner. And then, it resembles the legend exactly. Bulma, I have no interest in these ethereal legends. I only wish to focus on biological research and my training. I still haven't discovered a method to enhance my training, and my progress has already slowed. Broly firmly opposed her suggestion. Then let's take a walk. Perhaps we might uncover something new. We should explore various places. Did you not say that training should not be confined to closed doors? Moreover, considering your current strength, the effects of your meditation are rather inadequate. Venturing outside poses no imminent danger to you. Bulma's words resonated deeply with Broly. Indeed, he had come to master his own fate. With a battle power of 2,000, he felt invincible on Earth, save for that shadowy figure who had once lurked in the background. He had sought out numerous so-called martial arts masters, yet none possessed genuine skill. Hardly any surpassed a battle power of 10, and those exceeding 8 were exceedingly rare. On this planet, threats to him were remarkably few and far between. However, I have yet to discover my cultivation method, and it has been 10 long years. Shouldn't you, therefore, venture out for a change? Even if you cannot locate an elusive sage, consider it a respite for your mind and body, a chance to witness different landscapes firsthand. You have spent 11 years in West City. Have you ever stepped outside? Broly fell silent. Although Bulma's intentions might be questioned, her reasoning held merit. A handsome smile broke across his face. Very well, I shall accompany you. Bulma's heart soared, as if she had tasted honey, her mood shifting from overcast to clear. All right, wait for me. I have also designed my Dragon Ball radar, and it is already in production at the factory. Once it is completed, we shall proceed. Excellent. Nodding, Broly revealed a rare smile that lingered. In the past, his countenance had been one of calmness, seldom betraying any emotional upheaval. With newfound enthusiasm, Bulma approached him and grasped his hand. Let us go. I will show you the new mobile laboratory. It is incredibly powerful. Broly smiled, albeit with a hint of bitterness. He had intended to affectionately poke Bulma's nose, but the height difference rendered it impractical. Words could only lead to tears. Of course, I believe in Bulma's abilities. You are a genius. Indeed, but you are also a genius. We are both prodigies. As they walked forward, Bulma suddenly adopted a serious expression. Broly, if I cannot persuade you, will you truly allow such a stunning beauty to venture out alone? Broly was at a loss for words. You are indeed beautiful, but you are far from fragile. Not to mention your nearly 100 battle power. Even your peculiar inventions would leave few capable of besting you. Wouldn't they? Women can be so capricious. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. He thought this to himself, yet could not voice it. No, I merely advise you to remain. Should you insist on pursuing danger, I will undoubtedly serve as your protector. Humph, sweet words with a venomous heart. Broly stood dumbfounded as Bulma released his hand and strode forward with confidence. Is that how this phrase is used? Has it finally begun? If you do not take action soon, I was prepared to intervene. Your life appears excessively comfortable. Those individuals have truly unleashed their full extent upon you, allowing you total freedom without fear of your escape. Yet, that is to be expected. You are merely one among many, and I hope my wager proves correct. Given such favorable conditions, there shall be no respite for you henceforth. It is either obliteration or transformation. The realm of Dragon Ball is but a trifling matter. Old Turtle, I suddenly feel the urge to take a stroll. How peculiar it is that you, who seldom gaze upon bikini beauties, wish to step outside. Enough with the chatter. Let us be off. Very well, let us go. Borakli remains blissfully unaware that he is being watched. After observing the newly transformed laboratory, he plans to set off with Bulma once the Dragon Ball radar she mentioned is complete. As they travel, the changing scenery indeed lifts the gloom from his heart. Bulma pilots the motorcycle ahead, opting not to engage the flying mode, but rather gliding along the roadway. Borakli embraces her waist from behind. Is this not delightful? Indeed. It is quite pleasurable to venture out occasionally. If only I could fly, that would be splendid. I can take you. Uft, I would rather fly by myself. Bulma retorts with a hint of pride. Over the years, she has been carried by Borakli on countless occasions, so it holds little allure for her now. What she desperately desires is to surpass a combat power of 100 and soar on her own. This notion has been instilled in her by Borakli, as she has come to associate strength with combat power. You're close. In no more than 2 years, you shall surely break through. But enough about me. Has there been any progress on your research regarding carbon dioxide conversion into food? There has been, though not significant. Bulma turns her head, curious. Oh, do tell me more. Watch the road. Rest assured, my skills are impeccable. As they converse, the motorcycle surmounts a small hill, soaring into the air. Our current high-energy nutrient blocks extract the essence of food, compressing it into a concentrated form. I intend to be cautious. Borakli was about to continue when an unexpected sight caught his eye, a deceased fish leisurely drifting across the road. Bulma, alerted by Borakli's warning, turned her head in alarm. Quick, dodge it. Seeing that Bulma could not brake in time, Borakli gently tapped the motorcycle's pedals, leaping into the air to shield the bike. Just as he prepared to confront the creature, he heard a voice. Monster, do you intend to take my food? Frowning, Borakli turned to discern the impudent intruder. It was he, Kakarot. At first glance, Borakli immediately recognized the figure before him, inspecting him from head to toe. Chapter 15, No Memories. A simple encounter. Borakli had not anticipated that in seeking solace through a leisurely quest for Dragon Balls, he would encounter his brother, whom he had not seen in over a decade. Observing the tail that swayed behind Kakarot, Borakli frowned. System, what is the combat power of the opponent? Name, Kakarot. Combat power, 410. Energy, 1010. Life force, 45. Techniques, unknown. How is this possible? Kakarot's combat power is so meager. It has been 11 years since their last parting, during which he possessed a power level of 6. In truth, Borakli was overthinking. A power level of 10 is already the limit for an ordinary human. How long did it take for Bulma to surpass this challenge? With the guidance of such a skilled mentor, Bulma took 5 years to achieve a battle power of 20, even in a favorable environment. After all, Kakarot is recorded as the weakest scion in terms of battle power, lacking even the ability to adapt to the gravity of planet Vegeta, coupled with the need to rely on his own skills to find sustenance in the mountains. It is entirely natural that his power would not increase rapidly. Kakarot stood in a defensive posture, gripping a finely crafted wooden stick, while a large fish lay discarded nearby, as he warily guarded against them. You two monsters, do you intend to steal my food? Before Broly could utter a word, Bulma angrily dismounted her motorcycle, hands on her hips. Hey, little brat, what nonsense are you babbling? Who's calling whom a monster? Who even wants your food? Noticing Kakarot's gradually clearing gaze, Broly felt an ominous intuition, and his expression darkened slightly. As expected, Kakarot took a step back, still regarding them with caution. Oh, you are human? What do you mean? Of course, we are human. Bulma shot an irritated glance at Goku. What kind of person are you that you can't even recognize a human? Seeing Kakarot still eyeing them warily, Broly cautiously approached, circling around the two of them to observe. He even intended to use his stick to poke at Bulma's skirt. However, with quick reflexes, Bulma delivered a slap to his face, sending him crashing against a nearby tree. Kakarot sat on the ground, unscathed, clutching his visibly swollen cheek. Ouch! That hurts. Humph! You lecher, daring to extend your filthy hands. Broly remained still. Bulma's strength far surpassed Kakarot's, making him no match for her. If she hadn't been wearing a gravity ring herself, that blow could have cost Kakarot his life. Below a battle power of 100. The threshold of 10 in battle power is significant. Exceeding 10 allows for energy absorption, while falling below means energy absorption is impossible. Kakarot currently stood at this critical juncture. Wow, you are impressive. Upon receiving Kakarot's compliment, Bulma immediately lifted her head in pride. Of course, out of the corner of her eye, she displayed an incredulous expression, stiffly tugging at Broly's sleeve while pointing at Kakarot. Look, see? Is it not so? I see it. It seems he doesn't remember me. But it appears he is also practicing martial arts. Let me give it a try, Broly replied with a smile. Try? How do you intend to do that? Bulma asked, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Broly chuckled, adjusting the gravity ring on his wrist, and then bending down to modify the one on his ankle. With such small rings, even a genius like Bulma could only manage a gravity adjustment from 1 to 5. He is only able to wear 4 of them. Anything beyond that would compromise both aesthetics and mobility, and he does not require more. This is merely a transitional phase, as he is also exploring the development of a new biosuit, yet he has not yet found a way to complete it. The 4 bracelets collectively adjust to 3 times the gravity, amounting to a total of 12 times. Presently, he needs to calibrate it to the maximum level, thereby restraining his own strength to the utmost limit of 20 times gravity. Anything beyond that would be for training, as it would be impossible to combat under such conditions. Kakarot, already gritting his teeth, stands up. Your power is truly impressive. Let's go again. As he speaks, he assumes an offensive stance. Borakli swiftly pulls Bulma behind him. It seems your strength is formidable as well. How about we test it? Kakarot looks puzzled. Really? You're strong too? Of course. I am even stronger than her, he declares, gesturing towards Bulma. Bulma merely pouts in annoyance, saying nothing. Outside, she still wishes to maintain her boyfriend's pride, planning to address matters once they return home. Though they exchanged no words, the bond of their childhood friendship runs deep. Kakarot's eyes light up. Is that so? Great. His expression reveals excitement at the prospect of encountering a worthy opponent. Borakli stands quietly, his battle power currently at 8, slightly lower than Kakarot's. However, he is confident he can best Kakarot. Observing Kakarot's demeanor, he asks, you truly do not remember me? Kakarot immediately drops his stance, looking at Borakli with a charming yet confused expression. Remember what? Borakli shakes his head. It appears Kakarot genuinely recalls nothing. Nevertheless, they might as well give it a try. Combat involves more than mere energy comparison. Numerous factors come into play. Nothing to it. Let us begin. I await your attack. All right. Kakarot eagerly resumes his battle stance. Before launching an attack, he suddenly crouches down. Borakli and Bulma exchange exasperated glances. What is wrong with you? Bulma inquires curiously from behind. I'm hungry and lack energy. Kakarot replies weakly. What does that matter? Bulma retorts. Do you have any low-grade high-energy nutrition bars? No, I only have the 10. Borakli contemplates for a moment. Give him one. Are you serious? Will he even be able to eat it? It's not an issue, just give it to him. Reluctantly, Bulma mutters as she retrieves a small purple, cookie-like morsel from her pocket, tossing it at Kakarot from a distance. Here, take this, but don't eat it all at once. Kakarot, feeling lightheaded from hunger, disregards such caution. He picks it up, examines it, and sniffs it before taking a bite. Moments later, he is joyfully bouncing on the spot. This is fantastic. I'm no longer hungry. How incredible. Bulma rolls her eyes, adopting a disdainful expression at his apparent naivety. Yet internally, she is astounded. That morsel contains the energy equivalent to what 10 muscular men would consume in a day. Can we begin now? A flicker of astonishment crossed Borakli's eyes. Merely a cookie, yet Kakarot's combat power had astonishingly reached 12. He could feel the surrounding energy, intentionally or unintentionally, permeating his being. Their lineage was indeed remarkable. Furthermore, the experimental subject he sought had just arrived. Come forth, Kakarot bellowed, lunging forward with determination. Chapter 16. No Tail, Special Invitation. Borakli remained impassive, his footsteps light as he gracefully evaded Kakarot's onslaught, effortlessly sidestepping the subsequent kick. With a gentle tilt of his head, he once again eluded the attack. His movements were fluid, reflecting the synergy of mind and body, as he turned to face Kakarot, who stood between him and Bulma. A sigh escaped his lips. Kakarot's techniques were rife with untamed ferocity. This was a double-edged sword. While it could be advantageous, it also posed risks. In a brute force confrontation, Kakarot might hold the upper hand, yet against a rival of equal prowess, such wild and reckless maneuvers could lead to exhaustion and vulnerability, leaving openings for his opponent to exploit. He pondered the fact that Kakarot was merely a rustic individual, likely possessing slightly better physical attributes due to his life in the mountains. For all this time, that old man might have long since passed. System. What was the combat power of the elder who adopted Kakarot? As he recalled, he had no clear understanding of the old man's strength. Observing the elder's agile form when he first held Kakarot, it was evident he possessed some formidable abilities. Name: unknown combat power, 3240 energy, 2020 vitality, 1232 techniques. Unknown. The revelation was staggering. The elder's combat power was astonishingly high. Confusion ensued. If the elder was so powerful, Kakarot's abilities should not be so meager. Elation soon followed. This was the first individual he had encountered with combat power exceeding that of an ordinary person, and to such an extreme degree, he realized he was on the right path. As long as he could find that elder, he would surely glean extraordinary knowledge from him. Once more, he bent to avoid Kakarot's strike. Is this all the strength you possess? Kakarot, seemingly unfazed by Borakli's taunts, stood perplexed, staring at his own hands. How curious. Why do I always seem to miss you? Bulma laughed heartily from behind, her mirth causing her to sway back and forth. The individual who bore a resemblance to Borakli's brother was surprisingly endearing, far more so than the typically stoic Borakli. The two were of similar height, both possessed tails, and even their appetites were alike. At present, Bulma was temporarily convinced that the figure ahead was indeed his sibling. However, observing the skirmish, it was evident that Borakli adeptly evaded his brother's flailing attacks, indicating that his brother's prowess was decidedly lacking. Moreover, that fellow appeared completely oblivious to Borakli. This was understandable, as he had been merely 1 year old at that time. How could he possibly remember so vividly? Yet, given their notable similarities, it was quite remarkable that he harbored no doubts, truly a creature of singular thought. Bulma's lips curled into a smile as she crossed her arms and gazed timidly. If only there were some sunflower seeds, watermelon, and mineral water, she would surely be the quintessential bystander. Hey, you over there, Broly, you're not putting in enough effort. You need to step it up after I've shared such a delightful treat with you. Bulma, undeterred by the situation, took the opportunity to provoke Kakarot. After several such instances, Kakarot had enough. He plopped down on the ground, declaring, I'm done. Why? You keep dodging, and I can't hit you. So you're giving up? It's not that I'm giving up. It's just that you're good people who fed me well. I'm at least 6/10 full now, so there's no need to continue fighting. Kakarot explained while patting his belly. Broly frowned slightly, not inclined to say much more. The truth was, his brother's temperament was indeed far more agreeable than their father's. What is your name? I'm Sun Wukong. What about you? What? Bulma leaped beside Broly, astonished at Kakarot's words. Did you just say your name is what? I said I'm Sun Wukong. What is wrong with that? Kakarot replied, tilting his head in confusion. Sun Wukong? Bulma repeated, turning to Broly. She was aware that his brother should indeed be named Kakarot. Broly, however, was not surprised. He had left his brother at the foot of a tree in haste, unfamiliar with the surroundings and focused solely on escaping, leaving no information or clues behind. Once he confirmed that the old man had found his brother, he left without a second thought and soon encountered Bulma. It was only natural that his brother would receive a new name. Yet, why was it Sun Wukong, and why was he still wielding a staff? Had he truly inherited something from the great sage, Sun Wukong? Broly remained expressionless, yet internally he couldn't help but scoff. Indeed, I am called Sun Wukong. By the way, I still don't know your names. Broly, what a peculiar name. It sounds so much like broccoli, Sun Wukong muttered. Bulma, unable to contain her frustration, stomped forward and tugged at Sun Wukong's ear. What are you laughing at? I'm not laughing. Sun Wukong grimaced as he was pulled, looking innocently at Bulma. Broly appeared unaffected, yet the slight quiver at the corner of his mouth betrayed him. I say you were laughing, so you were laughing. All right. What is the harm in laughing a little? I said no laughing, so no laughing. All right, what is your name? I'm Bulma. What? Ha ha, such a funny name. Bulma's face flushed crimson with anger, and in a fit of rage, she tightened her grip on Sun Wukong's ear and twisted it. Ouch, that hurts. Bulma, please let go, it hurts. Bulma held on for a second longer before finally releasing him. Sun Wukong rubbed his ear in discomfort. Bulma, what was that for? I'm calling you out for laughing at me. Sun Wukong could only remain silent, feeling wronged. Broly, having observed their playful tussle, decided to intervene. Sun Wukong, how old are you? He felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, nearly calling him Wukong. There is an undeniable allure to the name of Huaxia, one that captivates the heart. At the age of 14, Sun Wukong, filled with curiosity, gazed at them. You are remarkably strong, yet unlike me. In what way are we different? You lack tails. You must not be normal humans. Bulma and Broly exchanged glances, speechless at Sun Wukong's unwavering confidence. Should they commend him or chastise him for such thoughts? Just as Bulma was about to interject, Broly spoke up first. Have you never encountered a human before? You are the first people I have seen aside from my grandfather, Broly mused, realizing his earlier suspicions were correct. This place was not far from where he had first landed on Earth in his spacecraft. However, it was slightly more secluded. His departure had taken considerable distance, and the roads were scarcely populated. It made sense that Kakarot and his grandfather would choose to live here. By the way, you treated me to a delightful meal, so allow me to invite you to my home for roasted fish. Sounds great. Bulma hesitated, wanting to say more, but holding her tongue. Chapter 17. Not allowed to take away considering all the information at hand. Bulma internally dismissed the notion that this fellow could be Broly's biological brother. Firstly, their names were entirely different. Secondly, he had no recollection of Broly, which was improbable even if he concealed his tail. Finally, their ages were incompatible, as Broly was merely 12. Nevertheless, seeing Broly readily agree, she chose not to voice her doubts. Taking him out was intended as a respite, and a delay in collecting the Dragon Balls would not have dire consequences. Moreover, given that Sun Wukong indeed possessed a tail, there was a possibility of discovering more about Broly's origins. Of course, it had to be about Broly. Other matters could not hinder their primary objective. In contrast, Broly was eager to meet the old man, hoping to glean knowledge of things he was unaware of. Furthermore, since he had found Sun Wukong, it was imperative to take him along. Life in the mountains was arduous, food was scarce, clothing inadequate, and sleep elusive. Besides, he was an excellent subject for experimentation. Studying both of them simultaneously would undoubtedly expedite the research process. Ultimately, whether in scientific pursuits or in training, progress would be significantly accelerated. Reluctantly, Bulma reached into her pocket and retrieved the Dragon Ball radar. Powering on. What's wrong? It's pointing in this direction, Broly understood immediately. Very well, let us proceed. Sun Wukong has graciously invited us for roasted fish. Bulma joyfully followed suit. Sun Wukong, already carrying a large fish, continued on his way. Do you outsiders really not have tails? Of course not. I'm a girl. Where would I get a tail? A girl? Indeed. My grandfather told me that girls are like this. That must be the case. What else would you think? I don't know. I've never seen one. Broly trailed behind, his mind deep in thought. Kakarot. No, he should be called Sun Wukong. His combat power is rather inadequate. I still remember when he first arrived on Earth, he had already attained a power level of 6. Now, 11 years have passed. Sun Wukong, did your grandfather teach you the ways of cultivation? Cultivation? What is that? My grandfather simply taught me how to train. Broly furrowed his brow. Training? This is quite different from what he had envisioned. He had assumed there would be some form of martial arts involved. What use is training? His current regimen suffices. Any further efforts would merely strain his potential. This, he was reluctant to do. Is your grandfather at home? Broly remained undeterred. He had previously overlooked the possibility, focusing solely on the immediate surroundings, not realizing he had missed encountering a hidden master. My grandfather has passed away, Sun Wukong said nonchalantly while carrying a fish. What? Bulma gasped in shock at Sun Wukong. Aren't you sad? No, my grandfather is still with me. Broly frowned. Logically, a powerful warrior with a combat level of 40 should not easily succumb to death. He had also risen from a power level of 40 and understood the vitality of the body well. It seemed improbable on Earth. Wait, Broly suddenly recalled something. You live nearby, has anyone come by? He began to say, but fell silent. as Sun Wukong had already mentioned that they were merely the second and third individuals he had encountered, which led to his confusion. What were you going to say? Sun Wukong walked ahead with a light step. Upon hearing Broly's incomplete statement, he turned around, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Hey, watch where you're going. Bulma admonished loudly. Only then did Sun Wukong turn back. I was asking if you knew how your grandfather died. He was trampled by a monster. Sun Wukong's tone revealed no hint of sorrow. A monster? Bulma froze, a chill running down her spine, unconsciously inching closer to Broly. Even with her formidable combat power, it was difficult for a girl to withstand such notions. Where did this monster come from? Bulma felt uneasy, glancing around and even looking up at the azure sky. Monsters appear at night. They only emerge when the moon is visible. Upon hearing this from Sun Wukong, Broly felt a strange sense of familiarity, though he couldn't quite place it. He seldom ventured out to gaze at the moon at night. Initially terrified, Bulma suddenly burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. What is so funny? Sun Wukong's innocent voice chimed in, filled with curiosity. Your grandfather must have been telling you stories, which is why you say such things. Not at all. That monster left a massive pit, destroyed houses, and even killed my grandfather. Bulma immediately ceased her laughter. Seeing Sun Wukong speak so gravely, her enthusiasm waned. After traversing several hills, they finally arrived at Sun Wukong's dwelling. A small cottage appeared before them. Sun Wukong set down the fish from his shoulder. Please wait for me a moment, he said, then bounced into the house. Borakli surveyed his surroundings. The towering trees had been cleared, leaving only a solitary house atop the mountain. Had he truly spent the last decade and more in such a manner? Bulma had already ventured inside impulsively. He was uncertain of what transpired, only hearing Bulma's piercing screams. The Dragon Balls? Borakli remained outside, disinterested in such fantastical tricks meant to deceive children. Even if Bulma had discovered 2 of them, his steadfast convictions remained unchanged. Hey, what have you done to me? That is my grandfather. You shall not touch him. The sounds of their dispute echoed. Borakli remained unmoved. While Bulma might be a tad willful, she would never attempt to seize Goku's Dragon Ball. Borakli, come in and arbitrate. He dares to claim this Dragon Ball is his grandfather's. I don't care. You are not taking it. It belongs to my grandfather. I kindly offered you roasted fish, and you wish to snatch away my grandfather. Reluctantly, Borakli stepped into the house. The Dragon Ball on the table continued to shimmer. Borakli, you must listen. He claims this orb is his grandfather's. It infuriates me. I want to trade him for this Dragon Ball, but he refuses. Goku bared his teeth, glaring menacingly at them. After a moment of silence, Borakli replied, if we were to take it, you would stand no chance against us. As he spoke, thoughts raced through his mind regarding how to address his troublesome brother. He could either take the direct route of proper guidance or adopt an alternative method of teaching. No matter what you do, I will never allow you to take my grandfather. Observing Goku's resolute stance, Borakli dismissed the notion. Bulma, did you not tell him the legend of the Dragon Balls? Seeing Goku's demeanor, Borakli believed he should be enticed by the tale of the Dragon Balls. At that moment, with Goku by his side, possessing the Dragon Ball would feel natural. Furthermore, they could take Goku with them, deciding later where to settle down. Chapter 18, A New Journey. Acquiring the spaceship, Bulma hesitated, taken aback before speaking. After a brief introduction, Goku held the orb in his hands. Incredible. Yes, however, to summon the Eternal Dragon, one must gather all 7 Dragon Balls and recite a specific incantation. But it requires all 7. We only have this one, which is not sufficient. Thus, I am searching for the Dragon Balls alongside Borakli. Could you lend me the 4-star ball you possess? To her surprise, the conversation took an unexpected turn as Goku suddenly clutched the 4-star ball tightly. No, this is my grandfather's. You insufferable little brat. You are utterly unlikable. Far inferior to Borakli. Borakli was at a loss for words. This conflict had nothing to do with him, and he felt unjustly caught in the crossfire. Regardless of what you say, I cannot give it to you. Goku remained undeterred. Bulma's eyes flickered with ideas. How about this? Lend it to me. No way. Borakli could no longer tolerate the protracted back and forth. Take the 4-star ball with you and follow us. Just lend it to me for a while, he said. No. Sun Wukong turned his head away. I still have my training to focus on. But your solitary training progresses at a sluggish pace. How about this? We travel together, allowing you to broaden your horizons while simultaneously honing your skills. Sun Wukong appeared slightly swayed but remained resolute. How about this? You join us, and we shall provide all your meals. I assure you, You will eat to your heart's content. The memory of his past need for abundant sustenance surged back as he recalled how Sun Wukong had devoured an entire energy block rated at 10 without batting an eye. Really? As expected, this tactic ignited Sun Wukong's enthusiasm. Of course, just like the energy blocks you had earlier, we have plenty. All right, I will accompany you. Bulma leapt up in joy, exclaiming, "Oh yes, this is wonderful. We have found the 4-star ball. Now we have 3, and we are closer to summoning the dragon. Just to be clear, I am merely lending it to you, not giving it away. It must be returned." Of course, that is understood. Weren't you going to treat us to grilled fish? Hurry and start cooking. Bulma cheerfully pushed Sun Wukong forward, then returned to embrace Broly. "Kiss," she exclaimed. Broly, momentarily taken aback despite his usual composure, responded, "What are you doing? Is a kiss not permitted? Well, then I shall return the favor." "Ah, you rogue." Watching Bulma dash away, Broly smiled faintly as he surveyed the surroundings, slowly seating himself. He imagined that Kakarot had grown up in a similar environment. After satisfying their appetites, the trio conferred and prepared to set off. Bulma dramatically produced a universal capsule, opened it, and released a car. "What a monster." "Oh, that's merely a car. You really haven't seen much of the world," Bulma retorted. "We're embarking on a new journey with a new companion, so we need a new vehicle." "Bulma, put it away." "Huh." Broly stepped forward. "Since we intend to train, we should proceed on foot." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was eager to start, while Bulma turned pale. "What?" Broly's gaze was fixed upon her. But Bulma retrieved the Dragon Ball radar and pressed a button, revealing a look of dread. "Broly, the next Dragon Ball is over 1,200 kilometers to the west. Are we really going to run there?" "Indeed." Bulma lamented, "How long will that take?" Broly examined the situation. "If we consider a running pace of 15 hours, we could cover at least 120 kilometers in a day. We would arrive in no more than 10 days. Ignoring Bulma's reluctant demeanor, Broly noted that if she ran seriously, she could complete 120 kilometers in just 3 hours. His calculations were focused on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong currently possesses a mere combat power of 12. However, should he choose to embrace it, by the end of this journey, his prowess could easily surpass 50. "Let us be on our way, Sun Wukong." "Sure." With that, the two of them took off at a swift pace. Broly, despite not removing his gravity ring, continued to endure a gravity environment 20 times that of Earth. His strength was quite comparable to that of Sun Wukong. "Hey, wait for me." After a cloud of dust settled, Bulma felt a chill wash over her. Unable to do anything but stamp her feet in frustration, she reluctantly retrieved her car and hurried to catch up. As Broly ran, an idea suddenly struck him. "Sun Wukong." After leaping over a large tree, Sun Wukong cheerfully replied, "Have you ever seen a massive, peculiar metallic sphere?" "No, I've never encountered one." He effortlessly jumped over a stone of moderate size. "Sun Wukong, can't you take the main road?" Bulma exclaimed, exasperated. "Why not? This is much faster, but it consumes more energy." "No worries, haha, as long as I'm well fed. I have ample stamina." Sun Wukong was completely unfazed, and Broly didn't feel the need to remind him. He was well aware of the Scion's extraordinary physical endurance, as he possessed it too. "By the way, Broly, what is your reason for asking about that?" "Well, you all continue running. I'll take a look first. We should be near the spaceship. I'll search for it. Perhaps I might discover something useful." Understanding the technology behind the spaceship could significantly benefit his research on biological battlesuits. Previously, he hadn't been capable, but after absorbing vast amounts of knowledge, he should be able to discern certain things. With that, he adjusted the gravity rings on his wrists to a setting of 1. This wasn't the time for training. He could still prioritize the importance of the situation. In astonishment and envy, Sun Wukong and Bulma watched as Broly soared into the sky. Bulma, did you see that?" He. Sun Wukong stammered, pointing at the ascending Broly. "I'm Bulma. Don't give me silly nicknames, you brat," she retorted, continuing to advance with determination. "It's just flying. What is so surprising? Give me some time, and I'll be able to do it too." "What? You can too?" Sun Wukong gazed in awe at Bulma, quickening his pace to catch up. "Bulma, what on earth is going on?" "I want to tell you since you gave me a ridiculous nickname." Broly soon located the landing site of the spaceship based on his memory. As he beheld the sphere obscured by dust, a nostalgic glimmer flickered in his eyes. "Oh well, not returning isn't so bad. This place is quite pleasant, with the brilliant Dr. Brief and the lovely Bulma." After muttering to himself, he retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket and tossed it towards the spherical spaceship. With a resounding bang, the spaceship vanished, leaving only the universal capsule lying amidst the dust-covered ground. Broly unleashed a surge of energy to ward off the dust, landing gracefully to pick up the capsule. He then soared into the sky, heading back towards Bulma and the others. Chapter 19, Energy Blocks. Rectifying deficits after catching up with Bulma and the others, Broly descended quietly, adjusting the gravity before breaking into a run. 2 hours later, everyone was drenched in sweat. Bulma, though grumbling, did not defy Broly regarding their training. The adjusted gravity allowed her to exert her combat strength to a level of 12. Yet even so, in terms of stamina and endurance, she lagged far behind Son Goku. Let's take a break. Seeing the exhaustion on their faces, Broly finally spoke. The two struggled to manage their energy, particularly Goku, who initially bounded around like a monkey, but soon found himself relying solely on willpower to persist. He had the advantage of wielding a staff. Bulma perked up at his suggestion, ready to collapse onto the ground. Stand, don't sit, Broly insisted. With no other choice, Bulma retrieved a multifunctional capsule. But Goku is sitting, she exclaimed. Broly, observing Goku, chose not to intervene. Despite Goku's weaker strength, he was still a Saiyan, and his genetic makeup differed from that of a human. Murmuring to herself, Bulma produced a high-energy nutrient block, giving Goku one rated at 20. What? She tightened her grip, incredulity evident as she glanced back at Broly. That's right. Goku, now solely focused on his hunger, paid little attention to anything else. With an exasperated sigh, Bulma tossed him the nutrient block. Eat up, eat up. Truly. Broly smiled at the unfolding scene, catching the energy block Bulma had thrown and promptly popping it into his mouth. Such a small portion was hardly sufficient for him, but fortunately, he still had stamina. This was merely a break. They would not be dining until well past 10 at night. As they waited for Goku to finish, Broly pondered aloud. Goku's strength had increased again, indicating that his potential was sufficient for self-improvement, yet his food intake was inadequate. Or rather, the energy contained within the food was insufficient for him to break through. Even if he were to eat his fill, it would merely compensate for his previous deficits. There is a saying, the impoverished in literature are rich in martial prowess. The most direct manifestation of this is to consume food rich in energy to replenish one's physical deficiencies, thus enabling progress. Goku, in his earlier state, had no means to attain this, which accounted for his low power level. Kakarot, rest assured, with me around, you need not worry about food or clothing. This was not mere bravado. His laboratory was nearing completion. As long as he could convert carbon dioxide from the air into starch and sugars, and blend in a few trace elements, his high-energy nutrient blocks would not require an abundance of meat or vegetables. The energy from vegetables was derived from the absorption of carbon dioxide through photosynthesis, while meat gained its energy from consuming plants. Ultimately, it was a matter of transforming carbon dioxide through a specialized process to harness the energy they needed. According to Borakli's conjecture, when one becomes sufficiently powerful in the future, the need for sustenance will vanish entirely, allowing one to directly absorb energy from the air. However, those who are still far from this state, like himself, remain uncertain of their capabilities. Based on experience, it seems his father and the others still require food. Regrettably, in his earlier weakness, lacking information, he was unable to gauge his father's true strength. In his perception, Sun Wukong's power had astonishingly surged to 15. It appears that the recent nutrient block served merely as a catalyst. It is likely he too will soon experience a breakthrough. Quantitative changes ultimately lead to qualitative transformations, albeit at a slower pace. After a while, observing that the two had eased somewhat, Sun Wukong exuberantly leaped about. Having eaten well, shall we continue? Absolutely. Upon hearing the call, Sun Wukong dashed over. Borakli, I feel my strength and speed have increased. That is indeed a good sign. Thus, it would be advantageous for you to join us. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Let us run. Only Bulma displayed reluctance. Borakli offered no comfort. It was understandable given her lack of enthusiasm for training. Without the aspiration of flight to motivate her, Bulma likely would have abandoned her efforts long ago. Bulma, if you persist with this intensity for a month, you might just break through and achieve flight. Bulma was once again moved, her eyes sparkling with hope as she looked to Borakli, eagerly awaiting his affirmation. Really? I assure you. Then let us hurry, run. Borakli smiled faintly and joined in, keeping a close watch on Bulma's every movement. 2 days later, astonishingly, Sun Wukong's strength had directly broken through to 30, prompting Bulma and Borakli to adjust their gravity rings accordingly. There was no choice. Without adjustment, even Borakli would struggle to match Sun Wukong's prowess. At that moment, lacking any special means, a disparity of over 10 points in combat power was nearly fatal and exceedingly difficult to surpass. That evening, under a moonlit sky, Sun Wukong hung his head, recalling his grandfather's words. Meanwhile, Borakli and Bulma gazed unabashedly at the moon, the luxurious villa behind them standing silently. Oh, such days are truly delightful. Bulma joyfully stretched her graceful figure, unbothered by Borakli's potential displeasure. Sun Wukong, indeed curious, turned his gaze toward Bulma, nearly leaning in closer. Borakli, initially poised to speak, found himself exasperated. Bulma, mind your behavior. Sun Wukong, turn around and close your eyes. Why? Laughter erupted from Bulma as she sensed Borakli's jealousy, compounded by Sun Wukong's innocent demeanor. No reason. Just turn around. But women are different from us. And besides, you lack a tail. Bulma's laughter rang out once more, melodious against the night sky. Borakli found himself in a predicament. Who said he lacked a tail? Yet, he felt utterly helpless regarding this frugal brother of his. Turn around, and I shall teach you a swift method to enhance your strength and speed. Really? Sun Wukong exclaimed with curiosity, eagerly pivoting. In his mind, the mysterious woman seemed to possess unparalleled skills and cultivation. Borakli shot a fierce glance at Bulma, who unabashedly flaunted her figure without a care. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dirt from his backside and strode over. Since he had promised to teach, he was determined to fulfill that promise. Naturally, everything began with foundational stances. Sun Wukong was indeed formidable, yet his basics were only moderately solid, having been established by his grandfather, unlike Borakli's rigorously honed stances. After a brief introduction, Sun Wukong executed the stance with impressive finesse. He felt the sensations of virtual leading, sinking shoulders, relaxed elbows, a contracted chest, a lifted back, a relaxed waist, and a grounded posture, all while focusing his energy in his dantian, just as Borakli had outlined. What's that supposed to mean? Sun Wukong queried, maintaining his position, a look of profound confusion on his face. Ha ha ha, Bulma laughed from behind, her third chuckle of the evening. Shut up. If you don't understand, just stay still. Borakli retorted, yet Sun Wukong remained unfazed, excitement radiating from him. Is it really this simple to stand like this? With utmost seriousness, Borakli continuously adjusted Sun Wukong's posture. Initially, he taught him a stance suitable for himself, but now he tailored it to suit Sun Wukong's unique physique, much like he had done with Bulma. The tranquility shared among the three of them beneath the moonlight painted a picturesque scene. In the distance, a bright gleam emerged. It seems you have brought something after all. Being able to make such precise adjustments according to his bodily changes, a figure observed leisurely from afar, as if equipped with some sort of detector. Every dialogue, action, and expression was transmitted without omission. Should I create some trouble for him? With a combat power of 2,000 now, future developments might become troublesome. What if Piccolo were to be defeated by him, and the Supreme Kai met the same fate? The King and Namek would then cease to appear. However, manifesting a combat power in the thousands at this juncture might not be prudent. Moreover, should I intervene, it could appear somewhat excessive, as the combat power cultivated by that individual seemed to surpass suitable limits. Suddenly, another figure surfaced in the mysterious man's mind, a lecherous old man. In the Dragon Ball universe, if anyone had caused the most trouble for Sun Wukong and his companions, it was undoubtedly that character, who had instigated conflict from start to finish. Well then, since you are so adept at causing chaos, I shall take you under my wing and see if you can grow strong and achieve greatness once more. The mysterious figure murmured to himself, leisurely closing his eyes, with only a glimmer reflecting brightly in the air. After a while of instructing Sun Wukong, Borakli noticed Bulma's boredom. Considering that today's training had been of high intensity, he acknowledged that Bulma could not quite match the physical prowess of himself and his inexpensive brother. Bulma, if you are tired, you may return to rest. It is perfectly all right. Bulma's eyes sparkled with delight. Really? I can take a break? With no one appreciating her efforts. Bulma had long ceased to monotonously display her graceful figure. Moreover, feeling fatigued, she found it challenging to muster the energy to continue her training. resorting instead to resting her chin on her hands, watching the two of them with boredom. Well, I should practice early and regain my strength. For tomorrow we must continue. All right then, Bulma replied cheerfully, springing up and stretching lazily. I will head back to wash up and apply a face mask before resting. Broly looked at Bulma's retreating figure, speechless. With a power level of 98, did she still require a face mask? Realizing it was merely Bulma's psychological comfort, he chose not to interrupt her. After all, even the most luxurious mask could not harm one with a power level of 98. His attention shifted back to Son Goku. Is this how you became so strong? Of course, but what you are learning now is merely the foundation. There are far greater challenges ahead. Is that so? That's wonderful. Son Goku's eyes lit up, his face radiating joy. For him, the prospect of improving his training was a source of immense happiness. Broly sighed. This child, how has his temperament changed so drastically? By the way, Son Goku, have you always been this way? Goku shook his head. Hold your position and do not move. Son Goku's expression turned serious as he obediently resumed his stance. Remarkably, his posture matched Broly's precisely, leaving Broly astounded. Even with the system's assistance, it was challenging to achieve the optimal position for energy flow consistently, no matter how many times he practiced. Yet, Son Goku managed to do it effortlessly. Son Goku now? Make a move. Oh, he replied, immediately raising his hand and scratching his body before resuming his stance. Just as Goku completed the movement, Broly's eyes widened in disbelief. His mind screamed, impossible. This is too exaggerated. It is utterly incredible. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of indifference, feigning mild satisfaction. Not bad. Maintain this. Now, tell me about your character. I don't know, but my grandfather told me that I hit my head when I was young and thus cannot remember things from before. Broly pondered this revelation. That explains much. The Scion temperament was notoriously volatile. He himself, burdened with memories, had learned to suppress such instincts from a young age, which made them less apparent. Born into the relatively stable Bardock family, his temperament was somewhat tempered, yet he could still easily become irate. This was inherent nature. Even with restraint, it was challenging to suppress such instincts. It was astonishing that Son Goku could embody such innocence, especially considering how dissimilar he was from his infantile self. With Goku's words, everything became clear. So, you genuinely cannot recall your past? Yes, I have long forgotten. Observing Goku's calm demeanor, it was evident he held no desire to delve deeper. Aren't you sad about that? Do not be disheartened, my grandfather advised me. We must look ahead. Borakli responded, all right. I've learned my lesson. Your mindset is truly commendable. Is it? I replied with a giggle, I think so too. Borakli shook his head. Observing Sun Wukong maintaining a stance that was perfectly aligned for optimal energy flow. He opened a versatile capsule, revealing a metallic box on the ground. Crouching down, he opened the box to unveil a multitude of energy blocks. Within lay 20 energy blocks, each prepared to prevent any significant mishap, specifically designed to be consumed as lower-grade energy blocks. He reached in and extracted one block each of 10 and 20 energy units, placing them into Sun Wukong's pocket. You know what these energy blocks are for. Eat them when you feel hungry. The left pocket holds the 10-unit blocks, while the right pocket contains the 20-unit ones. Remember that. Yes, I will remember, Borakli. You are truly kind, I said, smiling and shaking my head. Continue your training until you can no longer stand. I shall take my rest now. Very well, go ahead, Borakli. After securing the metallic box, Borakli walked steadily towards the villa. In the early morning, when Borakli arrived, Sun Wukong was already excitedly pacing at the villa's entrance. What are you doing? Borakli greeted. Good morning. There's an old turtle outside who asked me for some salt water. But I don't know what that is and couldn't he open the door? Sun Wukong replied. Borakli was taken aback, internally berating himself for forgetting. Do you really remember nothing? This is an electronic keypad lock with facial recognition. You've trained all night without coming inside. Not at all. I was resting by that large rock. When I woke up, there was an additional large rock next to me. I intended to lift it, but it transformed into the old turtle, who then asked me for water. Sun Wukong explained, gesturing towards the large stone while using his other hand to illustrate. Understanding. Borakli opened the door. Chapter 21. A Kind Heart. The mysterious turtle wait here, Borakli instructed, turning to enter the villa's kitchen. He placed a large bucket under the tap, turned on the water, and began to fill it while simultaneously retrieving 10 packets of salt, tearing them open, and pouring the contents in. Once everything was prepared, Bulma groggily emerged and headed towards the bathroom. Here you go, drink up. Thank you, thank you. You are a good person, the old turtle responded. Ignoring the turtle, Borakli said, Sun Wukong, you should come in and wash up as well. Oh, just wait a moment until we finish washing, he replied. Gulp, gulp. All right, thank you. Kind souls. Turning, he pulled Sun Wukong inside, guiding him into the kitchen to begin cleaning him up. Ah, an old turtle, Bulma exclaimed upon seeing the aged creature. Madam, I am a sea turtle, not a land turtle, it clarified. They are quite similar. Borakli, what on earth is happening? Bulma remarked, rather bluntly. After explaining the entire situation, Sun Wukong looked at the turtle with pity. Shall I return you to the sea? It is unfeasible. The ocean lies in a distant realm, entirely contrary to our destination, and would consume an inordinate amount of time. No, I must assist the sea turtle in returning. Broly observed with a dispassionate gaze. He sensed something amiss, yet could not pinpoint it. Sun Wukong, you must comprehend that we are 600 kilometers from the shore, a journey that would take us 3 days. And that is merely to go. The return would further deplete our time. Although Sun Wukong's strength had increased, and their speed had markedly improved, Bulma was still reluctant to squander 6 days on this endeavor. If you do not accompany me, I shall undertake this alone. With determination, Sun Wukong hoisted the elderly sea turtle onto his shoulder and set off, following the route Bulma had just indicated. Neither the sea turtle nor Sun Wukong knew the way. You, then, hand me the Dragon Ball. Once I have delivered it, I will catch up. Bulma stamped her foot in frustration. Hasten, you do not even know the path. How will you pursue? A glance revealed Broly deep in contemplation. What shall we do? Bulma, do you not find this peculiar? What? A sea turtle can be so far from the ocean, yet manage to traverse 600 kilometers inland. Bulma paused, realization dawning upon her. Indeed, you are right. They cannot possibly intend to seize the Dragon Ball. No, with Sun Wukong's formidable strength, theft seems unlikely. However, Bulma gasped in horror. They cannot be attempting to deceive us, can they? We must pursue to ascertain. Very well. As Bulma prepared to run, Broly wore a look of exasperation. At this juncture, we ought to utilize our tools. Bulma abruptly halted, her impatience evident as she retrieved a universal capsule and tossed it forth. Broly, bemused, beheld the enormous aircraft that materialized before them. Good heavens! Quickly aboard. Bulma had already dashed up the steps, beckoning Broly to join her. With a shrug, he complied. They soon spotted Sun Wukong. In an unspoken agreement, they descended, aiding the sea turtle and Sun Wukong aboard the aircraft. Upon reaching the shoreline, Bulma came to a halt. Sea turtle, you have arrived. We must now take our leave. Farewell. Wait a moment. Bulma and Broly exchanged subtle glances, for the sea turtle had indeed awaited their arrival, having orchestrated this encounter. What more is there? Sun Wukong, blissfully unaware and grinning from ear to ear for having performed a good deed, chimed in. You have aided me. Please await a moment longer while I summon my master to express my gratitude. Very well. Sun Wukong, cradling his head contentedly, acquiesced, without waiting for Broly's or Bulma's consent. The sea turtle turned and returned to the sea. Bulma gazed at the azure expanse of the ocean. What a curious situation. Sun Wukong, however, was exuberantly frolicking at the water's edge. Wow, is this the ocean? The two observed him play with indifference. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was afternoon. Broly has yet to arrive. He must be toying with us. We should return. The Dragon Balls are of utmost importance. Shaking his head, Broly replied, there is no rush. He should reappear. As Borakli's words faded, the silhouette of a giant turtle emerged from the nearby sea, with a figure perched atop its shell. Hey, how wonderful. You're still here. I was worried that after such a long time, you would have left, exclaimed the figure. Do you have any idea how busy we are? How much time you have wasted? Retorted another voice. I didn't ask you to wait. You could have left on your own, the turtle responded, harboring a grudge against Bulma for her refusal to send it back. Ignoring Bulma's indignation, the turtle turned and pulled the bald figure beside it closer to Goku. Master Roshi. This is him. This kind-hearted young lad who brought me back, the bald figure said, comically leaping off the turtle's back. Ah, so it was you. This compassionate youth who saved my giant turtle. I am immensely grateful. Bulma stared in bewilderment at the grotesque old man who approached her. The turtle, expressing disdain, remarked, Master Roshi, what are you doing? Can't you at least look like a sage? Only then did the man, known as Master Roshi, realize his demeanor. Haha, it's quite all right. It is wonderful that he could find his way home. Borakli observed quietly, his eyes filled with keen interest. The old man's combat prowess surpassed even that of Goku and Bulma. This was his first encounter with an outsider exhibiting such remarkable strength. This individual undoubtedly possesses something of great significance. Furthermore, using a turtle as both pet and mode of transport, presenting an air of mystery, made it hard to believe he was without extraordinary capabilities. I must extend my gratitude to you, Master Roshi said as he summoned the flying nimbus for Goku. The group bid farewell and prepared to depart. Under Borakli's subtle guidance, Bulma suppressed her anger and followed him quietly. Wait a moment. Master Roshi, do you have something to say? Roshi met Borakli's gaze without flinching. You are practitioners, aren't you? Indeed, Borakli replied. Have you not heard of my reputation? The giant turtle lifted its head in astonishment. Master Roshi, could it be that you? The elderly sage nodded proudly. Indeed. In stillness, one seeks movement. I too wish to stretch my limbs. If you do not mind, after you complete your tasks, you may come find me, and I can teach you the ways of cultivation. Who do you think you are? Teaching us cultivation? Are you strong? Bulma could no longer hold back and scoffed loudly. Coughing, she reluctantly stepped back, glaring fiercely at Master Roshi. The sage merely regarded her with an enigmatic expression, while the giant turtle looked on in disbelief. If the opportunity arises, Roshi interjected, cutting off Borakli's impending words. Goku, your pure-hearted nature is commendable. Once you have accomplished your endeavors, you may come to me. I possess information regarding your grandfather. Is that so? Really? Do you know my grandfather? Goku inquired eagerly. If I am not mistaken, the staff you carry is called the Rui Jingu Bang, which I gifted to your grandfather, provided your grandfather's name is Sun Wukong. Yes, old man. You truly are remarkable. My grandfather's name is indeed Sun Wukong. Well, Borakli and Bulma have once again been overlooked. Borakli calmly gazed at the enigmatic Master Roshi before him, his mind racing with thoughts. Upon hearing these words, he wore a peculiar expression. Chapter 22, Gathering the Dragon Balls, Observations along the way. Is the Saiyan nature inherently pure? On planet Vegeta, aside from his lenient father and mother, he knew of no one with a pleasant temperament. All right, old man. Once Bulma and I finish collecting the 7 Dragon Balls, I shall return to find you. Borakli observed the meaningful glance that Master Roshi cast over him, finally discerning something amiss. The old turtle was profoundly contradictory. He appeared to be searching for Goku. Yet his subtle gestures implied that he wanted Borakli to accompany him as well. It seemed that everything was not solely for Goku's sake, but rather for his own. However, in Borakli's eyes, Roshi was merely an old man with a combat power of 138, and he ought not to recognize him at all. Why was this the case? Unable to fathom it, Borakli chose not to delve deeper. With his own power level at 2000, he felt no fear of this elderly figure. He was certain that his system could not be mistaken, and he did not even consider the possibility of a miscalculation. Bulma muttered to herself as she retrieved the dragon radar. With a press of a button, she exclaimed, What? Why are there 4 Dragon Balls here? Confused, Borakli looked at her in bewilderment. Look, Bulma said as she handed him the radar. After a brief glance, Borakli pondered. Master Roshi, do you have a yellow Dragon Ball with a red star inside? Master Roshi tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, contemplated for a moment, then suddenly reached into his chest. Is this what you mean? Bulma squealed and rushed forward. Yes, that's it. Please give it to us. Master Roshi suddenly wore a lecherous grin. I could, but... Borakli, sensing an ominous premonition from Roshi's expression, bluntly refused. Bulma, still waiting for Roshi to state his conditions, was taken aback by Borakli's outright dismissal. She stood up straight, turning away in anger. Borakli, what are you doing? I haven't even heard his conditions yet. You fool, Borakli approached, fixing his gaze upon Roshi. If you are willing to give it to me, splendid. If not, that is fine as well. I plan to keep Goku by my side for training. Master Roshi's eyes darted as he assessed how much Borakli truly knew. He could not afford to raise the other's suspicions. Yet, Borakli seemed to imply that he valued Goku highly enough to use him as leverage, subtly indicating that he would not seek Roshi's training. Would Roshi comply with such a demand? If he did not intervene intentionally, Borakli would undoubtedly not be of assistance to him. He could not allow that. Cough, cough. Goku is someone I intend to take as my disciple. What gives you the right to deny his presence? Borakli did not respond, turning to look at Goku. Goku, once this matter is resolved, return with me. I will guide you in your training and will take it upon myself to keep you well fed. All right, yay. Upon hearing the mention of satisfying his hunger, Sun Wukong's thoughts immediately turned to the delectable energy he could consume, causing his mouth to water. He completely forgot about his promise to seek Master Roshi. Master Roshi, visibly exasperated, yanked the 3-star ball from around his neck and tossed it to Bulma. Enough is enough. You youngsters truly lack respect for your elders and affection for the young. Do as you please. I'm departing with my great sea turtle. He leapt onto the back of the turtle, casting a meaningful glance back. However, let it be known that cultivating one's skills requires method. Mere physical training is insufficient unless you wish to remain stagnant. Broly's gaze was profound. Let us proceed. Bulma, having acquired the Dragon Ball she desired, was filled with joy, bearing no grievances as she followed Broly. Naturally, Sun Wukong did the same. 7 days later, the trio successfully obtained the 6-star ball. Bulma, beaming with delight, left the village, taking along the mischievous Oolong. Broly, we now possess 5 Dragon Balls. If we gather just 2 more, we can summon Shenron and fulfill our wishes. Indeed. Are you not excited? Bulma inquired, her enthusiasm palpable. What is there to be excited about? It could merely be a fabrication, Broly replied nonchalantly, simultaneously keeping Oolong firmly in check. This little piglet, if it weren't sentient, would surely make a delectable roast. Nonsense. It is undoubtedly true. Bulma retorted. All right, if you insist it is true, then I shall concede, Broly replied dismissively. What sort of attitude is that, Broly? You seem utterly indifferent. Broly raised a hand, unleashing a laser that obliterated a motorcycle approaching them from the distance. What are you doing? Sun Wukong queried, curiosity piqued. Just as you see, Broly replied. Are those villains? Sun Wukong asked. I cannot say, but their intentions appear nefarious, Broly responded. Bulma gazed at the distant smoke, remaining silent. Beyond Broly and her own goals, what did the others matter? Sun Wukong lay atop the vehicle, while Oolong appeared contemplative. This place resembles the fabled evil desert. And that must be the legendary Yamcha, Oolong mused, suddenly animated. Wow, you are incredible. You can emit lasers from your body and may have just vanquished the sand bandit Yamcha. Broly shot a cold glance at Oolong, remaining silent as he closed his eyes. Oolong fell silent, his eyes darting about, unwilling to remain a mere pawn to Bulma and Broly. The group resumed their journey, encountering an array of peculiar sights along the way. Bulma, too, made significant progress, exclaiming, Broly, you were right. I have truly advanced. I can fly. However, she promptly tumbled to the ground. Ouch, my poor back, it hurts. Help me up. Broly, bemused, had no choice but to assist her. You have only just made a breakthrough, and you dare to fly so high? Is this not courting disaster? Oh dear. I had no idea I wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. As she winced in pain, Bulma hastily rose, pointing frantically in a certain direction. Hey, Oolong has escaped. Do not fret, I have marked him. He cannot venture far. Observing Bulma's evident discomfort, Broly replied with a hint of exasperation. Even amidst her own pain, she still worries about the captured prize. Oh well, you must retrieve him later. Rest assured, you should take a break in the vehicle. Sun Wukong approached with envy. Bulma, can you fly too? How wonderful. When will I be able to fly? Under Sun Wukong's admiring gaze, Bulma felt her pain dissipate. Keep it up. With effort, it will come soon. Broly stifled a chuckle. As if you are in a position to judge others. Sun Wukong's battle power has soared to an astonishing 80. If he maintains this momentum, he will indeed be flying before long. Yes, I will strive for it. The innocent Sun Wukong declared with newfound confidence. However, this journey has been quite enjoyable. With that, he fell silent, watching Broly intently. Chapter 23, Flame Mountain. The reckless young girl indeed. You are correct. Broly sighed in resignation. This young lady certainly holds a grudge. Let us proceed. Sun Wukong will run ahead while Bulma and I will ride. Why do you not run as well? Questioned Bulma. Are you truly at ease with Sun Wukong driving? As Bulma prepared to retort, she quickly fell silent, recalling the thrilling experience of Sun Wukong behind the wheel. Perhaps it would be wiser to leave the driving to her eventual husband. Then take it slow. Oh, my poor back. Sun Wukong looked on, intrigued. Weren't you just claiming it didn't hurt? Mind your own business. Bulma snapped, continuing to groan under Broly's support. Sun Wukong was left bewildered. Isn't that precisely how it is? Scratching his head in confusion, he turned and began to jog. Broly assisted Bulma into the vehicle and prepared to drive. Aren't we going to find Oolong? Do not worry. He will find his way back to us. Broly wore an enigmatic smile. His demeanor appeared rather sinister. After all, he was not necessarily a paragon of virtue. The trio pressed onward. At a distant beach, Master Roshi reclined in a rocking chair. Are we soon to be united? With a powerful warrior like Broly, the Pilaf gang would undoubtedly be unable to cause any disruption. If gathering the Dragon Balls were too effortless, would that not be rather unsatisfactory? He squinted, his voice barely audible. Master Roshi, what are you saying? The sea turtle looked up, curious. I was contemplating how truly beautiful and delicate Bulma is. Master Roshi, you are a sage. How can you entertain such lewd thoughts? The sea turtle covered its face, as if embarrassed. Come now, it is only natural. Sage or not, I am still human. Master Roshi retorted defiantly, unashamed. You are truly incorrigible. The turtle sage gazed at the great turtle as it crawled away, revealing a mysterious smile. Well, let us consider this a gift. I am curious to see whether you, devoid of any Dragon Ball memories, will bestow the opportunity of a wish upon another or keep it for yourself. If you choose to wish for something, what would it be? Should you not return after this endeavor, I shall come to your aid once more. Upon finishing this thought, the turtle sage closed his eyes, leisurely swaying in his rocking chair. The smile at the corners of his mouth overflowed, enveloping the nearby sky in a serene aura. Everything appeared tranquil and peaceful, especially the surrounding sea fish. Borakuri was currently attending to Bulma. Despite having checked her thoroughly and found no issues, she continued to feign illness, insisting he massage her. It was impossible not to massage her. Once he did, she felt better. Bulma, your act is rather exaggerated. He teased. Humph, it just hurts a lot. But your massages are incredibly soothing, so professional. Have you trained in this? Borakuri's forehead twitched with irritation. Since when have you ever seen me in training? Haha, nonetheless. It feels wonderful. Borakuri chose silence, continuing to massage without the intent of teasing Bulma. Hey, can we continue on our way? He asked, only to be met with Bulma's insistence that he watch her. Rarely did Borakuri display such evident exasperation. Bulma, son Wukong, ever obedient, rushed to her side without hesitation. All right, can we leave now? Bulma, feeling the weight of Wukong's gaze, awkwardly rose to her feet, muttering under her breath. Son Wukong paid no mind to her discomfort. He was simply eager to continue their journey. Fantastic, oh yeah? Just as he prepared to sprint ahead, Borakuri interrupted. Wait, hold on. A mysterious smile appeared in Borakuri's eyes. His willingness to pause and assist Bulma with the massage was partially motivated by this. Oh, it's Oolong. Oolong has indeed followed us. Borakuri, you truly are remarkable. Borakuri regarded Bulma with a bemused expression. Yes, indeed. Bulma detected the peculiarity in his tone and turned to see Borakuri's strange expression. She didn't even want to think about it. All right, you can stop pretending now. How long will this go on? I genuinely have a sore back. Borakuri found himself at a loss. He opened the door, exited, and then got back into the driver's seat. We're off. Hey, aren't we waiting for it? Son Wukong asked curiously. No need. Doesn't it enjoy running? Let it be. As Borakuri finished speaking, he ignited the engine and pressed the accelerator. Help! I was wrong. Please wait for me. Oolong's desperate cries echoed from afar. Son Wukong glanced back, but chose not to return for him. Borakuri's actions were undoubtedly purposeful. With this realization, Son Wukong joyfully resumed his run. His energy was abundant, and the allure of flight was irresistible. Though the flying Nimbus was swift, stable, and effortless, it could never compare to the freedom of flying at will. Once one learns to soar, would that not constitute a double assurance? Broly, of course, would not disregard Oolong's fate, and the vehicle soon came to a halt. As Oolong entered the car, the speed escalated once more. You ran away, yet why return? Bulma languidly reclined in the back seat, jesting at Oolong. Forgive me, I was wrong. Spare me. I shall never dare again, Oolong pleaded tearfully. Humph. Oolong observed their lack of reproach, allowing a sigh of relief to escape. Gazing at the increasingly desolate surroundings and feeling the oppressive heat rise, his complexion turned pale. Are you headed there? He stammered, trembling as he pointed towards the direction of their travel. Indeed, where else? Oolong suddenly regained his spirits, neglecting the turmoil within. With an air of panic, he waved his hands fervently to deter them. No, we cannot go there. That is the legendary residence of the Bull Demon King. At Fire Mountain, we mustn't approach. He is being referred to as the Demon Emperor. What nonsense. You said the same about Yamcha, yet what was the outcome? Yulong's expression became one of alarm. Yes, the gentleman behind the wheel, exuding calmness and grace, could unleash a laser with a mere gesture, instantly obliterating the formidable Yamcha. Who could truly claim superiority in this encounter? As all pondered this quandary, ahead, Sun Wukong continued to sprint with fervor. Suddenly, another individual emerged before him. "Hey, move aside. I can't stop." Sun Wukong shouted anxiously. "You freak. What are you doing? Get out of the way, I can't halt." Bang! Sun Wukong collided with an impulsive girl. Bulma stole a glance. "Oh dear, two clumsy fools." Yulong's focus shifted, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Wow, what a stunning beauty. Pervert, what are you staring at?" Broly calmly approached. Chapter 24, Fire Mountain. Bold speculation. Sun Wukong had crouched on the ground, cradling his head. "Ouch, that hurts. What are you doing?" Broly looked over to see a girl adorned with a pink-horned helmet and a blue cloak, also nursing her forehead. "How dare you, you little pest! You resorted to an ambush." The girl bellowed, her hands forming a sword-like gesture upon her helmet. "Take this." A beam of laser shot forth immediately. Sun Wukong shouted in alarm, dodging the attack. "Oh no, a monster." "Humph, not bad at all," she remarked, launching another assault. Sun Wukong evaded once more, but this time, as Broly advanced towards them, the girl's laser hurtled towards him. "Watch out. Be careful." Both Sun Wukong and the girl yelled in unison. In the vehicle behind, Yulong was spellbound, while Bulma shot an irritable glance, her displeasure evident. Who could blame her, given the girl wore even less than she did? Broly. The Dragon Balls are right inside that. As Oolong stood beside Bulma, his expression instantly turned pale upon hearing the words, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Although he was aware of Broly's formidable strength, having never witnessed it firsthand, he felt a sense of unreliability. After all, the Ox King was a notorious figure, and their unguarded approach left them feeling quite insecure. Remarkable, the events within their vehicle had not yet affected the dazed girl adorned with a horned helmet. "What is going on with you two?" Broly inquired. "Just in time, Broly. That person actually shot a laser at me." Broly cast a glance at the furious Goku. "Who are you?" he asked. "I am Chi-Chi, the daughter of the Ox King." Wow. Before anyone could react, Oolong was so startled that he hid behind the car. "What are you going out for?" "I'm going to find Master Roshi and ask him to use the fan to extinguish the flames." Broly's lips twitched. The fan. Goku, the Ox King, reminiscent of the fiery mountain of flames, combined with Oolong's rotund form and Goku's power pole, made everything seem oddly familiar. Why does this feel so familiar? Broly pondered. The flames of the mountain of flames cannot be extinguished with ordinary water. Only the fan can douse the fire. As Broly gazed at the towering inferno in the distance, he found himself at a loss. Until now, he had focused solely on honing his combat skills, lacking in many techniques. Who was Master Roshi? After contemplating for less than 2 seconds, he realized he could not grasp the situation and swiftly changed his perspective. If someone possessed such a mystical treasure as the fan, they must be an extraordinary being. Perhaps they had methods of cultivation to share. The girl across from him looked at him with a bemused expression. "What? Is there something on my face?" "No. It's just that you don't even know who the martial arts god, Master Roshi, is." A sudden epiphany struck Broly. The martial arts god, the turtle hermit. Master Roshi? Damn. Bulma had come closer. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I just didn't expect that lecherous fellow to be the legendary turtle hermit." "Indeed. Didn't he mention it?" Bulma queried with curiosity. "I didn't think of it right away. It's been so long since I heard that name. I just didn't react." "And who is she?" Bulma pointed cautiously at Chi-Chi. Broly immediately understood Bulma's implication. Chi-Chi, the daughter of the Ox King. What? Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the sweet, innocent girl before her, her mind collapsing under the weight of all her prior knowledge of the Ox King. Oolong followed behind them. Broly contemplated for a moment. "Goku, you take her to find Master Roshi. Only you can locate him." "What? You know where Master Roshi is?" Chi-Chi suddenly exclaimed. Broly, with a furrowed brow, looked at her. "Didn't you say you were going to find Master Roshi?" Chi-Chi appeared somewhat embarrassed. "Yes, but I don't know where he is either. I've gone out many times to search, but I've never found him. By the way, do you not know? Please take me there." Broly was rendered speechless. Had he been deceived? Broly pondered that regardless of the circumstances, the flames must be extinguished. Bulma's words echoed in his mind. "Indeed, Goku, you should escort her. However, only those with virtuous hearts can ride the flying nimbus," and he was uncertain of its whereabouts. It was essential to have the Nimbus to locate Master Roshi. Just as Goku finished speaking, a deep voice resonated in the arena. Did you say you possess the Nimbus? Indeed, it was gifted to me by Master Roshi. Then show it to me. Sure. Unbeknownst to Goku, he immediately called for the Nimbus. Oolong watched in trepidation as a towering shadow emerged behind Goku and Chi-Chi. The Ox King is finished. Bulma watched curiously. Emboldened by her skills, she felt invincible, confident that no one could surpass her except Broly. However, Broly's attention had already shifted, moving directly towards the Flame Mountain. Hey, kid, I can't approach Flame Mountain. Do not go too close. Broly disregarded the warning. He needed to investigate. In his memory, the flames of Flame Mountain were not ordinary mortal flames. If this world contained elements reminiscent of what he knew, could it mean that deities existed here? Perhaps even a heavenly realm? If a heavenly realm existed, it would imply that many myths from his past life were indeed true. Did this suggest he might have the opportunity to return? Contemplating this, Broly quickened his pace. The Ox King narrowed his eyes, paying no heed to him. After all, he could not enter Flame Mountain. He would first entertain this little fellow with the Nimbus. Young man. Goku looked up at the towering Ox King, puzzled. Is that Nimbus a gift from Master Wutian? Yes. The Ox King was filled with excitement. Wonderful. At last, there is news of Master Wutian. Could you kindly ask him to bring his banana fan? Only the flames from the fan can extinguish the fire of Flame Mountain. Of course. Goku glanced at Chi-Chi. Hey, you said you wanted to find Master Wutian. Do you want to go? Yes, I want to go. The Ox King nodded eagerly. Then see if you can come aboard. As Goku willed, the Nimbus descended. Chi-Chi leaped onto it, standing firm. Wow, you are the second person to ride the Nimbus. Just as Goku exclaimed, he frowned. In Chi-Chi's bewildered gaze, he knelt on the Nimbus and, in his ignorance, reached out to pat Chi-Chi's privacy. Ah! Chi-Chi let out a furious scream and slapped Goku away. She hastily fled. Wow, Bulma, that was a woman just like you. Everyone appeared confused, unable to fathom Goku's thought process. At that moment, Chapter 25, the extinguishing flames in the place where Broccoli, Yukong's wife, had vanished, a radiant light emerged. And with a resounding boom, the entire Flame Mountain was effortlessly leveled by a beam of light, causing the flames to vanish instantaneously. Overwhelmed by the sheer force of his own power, Broccoli examined his hands in disbelief, reflecting on the extraordinary strength he had just unleashed. The beam of light was undoubtedly a manifestation of his own abilities. Before anyone could utter a word, the Bull Demon King and his companions hurried over. Gazing in astonishment at the flattened mountain before them, Bulma rushed forward. Broccoli, did you do this? With an air of nonchalance, Broccoli replied, Yes. I merely exerted a little force. Who would have thought the mountain would give way so easily? Remarkable, Bulma exclaimed, as Broccoli recalled his recent actions. In fact, Bulma, if you were to make a bit more progress, you could likely destroy this mountain with ease. Even if it isn't as thorough as my effort, you could at least extinguish the flames of Flame Mountain temporarily. Bulma pointed at herself in disbelief. Are you saying I could do that? I believe you can, Broccoli affirmed. Then I shall give it a try. With newfound determination, Bulma was eager to test her capabilities. Are you aiming to create a large hole? Broccoli teased. As Bulma's expression fell, the mountain had already been obliterated by him, leaving her with little to prove. This turn of events was unexpected even for Broccoli. Since Bulma had perfected the gravity ring, he had been wearing it himself, failing to realize that he possessed the strength to demolish a mountain with a single blow. In comparison to weapons from his past life, none possessed such devastating power, save for the ultimate weapon. It appeared that rather than hastily seeking to enhance his own prowess, he needed to focus on developing his abilities more effectively. With this thought, Broccoli solidified his path for the immediate future. Turning back, he said, I apologize, but I accidentally extinguished the flames of Flame Mountain. However, regarding your castle, it's all right. As long as the fire is out, the Bull Demon King responded. At a loss for words, he anticipated Broccoli's overwhelming power. While the flames had indeed been vanquished, the entire Flame Mountain lay in ruins, leaving his castle in shambles. Nevertheless, he found solace in the fact that the nearby villagers would experience improved living conditions, and the spoils from future raids would likely increase. Even Master Wutian would struggle to achieve such a feat. Broccoli was merely being polite, with such formidable strength on display. The Bull Demon King wouldn't dare speak ill of him. In Broccoli's eyes, the Bull Demon King's strength was merely a 16-point rating. Since the flames are extinguished, Let us find the Dragon Balls and depart, Broccoli suggested. Wait a moment, the Bull Demon King interjected. What is it? Broccoli inquired. That staff on your back, is it the Rui Jingu Bang? Indeed, it was a gift from my grandfather. So your grandfather is Sun Wukong? Correct. How did you know? Sun Wukong asked. Curiosity piqued, but without further thoughts, he was simply amazed. That's wonderful. Since you are the grandson of Sun Wukong and just touched my daughter, I shall arrange for her to marry you. You shall be my son-in-law. The Bull Demon King exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. Son-in-law? What is that? Can it be eaten? Certainly. One can indulge in an abundance of delectable delights. The Bull Demon King remains entirely oblivious to Sun Wukong's true nature, mistakenly believing their dialogue pertains to a wedding feast, and bursts in a hearty laughter. In Sun Wukong's mind, visions of various roasted meats dance enticingly, causing saliva to drip from his lips. How splendid it is to anticipate such a feast. I have consented. Oh yes, splendid. Chi-Chi. Dear Chi-Chi, do come forth. Indeed, a father knows his daughter well. The Bull Demon King seized Chi-Chi, who had been hiding to the side. Chi-Chi, quickly, call him husband. Husband. Chi-Chi shyly gazed at Sun Wukong, her mind already conjuring names for their future offspring. Sun Wukong, however, remained utterly oblivious to their exchange, lost in his ignorance. Borakli, standing nearby, felt the weight of disbelief. Was his brother really being arranged for marriage without his knowledge, and under circumstances where he was simply focused on enjoying good food? He had initially considered turning away to decline, but thought it inappropriate to speak out since Sun Wukong had not objected, and they had yet to officially acknowledge one another. So, he opted for the path of least resistance, choosing to remain oblivious to the unfolding drama. After all, it was not his marriage at stake. He turned to accompany Bulma in the search for the sixth Dragon Ball. I must first join Borakli and Bulma in locating the remaining Dragon Balls. And also visit Master Roshi for training, he stated. It's quite all right, you are still young. When you grow up, it will come naturally. The Bull Demon King suggested. How about this? When my daughter matures, I will send her to find you at Master Roshi's place. Please leave an address. He added. Son Gohan and I are like brothers, having trained under Master Roshi as well. The Bull Demon King spoke with an air of negotiation, reminiscing about past experiences. Borakli could hardly contain his amusement. Address? What is an address? Can it be eaten? This left the Bull Demon King and Chi-Chi momentarily flustered. Caught off guard by the unconventional inquiry. Please provide us with your home address. Borakli will accompany me to Master Roshi's for training. At least this way, you can find us. We're uncertain about Master Roshi's current whereabouts. Bulma kindly took on the responsibility, speaking whimsically. Isn't Goku's flying Nimbus a gift from Master Wutian? Indeed, but it was given to him by the seaside. So let your daughter come to the coast in the future, Bulma replied, slightly irritated, before turning to search through the ruins. Borakli, meanwhile, had grown wary and was no longer focused on locating the Dragon Balls. He sensed something amiss. The flames here had not been extinguished, but merely held at bay, concealing a pathway that was still ablaze. Perhaps another time, I shall investigate further, he mused. The group soon discovered the Dragon Ball. Splendid. It is the six-star ball. Thus, only one remains, and our task will be complete. Bulma exclaimed, cradling the recently found Dragon Ball with uncontainable excitement, her lips curling into a triumphant smile. Let us proceed, Borakli declared, having adjusted his gravity device back to that of an ordinary person. Bulma eagerly followed suit, bouncing along in spirited delight. Yulong felt compelled to follow along reluctantly, as he had yet to uncover the source of his own torment and dared not stray too far from them. Sun Wukong, continue. You should keep running. Indeed. Why? Chi-Chi, feeling indignant, mustered her courage and glared at Broly. Broly smiled benignly at his future sister-in-law. Because he needs to train to grow stronger. Then why aren't you running? I am running. Both I and Bulma are running. It's meant for Sun Wukong to run, but I happened to collide with you. Chi-Chi blushed, surprised that her reckless bump had inadvertently led to finding a husband. You must not bully him. Rest assured, aside from training to enhance his strength, we will not intentionally mistreat him. I'm leaving. Come to my home to find him. Your home? Bulma interjected. Yes, my home. My boyfriend will be going to Master Roshi's with Sun Wukong. If you come to our house, you can find Sun Wukong. Or you can figure out how to locate him yourself later. Oh. Chi-Chi nodded, still somewhat bewildered. Broly was speechless. He hadn't insisted on going, after all. Bulma shared her address, and then got into the car. Sun Wukong bid farewell and sped off, showing no signs of regret. Broly, initially prepared to drive, resigned himself to the back seat. Yulong, drive, he said fiercely. Why? Bulma shouted from the back. Mind your own business. Yulong, begrudgingly, took the driver's seat. After all, driving was nowhere near as enjoyable as being a passenger. However, he had no choice but to comply. Not long after Yulong started the car, Bulma's voice came from the back. Broly, that's nice, apply a bit more pressure. Yulong cast a lewd glance back, internally complaining about Broly, the Grand Master, giving Bulma a massage. To his astonishment, Bulma let out a delighted sigh. It was truly beyond words. Broly, we only need one more Dragon Ball to complete the set. Broly responded with indifference, applying pressure with neither force nor delicacy. Broly, do you have any wishes? None. Bulma lay across the seat, pouting. Then you have nothing at all. Broly remained skeptical of the dragon and replied with a hint of sarcasm. Let us talk about it when you can summon the dragon. But we have indeed found 6 Dragon Balls, and they are just like the legends, from 1 star to 7 stars. We only need 1 star left. Bulma, detecting Broly's lack of enthusiasm, retorted in dissatisfaction. Yes, indeed, I never said otherwise. Bulma, frustrated, flung open the car door, quickly sitting up and leaping out in a huff. I'll run by myself. Broly shrugged, choosing not to comment further. This situation was truly inconceivable. Of course, Broly was not entirely dismissive of it. Throughout the journey, many individuals encountered Bora's striking resemblance to the mythical figures from ancient lore. Even if the Bull Demon King was not the son, the Red Boy, but rather the daughter, Kiki, the similarities were uncanny. What could be the explanation for this? Furthermore, the flames of the Flame Mountain were not mere ordinary flames in his perception. They differed from the flames that outsiders claimed could not be extinguished by water. This particular fire possessed a peculiar, almost hallucinogenic quality, albeit faintly perceptible to him. Such flames were truly extraordinary, and he believed that delving deeper would yield remarkable results. Broly gazed out the window, noting that Bulma and Sun Wukong had already sprinted ahead. Thanks to Broly's guidance, Sun Wukong had significantly enhanced his strength, increasing his combat power 9-fold in just over 40 days, reaching a formidable level of 90. In contrast, Broly felt he had made no progress whatsoever. At this juncture, he aspired to achieve a noticeable advancement of at least 10 combat points, yet even that seemed a daunting challenge. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. After all, cultivation was about relishing the journey, while effort was undoubtedly essential. Taking the time to appreciate the scenery along the way was a commendable choice when urgency was not a pressing concern. Why don't you go run? Why don't you go? Oolong's face turned green. I just ran over here. I haven't even caught my breath. Rest assured, we won't make you run. Broly remarked nonchalantly, observing Oolong's expression brighten. Forcing him to run would indeed be perilous. Did creatures like the dragon truly exist? He was uncertain, yet Bulma had faith. Her belief compelled him to accompany her. So, keep your tricks to yourself, otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to feast on roast pig. Broly feigned indifference as he looked at Oolong. No, I don't like her fierce demeanor. No, that is not it. Haha, but you're right. Bulma can indeed be a bit headstrong at times. However, how much longer until we find the dragon? Will you release us? Didn't we already let you go? You chose to come back to us, one of them retorted. I had no choice. Who else would come looking for you? Why? You had left, yet you returned. Broly pretended ignorance and inquired curiously. Well, I think you're better company, and I wanted to stick with you. As he spoke, Oolong silently cursed them, wishing they would fail to find the Dragon Balls, unable to summon the dragon, and be devoured by the monstrous machines that sought the Dragon Balls. Unbeknownst to Oolong, his frustrations inadvertently created trouble for Sun Wukong. He ran swiftly, knowing to follow the road, soon entering a shaded avenue lined with lush trees. In the distance, among 2 large trees, is that him, Ash? Indeed, he holds one. 2 individuals concealed within their mechanized armor communicated through an internal channel, one a long-haired beauty of the Chi sect, and the other a dog-headed Ash. Should we wait for the woman behind us to join? Have you lost your mind? That fellow can fly. We could have simply stolen one and returned to report to King Pilaf. But in the end, we would still have to face the consequences. The beauty, named Xiaowu, retorted loudly. You fool. By the time they reach the castle, they'll have an array of super weapons at their disposal, and we are left with just 2 mechs. What can we achieve with that? Moreover, if we fail, not only will we be in trouble, But we might also vanish without a trace and return only to face scorn. Why take the risk? Ashu's words thoroughly unsettled Xiaowu. You make a valid point. Perhaps we shouldn't steal at all. Idiot. If we don't steal anything, won't Lord Pilaf scold us? Ah, then let's move quickly. He's getting closer. I'll descend now, Ashu declared, leaping from the tree he had been perched upon. Xiaowu, however, disregarded him entirely, launching missiles with a swift whoosh. Just then, Bulma arrived. Be careful, Son Goku. Hearing the commotion, Goku extended his power pole, deftly knocking the missiles away with several clangs. You villains, he exclaimed, unleashing lasers from both hands that instantly obliterated the two mechs. Watching the two escape in a panic, neither Goku nor Bulma felt inclined to pursue them. Bulma, why did they just attack me? Perhaps they are akin to the pirates in the desert, looking to rob you. Goku clapped his hands. Forget them, let's keep running. All right, Bulma replied with a smile. Such trivial matters hardly affected them. Regrettably, Oolong's curse had only been partially fulfilled. Eventually, the group arrived safely at Pilaf's castle. With a swift effort, Goku and Bulma bound the three captors. After some intimidation and persuasion, Pilaf finally divulged the location of the last Dragon Ball. Excitedly, Bulma followed Pilaf's directions to search, while Broly observed the three with curiosity. To be honest, the technology in this castle is quite advanced. While Bulma might look down on it, I cannot. Did you build this castle? Of course. Just wait until I'm ready, and then we shall see who prevails. Broly's mind began to churn with different thoughts as he prepared to speak. Wonderful. Broly, I have found all 7 Dragon Balls. Bulma exclaimed, rushing over with 1 Dragon Ball in hand. Together with the 4-star ball held by Goku, they had indeed gathered all 7. Bulma, what about your wish? I don't have a wish. Bulma replied naturally. As the daughter of a wealthy tycoon, a genius scientist, with a good man by her side and formidable strength, she truly had no worries. Suddenly, a clever idea struck Bulma. Son Goku, do you have any wishes? Goku was taken aback, caught off guard by her question. What is a wish? Bulma was speechless. She had seen Goku's innocence before. A wish is something you desire, something you want. To always have enough to eat. Does that count? Bulma was overjoyed. See, how could anyone not have a wish? Indeed, just like that, you can express your wish when the time comes. My desire is to be surrounded by countless women, Oolong exclaimed excitedly, raising his hand to indicate his wish. In his mind, as an adventurer, he believed he was entitled to make such a request. Bulma, with a scowl, swiftly struck Oolong on the head. You lecherous pig, you have no right to make a wish. She squatted down, bringing forth the 6 Dragon Balls and arranging them together. Gazing at the shimmering orbs, she mused. This legend is undoubtedly true. Look, the balls are radiating light. Goku also retrieved a Dragon Ball from his possession. Broly, intrigued, pondered the situation, realizing that from a scientific perspective, it was inexplicable. Wait a moment, Bulma said, looking up at Broly with hopeful eyes. I think if the dragon is real, it would be wise to seal the mouths of Pilaf and his companions tightly. Awakening to this thought, Bulma stood up, supporting herself on her knees, and pulled out a universal capsule to produce a large piece of cloth, which she used to gag the three. Bulma confirmed they could not speak and turned around excitedly. Goku, may I borrow your Dragon Ball for a moment? Broly remained quietly observant. Regardless of the outcome, the 7 Dragon Balls had been gathered, and it was worth a try. The final step required utmost caution. While seemingly focused on the Dragon Balls, Broly's attention was already attuned to his surroundings. Oolong, too, felt a tension in the air and could not help but exclaim, the moon is exceptionally round tonight. Goku offered his precious 4-star ball, marveling at the 7 gleaming orbs. How do we go about realizing our wish? Fool, we summon the dragon, of course. I know. But how do we summon it? Bulma leaned on her chin, contemplating. Oolong, unable to contain himself any longer, declared, come forth, dragon, to grant my wish. To his surprise, the Dragon Balls began to respond. The 7 orbs erupted in an even brighter radiance, and suddenly, the sky was enshrouded by ominous clouds. The Dragon Balls emitted a brilliant beam of light, and a serpentine dragon, approximately 100 feet long, materialized. Its eyes glowed ominously, and long whiskers extended from either side of its snout. Broly's pupils narrowed in astonishment. A profound transformation had indeed occurred, strikingly vivid and unmistakable. From the current sensory experience, it felt nothing like a mere mirage. Gazing at the majestic form of the dragon and feeling its unparalleled pressure, One could only wonder at the immense power of the being that created the Dragon Balls. Broly observed solemnly, silently absorbing the scene before him. Bulma clenched her fists in excitement, her eyes sparkling with wonder. The information was accurate. She was not merely daydreaming, but engaging in something monumental. Goku was simply awestruck and curious, his mind devoid of the complex thoughts that preoccupied others. Oolong, on the other hand, was starry-eyed, exclaiming, "Wow, there really is a dragon. Does that mean I will have?" Pilaf could only lament his fate. Asu and Xiaowu were equally overwhelmed by the extraordinary scene. Due to their position, they could not discern the full figure of the divine dragon. A flash of red light flickered in the dragon's eyes, and a voice of commanding authority resonated from its mouth. "State your wish. Whatever it may be, I can fulfill it, but only one." Sun Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment. How immense! How can this divine dragon be so colossal? Broly sensed something amiss, yet he could not pinpoint what it was. It felt like an unseen gaze, though distinctly different from that. Furrowing his brow, he lowered his head and muttered to himself, "Strange. I feel as though something is off, but I cannot articulate it." Oolong drooled, perceiving the divine dragon as if it were looking directly at him. Having summoned it, he assumed the dragon was addressing him. A beam of light struck at Oolong's feet, abruptly interrupting his intended words. "My wish is that you grant us 10,000 wishes." Thud, he fainted. Apart from the dragon's astonishment, Bulma, Sun Wukong, and Pilaf were equally flabbergasted. Such audacity existed in the world. Meanwhile, Master Roshi, who was intently watching, also succumbed to disbelief, his legs twitching. He could not fathom that Broly would dare to voice such a jest. In another location, a green elder and a dark servant, standing at the edge, were drenched in cold sweat. How shameless can one be? Bulma, having fallen, immediately regained her composure. She had no wishes left, but feared provoking the legendary dragon. With the disparity in size, would they not be swept away with a mere flick? Anxiously, she gazed at the dragon, awaiting the final verdict. Yet, the dragon uttered no more frivolities. "This wish is unfeasible. Please propose another. Then let me become the strongest, surpassing all." Hesitating for a moment, she added, "And all the gods." A bead of sweat the size of a mung bean appeared on the dragon's forehead. "I'm sorry, I cannot fulfill this wish either. Please choose another. Do you know where I originally come from? Is this your wish?" Broly immediately refuted. "This is merely a test of this useless dragon. I wouldn't dare consider it a wish." "No, you cannot fulfill my wish." Broly regarded this so-called divine dragon with disdain. After so many conditions proposed, not a single one could be realized. The dragon, initially boasting, was now self-deprecating. Stunned, the dragon stood motionless, for it had been summoned multiple times. Yet this was the first instance of such blatant disdain directed towards it. How about this? Bulma discerned that Broly was merely toying around and quickly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Divine dragon, grant Sun Wukong the boon of never feeling hunger." The dragon's red light flickered as it prepared to respond, only to suddenly falter as if it had been jammed. "This wish I cannot fulfill. Please propose another." Everyone was left dumbfounded, particularly Pilaf, whose preconceived notions were utterly shattered. It is far more challenging to be a king than to ensure that a person never experiences hunger. Yet, even this unappealing green dragon before us proves utterly incapable of such a feat, rendering it a mere failure. Indeed, the divine dragon has effectively been demoted in Pilaf's eyes. Everyone stands in stunned silence, but Oolong is elated. With Pilaf eliminated, and neither Sun Wukong nor Broly's wishes able to be granted, and with Bulma certainly not needing anything, it seems the opportunity has come to him. "Speak your desires. Whatever they may be, I shall fulfill them." The spark of hope in Bulma's eyes has completely extinguished. This worthless dragon is nothing more than a blowhard, incapable of actualizing anything. Oolong can no longer contain his eager anticipation. Visions of a blissful future over the next 50 years dance in his mind, and he inadvertently exclaims, "Dragon." Chapter 28. A sudden change. Knowledge of acupuncture points. Dragon, grant me mastery over all the acupuncture points of the human body. Broly's voice rings out again, interrupting Oolong and jolting him back to reality. This is quite simple. The dragon ceases its pretentious demeanor, realizing that should that man change his wish again, it may indeed be unable to fulfill it. Primarily, the rules cannot respond. As its vessel, it finds itself powerless. With such a straightforward wish at hand, it hastens to fulfill it before making its exit. A flash of red light flickers in its eyes. Very well, your wish has been granted. Farewell. The dragon swiftly concludes its statement, leaving no time for anyone to react before dissolving into a myriad of light particles. The Dragon Balls simultaneously ascend, radiating brilliance as they flee. Fortunately, Broly, quick of eye and hand, deftly reduces gravity, soaring into the sky to seize both the 4-star ball and the 1-star ball. Pilaf stands agog, having learned from Ashu and Xiao Wu that they could fly, yet witnessing it firsthand is still utterly astonishing. His eyes glaze over, his body trembles uncontrollably, and cold sweat cascades down his brow. Poor trio, utterly at a loss for words, can only sit bound in place, consumed by anxiety. Now that it's done, we should return, Broly states, landing with an expression that betrays no joy or sorrow, merely speaking to Bulma with casual indifference. So, did you acquire that knowledge? He nods slightly. Let us depart. Oolong grows anxious, as do Pilaf and the others. What about me? Broly lightly taps Oolong, causing a beam of light to emerge from within him. All right, you may leave now. Sun Wukong plops down on the ground, staring blankly at them. With this matter concluded, he figures he can simply follow Broly, envisioning a future where he is always well fed, and drool unconsciously trickles from the corner of his mouth. As for the notion of a wife, he remains entirely ignorant of the concepts of marriage and companionship. With the affair resolved, his mind is solely occupied with thoughts of training. Broly, shall we visit Master Roshi's home? We could train under him. No, Sun Wukong. You will accompany me back to West City. Broly had initially harbored some thoughts, but the recent sudden inspiration has given him confidence to swiftly develop a method of cultivation. Even if it is rough around the edges, it will undoubtedly suffice, and there is no need to seek out Master Roshi. He harbored a peculiar sensation, as if Master Roshi were observing him intently, yet it was not entirely so. In any case, the feeling he derived from it was far from pleasant. Unless absolutely necessary, it would be prudent to minimize contact. Broly's assumptions were rather presumptuous. Master Roshi had been fixated on him for over a decade. If he chose not to engage, what effort would that entail? And what of them? Bulma casually gestured towards the trio of Pilaf and his companions, bound and silenced. The three of them, upon realizing they were on the brink of determining their own fate, struggled in excitement, hoping for a favorable outcome, at the very least, a release without charges. After witnessing the advanced technology of the castle, Broly's perspective had shifted. He certainly would not let them off easily, having been a mere worker in his past life. He understood the significance of having a capable team. If Pilaf and his associates were indeed the architects and creators of the castle, they might not rival Bulma, but would certainly not fall far behind. Observing the trio's anxious demeanor, Broly hesitated. He wished to utilize them, but lacked the means to control them. He decided to take them along for now and reassess later. A flicker of surprise crossed Bulma's eyes, yet she refrained from further comment. They were merely inconsequential scientists after all. Who was Bulma? Astute and perceptive, she quickly discerned Broly's intentions. Then let us proceed. This left Oolong in a state of utter disbelief. He had once reigned as the tyrant of his village, enjoying his power. And now, he had been compelled to follow along only to be cast aside. Indeed, Oolong felt abandoned. Hey, you all. Bulma hesitated, her heart softening, contemplating bringing him along. Bulma, there's no need to waste time on the useless. Oolong protested, recognizing Bulma's burgeoning compassion. Observing her party, which appeared far from impoverished, he gathered that following them would certainly lead to a more fortunate existence. Despite his fear of Broly, he mustered the courage to loudly retort, Hey, why am I deemed useless? I am quite capable. Ignoring him entirely, Broly continued on his path towards the castle. The moonlight illuminated everything around them with clarity. For Oolong, if not for Bulma, he would not have cared. He had merely suggested something. Even if Bulma chose to bring him along, it would not be of great consequence. After making a simple arrangement and deciding against visiting Master Roshi, he began to ponder. He had recently acquired comprehensive knowledge of human meridians. It would be unwise not to organize his thoughts, as it would surely complicate matters during practical experimentation. Unlike the 720 points he was familiar with, the dragon had revealed over 2,400 acupoints, with the principal points remaining largely unchanged, including the 12 primary meridians and the singular points of the extraordinary meridians. The overlapping points were minimal, with a greater focus on hidden acupoints. The functions of these hidden points filled him with trepidation, and for the time being, he resolved to refrain from engaging with them. However, among the negative points, which were referred to as the 108 vital points in his former life, lay potential that, if harnessed appropriately, could afford him significant advantages. Allow his path of cultivation to proceed smoothly. These matters shall be meticulously organized upon my return journey. I have already conceived some ideas. Broly's ambition has swelled immensely. If he were to realize it, his combat prowess would transcend the conventional understanding of power. Upon arriving at the castle gates, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, he retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket, removed the stopper, and with a casual flick, the capsule descended upon the castle, subsequently absorbing it entirely. Indeed, there remain numerous advanced technologies within that I do not comprehend, and they must not be squandered. If Bulma were to discover Broly's intentions, she would be utterly infuriated. However, unbeknownst to her, she is currently untying the ropes binding Pilaf and his companions. You have all heard. Behave obediently. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. You shall find no means of fleeing, Bulma threatened, her gaze fixed upon the trio. Pilaf and his associates displayed sycophantic expressions, lacking universal capsules themselves, and having witnessed the trio's brutality, they contemplated their actions with utmost caution, especially under the current circumstances. Indeed, we shall act according to your esteemed wishes, Pilaf bowed, fawning over Bulma like a sycophant. It is not I who deems your rudimentary scientific endeavors beneath my notice. Were it not for Broly's pity, you would be of no concern to me. Yes, yes. Ash and Xiao Wu stood rigidly, maintaining a proper posture. Bulma huffed disdainfully. She held no particular fondness for the trio. Oolong observed the scene with a sense of ennui, knowing that as long as a favorable outcome could be achieved, he would refrain from voicing any dissent. He cradled his head, whistling, and gazed skyward. The full moon tonight is indeed a splendid sight. Goku did not look up, for one must not gaze at the moon during its fullness, lest one encounter monsters. Oolong laughed heartily. Huh, are you jesting? That's impossible. I looked and nothing happened. Goku, seeing Oolong's unwavering certainty, innocently raised his gaze, his eyes fixed upon the full moon. Broly's expression shifted dramatically. Initially indifferent, he suddenly sensed a foreboding presence. Chapter 29. The battle with the great ape. A mysterious wave of energy surged forth, nearly overwhelming his control. He immediately understood that something ominous was about to transpire. Bending down to retrieve the capsule, he urgently called out, Bulma, quickly take them away. Bulma's voice echoed in response, Broly, Goku, Goku. There was no need for Bulma's warning. Broly had already discerned the truth. With a grave countenance, he gazed upward. Suddenly, Broly's expression darkened again. He hastily lowered his head to calm the surging blood within him. Drawing upon his strength, and having not looked up for long, Broly finally managed to suppress the turmoil. With lingering trepidation, he inquired, what just transpired? A roar abruptly shattered Broly's thoughts. Daring not to look up, he beheld a massive gorilla cloaked in black fur. Broly, belatedly grasping the situation, began to comprehend. No wonder Goku warned that gazing at the moon during its fullness would summon monsters. This was the reality of the matter. Reflecting on the fluctuations of the moon's blood and the insights shared by Dr. Brief, coupled with the acknowledgement of my own cellular deficiencies and the words of Sun Wukong, it becomes evident that the instability brought forth by cells has manifested. The transformation into an ape-like state, or rather, a colossal simian form, is not the most challenging aspect to accept. One could argue a reversion is feasible, otherwise, the existence of Sun Wukong would be in jeopardy. The most distressing reality is the uncontrollable nature of this transformation. It is unequivocally understood that the full moon serves as a crucial catalyst for this metamorphosis. Quickly retreat. I will confront him, I urged as I observed Bulma's eager demeanor, while Broly's complexion turned a pallid shade of green. The imposing gorilla before us was not merely a product of physical alteration. Its power surged alarmingly. I wished to test my strength, I thought. Damn it, Bulma, move away. Broly immediately readjusted the gravity ring on his wrist to its original setting. He had grown accustomed to restoring balance after each skirmish. Yet the necessity of recalibrating the gravity once more was unavoidable. However, alleviating the weight on his hands did not instill confidence in his ability to overcome the colossal transformation of Sun Wukong. Crouching down, I inquired of the system. What is his current power level? Name, Sun Wukong Combat Power, 500, 140, 0900 Energy, 900900 Vitality, 1111 Techniques, Unknown, such formidable strength. a tenfold increase, with the potential for unstable bursts beyond that. The appearance of the giant ape suggested a lack of rationality. It was clear that had there been reason, Sun Wukong's grandfather, Gohan, would not have fallen victim to the giant ape. Broly ceased to conceal his aura, allowing his energy to erupt forth, and the tail hidden beneath his trousers unfurled. Without the agility granted by a tail, he felt no confidence in maneuvering effectively. What? Oolong stammered, pointing at Broly. The presence of a tail on Sun Wukong was unmistakable, yet why did Broly possess one as well? Pilaf, Mai, and Shu huddled together, trembling as they beheld the towering leg of the giant ape up close. What do we do, King Pilaf? Mai faltered. If you ask me, I have no idea. Pilaf replied, overwhelmed. My goodness, how can there be so many monsters in this world? It's terrifying. Bulma, reprimanded by Broly, reluctantly dragged Oolong closer and then attempted to gather Pilaf and his companions. However, this movement drew the attention of the roaring giant ape, who swatted at her with a massive hand. Humph, do I seem afraid of you? Despite the palpable pressure emanating from the giant ape, Bulma remained undaunted, ready to engage. Unbeknownst to her, should she dare to confront the giant ape directly, it could spell her doom. In a critical moment, Broly completed his adjustments to the gravity ring and rushed to her side, firmly planting his legs on the ground and raising his arms above his head. A tremendous wave of energy erupted, forcefully propelling Bulma and the others away. This entire sequence transpired in mere moments, though it felt like a lifetime. Borakli rushed over, unable to retaliate, and chose instead to shield Bulma with his own body. Are you all right? He inquired, slightly bending as he planted both hands firmly on the ground, propelling himself onto the arm of the towering giant ape with the swiftness of an arrow released from a bow. During this ascent, he took a moment to assess Bulma's condition. Goodness, starting from 30 meters and towering 10 zhang high, this transformation into a giant ape, if it possessed consciousness, could serve as a formidable weapon. Alas, gazing into the giant ape's crimson eyes, Borakli felt little hope. Goku, with his inherently kind and innocent nature, despite not being born this way, had always maintained a simple demeanor. Even so, he could not escape the profound influences of his genetic lineage. And with a mind so consumed by thoughts, one could hardly expect otherwise. Clutching the giant ape's massive arm, Borakli endeavored to lift it. Wake up, you fool, he bellowed, channeling energy into his arms. The giant ape, perturbed by this mere ant, swatted at him with its other hand. With no recourse, Borakli relinquished his initial plan, abandoning the ape's arm and lunging towards its chest. However, his forceful strike merely served to irritate the creature further, failing to make any substantial impact. Borakli found himself constrained, unable to unleash his full potential. Although the beast had succumbed to madness, it was still his brother, and he could not act with malice against him. I'm fine. Borakli, just be careful. Bulma's voice, filled with trepidation, echoed over the battlefield that had shifted several hundred meters away. After this harrowing experience, she realized the folly of recklessly confronting beings of unknown power. The sheer terror of the situation was evident. Even the residual shockwaves from their clash had left her utterly defenseless, sending her flying. If she felt this way, one could only imagine how the likes of Pilaf and his companions fared. Dumbfounded and fortunate to have survived, they stood frozen, witnesses to the spectacle. Have you ever seen a 56-meter pit created by a single punch? Those fists are the size of sandbags, no, even larger, akin to sofas, and wielded with such might. That was one matter, given the creature's imposing physique. But what of that dapper, arrogant fellow with the flamboyant hairstyle? It was astounding to think that he could maneuver such a colossal being with his seemingly insignificant form. The thought alone was mind-boggling. Borakli, teach him a lesson, Bulma urged. Her spirits lifted. Yet, in a moment of inattention, Borakli found himself swept away by Goku's tail. His combat experience was woefully inadequate. Were it not for his superior physical capabilities, he might not have stood a chance against Goku. This was utterly ruthless. He could not remain so restrained. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he called out for help. Bulma, is there any way to restore him? There was no alternative. He could never bring himself to harm his own brother. Bulma, taken aback, incredulously asked, how can he be restored in such a state? Clenching her fists, she shouted. Chapter 30, Master Roshi, the moon is unclear. Borakli, there's no hope, just bury him. Borakli dodged the giant ape's swipe, caught between laughter and despair. Was it Sun Wukong who failed to save, or was it Borakli who fell short? Furthermore, How could there be a failure at all? There remains ample time. Even in adversity, one must strive. This transformation into a colossal ape must be immensely taxing on one's internal energy. Otherwise, it defies explanation. It ought to be unsustainable for long. As thoughts raced through his mind, Borakli grasped a strand of the giant ape's fur, swinging from its thigh. The colossal creature grimaced in pain. After several futile attempts to seize it, the giant ape grew irate. With a wide mouth, it unleashed a powerful beam from its maw. Borakli squinted, pondering whether they possessed some innate racial talent. His understanding of his own physical potential was quite rudimentary. However, with the knowledge he had recently acquired, he felt confident in his ability to unlock new capabilities, if only time were afforded to him. Now, confronted with this giant ape, which shared his lineage, he reasoned that even if his dubious mother had strayed, his father must surely be a scion, implying a shared bloodline and some inherent abilities. Lost in thought, he was suddenly sent flying by a forceful blow from the giant ape. To his surprise, he felt a sense of relief. The force had diminished, indicating the giant was losing strength. Bulma and the others watched anxiously, primarily due to the overwhelming presence of the colossal creature, a moving monster towering over 30 meters, equivalent to a 9-story building. Amidst the tension of the battle, a stark contrast unfolded elsewhere. Master Roshi stood, stretching his arms and yawning. "Oh, it has been ages since I exercised. I think I shall take a swim in the sea," he mused. "Didn't I just go out not long ago?" The great sea turtle raised its head, indifferent. "What is it to you?" Master Roshi retorted, not glancing back, his tone laced with irritation. With that, he leaped into the water with a vigorous splash. The great sea turtle merely observed, perplexed, without uttering a word. Master Roshi was not incapable of performing covert actions in the presence of the great sea turtle. Rather, he preferred to prepare everything personally. Shortly after entering the sea, he vanished abruptly. In an unknown location, Master Roshi appeared, brimming with vitality, a stark contrast to his previous lethargy. Surrounded by towering mountains, isolated from the world, he stood before a pitch-black passageway, obstructed by an intricately carved stone door. "Since you refuse to follow the script, I shall also deviate from it. I will disrupt everything and observe how those individuals respond. How will they report back?" A mysterious smile graced his lips as he ventured into the cave before him. Upon entering the shadowy corridor, the stone door swung open, revealing a doppelganger of Master Roshi, yet radiating an aura as profound as the abyss, rendering it impossible to ascertain its true strength, though its countenance bore a zombie-like expression. Has the target qualified for observation? No, the target exhibited disorder, a chaotic rhythm. Arrangements were necessary to seize control. The figure remained expressionless. What number are the subjects? What is the lowest number among the specimens currently developed? 62. Power level, 800,000. Master Roshi's expression darkened. Even the most recent and weakest specimen boasted a combat power of 800,000. What could be done? It was impossible to deploy them. And the highest? Due to resource constraints, the current top 30 have reached their limit, unable to advance further. With a power level of 100 million, they can barely be considered as combatants. Master Roshi, troubled, gently stroked his bald head. Is it feasible to hastily create another? If it is merely a few thousand, it should be manageable. He clapped his hands. Very well, I shall seek someone. The expressionless figure of Master Roshi nodded slightly and then vanished. Shortly thereafter, a young man of around 18 was brought forth by him. Who are you? What do you want? Let me go? Master Roshi waved his hand lightly, signaling the stoic version of himself to proceed. Approximately half an hour later, the sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor, accompanied by a palpable aura of decay and darkness. The expressionless Master Roshi emerged, leading a towering figure cloaked in black robes. Standing 22 meters tall. Success. Master Roshi furrowed his brow. 8,000. That is already the bare minimum. Anything less would be insufficient to withstand the energy infusion. Very well. I shall take him. After a moment's contemplation, Master Roshi resolved to proceed. Internally, he steeled his determination. It seems I must resort to the deceptive technique of the magic seal wave. With that, Master Roshi seized the cloaked man's shoulder, and they vanished. The expressionless Master Roshi turned and entered the massive stone door, which then slammed shut. Throughout the encounter, Master Roshi did not cast a single glance inside nor utter unnecessary words. He harbored his own plans. Borakli, as his target, was currently incapable of overcoming the puppet he had created. As for the idea of allowing him to transform into a giant ape under the full moon, that had never crossed his mind. The purpose of releasing the puppet was to compel them to train under his guidance. If Borakli resolved the matter himself, what would be left for him to do? Borakli was still struggling, albeit not in a dire sense. He merely refrained from inflicting catastrophic harm upon the giant ape, who was merely suppressing him. As time passed, the full moon gradually faded, and he could sense the giant ape's strength waning. Borakli, are you truly untroubled? Rest assured, it's not a significant issue. Dodging a swing of the giant ape's tail, Borakli replied nonchalantly. For him, it was indeed not a pressing concern. A mindless being, whose power was continuously diminishing, fought in a manner reminiscent of Sun Wukong, grand and reckless, thus posing little threat to him. After another half-hour of stalemate, the giant ape, transformed from Sun Wukong, could no longer endure. Approaching the hour mark, it had been outmaneuvered by Borakli, and the energy provided by the moon was also dwindling. Coupled with immense exhaustion, Sun Wukong's remaining energy could not sustain him. Borakli, are you all right? Bulma rushed forward, concern etched on her face as she gazed at him. Shaking his head, he removed his shirt and wrapped it around Sun Wukong. He donned merely ordinary attire, which could scarcely accommodate the dramatic expansion of his physique. Once a colossal ape, obscured by a thick, luxuriant coat of fur, his current form was now a sight too difficult to behold, particularly with his little brother hanging limply by his side. Bending down, he lifted Sun Wukong. Let us proceed. Everyone cast a bewildered glance at Bulma. As you wish. The group, including Oolong, boarded the aircraft that Bulma had produced, soaring straight into the heavens. The sky, once graced by a full moon, had vanished, completely shrouded by a veil of shadow overhead. Borakli, cradling his dear elder brother Sun Wukong, found his mind wandering to another matter. Chapter 31, The Return Journey. The mysterious monster, if they all possessed special abilities, whether through their transformation into giant apes or innate skills, such powers demanded a considerable expenditure of energy. Relying solely on cells to store energy may seem abundant, yet the actual consumption was vast. Utilizing the corporeal form for energy storage meant that every movement drained energy, an unavoidable reality. However, what if one considered the legendary Dantian from previous lives? It was said to be an expansive realm within the human body, capable of harboring immense quantities of energy, incomparable to mere human cells. Just as this thought surfaced, it was swiftly dismissed. Why must I choose one? Adults may tackle choices, but I desire them all. Borakli pondered, once we return, what shall we do? He quickly grasped Bulma's implication. Her family was wealthy. She was a technological genius. Having invented numerous useful devices, her training had progressed, allowing her to fly freely, and having encountered the fabled Dragon Balls, she now seemed to lack direction. Bulma, the path of cultivation knows no bounds. Borakli, neither does the realm of science. Borakli found himself at a loss for words. Logically, her assertion appeared indisputable. The paths they traversed diverged, yet their ultimate aspirations were likely not far apart. Bulma spoke of achievable short-term goals, which they could no longer find. Her inclination was to relax and savor life. While that was not inherently wrong, he felt discontented until the individual who had secretly observed them was brought to light. Furthermore, there were matters pertaining to the cosmos. Earth currently lacked any acknowledgement of extraterrestrial beings, and no one fathomed the intricacies of the universe. Borakli, however, was acutely aware of the existence of aliens, as he himself was one. Now was not the time to venture into the cosmos. With a power level of 2,000, he could command respect on Earth. Yet in the universe, such stature was hardly remarkable. We still have a long way to go. Yet your strength is already formidable. No one can contend with you. What further endeavors remain for us? Through these trials, Bulma, once fervently devoted to her training, had relinquished her obsession. Many of the more renowned figures had been dealt with by Borakli. Thus, why was there still such urgency? She did not fully comprehend Borakli's perspective. The journey of cultivation is not one that must be rushed. As he gradually develops a method suitable for practice, progress will naturally follow. There is no need to adhere to former ways. Borakli immediately comprehended Bulma's sentiment. Yet, he could not divulge the existence of the enigmatic figures lurking in the shadows. The extraterrestrial beings, nor the presence of their entire race, nor the formidable Frisia, who instilled fear in both his father and their entire lineage. Although he was unclear about the events that transpired, He understood that Kakarot was sent away primarily due to Frisia's impending assault on their scion kin. As for the multitude of spacecraft he glimpsed beyond planet Vegeta, he held no doubts. His own vessel bore resemblance to those advanced technologies, undoubtedly of scion origin, prepared for a confrontation with Frisia, allowing him to witness such a vast spectacle. Borakli, what are you daydreaming about? I've called your name several times. No, I was merely contemplating. I was asking what you were thinking. About you. Bulma instantly felt a shiver run down her spine. Oh, you rogue. Who knows which woman you're actually thinking about? Despite this, Bulma continued to pilot the aircraft with a smile, saying nothing further. Borakli observed the plane filled with passengers, his mind swirling with thoughts. Was Bulma mistaken? Certainly not. Yet, he could not quite grasp the source of his urgency. Even his previous experience of being covertly observed felt elusive. However, he was unwavering in his desire to seize control of his own destiny. He had faced numerous trials in a short span of time. In his past life, he was subjected to experimentation against his will, later discarded, regardless of the reasons. Such events had transpired, leaving scars in his heart that would not easily heal. Moreover, the pursuit of self-mastery was inherently sound. Bulma. Yes? What is it? Once we return, you should teach Goku to cultivate. Really? Is that true? Can I? Bulma suddenly became exhilarated, causing the aircraft to sway unpredictably. Hey, Bulma, for safety's sake. Focus on flying. Borakli, what can't wait until we land? We are in the sky, and everyone's lives are intertwined. Indeed. Pilaf and the others hurriedly nodded in agreement with Oolong. What are you worried about? We can fly? Bulma, in a fit of jest, threatened Oolong. Hey. This is genuinely dangerous. You must not act recklessly. Oolong's complexion turned a deep shade of purple. If you cannot fly, that would be one thing, as you could still attract attention, but claiming you can fly disregards the safety of others. He warned anxiously. Fear not. Only you will perish, not us. Is Goku still with you? Don't worry, Borakli will surely take Goku along. Bulma teased, intentionally escalating the tilt of the plane, causing it to rock and sway. Bulma, the lives of everyone aboard rest in your hands. This is no jest. Bulma was preoccupied with serious matters when you abruptly interrupted her speech. Who else could I possibly bother but you? Listen, if the plane were to crash, it could cost us our lives. The aircraft tilted dangerously, and Goku, still drowsy, opened his eyes. What is going on? As he spoke, a thunderous growl emanated from his stomach. Transforming into a giant ape consumed a significant amount of his energy. Broly had anticipated this. He retrieved 2 vials of high-energy nutrient solution, each marked with a scale of 20. Eat this, he instructed. Goku initially shoved one into his mouth, chewing carelessly before swallowing it whole, and without waiting for digestion, he devoured the second. Broly offered no further commentary. Although the energy blocks only amounted to 40 scales, they were insufficient to fully replenish Goku's stamina. However, they would allow him to regain some strength. The pressing concern was Goku's power, which had explosively surged to 120. Such rapid growth was astonishing. Meanwhile, Bulma continued to tease Oolong and the others, and the plane's tilt persisted. Bulma, stop. The plane is going to crash. Broly, who had remained impassive until now, suddenly wore a grave expression. Bulma, bring the plane down. What's wrong? She inquired, her tone serious. Even without precise control over his ki, he sensed a malevolent presence approaching. Hurry, do not delay, enemies are coming. As silence fell over everyone, Bulma immediately complied with Broly's command. Oolong and the others, however, began to panic. Chapter 32. A dire situation. The celestial being returns. We're doomed. There are enemies. At this altitude, if the plane is shot down, we will surely perish. Oolong lamented, his face drawn in despair. With the plane descending, stability returned within the cabin, and Pilaf and his companions huddled together, weeping profusely. What should we do? I'm still so young. I don't want to die. Help, Your Majesty. They will undoubtedly come to rescue Goku first, leaving us to our fate. We are finished. Your Majesty, are we to be buried in the sky? I refuse to be blown to smithereens. Silence. If you make another sound, I will end you myself, Broly warned, his expression darkening. The 4 fell silent, terrified, even going so far as to cover their mouths in fear. He pressed on. Bulma, descend quickly, and then escape with Goku and the others. What? Bulma exclaimed in shock, turning her head, her face a mask of disbelief. Focus on flying the plane, he commanded, raising his hand to unleash 4 beams of light. striking their bodies amidst their confusion. Only Bulma can undo this. If you provoke him, you will surely face dire consequences. At Broly's words, the four felt as if countless ants were gnawing at their flesh. Please, sir, have mercy and spare us, they pleaded, crawling towards him in desperation. Broly disregarded their pleas, readjusting the gravity ring and opening the plane's hatch. He flew out into the unknown, leaving them in a state of shock, worry, and bewilderment. Borakli hurried anxiously towards the direction of the monster. Bulma and Sun Wukong lacked sufficient strength. If they were ensnared in this conflict, it would spell trouble. A foul, decaying odor permeated the air, accompanied by the howling wind. An impending battle loomed ominously. Borakli's eyes, filled with concern, gazed intently ahead, devoid of any assurance. This was not the crux of the matter. The true puppet master was certainly not among those present, yet the sheer power of the adversary rendered him powerless. Furthermore, the timing of their arrival, coupled with their intense scrutiny, suggested that every move he made was under surveillance. With renewed vigor, he unleashed his inner power, dramatically increasing his speed. Simultaneously, he endeavored to amass maximum energy near his most accessible weapon, his palm. Additionally, he withdrew several high-energy nutrient blocks rated at 80 from his pocket and hastily consumed them. The distance closed. The moonlight had vanished entirely, and the once vibrant landscapes beneath him faded into desolation. Borakli abruptly halted his flight. Here, in the desert, he believed the impact would affect few. After muttering to himself, he fixed his sharp gaze ahead. He sensed something was amiss with his pursuer. It seemed as though they were chasing him, yet more akin to someone fleeing in desperation. Borakli inhaled sharply. Who could pursue him with such relentless vigor, making him feel utterly inadequate? A thick black beam of light surged mercilessly towards Borakli. His expression darkened as he narrowly evaded the attack. Damn, shouldn't there be some form of introduction before escalating to combat? This opponent showed no regard for martial ethics. Cursing under his breath, he suddenly paled. Who was the true villain here? They wasted no time in striking. How could he unleash his full potential under such circumstances? With a firm stance, he propelled himself forward, his feet striking the ground with force. His hands glowed, unleashing two blinding beams of light that sliced through the night sky, targeting the foe lurking in the darkness. Roar. Oh, another monster. Borakli forced a smile amidst his despair. If those two attacks landed, he would be powerless to withstand them. What to do? This creature seemed to possess formidable strength. System, name, unknown combat power, 8,000 energy, 8,000. Borakli was taken aback. Hey, system, are you also suggesting that I'm destined to perish? Preparing to abandon me? Not so. Then why? Just as he began to inquire, Borakli infused his hands with energy and charged forward with fervor. In a mere breath, he was hurled back, crashing heavily into the ground. Now I understand why there was nothing following. Borakli's expression grew grave. The entity before him was human, yet distinctly alien. The figure cloaked in black exuded an eerie violet glow. If he was not mistaken, that glow emanated from its eyes. Damn, this is spiraling out of control. Borakli retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket, sighing inwardly. After rummaging through his belongings so many times, he was nearing depletion. Initially believing he could replenish his supplies, he now realized he might not even make it back. With a sudden clarity, he comprehended his situation. The opponent was evidently formidable. If he truly waited until returning to the capital, there would inevitably be tears. Arriving here was undoubtedly preferable to venturing to the capital. After all, there were those like the benevolent Dr. Brief who would lend him support. Engaging in battle would distract him, and he could not escape unscathed. He opened his versatile capsule and retrieved an oddly shaped metallic piece, resembling a solid brick at the back, with fine needles at the front. Before he could make a move, he hastily deployed an energy shield before him and performed a roll to evade. Cursed be it, who is the true villain here? Why not engage in a bit of banter, unlike the trending antagonists of today? Was this one from before the 90s? Grumbling under his breath, Borakli aimed at his adversary. With a thunderous blast, a shot was fired, and the brick-like structure emanated a blue glow. A robust current surged forth relentlessly towards the figure cloaked in black. I cannot remain here. I must devise a means of escape. Borakli observed his opponent with calm resolve, recognizing the futility of confrontation. After this brief exchange, it became apparent that his opponent lacked the awareness typical of a villain, leaving him with no chance of victory. Just as he prepared to flee, he felt a surge of energy stirring within him, vibrant, and dynamic. Moreover, the flow of his blood quickened with an unusual intensity. Borakli realized it was due to his previously comfortable existence. He had never engaged in any formidable battles or faced significant pressure. Now, he was awakening to the sensation. Must our kind engage in constant combat to thrive? If he could return alive, he would need to measure his cellular density. This was the only rationale he could conjure. Yet he understood it required time. In a moment of distraction, he unleashed all his power, only to find his weapon depleted of energy. This technology was utterly inadequate. It defied logic. He barely evaded the incoming energy blasts, yet the enemy closed the distance in the blink of an eye. Borakli could only retaliate with frantic strikes while retreating in a panic. However, the force of the recoil left him in agony, just when he found himself in dire straits. A booming voice echoed, "You wretched beast, where do you think you're escaping to?" Borakli twitched at the corners of his mouth. Was this a crossover? Or was this perhaps a low-budget version of a classic tale? In the distance, Master Roshi soared through the air. Borakli was at a loss for words. With a battle power of 138, what could he possibly do? Yet the slap of reality came swiftly, like a whirlwind. The pressure that had suffocated him dissipated significantly. Borakli narrowed his eyes, immediately grasping the intention behind the master's actions. Chapter 33, Unleashing Power, Kamehameha. The adversary was attempting to flee. This revelation left Borakli astounded. His hands instinctively tightened as he foolishly sought to entangle the fleeing figure. The situation was crystal clear. This foul villain seemed greatly intimidated by Master Roshi. Or perhaps it was Roshi who was pursuing him. Judging by the master's thunderous entrance, the odds were heavily in favor of this interpretation. "Old turtle, hurry up. I cannot hold out much longer." Originally, he was never a match for his opponent. Having just endured significant damage from a retaliatory strike, he was now desperately entangled with the monstrous figure before him. The injuries he sustained were considerable. Borakli remained oblivious to the fleeting glimmer of triumph in Master Roshi's eyes. This was precisely the outcome he desired. The more severely he could batter Borakli, the more potent the feedback from his imminent display of power would be. Master Roshi even slowed his own pace. Borakli, unaware of the machinations at play, continued to absorb the blows from his adversary. Each strike felt like a crushing weight. 80 here, 80 there, and it was becoming increasingly unbearable. The force behind the attacks was overwhelming. Lacking effective means of defense, he could only brace himself or yield. His insides churned violently, as if they might shatter under the strain. Enough was enough. He decided to abandon his defense, letting fate take its course. Seizing an opportunity, Borakli swiftly retreated, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. This opponent was far too powerful for times his strength. The man in the black robe with violet eyes did not pursue Borakli, but cast a penetrating glance in his direction before turning to flee in another way. Borakli's expression changed dramatically. Had the man not glanced at him, or had he chosen a different path, he might have let it go. Though currently outmatched, he was confident that once he acquired all the knowledge of the energy channels, he would swiftly develop a cultivation technique, and then he would not be defeated again. He could reclaim his honor at that time. But now, the man was heading toward Bulma and the others, forcing him to make a desperate attempt to intervene. He seethed with frustration. "Master Roshi, hurry. I can't hold him off much longer. If he escapes, your chances are gone too." Yet, Master Roshi merely paused. His purpose was not to have Borakli plead for his assistance, but rather to guide him toward training under his tutelage. If Borakli took his help for granted, the effectiveness of his teachings would diminish. "Wait, I forgot something." He called out from a distance, and unexpectedly, Master Roshi turned to leave. Borakli's face paled. If Master Roshi did not come, he truly had no means to withstand the mysterious figure before him. He didn't understand why the man feared Master Roshi, but he was certain that the old master possessed some unknown method to counter this foe. Borakli, on the other hand, had no such means. With a cry of despair, he charged forward again. No matter what, he must not allow that monster to pursue Bulma. If he himself could not withstand the onslaught, Bulma stood no chance whatsoever. Cursed old lecher, just wait until I survive this ordeal. Clenching a sphere of light in his left hand, he yelled and launched an attack at the man in the black robe with violet eyes. For now, he could only resort to evasive tactics. A direct confrontation promised no favorable outcome. Even in a contest of speed, he could not compete, so he would dance on the edge of danger and take his chances. If he were to perish, so be it. The light he conjured bore no lethal force. It merely obscured his opponent's vision. Borakli then pivoted and fled. Close combat was out of the question. He had already endured enough torment. Like a monkey, Borakli harassed the figure clad in black, darting to and fro. Uncertain whether it was due to Master Roshi's departure or another factor, the opponent now paused, seemingly in no rush to leave. Broccoli, feeling helpless, could only endure this drawn-out confrontation. What a tremendous loss. He was utterly perplexed. After all, Master Roshi possessed merely a battle power of 138, while this creature before him boasted a staggering power of 8,000. Why then did it seem intimidated? At this point, he had yet to consider that his system might have misjudged the situation. Based on his encounters with this monster, its actual combat prowess appeared consistent with the measurements taken. Suddenly, as he pondered, a fleeting lapse in focus proved fatal. He was struck, blood erupting from his mouth and staining the ground. The blow was severe, rendering him incapable of rising. Broccoli's gaze dimmed, his heart heavy with despair. This was dire. He was never a match for his opponent, and now he concentrated the last vestiges of his energy within, preparing to unleash a final, desperate attack if the adversary drew near. The opponent, however, refrained from using energy, approaching him leisurely on foot, as if savoring the torment. Broccoli bravely lifted his head, locking eyes with the creature's alluring purple gaze. "Who are you? What is your purpose?" The creature remained silent. Broccoli's head, once held high, fell heavily to the ground. An overwhelming surge of energy manifested, plunging him into utter despair. At this juncture, he had no hope of turning the tide. With a bitter smile, he cast aside any pretense, his hands radiating light. The explosion of energy pierced the air with a resounding blast. Broccoli had no time to contemplate why the sound preceded the light. He unleashed all his energy upon his foe. In this second life, the past 12 years had been worthwhile. Yet, as he reflected, a disquieting realization dawned upon him. His strength should not have allowed him to endure for this long. Moreover, why did his left eye perceive a surge of light? Startled, he glanced upward, noticing a beam of energy emanating from his left, clashing with the purple energy orb before him. The supplemental attack from the other party momentarily prevented his obliteration. Yet, he could discern that this light was not particularly formidable. It was weaker than his full-force strike. Death seemed inevitable. Kamehameha. The energy of the beam weakened further. And Master Roshi, no longer entranced, spoke with solemnity. A thicker column of energy shot forth from the left. This energy, there might be hope. Despite his grievous injuries, Broccoli's system remained intact, able to perceive with precision. Master Roshi quickly approached his side. "Are you all right? Do I look fine to you?" Broccoli replied tersely, displeased with Master Roshi's earlier retreat. "Don't take it to heart, young man. I forgot to bring something crucial. Without it, I would have been unable to fight back and would have met a needless demise." Master Roshi's stooped figure stood protectively before Broccoli. From his pocket, he solemnly extracted an object and placed it on the ground. Only then did Broccoli discern what it truly was. To his astonishment, the turtle sage had produced a small glass vial adorned with a wooden cork, its surface covered in cryptic symbols that seemed to bear little significance. "Is this what you were referring to?" he exclaimed in disbelief. "Young man, do not underestimate it. It is precisely this that gives me the confidence to seal him away." The turtle sage replied. "What is it?" Broccoli inquired. "It is the vessel for the magic sealing wave, I assure you. Perhaps you should defeat your opponent before boasting." Chapter 34. A change in course, a new training regimen. Broccoli felt a sense of helplessness. His opponent appeared to be in a state of indecision. He himself was gravely injured, his mind clouded and confused. There was no time for contemplation about how the turtle sage had arrived here, why he could intimidate the monster, or what he intended to do with that small vial. The turtle sage, a familiar figure, had come to this place. Yet he too was unable to withstand the circumstances and succumbed to slumber. As for Broccoli's fate, if he were to perish, so be it. He currently possessed no strength whatsoever. The fourfold disparity in power, coupled with his injuries and subsequent blows, rendered his condition exceedingly dire. What transpired next was a blur. "It hurts. Bulma. Bulma." Broccoli awoke. Goku was shouting excitedly within the confines of the aircraft. The turtle sage stepped forward. "You've awakened, which indicates you are not gravely harmed. That is a relief." As Broccoli gazed at the turtle sage, his awareness fully returned. "Turtle sage? What about that monster?" "Rest assured, I have sealed it with the magic sealing wave. Once we reach the shore, I shall cast it into the depths of the ocean, ensuring it can never escape." With great effort, Broccoli raised his hand to massage his temples. You must be thirsty. Here, drink. The turtle sage kindly offered him a cup of water. Broccoli accepted it without hesitation, gulping it down eagerly. Bulma, having maneuvered the aircraft with Oolong's assistance, approached him. Broccoli, how are you? Are you feeling better? Observing Bulma's anxious expression, Broccoli forced a smile. Do not worry, Bulma. I am fine, tough as nails. Bulma suddenly collapsed against him, weeping. You scared me to death. If anything were to happen to you, I wouldn't be able to go on. Broccoli gently stroked her hair with his arm. What nonsense are you speaking? See, I am perfectly well, aren't I? Nothing to worry about, dear. I was going to find you. But you looked so serious that I dared not approach, and ended up running away from Goku and the others. It was only when the turtle sage brought you back that I felt relieved, Bulma sobbed, her words tumbling out in a disjointed manner. See, I have returned unscathed. Unscathed? You were unconscious. After a brief conversation that alleviated the tension, Bulma wiped her tear-streaked face. Look at me, I am not missing any limbs. In an attempt to prove his well-being, Broccoli moved too vigorously, inadvertently aggravating his internal injuries. Do not move. Just lie there and rest peacefully, Bulma anxiously urged him. Subsequently grumbling, even in such a state, he still insists on putting on a brave front. What is he trying to prove? Broly chuckled bitterly, realizing that he was merely trying to spare her feelings. However, he chose to remain silent. Oolong, Pilaf, and the others were equally quiet. Regardless of the severity of Broly's injuries, the four, driven by their instinct for self-preservation, dared not act recklessly. Bulma, too, was no pushover. Goku, do you wish to train with me? Master Roshi's words interrupted their intimate moment, alleviating the awkwardness for Pilaf and the others, who felt like they were witnessing a private display of affection. I'll follow Broly's lead, Goku declared, his eyes wide with enthusiasm, showing an unwavering affection for Broly. Among those present, only the two of them possessed tails, and Broly's unreciprocated kindness towards him was palpable. Master Roshi was left speechless. His intention was to focus on Broly. Yet here was Goku inadvertently shifting his attention back. This was undeniably awkward. Broly shifted his gaze. Master Roshi, he began. That monster you defeated. Was there anything particularly special about that final move? Master Roshi shook his head solemnly. Not at all. That technique is quite weak and ineffective against you. How so? Bulma interjected, nonchalantly. Broly struggled to sit up, only to be firmly pushed back down by Bulma. He resigned himself to her insistence, lying quietly as he awaited Master Roshi's elaboration. That technique is particularly effective against evil beings. The seal on the small vial exerts a powerful suppression on malevolent energies. Once sealed inside, no one can open it from within. What kind of technique is it? Goku gazed up at Master Roshi with curiosity. He pressed further. If it cannot be opened from the inside, can it be opened from the outside? Master Roshi frowned, exasperated at Goku's persistence. When I called you, you wanted to see how others reacted. Now that you're in the position to explain, you are being quite bothersome. What's wrong? Can't you explain? Bulma understood Master Roshi's point and was astonished that he was indeed explaining things to Goku. That old pervert seems genuinely fond of Goku. Then why didn't you use it from the beginning, allowing Broly to sustain such severe injuries? Master Roshi shot back, his eyes widening as he glared at Goku. If it were that easy to resolve, how would it demonstrate my strength? But he could not voice this thought aloud, just as he wrestled with his dilemma. Broly interjected to change the subject. Master Roshi, you harbor tremendous energy within you. Can you still utilize that technique you call Kamehameha? Master Roshi declared proudly. Yes, the Kamehameha. Do you possess any unique training methods? Master Roshi shook his head. There is no such thing as a special training method. Nonsense, Bulma retorted, her irritation palpable. Although she had not been deeply involved, having spent every day with Broly, she had naturally come to believe in the existence of training techniques. How else can one explain that after Borakli adjusted her exercise posture, her progress was so remarkable? Old man, you mentioned that without a cultivation method, how could you possess such formidable energy while others do not? This sentiment was not only shared by Borakli and Sun Wukong, but also acknowledged by Pilaf and the others, who nodded in unison, their eyes fixated upon him. By merely intensifying the training regimen to the limits of human capability, coupled with ample nourishment to replenish energy, one could surpass those limits and naturally absorb energy, gradually mastering it through contemplation. It is implausible, if that were the case. Why do so many engage in daily exercise without similar results? The problem lies in the method, Effort without the right approach is futile. Is that not akin to a cultivation technique? The turtle hermit remained silent. He had not acquired any cultivation methods from his own mind upon arriving in this world. He had indeed not deceived them in this regard. Borakli scrutinized him closely, perceiving no indication of deceit and choosing to temporarily place her trust in him. Since he wished for her and Sun Wukong to accompany him, it seemed unlikely he would mislead them, unless he possessed only one method of cultivation that he intended to withhold. Bulma, initially believing the turtle hermit to be unwilling to share, turned away from him in a huff. Let us change direction and visit the turtle hermit. Without waiting for Bulma's response, she continued, Sun Wukong, you should follow the turtle hermit in your training. Might I accompany you to observe how you instruct him? The turtle hermit beamed with delight. Of course. I could not wish for more. You both are prodigies, and I have not had the opportunity to teach disciples in quite some time. Borakli scoffed at his flattery, dismissing it as mere artifice. That old lecher undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives, though he was too blind to see them. Bulma, let us proceed as I have suggested. We shall reassess later. After all, there is little to occupy us at home, and we have already transported the laboratory. Upon hearing this, a smile broke forth on Bulma's face, which she could no longer suppress. Chapter 35. In addition, 3 brothers? Listen, what words did Borakli utter? What do they signify? Although the two had always shared mutual affection, nothing could be more delightful than Borakli openly acknowledging their relationship before everyone. Isn't that something? While Bulma was exhilarated, she was not naive. She remembered the turtle hermit's earlier words. But did you not say that proper methods are essential in cultivation? Is that not a technique? The turtle hermit felt exasperated at encountering such a meticulous young woman. I have consistently stated that exercise requires methodology. I have never claimed that there exists a cultivation technique. Bulma turned away in silence, fully aware of the subtext. She was merely testing the waters, perhaps hoping he might inadvertently reveal more. How stingy! Could you not simply tell us? The turtle hermit, in frustration, retorted, My dear girl, if I were to give you a book, would you even comprehend it? Of course I would. The turtle hermit stood firm. You are boastful. Believe what you wish. The turtle hermit appeared speechless and somewhat distressed by Bulma's sharp retorts. Yet internally he remained unperturbed. He was fully aware of Bulma's brilliance, and her remarks served merely to give her the illusion of superiority, thereby ceasing their futile quarrels. Broly had already closed his eyes to rest, indifferent to the bickering. Pilaf and his companions trembled in fear, having previously experienced the repercussions of ignoring Bulma's commands. Broly had not deceived them, and in their eyes, he had become a veritable demon. Only Goku seemed unaffected by their surroundings. For him, any place that offered delicious food, an opportunity to train and enhance his strength, or the chance to spar with formidable opponents was welcome. Naturally, being with the kind-hearted Broly was the most desirable situation. Was this not the implication of their current circumstances? The group of 8 had firmly established themselves on the turtle hermit's small island. The giant turtle lumbered over, inquisitively inquiring about the situation. Master, what is this? Broly's expression was peculiar, and the way he uttered the title of master was steeped in melancholy. Oh, I have taken in 2 disciples, and this is the family and servant of one of them. Bulma, who had always harbored a discontent towards the turtle hermit, found her grievances dissipated with those words, her face lighting up with a smile that conveyed her approval. Yet, she protested, but isn't that a bit excessive? The island cannot accommodate them all. Fear not, I will arrange for them to leave shortly, the turtle hermit reassured her. The giant turtle was taken aback. Had he merely expressed a slight displeasure, and now they were to abandon him? Rest assured, I will not disturb you. Besides, should I intrude, you can always retreat to the sea, he added, feeling dejected as he slumped down. What's this? I merely voiced a few words. And now you wish to expel me? The turtle hermit disregarded him and strode directly into his dwelling. Broly, unrestrained, followed suit. Although he had refrained from openly contradicting the hermit when he mentioned taking on disciples, it did not mean he acquiesced to the notion. I could never become your disciple, he declared. Why is that? Do you think I am unworthy? My battle power is now 4,000, while yours stands at only 141. Indeed, after recovering, he had discovered his power had surged to an impressive 4,000. Although the turtle hermit had made some progress during this time, the gap between them had only widened. What about your methods? The turtle hermit inquired, unfazed. The scion lineage contributed to this phenomenon, yet not every individual possessed such capabilities, nor were they all able to discern them. Otherwise, the warriors battling in distant lands would have uncovered this long ago, rather than waiting for Broly and Goku to reveal it. Prior to their arrival, aside from Bardock's legendary Super Saiyan tail, the mightiest Saiyan was King Vegeta, with a power level of merely 20,000. If merely sustaining a serious injury could double one's battle power, the Saiyans would have long surpassed the limits of strength. Although it was said that injured Saiyans were often discarded, Bardock was not one to abandon his comrades. He would always rescue any ally who was gravely wounded. And if possible, such talents would surely be recognized. Yet, what had been the outcome? Who among you is familiar with the Saiyan race? This matter is one that Master Roshi is not inclined to divulge to Broly. The ability in question necessitates attaining a certain level of power. However, more crucially, it requires a connection to that other realm. Otherwise, the cells cannot be activated. If you sustain severe injuries 10 times and recover, do you believe your strength will increase? Broly is an outsider, but is Master Roshi not also one? At this juncture, it is premature to discuss such matters. The current focus is on enhancing one's combat techniques without augmenting the total energy. Otherwise, Broly could rapidly advance, and if he were to venture into that realm, the circumstances would be entirely different. After all, unlike Pan's, who possesses pure human blood, the Saiyan lineage, while advantageous in the early stages, can also become a significant hindrance later on. Broly was rendered speechless by Master Roshi's retort. The latter was not mistaken. You still intend to teach me further combat techniques? No. Master Roshi rummaged through the room in search of something. Then what can you teach me? Mastering Ki. What? Broly was utterly perplexed. Ki? What on earth is that? Well, can't you project energy beams? That is Ki. Broly couldn't help but chuckle. So, if I were to become extremely angry, could I unleash energy beams? Master Roshi straightened up, his expression grave as he regarded him. I am not jesting. That is Ki. Fine, but I prefer to call it energy. It is synonymous, yet distinct from your understanding of energy. Master Roshi lowered his head, continuing his search for the items he needed. Broly leaned against the wall in silence, observing the chaotic manner in which Master Roshi was seeking. Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed from outside, as if someone had collapsed into the sand. Let us go take a look. Shrugging, Broly remained silent. His combat power had inexplicably soared to 4,000. Even if that creature were to return, he would at least not find himself in the same dire predicament as before. Upon stepping outside, he found a crowd gathered, intrigued. Broly joined them. Goku curiously pulled out a small bald figure, who surveyed the surroundings with indifference. Attempting to push past Broly, he found it utterly impossible, and thus had no choice but to wriggle free from Broly's grasp, brushing the sand off his body. With a sly, predatory grin, he eagerly approached Master Roshi. Greetings. You must be the illustrious Master Roshi, renowned in martial arts. I am Krillin, hailing from the east, here to seek your guidance as a disciple. Ah, that is acceptable. You shall be the third disciple. The small bald figure's previously feigned smile froze on his face. So easy? No trials or challenges. Little did he know, Master Roshi was both a mentor and not one at all. I am not your disciple. I merely accompany you for training. Master Roshi waved dismissively. Very well. You shall not be considered a formal disciple. Broly remained silent, neither speaking nor preventing his impertinent cousin from entering Master Roshi's tutelage. He was keen to observe the underlying motives of Master Roshi. Regardless of the perspective, there was something distinctly amiss. Why, in a state of tranquility, would he venture far from home to combat demons, and coincidentally pursue himself? Bulma, please escort them back home, she instructed. Chapter 36, Disagreement, Independent Study. Why? Bulma expressed her dissatisfaction. They have no need for training. Pilaf, seizing the opportunity, cunningly proposed, My lord, it seems we are of little use at present. Might you dismiss us as one would a mere nuisance? Bulma, incensed, retorted, How crude. Pilaf, without a hint of shame, grinned in response. Indeed, Lady Borakli is correct, he said. Bulma's face flushed crimson. Enough of this nonsense. Speak further, and I shall tear your mouth asunder. Yet her words bore little weight. Borakli, seeking to mediate, advised. Do not cause a ruckus, Bulma. Heed my words, you can come whenever you wish. However, sensing Bulma's demeanor soften, he presented an argument she could not refuse. The presence of a foolish pig is inconsequential. Pilaf must be firmly anchored in the laboratory. Oolong interjected, disgruntled. Hey, could you show some respect for the involved party? I may be a pig, but I am no foolish one. Borakli disregarded him entirely, his keen gaze fixed on Bulma, awaiting her response. Very well. Under Borakli's insistence, Bulma reluctantly acquiesced. I require the mobile laboratory for my experiments. She lifted her head. These training sessions serve me no purpose. I must complete my work. At this juncture, she recalled another matter. By the way, you and Pilaf need to create a new gravity device, with a minimum of 8 times the gravity. Yes. Once I have constructed it, I will contact you, he affirmed. Good. Borakli replied with a radiant smile, prompting Bulma to transition from irritation to delight. And she agreed without delay, departing with the 4 companions from Master Roshi's island. In an instant, the once lively island was left with only 4 individuals and a turtle. Borakli observed the bald figure who regarded everyone with disdain, shaking his head, and without waiting for Master Roshi to turn, he entered the house. Hey, who are you? Master Mutian has yet to enter. What are you doing in there? Do you understand the importance of respecting your teacher? A beam of light shot from the ajar door, striking the sand before Krillin and creating a large crater, sending sand flying into his face. Startled, Krillin trembled, confused, casting a pitiful glance at Master Roshi, who ignored him. It was evident that with Borakli's presence, Krillin's motivational influence over Son Goku had diminished to nearly nothing. The legendary scenes of Krillin sacrificing himself and wielding boundless power would no longer be witnessed. Nonetheless, he did not mind acquiring another disciple. The Dragon Ball world was merely trivial, with the ultimate goal being the realms beyond, perhaps even a return to his origins. Master Roshi turned back into the house, leaving behind a scornful Son Goku and a bewildered sea turtle. Laugh at what, you fool? Fool, is that an insult? Sun Wukong observed Krillin with curiosity, even leaning closer to him. Noticing that Sun Wukong had arrived first and was designated as the elder brother by Master Roshi, Krillin, who appeared rather naive and easily deceived, decided to extract information from him. Suppressing his apprehension, he gazed at Sun Wukong with an ingratiating demeanor. Elder brother, as a newcomer, I know nothing. I would appreciate your guidance. Sun Wukong, perplexed, looked back at him. I just arrived as well and know nothing. Krillin, however, was unconvinced and presumed that Sun Wukong was unwilling to share. How could that be? Elder brother, we are both disciples under the same master. We should support each other. Please share some information with me to avoid any taboos, lest we both face punishment. Sun Wukong shrugged, holding his head. Not a chance. I came here with Borakli to learn from Master Roshi. Krillin's eyes lit up. It seemed that the arrogant fellow who had just entered was indeed Borakli. Borakli? The one who just came in? Cough, yes, him. But why did he bring a gun? A laser gun, no less. That is not a gun. It's a light skill released by Borakli. What? Krillin wore an expression that seemed to question his credibility. Just as Sun Wukong was about to elaborate further, he heard, Wukong, come in. Coming. Sun Wukong now found himself utterly reliant on Borakli. The more he learned, the more he recognized their differences. So far, they were the only two with tails. I'm off to find Borakli. You should come in too. Without waiting for Krillin, he rushed inside. Borakli. He removed the bracelet from his wrist, as it held little significance for him at present. Here, put this on. Is this a gift for me? Of course. But don't take it off. While speaking affectionately, he helped Krillin put it on and adjusted the gravity to 3 times. Wow, this is heavy. Sun Wukong watched in astonishment as Krillin attempted to jump, only to feel as though his body were laden with lead. Haha, don't waste your efforts, for now. Focus on training diligently with Master Roshi. All right. Master Roshi finally found what he was seeking. Are you truly not going to train with them? Borakli countered. Do you think my thoughts lie in that direction? Your prowess indeed surpasses that of ordinary individuals, perhaps even many times more than my own at present. Yet you do not know how to harness the energy within you. This is a significant waste. Just then, Krillin entered the room with his belongings. Overhearing Master Roshi's serious remarks and gazing incredulously at Borakli, who was of similar height to him. What does Master Roshi mean? That guy has surpassed the martial arts deity? Is that for real? That's why I'm staying here. Otherwise, I would have left long ago. Master Roshi observed Borakli's determination and chose not to press the matter further. Pressing too hard would only arouse suspicion. All right then, follow me. Master Roshi. This island is too small. Even when bound by the gravity rings, Sun Wukong found the island to be exceedingly small. With just a casual glance, he could easily surpass the island's boundaries. Rest assured, follow me. Thus, Sun Wukong and Krillin began their training under Master Roshi, while Broly occasionally observed. Spending most of his time within the confines of his biological laboratory, he extracted Sun Wukong's blood, meticulously comparing it with his own. Ironically, despite Sun Wukong's combat prowess reaching 120, he harbored a fear of needles. However, Broly was resolute in drawing blood, leaving no room for Sun Wukong's resistance, who would invariably cry out during the procedure. Over a span of time, Broly meticulously scrutinized Master Roshi's teaching methods while contemplating his own. He did not fully endorse Roshi's techniques, yet could not deny their effectiveness, particularly with Krillin, whose progress was remarkably pronounced. The most significant advancement was observed in Sun Wukong, attributed to his scion heritage. Nonetheless, through identical training, Krillin swiftly transcended human limitations and began absorbing energy from the atmosphere. The methods may have lacked conventionality, yet they proved undeniably effective. In the laboratory, Broly examined the data displayed on his computer. Although skeptical, he realized he was on the brink of forming a comprehensive understanding. At the very least, the path to energy cultivation had been uncovered. Chapter 37, Meteor Realm, Mastery of the Stars. Having studied alongside Master Roshi for over 8 months, Bulma had visited twice, each time departing within half a day. Her research on the gravity rings had not yielded breakthroughs, and she felt reluctant to linger. However, she maintained lengthy phone conversations with Broly daily. Throughout these 8 months, Master Roshi's strength had only increased by 3 points, reaching a total of 144, while Krillin's improvement was more substantial, gaining 35 points. Sun Wukong, however, exhibited astonishing growth under the unlimited supply of high-energy nutrition bars provided by Broly. His combat power soared beyond 320, far surpassing Bulma's capabilities. He could withstand 13 times the gravitational force while maintaining normal activity. In pursuit of further training, he now donned 4 gravity rings from Broly, each set to 3 times the gravitational pull. Were it not for the remarkable progress of Sun Wukong and his companions, Broly might have overlooked the training methods imparted by Master Roshi. In his view, those movements seemed less effective than his own techniques of standing postures and horse stances. Yet, those seemingly inconspicuous movements had brought him considerable astonishment. Indeed, the surprises were now nearly overwhelming. Broly gazed intently at the computations on his computer, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He hoped this time would yield success. If so, the foundation of his cultivation would be firmly established. Having lived on this island with Master Roshi for 8 months, his daily endeavor was to study the transportation of energy within his body. Today marked the day of his successful simulation. Ding! Though Broly appeared unchanged, the tension in his clenched hands and the brilliance in his eyes spoke volumes of his emotions. System feasible. With the system's affirmative response, Broly rose to his feet. The pathway of this technique had been simulated in his mind countless times, and he had memorized it to perfection. Everything was in place. It was time for him to conduct his own experiment. Upon exiting the laboratory, he stored his findings using a universal capsule. "Ah, why are you out so early today? I feel as though I am on the verge of a breakthrough." "Is that so?" The turtle hermit regarded him with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. "So soon? 8 months may seem lengthy, but to conjure a technique from nothing is indeed a formidable challenge." "Well, the foundation is simple, yet feasible. And its purpose? To compress the energy within and accelerate the absorption of energy from the air." "Sounds promising." At this moment, Broly remained unperturbed, standing beside the turtle hermit in the shade of a tree, observing as Sun Wukong and Krillin eagerly dug into the ground. "However, it is merely the basics." After uttering this, Broly added with a hint of profundity, "Turtle hermit, which do you believe harbors more energy, the acupoints or the cells?" "The acupoints." The turtle hermit answered without hesitation. It was evident that the turtle hermit, a sage who had lived for centuries and was revered as a master of martial arts, possessed hidden depths of knowledge. As he squinted his eyes, one could only wonder about the true extent of his strength, having unlocked several acupoints. Haha, my strength is merely this. As for how strong I am, that is difficult to say. Indeed, I must go and cultivate now. Wish me luck." Broly refrained from probing further and instead offered a smile. "Of course, good luck." Broly turned and walked away from them, not wishing to disturb their focus nor be disturbed himself. The turtle hermit slightly turned his head. "Hurry and grow stronger. The more powerful you become, the more joy it brings me, for the path ahead is fraught with thorns." After murmuring this softly, the turtle hermit fell silent, watching Sun Wukong and the others. Unbeknownst to Broly, Bulma was hurrying over with exciting news, having tried to inform him but found him unreachable due to his focus on his energy cultivation. The self-proclaimed genius had spent 8 months on a trivial gravity ring, which had left her feeling quite stifled. Naturally, she was eager to share her results. Broly found himself alone by the seaside, listening to the waves crash against the cliffs. With a raised hand, a beam of light shot forth, creating a platform midway up the cliff. It must be said that after 8 months of diligent practice, his mastery over his internal energy had significantly improved. Even with a battle power of 4,500, it was of no hindrance. With a leap, Broly jumped down, naming his technique Celestial Control. It focused primarily on vital energy. After speaking to himself, he slowly closed his eyes. Broly had no intention of founding a new lineage, since the turtle hermit referred to this energy as Chi. Then so be it. He merely chose a more melodious name. Under his guidance, the energy within him swiftly flowed from the tangible cells into the ethereal meridians. The meridian possesses the remarkable ability to perceive with clarity, encompassing even the acupoints within, none of which are overlooked. Yet, to the outside observer, these phenomena remain invisible. Even biological experiments merely simulate the operational diagrams, harmonizing with muscles, cells, and movements to achieve effects akin to the flow of energy within the meridian. Initially, one must gather their vital essence. He once again experienced a profoundly paradoxical sensation, an overwhelming sense of power intertwined with a profound vulnerability. This discomfort was unbearable. He resolved to swiftly attain mastery. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, his actions naturally aligned. Under his precise control, the vital essence surged through the meridian with remarkable speed. The human meridian, inherently transparent, allows the flow of energy, however, prior to its unblocking. Both the capacity and velocity are significantly limited. Lacking prior knowledge, he had been unable to engage. Yet, upon acquiring understanding, he had consciously trained his meridian. Now, with energy coursing through it, everything felt interconnected. The first realm, the meteoric realm, corresponds to a combat power of less than 100. With a commanding shout echoing in his mind, a sphere of liquid materialized just beneath his navel, gradually consolidating into an irregular solid. The Rin Meridian's acupoint, the Guanyuan, perhaps? Brow furrowed, he observed the grayish mass of vital energy coalescing in his Guanyuan, feeling the surging energy while his mind remained devoid of emotion. In truth, he found himself unsatisfied. The Guanyuan, situated in the 4th acupoint of the Rin Meridian, does not intersect with any other meridian and is far less beneficial compared to some other acupoints. Ideally, he aspired to attain an acupoint where the 8 extraordinary meridians and the 12 regular meridians converge, allowing for dual functionality and facilitating swifter cultivation. Nevertheless, he conceded that this was still a commendable start. The Guanyuan, after all, is one of the 3 primary dantians of the human body, boasting boundless internal space, capable of accommodating an immense quantity of energy, resembling a miniature universe within. Nurturing it remains a worthy endeavor. Just as he prepared to continue cultivating the Guanyuan, the energy within him became tumultuous. With a grim expression, he gazed toward the heavens, feeling a blend of despair and indignation. The simulation and cultivation had been progressing well, yet now it spiraled beyond his control. Chapter 38. The Pursuit of Perfection, Bodily Consciousness. He initially intended to channel all remaining energy into the Guanyuan, aiming to break through to the 2nd realm, the satellite realm. However, upon activating the vital essence within, it became uncontrollable once more. He lost dominion over his body, leading to immense frustration. The vital essence surged like a wild stallion, utterly beyond his command. Now, he could only watch helplessly, powerless to intervene. Although he had lost control of his body, his perceptive faculties remained intact. He was acutely aware of the direction and quantity of vital essence within him. He could only watch as the excess vital essence flowed into the Zongdanshan and the Shanzhong acupoint. Impossible. Why? In the same meteoric realm. Was it converging once again in the Shanzhong? Countless instances of the meteoric realm? Contemplating this conjecture, his expression turned ashen. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he remained unable to assert control over his own body. This jest has gone too far. How can one claim to master the stars while being so feeble that one cannot perfectly control one's own body? Though he may jest, the body is ultimately his own, and Borakli gazes quietly. After more than 10 minutes, the meteorite at the center of his chest has been thoroughly refined. Just as he prepares to continue, the vital energy within him remains beyond his grasp. Broccoli feels the relentless flow of energy. What is happening? As he anticipated, the energy eludes his control, automatically converging at the upper dantian's intang point. What nonsense is this? Was it not said that the lower dantian is for essence, the middle dantian for qi, and the upper dantian for spirit? He observes in silence until the meteorite at the upper dantian is also completely formed, with not a trace of energy left in his cells. Despite Broccoli's steadfastness, being subjected to such bewildering occurrences repeatedly is pushing him to the brink. What is going on? Why can he still not control the energy within? Is it rebelling against him? Aside from clearly perceiving the three dantian energies transforming into rotating meteorites, he remains incapable of any action. Broccoli is utterly perplexed. What is the nature of this phenomenon? How has it come to be? With his energy uncontrollable, Broccoli realizes that the changes within his body have not ceased. Sure enough, after the upper and lower dantian rotate 72 times clockwise and 36 times counterclockwise, the lower dantian releases a substantial amount of energy, flowing into various points in the lower limbs. The energy from the middle dantian occupies the abdominal and back points, while the energy from the upper dantian fills the points in the head. It does not follow the meridian pathways, nor does it correspond to the 2,400 points he is familiar with. Instead, it aligns with the extraordinary vessels and 12 regular meridians known from his past life. Broccoli can only chuckle in exasperation. What is this bizarre phenomenon? Has the subtle energy developed a consciousness of its own? Once all internal changes cease, Broccoli regains control over his inner power. He does not feel elated. Without understanding the nature of this transformation, he cannot comfortably enjoy it. Within his body, the three major dantian centers have each condensed meteorites according to the first level of the technique. What is the meaning of this? Everything was perfectly fine until this turmoil manifested such unexpected changes. How can he find peace in this? Moreover, is it not said that the upper dantian corresponds to the Baihui point? The lower dantian is subject to various interpretations, with the Guan Yuan point being a plausible candidate. As he ponders, Broccoli recalls something. System. In. Guan Yuan point, Zhongxiong point, Intang point. Do these 3 points possess any significance? Golden ratio. The distance from the soles of the feet to the points on the body, from the lower abdomen to the Zhongxiong point on the torso, from the chin to the Intang point on the head. After listening to the system, Broccoli's expression softens. He surmises the reason for his earlier loss of control. The cause likely relates to the spontaneous behavior of his body. After all, the technique he created is rather rudimentary and has been self-corrected by his body. It is not that his body has developed a new consciousness, but rather an instinct, or perhaps a second consciousness. In legend, it is said that upon death, one may transform into a zombie, yet all memories of their former life are lost. The essence that governs the body is the consciousness inherent to it, what one might term the second consciousness of a person. Some individuals possess a robust physique but a fragile soul, leading to the premature emergence of a second personality. In his case, this was unlikely, for his dominant persona was formidable, leaving little opportunity for the second personality to awaken or to contest for control over the body. Otherwise, he would not have been able to regain control of the vital energy within him so swiftly. His breathing confirmed my suspicions with precision. This was fortuitous. The body was self-correcting flawlessly. Borakli, having received the system's response, felt a profound sense of relaxation. The system merely corroborated his own contemplations, which were the pivotal elements at play. He could sense the burgeoning power within him. Indeed, the vital energy did not diminish abruptly. Rather, it was gradually decreased through the spiraling rotation of the meteoric fragments. Correspondingly, the quality of his vital energy was on the rise. Moreover, Borakli conjured a sphere of light from his hands, which formed in an instant, unaffected by the fact that all his vital energy had been directed to the three major dantians, thus not slowing the condensation of his energy. On the contrary, he felt that his speed of energy condensation had accelerated, though this change was not yet conspicuous. Previously, he had to regulate his energy. Now, merely desiring it summoned it to his palms with immediacy. His strength was currently insufficient to clearly perceive the disparities involved, necessitating an increase in vital energy before he could fully comprehend it. He began to understand why the dantians released energy to various acupoints. They served as conduits for energy transmission, akin to a teleportation array. Borakli rose, brushing off his garments. With all his vital energy concentrated in the 3 dantians, he could not proceed to the next level of cultivation. However, he paused, a frown creasing his brow in contemplation. How could my 4,500 units of vital energy be depleted by merely condensing 3 meteors? I certainly felt the energy within me diminishing. Borakli's expression shifted as he settled back down, meticulously redistributing the energy within him. After a while, he stood once more, his expression a tapestry of complexity. So it is. This complicates matters. Martial breakthroughs must be complemented by scientific advancements. Borakli soared into the sky, his mind racing with thoughts of what lay ahead. What a fortune I have stumbled upon. I can conduct research. Borakli stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance in midair. Why did you suddenly appear? Your strength has increased, and my capabilities have been enhanced accordingly. When I was at 4,500 points, you did not upgrade, but now you have. It is akin to having always operated at 28 nanometers and suddenly advancing to 14 nanometers. Is it truly that substantial? Borakli questioned skeptically. Indeed, it is not a mere increment. Henceforth, you shall not manifest without my directives. Understood, although I can now independently conduct research, albeit through an exhaustive method. Borakli was overjoyed. What was there to fear from an exhaustive method? In his previous life, the great nation of Huaxia had managed to close the gap with foreign adversaries precisely through exhaustive methodologies. A single material required the fusion of 10 different components, each selected meticulously and slowly proportioned. In the land of Huaxia, what abounds is not merely the populace, but also an abundance of laboratories and researchers. Each researcher can produce results for 200 experiments in a single day. With 100 researchers in a single laboratory and 100 laboratories across Huaxia, one can only ponder the staggering volume of materials that could be generated in a day. Although he refrains from calculating, he is certain that such a method holds merit. Very well, proceed with your experiments, he encouraged. The raw data had already been recorded. Once it passed through his scrutiny, the system would be informed, eliminating the need for further time wastage. Feeling a sense of breakthrough, he decided to relax as he leisurely made his way back. Borakli, why did you not answer my call? Chapter 39, Martial Arts Tournament, Declining Participation. Borakli gazed at the fiery Bulma. How could I? He replied innocently. I was in training, and my laboratory was shut down, leaving me unable to answer. I do not care. You simply did not answer my call, Bulma pouted, a mix of playful reproach and genuine annoyance in her tone. Realizing her reaction, she continued, You claim you were training? Indeed, Borakli stifled a laugh. Wow, that is impressive. Bulma noted the subtle change in his words. In the past, he would only mention exercising, but today he spoke of training. What have you discovered? She eagerly inquired, lunging toward him with hope in her eyes. Borakli embraced her waist. You remain as spirited as ever. Unfazed, Bulma chuckled. First, tell me, have you made any progress? With a slight nod, he confirmed, yes. It is precisely because I made progress that I closed the laboratory and came to the seaside to train. And the results? Under Bulma's sparkling gaze, Borakli smiled. Well, what do you think the outcome was? Successful, Bulma declared proudly. Huh, of course, he replied, only to be momentarily silenced by her unexpected response. Indeed, you are worthy of me. You. Bulma beamed with pride, producing 4 exquisite bracelets from her possession. Tada! Do these not signify that you are worthy of me? Upon seeing the elegant blue bracelets, Borakli immediately grasped their significance. My goodness, Bulma, you are astoundingly clever. Indeed, Bulma raised her head with pride, resembling a peacock in full display. Borakli playfully tightened his embrace. Ouch, what are you doing? What do you think? He teased. Rogue. Bulma's cheeks flushed as she wriggled free from his grasp. Unjust. You were the one who lunged at me. Borakli protested. Humph, you childish brat. You think too highly of yourself, Bulma quipped. Borakli's expression darkened. Her words rang true, as he indeed felt like a child. Bulma laughed joyfully, rolling through the air. Come, let us seek Master Roshi. Why would we go to him? Bulma expressed her dissatisfaction, feeling slighted as she had developed a more advanced gravity bracelet, yet received no praise from him. He flew closer, affectionately brushing her nose. The sight is indeed peculiar. A child of merely 145 centimeters, engaging with a girl surpassing 160 centimeters. It is rather discomforting to ponder how long it may take for him to mature. This genetic anomaly leaves one utterly speechless. If he were a purely innocent young boy, akin to the naive Sun Wukong, One could dismiss any errant thoughts. Yet, his essence embodies that of an adult. The close rapport he shares with Bulma raises concerns. It would be utterly abnormal for him not to harbor inappropriate thoughts. Regrettably, there is little that can be done at present. Master Roshi's training methods have provided me with profound insights, facilitating the swift construction of my martial arts techniques, for which I am naturally grateful. Observing Bulma's subdued demeanor, Broly surmises the underlying cause. Undoubtedly, Bulma is remarkable, having developed an even more powerful gravity ring capable of producing astonishing gravitational forces. Her enthusiasm is palpable. With a multiplier of 8, 4 rings would equate to a staggering 32 times the normal gravity, an impressive enhancement indeed. She tilts her head back, eagerly awaiting Broly's praise. Stealing a glance, he cannot help but exclaim, "Magnificent! Truly magnificent!" His words are sincere, stemming from genuine admiration. Within the confines of these 4 diminutive rings lies a mechanism capable of regulating gravity. Aside from Bulma, no one on Earth could replicate such a feat, not even Dr. Brief. Although they appear deceptively small, the task is akin to having a primitive individual create a smartphone single-handedly in a previous life. The challenges of energy, gravitational modulation, effective range, and materials to fit within such a compact space are formidable. Aside from Bulma, he cannot fathom who else could achieve this. There is, of course, another noteworthy individual. Though not in the upper echelons of expertise, at Bulma's age, however, they are not far behind. Regardless, Broly is undoubtedly satisfied. Bulma, your scientific prowess has surpassed that of your uncle. Indeed, I am a genius. She replies with a playful smirk. Yes, he affirms with a smile, then takes her hand. Shall we? Aren't you going to wear the gravity ring? Returning home to wear it is also an option. Home. Bulma pauses, momentarily perplexed, before her expression brightens. What do you mean? Are you indeed planning to go home? Indeed. I have devised a training regimen and will not be following Master Roshi's methods. So returning is only natural. He explains with a smile, reflecting on the matter. However, Master Roshi remains a true martial arts sage. His philosophies and techniques are profoundly enlightening. And I owe him a debt of gratitude. Well, weren't you quite disdainful of him previously? Bulma mutters. To speak candidly, I still harbor some disdain for him, he admits. Then why? Bulma queries anxiously. If you dislike him, why study under him and sing his praises? Disliking him does not preclude me from learning invaluable lessons from him or expressing my admiration, he responds. Now let us move on. With that, Broly leads Bulma toward Master Roshi, as his next endeavors involve researching high-energy nutritional blocks and bioarmor, as well as developing combat strategies. Remaining here is no longer necessary. Sun Wukong may remain here, as the teaching methods of Master Roshi are more suited for him. There is no need for contemplation. One only needs to follow instructions and engage in relentless training. His previous methods are inadequate, they require wisdom. Forcing Sun Wukong to memorize acupoints and meridians could be perilous. It would be wiser to allow him to develop sufficient strength and later explore the internal workings of his body for a deeper understanding. The two soon located them. It was not difficult to find Sun Wukong and Krillin, who were drenched in sweat under the scorching sun. Master Roshi, it's you. It seems you've had a fruitful day, they greeted. Huh, what do you know, playing tricks here, Bulma scoffed, indifferent to Master Roshi's demeanor. Heh, I may not possess great strength, but as a man who has lived for decades, my insight is quite remarkable. I recall you mentioning that you've lived for centuries. Master Roshi, Bojack interjected with a smile, as if it were of little concern. Is that so? I don't recall saying that. You must have misremembered, Master Roshi retorted, choosing not to elaborate further. The old turtle, shrouded in mystery, harbored many secrets that remained unexamined. Yet, his assistance this time was undeniably substantial. Were it not for his diligent instruction alongside Sun Wukong and others, his ambition to master the stars would not be easily realized. Master Roshi, we must take our leave, Bojack announced. Leave? Indeed, I have made a breakthrough. Staying here would be a waste of time. I need to return to West City. Surely. The city is not conducive to training. Bojack and Bulma exchanged glances. Fear not, old turtle. My family is the wealthiest in the world, and our estate is vast. It will not hinder my training, Bulma declared proudly. But will you not participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? What? Bulma was taken aback. In the past, she would have shown no interest, but now she was training. Since ancient times, there has been no first in the literary arts and no second in martial arts. Unfortunately, Bojack did not fulfill Bulma's wish. Not interested, he stated flatly. Sun Wukong is participating. Do you think you can defeat him? Bulma fell silent, realizing the truth. Indeed, she could not compete with the formidable Sun Wukong. Regrettably, she had wished to temper Sun Wukong's character further. Bojack quickly grasped Master Roshi's intentions. Then I shall take my leave. Sun Wukong will remain in your care for now, and I shall retrieve him later. He glanced at Sun Wukong, who was still laboring diligently. Very well, Master Roshi replied with a smile. A sly grin crept onto Bojack's face. Then we shall bid farewell. With that, he took Bulma and soared into the sky. Master Roshi watched their somewhat disheveled figures depart, murmuring to himself, "It seems I have forgotten something important." Chapter 40. Unrest. The monster returns. Bojack and Bulma instantly flew a considerable distance away, clearly exerting themselves without a hint of hesitation. Bojack, why are we in such a hurry? Shouldn't we at least say goodbye to Sun Wukong? Bulma questioned, perplexed as Bojack pulled her along. The old turtle is akin to a weathered coin, and we must swiftly distance ourselves, creating a bit of trouble for him. What kind of trouble, one might ponder. Bulma was still in the dark. After all, he merely scurried away, leaving little impact on the old turtle. Following Broly's line of thought, Bulma continued to contemplate. Well, think about it. What are Goku's traits? Broly wore a mischievous grin. Such expressions of unrestrained mirth are typically reserved for moments when he is alone with Bulma or in solitary reflection. In most instances, Broly maintains a composed demeanor, a stark contrast to his formidable physique. Traits? Goku consumes a lot, especially food. Bulma's realization dawned upon her, her face lighting up with a smile. Master Roshi grasped the situation as well, his expression darkening considerably. Once again, he found himself ensnared. His temperament left him utterly speechless. Observing Broly's retreating figure, Master Roshi muttered to himself. However, you should now be capable of facing the failures of an 8,000 battle power alone, shouldn't you? It was evident that Master Roshi would never allow Broly to pull a fast one on him. If you find me a task, I shall provide you with a bit of amusement in return. Everything must be reciprocated. Raising his left hand, energy surged forth, coalescing into a small square adorned with runes. Then let us engage in a game. Next time, will you seek my guidance on the Mafuba technique? Master Roshi too displayed a proud smile. In that moment, Broly, feeling quite pleased, believed he had outsmarted Master Roshi, unaware of the impending calamity that loomed over him. Of course, fortune often conceals misfortune. The outcome remains to be seen. Broly, you are quite the rascal. Not at all. The old turtle has always maintained an air of mystery. Surely he wouldn't let Goku go hungry, so rest assured. Bulma nodded with a beaming smile, quite fond of this roguish side of Broly. However, you truly are something. Calling him Master Roshi to his face while referring to him as the old turtle behind his back. TCH, who told him to act so pretentiously? Let us go? Excitement gleamed on Bulma's face as she leapt onto Broly's back. Let us go, Pippy Shrimp. Bulma, you are clearly older than I. Why am I carrying you? You are a boy. Shouldn't you carry someone? You are strong. You are my boyfriend, so it's all on you. But you are older. Bulma placed her hands around Broly's waist. What do you mean by older? Ahem. When I say older, I mean in terms of capability, not age. It's more about your intelligence. And it also implies that our lifespans are quite lengthy. Broly stammered in explanation, having inadvertently let slip a thought without considering it. Humph, at least you are perceptive. Bulma cheerfully draped her arms around his neck, sparing Broly from immediate peril. Broly sighed in relief internally, having narrowly escaped. With Bulma on his back, he soared forward, moving through the air with a speed far surpassing that of any aircraft, given his current prowess. By the way, how are they faring? Have they been well behaved during this time? With me overseeing, they cannot stir up any waves. Indeed, Bulma speaks the truth. Let us accelerate. In the vast expanse of the sky, the two frolic freely and unrestrained. In West City, within Bulma's abode, Oolong reclines comfortably on a beach chair, shaded by a parasol, while a table brims with an array of snacks and fruits. How delightful this is. I truly hope that Bulma and the others become entangled with that creature and do not return for a while. Oolong is unaware of how many prophetic words he has uttered, and this occasion is no exception. Amidst the mountains, a shadowy figure emerges. Go forth, fulfill my desires, and create some trouble for him. Once again, the expressionless visage of Master Roshi turns to close the massive stone door. How dull it is to be me. At this rate, when shall I ascend? Observing the impassive Master Roshi enter, The dark figure lets out another roar, its nostrils twitching slightly. Suddenly, its eyes gleam with a purple light, visible even in broad daylight. It then transforms into a wisp of smoke, swiftly ascending into the sky. Borakli. Concurrently, Master Rashi's attention shifts to Borakli. The martial arts tournament is merely 3 days away, anticipated to conclude in 3 days, thus allowing 6 days for your amusement. Master Rashi speaks leisurely, as Sun Wukong has already been coaxed over by Krillin. Master Rashi, I'm hungry, Wukong declares, prompting a frown from the elder. Come, I shall take you to indulge in some delicious food. Hooray, that sounds splendid. With the prospect of delectable treats, Sun Wukong is wholly engrossed, and Krillin, too, is no exception, his attention entirely captured. Master Rashi, with a cheerful disposition, leads Sun Wukong and Krillin away. The duo devours their meals with great fervor. Such exertion demands substantial energy. Without ample sustenance, one cannot hope to replenish. Delicious, master, Wukong exclaims, eliciting further joy from the elder. If it's tasty, then eat your fill. Rest assured, there's plenty. Yes, yes, you are the best, master. You are too kind. Of course, I labor tirelessly for your sake. Master Rashi replies, his words laden with meaning. He refrains from picking up his chopsticks, his gaze seemingly piercing through the clouds, catching sight of Borakli joyfully carrying Bulma. May your happiness be elevated even further. What? Sun Wukong and Krillin murmur indistinctly, their heads bowed in concentration. Master Rashi offers no response, and the two remain oblivious, continuing to relish their feast. Borakli, what is the matter? Bulma exclaims suddenly. Borakli, however, does not reply but instead, with a grave expression, urges, Bulma, you must hurry to West City. What? Bulma's inquiry is abruptly cut off by Borakli's sharp interruption, preventing her from stirring any further trouble. Do not ask questions. Just obey, and go quickly. Setting Bulma down, Borakli darts off in a particular direction. Naturally, Bulma is unwilling to remain behind and prepares to follow. Do not come, or go seek Master Rashi. A sudden realization dawns upon Bulma, rendering her face pale. Is it that fellow? In a state of despair, in order to divert Bulma's attention, Broly had no choice but to suggest that she seek out Master Rashi. Perhaps by summoning Master Rashi, we might still have a chance. This was merely a ruse to ensure her departure and keep her from harm. After observing for over 8 months, Broly had yet to exhaust all that he had learned, including the ability to sense energy. Although not precise, he could vaguely perceive the presence of others. He recognized that the approaching energy felt identical to the last encounter. Despite his inability to defeat it, he was confident that he wouldn't be as vulnerable as before. Moreover, he pondered, perhaps he might even prevail this time. Feeling the power coursing through his body, Broly disregarded Bulma behind him and soared forward. He was certain that she would not defy his wishes in matters of such gravity, even if it was for his safety. Soon, he spotted a dark cloud looming ahead. Since it had arrived, there was no point in hiding. Come out, he declared, unleashing a beam of energy from his hand. Chapter 41. Unable to win, he escapes in disgrace. After this encounter, I must devise more effective combat strategies. These outdated techniques seem to be accessible to anyone, yet they prove ineffective against all. Broly inwardly ridiculed himself as he beheld the identical monster before him, his lips twitching in frustration. Who was this shadowy figure lurking in the dark, and why was it so fixated on him? The last encounter had been labeled a coincidence. Today, however, this was a calculated pursuit. Both adversaries bore an uncanny resemblance, even their energy signatures unchanged. If he could not deduce that someone was orchestrating this against him, he would surely question his own intellect. Roar! You dare to roar at me? With a swift motion, he conjured an energy sphere in his hand and hurled it without hesitation. The opponent did not flinch, charging directly at him. Hey, I am not the same as before. The speed of the meteoric energy within Broly surged, vitality flooding his limbs. In a flash, he vanished from his original position, launching energy spheres from both hands. Rather than releasing them immediately, he kept them rotating in his grasp. Come on, he bellowed, maintaining the spheres as they spun. The creature before him was undeterred, retracting its right hand from its waist to strike back. With a thunderous crash, an overwhelming force radiated in all directions, scattering the surrounding clouds. Had they not been flying at such heights, the onlookers below would have witnessed the spectacle in its entirety. Even now, those on the ground pointed skyward, perplexed by the two figures engaged in battle. Broly's complexion flushed. Even with cunning, he could not match his foe. The figure shrouded in a black cloak seemed like an unyielding machine, impervious to fatigue or pain. The two energy spheres in his hands spun fiercely, yet they seemed powerless against the opponent. A low kick was unleashed, leaving Broly aghast. What? The sound resonated with palpable fear. The strike landed. But the creature exhibited no reaction. Broly's leg felt as if it had struck solid steel. This was beyond his comprehension. Borakli unleashed a surge of power, swiftly retracting his arm from the grappling match, propelling himself backward to distance himself from his opponent. His gaze fluctuated between uncertainty and fury. How could this be? What manner of creature are you? Borakli inquired, his voice laced with menace. Initially, he had merely labeled his adversary a monster as a form of insult, but now, after that recent strike, it was evident that any normal individual, regardless of gender, would be unable to maintain composure. Unless, of course, he had long since lost all sensation in his body. A meteorite spun rapidly, light coalescing in his hand to manifest a brilliant spear. Grasping the weapon's hilt, he charged directly at his opponent. The figure in the black robe with purple eyes, unperturbed, clenched his fist and retaliated with a fierce blow. Borakli, undeterred, infused his spear with his vital energy. Though he lacked proficiency in spear play, he reasoned that, given the intensity of the earlier encounter, a weapon capable of delivering powerful thrusts would serve him better than a blade. In the blink of an eye, they clashed again, and Borakli's expression shifted in alarm. He failed to gauge the extent of his opponent's energy, yet his spear shattered inch by inch. This cannot continue. I cannot afford to engage in a direct confrontation, relying solely on my substantial vital energy for intimidation. However, before he could devise a strategy, the gale generated by his opponent's fist struck his cheek painfully. What a mess. What should I do? Borakli discarded the energy spear and turned to flee. His body pierced through the air, emitting a piercing sound that caused the onlookers below to clutch their ears in distress. The figure in the black robe pursued him with equal swiftness. Borakli's strength had reached 4,500. Even having developed a technique and attained the first realm of the meteorite stage had not diminished his combat prowess. In fact, it seemed to have subtly increased. After all, his foundation remained intact. He merely refined his mastery over his internal energy. To easily subdue Borakli would prove quite challenging, unless he foolishly remained stationary, grappling without escape or external assistance. But how could that be possible? He had just realized he was outmatched and had promptly fled. As for fighting desperately, in his lifetime, aside from Bulma, he had never fought for anything. If he couldn't win, he would simply run. Meanwhile, Bulma found herself at a loss, wandering aimlessly. Unbeknownst to her, sensing her arrival, Master Roshi had already made his way to the martial arts tournament venue. This was a matter of revenge. If he intervened to assist Borakli, it would prove futile. Moreover, as a scion, his combat power could double after recovering from serious injuries. Should he sustain harm this time, it would only serve to enhance his strength. A solid foundation is essential, but the pursuit of greater combat prowess is equally vital. Master Roshi, why are we attending the martial arts tournament? Goku asked curiously as he sat in the airplane. He had originally intended to ride the Nimbus. Fearing that Master Roshi, that old schemer, would insist he take the plane to avoid an encounter with Bulma. We could battle against martial artists from all corners of the nation. Is that so? Goku's eyes lit up. With eager anticipation, they observed Master Roshi. Indeed, one must not underestimate the multitude of skilled individuals in this world. This time, he need not participate directly, for he had long prepared an accomplice to spar with Sun Wukong, with a singular objective in mind, to ensure that Sun Wukong does not secure the first place. Meanwhile, Krillin, who looked upon Sun Wukong's boorish behavior with disdain, was momentarily captivated, envisioning a glorious future where he would rise to fame and be inundated with admirers following a first-place victory. He too was filled with excitement for the forthcoming competition. It matters not. I relish the prospect of facing formidable opponents. By the way, Master Roshi, will Broly be participating? I extended an invitation, yet he declined. It is highly unlikely that he will attend, Krillin replied with a scoff. I surmise he witnessed our rigorous training and, aware of our prowess, believes that competing would yield no favorable outcome for him. After all, based on my and Sun Wukong's capabilities, I am certain I will claim the first place, with Sun Wukong in second. Should he secure third, it would surely be a source of embarrassment. Master Roshi's lips twitched. Foolish child, what audacity! That Broly, Is he not a tad overconfident? Sun Wukong regarded Krillin with seriousness, earnestly advising, Krillin, do not speak so lightly. I cannot even hope to best him. That would mean I am first, he second, rendering me unworthy of appearing before him. In exasperation, Sun Wukong was taken aback by Krillin's arrogance. Nonsense. I can surely win the championship, should Broly choose not to compete. Krillin smirked. Humph, even if you were to participate, I would still emerge victorious. What do you possess to rival me? Impossible. Should Broly take part, none of us stand a chance at the championship. His strength is formidable. I am no match. And neither are you. Preposterous. A coward who flees at the last moment cannot be that powerful. Nonsense. Broly would never flee. Sun Wukong, incensed, glared at Krillin. Then tell me, why would he run away? Sun Wukong stammered. How would he know? Regardless, Broly would never flee. Krillin shrugged. Master Wu Tian, will Broly flee? Master Roshi's expression was inscrutable. Of course, he is fleeing now, in quite a pitiful manner. Chapter 42, Huang Lanshi, Destined Encounter. Krillin triumphantly gazed at Sun Wukong, as if he had already claimed victory. Indeed, Master Roshi had declared Broly to be a coward. What more was there to say? Humph, Broly would never flee. Absolutely not. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, a tempest brewing within him. Master Roshi was correct. Sun Wukong had been overly trusting in Broly, who was now likely to be in a state of disarray. He had been engaged in intermittent battles with his opponent, initially intending to exhaust them, confident that with his high-energy nutritional fluids, he would outlast them. However, as the day wore on, he discovered that his opponent seemed impervious to fatigue and required no sustenance to replenish their strength. This realization left him quite vexed. What should he do? Energy simply cannot compete. It does not expend energy, so one wonders where this individual derives his power. Broly, though puzzled, possesses a clear understanding of the situation. It must be that the energy restored continuously surpasses the energy consumed, or perhaps there exists a mobile power source akin to a portable charger. He has yet to surpass the critical threshold. Based on his current knowledge, this is the only conclusion he can draw. He hopes that Bulma is wise enough to flee swiftly and not return to seek him out. After engaging with his opponent for a brief moment, Broly promptly resumes his escape. He is confident in his ability to elude capture, yet fleeing is not a solution. If his adversary is resolute in pursuit, they can undoubtedly sense his presence. Without neutralizing the threat, he cannot find peace. Even resorting to the Mafuba technique to seal away his opponent is a notion he finds unacceptable. What nonsense is this? You come after me, and I cannot retaliate? This is something Master Roshi had not anticipated. Meanwhile, he leisurely strolls on a small island with Goku, Krillin, and the sea turtle, primarily enjoying the delightful atmosphere. Master Roshi, can this enhance our strength? Inquired Krillin, who spoke up when Roshi remained silent. Roshi regarded him with a look of approval. Indeed, it can. Goku, filled with excitement, pointed at Master Roshi and exclaimed, he isn't praising you. He is complimenting that person's physique. The naive Goku, unable to discern gender through mere sight, substitutes one person for another. However, in the public square, the lascivious gazes of Roshi and Krillin already incited the ire of many beautiful women, who would wish to display their allure to a hunchbacked old man and a short fellow. Their loud exclamations drew disdainful glares, prompting the trio to depart in embarrassment. Unbeknownst to them, a blonde beauty with a fierce sense of justice had taken notice of their antics and was stealthily following them. Goku, why do you act so recklessly? You've ruined everything, what now? Goku, oblivious to the implications, responded, what have I ruined, Grandpa? Are you referring to admiring those long legs? Of course, Krillin chimed in, feeling dissatisfied. Having been a monk, he had avoided female company, and after spending considerable time training with Master Roshi, he had finally encountered some enticing long legs, only to be thrust back into his previous state of restraint. You don't understand. Admiring beautiful women brings us immense joy, alleviating physical fatigue and facilitating our training. Goku paused, looking innocently at the two. Is that so? Why do I not feel this way? I find training quite effortless. Master Roshi, noticing the approaching blonde beauty, could not suppress a smile. He held no particular opinion or thought regarding the blonde beauty. Otherwise, he would surely have instructed Sun Wukong to fetch such a person. Given Sun Wukong's innocent nature, it was likely he would have obliged. Yet, he chose not to take that course of action. To his surprise, the blonde beauty came to him of her own accord. How intriguing, was this not Lan Chi? She had approached him herself. while others may be oblivious. He was well aware that this was Lan Shi, who had accompanied Master Roshi for quite some time and had gradually faded away after the Scion race's arrival on Earth. Now, in such circumstances, it could only be deemed as fate's decree. Therefore, he resolved to accept Lan Shi. Though he was not the original lecherous old turtle, he was nonetheless himself, and having a beautiful woman by his side was undeniably pleasing to the eye. Thus, he led the two of them to a secluded spot. "Stop! This is a robbery." The three were caught off guard as Lan Shi sprang forth, eagerly initiating the heist. Master Roshi remained composed, but with Sun Wukong present, there would undoubtedly be no convoluted matters. If there were, they would surely end in farce. As expected, just as Master Roshi feigned his lasciviousness, Krillin's genuine lust was evident. Lan Shi glared at the two lecherous men who showed no fear of the firearm in her hand. Just as she prepared to speak again, Sun Wukong's innocent voice chimed in, "Robbery? What is that?" Lan Shi, momentarily taken aback by his outburst, stared at him as if he were a fool. After emptying a magazine, bullets peppered the ground before Sun Wukong. "Stop your prattling and hand over all your valuables, you disgusting creatures." Sun Wukong, still bewildered, was about to inquire further when Master Roshi interrupted from behind. "Wukong, they are here to rob us. They are the villains. Subdue her first." Upon hearing Master Roshi's words, Sun Wukong wasted no time. He bared his teeth, adopting a fierce expression, squatting into a martial stance, his hands poised for attack. "Why are you robbing us? No wonder you're using a gun against us." Lan Shi had never encountered someone so unfazed in the face of firearms. This was her first experience with someone who did not tremble at the muzzle of her weapon, leaving her stunned for a full 3 seconds. She ejected the magazine and reloaded, firing several more rounds. "Enough chit-chat. If you don't want to die, hand over your money quickly." But this time, she could no longer have her way. Sun Wukong executed several swift maneuvers, effortlessly dodging the bullets. Just as his fists were about to strike Lan Shi, Master Roshi, feeling a twinge of annoyance, thought he should have let Krillin take the lead. Fearing that Sun Wukong might not hold back, he called out loudly, "Wukong, show mercy." At Master Roshi's warning, Sun Wukong instinctively tempered his strength. Without a moment's hesitation, Lan Shi collapsed to the ground, her fall decisive and clean. Krillin, observing the scene, stammered, "Master Roshi, won't this lead to a fatality?" Master Roshi gazed seriously, yet his words were laced with absurdity. "Indeed, there is breath, and now the one who prepares our meals has found a resolution." Master Roshi remains unfazed, for he understands that the earlier temperament of the golden-haired Lan Shi was somewhat tempestuous. Yet the blue-haired Lan Shi embodies true gentleness. Krillin tilts his head, perplexed by Master Roshi's words, unsure of their meaning. Let us depart and return. Chapter 43. The 6th day, the moment of hunt on Bulma's end. There is no word from Master Roshi, and upon returning, she finds no trace of Broly. She can only return to West City with trepidation. Once back, she immerses herself in her laboratory. She, too, experiences the despair of lacking strength. Were it not for her own achievements in martial arts, it might not matter so much. But now, as a martial artist with a battle power exceeding 100, she finds herself deeply unsettled. Faced with an adversary, she feels unworthy to even show her face. "This will not do. I cannot hope to catch up in cultivation. But surely I can excel in technology." A surge of determination wells up within her, vowing to close the gap with Broly and his companions. The sensation of powerlessness is one Bulma has never encountered in her scientific pursuits, but now it looms large. As for mechs, genetic serums, or weaponry, weapons are out of the question. Bulma dismisses part of her thoughts. No matter how formidable the weapons, her personal strength is insufficient to inflict any meaningful damage on formidable foes. Genetic serums could serve as a last resort, yet mechs, while somewhat useful now, will inevitably diminish in effectiveness as enemies grow stronger. Nonetheless, they could serve as auxiliary support. What remains is... Bulma narrows her eyes slightly. "Wait for it, Broly. I shall soon provide you with assistance." She chooses to believe in Broly's ability to escape and focuses on completing her research. Broly, too, is confident, albeit temporarily pursued. It is but a trivial matter. This triviality he can evade in an instant. "Just do not let me catch you. I will not rest until you are vanquished." The issue is not grave, yet he grapples with the indignation within. After all, having spent 11 years on Earth, he should not have provoked anyone without cause. Indeed, he has never sought conflict. To be targeted without reason, and now to hide like a hunted animal. Who would not be infuriated? The crux lies in the inability to escape. He can only buy himself some time. The pursuer behind him is like an unceasing engine, relentless even in moments of respite. Gathering a sphere of energy in his hands, he prepares for confrontation. As the foe draws near, he calls out, "Wait a moment, can we not parley? I implore you." Broly releases the energy ball hidden behind him in a moment of urgency, sidestepping hastily. "Could we not exchange greetings before resuming hostilities? Your actions make me appear the villain." Yet his opponent remains steadfast, launching a beam of darkness towards him. Broly, having long since readied himself, retaliates with his own light-based technique, unrestrained and fierce. The figure cloaked in black and adorned with purple eyes glimmered with a crimson light, enveloped in a pitch-black protective shield. Undeterred by Borakli's radiant assault, he pressed forward, unyielding. Borakli, however, was not foolish. Engaging in a head-on confrontation would be a display of sheer folly. He swiftly turned to flee. The earth is vast, and he wished to explore. After all, it was not yet a time of desperation, and those he cared for were not in peril. "Come on. If you can't catch me, you are indeed my grandson." "Bah, I have no grandson like you," Borakli boasted, his character consistently brimming with bravado, albeit often masked by an air of calm. His inner monologue surpassed that of anyone else. Borakli embarked on his escape, a journey that spanned several days. During this time, the martial arts tournament involving Sun Wukong and others approached its conclusion. As anticipated, Krillin faced an early defeat, failing to reach the top four. In contrast, Sun Wukong found himself vying for the title of the world's champion on the arena. He respectfully saluted, casting a curious glance at his enigmatic opponent. "I shall attack," he declared. The opponent remained silent. Sun Wukong, undeterred, assumed an offensive stance, inching closer with deliberate steps. His feet struck the arena with force, and his tail swayed with agility as he closed the distance. A punch, ineffectual. Another punch, still ineffective. 2 consecutive kicks were effortlessly thwarted by the adversary. With a swift elbow turn, the opponent finally shifted. Yet, with that movement, Sun Wukong instinctively retreated, astonished by the opponent's skill. "Impressive," he marveled. "Let us do this again." He advanced once more, taking shorter strides. This time, he refrained from brute force, opting instead to employ his monkey-style techniques to harass his opponent. Yet, it proved futile. The opponent was too composed, seemingly anticipating Sun Wukong's every maneuver. Master Wu Tian, Krillin, this truly exemplifies the saying there is always a greater power beyond. However, every move of Wukong's was perceived clearly by his adversary, placing him at a disadvantage. You are beginning to grasp the situation," the turtle hermit mused, as few in the audience could discern such insights. Most believed that Sun Wukong's vigorous techniques were overwhelming his opponent, cheering him on with fervor. Only true masters recognized that Wukong's efforts were essentially in vain, a futile struggle. Prolonged engagement was ill-advised. "What should we do, Master Wu Tian? Sun Wukong is bound to lose," Krillin exclaimed, his anxiety palpable as he pounded his fists. "Krillin, you are too anxious. I have consistently emphasized that martial arts consist of 2 elements, the martial as the foundation and the way as the discipline. Without the way, there is only chaos. The practice of martial arts serves to strengthen the body, prevent ailments, uphold justice, and cultivate a love for life, never to engage in reckless bravado." Krillin was taken aback. "What nonsense is this? Are we not to display courage and valor on the arena? Besides, even if I were to be reckless, how could I compete with Sun Wukong? That martial arts fanatic? Why am I not allowed to challenge him?" Yet, feeling a sense of obligation, he reluctantly acquiesced. Master Roshi discerned the indignation in Krillin's eyes, yet he remained unfazed. His guidance was undoubtedly sincere, but the extent to which Krillin would progress depended on his own fortune. He could not offer further assistance, as he had numerous matters to attend to. Just as with Broly, he would undoubtedly present challenges, but the notion of providing aid at every turn was implausible. What he sought was not Broly's gratitude, but rather the strength that would enable him to assist in the future. If every formidable foe required his intervention, it would be wiser to invest in another candidate for training. While Goku was commendable, he was decidedly a last resort due to his naivety. Should Broly learn of Master Roshi's thoughts, he would surely engage in a relentless pursuit, having already fled for 6 days. With the creature in pursuit trailing him for the same duration, he now felt confident in his ability to defeat his adversary. In fact, just yesterday on the 5th day, He had been poised to vanquish the monster that followed him. However, after being pursued for 5 days, the sudden absence of his pursuer would have been unsettling, prompting him to head westward with the creature in tow. Today, as he approached West City, he understood that he could no longer refrain from striking. He sensed an unusual transformation within himself. His vital energy no longer entered his cells, but flowed entirely into his meridians and acupoints, revealing unexpected benefits. A satisfied smile graced Broly's lips. The time for his hunt was nigh. Suspended in the air amidst the mountains, the likelihood of being seen was minimal, and he would simply wait for his opponent to take the bait. Chapter 44. Give it your all and vanquish the enemy. The strength of his opponent was formidable, perhaps even superior. Had it not been for Broly's nimble and cunning movements, he would have been caught long ago. Even so, after merely 15 minutes of waiting, the black-robed monster had caught up. This time, Broly had learned his lesson. He refrained from engaging in idle conversation and launched directly into combat. With a resounding crack, his fist collided fiercely with that of the black-robed creature. There was something there, indeed. In the moment of contact, as Broly's voice echoed, power surged anew. His opponent, caught off guard, was unexpectedly sent flying. A fleeting glimmer of joy flickered in Broly's eyes. For the first time, he had managed to unsettle the creature. Again, with relentless determination, Broly unleashed a series of punches, each time employing only 80% of his strength, followed by a subsequent release of 40%. Thus, he continued to push his adversary back. Yet, Broly's joy was short-lived. He understood that to truly defeat his foe, his current prowess was still insufficient. Nevertheless, his confidence surged. Having dared to confront the enemy head-on, he felt assured in his abilities. With a swift elbow turn, he found his opponent's coarse hand gripping him tightly. Broly, however, remained unfazed. A brilliant light erupted near his elbow, firing forth an energy attack. This was the strategy he had devised, yet it was still inadequate. As the energy attack momentarily repelled his adversary, he seized the opportunity to follow up. "You claim to fear no harm, do you?" he proclaimed, as 3 meteorites within him spun wildly. The vital energy within him thickened, responding to his will as it manifested in his hands, taking on its own form without transforming into any luminous technique. "Allow me to treat you to something extraordinary," he declared, his fists clenched tightly. As he struck directly at his opponent's temple, the figure in the black robe, however, was not to be trifled with, having endured relentless assaults. He swiftly raised his hand to block the incoming blow. Borakli feigned a strike, pivoting sharply, sending his tail crashing down upon the opponent's armpit. Targeting a critical point, the Zhongmen acupoint, one of the 36 fatal spots. Even if he were a fortified wall, this blow would leave him teetering on the edge. Witnessing this, Borakli's heart surged with joy, realizing he could conserve his strength. Your doom is approaching, young one. Though you may be a monster devoid of consciousness, your days of ease are at an end. Even your plight pales in comparison to mine," he taunted, continuing his onslaught without allowing his adversary a moment's respite, all the while secretly mocking himself for resembling a villain. His lethal techniques now unleashed, a formidable surge of vital energy erupted from his hands, piercing toward the opponent's temple. The sun and the mute gate must inevitably meet Yama. While perhaps not as dramatic, there was no doubt that his opponent would not retain such strength for long. A triumphant smile graced Borakli's lips, his brows arching like a crescent moon. "All the suffering you inflicted upon me shall now be returned in full." With a powerful lift of his feet, he aimed directly for the Zisanli, one of the 2 longevity points, yet also one of the few deadly spots in the lower limbs. Belonging to the stomach meridian, a severe strike would induce numbness and hinder mobility. With 3 critical points under assault, the abdomen already struck, and the other 2 poised to exacerbate his injuries, the threat posed to his opponent would plummet to near zero. A furious roar escaped the opponent, whose enchanting violet eyes flashed crimson. Borakli, far from being dismayed, felt a surge of exhilaration. This was a clear sign of a vital hit, and his adversary was growing desperate. He simply needed to endure this storm, and the rest would be manageable. Crossing his arms over his chest, he braced for the impending damage, knowing he had to absorb it to save face. Indeed, the opponent unleashed a powerful strike, a punch that bore down with tremendous force. Borakli, unable to withstand such might, was driven into the earth, swallowed by the mountains. As the dust settled, the black-robed creature surged forward. Who would fear whom? A robust beam of light erupted, resolutely colliding with the foe. With a fierce roar, Borakli released energy with one hand, while the other rapidly fired energy orbs into the surrounding chaos. In an instant, the mountains were enveloped in swirling dust. Borakli's dual energy release could not hold back the assault, let alone with one hand. Fortunately, he quickly carved a path for escape. Seizing the moment, he dashed out. The opponent showed no signs of relenting. The black pillar of energy struck the ground, creating a deep chasm. Trees around them became coated in dust, only to be uprooted by the ensuing gale, which scattered their leaves. The remaining branches could no longer hold the dust, which fell to the ground. Borakli patted his chest. Relieved. That was close. He nearly met his demise. After expressing his sentiment, he cast a sharp gaze upon the ground. That fellow had yet to be dealt with. He could not afford to relax. An unusual aura caught his attention. It appeared to remain at 8,000, unchanged, yet this 8,000 seemed almost illusory. With this thought, Borakli extended his hands, palms downward, forming claw-like shapes, as a brilliant light once again burst forth. With intent, the energy orbs between his palms began to rotate in opposite directions. Borakli turned and hurled the energy orbs away. Go! Beneath the dust. The adversary's roar resounded once more. A thunderous boom followed, engulfed in a cloud of dust. Borakli could no longer contain his inner joy. Those two strikes would surely leave the opponent either dead or severely injured. Borakli remained still, while the other party did not act rashly either. As the dust settled, Borakli was perplexed. The opponent's eyes were no longer purple. Instead, they had turned a deep crimson, interspersed with black and white. It resembled the eyes of an ordinary person, severely congested, morphing into their current state. A terrifying possibility crossed Borakli's mind, and his expression darkened. Could it be? Unyielding, he charged forward. The opponent's condition had deteriorated significantly. In a direct confrontation, he now had a chance of victory. After a few minutes of back and forth, Borakli seized an opportunity and struck 3 vital points, causing the adversary to tumble into a deep pit, unable to rise, merely howling in agony below. Borakli remained unhurried, instead observing calmly. 10 minutes later, he beheld the now shrunken figure, with half-red eyes, and his expression turned grim. The opponent, originally around 22 meters tall and shrouded in a black cloak, had gone unnoticed until now. Damn it! Had someone conducted experiments on ordinary people? Borakli's eyes turned blood-red as he swiftly attacked the opponent. This time, it was no longer an even match. He dominated the fight. The adversary resisted for over 20 minutes before being utterly obliterated by Borakli. What concern was it of his if others experimented on ordinary people? It was not he who sought to use them. His anger stemmed from the fact that someone was targeting him specifically, and he could not identify the puppeteer behind it. This was too passive. He needed to devise a way to uncover the mastermind. Borakli gazed at the desolate surroundings, yet in his mind, the image of Master Rashi surfaced. He should be attending the martial arts tournament with Sun Wukong. He wondered how they were faring. Shaking his head, Borakli soared into the sky. Chapter 45. Reunion. Bulma's joy naturally, Sun Wukong, who was on Borakli's mind, faced defeat. Observing the calm demeanor of his opponent, Sun Wukong conceded with a nod. You are truly formidable. In my current state, I stand no chance against you. The middle-aged man remained as tranquil as ever. Curious about his silence, Sun Wukong inquired. Why do you refuse to speak? Are you mute? Such inquiries would typically incite anger in an ordinary person. However, the other party exhibited remarkable composure, remaining entirely unperturbed. Hey, would you care to join me? My friend Broly is quite formidable as well. One might think that if Broly were aware of his standing as a friend in Sun Wukong's eyes, he would express profound gratitude. Given such high regard for oneself, gratitude is indeed warranted. Yet, the middle-aged man remained indifferent to Sun Wukong's words, simply collecting his prize and departing. How peculiar. Krillin and Master Rashi entered the scene. Wukong, you are truly exceptional. At this moment, Krillin also cheered for Sun Wukong. Moreover, after this experience, he held Sun Wukong in even higher esteem. Of course, he did not concede defeat. He resolved to surpass Sun Wukong in the future, yet this in no way diminished his current admiration for him. Having personally engaged in battle, he knew that none of his opponents were weak, and witnessing Sun Wukong secure second place among so many strong contenders naturally earned his heartfelt respect. The fierce intensity of the final championship battle was laid bare before him, and Sun Wukong's splendid performance elicited no jealousy from Krillin. Master Rashi remained silent. offering only a simple commendation. He could easily discern that Sun Wukong had not exerted his full strength. However, in observing Sun Wukong's battles against his arranged opponents, it was clear that he was indeed a combat genius, far superior to that fool Broly. No one knew the origins of Master Roshi, but he seemed remarkably familiar with this place, having keenly observed Broly's battle during the championship. Simultaneously, he watched Sun Wukong's martial arts tournament and Broly's combat with the puppet. To be frank, Broly's fight was utterly unwatchable. Had Sun Wukong possessed such abilities, he would have charged in and dispatched the puppet effortlessly. Instead, Broly, without a scratch, took 6 arduous days to wear down his opponent. This fighting style bore no resemblance to that of a scion. Should he be subjected to some pressure? At this level, when might he truly develop? Midway through his thoughts, he shook his head. It was not the right time to impose excessive pressure on him. After all, he was not the reckless Sun Wukong. It would be prudent to observe how far his scientific pursuits could lead him. If he successfully navigated the path of scientific martial arts, he too could be considered a genius, ultimately securing a place in the upper echelons. Krillin, ever the astute observer, quickly sensed something amiss with Master Roshi and promptly inquired, "Master Roshi, what is the matter?" "Nothing much. I merely meant to say we should head back and bring Launch along to the island," replied Sun Wukong, shaking his head. "Master Roshi, I wish to train for a while." "Oh." Master Roshi regarded Sun Wukong with profound significance. This journey would mark the beginning of Sun Wukong's rise. Starting with the annihilation of the notorious Red Ribbon Army, encountering Tao Pai Pai along the way, ascending Korin Tower, and ultimately returning to the martial arts tournament, only to miss the championship once more. After that, the Great Era began, and the old flute player made his appearance. Following his defeat at the hands of Sun Wukong, Piccolo stepped into the fray. Aside from the Scion Prince Vegeta, it could be said that all the strongest warriors of the Dragon Ball world had gathered. They surrounded Sun Wukong, a character of innate kindness and purity. Although he often found himself embroiled in absurd situations, he had an inexplicable ability to earn the trust of those around him. "Old man," he called out, "what is it, Wukong?" "I'll be riding the Nimbus Cloud then." Master Roshi gazed at Wukong, knowing full well that he needed to use the Nimbus Cloud this time. However, Sun Wukong's combat power had already reached an astounding 600, allowing him to proceed to the next step. This was supposed to happen after the fortune-telling session with the old woman, but now that it was so, Master Roshi's expression turned serious. "No, Wukong. Since you have chosen to train, you must resolutely forego the Nimbus Cloud. But how will I train then? If it is training, you should measure the length of the earth with your feet, the width with your hands, and comprehend its nature with your heart." Sun Wukong looked at Master Roshi in confusion. "What do you mean, old man?" "Oh dear," Master Roshi exclaimed, as Krillin and the others collectively stumbled and fell, only to rise again. "In any case, you must rely on your feet to complete this trial." "All right then, goodbye." Though Wukong still did not fully understand, he earnestly promised and dashed off. With his innocent nature, he believed that once a decision was made, immediate action was required. Procrastination was simply not in his nature. Watching Sun Wukong's retreating figure, Krillin said, "Let's go back. If you want to keep up with Wukong's training progress, you must work even harder." "Yes, Master Roshi." Krillin, the sea turtle, and the newly joined Launch made their way back to Master Roshi's humble abode. "Broly, when we meet again, will you surprise me?" Beneath his seemingly stooped back, Master Roshi's heart brimmed with anticipation. With the innate Scion blood coursing through his veins, coupled with the guidance of past scientific endeavors and the accumulation of knowledge in this life, could Broly reach that person-esque level? He was filled with eager expectation. In West City, at Dr. Brief's grand estate, Broly descended. He had grown reluctant to use the front entrance. As for how to explain himself to the onlookers, that was Dr. Brief's concern, not his. "I'm back, Auntie," Broly called out, gazing at the beautiful woman standing cheerfully at the door, feeling a bit awkward. After all these years, he still found it strange to be alone with Mrs. Brief. "Are you here to take me out on a date?" "I can certainly do much more than Bulma," she teased. Broly's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly replied, "No, that's not necessary, Auntie." "Oh, what a pity. Would you like something to drink? Coffee, tea, or cola? Orange juice, please, Auntie." After a brief silence, Broly politely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. After all these years, you remain so courteous. Please wait for me a moment," Mrs. Brief said before turning to head inside. Borakli initially intended to seek out Bulma, but he restrained himself. recognizing that it would be impolite to leave at that moment. He stood there for a while, yet Mrs. Brief did not arrive as expected. Instead, Bulma rushed in with great urgency. Upon seeing her anxious yet delighted expression, Broccoli felt a swell of emotion. Simultaneously, he took comfort in the fact that the young girl he had instructed was so obedient. Had she acted recklessly, she would not have appeared so at ease. Fortunately, she had listened to him, and he found it hard to believe that Bulma hadn't sought out Master Roshi. Bulma dashed towards him, exclaiming, "What have you been doing for the past 6 days? I was so worried." Gently, he caressed her back, reassuring her, "It's all right, I'm back now. Aren't I?" The sight of Bulma, a girl over 6 feet tall, clinging to the diminutive Broccoli, who stood at only 4 feet 9 inches, was quite comical. However, Bulma paid no heed to this absurdity, her voice thick with emotion as she asked, "I was terrified. What on earth happened?" Broccoli, holding her close, could only shake his head with a wry smile. "Honestly, I'm not entirely sure myself, but I have a strong suspicion that someone has been watching me." Bulma immediately lifted her head in surprise. What? Was it that same monster from before? After a moment of contemplation, she seemed to arrive at a conclusion. Could it be Master Roshi? Broccoli dismissed the thought. No, it can't be him. He doesn't carry that kind of aura and hasn't been involved with those puppets. He understood well that to create such a creature without being tainted by its decayed essence was nearly impossible. While he found Master Roshi's demeanor slightly peculiar, he doubted that the old master would trouble him to such an extent. Unbeknownst to him, the very individual he had ruled out was the true puppet master, one who had persistently sought to undermine him. When the truth eventually came to light, it would likely leave him seething with indignation. Upon hearing the term puppet, Bulma displayed a puzzled expression. Puppet? Yes, precisely, a puppet, Broccoli replied, his brow furrowed in thought. The true puppet master lurks in the shadows, and I can't help but wonder whom I have offended, given that I've remained mostly in the estate and seldom ventured out. Should I investigate? Broccoli nodded but quickly added, no need for that. This situation is the best outcome for now. However, I return to inform you of my intention to go out. Why? Are we to fear him? You've returned. I can simply arrange for more technology to be here, Bulma countered. Don't act impulsively. Bulma, please listen to me, Broccoli urged, his tone earnest as he sought to calm her. However, before he could elaborate, a voice suddenly interjected, "Oh dear, am I interrupting your little date?" Bulma's face flushed crimson as she promptly disentangled herself from Broccoli. "Mom, please don't say such nonsense. My daughter has turned her elbow outward, abandoning her mother," Mrs. Brief teased. Bulma stood there, wide-eyed, before quickly stepping away from Broccoli and striding over to her mother. "Mother, it's all right. You may continue your discussion. I shall not intrude any further." Mrs. Brief, with a cheerful smile, placed the orange juice she was holding on a nearby table and waved her hand. "Take your time. By the way, Broly, after your rendezvous with Bulma, would you care to join me for an outing?" "Mother." With that, Mrs. Brief turned away, leaving Bulma blushing in her wake. Broly, however, paid little heed to the exchange, as he had more pressing matters to attend to and could not afford to linger. "Bulma, listen to me carefully." "Yes, go ahead." Bulma quickly regained her composure, her expression serious as she focused intently on Broly, though she sensed that something ominous was afoot. She listened patiently, her demeanor markedly more composed than usual. The mastermind remains elusive, and there are many such puppets still at play. There is no doubt about that. Therefore, it is imperative that I separate myself from you and venture out alone. Why? Because they are targeting me. I do not fully understand their motives. But I must proceed with this course of action. We are in West City, one of the 5 largest cities in the nation, and with you and your parents here, it is unwise to make this a battleground. I must divert the mastermind's gaze and the puppet's assaults away from you. Isn't that perilous? I should accompany you." "No." Broly swiftly rejected the notion. "It is far too dangerous. Your current abilities are insufficient to confront such a battle. The best assistance you can provide me now is to ensure your own safety and to develop more advanced technology, ideally one that aids in martial training." "Very well." Surprisingly, Bulma did not throw a tantrum. She understood that this was indeed the wisest choice, having contemplated it before, and now she was merely acting in accordance with her initial thoughts. Let us not linger on this topic to avoid attracting more puppets. I must depart swiftly and will not return to West City for a considerable time, unless I can unearth the mastermind. Please convey my regards to your parents. What do you require? Shaking his head, he replied, I only need to take Pilaf with me. Bulma displayed a perplexed expression. Those three are inseparable. You will likely have to take them all. Broly paused, taken aback. Wait, do the other two possess scientific knowledge? Wasn't it said that Pilaf constructed that castle? No. But they are nearly always together, and regardless of how Pilaf treats them, they remain fiercely loyal to him. To be fair, Pilaf's scientific prowess is commendable, albeit slightly inferior to that of myself and my father. Yet, he is capable of exploiting his two subordinates to the fullest. Strangely enough, despite their frequent blunders, cowardice, and foolishness, the two subordinates remained unwaveringly loyal, bound together through thick and thin. If Broly were to take them along, it might indeed turn out to be a fortuitous decision. The Energy Storage Mobile Laboratory's physics lab, Broly, would certainly not frequent, yet Pilaf could utilize it quite effectively, providing him with considerable assistance, as she could frequently reach out to others. Are the excellent conditions here not enough to attract those two? Bringing them along would be futile and rather cumbersome. Bulma, too, found herself in a state of bemusement. Those three antagonists were surprisingly endearing. Broly felt uneasy. The mention of cute villains reminded him of his own encounter with a puppet, where he had been inexplicably silenced and struck. Why are the foes pursuing him not charming? He had not wronged anyone. Well, he might as well bring them along. Engaging in other endeavors would surely be feasible. So be it, hurry along. I have experiments to conduct as well, and should I succeed, it will undoubtedly be of immense benefit to you. However, do remember to provide me with the gravity ring. And do not forget to research it diligently. Bulma gazed at Broly in astonishment. Is 32 times gravity insufficient? At times, one can endure 8 times gravity. Yet 9 times is simply unbearable. The increase is not merely a matter of doubling. Significant breakthroughs in various aspects of the body are required. Presently, such intensity is unnecessary. But should I break through again, it would not suffice. Bulma felt a wave of relief. Had the gravity ring she painstakingly developed proven utterly ineffective for Broly, it would have been quite distressing. However, preparing for the future is an entirely different matter. Rest assured, I am aware of that. By the way, Bulma, regarding the technique, I have already deciphered the first level. You may begin your training. This is quite simple, and with your intelligence, it should not pose a problem. Once I discover a new location, I will inform you. Bulma expressed her concern. Will you not teach me before you leave? I worry I might not grasp it. Fear not, you certainly will. Initially, we can communicate frequently, and for the time being, I will only seek out desolate areas. Whenever I find the opportunity, I will return. There is no need for you to worry. Very well, prepare quickly and go. Bulma was not urging him away. Since their acquaintance, these 6 days marked the longest they had been apart. This time might extend even further, but there was nothing they could do. Chapter 47, The Path of Research. New achievements. Broly was acting for their safety. Bulma was eager to conduct her research and keep pace with Broly. The enemy was far too formidable. Her presence would serve no purpose, and the only thing she could do was to avoid causing him trouble while striving to improve herself as much as possible. Anything more would be unnecessarily verbose. Very well, I will take Pilaf and the others. Oolong shall remain behind. Broly was not one to linger. There was no need for haste. The enemy's response would not be so swift. For the moment, safety was not a concern, yet matters of cultivation remained worrisome. The distance to their goal not only failed to diminish, but rather seemed to stretch further away, as if enveloped by a swirling fog, pushing and prodding at him, threatening to consume him. This compelled him to hasten his pace of progress. Indeed, Oolong served little purpose. Not exactly. You should keep him for now. Why? Bulma furrowed her brow in confusion as she gazed at Broly. Previously, he had held a strong disdain for Oolong. It's fine. Just let it stay here for now. Once I deal with the hidden foes behind me, I will return to study it, he said. Study what? It can transform. Are you not intrigued? She replied. But isn't that a matter of zoology? Bulma still couldn't grasp the concept. Indeed, humans are also animals, primates, to be precise. Bulma was left speechless, choosing not to elaborate further. Come on, let us go together. Broly reached for the orange juice Mrs. Brief had sent over and took a sip. Bulma, with a look of pure happiness, accepted it and contentedly took a sip. Hey, you drank a third of it, she exclaimed. What? It's just a little. Broly remarked as he noticed Bulma's mood slightly improving, her anxiety temporarily alleviated. How could he not perceive her reluctance? Their separation this time could last a considerable while. The helplessness of adulthood always felt so stark. He reflected on the pressures of his past life, where he still couldn't afford a car or a house. And in this life, A minor misstep could lead to ruin. He clenched his fist tightly in silence. Just wait. I will return when everything is ready. Suddenly, Bulma remembered. Should we prepare more high-energy nutrient solutions? No need. I am working on a more advanced formula, and I already have some leads, Broly replied. Bulma nodded, feeling reassured. All right then, be sure to remember me. Broly gazed at Bulma's exquisite face and slender figure, suppressing his impulse, before turning away to leave. The trio of Pilaf could not fly, and he certainly wouldn't carry them all through the skies. The gravity rings on his limbs shone with a blue light as Broly departed with resolute steps. Only Bulma remained behind, silently shedding a few tears. Once Broly vanished, she turned back to the laboratory. She, too, had experiments to conduct, though the thought in her mind was not easily executed. Broly sat in the vehicle, with Asu driving along the road. The scenery outside flashed by rapidly as he gazed through the window, yet his mind wandered elsewhere. Should he bring Goku along? However, his recent experiments had no relevance to him, and besides, Goku was benefiting from his training under Master Roshi, laying a solid foundation that would facilitate future breakthroughs. Broly ultimately chose to forego the idea, believing he could manage the forthcoming tasks alone. Unbeknownst to him, Goku had already left Master Roshi and opted to venture out for training. This journey was filled with continuous excitement. The two companions beside him were quite anxious, but Broly paid them no mind, deciding to close his eyes slowly once he made up his mind. Sir? Broly did not open his eyes. Sir, where are we headed? Anywhere, just find a desolate place, he replied. He had not informed them of his intentions earlier, which left the trio in a state of fear. The scene immediately materialized in his mind, depicting how they would be swiftly eliminated by Broly in a desolate and remote location. Asu slammed the brakes to the floor. Pilaf and Xiaowu, caught off guard, stumbled forward. Asu, what are you doing? The two, gripped by fear, scolded him while nervously glancing at Broly, fearing he might eliminate them at any moment. However, Broly remained unfazed, his eyes still closed, yet his mind was occupied with their anxious expressions. Rest assured, I have no intention of killing you. Pilaf's technological prowess is commendable. I require your assistance in scientific research. The initially apprehensive group sighed with relief, and Pilaf swelled with pride. Of course, I'm not boasting. My abilities are quite remarkable, ranking third in the world. Oh, is Bulma more formidable? Broly casually inquired, seemingly unconcerned by his audacity. Well, just a tad, Pilaf replied, his earlier bravado fading into embarrassment. Do not harbor any treacherous thoughts. Presently, there exists no weapon that can harm me. Even without vigilance or protection, it remains the same. Broly issued a subtle threat before reverting to his own contemplations. System, are there any results? None. Damn, you're not as assertive as you claim. It was evident that he would have to wait until he found a suitable location to conduct the energy accumulation experiment himself. He had a notion brewing in his mind that it should be feasible. Upon reaching the end of the road, he found himself before the vast ocean. Wait for me. With that, Broly ascended into the sky, seeking an appropriate island amidst the sea. By the time he concluded his tasks, the night sky was adorned with a multitude of stars. Focus on your own training, he instructed before retreating into his laboratory. His physical prowess was beyond the capabilities of these insignificant beings. His primary objective was to develop a new high-energy nutrient block. He would not entertain thoughts of the Scion race's nutrient solution at this stage. The potential value of that concoction was beyond comprehension, and aside from the peculiar universal capsule on Earth, he remained uncertain if anything could rival it. In Broly's eyes, the universal capsule of Earth was akin to a cheat, and considering that Earth was not interstellar, he presumed nothing could be found beyond it. He held no lofty expectations. It sufficed to create a second-generation energy block containing energy levels below 1,000. Currently, he could achieve 80 scales, and surpassing 100 was not overly challenging. It merely required precise direction. 10 days later, with Pilaf's assistance, he completed the first step. As the experimental product materialized, Broly examined the milky white energy block in his hands. System. Conditions met. Although he credited Pilaf for assistance, it was primarily in functionality. The new energy block's core energy was derived from the sun, carbon dioxide in the air, and water. Achieving 100 scales was indeed a success. If he were to carry a dozen of such nutrient blocks, he could confront the figure clad in a black robe with purple eyes without the need to flee, simply exhausting him to death. System, what is my current combat power? Chapter 48. the satellite realm, a new change. Even within the confines of the laboratory, he did not relax in his cultivation. He was aware of his strength's enhancement, albeit not precisely. 5,200, which aligned closely with his expectations. Upon arriving at the seaside, he tossed an energy block into his mouth and savored it thoughtfully. Indeed, it was a tad more delectable than the first tier, boasting a more pronounced sweetness and an excellent satiation effect, though the rate of dilution was swift. Once his body's nutrition reached 80, the energy release would decelerate even further. Borakli nodded in satisfaction, providing his assessment. System, continue to develop the second generation. According to his vision, the second generation should be categorized into 4 levels based on energy values. The first tier at 100, the second at 300, followed by 500, and finally 800. Such a scale is most suitable, establishing a standard for the system to operate effectively. The first research was arduous, the second slow. The third saw the system utilizing efficient methods, and by the fourth, the system should be capable of independent research without his intervention. Otherwise, this system would merely serve as a detector. Affirmative. Borakli chose not to dwell on this matter. The next steps would undoubtedly be more challenging. A biological battle suit was essential. Standing by the shore, feeling the sea breeze, Borakli gazed up at the starry sky. Not only was it necessary, but it must also be incredibly powerful and multifunctional. Sir, it's time for dinner. No need. You all can eat, he replied, watching as the 3 of them fell into contemplation. He needed to depart. The upcoming content was limited, and Pilaf would be of no assistance. Whether regarding the biological battle suit, mastering the stars, or studying their psion physiology, none of these were within Pilaf's expertise. For these matters, he required Son Goku's aid. The second layer of the technique has been completed. Borakli's eyes narrowed slightly. What a coincidence. He thought little of it. Transmit it to me. Upon receiving the knowledge related to the cultivation of the second layer in his mind, he realized that his technique would align with his combat power. Moreover, once the second layer was completed, he would surpass his peers in the same realm by at least 5-fold in combat strength. In terms of sheer power, speed, energy, and reflexes, he would excel. Should he develop new techniques, he would become even more formidable. The second layer still comprised the upper, middle, and lower dantians, which would not only double the intensity of the accumulated energy, but also enhance the total amount, resulting in a 6-fold superiority over others. Such combat power was unmatched in strength. Without regard for anything else, he soared into the sky. Discovering a small, desolate island once again, Borakli settled into a meditative posture, following the system's transmission method to cultivate. Soon, the energy from the meteoric fragments within the 3 dantians began to rotate increasingly swiftly, faintly forming an elliptical sphere. And shortly thereafter, a new meteorite emerged nearby. The meteorite did not immediately flee. Instead, it orbited the newly formed elliptical sphere in a regulated manner. Was it a satellite? Its combat power reached an astonishing 10,010,000. Quietly seated upon the ground, he controlled the vital energy within his body to circulate along specific meridians. The spheres in the 3 dantians becoming increasingly smooth, while the smaller meteorite followed suit, flying in a remarkably orderly manner. Borakli observed in silence, choosing not to intervene. As he silently transported his vital energy, unexpected changes began to manifest, resembling a true satellite. Yet, how could this be possible? Without the need for intellect. Given his still feeble strength, how could he engage with such complexities? The satellites and the trajectories of the new meteorites in the upper, middle, and lower dantians were not identical. There were some deviations, yet most of the phenomena he beheld were familiar. System. Spirituality. Speak plainly, he urged. The body operates autonomously. This was incorrect. Borakli sought to halt the process, sensing that the technique felt somewhat amiss. This time, no anomalies arose. But the satellites and meteorites within him did not change upon his cessation of energy circulation. The entire satellite remained, and not only that, the meteorites revolved around it. While the satellite's trajectory bore a striking resemblance to motion around 2 fixed points, though not overtly evident, it became clear when one sketched the path of movement. The lower dantian's motion resembled the current orbit of the moon around the Earth and the Sun. Could it be that the satellites and meteorites within me truly resembled those of a planetary satellite? Could my interior genuinely give rise to a galaxy? What then? Would I become a creator deity? What on earth is happening? Borakli sat in stillness, perplexed by this astonishing scene. If the three energy-gathering planets within him were to evolve into a galaxy, it would be utterly ludicrous. If such evolution were to occur at a later stage of cultivation, it would be understandable. But he was merely at the outset of his journey in cultivation, already witnessing the emergence of satellites. Would the next step be planets, then stars, and subsequently life? He was, after all, just a babe in the realm of cultivation. This was indeed an exaggeration. No, this is merely a passive influence of cosmic rules. Not as you imagine. The paths of their movement do indeed reflect your understanding. Borakli's expression darkened. The system elucidated once more. Your power is still confined to satellites and meteorites formed from condensed vital energy within the three Dantians. They are tangible entities. Once outside the Dantians, they become ethereal. What you perceive as change is simply a projection of cosmic rules cast within your Dantians. It is not a tangible reality. These paths and such bear no significance. They do not provide force fields nor any other assistance, merely propelled by your own energy. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Borakli remained unconvinced. Yet, according to the classifications, he possessed only a few thousand combat power. Did that mean others with similar combat power had also attained projections of cosmic rules? Indeed, what you have created has never manifested in this universe. It is as if you have forged an entirely new path. Borakli initially found this hard to believe. Isn't that absurd? He cautiously inquired. What consequences could arise? At present, there are no repercussions. It only matters how you feel about it. What about my subsequent cultivation techniques? Borakli was not merely being paranoid. He was acutely aware of the two realms he had encountered, and he had a vague understanding of the subsequent stages. Yet, thoughts are merely thoughts. And if the cosmic laws were to seek him out due to his peculiarities, rest assured, it appears that in this universe, there exists no such concept as a heavenly path. No formidable entities will take notice of you. What nonsense! How could you possibly know? I certainly do not. Furthermore, what about those lurking in the shadows, waiting to undermine me? From the records of the past decade, my conclusion is that your focus is solely on a fixed set of people and events. Borakli paused. The system's assertion held some truth. He certainly could not keep track of so much. Yet, he remained unconvinced. Chapter 49. The Turtle Sage and the Physical Cultivation Techniques. Yet you cannot claim that over these past years, one can directly grasp the cosmic laws. The system has already clarified this understanding. Ugh, playing word games. How I detest such individuals. Borakli silently lamented as he attempted to calm his turbulent thoughts. Control eluded him. From his previous life to his current existence, from birth to being scrutinized, to his first cultivation technique, and now, his aspirations seemed daunting. All of this led Borakli to reflect on certain notions from his past life. If he were a farmer in his previous life, perhaps he could have lived in peace. But if he were a cicada nymph, trouble would surely ensue. Working tirelessly, purchasing a home, raising children, and countless other endeavors loomed before him. Yet, the moment one surrenders and becomes prey, everything fades away. This was precisely how Borakli felt at present. However, he was unwilling to accept this fate. Even a common man can take a stand in anger. He refused to lie down and be trampled upon. He would rather emerge as a cicada or perish in battle. Since the day he was cast aside until he gained consciousness, he vowed to seize control of his destiny and to never feel powerless again. Alas, the road ahead is long, and he simply lacked strength. Turning back, he resolved to entrust the development of the biological battle suit to the system, planning to follow along when time permitted. I shall seek the Turtle Sage and find Sun Wukong. As for the others, they shall remain, waiting for my return. With determination, he departed from the seaside. After ensuring everything was in order and collecting the energy-based mobile laboratory, he soared into the sky. Observing Borakli's retreating figure, Ashu probed, "My lord, do you think we can?" "Fool, what are you contemplating?" Xiaowu interjected, unable to contain herself. "However, my lord, I believe he is quite admirable. Far better than Bulma's incessant commands." Pilaf could no longer contain his fury. "You imbeciles, do you not see how I have been exploited?" Xiaowu murmured. "But you seem to relish it. You run about far more merrily than we do." Pilaf was momentarily taken aback, then loudly masked his embarrassment. "That does not conceal his true nature as a villain, exploiting my cleverness. King Pilaf, your research skills do not match theirs." Enraged, Pilaf swiftly delivered a sharp rap to Ashu's head. "Are you seeking death?" Only then did they fall silent. Pilaf took a moment to compose himself and stated earnestly, "In any case, it is unlikely he will teach us any cultivation. Why not give it a try, King Pilaf? You are a genius in research. He needs you. If you propose it, there should be no significant issues. This flattery from Xiao Wu brought a broad smile to Pilaf's face. Indeed, that could work. When he returns, I shall request it. With my abilities, he would not dare to defy me. The two sycophants eagerly continued their praise. Thankfully, Pilaf lacked a tail, otherwise, it would surely be wagging off. Meanwhile, Borakli faced a bit of trouble. With his combat power exceeding 5,000, reaching the Turtle Hermit would take merely 2 or 3 hours. Upon landing on the island, aside from Krillin, who was diligently training, he saw the Turtle Hermit leisurely fanning himself while reclining on a beach chair, accompanied by a large sea turtle. Turtle Hermit, he exclaimed, adjusting his glasses. It's Borakli. What brings you here? Borakli surveyed the scene, hesitating to reveal his purpose. He inquired, Turtle Hermit, what became of the monster you sealed last time? The Turtle Hermit sat up. What's the matter? I merely wish to see if my current strength is sufficient to defeat it. Internally cursing the deviousness of the Turtle Hermit, he maintained an outward calm. The small glass bottle containing the seal has been cast into the depths of the ocean. It should be lost for good. Borakli's voice echoed with disappointment, yet he did not dwell on the topic. By the way, Turtle Hermit, when I first encountered you, you were pursuing that monster. Are you familiar with it? The Turtle Hermit shot Borakli a sidelong glance. Not at all. It was merely causing mischief nearby, and I happened to intervene, as a martial arts master should. Where is it? Borakli pressed on. What's the matter? He added, keeping his composure. I just want to know if it still exists. You know, my current strength is so formidable that without a worthy opponent, life is rather dull. Pretending to be indifferent, he inwardly scolded the Turtle Hermit for being a cunning old fox. Although he did not fully agree, Bulma had mentioned it. And since he was here, he might as well probe. However, the Turtle Hermit's responses were impenetrable, even turning the tables on him, leaving him feeling like a dog biting a tortoise, unable to make any progress. I am not quite sure. You will need to investigate this matter yourself. As I encountered it by chance. Having uttered these words, Master Roshi spoke with profound earnestness. Moreover, on the path of cultivation, one must never succumb to complacency or arrogance, for such attitudes serve as impediments to one's own progress. I understood and expressed my gratitude for Master Roshi's guidance. With a casual wave of my hand, I dismissed the notion, stating that it hardly qualifies as guidance. However, it is imperative for you to comprehend that sheer combat strength does not necessarily equate to superiority. At times, surpassing one's limits in battle serves as a testament to true genius. At the mention of this, Broly felt a stirring of curiosity. The hidden prowess of the old turtle must surely extend beyond what is apparent. He had alluded to it himself, yet the precise extent remained elusive to him. Master Roshi, are you capable of engaging in battles beyond your level? Against what formidable foes? Master Roshi gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, an aura of profound solitude enveloping him. Indeed, engaging in battles beyond one's level is certainly possible. Otherwise, one would not be worthy of the title god of martial arts. As for the strength of my opponents, I cannot say for certain. After uttering these words, he inquired, by the way, what brings you here? You haven't mentioned your purpose. Broly cast a discerning glance, realizing that the old turtle was intentionally diverting the topic to evade further questioning. I came in search of Sun Wukong. Where is he? I have yet to see him. Only Krillin remains here. He departed alone for training after the martial arts tournament. We are unaware of his whereabouts. Broly was taken aback. Is he that reckless? Venturing forth unarmed? Well then, what was the outcome of the tournament? Wukong secured the runner-up position. Who claimed the championship? After expressing his surprise, Broly scoffed, Master Roshi. You didn't personally enter the fray, did you? Impossible. My origins are unclear, yet Sun Wukong is indeed the runner-up. Even with full force, it would be futile. Speaking of which, you should consider participating yourself, ideally at half the combat strength of your opponent. Broly gazed at Master Roshi in astonishment. Why would someone with such formidable strength seek to be challenged unnecessarily? Your overall energy is abundant, yet your control over it is weak, your application crude, and your understanding superficial. You must learn to master yourself. Broly was acutely aware of his shortcomings and pondered deeply. Furthermore, you have constrained your energy within 3 points in your body. While I do not comprehend your reasoning or methodology, you possess the finest opportunity to fortify your physical form. Yet you have failed to seize it. Master Roshi maintained his posture, but his words plunged Broly into contemplation. Physical training, Techniques for the Corporeal Self? Chapter 50. The Kaioken. In-depth learning this was not a consideration foreign to him. In fact, he had attempted it, even brushing against the threshold during moments of peril. Yet, he arrived at a singular conclusion. It was unattainable. He had tried numerous methods, all to no avail. Whether it was a consequence of the world or a flaw in his cultivation approach remained uncertain. Whenever he endeavored to strengthen his body, the resultant feedback manifested solely as energy. If his strength had not surpassed 10, it might have been feasible. However, he now found himself at an impasse. Any act of training or cultivation, when directed towards the body, would invariably be transformed into energy. The absorption of energy from the surrounding air would also convert into energy within him. However, apart from physical training and the absorption of energy, he could not conceive of any other methods to enhance his bodily vitality. He yearned for immense physical strength unattached to any life force. And aside from the legendary essence of chi and blood, he was at a loss. The turtle sage finally relinquished his pose. Was it not vexing that one could not control the energy within? Every movement only served to amplify one's own chi. Borakli looked at the turtle sage in astonishment, marveling at his self-awareness. Indeed, I wish to know what is the method. There exists but one. The turtle sage's expression turned nostalgic. A genuine sentiment rather than a mere facade. Everything he had originated from that place, and after such a long absence, it was only natural to feel a sense of longing. A thought crossed Borakli's mind. The turtle sage's demeanor indicated a dilemma he could not resolve himself. Yet he knew where a solution could be found. Please, teach me, Master Turtle. This time, Borakli approached the matter with utmost seriousness. He would seize any opportunity to better himself and not be manipulated by others. As for the whispers behind his back, branding him a lecherous old turtle while he outwardly sought the other's guidance, such contradictions did not trouble him in the least. Moreover, he had not yet reached the point of supplication. Are you aware that there are immortals in this world? Borakli replied, aghast. You cannot possibly be referring to yourself? For that would render my conjecture rather foolish. Initially shaking his head, he then nodded in affirmation. Obviously, before him stood the turtle sage. Though uncertain if he truly was an immortal, he certainly transcended the ordinary. The great sea turtle raised its head, scoffing disdainfully. Sage turtle, you pose a redundant question. Are you not an immortal yourself? No. The turtle sage, unusually devoid of his typical joviality, wore a grave and respectful countenance, his gaze fixed intently upon Borakli. He spoke with utmost seriousness. Legends speak of a Goran tower located in a sacred land. Borakli felt uncomfortable under the turtle sage's penetrating stare. And then, the Goran tower reaches unfathomable heights, and atop resides the Goran sage, a true immortal, the turtle sage emphasized. Yet Borakli remained unconvinced. Does such divinity truly exist in this world? He was uncertain. However, the system had mentioned the absence of any so-called real consciousness. If that were indeed the case, then these so-called immortals were merely more powerful beings. Given his current strength, they should pose no threat. Seeking the aid of these immortals, what would that make him? Wasn't he the notion of self-mastery a mere joke? Relying on others for assistance and support? It would be far better to languish through life aimlessly. What he sought was method, not faith in deities to gain power. The turtle sage, an astute individual, quickly discerned Borakli's reluctance and recognized that he was missing the point. He slowly closed his eyes once more, opting not to confront the issue directly, but instead suggested, you might consider meeting him. I shall contemplate it. He can teach you how to reduce your energy to zero and then unleash it. This is not mere superficial disguise, but a genuine reduction to nothingness. This piqued Borakli's interest. Master Roshi, can you do that? A look of discomfort appeared on Master Roshi's face, and his lips twitched. He indeed possessed the knowledge, but he could not simply teach everything. Although he longed to impart all his wisdom, the concern lingered. If Borakli could not connect with those celestial beings, what would happen if others came along and recklessly attacked those divine entities? While Borakli was currently formidable, he could not compare to the individual he knew, who could withstand the erasure from the Omni King with merely several hundred million in combat power. Borakli still had a long way to go, lacking in various aspects. The best approach would naturally be to foster a good relationship between Borakli and the likes of Sun Wukong with those celestial beings. As for the cat sage, he was the most accessible and the easiest to befriend. This individual could be said to be deeply intertwined with the entire Dragon Ball universe, when not elsewhere. The cat sage provided the most assistance to Earth warriors. To build rapport with the cat sage, one merely needed to bring some fresh fish. If that proved difficult, dried fish would suffice. As he pondered, a smile of amusement crept onto Master Roshi's face. Master Roshi, have you lost your mind? Bulma called out several times before rousing him from his thoughts. Upon seeing him regain his composure, he couldn't help but exclaim, "You foolish boy, what nonsense are you spouting? Whether I go or not is of no concern to me. What does it matter if I can do it?" Sighing, Master Roshi replied helplessly, "I can. But I truly do not grasp the underlying principles. Each learner has their own insights. I learned from him and combined it with my understanding. It would be far more beneficial for you to learn directly from him." Bulma nodded, recognizing the merit in Master Roshi's words. However, he insisted, "Just teach me how to control my energy. The rest is of little importance." Master Roshi, incensed, rose up, puffing his cheeks and glaring at Bulma. "I've done everything, and yet you still demand more? I won't teach you. It's too exhausting. If you wish to learn, figure it out yourself." Bulma pouted, displeased with his response. If you won't teach, then why all this chatter? He was oblivious to Master Roshi's ulterior motives, thinking it was merely an attempt to tease him. "If you desire a deeper understanding, it would be better to go to Korin Tower. That would suit you better than following me. But I don't mind," Master Roshi said with indifference. Bulma feigned laziness, intentionally trying to provoke Master Roshi. Little did he know, Master Roshi reclined back on the sun lounger, closing his eyes to rest. Yet his mind wandered. This mischievous boy, should I arrange for a puppet to teach him a lesson? His laziness is simply unacceptable. Contemplating his current lack of suitable puppets, he dismissed the thought, deciding to leave it to fate. Regardless of whether he improves himself or not, he will inevitably find ways to compel Broly to elevate his abilities in the future. Not to mention that many of the puppets he controls possess combat powers reaching 100 million. In due time, he could manipulate Dr. Gero to create dozens, if not hundreds, of artificial beings sufficient to challenge both Broly and Sun Wukong. He is confident that Broly, who cares so deeply for Bulma, will strive fervently in his training when the time comes. Broly did not anticipate that his boastful words would nearly cause him further trouble. Fortunately, he is averse to complications. As is Master Roshi. If only his strength were greater, he would not need to make additional arrangements. He would simply allow the puppets to roam. However, Broly's abilities are rather unimpressive. His interest in toying with them is markedly diminished. "Forget it. Just give me the address, and I shall go myself." Master Roshi, with his eyes closed, languidly remarked, "I have come to a conclusion. I have nothing pressing to attend to. It would be good to take a look. By the way, if Sun Wukong returns here, please tell him to seek out Bulma in West City and then contact me." "Very well, I shall take my leave." Yu Haven T disclosed the address. Karin's Sacred Land, Karin Tower, head directly west. Broly was taken aback, pondering whether this old turtle was merely jesting with a random location. However, having interacted for some time, he possessed enough discernment to gauge character. Although Master Roshi may be eccentric, it is improbable he would deceive him regarding such matters. "Very well, I shall investigate." Master Roshi grunted, unwilling to elaborate further. Broly, having no intention of lingering, thought it pointless to remain with an old turtle and a little bald-headed fellow, especially when he could not enhance his own prowess. He turned and took flight. Master Roshi reclined leisurely upon his sun chair, eyes shut. After Broly had departed for a while, he suddenly opened his eyes. Oh no! The great sea turtle was startled, raising its head in confusion. "What is it, Master Roshi? I forgot to remind Broly to bring some fresh fish for Master Karin." The great sea turtle paused, then nonchalantly lay down again. "If he didn't bring any, so be it. Am I to chase after him? Moreover, Master Roshi would not be able to catch up anyway. After years of companionship, he is well aware of his own capabilities." 15 days later, Broly was captivated by a towering spire piercing the clouds. "Damn it! I knew that old turtle was just tossing out a random location for me to blindly search. This is the West indeed. It's further west than the journey to retrieve the scriptures. 15 days could have taken him halfway around the world." Complaining to himself, Broly quickened his pace, his form slicing through the air with a sharp sound. In less than a minute, he arrived near the tower, opting not to ascend but to land at its base. Strange, why could I not see Karin Tower from a distance, yet now that I am nearby, it is crystal clear? Broly gazed up at the seemingly endless tower, a deep sense of confusion clouding his thoughts. "Who are you?" A booming voice interrupted Broly's reverie. Turning to face the other, a figure with skin as dark as night stood bare-chested, eyes sharp and full of intensity. Adorning his neck was a necklace strung with 3 formidable fangs, and in his hand, he wielded a long spear, cautiously guarding against any threat, his gaze aflame with fury. Just as he was about to speak, a timid individual with braided hair, dressed slightly better yet appearing frail and fearful, swiftly darted behind the imposing man, capturing Borakli's attention. "Why have you come to the Sacred Kalen?" Borakli was ready to respond when he heard the title. "Sacred Kalen? So, this is Kalen Tower," he remarked, patting the intricately patterned, segmented column before him. "You dare to desecrate Kalen Tower?" Borakli dismissed the man's anger entirely. It was merely the futile roar of the powerless, devoid of intimidation. "Ah, this is the place. I hear the first ascent is quite the challenge." Bra, filled with exasperation, felt the offense against Kalen Tower was intolerable, and he thrust his spear forward. Borakli merely glanced at the sluggish strike, lightly stepping on the ground, and in a flash, he was scaling Kalen Tower. "Not in the mood to play with you, goodbye. Curse you." Bra fumed at the base of the tower, yet he made no attempt to climb. "Father." Despite his anger, Bra refrained from unleashing his wrath upon his son. "What is it, Yuba?" Yuba shielded his forehead with one hand and pointed at Kalen Tower with the other. "Father, look." He climbed so swiftly. Bra's expression shifted, hastily lowering Yuba's hand. He then turned to gaze at Kalen Tower, and what met his eyes was Borakli already brushing against the clouds. How swift, how powerful. "Father, surely the sage of Kalen will not hold the climber accountable? Borakli has demonstrated such prowess. It is only natural for him to ascend. As guardians of the sacred site, we should not impede his progress." Borakli had scaled a considerable distance, oblivious to their conversation, unaware that the sage of Kalen at the pinnacle was observing him. At the summit of Kalen Tower, a rounded, elliptical cap enclosed a creature, a cat draped in pure white fur, eyes narrowed into slits, with 3 whiskers on either side of its mouth and 3 eyebrows atop its head. Its pink ears perked up as it leaned on a cane, silently watching Borakli ascend the tower. After so many years, someone dares to climb Kalen Tower again, and this individual possesses remarkable strength. He could reach the top in less than half a day, perhaps even within an hour. Could he be that turtle sage? The cat sage observed quietly, making no movement. Yet its mind was abuzz with thoughts. Below, the onlookers gazed upward at the unseen climber. Within the tower, the climber labored onward, unable to glimpse the summit. Above, the sage gazed down upon the ascending figure. Unaware of it all, Borakli continued his ascent, exerting minimal effort, showcasing the true extent of his formidable strength. Had it not been for the adherence to this absurd rule, he would have soared upwards long ago, rather than ascending the tower with such diligence. His current actions stem merely from a profound respect for the unknown. At all times, he endeavors to exercise caution and prudence, for such careful solitude will propel him further along his journey. After more than an hour, he could distinctly discern a small shadow. Squinting slightly, he surmised that it must be the pinnacle of the Corinta Tower. Were there truly immortals residing above? Drawing a deep breath, as an ordinary individual, respiration was one of his vital necessities, yet the air here was exceedingly thin. Surely, having climbed several 100,000 meters, he should be able to glimpse the cosmos. It was indeed peculiar. Shaking his head, he persisted in his ascent. Why ponder so much? The immediate priority was to seek out the cat immortal. Had he arrived? The mightiest on earth. The cat immortal remained oblivious to the hidden techniques of the turtle immortal. From his observations, the current strongest on earth was merely Borakli. Even the puppets released by the turtle immortal went undetected by the cat immortal. Time slipped away in the blink of an eye, and Borakli found ascending to the summit effortless. Crawling through an opening below, he surveyed his surroundings and, finding no one, turned to a door and ascended the staircase. Upon reaching the summit, Borakli stood in bewilderment at the sight before him. A cat, leaning on a cane? Where was the person? Nevertheless, he attempted to speak politely. "Hello." The figure slowly turned, revealing itself to indeed be a cat. "Greetings." Borakli surveyed the area. "Is there no one else here?" "This is Corinta, of course. There is no one else. What brings you here?" After a moment's hesitation, Borakli replied, "It is said that one encounters immortals upon ascending. I have come to meet one." Regardless of the cat's origins, it resided in this place. As the saying goes, a low-ranking official may find himself at the Prime Minister's door. Thus, a touch of courtesy would bring no harm. "Very well, I am the immortal. You may return now." "Pardon?" Borakli was taken aback. Having gained nothing but the sight of a cat after his arduous climb, Borakli, now immensely powerful, was as concentrated as a singular essence, rendering the cat immortal, unable to employ mind reading on him. Yet, being ancient and wise, having frequently observed the mortal realm, the cat immortal understood Borakli's thoughts. Your combat prowess is exceedingly formidable. Such rapid ascension of Carinta is not necessarily advantageous. Borakli remained unfazed, for he was merely following the turtle immortal's advice. And whether he came or not was of little consequence. Moreover, what insight could a cat possess regarding cultivation? Furthermore, was climbing Carinta not a test? The cat immortal continued inquiring, can you fully control your strength? Well, I seek the Carinta immortal. I am the Carinta immortal. Here, I am the soul immortal. With no other beings present. I am the cat immortal. Borakli was flummoxed. What was happening? The cat immortal, exasperated, regarded the man before him as somewhat foolish and could only respond to him based on strength. Chapter 52. If you wish to learn, ascend the tower anew. Your strength is so great that, logically, you should be able to sense others by their aura, yet you cannot. Aura? Indeed. One can locate others with closed eyes, Borakli scoffed. Isn't that the legendary divine perception? And what of the aura? The cat sage, unperturbed, replied calmly. I know not of what you speak, yet you may search for yourself. Aside from me, there is no one else here. Borakli, undeterred, conducted a thorough search. From top to bottom, inside and out, there was indeed no sign of any other being. Rushing forward, curiosity evident, he inquired, are you truly? The cat sage maintained an air of detachment. Yes, Borakli exclaimed in astonishment. Can you guide me in my cultivation? Certainly, but not at this moment, came the response. Unmoved, Borakli observed this individual, who could effortlessly dispatch opponents with a mere punch. I can only teach you to harness the energy and power within you. Borakli fell silent, having undergone such training before, with little effect on his prowess. It was clear, he was not incapable of restraining his strength for relevant training. On the contrary, he had done so numerous times, yet the control he acquired bore no fruit when unleashing his full might. The mastery he achieved pertained solely to the strength and speed of his weaker self. How shall you instruct me? Borakli inquired, as the cat sage raised his wooden staff and gestured to his gravity ring, adjusting it to its maximum setting. Borakli's expression turned pale. At the highest setting, he could barely rise. Presently, the maximum was 8 times, totaling 32 times his weight, while his combat power of 500 could only endure 30 times, leaving him utterly incapacitated. The cat sage continued, then, you must climb back up the Carinta. Have you lost your mind? Borakli retorted. The cat sage remained composed. If you wish to master the energy within you and gain significant control over your physical form. Borakli gritted his teeth. After all, he had come this far. This was a cultural peculiarity of their homeland, commonly referred to as the 4 great forgivenesses. Now that you are here, he is still a child, all for your benefit. And it is not easy for anyone. From these 4, it expanded to 8, then to 16. During this festive season, grant me some grace. People have perished, and they were friends, and so forth. Repeating the first of the 4 great forgivenesses, now that you are here, only fueled his frustration. Damn it, little white cat. If this doesn't work, prepare for me to topple your Carinta. The cat sage's expression darkened, and just as he prepared to intervene, Borakli disregarded his warning and leapt from the Carinta. Hey! The cat sage's hand reached out into the air, his usually tranquil heart now tinged with unease. I merely stated that I could assist you, not to what extent, as each individual's aspirations vary. After muttering to himself, seeking solace in his thoughts, the cat sage could only gaze down once more at the base of the Carinta. At the tower's foot, Bra was about to turn away with Yuba. This place was sacred to their clan, and having lingered here for so long, he felt he had overstepped his bounds. He merely wished to see whether the climber could ascend. Father. He casually stroked his son, who then fell down. Bra turned around just in time to see Borakli plummeting rapidly, his expression changing immediately. Yuba, stay back, he exclaimed, preparing to rush in for a rescue. Regardless of the circumstances, dying on sacred ground carried an air of misfortune. Yet, who was Borakli? He required no assistance. He landed gracefully, astonishing the 2 inexperienced onlookers. You. Upon noticing that the 2 primitive individuals had not yet departed, Borakli disregarded them. He adjusted the gravity ring on his wrist to its maximum setting and then squatted down to do the same with the ankle ring. Have you seen Master Karen? He inquired, remaining in his crouched position. That cat. Silence. One must not speak disrespectfully of Master Karen. Broccoli scoffed slightly, viewing the feline merely as a cat, an individual with perhaps greater strength and longevity. Given his circumstances, it was evident that the cat had indeed lived a long time, effortlessly perched at a height that few could attain. As for its power, truth be told, Broccoli could not ascertain the true extent of the cat's strength. However, with a request in mind, it was prudent to focus on ascending the tower for now. Do not disturb me. Your Master Karen has declared my strength too formidable, instructing me to climb anew. This statement left Bra and his son utterly bewildered. Was there truly someone who spoke of themselves in such a manner? Surely, this was ludicrous. Disregarding the father and son, Broccoli resumed his ascent. This time, it was far from easy. He adjusted the gravity to 32 times his weight, which was the limit of his capability. His only advantage over ordinary individuals lay in his stamina and willpower. This strength was not merely physical. It allowed him to endure longer than the average person, yet he was only marginally superior in that regard. Combat power is approximately 3 points. No, I must prepare adequately. Remembering something, he glanced at the ground, not far below, and retrieved a universal capsule. Upon opening it, he extracted all the high-energy nutritional blocks contained within. His combat prowess may have been suppressed, but that did not preclude him from absorbing the potent energy of the nutritional blocks. Creating 100 of these was a trivial task. He patted his inflated chest and the backpack filled with nutritional blocks, feeling a sense of satisfaction before focusing on climbing the tower once more. On the ground, his father observed, He moving rather slowly this time. Bra gently patted Yuba's head. This is Master Karen's trial. Only by climbing in this manner will he earn Master Karen's recognition and be granted martial knowledge. Yuba gazed upward, filled with aspiration. Can I do that in the future? Yes, with diligent training and effort, you certainly can. I will strive harder, father. The two remained unhurried, watching as Broccoli struggled to ascend, grappling with the arduous task. 3 hours had elapsed, and he had yet to reach the cloud layer, not even halfway. How long had it taken last time? 3 minutes, or was it 1? Broccoli's expression grew increasingly grim. This endeavor, when attempted by an ordinary individual, indeed proves to be quite arduous. With no alternative, he could only persistently ascend. After 15 days of relentless toil, he finally managed to reach the summit once again, entering through the familiar entrance. Little white cat, should you lack the prowess to meet my expectations, your fate is sealed. The cat sage felt a shiver, as Broccoli's strength was significantly suppressed, allowing him to employ telepathy on Broccoli. He discerned that the latter was not speaking falsehoods, which caused a tremor of trepidation within him. The figure before him was formidable. If he sought to dismantle the Corinne Tower, it was indeed within the realm of possibility. Chapter 53, Subtle Cultivation. The enigmatic magic beans the cat sage remained silent, engrossed in his reading, until he sensed an anomaly. Suddenly, he spoke up. What race are the Psiots? Broccoli, who had been catching his breath, narrowed his eyes, fixating on the cat sage with a predatory gaze. What are you saying? You can perceive my thoughts? Broccoli was acutely aware that he was fortunate to be a Psion. Otherwise, he would have collapsed long ago. After exerting so much effort, if the outcome proved unsatisfactory, he would dismantle the Corinne Tower, leaving this charlatan nowhere to hide. However, this little white cat seemed to know his thoughts. The cat sage could no longer maintain his aloof demeanor, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Stammering, he uttered, telepathy. Broccoli squinted slightly, unwavering in his scrutiny. You lowered your strength just to read my mind? He now comprehended why the cat sage had been unable to read his thoughts initially, but could now. Not at all. I mentioned the reason from the very beginning, and you consented. The cat sage quickly countered. If this accusation were levied against him, the individual before him might unleash a fury he could not withstand. A man's knees are made of gold. One may act against one's will when absolutely necessary. Moreover, it was merely a matter of clarification, requiring no kneeling on his part. Broccoli remained silent, still gazing intently at the little white cat, his mind racing with considerations of gain and loss. Yet, the opponent was a sage who appeared to be unaware of the Psiots and even of himself. Realizing this, he quickly halted his thoughts, for the other possessed telepathy. The cat sage was also sweating, inwardly ridiculing. Even if you deduce it, I dare not speak it aloud. Your prowess is unfathomable, and I wish to continue my existence as a sage. Broccoli perceived the other's unease, but remained oblivious to his true thoughts. He probed, cat sage, do you know who the strongest person in the world is? Is it not you? Broccoli replied with a knowing glance. Is that incorrect? Nothing of the sort. Please proceed with my instruction. Broccoli was well aware. The individual before him was but a dilettante, lacking in substantial ability. The most likely explanation was that he had simply lived long enough to be regarded as a sage. Any sage known from his past possessed far greater knowledge and capabilities. Yet this one, he could at best be considered a mere mount for a sage, and a rather unimpressive one at that. Observing the cat sage's foolish demeanor, Borakli regarded himself with suspicion. He felt utterly helpless. Regardless of whether the figure before him was indeed a sage, he felt compelled to proceed with caution. After all, he had already exerted considerable effort in climbing twice. Should he leave empty-handed, it would be a fruitless endeavor. He was earnest, not foolish. If the cat sage failed to produce something of substance and continued to toy with him, he would indeed dismantle Kalinta as he had threatened. Is there a problem? Are you not hungry? Borakli paused, momentarily taken aback. Am I hungry? Well, a little, perhaps. As for this slight hunger, he was uncertain. Surely he could endure. All right. Do begin my training. Did you not come seeking the holy water? Borakli could no longer contain himself, observing the cat sage's perplexed expression. Do not delay any further, otherwise. The implicit threat in his gaze was unmistakable. The cat sage's countenance darkened, furrowing his brow into 3 distinct lines. Young man, why are you so impatient? Surely, you understand that good things take time. Borakli, upon hearing this from the cat sage, suddenly came to a realization. The 15 days of climbing had indeed taken a toll on him, beyond the fear and anxiety. This was the first time he had endured such hardship since arriving in this world. It was only natural to feel restless. He promptly sat cross-legged. Stand up. Do not sit down. Borakli stared in confusion at the cat sage, who had suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. He instinctively caught a bean tossed his way. With no time to inquire about its purpose, he examined the bean in his hand and asked, "What is this?" It is a celestial bean. Consuming a single one will allow a person to heal both internal and external wounds swiftly, and it will stave off hunger for 10 days. Borakli gazed at the cat sage, placing the celestial bean into his cloak, and then produced one of his few remaining nutritional blocks, tossing one into his mouth. My effect is similar. After speaking, he regarded the cat sage with a less than pleasant tone, asking, "Why must I stand?" This was not akin to physical training. Moreover, his current strength made sitting cross-legged to circulate his internal energy more beneficial than merely standing. If the cat sage did not count off, he would not relent. The cat sage, fully aware of Borakli's actions, could only respond with resignation to the threat. Your mind is not at ease. You must learn to control your emotions, your energy, and your physical form at all times. You are currently relying too heavily on external forces. Control of your energy depends on the blue rings on your limbs, while restoring your mental state and regulating your energy requires specific movements. Your training is rather rudimentary. Having explained, he hesitated to voice one final thought. Perhaps due to his racial talents and the absence of formidable opponents to keep him in check, he had grown excessively reckless. Such power was the pinnacle on earth, yet in this realm, he could vanquish 10 foes of similar strength. I have tried everything else. Nothing worked, Borakli replied. The cat sage clasped his hands behind his back, adopting a demeanor of an elder. Thus, you came to me, did you not? Borakli was at a loss for words. Indeed, the little white cat spoke truthfully. Very well, what must I do? Maintain your strength at a level of 100. Oh, it is a reflection of your own understanding, a mere 100. Having casually perused the insights of Borakli, even the cat sage speaks of combat prowess in a manner befitting the locals. Upon hearing this, Borakli complied, slightly adjusting the gravity of his restraints. And now? The cat sage feigned profundity, clearing his throat. Pray tell, why do you seek to grow stronger? You are already formidable. Is it not preferable to remain untroubled by worldly conflicts? Borakli, unfazed, had no desire to endure the cat sage's ramblings. Perhaps I could simply destroy your Karinta, he threatened, his hand still resting upon the gravity ring, suggesting that a disagreement could lead to the unsealing of the tower. The cat sage was left speechless. He had merely intended to put on a fade, yet his counterpart showed him no courtesy. Very well, let us commence. Borakli thought to himself, lamenting the time wasted. In truth, he did not believe the cat sage could aid him, hence his demeanor. With an innate disdain, he chose not to place his trust in the cat sage. The cat sage, in a ghostly manner, ascended to the heart of the tower and retrieved a water jug from above. Come, seize the water jug from my staff. He beckoned. What? Borakli regarded him as if he were a simpleton. Utilize your combat prowess of 100 to claim the water jug, should you succeed. I shall reveal the next step of your training. Borakli, vexed, perceived the cat sage as a mere jester, standing still and unyielding. If you wish to significantly enhance your strength, you would do well to heed my counsel. At most, it will only delay you a few days. A sacrifice I trust you can bear. And then, he queried, while I cannot drastically augment your combat ability, I can enhance your mastery over your own body. Borakli narrowed his eyes, adopting a serious demeanor. This was precisely the training he most required. For now, I shall place my trust in you. Then let us proceed to more refined practice and see if you possess the capability. Borakli shifted his stance slightly, seeking the optimal position for exertion. His gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the water jug atop the cat sage's staff. Chapter 54. Eluding capture. Exhausted with force beneath his feet, he struck. Clink, clink. The cat sage deftly evaded. In a fit of anger, Borakli extended his left hand, launching an attack at the cat sage. The cat sage reciprocated without hesitation, delivering a swift kick in return. Borakli, undeterred, reasoned that while the opponent's combat prowess was indeed superior, it could not be overwhelmingly so in a direct confrontation. His actual combat strength reached a staggering 5,500. Thud. Borakli staggered back, ultimately leaning against the tower's railing. Rubbing his chest, he chose silence. The cat sage had previously declared that seizing the water jug would signify victory. His silence, however, did not spare him from the sage's mockery. You possess energy in abundance. Yet you wield it like a fool, entirely inept in its application. Borakli had shed his initial arrogance, ignoring the cat sage entirely. System Y? Mastery technique. Nay, in the face of absolute strength, such attributes hold no weight. What constitutes absolute power? Borakli's countenance darkened. Indeed, what constitutes absolute strength? If you are twice as powerful as others, they might still defeat you with a kitchen knife. If you are 5 times stronger, they could wield a gun or cannon against you. Even if you surpass them by 1,000-fold, they might pilot a spaceship and obliterate your planet with a single shot from a death ray. Your individual prowess may indeed exceed that of others, yet you remain unable to triumph over them. What does this signify? The other party is correct. According to the data, achieving absolute dominance is unattainable. Borakli felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Even Pangu is not absolutely invincible. Reflecting on the legends of his past life, Borakli could not resist a mocking retort. Yet in the narratives crafted by authors, such figures are often depicted as being drained and flayed. Borakli was at a loss for words. While the system's analogy may have been inappropriate, it undeniably conveyed the message with remarkable clarity. So, are you not prepared to continue? Awakened by the cat sage, Borakli stretched his limbs. You are indeed correct, cat sage. Let us proceed. Observing that the cat sage had yet to regain his composure, Borakli chose not to adhere to the rules of combat. He swiftly advanced to attack. Attempting to seize the water bottle from his hands without engaging would be nearly impossible. There is still much to learn. Having had a preliminary taste of the challenge, Borakli recognized that direct confrontation was not easily won. His seemingly swift movements were merely a feint. He tilted his head to evade and circled to the side. The cat sage remained unfazed, closely following. Borakli feigned another attack. Returning to the front. I have secured it. Before he could finish his sentence, the cat sage's staff struck the top of his head. Borakli swiftly retreated. The cat sage, pleased, stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Ha ha, you cannot comprehend your own insights, and yet you criticize others. Borakli felt helpless. His strength was severely constrained by gravity, leaving him unable to execute swifter reactions. Accomplishing this much was already a considerable feat suddenly. The cat sage elaborated, I can perceive your thoughts. Your every action is subject to my scrutiny. Mind reading? No, it is not mind reading. Your intentions are not malicious, yet they are not pure either. In conflict, even I cannot seize the fleeting moment to discern your thoughts, and grasping your intentions is merely the first step. I must also devise a response and react promptly with my body. Borakli lunged forward. What do you mean? My meaning is clear. You must learn to fight with your heart and intuition rather than relying solely on your eyes. Although Borakli was reminded by the cat sage, he did not take the time to ponder. First, he would thoroughly teach him a lesson. He attacked once more, throwing a punch that the cat sage deftly avoided. Transitioning his punch into an embrace, he soon discovered that the cat sage appeared to anticipate his moves. After evading by tilting his head, the cat sage bent at the waist, raising his foot in a fluid motion. Broccoli's counterattack not only failed, but instead resulted in a kick from the cat sage. Stumbling back, Broccoli regarded the cat sage with newfound seriousness. He indeed sensed that something was amiss. As he was about to contemplate, the cat sage suddenly leaped up, mockingly deriding him and playfully slapping its behind in his direction. Humph! With a swift dash, the cat sage adeptly evaded once more. Broccoli delivered a forceful kick against the pillar, exclaiming, "You better not dismantle my Karen temple." Yet, Broccoli was unfazed and charged forward. "Oh dear, temper not so fiery." The cat sage continued to evade with grace, while still finding time to mock Broccoli, even sticking out its tongue in derision. "Damn it, why can't I catch you?" Broccoli grumbled as he charged once again. "I told you to fight with your mind. Do you only know how to throw punches?" Broccoli lamented in frustration. "Nonsense. My skills have no effect on you." "Huh. What you call skill is nothing more than superficiality. Your excessive movements are longer than your grandmother's tails." Broccoli, already somewhat irritable, was further provoked by the cat sage's taunts, driving him into a frenzy. "You want to have an easy time today." However, such threats were mere bluster. After 3 hours of fierce combat, he was utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. "Damn it, why are you so fast, and not even out of breath? Your speed and reflexes are as slow as a tortoise. If you maintain a combat power of 100, you will never catch up to me." In this high altitude, where the air was thin, his superfluous movements were hindering him. Clenching his fists, Broccoli realized the cat sage spoke the truth. At this rate, he could never hope to catch up. If he couldn't catch up, all efforts would be futile. What on earth was happening? "Even if I can't catch you, should I not be able to wear you down?" "Why not?" "Huh. You lack true control over your body. When you pursue me, you only charge in a straight line, turning and countering with wide movements. You have not grasped the thoughts of others, nor do you utilize your surroundings." Broccoli was drenched in sweat, enduring 32 times the gravity. Engaged in such intense and prolonged exertion, utterly drained. "I can't read minds. How could I possibly discern the thoughts of others or utilize the environment? What environment is there? The air is so thin, what can I leverage?" The cat sage leaned its staff against its shoulder. "Ah, the air, the dust, even shadows, these are all elements of the environment you can utilize." Broccoli pondered this insight. "What should I do? Enlighten yourself? I cannot teach you." Broccoli's expression darkened. He detested those who spoke in riddles and withheld information. "Should I consume a senza bean and return?" Without further hesitation, he reached into his pocket and retrieved the senza bean he had acquired earlier, tossing it into his mouth. Broccoli's eyes widened in surprise. The cat sage, with a smile, urged, "Continue." Chapter 55, The Super Divine Water, Beyond Expectations. "Then let us proceed." Broccoli lunged forward like a ravenous tiger. As always, it bore no effect. Yet, this time, Broccoli remained vibrant and full of life. The mystical item known as the fairy bean is remarkable and powerful. Once again, the scenario of one person pursuing while another evades has resumed. After 3 days of tumult, Borakli finally grasped certain truths. Closing his eyes to anticipate the trajectory of the cat sage, successfully catching the water in his grasp. "You truly are impressive, old fellow," he remarked. The cat sage, with his hands crossed behind his back, gazed at him in astonishment. "I did not expect you to surpass my expectations entirely." "Is that so?" "The same could be said of you," Borakli retorted, unyielding. The cat sage felt a sense of surprise, realizing he too was taken aback. This time, it was merely a stroke of luck. A second attempt might not yield the same results. Securing success once did not guarantee ease in the future. Yet achieving it once is certainly not a path to consistent triumph. However, your eagerness is misplaced and lacks purity. It matters not. The goal is what counts. Now, you must fulfill your promise. What should I do next? The cat sage remained silent, and suddenly, a thunderclap echoed outside the tower. "Have you not heard the saying?" Borakli questioned, perplexed as he regarded the cat sage. A towering edifice rises from the ground. Borakli stared at him as if he were a fool. "Who doesn't know that? I am aware that without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach great distances. Without the convergence of small streams, one cannot form rivers and seas. Borakli, brilliance can only be achieved through one's own efforts. Spare me the rhetoric. Simply tell me what I should do next. There are 3 jars lined against the wall beneath the tower. Uncover them in turn and report back." Borakli regarded the cat sage thoughtfully. remaining silent before descending to the tower's base. Upon his return, he observed the jars but did not exhibit curiosity in unveiling them. Yet now, since the master had spoken, there was little harm in investigating. 10 minutes later, Borakli returned, deep in contemplation. What are those? The cat sage revealed a hint of a mysterious smile. Have you not already surmised? Are you truly a sage? As you can see, can I witness my entire future? Borakli watched the cat sage's impending excitement. Never mind. I shall not gaze upon such things. I have always believed that the future cannot be controlled. For instance, I can choose to languish here, awaiting my end, or continue to train, or even return home, all of which would alter my future. The cat sage wore an expression of one who finds a student worthy of instruction. Now that you comprehend these concepts, do you wish to proceed? What do you mean? You now understand how to achieve your goals with smaller actions, how to predict an opponent's movements through breath, subtle muscle reactions, and minute changes in the environment. Have you considered attempting to accomplish this with less force? Borakli shook his head. After several days of training, he had indeed realized much but did not wish to force it. Besides, he still needed to engage in research and had numerous tasks ahead of him. No, I am not yet capable. You are correct. I still have much to learn on my path of cultivation, and the road ahead is long. The method you just described is not suited for me at this moment. Perhaps in the future, when the opportunity arises, I shall return to seek your guidance. Then there is little more I can teach you. The remainder of your journey must be undertaken through your own trials in extreme environments. Borakli's gaze was unkind. What did you say? In terms of skill and training, he could not compare to the cat sage. However, should he be pushed to his limits, not even the cat sage, nor many on Earth, could withstand his fury. The question of whether Earth could endure it remained uncertain. At the very least, the white cat before him, who was teasing him, could not. After all your training, is this not enough? Not enough, far from sufficient. The cat sage sighed, hesitating for a moment. For your current self, I have nothing left to teach you, especially considering your heightened state. If you are unwilling to further restrain your power, I am unqualified to even practice alongside you. What? Borakli clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling slightly with anger. His eyes instantly filled with blood. Are you deceiving me? Not entirely. There is, in fact, another method. However, it was evident that even now, the cat sage had yet to resolve to reveal it. You said it yourself. If I seize it, tell me the next step. Borakli glared at the cat sage, simmering with rage. Had he not sensed that the other possessed some valuable information, he would have lost control long ago. Yet, he continually reminded himself, impulse is the devil, patience brings tranquility. The cat sage clasped his hands behind his back. I acknowledge the truth in your words. However, the reality is that your current prowess far exceeds mine. I am indeed unable to teach you. As for that method, it is perilous. Perilous? Indeed, extraordinarily dangerous. From the inception of this method, no one has ever succeeded. What is it? Borakli felt himself nearing the brink of tolerance. One matter alone. And the cat sage had dragged it out for so long. Would they continue this way? With a determined bite of his lip, the cat sage spoke. Consume the super divine water. What? Borakli looked at him as if he were a fool. Not the deceptive super holy water in my possession, but the genuine super divine water with extraordinary effects. However, no one has ever managed to withstand its energy. Borakli squinted slightly, weighing the risks and rewards. Super divine water contains the energy of deities. Borakli suddenly stood upright. What did you say? Deity? Indeed, the energy of deities. Yet, throughout history, no one has ever ingested super divine water without succumbing to death. Borakli, have you not surpassed your own expectations through your training thus far? Borakli felt a slight flush of embarrassment. Logically, he should have felt satisfied. Although he had not gained much in terms of power and energy from the cat sage, he had reaped significant rewards in mastering his physical form and skills. The data recorded by the system was already abundant. With a bit more collection, he even had confidence in creating a genuine technique for physical training. In time, energy would reign supreme, strength would be king, allowing him to unify and dominate while remaining invincible in division. One could say that apart from the discussions with Dr. Brief regarding the path of scientific and martial cultivation, the energy training techniques of the turtle sage and the mastery of physical cultivation from the cat sage were equally vital to him. Goku serves as the trunk. While energy cultivation and physical training are the nutrients, the three are indispensable. Thus, the practice here exceeds his expectations, and the turtle sage's endorsement holds no faults. However, The subtle messages conveyed by the cat sage implied that if he exerted himself, greater rewards awaited him. Yet, after completing his bath, he found nothing but an invitation to sleep. How could he possibly accept such a fate? The so-called divine water you mentioned, is it what they come here to drink? The cat sage shook his head. Not at all. A glimmer of hope sparked in Borakli's eyes, and he hastily inquired about the specifics. Chapter 56, Reappearance. Endless continuation. The melodious voice of the cat sage resonated in Borakli's ears. In the past 8 centuries, you are the second person to ascend. His eyes brightened further. Just because those inept individuals cannot partake does not imply he cannot. There, I drink. You must seek it out yourself. Borakli was furious. Are you toying with me? Search. If you merely specify a location, he would go and retrieve it without hesitation. But to have him search, was that not a game? Borakli, your strength is formidable. Yet the divine water is unlike anything else. It does not simply endow unmatched power. Rather, it awakens your mental prowess. You must ponder this carefully. Once ingested, your strength may offer you no aid in overcoming your tribulations. Observing the cat sage's serious demeanor, Borakli regained his composure. The cat sage did not appear to be lying. Thus, the risk seemed exceedingly high. Historically, no one has ever consumed the divine water and emerged unscathed. Never has it happened. Seeing the cat sage's earnest expression, Borakli sat cross-legged on the floor, resting his chin on one hand, his mind waging an internal battle. How high are the risks? Uncertain. Cat sage, how old are you? 800. Why do you suddenly inquire about this? The cat sage, perplexed, failed to notice the smug smile at the corner of Borakli's mouth. Therefore, when the cat sage spoke of since ancient times, it was merely a reference to the past 8 centuries. Any earlier conclusions were derived from scant records, the authenticity of which remains debatable. Moreover, given his current strength, he did not believe he would falter. Coupled with the element of mental power, Borakli, while not as naive as Sun Wukong, possessed something unique. That item may not significantly aid in cultivation, but its contributions to research are unparalleled, and it grants absolute dominion over esoteric mental forces. By heavens! Borakli's resounding voice echoed in the stillness of the space. The cat sage sighed, turning to face the ominous clouds gathering outside the tower, his voice notably somber. At the northernmost reaches of the world lies a fearsome labyrinth of ice. To obtain the divine water, one must traverse that maze. Deep within a dark cave, it is not easily found. Moreover, once one steps inside, it proves quite difficult to exit unless one discovers the super divine water. At this juncture, the cat sage hesitated momentarily, for behind him lay a monster, defying all logic. Of course, for you, this may not pose a significant issue. The cat sage turned his head, his expression relaxed. What is it? Borakli observed the feigned innocence of the cat sage, the creases on his forehead twitching slightly. Can you tell me where the end of the world lies to the north? Indeed. Borakli, unable to contain himself, immediately adjusted the gravity ring on his wrist. With a sudden burst, he seized the cat sage by the neck, forcing him to turn and face the outside of the tower again. A laser shot forth from his outstretched hand. Come on, you white cat, are you toying with me? Point me to the end of the world. Do you assume that my lack of formal education renders me ignorant? Tell me where the edge of the earth is. Otherwise, prepare for your demise. Borakli glared at the cat sage, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He was genuinely infuriated. If the cat sage did not provide a coherent answer soon, he might very well resort to violence. After enduring for so long, his emotions had reached a boiling point, and he could no longer restrain himself. Should the cat sage continue to speak in riddles, he might indeed lose control. Borakli was a scion, not one to forget his past. Having cultivated a calm demeanor since childhood, he prioritized his goals and sought to manage his emotions. Living in the comfortable abode of the affluent Dr. Briefs had further refined his polite demeanor. However, this did not imply that he possessed a genuinely kind temperament. When enraged, he could just as easily turn against those close to him. During the 3 days spent at Karen Tower, he had experienced the greatest level of frustration since arriving in this world, and the cat sage's last remark had ignited his fury completely. I speak with sincerity. Borakli's eyes glowed a deeper crimson, baring his teeth. Repeat that again. The cat sage clutched Borakli's tightening grip desperately, his fur bristling, his eyes turning pale. I have a jar that can take you directly down there, eliminating the need for you to run. Borakli paused, his hands involuntarily loosening their grip. Grateful for the momentary reprieve, the cat sage hurriedly added. But could you let me down first? Fear gripped the cat sage. He had no desire to experience that near-death sensation again. Broccoli's mood had somewhat stabilized by this point. No more chatter, just lead me there. The cat sage coughed twice, mumbling as he guided him forward. That's it, the jar. Broccoli followed the cat sage's staff, staring at the object in confusion. What distinguishes this from the 3 other jars? Come, I'll take you there. The cat sage dared not speak further and led him directly to the jar. He extended his staff and lifted the lid. You can descend from here. Broccoli leaned over to peer inside, and indeed, it appeared to be an ice cellar. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside. Before you proceed, I must caution you, the cat sage warned. Be wary of the darkness. Broccoli turned his head to regard him. What do you mean? I cannot divulge, yet after enduring the trials of the glaciers, darkness ensues. Exercise caution, for they often beguile and lead one away from the divine waters. How absurd. Broccoli possesses unwavering confidence. He fears not the strength within, but rather the ethereal matters of the soul. Isn't their system in place? He leapt directly into the fray. The cat sage gazed into the jar. What a reckless individual. After training alongside you for so long, is this how you repay me? The cat sage remained unaware that Broccoli was unlike Sun Wukong. The feral scion essence within him had not been eradicated. Had he not clarified matters in time and quelled Broccoli's wrath, he would have met his demise. Oh, how splendid the turtle sage is. A smirk of pride crept upon the turtle sage's lips by the seaside. Old fellow, do you now recognize my remarkable prowess? Rising to his feet, he stretched lazily. The sea turtle lifted its head in confusion. Turtle sage, what are you up to? Oh, it has been ages since I exercised. I shall take a swim. It's so cold. Turtle sage, are you unwell? Indeed, it is precisely because of the cold that one must invigorate the muscles. The turtle sage remarked with a knowing tone. With that, he ambled towards the shore. Broccoli arrived at a locale shrouded in frost. Before he could properly survey his surroundings, a familiar, putrid stench assailed his senses. There was no need for visual confirmation. Broccoli instantly recognized its source. His countenance darkened as if bereaved of his parents. Damn, is this never-ending? No, something feels amiss. Broccoli's expression turned grave. Chapter 57. Divine Water, Double the Power. I am here, and logically, only the cat sage should be aware of my presence, especially since I arrived directly from Goran Tower. In light of this, Broccoli scanned his surroundings without causing any disruption. Could it be the cat sage? But why? He treaded lightly, propelling himself like an arrow, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The repulsive aura followed him like a relentless shadow. No, it shouldn't be the cat sage. We bear no animosity, and he has no reason to act thus. Broccoli selectively forgot that he had just grasped the cat sage by the throat, pressing him for answers. To now claim indifference is quite brazen. By the time the cat sage returned to the jar, Broccoli had long since departed. Alas, I forgot to inform him that once he locates the divine water, he can return here, and I shall retrieve him. Cold sweat beaded on the cat sage's forehead. That harbinger of death possesses such formidable strength. Surely he wouldn't upend this place. Initially anxious, the cat sage soon adopted a nonchalant demeanor. The one above is surely watching. There should be no issue. If there were, he would have descended to intervene. With clarity, the cat sage settled comfortably beside the jar, clutching his staff. Perhaps I shall take a brief respite. It has been ages since I last rested, and I am utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, Broccoli continued his search for traces of the divine water within the icy cavern, entirely disinterested in the creature pursuing him. This relentless pursuit over the past couple of days has proven to be a sheer waste of his time. The opponent's fighting style is akin to that of a rabid dog. What can one learn from engaging with such a foe? Moreover, he has already dispatched the puppets sent against him. What use would another serve? Without deploying 3 or 5, it is nearly impossible to approach him. The eternal frost surrounding us cannot hope to contain the fervor of Broly. Should he discover the legendary super divine water, his strength will undoubtedly amplify. Engaging with the puppets trailing behind him is hardly the endeavor of an astute individual. That said, the frost possesses a certain aesthetic charm. The scenery is not static. Occasionally, exquisite ice sculptures coalesce from the frost. These sculptures would surely delight Bulma. As Broly's gaze flitted over the myriad of uniquely shaped ice figures, one caught his eye. Without hesitation, he summoned light from his hand and deftly severed the chosen sculpture. Indeed, Bulma would absolutely adore this. He opened his universal capsule and, without a second thought, placed it inside before continuing his flight. The monstrous puppets behind him clung to him like a persistent adhesive plaster. Such delay was unwelcome. As he felt the stench closing in on him, it would be prudent to make a hasty retreat. Within mere seconds of his ascent, the very ground seemed to tremble beneath him. What on earth is happening? Did I disturb a hornet's nest? Just moments ago, I extolled the virtues of this everlasting frost. And now it melts and shatters, a veritable slap to the face. Yet the upheaval did not cease. The ice cracked, creating a gaping fissure from which icy winds erupted. The swirling gusts coalesced the shattered ice into a legless, hand-wielding snow beast. What is the meaning of this? Why am I constantly beset by unrest? Muttering to himself, he did not remain idle. Within him, energies whirled, coalescing at his palm as he focused his intent. He cast forth the gathered energy towards the snow beast's crimson eyes. A howl erupted as the icy winds morphed into a tempest, relentlessly charging at Broly's energy projectile. Yet, this was merely an exercise in futility. Upon entering this realm, Broly had dispensed with the constraints of gravity, harnessing his learned skills to manipulate his combat prowess. Whenever he chose, he could unleash his full might in an instant. 6,000. Under the tutelage of the cat sage, he had gained not only skills, but also steadily enhanced his overall power. This trivial snow creature? It posed no surprise to Broly. His energy blast effortlessly pierced through the creature's defenses, obliterating a significant portion of its form. A grunt of disdain escaped Broly's lips. What use is calling out when strength is paramount? Having delivered his retort, he wasted no time and turned to depart. Yet, before he could escape, the howling winds intensified around him. The shadow trailing behind him compelled him to halt. Its vitality is surprisingly robust. Observing the snow beast, now twice its original size, he summoned forth two even more radiant energy blasts into his hands. As his determination surged, he aimed to eradicate the snow beasts. The moment he released the energy projectile, Borakli darted forth. The snow beasts seemed invincible, unless he obliterated the entire ice cave. He had no time for such trivial pursuits. How dull it would be to engage with fools. It was best to make a swift exit. Behind him, the frenzied howls of the snow beasts echoed. Yet Borakli had already distanced himself significantly. Borakli continued his search, oblivious to the dark secrets lurking in the depths of the ice cave. Within a cavern, an eerie emptiness reverberated. Despite his thorough search, he found no clues and grew increasingly impatient. His energy swelled within him, compelling him to remove the surrounding ice layers. As for the rising seawater, that was of no concern to him. Before he could act, the burgeoning force had already melted some of the icy barriers, revealing a seemingly bottomless passage. What is this? Borakli raised an eyebrow. Did it fear the strong and prey upon the weak? Was this divine water guarded by someone? Or was it a peculiar treasure? With his knowledge of ancient China, he understood that certain treasures often attracted attention. Typically, rare materials were either sentient or protected by various spirit beasts. Acquiring them was never a simple endeavor. The repugnant stench returned, prompting Borakli to leap forward. Goodness! It seemed he could either ascend or descend. Bungee jumping would surely be exhilarating. Borakli's thoughts wandered, unperturbed by the potential unknown dangers that lay ahead. As he ventured deeper, the surrounding atmosphere grew hazy, and the foul odor dissipated entirely. What is happening? Could this place obscure the monster's senses? Borakli realized that something unknown clung to him, allowing those puppets to locate him effortlessly. This time, however, the situation felt inexplicably odd. Never mind. He needed to continue his search. Borakli turned, frowning at the silently approaching Master Roshi. Borakli, you've arrived. Sun Wukong and Bulma are waiting for you inside. Borakli tilted his head, observing him with a hint of amusement. Lead the way. Seizing the moment as Master Roshi turned, a brilliant flash erupted, and Borakli struck, vanquishing him. To his astonishment, Master Roshi transformed into a wisp of blue smoke. This unexpected turn of events did not bring Borakli joy. He lowered his voice. System. Yes. What are you doing? You didn't call for a reminder. You scoundrel. As Borakli's anger intensified, everything before him vanished, leaving only a small pool of water. A head, completely submerged, began to rise slowly. Borakli conjured an energy sphere in one hand and a laser in the other. Was it you who orchestrated this? A deep voice echoed within the mysterious cavern. I am willing to share the divine water with you. Borakli was unfazed, with a flash of brilliance. He pierced the water's surface, creating a gaping hole as the water visibly drained away. As Borakli's other energy sphere materialized, a voice called out, wait a moment. That is the divine water. If the guest insists on consuming it, so be it. He turned to glance at the table and the pot that had appeared. The system declared, no deception. Damn, can you explain how this came to be? Unclear, was the response. Borakli's expression turned cold. The system was unreliable. It had no true perception, only confirming it was not an illusion. Therefore, it must be. Sensing the ominous glint in Borakli's eyes, the mysterious voice from the water source spoke in a trembling tone. Esteemed guest, this is indeed divine water. Consuming it will at least double your combat prowess. However, the mysterious voice hesitated, abruptly falling silent. Borakli nonchalantly raised the energy orb in his hand. Chapter 58, All Chaos. Drinking the divine water, the mysterious voice immediately spilled the reasons and consequences like a bamboo tube pouring out beans. Esteemed guest, the divine water is a sacred gift from the gods, possessing the ability to cleanse bodily impurities and unleash all hidden energies within. Yet, it is also a highly toxic substance. Without extraordinary physical strength, mental fortitude, and vitality, one cannot withstand its corrosive effects and will swiftly perish. Strength offers no advantage in consuming divine water. This necessitated the establishment of trials to prevent the reckless waste of the sacred water and to serve as a filter. The weak and frail were deemed unworthy of its benefits. It was not an intentional deception to entice the esteemed guest. Now, the guest surely possessed strength and merit to receive the divine water. The mysterious entity did not concern itself with such matters. Borakli's strike had indeed caused it pain, creating hesitation in its duties, but deep down, it hoped Borakli would drink and die. After all, it was being coerced. This did not violate any professional regulations. If Borakli drank and perished, it would be his own doing, bearing no relation to the guardian spirit. Therefore, consuming the divine water would certainly double one's strength. Wouldn't it? Not necessarily. A dangerous glimmer flickered in Borakli's eyes. Though his memory may not be infallible, he hadn't forgotten the words just spoken. Esteemed guest, I have already detailed the effects of divine water, cleansing impurities and awakening hidden potential. Borakli considered that the other party had indeed provided an explanation, allowing his restless heart to settle and the surging energy within him calmed. But you previously stated strength would double. Esteemed guest, in truth, the results of any training are often rather disappointing. To put it simply, if you gain a strength of 10 through training, you can only manifest merely 3 of it. A super genius might manage 4, and an unparalleled prodigy perhaps 6. Thus, once one withstands the toxicity of the divine water, all hidden energies can be unleashed, making the claim of doubling strength a certainty. Yet, the world harbors exceptions. There are always anomalies that do not adhere to conventional logic, capable of fully controlling the energy acquired through their training. Hence, I cannot guarantee that the effect will indeed be a doubling. It may yield no change at all, or perhaps multiply several times over. Borakli's eyes narrowed slightly. Thus, it can be inferred that the effects of the divine water can indeed be attained through rigorous exercise. Are there any adverse effects? None whatsoever. The divine water is a gift from the heavens, and aside from the trial of toxicity, it bears no side effects. Borakli pondered as he gazed at the water jug before him. To drink or not to drink? Should he indulge, it might prove to be rather mediocre. Yet abstaining would render him akin to one who succumbs to fear, essentially placing himself on a pyre. What a folly! Why must I resemble that curious cat, burdened by insatiable curiosity, when I could simply depart upon sensing the anomaly? He sighed inwardly, only to realize something amiss. Curiously, he inquired of the enigmatic guardian spirit, how many have partaken of the divine water? 14. How many have awakened the latent energies within? None. The reply was succinct, and Borakli's countenance reflected a similar abruptness. His once fair visage, illuminated by the radiance, now appeared as dark as the bottom of a cauldron. Yet you spoke with such fervor. The guest is mistaken. I have merely narrated without any emotional fluctuation. Borakli narrowed his eyes, a surge of light emanating from his hand. I beg your pardon, esteemed guest. I must have misremembered. My narration should not have been so impassioned. At this, Borakli, satisfied, relaxed his grip on the energy orb. He had always preferred to persuade through reason. He hesitated, then hesitated again. System? No issues detected. Oh, you may drink, and it will significantly enhance your strength. Have you analyzed its components? Only some of them. but you may retain a portion as experimental samples. Borakli's already darkened expression grew even more grim, resembling coal. Casting a glance at the water pool, he embraced the jug and drank deeply. The system had assured him of its benefits. With that, he was willing to take the gamble. Anyone could deceive him, but the system should not. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago, without waiting until today. As the divine water coursed through him, an excruciating pain surged within. Goodness, how painful! The skeletal visage remained, quietly observing. Even Borakli, with his resolute will forged from 2 lifetimes, writhed in agony. Time trickled by, outside the cavern, within the icy lair. A figure clad in a black robe and possessing purple eyes, emanating a foul stench of decay, flitted about like a headless fly. He had lost Borakli's essence and could not track him. The turtle sage sensed everything and knew Borakli had consumed the divine water. He exhibited no extraneous expression. That substance was something he would never dare to ingest. Sun Wukong, the protagonist of heaven, could consume it without consequence, but as his mentor, it would be a different matter altogether. He would never risk himself, and having attained his current level of strength, he found no need for such a thing. If he truly required assistance, it would be far easier to wish upon the dragon and obtain instant teleportation to that distant planet. Cat Sage. Borakli's current prowess far exceeds that of Sun Wukong. Will you not feel a twinge of anxiety? Contemplating the startled Cat Sage, the turtle sage, with his penchant for mischief, couldn't help but reveal a lewd smile at the corners of his mouth. Turtle sage, what mischief are you plotting against Witch Maiden this time? The great sea turtle, lifting his head, instantly caught sight of the turtle sage's shameless demeanor and, without a second thought, retorted with a sharp tongue. Nonsense. Such disgraceful behavior is beneath me. I am a sage. How could I possibly stoop to such indecency? The great sea turtle scoffed and lay back down. Wherever the turtle sage roamed, it was said that no maiden remained unscathed. Yet, something felt amiss. Even if the demon King Piccolo were to appear now, Sun Wukong could effortlessly vanquish him, leaving no opportunity for Piccolo to even make an entrance. At that time, wouldn't the celestial beings intervene? Moreover, considering the scenario, if Piccolo were defeated, Sun Wukong certainly wouldn't seek out the cat sage, nor would there be a chance for him to partake in the divine water. Pushing further back in time, Sun Wukong's current prowess exceeded 300, making him far superior to Tao Bai Bai. At this realization, the turtle sage's expression shifted dramatically. He exclaimed, "Everything is in disarray. Utterly chaotic." Chapter 59. Eliminate him. Return to Karen Tower. The great sea turtle gazed at the turtle sage in confusion. What has befallen you this time? Have you lost your mind? The turtle sage paid no heed to the great sea turtle. The pace of events was too rapid. Sun Wukong had merely secured the runner-up position at the World Martial Arts Tournament, a fact he had initially overlooked. However, with the incident involving Broly, he quickly recognized the anomaly. Other matters could be set aside, but if the Demon King Piccolo were to be slain by either Sun Wukong or Broly, the ensuing events would certainly be entertaining. There was no need to ponder. With Piccolo's demise, there would be no presence of the celestial beings, and with Broly's dedicated tutelage, Sun Wukong would undoubtedly not remain naive. The subsequent relationship with King Kai, the Grand Kai, and the Supreme Kai might not be as amiable. The turtle sage need not speculate to foresee the grave consequences that would follow. I am on the verge of overturning the entire Dragon Ball universe. What shall I do next? It wasn't that these elements were essential, for this world ultimately existed to serve that singular purpose. Yet, the issue at hand was chaos. If discovered, his plans would inevitably unravel. What to do? No, he must devise a strategy. The turtle sage paced anxiously along the shore, deep in thought, leaving the bewildered great sea turtle to watch him innocently. Krillin was diligently training, oblivious to the turmoil, while Launch remained indoors, preparing a meal. At Karen Tower, the cat sage, as anticipated by the turtle sage, was indeed astounded by the surge of energy unleashed by Broly. Gripping his wooden staff tightly, the cat sage's eyes glazed over, his body trembling slightly. I seem to have glimpsed the energy within Broly. But why is it so potent? At least tenfold compared to now. But how is this possible? How could his physical form contain such immense energy? And why does he resemble a gorilla? What on earth is happening? The cat sage arrived beside the 3 jars with a look of astonishment. Alas, time had passed, and he himself was not present here. No, that cannot be right. The cat sage suddenly shuddered. Even if he were here, he would never allow me to witness his past and future. especially since he does not believe in the future at all. Hesitant, the cat sage squatted back by the jar. If he did not guard it now, once Broccoli, that harbinger of death, found out, he would not fare well. At this juncture, he should be on the verge of fully absorbing the divine water and returning. I hope he lands back at the descent point. Ah, what an impatient one. He doesn't even wait for me to finish my words. The cat sage slowly closed his eyes. He genuinely feared Broccoli. It was abnormal to not be afraid of someone who could choke you at the slightest disagreement. In the icy cavern, Broccoli finally managed to pull himself together. Clumsily, he rose, disregarding his disheveled appearance, and glared fiercely at the disembodied head in the center of the water pool. Is this the toxicity you spoke of? The fearful voice of the guardian spirit echoed once more. But, your strength has increased, has it not? Broccoli's furious expression momentarily faltered. He had just managed to endure, yet had not had the time to truly feel it. After a careful examination, he scoffed. Nonsense. I feel no significant change aside from an abundance of energy. Just after drinking, he sensed something amiss. System. My strength. Name. Broccoli Combat Power. 200, 002, 0000 Energy. 9999999 Vitality. 999999 Skills. Unknown Technique. Mastery of the Stars. Broccoli's face darkened. Not even a doubling. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The fact that he had not perceived any increase in strength, nor had he any control over his own body, was alarming. Furthermore, his combat power was inconsistent with his energy levels. System. Your life force has undergone some changes. Your physical form has also been somewhat developed. I feel nothing. That is because you have not trained or developed it at all. He clenched his fists tightly. You may leave. He turned coldly to the mysterious guardian spirit. Broccoli soared into the sky. Is it true he cannot master his own physical form? Wasn't there someone outside who could assist him? None of this was anyone's fault. Broccoli had not realized that it was precisely because he possessed the system that he had such clear awareness and understanding of his body. His belief that he lacked control over his physical form was merely a matter of perception. It was akin to someone who had the strength to lift 100 pounds, yet believed they could only lift 40 pounds. Currently, Broccoli thought he could only lift 40 pounds, while the system informed him he could manage 100 pounds, naturally creating such a vast disparity. He had not adapted to the activation of the divine water at all. And now, as Broccoli burst out of the cavern, he encountered a headless, fly-like black-robed puppet with purple eyes. Just as I suspected. Yet, this level of strength system. 12,000. Broccoli's expression changed drastically. What is happening? How has it escalated to 12,000? Moreover, prior to consuming the divine water, my strength was merely 6,000. Does this not imply something significant? Furthermore, upon emerging from Master Roshi's domain, I was pursued by an adversary with a power level of 8,000. Upon witnessing the opponent lunging towards me, Broly's expression morphed into one of sheer fury. His initial intention to refine his skills through this confrontation was entirely abandoned. What a disgrace. Who is the scoundrel lurking behind the scenes, capable of crafting a puppet with such a formidable power level of 12,000, yet lacking the courage to confront me directly? With a thunderous shout, Broly unleashed every ounce of his strength into his fist. The figure in the black robe with purple eyes was sent flying. Broly was not inclined to relent. This foe had been meticulously observing him, dispatching puppets that possessed double his strength. Had he allowed himself to become complacent, he would undoubtedly find himself embroiled in a fierce battle. He felt a deep sense of frustration, having offended no one, yet being targeted repeatedly with such precision, while remaining oblivious to the identity of the orchestrator, was infuriating. After a few exchanges, he dispatched the puppet. I held back a fraction of my strength, merely exhibiting a battle power of 10,000. Can you, lurking in the shadows, ascertain my true capabilities? Broly's gaze was profound as he disregarded the remains of the puppet, transforming into a mere puddle of flesh, and soared into the sky. If one could discern his apparent strength, he would harbor no fear. However, if his actual combat prowess were to be revealed, it would indeed be terrifying. Upon returning to the site of his previous fall, he looked up and, as expected, spotted a circular opening. Hey, the cat god jolted awake, rising to peer into the entrance of the container. Ah, Broly, you actually found your way back. Quickly, elevate me. The cat god wasted no time, his wooden staff moving with purpose. Observing Broly's safe return to Korin Tower, he smiled broadly. Chapter 60, A Brief Farewell, Mastery of the Body. How do you find it? I did not deceive you. Your strength has indeed surged. Broly clenched his fist, aware that his ultimate battle power had reached an astonishing 20,000, and nodded unconsciously. Indeed, I owe my gratitude to the cat god for this. Once I descend, I will bring you an abundance of fresh fish. What? The cat god exclaimed in astonishment. Forgetting all caution in the presence of Broly, he lunged forward, his eyes sparkling as he envisioned the magnificent fish swimming before him. Is it true, truly? Of course. I keep my promises. Splendid, splendid. Broly, listen to me. Thank you. It is of no consequence. You have been of great assistance to me. Initially, Broly thought providing a few fish would be inconsequential, as he could easily ascend after unlocking his power. Then he recalled the divine beans he had consumed. By the way, cat god, would you be so kind as to part with some of those beans? Not at all. Feel free to take as many as you wish. I have plenty to spare. Plenty to spare? Broly's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. Take. Oh, how embarrassing. I don't wish to take advantage of you. But as a deity, I presume you lack for nothing. How about this? I will repay you with some fish, though I can only offer a limited quantity. Shall we exchange the celestial beans for live fish? In this manner, you will have a continuous supply of fresh fish to enjoy. How shall we proceed with the exchange? The cat immortal, entirely preoccupied with visions of fish, did not even consider what schemes Borakli might have. Without a moment's hesitation, he agreed and directly inquired about the method. 1 celestial bean for 10 pounds of fish? The cat immortal immediately began to haggle. That will not suffice, at least 20 pounds. Borakli, observing the cat immortal's insistence, thought to himself that if he were to catch fish from the sea, he could procure as many as he desired. Thus, without further contemplation, he acquiesced. Very well, then. 20 pounds it is. The cat immortal casually proclaimed, intending to negotiate further with Borakli, but was taken aback when he readily accepted. Momentarily stunned, he stood there in bewilderment. What is the matter? The cat immortal leaned his staff against his shoulder and tugged at his whiskers in frustration. This is a loss, a significant one at that. Borakli, perceiving the cat immortal's distress, understood the situation all too well. Dear cat immortal, I merely appreciate your assistance. Otherwise, your celestial beings would hardly fetch such a quantity of fish. The cat immortal, incensed, protested vehemently. Nonsense. My celestial beings are worth more than fish. Borakli chuckled lightly. Cat immortal, you are indeed an immortal, yet you should comprehend that what is trivial to one may be treasure to another. Can you descend? The cat immortal was left speechless by this audacity. I have never encountered such a brazen individual. Borakli remained unfazed. I must thank you for your assessment. Considering you have only met 2 people, including myself. Very well, cat immortal, I must descend now. When I return, I shall bring you fresh live fish. The cat immortal was left dumbfounded, disappointment washing over him. What? You are not going down to fetch them for me now? With a casual wave of his hand. Borakli suppressed a smile. Of course not. I shall not undertake such a fruitless errand. Scoundrel. The cat immortal, in a huff, produced a small cloth bag filled with celestial beans. Will this suffice? Borakli accepted it without hesitation. Very well, wait here, I shall return shortly. The cat immortal's eyes brightened. Dismissing his previous irritation, and an expression of eager anticipation replaced his former frown as he unconsciously rubbed his hands together. Borakli, having touched down on the ground, did not pause. He sought out a patch of sea and, with a flourish of his hands, summoned a powerful energy that spread across the surface of the water, causing the fish to be expelled under the immense pressure. Securing the live fish within 2 versatile capsules, he soared skyward once more. Cat immortal, the transaction is settled. I must take my leave. As he hovered over the lively fish, Borakli paused momentarily, prepared to depart. Before I go, allow me to impart a piece of advice. Instantly halting, he turned back, puzzled by the cat immortal's words. What? Master your own self. The cat immortal offered no further explanation, instead collapsing in a stupor amidst the school of fish. Meow? Borakli frowned slightly. Once he had distanced himself, the cat immortal emerged from the throng of fish, no longer exhibiting the earlier days. Only the intricate interplay of emotions such as calmness, seriousness, worry, and fear remains. It is uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse, what fate awaits Earth and its future. Borakli bids farewell to the cat sage, soaring freely through the heavens and the earth. With a long howl, he swiftly glides across the sky. The puppet should not be able to catch up so soon. I can enjoy a couple of leisurely days. Once this thought arose in Borakli's mind, he could no longer contain himself. He realized he had never truly indulged in play in this world. Everything at present is not easily accomplished. Perhaps it is better to relax a little. Although the cultivation in this world differs from his previous life, the balance of tension and relaxation should pose no issue. Resolute in his decision, Borakli descends upon a mountain peak. He does not rush to seek out others, but casually finds a clean, crystal-clear river. As he turns around an obstruction to his view, an expanse opens up before him. Yet, Borakli can hardly believe his eyes. In the distance, on a large rock by the river, an elderly man with white hair and a robust physique, clad in short sleeves, is fishing. Borakli is utterly oblivious to his presence. Curious, could there be a master here? He quietly approaches the old man, whose wrinkled face remains completely still. Seemingly unaware of Borakli's arrival, he does not disturb him and quietly observes his fishing. However, as he watches, he notices something amiss. Rubbing his eyes, he realizes the old man has vanished. Suddenly, he stands up. Be quiet, or you will scare the fish away. Borakli is taken aback, obediently sitting down again, redirecting his gaze to the shimmering surface of the water, where the fish are clearly visible. Senior, I am merely an old man fishing. Your heart is not at peace. What? Borakli stares wide-eyed at the old man. Not at peace. How so? I am not thinking of anything. Then, why don't you give it a try? The old man offers him a fishing rod. Borakli shakes his head. Old man, I can catch fish on my own. Haha, is that so? Then how can you achieve your desires if your heart is not at peace? The old man lifts the rod, successfully catching a fish. Borakli is taken aback. A calm heart leads to success? He smiles faintly. Thank you for your guidance. Then I shall give it a try. In both his past and present lives, Borakli has never fished. He imitates the old man's method and successfully completes the first step. Yet, he is utterly inexperienced. Although he restrains his strength, he grips the rod tightly to prevent it from falling. You need not exert yourself so forcefully. Relax your entire body. With a confident smile, the old man says, Though I may not know how to fish, I possess strong control over my body. I am not exerting myself, but your muscles are tense. Borakli turns to observe the old man. If you hold the rod this way, the hook will be swaying at the bottom, and the fish will not bite. The rod is like your body. You have yet to master it. Borakli trembles, gazing at the old man in astonishment. Mastery? Could it truly be approached in this manner? Old man, do you practice cultivation? No, I am but a humble fisherman, departing punctually each day and returning with the setting sun. For 60 years, come rain or shine, this has been my unwavering routine. Beyond this, I possess no other skill. Borakli gently closed his eyes, meticulously recalling the words of the elder. Tension in the muscles does not signify mastery over the body if the heart is restless. Success remains elusive. The elder's calm and resonant voice echoed once more in his ears. Chapter 61. The Five Elements Mountain. Supreme, Lord Lousy, do not be anxious. Take a deep breath and exhale slowly. No, rather, take a deep, hearty breath and then exhale gradually. Regardless of the elder's instructions, he dutifully complied. Once his mind was thoroughly tranquil, he felt as though he had melded with the surroundings, the gentle breeze, the warm sunlight, the rustling leaves, the murmuring water. What is this? Look up at the sky. Borakli obediently obeyed. Suddenly, his expression transformed to one of ecstatic joy. Calm your heart. Do not be swayed by external joys or internal sorrows. Upon hearing this, Borakli took another deep, deliberate breath. Your spirit lacks focus. Remember, nurture your essence with energy. Cultivate your spirit with that energy, and let your spirit command your essence. Upon receiving such profound wisdom, Borakli felt an overwhelming sense of reverence. Yes, sir. The elder remained unfazed, continuing to fish in serene silence. Borakli, in turn, silently absorbed the newfound insights. When fishing, one must dedicate oneself wholly to the act of fishing. Borakli immediately collected his thoughts, casting aside any musings on cultivation. Close your eyes and delve your spirit beneath the water. Are the fish approaching your hook, hesitating to bite? Wait until it takes the bait. That is the moment to swiftly and accurately raise your rod. Now is the time. Following the elder's guidance, Borakli seized the rod with alacrity. He had caught one. Ha ha ha. Continue. Thus, the afternoon unfolded, with Borakli engaged in both fishing and cultivation. This practice was no less significant than that taught by the cat immortal. While the cat immortal had imparted the mastery of the environment, the elder taught him to command his essence and meld with the scenery. It is time for me to return. Borakli rose, bowing respectfully. Thank you for your guidance, sir. The elder retracted the fishing rod, bending to lift 2 lively fish from the baskets. Ha, young man. One learns from both nature and one's own heart. Borakli stood straight, bowing earnestly once more. Indeed, since coming here, he had been solely focused on seeking out hidden masters for learning, never considering this method, the revered practice esteemed by ancient sages. Off we go. Borakli remained in contemplation until the elder had completely vanished from view, then turned to observe the flowing river beneath his feet. With a sudden widening of his eyes, a flash of divine light erupted, causing the river to burst forth in an unexpected display. Mastery over the physical form, so this is how it is achieved. Casually lifting a large rock above his head, he pressed his feet down firmly onto another boulder, leaping onto the next stone. This cycle continued, and soon he vanished from sight, maintaining this practice until not a trace of muscle could be discerned upon his body. Yet, whenever the need arises, his concealed power can erupt instantaneously. Half a year later, atop a mountain shrouded in dark mist, Borakli stood quietly, cradling a large stone. System: my strength. Name: Borakli. Combat power: 3,000,030,000 energy, 99, 999, 999 vitality, 99, 999, 999 techniques. Unknown cultivation method. Mastery of the stars, Psi. In the span of 6 months, my vitality has shown no signs of growth. Yet my strength has increased by 10,000 and more. A glimmer of golden light flashed in Borakli's eyes. Have you made progress? The energy blocks of 300 scale and the prototype biological battle suit have been developed. During these 6 months, Borakli devoted himself entirely to training, paying little heed to the system's research progress. This endeavor was merely a matter of permutations and combinations. He did not need to expend excessive effort, merely guiding the system towards the right path for research. Now that the design and manufacturing route had been established, everything appeared secure. With these developments, the foundation of my physical cultivation was also taking shape, though some components were still lacking. With these thoughts in mind, Borakli squinted and strode forward. System: are you certain this is the correct location? Indeed, measurements confirm this is the right place. Borakli's figure flickered in and out of visibility amidst the black mist. Is the fire of Flame Mountain emanating from here? How intriguing. I am eager to discover what lies within. As he traversed the black mist, a towering gate materialized before him. Borakli furrowed his brow. This defies logic. This was unmistakably a mountain. Prior to entering the mist, he could even see the clouds atop it. Yet upon passing through the mist, how could a colossal portal now stand before him? The portal loomed high, obscured at its apex by dark crimson clouds, surrounding it in a veil that rendered visibility impossible. On either side of the gate stood stout red pillars. Curiously, despite the obscured summit, 3 large characters faintly emerged upon the door. 5 Elements Mountain. What on earth is this, 5 Elements Mountain? The Buddha? Borakli scoffed at these absurdities, raising his foot to kick. The gate swung open, revealing a cacophony of sounds that howled in the wind. Piercing, mournful, enticing, and decadent voices intertwining and reaching his ears. TCH. What phantoms and specters? Unfazed, Borakli stepped forward, confidently treading upon the ground within. Ah, could this be an illusion? Before him lay a winding and treacherous path, the depths of which were invisible, flanked by numerous sharp stone pillars. Not far ahead, a sheer cliff awaited, requiring him to leap across. TCH, such trivial tricks. Though disdainful within, Borakli maintained a composed exterior, simply closing his eyes. Had it been 6 months prior, without the system, he might have encountered difficulties. However, at present, these were mere trifles. Without the system, he could easily discern the way himself. A minute later, when I opened my eyes once more, the surroundings had indeed transformed dramatically. The narrow path had vanished entirely. Borakli smiled faintly and took a step forward, then another. After 3 steps, the scenery shifted before my eyes, transporting me to a different locale. Ah, it is quite warm here. Young man, you are the first person I have encountered since my arrival. Borakli squinted at the hunched old man in martial attire, standing beside a large central furnace. The surprise on his face flickered momentarily. It was none other than the old man who had once carried away Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong's grandfather, Sun Wufan. What is the matter? Is there a problem? Old fellow. Borakli shook his head, striving to conceal any signs of weakness. No, but where exactly is this place? This is Wuxing Mountain, the domain of the Supreme Old Lord, and before you lies the Bagua Furnace. What? The Supreme Old Lord? Chapter 62. It's a concubine. You're responsible. Sun Wufan strolled leisurely closer, hands clasped behind his back. Indeed, this is the territory of the Supreme Old Lord. Borakli was rendered speechless. Wuxing Mountain is simply Wuxing Mountain. Why has it become the domain of the Supreme Old Lord, along with the Bagua Furnace? Is the flame within it the true fire of Samadhi? He then scrutinized Sun Wufan with a skeptical gaze. Are you the Supreme Old Lord? Based on appearances, aside from being a bit disheveled, he was merely an old man. And aside from the fact that the Supreme Old Lord had passed away 10 years prior, Borakli was uncertain of any other details. If it were true, it wouldn't be impossible, yet it was difficult to believe. No, the old man is merely a servant, not the Supreme Old Lord. Sun Wufan hurriedly gestured with his hands, his face flushing. Receiving a clear answer, Borakli curled his lips in a smirk and took a closer look around. Aside from the barren stone walls, there stood the imposing octagonal furnace. The central vent boasted a diameter of several dozen meters. Above the furnace, the familiar flames blazed fiercely, and atop them sat a large pot, bubbling with an unknown concoction, emitting a continuous stream of white vapor that ascended into the air. It is massive, truly massive. Sun Wufan regained his composure, once more clasping his hands behind his back, restoring his gravitas. I wonder, young guest, what brings you here? Merely wandering about. I inadvertently found myself here. Is that so? This place connects the realms of yin and yang. Though your strength is formidable, the corrosive influence of the yin energy is considerable. For the sake of your foundation, I advise you to depart as soon as possible. Borakli chuckled softly. By the way, I still do not know your name. I am called Borakli. You may refer to me as Sun Wufan. Sun Wufan. Borakli feigned realization, though a puzzled expression remained on his face. I am curious about your relation to the Bull Demon King of Flame Mountain. He is my junior brother. We trained together under the Turtle Immortal. Ah, Borakli feigned enlightenment. Young guest, do you have any inquiries? None. I have visited Flame Mountain and assisted him with the flames there. After a brief pause, Borakli pointed towards the hearth. It was identical to this one. What? Sun Wufan's expression changed dramatically. The little guest had not been lying. Every word was true. Sun Wufan's countenance shifted, revealing his inner turmoil. Please wait a moment. I shall summon the Supreme Old Lord. As soon as Sun Wufan finished speaking, a melodious voice echoed. Wufan, who is it? Has a guest arrived? Yes, it is the Supreme Old Lord. Borakli, despite his usual demeanor, was taken aback, internally exclaiming in astonishment, wait, the Supreme Old Lord is a woman? Shortly thereafter, a shadow appeared, adorned with 2 long antennae atop her head. At this moment, Borakli could no longer contain himself. Isn't that the very appearance of Sun Wukong? In response to Borakli's audacity, Sun Wufan merely stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile on his face, refraining from reprimanding him. Instead, he pondered the implications of what had been said. Could it be that the little guest knows my grandson, Sun Wukong? He waved his hand dismissively. What I said differs from what you know. Sun Wufan chuckled. So, you are aware of my existence? Indeed. She nodded gently, her tail revealing itself behind her. I am the brother of Sun Wukong. It was I who placed him beneath the tree and witnessed you carry him away. Sun Wufan forced a wry smile. No wonder. So, is your purpose here to resolve the predicament of the Bull Demon King once and for all? She nodded and then shook her head. I am indeed traveling across the continent. However, I merely happened upon this place by chance. As for a complete resolution, that depends on you. As they conversed, the true form of the Supreme Old Lord was unveiled. Wufan, it seems we have a guest. Borakli beheld a tall figure clad in exquisite ancient Chinese attire. Draped in a long cloak, adorned with a floral crown, and possessing 2 elongated, pointed appendages. Her complexion was flawless, her cheeks radiating a healthy glow, and her voice was sweet and melodious. Borakli's lips twitched involuntarily. Indeed, Lord Anning, there is a young guest present. Borakli cast a peculiar glance at the rejuvenated Sun Wufan. Initially, he found it odd that a servant, upon the arrival of their master, displayed neither fear nor deference, but rather engaged in conversation with ease. Now, everything became clear. This was no mere master-servant relationship, it was one of intimacy. Does she have any matters to discuss? In response to Lord Anning, The little guest indicates that the bottom of the Bagua furnace has leaked once more, allowing the Yin fire to seep into the mortal realm. The Supreme Old Lord's expression shifted dramatically. Is that so? No wonder I have found the pasta I cooked recently lacking. It seems the flames have diminished. Borakli was left speechless. The lofty deity indeed thought first of her culinary delights. Thankfully, Sun Wufan maintained his composure. Lord Anning, the Yin fire has penetrated the mortal realm, reaching the flame mountain on the other side of the earth. The Supreme Old Lord gasped in astonishment. If that is the case, the furnace's base must have been breached. This poses a dilemma. If it were the furnace walls, I could devise a solution, but for the base, we must enter from the center. As Borakli listened to their dialogue, his gaze remained fixed upon the furnace. Can't we extinguish the flames and then mend the situation? Sun Wukong replied despondently. It's not that simple. The fire of the 8 trigrams furnace cannot be quenched. What? If the flames of the 8 trigrams furnace were to be extinguished, both the underworld and the mortal realm would surely descend into chaos. What? The underworld? The mortal realm? Is there a divine realm as well? Indeed, there is. Borakli fell silent, having casually mentioned it without realizing that the divine realm truly existed. What kind of environment is this earth? No, this universe, really? The Supreme Old Lord, now intrigued, seemed to be quite excited. However, I find this rather fascinating. Perhaps we should give it a try. Sun Wukong urgently interjected. Lord Anning, how can you say such a thing? If the flames are extinguished and we attempt to reignite the 8 trigrams furnace, it would take at least 2,000 years. During that time, both the mortal and underworld realms would be thrown into chaos. Lord Yanluo would perish from exhaustion. Borakli, with a peculiar expression, began to pace back and forth. What had once been mere speculation now demanded concrete evidence. A servant dared to speak to the Supreme Old Lord in such a manner. What do you want? The Supreme Old Lord finally cast a gaze upon Borakli. What shall we do? We need to keep the flames alive while also gaining access to the furnace's base to mend the breaches. You are the overseers here. Do you not wish to take responsibility? If it cannot be contained, the mortal realm will undoubtedly be disrupted. Borakli, adapting quickly, used the term directly. There is but one solution. The Supreme Old Lord furrowed his brow, speaking with a tone of resignation. What solution? Borakli pressed on, showing no sign of reverence. This celestial being posed no threat to him, and he held no regard for the figure before him. Moreover, Sun Wukong's influence had led him to speak in defense rather than chastise for his lack of respect. Even now, his actions had not incited any conflict. Anning raised his head, pursing his lips. I've got it. We can temporarily separate the flames with a banana fan and then use the shell of the fire-devouring bird to block it off. Do you have one? Borakli scoffed. Does it matter whether I have one? Chi-Chi is Sun Wukong's wife, and the Bull Demon King is his father-in-law. I have no care for that. I just happened to be here, and, upon seeing the flames, a thought crossed my mind, which is why I've come to hold you accountable. My association with Sun Wukong is merely to avoid escalating tensions. I don't have one, and this matter does not concern me. It is your responsibility as the overseer. So why should I intervene? The Supreme Old Lord glared at Borakli, who met his gaze with unflinching composure. It must be extinguished. Borakli unceremoniously interrupted the Supreme Old Lord's impending words. All right. This is none of my concern. You will have to find a solution on your own. Whether you choose to incinerate the earth or extinguish the flames and plunge the world into chaos is entirely up to you. With that, Borakli deliberately turned to leave. Wait, is there anything else? Could you kindly search for the banana fan and the shell of the fire-eating bird? With a dismissive shrug, Borakli resolutely turned down the request once more. I have already stated that none of this pertains to me. The earth, its destruction, will not spare you either. Rest assured, by the time your infernal flames consume the entire planet, I shall have long since perished. Taishang Laojun and Sun Wukong exchanged glances. What then? Do you seek his recompense? Borakli showed no inclination to equivocate. Pointing towards the Bagua furnace, he asserted, grant me a portion of your flames. That is out of the question. Without a moment's hesitation, Taishang Laojun rejected Borakli's petition. Very well. Borakli turned to leave once again, only to hear Sun Wukong's voice call out behind him. Lord Anning, fine, I shall acquiesce. The irate tone of Taishang Laojun reached Borakli's ears. With a smile, Borakli pivoted and approached once more. Would it not have been better to have done so sooner? You came with a purpose, did you not? Not at all. It was purely serendipitous. Taishang Laojun scoffed. I can provide it to you. But do you possess the means to acquire it yourself? What do you mean? Taishang Lao Jun wore a smug expression. The flames of the Bagua furnace must never be extinguished, yet I can rekindle a small flame using alternative materials. This would benefit you as well. Firstly, it would be less ferocious, making it easier for you to tame. Secondly, the infernal flames lack permanence, allowing you to modify them at will, potentially making them exponentially more powerful than the current flames. Borakli's eyes sparkled with interest. This flame must surely surpass that of the Bagua furnace, does it not? Very well. You are indeed audacious and insatiable. Follow me. Borakli eagerly trailed behind. Audacious? Anning remains oblivious to her own thoughts. Otherwise, she would surely be terrified. Circumventing the Bagua furnace, he followed Taishang Lao Jun and Anning to the rear, where they pushed open a stone wall. Come forth. Borakli showed no trepidation as he stepped inside. Did you not mention that reigniting the Bagua furnace would take a considerable amount of time? Indeed. Taishang Lao Jun replied while gathering firewood. Then what are you doing? Taishang Lao Jun playfully remarked. I never claimed that igniting the infernal flames would be a lengthy process. This. Sighing softly, Taishang Lao Jun confessed. Since you are Wukong's nephew, I will speak frankly. The Bagua furnace differs from ordinary stoves. One must employ this special flame to smelt the unique herbs upon the Bagua furnace, creating the smoke necessary to facilitate the passage of souls between realms. Other furnaces simply cannot withstand the heat. Only the shell of the fire-eating bird can endure it. However, the fire-eating bird is exceptionally heat-resistant, and should the flames extinguish, the Bagua furnace will cool instantly, requiring at least 2 millennia to restore its temperature. This is the crux of the matter. Furthermore, for the infernal flames to reach the requisite intensity for smelting the Bagua furnace, they must burn continuously for a minimum of 2 centuries. The newly rekindled infernal flames simply cannot meet this standard. Borakli nodded. In these matters, the other party was the expert, and he refrained from making any further comments. Await patiently. Soon, I shall absorb the Yin fire. By the way, do you possess a vessel for containing the Yin fire? In the future, it will require various precious materials to nourish it, ensuring its continuous combustion. Fear not, I have long made arrangements. You claim your arrival here is coincidental. Your intentions are clearly premeditated. Borakli did not offer her an explanation. Once the Yin fire ignites, I shall sit cross-legged before it. What are you doing? The next steps are my concern. Once I have absorbed the Yin fire, I shall naturally assist you in retrieving the banana fan and the fire-eating bird's octagonal eggshell. Borakli replied nonchalantly, closing his eyes to channel the energy within him. Without the assistance of vital energy, he dared not take such risks. His physical form had yet to reach a level of invulnerability. What? You speak of absorption? At that moment, Taishang Laojun belatedly grasped Borakli's intent, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at him. This was beyond mere audacity. It was akin to the old immortal consuming arsenic, weary of life. The Yin fire, the flame of the underworld, could burn in the realm of the living, capable of scorching souls and piercing flesh. The child before her possessed a tremendous energy within. However, to attempt to absorb such a unique flame from hell was nothing short of absurd. Child, you must not engage in such reckless behavior. Should you perish, how shall I find someone to gather materials for me? Taishang Laojun urgently cautioned Borakli. Yet, at this moment, Borakli was already committed, unable to retreat. Vital energy slipped from his hands, gradually enveloping the Yin fire. The flickering flames visibly intensified, as if they instinctively resisted, aware of their impending fate. You shall not escape. Borakli snorted coldly. The rotation of the energy increased, exerting greater pressure upon the Yin fire. He understood that this was a path to transcendence, should he navigate it successfully. His future would be infinitely brighter. Thus, he resolved to give his all. In the blink of an eye, fine beads of sweat formed on Borakli's forehead, and his breathing became slightly labored. His hands tightened with strain. It was unfortunate that, despite its feeble nature, subduing the Yin fire proved to be exceedingly arduous. Damn it! Even such a small flame is so difficult to tame. Child, I advise against this course of action. If you truly require the Yin fire, it would be best to seek a vessel akin to the Bagua furnace. I believe the fire-eating bird's octagonal eggshell would suffice. Ignoring Taishang Laojun's incessant chatter, Borakli strained to confront the flame. System, is there any way? None. The system, unusually verbose, offered a rare statement. Not only is there no alternative, but if you wish to avoid death, You must completely subdue it before you can absorb it into your body. Why? If you are unafraid of death, then give it a try. Borakli's expression darkened further. Although the system was lacking, its analytical data was rarely incorrect. He could not afford to take risks and could only maintain a standoff with the Yin fire. Child you. Silence. Attend to your own matters. I shall endure this. Taishang Laojun, exasperated, turned and departed. This matter is of no concern to him. Even if he were to recklessly consume the Yin fire and perish, he could always find a way to contact a deity on earth to send someone in search of him. With this thought, the clouds of despair dissipated from Taishang Laojun's heart, and he joyfully exited. Inside the desolate stone chamber, Borakli found himself locked in a standoff with the Yin fire. 3 days later, Borakli's complexion had worsened significantly. Over the past 3 days, he had consumed no fewer than 10 celestial beings. His energy reserves depleting at an alarming rate of nearly 1 bean per hour. Furthermore, he had gone without sleep for the entirety of this time. The Yin fire showed no signs of submission. Rather, it appeared to be infecting his inner vitality, prompting a peculiar transformation within him. A trace of fiery essence began to awaken. What to do? One could wait until the entire vital force bore the shadow of Yin fire before absorbing it. Borakli immediately grasped the system's implication, his expression brightening with hope. He once more exerted every ounce of strength to encircle the Yin fire. Another 3 days passed. His vital energy had fully taken on the attributes of Yin fire, and he adjusted his state once more. Enough. Arise. With a thunderous roar, the Yin fire could no longer be sustained and was consumed by his controlled energy, drawn directly into his core. Chapter 64. Fate will bring us together again. Wukong, as soon as the Yin fire entered his body, Borakli felt as if a torrential waterfall cascaded over him, sweat pouring relentlessly from his form. Veins bulged under his skin, and his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Pain, heat, and confusion assaulted both his body and spirit in a chaotic onslaught. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to emit a sound. The agony was excruciating. His entire body trembled uncontrollably as his vital energy surged wildly toward the Yin fire, enveloping it completely. After approximately 3 hours, Borakli finally experienced a slight reprieve. Shaking hands reached into his robes, retrieving a celestial bean, which he slowly placed in his mouth to chew. This seemingly trivial act took him an entire minute to accomplish. This was truly inhumane torment. With cracked lips, he chewed the bean while attempting to articulate his suffering. There was no choice. This was merely the first step, entry. The next phase would be even more daunting. He had to assimilate the Yin fire into his heart. Yet, at this moment, he felt paralyzed by fear, not from unwillingness, but from trepidation. His entire vital energy was already enveloping the Yin fire, leaving no surplus energy at his disposal. System, what should I do? The 3 Dantians. No, the Dantians are not suitable for the Yin fire. It can be temporarily nurtured, allowing the internal energy to adapt to the Yin fire. But what if it takes root? This time, the system did not respond immediately, falling into a prolonged silence. After analysis, the probability stands at 87. Borakli was left speechless. Under normal circumstances, he might have cursed and vented his frustration. After all, the system was well aware of his nature. However, now, consumed by pain, he lacked the strength and energy to indulge in such antics. There was no alternative. Maintain this state until adaptation occurs, until you can assimilate it into your heart. Even in his weakened condition, Borakli's countenance darkened upon hearing the system's directive. He vehemently rejected the notion. No, if that were the case, I would merely become a shell of a person. Not at all. The physical form you currently possess is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual to contend with. Can it fly? Not possible. Can it vanquish the approaching monster? No. In that case, it is not feasible. Borakli outright rejected this suggestion. With all of his energy restrained, what would happen if he ventured outside? He has not forgotten that a sinister presence has been lurking beyond his confines. Should he exhaust his powers, he would become an easy target. Akin to a fish caught on a board, at the mercy of others. The system offers no alternative. Either you engage your heart now. Damn, do you wish for my demise to await the next master? That is a possibility. Borakli sighed, deciding not to stoop to the system's level. Tilting his head thoughtfully, he considered his predicament. His body was presently saturated with vital energy, maintaining the Yin fire without harming his physical form, which rendered him unable to summon any surplus energy. If he were to transfer the Yin fire to his Dantian, it would require celestial bodies to bear the burden. According to the system, within his dantian, the celestial bodies would serve as tangible entities, capable of containing the mere fire, which was already ensnared and had adapted to its properties. He was more concerned about the possibility of the fire taking root within his dantian, which would spell trouble. Alas, why can I not wield control over my own flesh? He sighed deeply, lamenting the absence of guidance. Gathering his resolve, he gritted his teeth and decided to heed the system's counsel. If he did not preserve his strength, should he be pursued by the puppet cloaked in black with purple eyes, he might find himself in dire straits, if not facing death. This was entirely different from the suppression of the gravity ring. That form of restraint he could willingly release at any moment. But should his vital energy be entirely consumed in suppressing the fire, he would find no recourse. Once more, he commanded the vital energy within him, directing the fire towards his zhong dantian. There was no other option. This was the most suitable dantian, with the upper and lower dantians able to provide swift support. As the fire entered the zhong dantian, the rotational speed of the celestial bodies within the three dantians surged abruptly. What is happening? Is it beyond my control once again? How can I even cultivate under such circumstances? Borakli looked on in despair at the transformation occurring in his dantian. All of this was once again beyond his comprehension. His tears did nothing to alter the changes within the dantian. Each of the upper and lower dantians extended a visible silver thread, connecting directly to the celestial bodies within the zhong dantian. The zhong dantian was not idle either. Upon the connection of the silver thread, it too extended a silver filament, tightly ensnaring the fire. No, please don't. Borakli shouted in urgency as he witnessed the zhong dantian, like a rogue, ensnaring the fire. Should it become trapped within the zhong dantian, rooting itself would become inevitable. A fate he did not intend. The fire, regardless of its ominous nature, was still a form of flame, a unique one at that. If memory serves correctly, the heart corresponds to fire, the lungs to metal, the kidneys to water, the liver to wood, and the spleen to earth. The proper residence for the fire should indeed be the heart. He summoned his vital energy, continually disrupting the celestial bodies in the zhong dantian. Fortunately, the satellite beyond his control could be influenced by his vital energy, allowing a crack to form in its entanglement with the dark fire. What is this situation? Why do I feel an increasing number of peculiarities within me? Aside from the vital energy, there are no signs of rebellion. The rest of the elements remain entirely beyond his grasp. Only upon establishing a brief equilibrium did he finally exhale in relief. Well, I suppose I can address it later. Borakli rose, dusting off his trousers and lifting his hand to catch a whiff of the air. It was quite foul. Engaging in a moment of self-deprecation, he departed the stone chamber without a second thought. Upon returning to the side of the Bagua furnace, he found only Sun Wufan waiting for him, solitary and forlorn. "You're out," he remarked. "Indeed. Thank you for speaking on my behalf," Sun Wufan replied with a smile, his lips twitching slightly. "You wish to inquire about Sun Wukong?" He chuckled awkwardly. "Indeed, ever since that full moon, I have not seen him again, nor do I know how he fares. Rest assured, he is thriving. Traveling extensively for training, his strength nearly unmatched in the human realm, currently honing his skills under Master Rashi's guidance, and I will keep a discreet watch over him." Sun Wufan immediately bowed in gratitude. "Thank you very much. No need. He is my elder brother." Sun Wufan looked up in astonishment, bewildered as he gazed at Borakli. "But Wufan should be 13 by now." "Indeed. We are twins. He is the elder, and I am the younger." "Then you do not worry. Sun Wukong remains unchanged like me until adulthood." Sun Wufan forced a wry smile. Initially, Borakli had claimed to have released Sun Wukong, leading him to believe that this young lad named Borakli must be older than Sun Wukong. Yet, it turned out he was his younger brother. Noticing Sun Wufan's silence, Borakli did not hesitate, merely stating, "I must take my leave," and turned away without asking if he had any messages for Sun Wukong. By the time Borakli had vanished from sight, he was disinterested in entangling himself in these matters. Having Bulma was sufficient. Emotions were a cumbersome affair. To desire many friends, yet find few with whom to share one's heart, was a profound struggle. In his past life, he was utterly alone, and in this life, it seemed Bulma would suffice. As for Sun Wukong, he would undoubtedly offer his utmost assistance, but involving himself in deeper emotional connections? Forget it, that would be too exhausting. Borakli would not have anticipated that thoughts and reality could diverge so significantly. Exiting the Five Elements Mountain, He glanced back. How intriguing, hell? I shall visit it if the opportunity arises. 3 months later, in a charming little village, Borakli stood astonished, observing a boy and girl seated on a nimbus cloud. Sun Wukong? Truly, what a twist of fate. Chapter 65. The Red Ribbon. Snatching a bride in the distance, Sun Wukong sat on the nimbus cloud alongside a small girl, with 2 peculiar creatures fluttering their wings above her head. As Sun Wukong spotted him, he called out excitedly and flew toward him. Borakli could only wave in response. Observing the exuberant Sun Wukong, I was the first to greet him. What a coincidence. How did you end up here? Oh my. Perched atop his nimbus cloud was a plump little girl with a round face. Her violet hair danced in the wind, while her sparkling blue eyes scrutinized Broly with curiosity. Adorned with black, round-framed glasses, she radiated an undeniable charm. Ah, I was pursuing a villain, she exclaimed. Sun Wukong sheepishly scratched his head. Broly, intrigued, gazed at Sun Wukong. Oh, what sort of villain could possibly elude you, compelling you to chase after them? With the system indicating his combat power had reached an impressive 380. What adversary could stand against him? No. I've been training, hence the gravity ring I've been wearing, Sun Wukong replied, slightly embarrassed. I have been outsmarted by this nefarious group called the Red Ribbon Army, he said with frustration. What is this? Aral, standing beside Sun Wukong, could no longer contain her curiosity and jumped in. Oh my, Sun Wukong, who is this? It dawned on Sun Wukong as he pulled Aral closer. Oh, this is my new friend. Her name is Aral. Oh my. Broly smiled gently. Hello, my name is Broly. Aral tilted her head adorably. Oh my, I'm Aral. You can call me Ding Xiaoyu. Is that so? Greetings. You are quite charming, Broly remarked. Oh my, let us go play in the mud. Broly's expression darkened. Was this a compliment or a sign of a troubled mind? No, thank you. Seeing the bewildered expression on the little girl's face, Broly quickly turned to Sun Wukong. So what brings you here? Sun Wukong suddenly smacked his forehead, his eyes sharpening. Right. That fiend stole my Dragon Ball. Broly was taken aback. Stole a Dragon Ball. Ever since that incident, my interest in Dragon Balls has waned. The cat sage once mentioned that true brilliance can only be achieved through one's own efforts. Relying on Dragon Balls is not wise. Broly pondered. The efficacy of the Dragon Balls likely stemmed from manipulating the universe's laws. Overuse would undoubtedly lead to significant repercussions. Yet, now there were individuals audacious enough to steal Dragon Balls. Indeed, in the past, Pilaf and his cohorts also sought to seize the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong, you should hurry. All right. Just as Sun Wukong prepared to depart, Broly immediately stopped him. By the way, aren't you going to remove the gravity ring? No need. They're merely cunning. They cannot defeat me, so I do not require its removal. Broly suddenly understood. It all made sense now. Very well. Take care of yourself. Okay. Broly disregarded Sun Wukong's departure and descended directly into the village. After a brief assessment, he contemplated. Sun Wukong's training remains rather rudimentary. Should I send him to train with the cat sage for a while? This thought arose, but was quickly suppressed. After all, he was my little brother, and it wouldn't be ideal for him to be too weak. In the realm of training, compared to my little brother, I have always felt a lack of purity. Forget it, we can discuss this later. Let him first embark on the quest to locate the Dragon Balls. I must return to the deserted island and recommence my scientific endeavors. Upon descending from Karin Tower, he prepared to resume his research, and this delay had nearly spanned a year. However, the outcome was favorable, aside from the inexplicable anomalies within his internal dantian. He had achieved a preliminary mastery over his vital energy, physical form, and mental acuity. Without these experiences, Borakli could scarcely fathom how long it would have taken to reach this point. Now, having merely scratched the surface of understanding, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. As he touched down on solid ground, Borakli ambled leisurely along the main thoroughfare. Soon, he encountered a tall man with yellow hair and an exposed torso. Noticing the furrowed brow of the stranger, he sensed his curiosity, and his tail wagged excitedly behind him. You must have realized it by now. You are allied with that little brat. Borakli paid him no mind, swiftly moving to stand before him. What? Just as the man prepared to strike, Borakli deftly incapacitated him with a single finger. He retrieved the backpack slung across the man's back. 3-star ball. Very well, I shall keep it. Let Goku seek the others. This way, I have a safeguard. Borakli was fully aware that he was inviting trouble upon himself. Yet an additional layer of security was not unwelcome. After all, Goku was rather naive. He would be oblivious to when he was betrayed or when the Dragon Balls were used. Ascending into the sky once more, he disregarded the man on the thoroughfare and chose a direction to fly away. This little interlude did not concern Borakli. Goku was currently preoccupied with finding the Dragon Balls, and suggesting that he return with him was evidently impractical. He was equally disinclined to accompany Goku on what he considered a futile quest for the Dragon Balls. Parting ways seemed the more prudent choice. Fixing his gaze on a specific direction, Borakli soared forth. In no time, he arrived at a region blanketed in ice and snow. It was advantageous to possess strength. Otherwise, the journey would have taken several hours by aircraft. Gliding quietly through the air, he took care to avoid detection. Oddly, there was a village nearby. It was perplexing that so many people resided even in the heart of the mountains. Driven by curiosity, Borakli directed himself toward the source of his perception. His feet left 2 imprints in the snow as he gazed up at a cave nestled in the mountainside. Strange. Could it be that my training has been insufficient? Without concern for disturbing anyone, he pushed aside the rocky entrance and stepped inside. Who's there? Borakli felt a surge of delight upon realizing there were indeed others present. Greetings, I apologize for the intrusion. Before Borakli could finish his introduction, a cold voice echoed from the depths of the cave. Eliminate him. At this, Borakli could no longer contain himself. Raising a hand, light coalesced in his palm, illuminating the cave in an instant. Oh, a woman, approximately 165 centimeters tall, with an elongated figure and striking beauty, yet an icy demeanor, turned in astonishment. Clad in a white lab coat, her tousled brown hair cascaded to her waist, drawing attention. Her flawless complexion framed by a sharp visage, complemented by black-framed glasses that enhanced her intellectual allure, and large earrings that contributed a touch of wildness. What captivated Borakli, however, was not the woman herself, but the array of experimental instruments that filled the cave. After a cursory glance, he was intrigued. Are you merely a biologist, or an exceptional one? The other party did not respond, but instead questioned Borakli. Who are you? With a flick of his hand, he unleashed beams of light, annihilating all who charged at him. Ah, it appears to be a fusion of biology and machinery. Truly a genius. Your research capabilities are formidable. The artificial entity, 21, now merely the human Wyoming, gazed at Borakli in terror. At this moment, anyone encountering Borakli felt an overwhelming dread. His prowess transcended this current stage by leaps and bounds. As Borakli's curiosity piqued, he furrowed his brow. Are you engaged in nefarious deeds? Is science not to be utilized for noble purposes? Scoundrel, I am a distinguished researcher of the Red Ribbon Army. Do you dare oppose the Red Ribbon Legion? A momentary pause ensued before the name registered. So soon we meet? Various thoughts raced through Borakli's mind before a sly grin crept upon his face. Perfect, I am in need of a petite partner. What? Without affording her a moment to react, he blinked closer and rendered her unconscious. Subsequently, he produced a universal capsule, gathering all nearby experimental apparatus. His gaze remained unclouded, devoid of any sinister intentions. A companion is insignificant compared to the importance of a scientist. Capturing this woman could significantly aid his research. The array of instruments contained within were valuable assets, frequently utilized despite their apparent age. Once he had secured everything, he surveyed the desolate cavern. All set. I shall procure myself a petite wife, an expert in the biological field. This will make my return most comfortable. A genius in physics, a specialist in biology, and with chemistry, he would have 2/3 of what he needed. Chapter 66. New Breakthrough. Biological combat suit. Borakli paid no heed to the consequences and departed from the scene. Master Roshi had been observing Borakli intently, witnessing him carry off the predecessor of the artificial human 21, Wyoming. Goodness! The giant turtle raised its head in bewilderment. Given Master Roshi's recent peculiar behavior, it felt compelled to inquire, what is it, Master Roshi? The giant turtle, Krillin, and Launch regarded the suddenly expletive-prone Master Roshi with curiosity. Nothing. Continue eating. I am full and suddenly feel the need for some fresh air. With that, he disregarded the astonished expressions of the others and departed the room, his back appearing forlorn. What an absurdity. What is he planning? Establishing a harem? Master Roshi's countenance fluctuated between uncertainty and concern. If Borakli were to establish a harem, it would likely lead to his downfall, thwarting the very purpose of his arrival. What manner of circumstance is this? That fellow is the artificial human 21, who has never made an appearance. How could Broccoli casually stroll about and find him? As he pondered, Master Rashi's true nature surfaced. Stroking his chin, he leered, "Nevertheless, I must admit that 21 is indeed quite exquisite, even more so than 18. No, what am I thinking? The pressing matter now is how to proceed." The turtle sage hesitated to take a gamble, as he had effectively staked his very existence on Broccoli. Should he fail, there was a distinct possibility he would never escape. In that moment, his fate would be sealed. Abruptly, he roused himself from such fanciful thoughts. Perhaps I could dispatch puppets to relentlessly pursue him? Yet, that too seemed unwise. He must be afforded the opportunity to cultivate sufficient foundation. Otherwise, even if he wielded great power in the Dragon Ball realm, it would ultimately bear little significance in the grander scheme. Why, of all things, would you seek to indulge in the company of a beautiful woman? The turtle sage was consumed by worry. What if Broccoli succumbed to the allure of feminine charms? That would indeed spell his ruin. After much contemplation, he resolved to test the waters. With a flicker of energy, a familiar rune coalesced and swiftly tore through the sky, vanishing from sight. I hope my concerns do not manifest. Broccoli, with such an extraordinary advantage, must tread carefully. Thoughts of harems should be set aside for the time being. Opportunities will abound once your power reaches its zenith. The turtle sage gazed deeply into the seemingly tranquil sea, a flicker of concern passing through his eyes. Unbeknownst to Broccoli, he was the subject of fervent concern as he fled with a beautiful woman in tow. His thoughts regarding her were minimal, yet her scientific acumen sparked his keen anticipation. Thanks to his recent breakthroughs, his senses had become remarkably acute. The secret laboratory cave had long been abandoned, with most of the instruments being the result of the woman at his side. Her expertise in the field of biology was undoubtedly impressive. If he could engage in profound communication with her, he was certain to gain invaluable knowledge and insights. System, have the blueprints for the biological battle suit been generated? 3 more days remain. Broccoli was taken aback. Why so long? This is a biological suit, not a mechanical one. Broccoli bristled. He understood that the cultivation of a biological suit was indeed far more complex than that of a mechanical counterpart, yet the system's lack of leniency was disheartening. Very well. Once completed, deliver it directly to me. Understood. After some time in flight, a voice filled with malice pierced Broccoli's ears. Who are you? Oh, you're awake. Of course. What are you? Viomi, who had initially attempted to struggle, froze and clung tightly to Broccoli. This is, well, as you can see, I am flying. Viomi's expression flickered as she cautiously surveyed her surroundings, confirming that she was not trapped in an illusion. How did you manage this? To instill confidence in her, Broccoli offered no reservations. Through specialized training and the absorption of energy, one can overcome the gravitational pull of a planet, allowing for flight. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. You still haven't told me who you are. After hearing his explanation, Viomi's tone softened considerably, and Broccoli let out a sigh of relief. Should she have been unwilling, he would have had little recourse. With the tension easing, their interaction had taken a positive turn. My name is Borakli, and yours? The android number 21 spoke softly. Viomi. A lovely name. Why have you captured me? Do you recognize me? No. I do not know you, Viomi replied, momentarily speechless. After adjusting her position slightly for comfort, she ceased to struggle. If you do not know me, why have you taken me? A subtle glimmer of cunning appeared in Borakli's eyes. Maintaining an unwavering speed, he stated, You are so beautiful. Of course I have taken you to be my wife. Nonsense, I have a boyfriend. Then I shall kill him. You. Viomi refrained from continuing, inwardly conceding that Borakli possessed the ability to eliminate her boyfriend. The highest level of androids they had produced so far only reached number 8, which could not possibly rival the one before her. She did not believe his words. If Borakli were truly a lecherous demon, he would not be carrying her so properly. Rather, he would be finding ways to touch her inappropriately. Recalling how he had instantly identified the functions of the equipment in her laboratory, a flicker of intelligence sparkled in Viomi's eyes. The two fell into silence once more, while Borakli's pace remained unrelenting. He needed to return to the deserted island swiftly, for there was much to be done, and he had already delayed for a year. He was indifferent to what the android was contemplating, unaware of Master Rashi's covert maneuvers. His gaze was fervently fixed upon his destination. If only the upgrade of the biological battle suit could keep pace, I could develop a biological battle suit that surpasses spaceships. At that point, I could venture into the cosmos, Borakli thought, filled with excitement as he approached the island. On Earth, he felt devoid of motivation. Not only could he not control his own fate, but he also struggled to master his own body, especially with an old schemer continuously testing and pressuring him. The cultivation methods on Earth had nearly reached their limits. He needed to explore the universe. Surely, there must be cultivation methods in the cosmos, Borakli was convinced. Upon landing on the deserted island, 3 wild men suddenly appeared. Master, you have finally returned. If you hadn't come back, we would have perished here. Borakli set down android number 21, Viomi, and awkwardly regarded the 3 disheveled wild men. In order to prevent their escape, he had stripped them of everything, leaving only a 3-unit energy block. Little did he anticipate that his absence would extend for over half a year. All right, you may eat first, then clean yourselves. The 3 wild men gratefully accepted the food. Master, may I ask who this beautiful lady beside you is? Borakli's expression darkened. Humph. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Yes, you are right, Master. Master, we should change our clothes. This smell is affecting your mood. Watching Ashu dash away, Borakli shook his head in disbelief. Come, I shall show you. What? The artificial human, number 21, Viomi, gazed at Borakli with a look of perplexity. Unfazed, Borakli proceeded directly to the site where the Energy Accumulation Mobile Laboratory was first established. He retrieved a long-unused universal capsule and opened the laboratory. Come, let us explore together. Viomi hesitated but eventually followed suit. What is this? Without waiting for Borakli, Viomi dashed forward, utterly captivated by the opulence of the laboratory, which far exceeded her previous secret lab by countless magnitudes. This is the latest sequencing device, and the flow cytometer, and the ultra-clean workbench. How magnificent! Borakli observed Viomi, entranced as she eagerly engaged with the various instruments, delicately caressing each one. He felt assured of his success, confident in his plans. I have 2 more super projects. What are they? Viomi turned, her gaze fervently fixed on Borakli, the energy block and the biosuit. Viomi's eyes sparkled with interest. Really? May I see them? Heh. The biosuit is a recent breakthrough, and I am still organizing the manufacturing process. The energy block has reached a scale of 300. But the biosuit will take an additional 3 days. Can I see it? Borakli pondered and immediately commanded the system to transmit all relevant data to him. He then meticulously described all the details to Viomi. Genius. Truly a brilliant concept, even surpassing my own thoughts, though it remains incomplete. What? Borakli frowned at the visibly excited Viomi. Was she perhaps losing her mind? Give me half a day, and I can produce it. What? Chapter 67. The Physical Body Technique. The Universe Within. Borakli stared in disbelief at Viomi. Half a day? Even the system requires 3 days to compile the complete manufacturing process. And yet, Viomi claims she can accomplish it in half a day. Well, did you bring those devices? There are 3 that you do not have here. My biological laboratory should encompass all necessary equipment. No, those are outdated devices. While yours are indeed new, some operations perform better on the older equipment. Without hesitation, Borakli produced the universal capsule and handed it to her. This laboratory is invaluable, but with Dr. Brief as my stronghold. Backed by the ample resources of the Universal Capsule Corporation, recreating it is hardly a grave matter. Even if Viomi were to act recklessly, she would remain within my grasp. If she truly could fabricate the biosuit in half a day, it would imply her expertise in biology exceeds my expectations significantly. Strange, with your remarkable abilities. Why have I never heard of you? Viomi, without turning back, began connecting the devices. And you, with strength far surpassing that of ordinary beings and profound scientific knowledge. Why have I not heard of you? Borakli shrugged, acknowledging her point. Without speaking of oneself, even a genius like Bulma, who has attended school, is not particularly renowned in the scientific community. Her prowess lies predominantly in creation. Yet this creativity is solely directed towards endeavors beneficial to her. She holds a dismissive attitude towards anything else, showing little inclination to invest her time. Which is why her reputation in the scientific realm is merely as the daughter of Dr. Brief. However, in certain respects, Bulma undeniably surpasses Dr. Brief. Yet how many are aware of this? Can you genuinely fabricate such a thing in half a day? If improvements are not made, producing the first generation according to your design is quite feasible. You have fallen into a misconception, believing that biological cultivation is an exceedingly arduous task. Is it not so? Borakli gazed curiously at the industrious Viomi, stepping forward to lend a hand by lifting equipment to facilitate her connection to various energy sources. Certainly not. The growth of biological entities is not significantly related to time, but rather to the efficiency of energy absorption. Broccoli remarked contemplatively, "Your notion is quite innovative. Yet it is not particularly advanced from a biological standpoint." Viomi hardly paid him any heed as she busily arranged the equipment. "However, can you enhance the efficiency of cellular energy absorption? I possess a method that can achieve this, if refined. Creating monstrous entities with billions of units of energy would take merely a decade." Broccoli expressed his admiration. "Wow, that is truly impressive." This was not mere flattery from Broccoli. If a single cell could absorb billions of units of energy over several years, it would be extraordinarily abnormal. After 13 arduous years of training, how much energy had he amassed? A mere 9,999. Consider the magnitude of such an increase over a decade, equating to a daily augmentation of at least 500,000 units of energy, which translates to the strength of 500,000 individuals. Is this technology not formidable? Indeed it is. Viomi replied with a sense of pride. Unfortunately, it remains in its infancy. To fully understand it will require considerable time. No worries, you can conduct your research in my laboratory. We shall explore it together. Viomi busied herself without responding. Broccoli paid no mind. After all, she was a beautiful asset he had reclaimed, and expecting her to settle down quickly was unrealistic. He was not of such a nature. After a while, he said, "All right, you may continue your work. I shall begin mine." Broccoli quietly turned to leave, embodying the role of a transparent assistant. Emotions take time to cultivate. With proper nurturing, Viomi would eventually comply with his requests. He felt reassured letting her work on her own, and as he stepped outside, he encountered 3 individuals bearing a weary demeanor, stifling a laugh. "What is the matter? My lord, we implore you, do not abandon us on this desolate island." "Indeed, my lord, it has been nearly half a year. We are on the brink of perishing." "Yes, my lord, you cannot fathom how we have survived these past 6 months. My lord, we have memorized the locations of every ant hill on this island and the number of ants within them." Observing Pilaf's exaggerated lamentations, Broccoli could hardly contain his amusement. Borakli's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smirk. "Oh, then why don't you suggest we find an ant nest to verify?" Pilaf's astonished expression abruptly halted. This, that. My lord, we missed you so much during your absence. You have no idea how we fared over the past 6 months. Is that so? I have already learned of your circumstances. What I wish to ascertain is your familiarity with the ants on the island. Take me to verify this. That, my lord, this." Borakli feigned anger, his expression darkening. "Humph, should you dare deceive me again, I shall flay you alive." The trio trembled in fear, nodding vigorously. Yes, my lord, we shall never dare again. We merely employed a touch of exaggeration in our rhetoric." Borakli, well aware of their antics, let out a cold snort, his face betraying no emotion. Everything remained as it had been. With that, he waved his sleeve and departed, concealing a smile as he turned his back to them. These 3 lively souls were among his few joys on the deserted island. Once outside, he promptly returned to the laboratory. After fruitlessly attempting to contact Bulma, he turned his focus back to his cultivation. Over the past 6 months, he had forsaken his scientific pursuits to develop a new physical cultivation technique. Unlike the reliance on external energy for vital essence, this new method of refining the body must originate from internal spiritual strength, harnessing mental energy to invigorate the blood and chi, infusing the meridians to generate power from within. The vital essence derives from food and can also stem from energy. But the ultimate transformation is not merely energy. It is force, it is power, it is a domain and a field, an inherent might that remains unaffected by external factors. Barely seated in meditation, Borakli eagerly inquired, "System, how is the simulation progressing? Is the cultivation of the inner universe feasible?" Chapter 68. More to come, monsters approach. Yes. But it will involve the lower dantian and the guanyuan acupoint. Borakli frowned slightly. Why? This pertains to the lower dantian, which governs vital essence. Will it conflict with the vital energy? Unable to simulate. Borakli's countenance darkened. He was well aware that the guanyuan acupoint is part of the lower dantian, which governs vital essence. Yet there should be more, such as the chi hai, which also belongs to the dantian, albeit less perfect than the guanyuan. But now, it was directly addressing the guanyuan acupoint. The meridians convey blood and energy, nourishing muscles and bones, facilitating joints. To achieve mastery, it is essential to fill all acupoints. However, To directly contest with vital energy for habitation seems overly domineering. Is there no alternative? Commence from the hand and foot tying spleen and lung meridians. But you will endure daily suffering, without respite, until all acupoints of these two meridians are saturated with qi and blood. Borakli's expression fluctuated. Physical cultivation differs from energy cultivation. In energy cultivation, as long as the method is executed correctly, one has control and can halt at any moment. Vital energy merely sustains normal human activities and does not incite upheaval. As long as the technique is not in operation, vital energy remains dormant, primarily residing within the three main dantians. Qi and blood, however, are distinct. The movements of a person, standing, walking, sitting, and lying down, are all contingent upon the circulation of vital energy and blood. One cannot simply harness the flow of this vital essence. Once one embarks on the path of the tying meridian, the hands, from the Xiaoshang point to the Yunmen, and the feet, from the Yinbai point to the Dabao, will remain in a state of continuous connectivity. This results in an incessant ache on both sides of the body. At such times, the agony of cultivation becomes unbearable, profoundly impacting one's ability to harness their strength. Gradually rising to his feet, he resolved to postpone this endeavor for a while. Though the enduring pain may sound trivial, the reality of enduring it is a trial few can withstand. Broly, believing himself to be an ordinary man, chose to avoid this suffering if possible. Facing the ocean, he lamented the passage of time. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Vmoise had organized everything and clapped her hands in readiness. If she could align her experiments with the insights of that individual, her work might proceed more smoothly. Just then, a flicker of concern crossed her gaze as she prepared to move on to the next step. Suddenly, a ringing sound interrupted her. Hello? Broly, where are you? Why haven't you contacted me? What are you doing? Are you all right? Vmoise frowned, holding the receiver slightly away from her ear as the barrage of questions bombarded her. Wait, who are you? Where's Broly? After a moment of confusion, Bulma realized something was amiss and abruptly halted her tirade, rephrasing her inquiry. A glint of cunning sparkled in Vmoise's eyes. Oh, who am I? I am his wife. What? That's impossible. Where's Broly? Where is he? Oh, he is simply exhausted and resting now. Please do not disturb him. Nonsense. I don't believe you. Also, how did you get into his laboratory? Oh, that's simply because we are being open and honest with each other. Bullshit. Bulma's voice rose in indignation. Where are you? Why should I tell you? Broly and I are having a delightful conversation. I'm too busy to deal with you. With that, she hung up the phone, a triumphant smile playing on her lips. A little wife, are you trying to take my place? I shall have to repay you for this. After ending the call, Vmoise remained unfazed, her spirits high as she busied herself with the creation of biological battle suits. First, she needed to cultivate the engulfing enzymes. And then she would need to prepare the biological base and matrix. She must also produce the biological source points. This laboratory was truly remarkable, stocked with all the necessary raw materials for biological needs. Indeed, having wealth is advantageous. Vmoise was thoroughly engrossed in her work, while Bulma was left seething with frustration. She could not bring herself to believe that Broly would engage in such antics. Gritting her teeth, she glared at the experiment table in the laboratory, certain that it had to be that little dancer. Yes, with no other women around him, it had to be her. Wringing her hands, Bulma remained uneasy. No, I must go and see for myself. Resolute, she dashed to the laboratory computer. The energy-storing mobile laboratory was indeed her creation. Finding its location posed no challenge for her. It merely depended on her willingness to act. Presently, it was evident that he was inclined to do so. Xiaowu, you dare to jest while Borakli is preoccupied? Do you think I cannot locate you? Just wait, your fate is sealed. In a fit of anger, Bulma furiously typed away at her computer. Creating a Dragon Ball radar was a trivial task compared to locating the laboratory. Inside, there were some unique materials, and with the laboratory's exceptional utilization of solar energy, Bulma designed a prototype in less than half an hour. An hour later, she piloted her aircraft into the sky, leaving the brief couple in stunned bewilderment. 7 hours. Wait for me. I am swift, Xiaowu. I will bring you back to my side. Bulma had initially been unconcerned, possessing absolute confidence in her feelings for Borakli. However, after half a year without any news from him, the situation had become increasingly abnormal. It was only natural for her to feel anxious, prompting her hurried search. Meanwhile, Borakli remained on a deserted island, gazing out at the sea. Is there no improvement method for the system, self-universe? Weak. Borakli immediately fell silent. While the initial acupuncture points seemed unaffected, the implications for physical cultivation were significantly more profound. Though his energy reached an astonishing 99.99, the strength of his physical body equated to that of a mere fighter with a power level of 10. This world is extraordinary. Anything above 10 converts entirely into energy, hindering the effective training of the physical body. Purely refining the flesh yielded no tangible benefits, only increasing energy levels. The result was a paradox. The more one trained, the greater the energy and combat power, yet the likelihood of surpassing levels in battle became exceedingly rare. Even the most formidable masters, once their energy was depleted, found their physical strength equivalent to that of an ordinary person. Others had conveyed to him the mastery of the body, which he had entirely interpreted as complete dominion over the physical form. This understanding led him to develop a new method of harnessing blood and energy through mental power, ultimately infusing it into the acupoints. Were these truly the only two options? System, which of these methods is stronger? Unknown. Borakli was left speechless. Just as he prepared to complain, a wave of frustration washed over him. Where did this incessant annoyance originate from, and why would it not dissipate? In the past, Borakli might not have detected it so swiftly, but now, he could sense it from a considerable distance. Noticing the entity approaching him with great speed, Borakli resigned himself to confront the foe. Chapter 69. Without regret, unable to accept before long, Borakli encountered a monster clad in identical attire. Tell me, can the one behind you even hear me? He slightly sidestepped to evade an energy projectile. What grievance do we share? Why do you persist in pursuing me? Can you not take a moment's respite? Perhaps weariness from their relentless assault or Borakli's incessant prattle had provoked the creature. Roar. Speak your mind, but refrain from physical confrontation. If you please. Your actions make me appear as the villain. With a swift thrust, their hands collided forcefully. The ensuing shockwave sent 10-meter-high waves crashing upon the once tranquil sea. Damn it. System, what is the combat power of my opponent? 250,000. Broccoli's countenance shifted dramatically. A strength of 250,000 indicated a mere 5,000 increase from his previously displayed power. Clearly, his adversary had been monitoring him closely. Each puppet dispatched bore a strength that overshadowed his own, yet he had been utterly oblivious to it. Once more evading the opponent's attack, Broccoli inquired, System, is there truly no surveillance around me? The system has detected nothing. But how can this be? As he narrowly dodged yet another beam of light, Broccoli seethed. This is unacceptable. Insufficient data to provide clarity. Broccoli's face darkened like charred wood. His foe had remained concealed in the shadows, denying him even the opportunity to seek them out. Each puppet sent forth surpassed him in strength, indicating a thorough understanding of his capabilities. The initial two encounters had involved puppets with a combat power of 8,000. It was highly probable that the minimum strength of any puppet created by his opponent was 8,000. This revelation only intensified the gravity of his situation. If he were to reveal a combat power of 30,000, what monstrous adversary would he face next? Moreover, he was incapable of even harnessing 30,000 of his own strength. The fire within his dantian was restraining his vital energy. The optimal strategy would be to swiftly defeat his opponent with a combat power of 20,000. But what of the next encounter? Was he to cease cultivating his internal universe? That was clearly untenable. Yet, should he resume his cultivation, entering the Guanyuan point posed an unknown risk, inevitably depleting some of his vital energy. If he chose not to enter Guanyuan, but rather the Taiyin Lung Meridian or the Taiyin Spleen Meridian, he would be met with excruciating pain, leading to a decline in combat effectiveness. Should another monstrous puppet emerge, how would he respond? Curse it all. Who is pulling the strings behind the scenes? A laser shot forth from Broccoli's hand. No longer retreating, he met his opponent's punch head-on. Despite his fury, Broccoli retained his composure, revealing a power that was merely around 180,000. This will not suffice. In the next wave, if I do not progress or cultivate my internal universe, I will undoubtedly be outmatched. I must devise a strategy. With narrowed eyes, Broccoli observed his adversary. The previous puppet had aided him in mastering the surging energy. Thus, this puppet would, with a powerful punch, collide fiercely with his opponent. Broccoli executed a grappling maneuver, skillfully redirecting the force while reaching for his foe. Roar. A barrier erupted from the opponent's mouth, abruptly interrupting Borakli's action, forcing him to relinquish his grip and evade in haste. Damn, how do your techniques multiply and evolve? Borakli muttered, a look of alarm crossing his face. His opponent was indeed advancing. Could it be? Vital energy materialized in his palms in an instant. Perish! With a furious shout, energy orbs surged forward, striking at the monstrous puppet. It is insufficient. My techniques remain overly simplistic. An attack generated with a single unit of energy can only inflict an equivalent damage of 1 energy unit. Thus, my prowess has not seen any significant enhancement. In truth, Borakli's energy, after being nurtured within the Dantian, can yield double the damage. What was once a single energy unit can now unleash the power of 2. Yet, he remains unsatisfied. Engaging in battles beyond one's level becomes an addictive pursuit. If he can manifest 2 units of damage from 1, naturally, he aspires to achieve 3, 5, or even 10. With fiery determination in his gaze, he swiftly launches an assault on his opponent. Master Roshi reclines in his chair, eyes closed, relishing the coastal breeze. Indeed, hasten your anger, and then transcend your limits. Otherwise, what does it matter if your combat power reaches 10 billion or even a trillion? You must maintain an exceptionally high capacity for challenging those beyond your level. Super Saiyan transformations are but a burden. You must learn the essence of true combat. Rather than relying on explosive power, transformations, or furious roars each time. True fighting skills are essential, unlike recklessly charging forth as Goku does. While it may seem exhilarating, it ultimately drains one's physical capabilities, yielding more loss than gain. Press on, Borakli. Your progress has been rapid, yet it is still insufficient, far from enough. You possess the potential to advance even faster. You must learn to utilize every resource to enhance your growth. Silently reflecting, Master Roshi sighed, initially seeking an assistant. He found himself nurturing a novice instead. Master Wu Tian, do you require assistance? He inquired, squinting slightly. Krillin, your training has become lax. You must exert more effort. Taken aback, Krillin promptly acquiesced, hastily departing to the seaside for training, no longer lingering beside Master Roshi. Observing Krillin's retreating figure, Master Roshi shook his head. In this lifetime, the bond between Goku and Krillin has not reached a depth of unwavering solidarity. Krillin's future achievements may not be particularly lofty. Consequently, whether Android 18 would still regard Krillin favorably remains uncertain. Borakli, without true strength, you cannot even escort your chosen partner. Lacking formidable power that transcends all, you are merely a marionette. By sending various formidable puppets to contend with you, I aim merely to accelerate your maturation. With this thought, Master Roshi's feelings of guilt dissipated entirely. After all, everything is for his benefit. He closed his eyes once more, breathing leisurely. Unbeknownst to anyone, the air he exhaled danced in the atmosphere. At a finer level, every cell in his body pulsed rhythmically, while the surrounding energy slowly permeated his being. Once inside, the energy did not linger idly within the cells. Instead, it traversed ceaselessly among them, fortifying his cellular structure. His training had long surpassed mere superficial forms, integrating seamlessly into his every action, whether standing, sitting, or reclining. Moreover, even his subtle manipulation of energy had ascended to an inscrutable level of profundity. While Master Roshi basked in tranquility, Borakli found himself enveloped in sorrow. Refinement is indeed a commendable endeavor. Having an adversary who proves to be a worthy opponent is something he can accept. However, the incessant emergence of this lunatic over the past few days, who exhibits no regard for the environment, is utterly intolerable to him. Yet, he finds himself unable to take charge of the situation and must endure it. Would it be too much to ask for a moment of respite? The two combatants, exchanging blows with a ferocity exceeding 300 strikes, show no signs of fatigue, nonetheless. Borakli can no longer contain his impatience. If only his opponent would pause to contemplate, it would present him with an opportunity to refine his ultimate technique. This is not merely a test of self-control. It is about devising a superior move. The relentless barrage from his foe is simply unacceptable. Chapter 70. A reunion. Choose me. Choose it with a decisive strike. Borakli met his opponent head-on, seizing the moment to leap away. Truly, he resembled a perpetual motion machine, showing no signs of halting. With both arms elevated, a radiant golden light emanated from his limbs. This was a technique he had only just recalled, and he hoped to deploy it effectively. From the myriad acupoints in his arms, an infinite number of energy orbs erupted, surging wildly toward the monstrous puppet. Broccoli erupted in a maniacal laugh. Huh. I knew this move would work. After all, it was his own body. What did it matter if some parts were more noble than others? While you may boast with your words, what is wrong with me unleashing my arm's projectiles? Suddenly struck by inspiration, Broccoli considered that if specific parts could release certain techniques, then his arms, laden with acupoints, could surely do the same. Heh, if my arms can, why not my chest, posterior, back, head, and feet? With this thought, the gleam in Broccoli's eyes intensified, and he shot forth 2 beams of laser-like focus. Laughing heartily, he executed a flying kick aimed at the monstrous puppet. As his foot neared collision with the puppet, a smirk crossed his lips, and a flicker of derision danced in his eyes. Surely, this creature could not be so foolish. As his words fell, a radiant burst erupted from the sole of his foot, striking the creature's palm with a resounding impact. With a powerful push, Broccoli's other foot swiftly ascended, ensnaring the creature's arm. With a forceful tug, the body that should have distanced itself was drawn closer. As he crossed his arms in a cruciform manner and struck down upon the creature's head, it was too late. His hands radiated brilliance, effortlessly connecting with the target. This strike tore through the creature's dark robe. Rather than pursue the advantage, Broccoli pressed downward with both hands, utilizing the rebound to propel himself far away. Oomph, he scoffed, a discontented snort escaping him. Although he had landed a hit, it had not met his expectations. How vexing, this creature. A beam of black light surged toward Broccoli once more. This time, he chose not to evade. With a grave expression, he focused intently, as the satellites within him whirled chaotically, causing the fire in his dantian to flicker incessantly. His vital energy transformed into a dazzling radiance, coalescing before him into a bagua formation, which then burst forth with brilliant luminescence. Witnessing this spectacle, Broccoli's heart soared with joy. It was stable. Yet, his momentary pride could not sustain itself for more than 3 seconds. His composure shattered. Damn! While cursing, he descended rapidly like a 1,000-pound weight. The black barrier nearly grazed his scalp as it flew past. How perilous! This protective shield proved to be of little use. The theory of the hexagram was merely a fade. After a harrowing encounter, Borakli bitterly lamented. He should have been better prepared, but time was of the essence. Even when he inflicted wounds upon his adversary, the latter remained relentless in their assault. Otherwise, he could have augmented his defenses with additional layers. No, he must reconsider his approach. The shield should be feasible, yet merely projecting it outward to form a shape seems implausible. As he observed his opponent charging again, Borakli's face contorted with rage. Ancestors, why did you not conquer this world? If you had, I could have utilized your resources directly. Amidst his furious outcry, Borakli charged forward without hesitation. He had no choice. His opponent was tenaciously pursuing him. Failing to eliminate the foe would leave him in a constant state of evasion. This outward display of combat prowess was unsustainable. He must conceal his true strength and diligently cultivate his self-created technique of the universe. Who knows how much longer he must endure the onslaught of these monsters. Not even sleep could offer him solace. With vital energy enveloping his body, Borakli fought fiercely against his adversary. The turtle sage, squinting his eyes, wore a smile. Finally, he has grasped the concept. Turtle sage, what are you smiling about? The great turtle observed the sage's curious behavior with keen interest and promptly inquired. Oh. The turtle sage's eyes rolled under his sunglasses. He slyly rose from his sun chair, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Then, leaning closer, he cupped one hand over his mouth while whispering into the great turtle's ear. I just envisioned 2 stunning beauties battling fiercely for my affection. The great turtle looked at the turtle sage with disdain. Turtle sage, you are a celestial being. Perhaps it's best to abandon such unrealistic dreams. What do you know, you old turtle? The turtle sage grumbled as he returned to his sun chair, adjusting his sunglasses with a triumphant grin. See, I can't fool you. Borakli, it must unfold this way. I eagerly await the day of your triumph. This was the outcome the turtle sage desired. He could gauge Borakli's combat ability through his energy, but could not discern his capacity to fight beyond his level. If Borakli thoroughly comprehended vital energy and his physical form, defeating an opponent 100 times stronger than himself would not be an insurmountable task. 100-fold merely equated to transcending a significant combat tier. The turtle sage had accomplished such feats, albeit through a different path. Meanwhile, Bulma, utilizing her newly crafted radar, approached the vicinity of the laboratory. You scoundrels, just wait. Dare to secretly use the laboratory equipment without informing Borakli? Just watch what I do to you. Spotting the deserted island from a distance, she hastened her pace. Upon landing, she saw 3 individuals leisurely basking in the sun on the island. Bulma shouted, "You rascals! What are you doing?" Pilaf and his companions had just resolved the energy issues of the laboratory when they settled down and noticed an approaching aircraft. Initially, they paid it little heed, assuming it was merely a curious individual coming to investigate, especially with the formidable Borakli serving as their protector. However, a sudden outburst from Bulma startled them. Upon turning to see Bulma, they hurriedly rose to their feet. Pilaf, filled with trepidation, regarded Bulma with a sense of impending misfortune. To his surprise, Bulma disregarded him entirely and approached Xiaowu instead. Xiaowu, perplexed by Bulma's approach, pondered quietly. Logically, she held no significant role, merely a subordinate to Pilaf, so Bulma should not have sought her out for trouble. This was unprecedented, as such a situation had never occurred in her courtyard before. Bulma fixed Xiaowu with an icy glare, demanding, "Are you toying with me?" Just as Xiaowu was about to process this, Wyoming lazily strolled out of the laboratory, exclaiming, "Hey, that little runt named Pilaf, you might not have enough energy yet, so don't take a break." The 2 women exchanged glances, and upon hearing Wyoming's infuriatingly familiar voice, Bulma realized that Xiaowu was not the one playing tricks on her. Rather, Borakli was indeed concealing something. A wave of indignation surged within her, and tears welled in her eyes. She whirled around, glaring fiercely at Pilaf, demanding, "Where is Borakli?" Pilaf was taken aback. He was merely a subordinate, scarcely different from a slave. Furthermore, given that Borakli could fly, how could he possibly know his whereabouts? Left with no option, he fell silent. "Ah, the dark speck in the distant sky is quite appealing," he muttered. Bulma, infuriated by Pilaf's refusal to answer, pressed on. "I'm asking you a question. If you choose not to respond, I shall sew your mouth shut." Pilaf's eyes widened in alarm, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. He stammered. Bulma's commanding shout only served to startle him further. Wyoming, observing Bulma's demeanor and recognizing the familiar tone of her voice, smirked in delight, unable to resist a mocking comment. "Oh dear, what is this? A fierce woman has arrived. Are you here to bully my Borakli's servant?" Bulma fought the urge to engage in a verbal battle with Wyoming, her gaze icy as she bore down on Pilaf. The sight of him trembling like a leaf only fueled her disdain. With a cold laugh, she remarked, "Ah, so you conspire together to deceive me? Just wait. I refuse to believe he can hide indefinitely." As she turned to re-enter the laboratory, Pilaf anxiously pointed to the sky, his voice charged with excitement. "There. Up there. What? You think you can stop me?" Bulma halted and followed the direction of his finger. The words she intended to utter faded away. In the sky, leisurely returning, was none other than Borakli himself. Bulma fixed him with a frigid gaze, and as he landed on the deserted island, she stormed forward and seized his collar, demanding, "Will you choose me or it?" Chapter 71. Jealousy sparks a chase after an arduous battle with a monstrous puppet. Borakli returned directly to the deserted island without pausing to catch his breath. From a distance, he had already spotted Bulma. As he landed, he was about to greet her. But before he could say a word, Bulma rushed towards him. Just as he was preparing to tease her with a smile, she seized his collar, her ensuing words leaving him utterly bewildered. "What? Choose me or choose her?" He looked at Bulma in confusion. "What's wrong, Bulma?" Tears streamed down Bulma's face uncontrollably as she pointed towards the laboratory entrance where Vyami stood. "I ask you, will you choose me or that fairy?" Borakli, still trying to grasp the situation, gently placed his hands on Bulma's shoulders and wiped away her tears. "Bulma, what's the matter? What are you talking about? Choose you or her." His tender gesture warmed Bulma's heart, yet his words sent a chill through her. She swatted away Borakli's hand and freed herself from his grasp. "Humph, don't play coy. You've become successful now, hiding a beauty away, haven't you?" Borakli gazed at her in disbelief. "What are you talking about? There are only a few of us on this deserted island. Where would I find a hidden beauty?" Bulma pointed accusingly at Vyami. "Isn't that her?" Borakli found himself at a loss for words. "What are you saying? She is merely an experimenter I just brought back to the island." Bulma looked at him with skepticism. "Really? Indeed, more genuine than diamonds. I would not deceive you." Borakli's earnest gaze reassured her. In truth, he harbored no other intentions. His earlier remarks had merely been casual banter. Although Vyami was indeed somewhat attractive, yes, quite beautiful, he had no such thoughts about her, at least certainly no actions. Moreover, in matters of appearance versus intent, No one is perfect. Just as women admire handsome men, he was merely looking. Then why did you bring her here? Bulma pressed. Borakli defended himself. Her expertise in biology is exceptional. She can provide me with immense inspiration. Originally, I would have needed more time for the biological battle suit. But under her guidance, it can be completed today. That's why I left the laboratory for her to work on it. His voice weakened as he spoke, and even he began to doubt his own explanation. He hastily added, also, I had just stepped out to train for a short while when that monster followed me. If you had come a bit earlier, I would still have been battling it. Had you arrived even sooner, you would have witnessed it. Borakli was desperate to placate Bulma. Really? I wouldn't lie to you. You can ask them. In the past, Bulma would have never considered inquiring with Pilaf and the others. Yet this time, she turned to ask, did you see any monsters? The trio shook their heads in unison. Viami let out a soft laugh. Bulma was initially not disbelieving. After all, she had personally experienced 2 attempts on her life by him, specifically when he was pursuing Broly. However, it was merely an expression of her stance. She never anticipated such a result. With a pale complexion, she turned to face Broly. What kind of question is that? Did you not feel the tremor moments ago? At this, the 3 of them nodded in unison. Pilaf, even more animated, exclaimed, indeed. Not only was there a tremor, but the sea also became tumultuous. And even in broad daylight, there was a glow in the distance. Xiao nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, yes. What King Pilaf said is true, and the wind was fierce, stinging our cheeks. Indeed, it came in gusts, they excitedly explained, and Bulma began to relax. She understood that Broly's current combat power was substantial, and distancing oneself was indeed a reasonable choice. By the way, I still do not know her name. Just as Broly was about to speak, Viyomi gracefully approached. Hello, sister. I am Viyomi, the little wife of the Lord. Broly stared at Viyomi with wide eyes, furious. Isn't this just adding fuel to the fire? What's wrong? Did you not say that yourself, my lord? Bulma cast a threatening glance at Broly. Is it true? Broly grew anxious. He had not devised an explanation. While Viyomi's words were accurate, something felt amiss. Bulma noticed Broly stammering and became enraged. Could it be that what she said is true? No. It's not true. You all need to explain quickly. At this juncture, Broly could only hope that Pilaf and the others would clarify promptly. My lord, you have been away for over half a year and just returned today. We know nothing. We only saw you carrying someone back, and we are completely in the dark. Broly nearly choked on his own words at this explanation. It would have been better had he remained silent. Bulma, please listen to me. I want to listen. Like a tortoise reciting scriptures. Will you choose me or her? Of course I choose you, Broly blurted out immediately. Bah. What do you mean by choosing me or her? I have no relationship with her whatsoever. My lord, are you truly willing to abandon our creation? It is also a life. Broly's veins bulged as he glared at Viyomi, but he was met with her defiant gaze. Bulma's voice trembled, clearly revealing her profound sense of grievance. Well then, you already have a creation. Why not show it to me? Oh dear, what is this? Bulma, do not be misled. Let me tell you, she is merely a test subject I just retrieved. Broly's full explanation was left unspoken amidst the astonished expressions of Pilaf and the others. Viyomi appeared on the verge of tears. My lord, do you not wish to take responsibility? I have given you my all. Upon hearing this, Bulma could no longer contain herself. She abandoned the aircraft and flew away using her energy. Borakli gazed at the smug Viyomi, indignantly tossing out a remark. I shall settle this upon my return. He hurriedly pursued her. It's all my fault. I should have explained earlier. Now, things have escalated, and I am at a loss as to how to appease her. Alas, my dear, your original partner is feeling jealous. You must chase after her. I am not concerned. I do not require consolation. Borakli stumbled in midair. Bulma had not flown far, and her voice reached him. As expected, the moment Viyomi concluded her statement, Bulma's speed surged significantly. Borakli's expression soured. Chapter 72. Soothing a girlfriend, training can wait. What a predicament. Even though he felt utterly speechless, Borakli had no choice but to dutifully keep up with Bulma. Bulma, please let me finish. What more is there to say? I have been training away from home for the past 6 months, only returning today. This morning, I stumbled upon her in the biological laboratory nestled in a vast snowy mountain range. I was impressed by her remarkable biotechnological prowess, which compelled me to bring her back. Bulma halted in her tracks. Then why does she refer to herself as your little wife? Borakli forced a bitter smile, feeling guilty. Perhaps she said that as a form of retaliation, considering I just brought her back today. Wait, Bulma exclaimed loudly. Why was she in your laboratory, willingly? And why did you allow her to be there alone? Borakli silently lamented. Why are women so sensitive? They cling to the minutiae with such fervor. It was exhilarating at first, but now it felt like a funeral pyre for a wooing man. Bulma, truly, I am not deceiving you. After bringing her here, I did nothing else but come here. To win her over, I shared details about the biological battle suit and its progress. She claimed she could produce it in half a day. That is why I allowed her to tinker in the laboratory. If you wish, you may check for yourself. The old equipment she used to study is still there. There is truly nothing amiss. If you go now, the experiment has scarcely begun. Bulma was not so easily swayed. If there was nothing to it, wouldn't that be akin to rubbing her intelligence into the dirt? She responded with a sarcastic tone. Oh, really? So our esteemed Borakli intends to win over a stunning beauty? Is it the chill of winter or the solitude of summer that drives you? Are you seeking a passionate encounter on this desolate island? Borakli grew frantic. How could he not appease her? He had elaborated on everything, yet still failed to placate her. Why did he not heed his own advice? I did not. I never. Do not make baseless accusations. He vehemently denied her claims. Humph, you need not say so much. The truth is, I have seen what I have seen. Let me tell you, explanations are mere disguises, and disguises imply there is something to hide. Borakli felt as if he might weep. What on earth was happening? Bulma, I must tell you. Seeing the unkind glint in Bulma's eyes, Borakli immediately softened. Ready to concede. I am sorry, I was wrong. Bulma utterly disregarded Broly, continuing her flight forward. Sage, this is the ocean, and your direction is utterly misguided. With your limited abilities, it would be wise to refrain from reckless actions. Nonetheless, Bulma remained undeterred, pressing on. Broly, in a desperate attempt, followed closely behind, nodding and explaining with great earnestness. Regardless of his efforts, Bulma remained unmoved, and Broly found himself in a state of exasperation. This was an ordeal far more painful than the torment of internal flames or the impending burden of cosmic training. Bulma, I am about to undertake a form of cultivation that will subject me to constant pain, limiting my power. You are aware that I have just vanquished a puppet, leaving me with a considerable period of downtime. During this time, I wish to practice this technique. Bulma's speed briefly faltered before she resumed her flight. You focus on your training. It has nothing to do with me. This is a matter for you and your little wife. With a bitter smile, Broly realized that he was beyond the point of no return. An idea sparked within him. Suddenly, he surged forward, appearing directly in front of Bulma. Bulma, listen to me closely. At the very least, I will. His pupils constricted, and his complexion turned pale. What are you pretending for? Broly offered no reply, his body convulsing until he plunged into the sea. Bulma's expression changed dramatically. Stop pretending. If you do, I will become furious. After waiting for a moment without seeing him surface, panic set in. She plunged into the water with urgency. Bubbles erupted as she retrieved Broly, feeling his body cold and his lips devoid of color. What should I do? Don't frighten me. What is happening to you? Broly lay motionless in her arms, his eyes tightly shut, his body rigid. I must save him. After a few moments of sorrow, Bulma gathered her wits and began her journey back to the deserted island. Cradling Broly, Broly silently lamented his predicament. At this juncture, returning would only invite trouble from that troublesome Vomi. There was no choice but to commence his training now. No matter how relentless the monsters pursued him, 3 months were essential. Resolute, he focused his mind, disregarding Bulma's anxiety. As his dantian filled with energy, his vital essence coursed through him like mercury, perfectly cycling through his meridians. Now he thought, pressing on the Shaoshang point of the hand Taiyin lung meridian and the Yinbai point of the foot Taiyin spleen meridian. Externally, he appeared unremarkable, yet internally, his vital energy split into 2 streams, converging at various acupoints throughout his body. Sudden agony surged through him, prompting a muffled groan to escape his lips. Ugh! Bulma, initially focused on her flight, halted immediately at the sound. Broly, what is wrong? Don't scare me. What is happening? Slowly, Broly opened his eyes, revealing an overwhelming frailty upon his face. I have a bean in my possession. Could you please feed it to me? All right. I'm relieved you're all right. Observing Bulma's frantic demeanor, a glimmer of regret flickered in Broly's eyes. It was all due to his own careless words. In an instant, thoughts of the impending clash between the 2 women filled his mind, yet he cast aside any lingering guilt. No, he must remain composed, temporarily retreat from the storm, and gradually find equilibrium. It was not that he harbored any inappropriate thoughts towards Violet. After all, could anyone's beauty rival that of Bulma's? No one could compare to the kindness Bulma had shown him. However, her capabilities were undeniable. She excelled even beyond the system itself, particularly with her prowess in biological warfare suits. How could he possibly relinquish such a formidable ally? If he could win over Violet, his advancements in research would be unparalleled. The thought of losing such a talent was unbearable, a sentiment he could scarcely tolerate. Once the magic beans were consumed, he closed his eyes once more. Broly, what is happening to you? Allow me a moment. Once my injuries have healed, I shall explain. What? You're injured? How severe is it? Let me see. Let us return to the deserted island first. After uttering these words, Broly fell silent, focusing on circulating his energy. Thankfully, his training under King Kai had imbued him with resilience. No matter how Bulma might disrupt him, his cultivation remained unscathed. Bulma hesitated momentarily, then stomped her foot in frustration. You're lucky. Embracing Broly, she soared towards the island. Broly was acutely aware that Bulma would never lose her composure in such matters. After consuming the magic beans, he dedicated himself entirely to his training, indifferent to the external tumult. Within his meridians, energy flowed steadily downward, while vitality surged upward, moving in harmonious order. Unlike energy, blood coursed methodically through every channel in his body. Besides that, numerous blood vessels and cells also contained blood. The next step was to condense the blood into a spiral, anchoring it at various acupoints, initiating a gradual refinement of his physical form. Chapter 73. Mutation Unleashed. Chaos reigns again, however. The Tien meridians were unlike the others. The acupoints could not bear excessive power, nor was there any notion of infinite capacity. The only viable approach was to condense the blood spirals into minuscule clusters, ensuring their safe passage into the acupoints. Indeed, even the blood spirals could not coalesce within the acupoints. Though energy and blood appeared similar, they were fundamentally disparate. Both were forms of power, yet one was ethereal while the other was heavy as lead. Fortunately, Broly possessed the knowledge to proceed cautiously, avoiding rash actions in his attempts to consolidate the blood spirals. He sought to gradually increase the velocity and concentration of the blood, aiming to ultimately forge for blood spirals that would enter the acupoints simultaneously. Once the initial step was accomplished, the subsequent meridians would not require such arduous efforts. Consistent training alone would suffice, as long as the blood spirals could take root in the initial acupoints of the four meridians. Subsequent points would naturally condense the spirals as his training deepened. The next phase would see the full saturation of the four meridians, breaking through to the next level, with the formation of new meridians necessitating the endurance of further suffering. If all proceeded smoothly, the cultivation of blood and energy would become increasingly simpler, swifter, and more potent. Casting aside distractions, Broly entered a state of profound focus. Meanwhile, Bulma cradled him as they returned to the deserted island. As soon as she landed, Bulma began to issue commands with fervor. Pilaf, fetch me a house. Pilaf, caught off guard, faltered in his steps. After being marooned on this desolate island for over half a year, where would he procure a house? Well, Bulma, consumed with concern for Broly, paid no heed to Pilaf's plight and barked, What are you stammering about? Yes, but my lady, we have no houses. Lord Broly abandoned us here to fend for ourselves for over 6 months. Bulma, exasperated, could only retrieve a universal capsule from her pocket. There is no choice. We'll have to make do for now. The laboratory offered no suitable resting place that met Bulma's standards. That small cot could hardly suffice for the injured Broly. Viomi approached gracefully, her expression a mask of feigned sorrow. My lady, how tragic this is. What has happened? Are you truly leaving your concubine behind? Bulma's anger flared, veins throbbing at the thought of this scoundrel deliberately provoking her. Suppressing the urge to retaliate, she recognized the immediate necessity of assessing Broly's condition. In but a moment, his skin turned bright red, then pale as death, and now he was chillingly cold. After their time together, she could sense something was amiss with just a touch. Cradling Broly, she prepared to retreat indoors to lay him on a bed. My lord, please don't go, don't leave me. I'm terrified. Bulma, infuriated, shot Viomi a disdainful glance. If you wish to avoid my wrath, then depart. Viomi cautiously opened one eye, only to erupt into wails once more. Bulma, in frustration, thought that if it weren't for the lack of clarity and Broly's insistence that this enchantress held great utility in the biological realm, she might have acted differently. A flash of light erupted as Bulma obliterated a mound of earth in the distance. Do you believe me to be merciful? Viomi immediately fell silent, obediently releasing her grip as Bulma carried Broly into the house. She glared at Bulma's retreating figure, harboring resentment. After all, she had been forcibly brought here by Broly, and now Bulma was intimidating her with brute strength. Yet, she understood that revealing her animosity would be futile. It must remain buried deep within her heart. Is that so? A practitioner, you say? Just wait. Once I devise a method, I shall create beings to vanquish you. The flicker of hatred quickly faded as Viomi feigned nonchalance and rose from the ground, stretching languidly before the astonished eyes of Pilaf and the others. She revealed her exquisite form, momentarily captivating even the usually composed Mai. One must admit, Viomi's allure was extraordinary, her grace and poise surpassing that of Bulma. Particularly with those alluring black-rimmed glasses, she left onlookers in a state of yearning. Viomi noticed the three men's lascivious gazes and retorted, "What are you staring at? Never seen a woman before?" The trio hastily averted their eyes. None dared to provoke her. It was far wiser to behave properly than to invite trouble. With a roll of her eyes, Viomi sashayed toward the laboratory. Indeed, the laboratory's energy supply must not falter. Your recent adjustments are insufficient and require enhancement. Meanwhile, Pilaf, with a curious gaze, lifted his eyes towards the silhouette of Viomi. "What? Are you not concerned about the absence of electricity tonight?" Pilaf exclaimed, smacking his forehead. "Right. I must store additional energy." Without delay, he dashed toward the laboratory. Inside, Bulma's voice echoed, causing Pilaf to momentarily halt. "Quickly, manufacture some energy blocks." Pilaf wore a troubled expression, stammering, "Well, the biological lab is occupied, and I. No excuses. If Broly needs energy later and you cannot provide it, you shall face dire consequences." Pilaf's face fell, panic-stricken as he rushed into the laboratory. Ash and Xiao Wu exchanged sympathetic glances, envious of Pilaf's technical prowess, as he was summoned while they felt overlooked. Unbeknownst to Pilaf, had he been aware of Ash and Xiao Wu's sentiments, he might have choked on his indignation. Is this truly a blessing? The duo stealthily retreated to a hidden corner, avoiding detection. The jealousy of women can be terrifying, especially when one possesses utility and the other wields formidable power. Broly was acutely aware of the happenings outside, but was reluctant to confront them. Moreover, his internal condition remained precarious, with his vital energy surging without pause. To consolidate the blood vortex, Broly had to grit his teeth against the pain, using his mental strength to impede the flow of blood in critical points within his body. This interference was feasible within himself. Outside, his limited mental power would be utterly futile against reality. Cursed be the difficulty of forming a blood vortex compared to an energy vortex. I feel my strength waning. What should I do? Just as anxiety gnawed at him, Bulma sensed something amiss. She pried open his mouth and thrust an energy block within. I cannot even muster the energy to chew this, Broly thought, helplessly holding the energy block. Moments later, Bulma noticed the oddity and without hesitation, popped an energy block into her own mouth. After a few casual chews, she leaned down and initiated direct feeding. Broly, racked with internal agony, was unable to savor the experience. He merely felt a surge of energy erupt within him, causing his previously sluggish blood flow to accelerate once more. "Broly, are you feeling any better?" Silence reigned. At this juncture, a final push was imperative. Surrendering would mean starting anew. Noticing no signs of improvement from Broly, Bulma had no choice but to lean in again to feed him. Thus, a continuous stream of energy flowed into Broly, and at last, the blood vortex at various acupoints successfully coalesced. Under his mental command, the blood vortex surged into 4 acupoints simultaneously. The intense pain elicited a muffled groan from Broly. "Broly, what is happening? What should I do?" As Bulma witnessed Broly's suffering, she hurriedly rushed outside, disregarding any feelings of rivalry. Since Broly claimed that Vegeta possessed superior biological knowledge, he surely understood more than they did. However, Broly was in considerable distress. The 4 blood spirals had just entered his meridians, and chaos erupted anew within him. Chapter 74. Mastery and the Legion's advance. Broly could only watch helplessly as turmoil ensued. "What in the world is happening again?" he exclaimed in frustration. "System, tell me. Is this your doing?" Broly was engulfed in anger and despair. He could not help but think this way. Every time a significant disturbance occurred, his body would descend into chaos. Yet, prior to the existence of any so-called cultivation methods, such disturbances had never plagued him. Now, any involvement with cultivation was invariably accompanied by major complications, unrelated to the system, possibly connected to the world. In the divine realm, why had I never encountered issues before I began cultivating? Simply state whether you have succeeded in your practice or not. But didn't you say there were no side effects? Are there side effects? Is the vital energy and blood essence revolting again? Is there any harm to your body? When you require energy, does it revolt? Broly was at a loss for words. The system was not entirely incorrect. Although his insides were in disarray, it was merely physical and mental anguish. The energies were not acting recklessly nor harming his body. If he had the strength, he could indeed control these energies without issue. Disregarding the inept system, Broly calmed his mind and attempted to exert minimal willpower to regulate the flow of his blood. Fortunately, blood was not the same as vital essence. Otherwise, he would be utterly exhausted. Vital essence was the most refined part of the blood, and there was simply not enough quantity. Having just condensed the blood spirals into 4 meridians, although Broly felt excruciating pain, the vital essence within him was already quite thin. It was not overly challenging for him to slowly regain control. Outside the meridians, the vital essence was gradually being regulated, slightly alleviating Broly's suffering. Yet, numerous problems remained unresolved. Vital essence could also enter the meridians and intertwine with the blood essence that had condensed into spirals. The originally pale silver vital essence was now interspersed with a faint red hue. After several cycles, the satellites and meteors in the 3 danshians appeared faintly tinged with red, making the vital essence look exceptionally bizarre. Even more concerning was that during the process of controlling the blood essence, his will began to merge with it. Without the intersection and fusion of vital essence, by the time the cycle completed, his will would return to the initial point in the meridians. Now, with this chaotic amalgamation, the 3 forces had thoroughly fused together. He could not even retract his will. Wait, that's not right. Originally disheartened, Broly discovered that his control over his inner energies was unprecedentedly strong. What was happening? Once listless due to the loss of will, he now mustered his spirit. Blood essence, blood spirals, vital essence, satellites, all moved with his intent. Could it be? A potential thought ignited a flicker of excitement within Borakli. If such were the case, it would indeed be a twist of fate turning misfortune into advantage. He concentrated, meticulously experimenting. His body now felt as if it were an extension of his will, devoid of any awkwardness. This included the satellites and meteors that had previously ignored him. Except for the unyielding dark fire, he could command everything else entirely. Oh, could this be considered a serendipitous turn of events? System, do you comprehend the reason behind this? The unity of essence and spirit, a seamless harmony, untainted and unblemished. Borakli suddenly understood. He realized that through serendipity, he had inadvertently mastered all aspects of himself. Originally, the essence required a divine presence for governance. Yet, without the divine being integrated, how could effective dominion be achieved? By some twist of fate, everything posed no challenge. However, what of the black hole within his body? To Borakli's discerning eye, every detail within him was laid bare, except for one peculiar area. His spine, the dragon's ridge, contained a gaping void. Even in his current state of mastery, he found it inaccessible. Unknown, Borakli felt a surge of frustration. Why did his body harbor such oddities? Wait, could this be a genetic defect? Much like transforming into a gorilla after gazing at the moon on a full moon night? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of this notion. Now, if he could fully command his inner self, wouldn't it soon lead to the resolution of his bodily ailment? No, it would be prudent to wait for Sun Wukong's arrival. It would be unwise to act alone. What if it turned out to be a fortuitous event that he inadvertently obstructed? That would be a significant loss. Without a definitive conclusion, he could not afford to be reckless. The hardships he had endured were already considerable. Should he act impulsively, any further misfortune would leave him at a loss for tears. Over time, he had mastered everything within him, yet that did not negate the pain. Pain persisted, strength diminished. The mastery he claimed was overpower, not the essence of his body. Not even deities could attain complete mastery over the essence of their divine forms. Within the confines of the room, Borakli's condition progressed favorably. Aside from his pallid complexion, icy demeanor, and occasional spasms. Outside, Bulma rushed out in a flurry. Someone, come quickly. What should we do? Observing that no one attended to her, Bulma hastily entered the laboratory. Her authority surpassed that of the others. In a state of frantic urgency, she burst into the biological lab. Quick, follow me to save Borakli. Viomi stared in astonishment at Bulma's sudden entrance, her mind slightly shaken. She was certain that if she were to encounter a significant problem, Gro would not exhibit such concern for her. He would only worry about whether her experiments were flawed. He might even grow weary of her inefficacy, perhaps even seeking to eliminate her. Unless she could continue to provide value in the realm of biology. He has betrayed you, yet you remain so anxious for him? He would never betray me. Enough talk. Hurry, you are knowledgeable in biology and should certainly assist. Viomi shrugged. But I cannot heal. Just look at him. Observing Viomi's nonchalant demeanor, Bulma exclaimed, nonsense. She seized her and dashed towards the door. As they stepped outside, Bulma furrowed her brow at the swarm of small black dots approaching in the sky. Viomi looked on in confusion. That must be the Red Ribbon Army's fleet. I wonder how they found this place. Perhaps they are searching for me, as I was once a specialized biological researcher for them. Bulma's expression darkened. Borakli is still in peril. What could they possibly want at this moment? Hurry, you must save him while I hold off these scoundrels. What? Viomi gazed at Bulma in disbelief. Are you not afraid I might harm him? Moreover, can you truly fend them off alone? I must block them, regardless of the outcome. Borakli cannot be harmed. Viomi regarded Bulma's resolute face and fell silent for a moment. Hurry. With a complex expression, Viomi entered the house. She had never experienced such sincere emotions before. Just a moment ago, they had been bickering, and now she was willing to lower herself before the enemy merely to save a life, even ready to risk her own. Chapter 75. Life at Stake. Shattering like dried twigs. This warmth is something those who dwell in darkness have never felt. Yet this warmth does not shine upon her. Composing herself, she silently turned to enter the house. What does it matter if it is not hers? With the Red Ribbon Army arriving, a mere girl, even if she could fly, would not stand a chance against their fleet. These two were destined to perish today. Warmth is but a futile emotion. Viomi was unaware that the Red Ribbon Army was still oblivious to her abduction by Borakli. They had arrived because headquarters had received word of Dragon Balls being located here. The catalyst for all this was Borakli's earlier acquisition of a Dragon Ball from that blonde-haired individual. Neither of them grasped the Red Ribbon's intentions, yet Bulma remained undaunted. Standing on the desolate island, she faced the multitude of approaching black dots in the sky. Her voice was chilling. Pilaf, if you do not show yourself, you need not bother. Pilaf and his companions, lurking in the shadows, were startled and hesitated to emerge. Bulma cast a cold glance at them. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed 3 universal capsules towards Pilaf and his comrades. These are weapons. Soon, you will fight alongside me. Pilaf immediately protested, no. We are merely Borakli's brother. You have met Sun Wukong, and you have first-hand experience of his transformation into a gorilla. If you wish to survive, obey me. If Borakli and I perish, you shall not live either. Bulma was, of course, speaking boldly. Otherwise, it was not impossible for Pilaf and his companions to turn against her. Without the threat of death, who could predict what reckless actions they might undertake? Now, Borakli is gravely injured and cannot afford any reckless actions. The trio of Pilaf wears expressions of distress. If you continue to chatter, I will eliminate you first, and then proceed to deal with them. The 3 immediately fell silent, obediently opening the universal capsule. They would never betray Bulma and Borakli at this moment. Bulma's earlier threat had conjured images in their minds of a towering, black-furred giant with fangs, leaving them too terrified to speak further. Once they confirmed they were armed, Bulma nodded in satisfaction. On the battlefield, regardless of innocence, anyone wielding a weapon is deemed an enemy. No fool would spare a stranger bearing arms. When they approach, you shall strike first. After giving her orders, Bulma soared into the sky, determined to eliminate as many adversaries as possible beyond the island. Inside, Borakli's body began to settle into a semblance of calm. The onset was swift, but the aftermath was equally rapid. However, the substantial accumulation of blood energy had coalesced into a swirling mass, leaving his essence drained. His skin pale and devoid of color. Coupled with relentless pain, his body swayed slightly, beyond his control. Violet entered through the open door. Indeed, fortune ebbs and flows. Borakli slowly opened his eyes, astonished to see Violet, perplexed by how this young girl managed to approach him while Bulma was still nearby. Are you surprised? He slowly closed his eyes again, nodding slightly. Your little girlfriend allowed me to enter and save you. You should have seen her, crying like a heartbroken child. A sight so pitiable. Borakli suppressed his agony, remaining silent, firmly believing that Bulma would not genuinely abandon him. Moreover, she knelt and begged me. Borakli's eyes shot open, his gaze piercing as it locked onto Violet's. Startled, Violet stumbled back 3 or 4 steps before regaining her balance, her chest heaving as she regarded Borakli with uncertainty. Impressive, he thought, enduring the pain. If this is true, I shall make you suffer beyond measure. I will exhaust every means to torment you. Gritting his teeth, he articulated each word with clarity, resonating in Violet's ears like a thunderclap. Her formerly rosy cheeks turned an ashen white. Cold sweat erupted uncontrollably, soaking her back. Humph. I keep my promises. After delivering that final statement, he could no longer maintain his composure, his body convulsing as he gasped for breath. Violet's delicate hands repeatedly patted her chest, attempting to calm her racing heart. Humph. What's the big deal? In a fit of temper, she approached and harshly swiped at Borakli. You share a deep bond, and I am merely an interloper. Fine. It seems I please neither side. So, what do you demand of me? And regarding your precious girlfriend, it was I who knelt and begged her. Are you satisfied now? What kind of attitude is this in seeking my assistance? Violet murmured incessantly, unaware that her demeanor resembled that of a lover's playful coaxing. Perhaps she had never truly experienced the essence of a genuine friendship between men and women. Witnessing Bulma and Broly's anger and concern, even managing to suppress her own ire for a moment, was an experience foreign to her. She unconsciously revealed a side of herself that, if she were to recognize, would surely mortify her. After all, she was the most formidable biologist of the Red Ribbon Army, known for her cold, enchanting, resolute, and intellectual nature. Broly clenched his teeth, allowing Violet to manipulate his body. The pain was profound, penetrating to the very marrow of his bones. Had he known that the system's description of unending pain was so excruciating, he would have preferred to endure the uncertainty of cultivating his blood energy to enter his dantian. This agony was truly beyond human endurance. Fortunately, the suffering emanated from within. Although it was unbearable, the external impacts were devoid of sensation, rendering him seemingly unscathed. Strangely, she mused, there appeared to be no visible injuries on him. Violet curiously explored Broly's form, clandestinely collecting strands of his hair and droplets of sweat. As a biologist, how could she overlook such a splendid opportunity? After a time of examination, however, she found no results. You haven't mentioned anything, Violet remarked, her brow furrowed in confusion as she gazed at Broly. She couldn't fathom that he might be feigning, nor could she accept the possibility that her judgment could be flawed. After some time, Broly began to feel a modicum of relief. Such is the nature of humanity. The initial shock of enduring certain hardships can be excruciating, but if one persists, the notion of unbearable suffering eventually dissipates. In my grasp lies an energy block. Feed it to me. Having just broken through, the pain was intense, severely restricting his movements. To alleviate his suffering, he needed to break through once more, filling the dantian, the tai-bai point, and the lungs tying channel with blood energy. Only then would his torment diminish significantly, allowing him to move freely. Though he could manage, with such a stunning beauty by his side, how could he not savor the moment? He was in pain, not ill. After consuming several energy blocks, the sounds of gunfire and explosions reached his ears. What is happening outside? He pondered. The Red Ribbon's fleet has likely come looking for me since I've gone missing, Violet suggested. Broly's expression darkened. He did not trust her assertion. While she might have believed such, he knew all too well that the trouble stemmed from the Dragon Balls in his possession. Truly, misfortune had struck at the worst of times. Nothing. Quickly, feed me the energy blocks. With a sense of urgency in Violet's terrified gaze, Broly continued to consume the energy blocks without pause. She was acutely aware of their effects, watching him as if he were a monster. There's no need for such haste. Take your time, don't rush. After replenishing his energy with 10 blocks, the pain subsided further, and the blood energy within the second acupoint began to swirl and flow outward. Wonderful, it's almost time. I will soon break through. Bulma, hold on a little longer. Beyond the confines of the dwelling, at the island's edge, Pilaf and his companions wielded formidable weaponry. Lady Bulma, perhaps we should retreat for now, one suggested. Indeed, my lady, the enemy's numbers are overwhelming. Let us seek refuge until Lord Broly recovers. Dispatching these nuisances will surely be a trivial matter for him. Yes, Lady Bulma. Your energy is severely depleted, another chimed in. Enough chatter. We must endure for a while longer, Bulma admonished the three who contemplated retreat. mustering the scant energy remaining within her. Internally, she lamented her predicament. Bulma, who had always been a paragon of privilege, had never before endured such humiliation. Initially, she had envisioned a grand display of power, orchestrating plans for Pilaf and his cohorts merely as a precaution. However, the reality struck her. She had overestimated her capabilities. She realized that she must interrupt the enemy's advances, if only momentarily. With this resolve, Bulma concentrated her energy and charged forth. No, Bulma, you're courting death. You lack the strength to return. Her impulsive fervor blinded her to the reality of her dwindling energy reserves. Barely having breached the fray, she was swiftly met with a barrage of enemy fire that shattered her energy shield. Closing her eyes, a solitary tear fell. Broly, I am dying. Surprisingly, the anticipated pain did not manifest, prompting her to open her eyes in astonishment. A towering figure stood before her. Broly, are you unharmed? Broly's gaze was icy as he extended his arms, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts that obliterated the opposing forces in an instant. Chapter 76. The Demon King emerges. Chaos unleashed. Overjoyed, Bulma rushed forward. Ah, Broly. She enveloped him in her embrace, tears cascading down her cheeks. Broly trembled, gently caressing Bulma. It's all right, I am fine. Nonsense. How could you possibly be fine? You are deceiving me. Bulma instinctively retorted, but upon seeing the pain etched on Broly's face, her concern intensified. Right, do not speak. Lie still while I take you back to West City for the best physician. No, Bulma, I just need a moment to rest. Broly's recent exertion had exacerbated his pain. But Bulma misinterpreted his words, shaking her head anxiously. No, Broly, do not sleep. You must stay awake. Viomi, who had been leaning against the doorway, observed the scene with exasperation before approaching. I tell you, he is physically fine, but your incessant shaking will surely cause him harm. Bulma, with tear-filled eyes, looked up at Viomi. Is that true? Viomi studied Bulma, her disheveled appearance stark against the tear-streaked skin revealing patches of fair complexion. The sorrow reflected in her eyes tugged at Viomi's heart. After a brief silence, she asserted, I will check. There are no visible issues with his body. I recently informed her of the peril lurking outside, and she insisted that I feed him numerous energy bars, after which he suddenly dashed out. Now, following this outburst, any issues that may arise should stem from the internal organs. Therefore, it would be prudent to refrain from excessive shaking and allow him to heal naturally. In a rare moment, Viomi elaborated with great detail. Why did you tell him? Are you unaware of his injuries? Upon hearing this, Bulma, instead of expressing gratitude, confronted Viomi with anger. Under ordinary circumstances, she would have simply walked away, indifferent to the matter. Yet, for reasons unknown, witnessing Bulma and Broly in such a state deeply moved her. Viomi looked at Bulma with sincerity. You are not the only one who cares for him. He also worries about you. Do you believe that if you are injured or encounter misfortune, he can rest easy? Bulma was momentarily taken aback, her eyes reflecting joy, sorrow, and affection. To be honest, I envy you. This is something I have never experienced. She tightened her embrace around Broly. You are his little partner, and he will treat you with the same affection he shows me. Viomi cast a glance at Bulma. I was taken from him, and I am merely a researcher, not his little partner. I was just jesting. Her eyes grew cold once more. Moreover, I have a boyfriend. You should be more concerned about yours. Although he may not have severe issues, he will undoubtedly endure some suffering. With that, she shoved her hands into her pockets and turned to leave. Bulma's voice echoed once more. Is that so? Weren't you once so frigid? Even if you have a boyfriend, what difference does that make? Can his concern compare to Broly's? Can you match our wealth? Besides, we can also teach you about cultivation. After this incident, I believe you are capable. Furthermore, you and Broly could engage in profound discussions regarding biological science. Viomi paused momentarily, but continued her path to the laboratory without looking back. Pilaf and Shu exchanged bewildered glances. This situation seemed rather peculiar. Did it appear that Bulma had accepted Viomi? Broly had done nothing, and yet had 2 little wives? Envy radiated from their eyes. This was something every man in the world would envy. Why did it not happen to them? A cold glint flickered in Viomi's eyes. Huh, a little partner? I was taken against my will. Such a humiliation is intolerable. Just wait. I shall exact a severe revenge upon you. Moreover, the Red Ribbon Army is not to be trifled with. Returning to the laboratory, she resumed her work on the biosuits. In this matter, she could neither afford to deceive nor wish to. She was determined to conduct the experiment with utmost seriousness. If successful, it would represent a significant advancement for her. Naturally, she could not succumb to anger. Bulma watched Vyomi's retreating figure, a fleeting expression of hesitation and struggle crossing her face. If she had easily defeated the Red Ribbon Army this time, perhaps such outrageous thoughts would not have arisen. Yet, the overwhelming sense of failure from once again being unable to assist Broly mercilessly assailed her spirit. She needs to grow stronger. Cultivation can fortify her. And both physical technology and biotechnology can assist in this endeavor. She is well aware of certain characteristics of the biological battlesuit. Borakli would not conceal anything from her. Should she wish to examine it, she could effortlessly locate it within the experimental logs and theoretical records in the laboratory. Yet, despite her genius, she is merely human. At this moment, she begins to grasp Borakli's essence. Clutching Borakli, Bulma struggles to rise. If you spend more time with him, you will discover his charm. As for your boyfriend, he is undoubtedly a flawed specimen. The trio of Pilaf was thus forgotten, their eyes reflecting profound confusion. Is this it? Bulma has already begun searching for his harem? At the Turtle Hermit's abode, the Turtle Hermit stretched lazily. Master, what are you up to now? The Turtle Hermit gazed deeply into the distance. It has been a long time since I last exercised. I wish to stretch my limbs. It's truly remarkable that you are even contemplating a bit of activity. Indeed, you all keep an eye on the house while I warm up. With that, the Turtle Hermit dove into the sea with a vigorous plunge. The great sea turtle was indifferent. He was familiar with the Turtle Hermit's timid nature. As usual, the Turtle Hermit had scarcely submerged before he vanished from sight. When he re-emerged, it was in the pitch-black depths of the ocean trench, clutching a well-known small wooden vial. Adorned with a rune, he toyed with the vial, musing, "There's no turning back. Everything has become chaotic. Lord Demon King, it is time for you to emerge. But do be obedient." Chapter 77. Endurance. Two maidens in service. The Turtle Hermit did not uncork the vial. Instead, he appeared at the entrance of the puppet cave from earlier. A figure resembling the Turtle Hermit, wearing a dog-head mask, emerged. "Hand it over. I shall train and arrange it properly. I shall await your results with keen anticipation." The Turtle Hermit nonchalantly turned away, trusting his own doppelganger to handle the task. Entrusting the formidable Demon King Piccolo to him posed no issues. Returning to the water, he hesitated. Wait. The Turtle Hermit began to stir the seawater. If this continues, Piccolo will be unable to acquire the Dragon Balls, preventing him from regaining his youth, ultimately leading to his natural demise. Wouldn't that mean the old deity would perish alongside him? He rapped his bald head thoughtfully. This has truly spiraled into complete chaos. What am I to do now? The Turtle Hermit furrowed his brow in distress, slowly surfacing. What's wrong? Nothing at all. He instinctively rejected the inquiry, reclining on a deck chair. Great Sea Turtle. Ah, Master. Tell me, what should one do if someone disrupts the rhythm? Strangle them. The Great Sea Turtle replied without a second thought. Huh. The Turtle Hermit gazed blankly at the Great Sea Turtle, who spoke with such conviction. Are you serious? Of course. Master, think about it. If everyone's rhythm is harmonious, but one rogue element spoils the entirety, it must be eliminated. Observing the fervent Great Sea Turtle, the Turtle Hermit's lips twitched. What has gotten into you? To be so fired up? But what if that person cannot be killed? The Turtle Hermit, exasperated, glared at the Great Sea Turtle, who was looking at him inquisitively. I'm just asking you a question. I have recently felt that something seems off about you. Is that so? Certainly. What a ridiculous notion. Master Roshi rose from his recliner and retreated indoors. I am speaking sincerely, Master. Understood. Master Roshi's gaze was profound. Let us observe a little longer. Should there be an interruption, I shall prepare in advance. I have faith that you can keep pace. The puppets Master Roshi has summoned are nearly twice as formidable as Broly. Yet, these encounters have yet to awaken the Scion bloodline within Broly, nor ignite his fighting spirit. Despite possessing a combat power exceeding 10,000, this is decidedly abnormal. The reason lies in Broly never having faced a life-and-death crisis. A situation Master Roshi is not keen to witness. Unlike Goku, who, at around 200 power levels, confronted the formidable Demon King Piccolo, boasting a power level of 260. Goku's growth has been fraught with peril. What of Broly? His ascent has been notably smooth. To date, the greatest challenge he has encountered pales in comparison to Goku's harrowing journey. Your path in martial arts, how should it unfold? The foundation of your martial prowess is solid. What of technology? Relying solely on your current martial foundation, you cannot surpass him. Even he cannot transcend his limitations. Can you? Master Rashi fully entered the house, his mutterings remaining a mystery, as did the identity of the individual he referenced. Meanwhile, Master Rashi calculated his next move, and Broly, too, began to feel somewhat better. The catalyst was Bulma assisting him in changing clothes, her hand brushing against the senza bean within her grasp. Recalling the moment at sea, she resolved to administer it as a last resort. Observing Broly, drenched in perspiration and slumped against the bed, Bulma anxiously urged him to remain still. No. You should lie down. Do not overexert yourself. Be compliant. Bulma, I assure you, I have no significant issues, he asserted with a stern expression. Do not deceive me. I am not oblivious to your condition. Now quickly comply. Reluctantly, Broly reclined once more. After all, it would not hinder his training. And acquiescing to Bulma posed no considerable problem. After consuming a senza bean, his second energy point became fully concentrated, yet the third point, the tie by acupoint of the spleen meridian, required filling. The spleen meridian, extending from the big toe to the armpit, is nearly twice the length of the lung meridian, with double the acupoints, necessitating simultaneous cultivation of both. Seizing this opportunity, he could engage in thorough training. Bulma, with a look of satisfaction, attended to him. Whenever Broly broke a sweat, she contentedly wiped his brow. It was not until 3 hours had passed without significant movement from him that she stealthily stepped outside. It is unclear what she discussed with Vomi, but soon after, the two women took turns caring for Broly. The trio of Pilaf watched in bewilderment, expressing a desire for such devoted companionship. Thus, Broly, though somewhat uncomfortable, found himself the recipient of 3 days of meticulous care from the two women. Certainly, the change of clothes was all handled personally by Bulma. In 3 days, Broly had advanced to the 4th meridian. By the time he completed his training, he had regained a portion of his strength. System My Power. Name, Broly Combat Power. 1,000,040,000 Energy. 99, 999, 999. Physical, Strength. 1,030 Vitality. 1,500. 150,000 Techniques. Exhaustion Blast Skills. Control of the Stars. Personal Universe. Broly gazed at the data presented by the system, feeling a profound sense of amazement. It was merely a breakthrough in his physical form, a modest increase from the original level of 10 to 30, yet his combat power had surged by an astonishing 10,000. How terrifying indeed. System, does the enhancement truly yield such significant results? Affirmative. Broly's expression darkened. This wretched system proved utterly useless, excelling only at inciting frustration. With one hand propped against the bedside, he exerted force and finally managed to rise. Oh, what are you doing? Chapter 78, Glow's Appearance. The mysterious elder Broly observed the excited Vomi. I truly feel better. I can get out of bed. He looked at her with bright eyes, sincerity radiating from his words. During these 3 days, the two women had taken meticulous care of him, leaving him with no grounds to refuse. Now, as she attempted to prevent him, a thorough explanation was necessary. That won't do. At least you cannot get out of bed while I'm caring for you. Broly paused, bewildered. Why? Don't concern yourself with that. While Bulma is looking after you, you can do as you please. But I am fine now. I wish to see the biosuit. Upon hearing this, Vomi hesitated momentarily. Ultimately, she steeled herself. No, if you wish to see it, I can bring it to you for a trial, but you absolutely cannot leave the bed. Broly's face fell. There's no other choice. One must yield when faced with kindness and must simply recline once more. Must I wait for Bulma to return before I can get out of bed? Indeed, Broly could only comply and recline once again. He remained oblivious to the fluctuations of Vomi's emotions. The 3 days of meticulous care, even willingly given, could not help but influence her sentiments, subtly altering her feelings towards him. This was a transformation Vomi was reluctant to accept, as it signified a betrayal of her previous relationship. Yet, the complexities of love remain an enigma to all. Regardless of her actions, her heart had shifted. With a sense of determination, her gaze turned cold. No, I have not changed. I am still who I am, a researcher appointed by the Red Ribbon Army. Then, a wave of profound disappointment washed over her. Glow, where are you? For 4 days, there had been no sign of Glow. In her mind, the initial arrival of the aircraft was meant to seek her out. Knowing the address, why had they not come for her in these 4 days? Your heart is restless. Though he could not read minds, Broly, with his profound strength, could easily sense the fluctuations of her emotions as he gradually emerged from his torment. No, it is of no consequence. Allow me to alleviate your burdens. Borakli chose not to elaborate, for the fragile are easily broken. It is essential to proceed with caution and gradual instruction. Achieving this stage is already a remarkable feat. Even if there are other aspirations, as long as they do not hinder him, one can nurture him over time. Meanwhile, Viomi, consumed by thoughts of Gro, found herself utterly bewildered. The red satin had been extinguished. Indeed, extinguished. Directly confronted by Sun Wukong, it was obliterated. Through the surveillance, Gro watched helplessly as Sun Wukong demonstrated his formidable prowess, swiftly vanquishing all at the red satin stronghold. Clenching his fists and baring his teeth at the screen, he seethed with rage. Who is this wretched imp? I wish for your demise. May your existence be a living hell. Gro, initially in agony, was suddenly interrupted by an unfamiliar voice. Would you like to know even more shocking news? Who? He stiffly turned to face a hunched old man clad in robes. Adorned with a dog-headed mask and with hands clasped behind his back, he exuded an air of nonchalance, as if he were exceptionally formidable. Gro narrowed his eyes, revealing a fierce countenance. Who are you? How did you enter? This laboratory was fortified with numerous defenses. How had this grotesque figure breached its sanctum? He was left utterly bewildered. This is not the crux of the matter. You may summon your newly transformed androids, yet they will undoubtedly be no match for me. Observing Gro's disbelief, the mysterious, stooped elder's eyes glimmered with a sudden intensity, causing the atmosphere to thicken tenfold. Gro felt the weight pressing upon him, rendering him unable to stand upright. Gritting his teeth, the veins on his neck bulged, and his eyes were soon suffused with blood. Who are you? And what do you desire? Gro now harbored a sense of belief. Regardless of the elder's intentions, he felt like a fish ensnared upon a board. A voice dripping with amusement resonated. What do I desire? Observe your laboratory. It is quite rudimentary, and many instruments are in disrepair. The red satin you once revered has been dismantled by Sun Wukong. Gro was taken aback, both astonished and enraged. Sun Wukong? You speak of him. What connection do you have? Patience. Allow me to unveil even more startling revelations. What? The mysterious elder gestured, and an ethereal image materialized in the air. The scene unfolded gradually. Not long after, Gro began to shake his head frantically. No, this cannot be. It is not real. Upon witnessing the entirety, he succumbed to utter hysteria. Impossible. This is a fabrication. A deception. Whether it is true or false, you should have an inkling. Why not reach out and confirm? Unbeknownst to him, the air in the room returned to its normal state. Gro struggled to rise, staggering toward the phone. After an agonizing wait, all that greeted him was the busy tone. No, this cannot be. He sank to the ground, lost and shaking his head in despair. He could not accept it. This is the truth, if you wish. I can take you to see it. It should remain unchanged. He glanced up at the enigmatic elder. No, I refuse to believe. Then, with a facade of bravado, he demanded, who are you, and what do you intend? I require your assistance, and in return, I shall provide the experimental apparatus you desire and aid you in your concealment. Grollo let out a cold chuckle, scrutinizing the enigmatic elder before him. It was not mere boasting. The equipment he sought was indeed of considerable value, and the old man before him possessed a formidable presence. However, when it came to matters of finance, could he truly rely on such a figure? You, after all, are also homeless, your dreams shattered. What harm is there in accompanying me to see what lies ahead? Grollo clenched his teeth, a resolute glimmer flashing in his eyes. Very well, I shall follow you. Given Grollo's nature, he was not one to easily place his trust in the elder. Yet now, he found himself with no viable alternative. One flicker of thought from his counterpart could weigh heavily upon the atmosphere, allowing him to silently breach the defenses Grollo had meticulously established. Should he choose not to comply, he would inevitably be coerced into submission. That old man did not seem benevolent. Refusing to follow would surely lead to various troubles. Thus, he decided to proceed. Wait a moment. Do the individuals who abducted my wife also have a trail to follow? You do not believe me, do you? Very well. That person is named Borakli, a brother of Sun Wukong. Now do you understand? Grollo gritted his teeth in fury. This was a vendetta that severed his future and claimed his beloved. Let us go. I shall devise a more powerful artificial being. The mysterious elder, hidden beneath a canine mask, dismissed Grollo's strength with a slight sneer. Yet, without his wife Viomi, a force equal to his own, he could never create a creature of the caliber of Cell. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Having a visible adversary to draw fire would suffice. Thus, they departed. The equipment could be stored within a universal capsule, and the unused items could be discarded here. In this manner, Grollo, who had been ever fixated on Vyomi, had departed the Crimson Ribbon with the mysterious elder, heading toward an unknown destination, with no thought of rescue in mind. Borakli, with his eyes gently closed, mused, "Are you waiting for your boyfriend to save you?" Vyomi's expression faltered, her grip loosening. "I shall grant you the opportunity to call for him. If he does not arrive within half a month, you will work for me without thoughts of him. What say you? He will return. I have but one condition. Inform him of my power and see if he comes." Vyomi narrowed her eyes, perceiving the difficulty in this demand. Borakli, eyes still shut, spoke with a mocking tone. "Do you not accept? Are you concerned he may not come? I shall inform him." Borakli chuckled softly. "What does it matter if he comes? If he arrives, an opportunity will arise for me to eliminate him. If he does not, the girl will naturally relinquish her hopes. As long as he remains unscathed, he shall be the first to detect anyone approaching the island." Chapter 79. Indeed, you are unusual. Well, it is entirely up to you. However, might I take a glimpse at the biological combat suit? When Bulma arrives, I shall fetch it for you. Borakli, unfazed, closed his eyes and continued to cultivate his energy. The path of cultivation requires relentless effort. Each peril serves as a stimulus to propel him further in his training. Vyomi continued her leisurely massage, relieved that her physical training was neither categorized as dynamic nor static, thus allowing her touch to remain undisturbed. Unconsciously twitching, I began to control the flow of blood and energy within the fifth acupoint, like A, and slowly coalesced it at Yinlinquan and Shuehai along the spleen meridian. Enduring pain does not imply that the body remains unresponsive. Violet, what? You have been analyzing me for 3 days. What conclusions have you drawn? My pupils constricted as the atmosphere suddenly turned silent. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Do not worry. I will not impede you, nor should you be concerned. Given your capacity to enhance the manufacturing process of the biosuit, 3 days should have yielded some results under such well-maintained experimental conditions. You have a fever. A faint smile curved upon Borakli's lips. Have you forgotten that this laboratory is mine? With a fierce grip, Violet coldly remarked, "You are surveilling me. What do you think?" Silence enveloped the room, leaving only the weight of quietude. Continue the massage. Violet paused, her hands flusteringly pressing against Borakli's arm. You have been massaging my arm for several minutes. Growing increasingly anxious, Violet hurriedly shifted to his feet. Violet, it is my turn now. You should rest. Bulma entered, holding a bowl of kanji and addressing Violet. Taking a deep breath, Violet quickly acquiesced and prepared to rise from the bedside. Make sure to bring it all to me. Gritting her teeth in reluctant agreement, Violet departed, filled with indignation. What will you bring me? Bulma curiously gazed at Violet's retreating figure. The biosuit. Borakli opened his eyes and sat up. No, you need to lie down. You must not move. Bulma exclaimed, her voice tinged with anxiety. I believe I am already well. If you don't believe me, look. He lifted his arm, preparing to rise from the bed. A sharp pain shot through his brain, causing him to involuntarily gasp. See, I told you. Bulma hastily set the bowl aside and rushed to him, forcefully pushing Borakli back onto the bed. Do not move. Stay lying down. Borakli took 30 seconds to regain his composure. The pain was excruciating and caught him off guard. He inhaled deeply, cursing under his breath. Why had he not come sooner? Now any attempt to move seemed nearly impossible. To make matters worse, he had been pushed down by Bulma, a wave of humiliation washing over him. In a voice barely above a whisper, he uttered a shameful remark. I will be obedient. Bulma stared at Borakli in disbelief, questioning the reliability of her hearing. What? Nothing. Just my misfortune. There was never an issue until I stood up. I told you, let me feed you kanji while you lie in bed. Faced with the spoon hovering near his lips, he felt both amused and exasperated. Bulma, this kanji is less effective than a 3-level energy cube. Stop the nonsense. I spent 2 hours making it. Just as Borakli was about to open his mouth to drink, he quickly shut his eyes, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Is it all right if I do not drink? Borakli vigorously flared his nostrils, attempting to discern the ingredients within. What do you think? Bulma glared at him. Borakli could only grimace and reluctantly open his mouth. As the kanji slid down my throat without the need for chewing, I resigned myself to my fate, unwilling to let my mouth taste the bitterness of hardship. Only a small amount remained at the bottom of the bowl when Violet knocked and entered. "What brings you here?" she inquired, gesturing towards Borakli, who lay in bed, drenched in cold sweat, indulging in a peculiar service. "He asked me to fetch something." "No, he is still injured and requires rest." Yet Borakli seemed to perceive a glimmer of hope. "No, let me see it," he insisted. Bulma hesitated, her mouth opening and closing, ultimately settling for a gentle stomp of her foot. She finished the last sip of kanji. Without a hint of hesitation, Borakli snatched the bowl from Bulma's hands, tilting his head back to gulp it down, even licking the remnants. A flicker of delight crossed Bulma's face. "Is it good? I can make more for you later." Borakli's expression soured. "You're not doing this to spare my feelings, are you? It seems you are deliberately pretending to enjoy it." "No, please. It's too much effort. Don't bother making me kanji." Bulma replied cheerfully, "It's nothing. I don't mind the effort. I take joy in making kanji for you." Internally, Borakli lamented, "Oh dear, it's not that I fear for your toil, but rather I dread being poisoned." "No need. Bulma, you know I'm injured and still require nutrition. I should stick to senza beans and nutrient blocks." Bulma looked reluctant. "Very well then, once you recover, I shall prepare kanji for you." Borakli's face darkened. "Let us discuss that later. Violet, please bring me the bio suit. I'd like to try it on." As he spoke, he smacked his lips, realizing he had consumed the kanji too hastily, missing its flavor. Eating without savoring the taste felt strangely unsatisfying. He accepted the glasses handed to him by Violet. "Why glasses?" he questioned. Violet adjusted her own spectacles perched upon her nose. "Because I like them." Borakli's expression darkened further. It seemed these two ladies had come to ensnare him. With both hands gripping the frames, he placed the glasses upon his face. "System. Scanning in progress. Do you also require testing? Technological complexity too high for immediate data analysis." Borakli grimaced. "Come on, what modifications have you made?" Violet immediately began detailing the manufacturing process, the alterations made, and the functions and effects of the finished product. Bulma listened with keen interest. It was somewhat taxing, but manageable. After all, she was a genius. However, as Violet continued, something felt amiss. She abruptly interrupted. "Wait, why does it contain Borakli's genes? And why is the connection a neural link? What if the biosuit were to be damaged, resulting in severe repercussions for Borakli? That won't happen. I've analyzed his genes. They are robust, but there's an inexplicable flaw, as if they were haphazardly stitched together. Yet, I cannot deduce why. The sample size is too small." Upon hearing this, Borakli's eyes narrowed. "Are you certain that with a sufficient sample size, you could conduct a thorough study?" "Not certain. Your genes are simply irregular." Borakli's expression darkened, while Bulma stifled a laugh behind her hand. Violet glanced at the two, seemingly perplexed, and asserted, "It's only logical." "You have a tail. Do you truly think you're normal?" Bulma chuckled softly, nodding her head with a playful grin. "Ah, yes, indeed." Just as Broly was about to retort, Bulma interjected, "Honestly, you're in no position to complain. All you need to do is agree. Viome has expressed her views quite well, and you have no grounds for dissent." Broly sighed in resignation. "Ah, yes, indeed." Viome rolled her eyes, choosing to ignore the antics of the two. She swiftly redirected her focus to the matter at hand, inquiring of Broly, "If I understand correctly, you can obtain other samples?" Broly nodded affirmatively. "Of course, just wait here. I'll fetch them for you." Chapter 80. Seeking Goku to convey ideas. Bulma's expression shifted with the unpredictability of March winds, turning fierce. "No, you cannot go out. You must rest here to recuperate." Broly gazed at Bulma with a stiff demeanor. "Well, the experiment is crucial and immensely beneficial for my strength." Bulma placed her hands on her hips. "I said no, and I mean it. Just look at yourself. You're so injured that you can't even stand steadily. Yet you wish to seek out Goku." Bulma was well aware that Broly's intention was to find Goku. With a pained expression, Broly pleaded, "Bulma, there are dangers ahead. I cannot afford to be complacent. I must keep myself active, both in training and research. Now that Viome can assist me in biology, and you and Pilaf can aid me in physics, energy, and chemistry, I cannot afford to lag behind." "I said no, and I mean it. Your safety is paramount. Besides, you know how to find Goku." Broly wore a mournful expression as he carefully explained, "I can sense him as long as I am within a certain range." He was not jesting or speaking frivolously. No matter how adept Goku was at concealing his power, he could never blend in entirely with normalcy. As long as he appeared within a certain vicinity, Broly would undoubtedly be able to detect him. "No, you must recuperate. Wait until you are healed before you go." Broly could only implore Bulma with heartfelt persuasion. I am not ill. Yes, those with mental illness often claim they are not sick, Bulma retorted without hesitation. As the words left her lips, an uncomfortable silence enveloped the room. Realizing her misstep, Bulma awkwardly added, "Then how will you prove that you are not ill?" Broly stared in disbelief. Was this not reminiscent of the questioning in a psychiatric ward? He knew his own condition. I truly am not ill. Racking his brain, he suggested, "How about I get up and take a couple of steps?" Viome's eyes lit up. Exactly. If you're not ill, then get up and walk a bit. Naturally. She hoped Broly would go and fetch Goku. With diligent research, there would surely come a day when they could triumph over their adversaries. She was resolute. Once her super technology was developed, in just a decade, they could create monsters with battle powers in the billions, far surpassing anyone they could contend with. Broly's expression darkened considerably. What was happening? Bulma, fuming, declared, "I don't care. I refuse to agree. Bulma, even if I lie here like this, my strength has not improved. What will I do when the puppet comes again? You still need to take care of your injuries." Seeing Bulma stubbornly fixated on her predicament, Borakli sighed in resignation. He pressed a button on his biosuit, activating it. Instantly, a layer of green film enveloped his entire body, even covering his tail. Is it green? Viome nodded proudly, exclaiming, "Of course, it's a biosuit. How else would it provide you with sufficient air?" Borakli was speechless. However, to ensure a smooth exit, he refrained from saying anything further. "It can simply control my body. Not yet, it's a biosuit. Although it contains your genetic information, it hasn't adapted to the traits and habits you acquired over time. By the way, all the data you need is inside the biosuit. So I want to elaborate further." Borakli nodded, his tail swishing back and forth. "All right, let us proceed like this." It was only then that he noticed Bulma's tearful expression. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Bulma, why don't you come with me?" "Sure," she replied excitedly, only to realize Viome was watching with a knowing smile. She pouted. "Never mind. You've grown up and don't listen to me. Do as you please. If your illness relapses, you'll be in for it." Borakli felt a surge of joy. He had initially thought it would take considerable effort, but surprisingly, after using the biosuit, Bulma agreed. "All right, you two stay here while I go find Sun Wukong." Bulma stepped forward, pulling out a universal capsule from her pocket. "It contains the instructions, just be careful." Borakli took it, ready to study how to open it when the suit conveniently revealed an opening at the chest. He placed it inside. "I'll take a look when I have time. I'm off now." Without further delay, he soared into the sky, propelled by the biosuit. Once outside, he streaked across the horizon. Viome, with a knowing smile, remarked, "I thought you would torment him for a while longer." "Humph. Don't think your biosuit can outshine the technology I've developed." Viome shrugged. "Is that so? Then it depends on how frequently he uses it." Bulma watched as Viome elegantly departed, shaking her fist. "I am a genius." Viome's lips curled into a mysterious smile, and before leaving the room, she composed herself, regaining her intellectual demeanor. "She is the researcher, Viome." Bulma also exited the room. "Borakli, I want to hold you back. Be careful." Borakli experimented with the biosuit, but soon lost interest. Currently, the biosuit can only provide a combat power of dozens, offering minimal assistance. Its functions are indeed comprehensive: flight, healing, environmental enhancement, energy absorption, attack release, basic protection, and mental control, among others. Yet, it still feels too weak. When can I take him to explore the cosmos? That will be the moment when the biological suit truly demonstrates its capabilities. After 5 arduous days, Borakli finally located Sun Wukong beneath the Karinta. "What are you doing here?" "Ah, Borakli, how did you end up here? It's strange to see you dressed entirely in green." Borakli, exasperated, replied, "Sun Wukong, if you cannot speak sensibly, it would be better to remain silent." Sun Wukong stepped forward and tugged at Borakli's biological suit with force. "What are you talking about? I'm being serious. Isn't this suit entirely green? You fool, let go. You might damage it." "What a letdown. If it's this ineffective, it pales in comparison to my own attire." "Enough. Enough. Come with me. I assure you, I have a way to enhance your strength. Furthermore, I have matters that require your assistance," Borakli stated bluntly, attempting to pull Sun Wukong along. He was resolute in this decision. The monster trailing behind them was relentless. This time it had already reached 20,000. Who knew what the next count would be? 30,000, 40,000. His own strength had diminished due to the cultivation of his personal universe. If he did not quickly recover, he would lack the confidence to withstand the next creature. Just as he prepared to leave, A sound caught Sun Wukong's attention. Chapter 81. The Great Deceiver, Another Breakthrough Daddy. Isn't that the one who climbed the Karingta? Sun Wukong halted immediately. Caught off guard, Borakli stumbled slightly. Although he appeared to possess over 10,000 in combat power, the pain radiating throughout his body consumed most of his energy. His combat ability was simply no match for Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was aware of Borakli's strength, but was oblivious to his inability to fully unleash it. Borakli, what is wrong with you? And nothing. He gritted through the pain. This old trickster always seemed to create a fuss at critical moments. Strange, why are you sweating? It's nothing. Let us go, Sun Wukong. Wait a moment. What did Yuba say about climbing the Karingta? Borakli glanced at the Karingta, reluctant to let Sun Wukong attempt the climb. It would take at least 3 to 5 days to complete, and in that time, he could have already returned. What does it matter? We can discuss it later. My circumstances are rather urgent. This is the Karingta, where it is said a celestial being resides atop. By climbing to the summit and drinking the divine water bestowed upon you, your strength will multiply several times. Your friend has climbed the tower before. Borakli's voice coincided with Yuba's, and after he spoke, Yuba continued to explain to Sun Wukong. Borakli's expression darkened. He had not intended to stir up trouble. Yet Yuba's description only added to the chaos, claiming it could amplify strength several-fold. Is that true? How impressive! Sun Wukong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Sun Wukong, your strength is currently lacking. Whether or not you ascend is one matter. Even if you do, the effects of multiplying your power several times would be minimal. However, consider this. When your strength has greatly improved, multiplying it then would indeed yield tremendous benefits. Sun Wukong's expression turned blank. Why? Borakli, realizing Sun Wukong's inability to comprehend, sighed. Do you doubt my words? No, it's just that I truly desire to ascend the tower and enhance my power. Would it not be wiser to wait until your strength is greater? That would surely increase your chances of success. Observing that Sun Wukong remained resolute, Borakli gestured towards Bra. Ask them. They have been here for generations. Throughout history, countless have attempted to ascend the tower, but how many have succeeded? Just one. Legend speaks of only one success. So have you succeeded? Yuba, disregarding his father Bra's objections, spoke candidly. After explaining, he inquired of Borakli, did you succeed? I did, but my enhancement was only marginal, not several times over. Sun Wukong's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. That's incredible, Borakli. Please tell me. Are there immortals above? Can I meet them? To reach there, you would have to climb for several days. Aren't you hungry? Borakli's reminder was timely. A resounding growl erupted from Sun Wukong's stomach, his gaze becoming dazed and unfocused, his steps unsteady. He placed his hands on his belly, lamenting, indeed. I haven't eaten all day. I'm so hungry. I'm feeling dizzy. Borakli rolled his eyes and produced an energy block. Here, eat this. Once the energy block was consumed, Sun Wukong instantly regained vigor. Wow, what's this? This is the latest energy block, with an energy scale of 300. It should satiate you for 8 layers. Now, will you accompany me back? I cannot afford to delay, and if you refuse to assist me, I shall have to return alone. Borakli coaxed persuasively. Sun Wukong's eyes glimmered with newfound determination, abandoning any further inquiries. All right, I will go with you. Borakli smiled with satisfaction. That's more like it. I can teach you to harness your strength as well. Let us depart. After politely bidding farewell, the two soared through the air, creating a sonic boom. The cat immortal glared at Borakli, who was defiantly displaying his middle finger, feeling a surge of anger. You ungrateful brat. How could you repay my diligent guidance in such a manner? You infuriate me. Yet soon, a smile crept across his face. This young one. Borakli and Sun Wukong flew toward the deserted island. Sun Wukong, can't you fly? Why do you still rely on the cloud? I'm accustomed to it, and besides, using the cloud is much less taxing. Borakli replied with a knowing tone. One must not be lax in their training. Come, behave, and let us fly ourselves. Is this part of the training? Sun Wukong did not refuse, simply standing atop the cloud, his Rui Bang resting on his back, asking curiously, of course, while flying. Do you not need to control the energy within your body? How finely you can manage your inner energy is key to maintaining endurance in battle. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, contemplating the feasibility of Borakli's words. So what must I do? For instance, if you aspire to soar to a height of 100 meters, how do you regulate the energy within your body to achieve this precisely, without excess? That would signify the initiation of your journey. It appears rather challenging, Sun Wukong remarked, somewhat perplexed. Give it a try, he added. By the way, Borakli, you have yet to explain why your head is adorned with green. Sun Wukong, ascending slightly higher, cast a glance at Borakli's crown. Ha! I am entirely green, Borakli retorted. Ah, but this is merely my natural hue. Still feeling discontent, Borakli continued, that doesn't feel right. Mind your own business, and commence your practice without delay, Sun Wukong admonished. Obediently dispersing the nimbus cloud and beginning to flail about in midair. This is quite arduous, he mused. Take your time, learn to master the energy within you, rather than employing it with brute force. However, no buts. Hurry up and start learning. Observing Sun Wukong's erratic flight patterns, Borakli silently chuckled. Such training was indeed viable. Yet he possessed alternative methods for honing his skills, albeit merely deceiving him. Suddenly hiss. Borakli, what, Sun Wukong, distracted, found his strength waning, and his form plummeted rapidly. Thus, the two brothers engaged in this peculiar contest. Unbeknownst to them, a day prior, in a mysterious location, Demon King denned. What are your thoughts? I feel splendid, immensely powerful, replied an elder whose resemblance to Master Roshi was uncanny, a glimmer of mockery flickering in his eyes. Then go forth, he commanded. Excellent. Den's sinister laughter echoed throughout the cavern as he departed without further ado. The enigmatic elder remained silent, watching Den soar away before turning to venture deeper into the cave. Go forth, Subject 99, retrieve Den, he must not perish. A tall figure, cloaked in black robes with piercing violet eyes, stepped out of the cave. It was the familiar monstrosity to Borakli. It is imperative that Den does not remain absent. Without encountering planet Namek, without visiting Yardrat, and without exploring more wondrous worlds, how can one bear the weight of such responsibilities? The cavern fell silent once more, as the mysterious elder glanced toward a sealed chamber on the left before proceeding down the passageway on the right. There, the individuals he had captured awaited transformation. Borakli, I have succeeded. It truly works. Sun Wukong exclaimed, dancing with joy. Compose now, you are still far from your goal. The path ahead is fraught with challenges, Borakli observed. His gaze profound. Moments prior, he too had breached the sixth acupoint, the Kongzue, and had similarly consolidated the blood whirl at the Jimin and Chongmen points. The subsequent phases of training would progress slowly. The further one advanced, the greater the blood energy required to condense the blood whirl. My research into nutritional blocks must accelerate. He pondered. Though lost in thought, he felt a sense of relief. Completing the sixth acupoint diminished his suffering and augmented his potential strength, allowing for a modicum of self-defense. Alas, the primary efficacy of the senzu beans lay in their healing properties, if only they could provide additional nourishment. Borakli's sudden interruption startled Sun Wukong. What? Chapter 82. An enemy, the Demon King denned. Sun Wukong's immersive flight experience was abruptly disrupted. Turning his head to glance at Broly, he inquired, What? Look at you. A mere fluctuation in the external environment has affected you, diminishing your control over your internal energy. Sun Wukong, regaining his focus, promptly concentrated on mastering his energy within. He aimed to achieve a state unperturbed by external joys or personal sorrows, remaining steadfast even in the face of calamity. Having successfully captivated Sun Wukong's attention, Broly resumed his contemplation. I wonder why the magical beans are so extraordinary. Regardless of one's strength, they provide 10 days of satiety. And no matter the power level, a single bean can heal, indistinguishable between man and beast. They seem to transcend the nature of this world. I ponder how long it will be before I return and how much time I'll spend outside. My research progress has been rather sluggish. Moreover, my mastery of the stars should have advanced following my breakthrough in my personal universe. My energy has stagnated at 9,999, which is hardly sustainable. However, the disparity between my internal energy and the external world has grown. It has augmented somewhat, as the satellite possesses a filtering function. Each strand of energy, once passing through the satellite, undergoes automatic filtration, becoming more potent. Had I been able to master it fully in the past, perhaps I could have learned more. Alas, it remains elusive, devoid of understanding of its principles. Regrettably, after descending from the cat sage, his energy had shown negligible growth. Just as he prepared to resume his training, he encountered Bulma, who had come to check on him. To evade this predicament, he had taken the risk to cultivate his personal universe. This back and forth had already spanned a year, during which his internal energy had not increased in the slightest. Previously, There were portions of energy not fully controlled by his dantian. Now, however, it was entirely governed, with not a shred remaining within his muscles. His current combat prowess was indeterminate, even to himself. The system's assessment was merely an estimation, initially based solely on his internal energy, later integrating various factors. Presently, he had never faced a being as formidable as Broly. Lacking any comparisons or specific analytical data, he too was uncertain of his capabilities. He only knew that the strength he could reliably manifest was not particularly formidable. Broly. I haven't yet asked why only we possess tails. Broly looked at Sun Wukong, who was carefully maintaining his stance, perplexed. Why this sudden inquiry? I have trained for a long time and encountered many individuals. Yet I have not discovered anyone like us who possesses a tail. Broly hesitated, unsure whether to disclose the truth. What is the matter? Can't you say? Upon being questioned by Sun Wukong, Broly resolved to speak candidly. Because we are not Earthlings. What is an Earthling? Broly was taken aback. You know nothing at all. Why ask such questions? I'm merely curious, Sun Wukong replied with an endearing grin. We hail from beyond the universe to Earth. Broly shot back. You still haven't told me what Earth is, and what exactly is the universe? Why did we come from there? Broly's frustration grew. Be quiet. If you wish to know, then listen to me. Oh, Sun Wukong adorably closed his mouth, gazing intently at Borakli. We originally resided on a planet known as Vegeta, where we were the indigenous inhabitants. Vegeta, what an odd name. Sun Wukong. He quickly covered his mouth again, for reasons too delicate to articulate. We were collectively transported to this planet called Earth. Our kind is born with tails, which is entirely natural to us. After saying this, he silently mourned for Sun Wukong. In his heart, he believed that Sun Wukong had been brought here due to the possibility of being the son of the neighbor, old Wang Ba. Sun Wukong had been implicated, sent away alongside his unworthy father. A look of confusion flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes, yet he still refrained from speaking. He hesitated momentarily. We were originally brothers. Upon hearing this revelation, Sun Wukong could no longer contain himself, staring at Borakli in astonishment. Is it true? Indeed, Borakli nodded. I am well aware of our descent to Earth, but what about you? How about me? Sun Wukong displayed an expression of anticipation. Did you not mention that you hit your head on a rock as a child, thus resulting in amnesia? Yes. It's entirely normal that you cannot recall those past events. You would not believe me even if I told you, but in the future, I shall take you to see for yourself. Odd. How can one witness past records? Sun Wukong. Just wait, and do not inquire further. Simply remember that we are brothers. I would never harm you. Sun Wukong nodded enthusiastically, completely forgetting the days he had endured Borakli's blood extraction. Borakli gazed at Sun Wukong's hair, reflecting on his own hairstyle. He silently mused that at the very least, sharing the same mother certainly counts as brothers. As for whether they shared the same father, that was a question to be posed to their unworthy mother. It is said that if one were to change every 6 minutes, such a situation could arise. Their mother had quite the adventurous spirit. Borakli was unaware of the events that transpired behind Vegeta. He had long believed his unworthy parents and the planet Vegeta remained unscathed. He had merely been sent to Earth due to reasons too delicate to disclose. So, Borakli, are we indeed brothers? Of course. Otherwise, who else have you seen with a tail? I have seen no one else. You are correct. Sun Wukong nodded in delight. Who would have thought we were brothers? By the way, who is the elder and who is the younger? Borakli replied with a scowl, displeased. You are the elder, and I am the younger. In this regard, he felt no need to deceive. Really? Sun Wukong's excitement grew. By the way, do you remember what our parents looked like? What is the universe? What is Vegeta like? What does Earth have? Also, why did we separate, and why are you so much stronger than I? Moreover, as Sun Wukong became increasingly animated, Borakli could no longer contain himself. Quiet. If you continue, I shall render you speechless. Sun Wukong adorably covered his mouth, murmuring softly, You mustn't speak, just mustn't. How ridiculous. I'm still your elder brother. Broccoli, feeling exasperated, chose to ignore him and slowly closed his eyes. Hey, Broccoli, if you close your eyes. How are we going to fly back? I know, and my biological battle suit knows too. Just control your energy and follow me peacefully. Sun Wukong gazed at Broccoli with a silly expression, then dreamily added, But just think, if an enemy were to come, we would teach him a lesson together as brothers. It's exciting and invigorating. As soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, he curiously inquired, Broccoli, why did you stop? Broccoli inwardly cursed. What a jinx. Why invoke enemies when we could quietly cultivate? He merely wished to practice, not to engage in combat. Yet, he sarcastically retorted, aren't you the one who wanted enemies to pass the time? Well, now you have them. What? Sun Wukong looked around eagerly, rubbing his fists together. Where? Is it true? Jinx. Broccoli, what does jinx mean? Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he waited in silence. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened. There really is an enemy. You think I'm joking? Not long after, a dark figure swiftly approached them. Haha, I am the great demon king Piccolo, here to eliminate you. Once I do, I shall reign supreme over the earth, becoming its king. Sun Wukong focused intently and immediately burst into laughter. Chapter 83. So weak, the duck flies away. Hey, Broccoli. This thing is green just like you. Broccoli, infuriated, maintained a stoic expression. Not particularly familiar with the situation, he kept a stern face. Sensing a different aura from the foe before him, coldly, he demanded, who are you? Keek. Boy, have you lost your mind? You think you are a master? I already revealed my identity as the Demon King. Piccolo's wrinkled face was alight with excitement. According to his intel, if he killed the two before him, he could rule the earth without restraint. Moreover, he would be able to gather the Dragon Balls and attain immortality. Broccoli, observing the overly eager Piccolo, found no interest in the confrontation. Sun Wukong go. Eager for action, Sun Wukong nodded enthusiastically at Broccoli's encouragement. All right. With that, he charged forward. You are a villain, aren't you? Keek. Bang. Piccolo smirked maliciously, yet his body approached Sun Wukong with cunning stealth. With a single palm strike, Sun Wukong bared his teeth and dodged just in time. What the hell are you doing? You just admitted I'm a villain. With that, Piccolo grinned wickedly and lunged at Sun Wukong. Broccoli shook his head in disapproval. Sun Wukong was still too inexperienced. Strangely, this foe emitted an aura mixed with elements of the monstrous puppets that had pursued him, yet it was not entirely pure. It seemed as if he were a monster himself. Where had he come from? In the eyes of Borakli, Sun Wukong was entangled in battle with Piccolo. Above Corinta, in the heavenly palace, the deity observed the ancient, deathly aura emanating from the green-skinned elder. The deity, with a grave expression, gazed downwards. How did that fellow suddenly appear without any forewarning? The deity pondered. With Borakli in the lower realm, it should be of no concern. Slowly shaking his head, he replied, it is difficult to say. Borakli was taken aback. The deity remarked that Borakli seemed gravely wounded, his powers significantly diminished, leaving them baffled. What shall we do now? He sighed. Let us continue to observe. Hopefully, Wukong can defeat Piccolo, he stated, somewhat dazed. However, there is no better course of action at this moment. With that, the deity turned and returned to the heavenly palace. Curiously, how did this individual emerge? If no one came to his aid, he would surely perish within the confines of the demon seal wave. Were there any hidden monsters emerging in the lower realm? Borakli glanced at the deity, hesitating to speak. He was merely a divine attendant, gazing downwards with a heavy heart. Master Roshi, your demon seal wave should be employed to seal Piccolo. If Piccolo were to be slain, the deity would also perish, leading to a godless earth. Obliging, Borakli settled down in the center of the square. Meanwhile, on the island, Master Roshi beamed with delight at the unfolding events. Indeed, transformation was essential. Otherwise, Piccolo's past self could never be a match for Sun Wukong. Boasting a battle power of 400, such rapid growth. Master Roshi, why do you look so lecherous? Oh, you ancient turtle, what do you know? Something truly joyous is about to happen. What is it? What use is your knowledge? Master Roshi disregarded the old turtle, engrossed in his own thoughts. Borakli, this fellow is formidable. Borakli's expression darkened. How is he formidable? Sun Wukong, have you forgotten what I told you? But I am not yet capable of fighting in that manner. Humph, your techniques are laden with superfluous movements. 60 is wasted, merely for show. Otherwise, with your strength, you would have already subdued Piccolo. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong remained silent, but Piccolo could not contain himself, sneering, ha. What an audacious fellow. Once I finish with this little brat, you shall be next. Borakli paid no heed, contemplating that if all else failed, it would be no issue to provide Sun Wukong with a senzu bean. While battles ensued, he would simply observe. After waiting for a while, boredom set in, and he recalled the gift Bulma had given him. Reaching into his pocket, he felt it. This battle suit is remarkably useful. It's just a bit lackluster. If only it were more powerful. Opening a universal capsule, A metallic panel materialized in the air, and Borakli reached out to catch it, examining it from all angles. He wondered, what is this? What purpose does it serve? He pressed down on a protrusion on the panel. Borakli, caught off guard, was suddenly overwhelmed by an invisible force, crashing him to the ground. What is this? Subsequently, adhering to Bulma's habits, he promptly began to inflate the panel. Oh, so this is how it is. Broly's face lit up with joy as he observed Son Goku engaged in a fierce battle with the Demon King Piccolo. Haha, splendid. Goku, allow me to assist you. With a loud shout, he commenced adjusting the metallic panel in his hands under Piccolo's wary gaze. No need, Broly. I believe I can defeat him. I don't care what you believe. I care about what I believe, Broly replied casually without lifting his head. Having completed his adjustments, he casually tossed the device into the arena. Piccolo's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. With a swift flash, 2 beams of light surged towards the metallic panel. Haha, I cannot allow you to destroy it. With a flick of his hand, Broly unleashed an invisible force that directly thwarted Piccolo's advance. Piccolo's expression shifted as he cast a wary glance at Broly, intensifying his assault on Goku. Goku, too, was taken aback. How formidable. Goku, focus on defeating Piccolo. Broly chuckled. It's not that simple. Our opponent is no pushover. Goku observed Piccolo's laborious movements with caution. What is the matter? What are you doing? Piccolo gritted his teeth, feeling the oppressive weight bearing down upon him, veins bulging. Disregarding Piccolo, Goku surged forward, smooth as silk, without a hint of hesitation. With a single punch, Piccolo fell unconscious. How is he so weak? Broly shook his head in amusement. Just as he was about to approach and examine Piccolo, his expression suddenly sharpened. Goku stepped back. Goku, bewildered, took a few steps back. Broly observed gravely as a foul, decaying stench wafted toward him. As expected, it was orchestrated by those behind the scenes. The adversaries soon arrived, clad in identical garb. Where on earth did you emerge from? Broly spoke coldly. Even Goku, not far behind, seemed eager for action. The situation appeared rather troublesome. Without uttering a word, the newcomers charged forward. Just as Broly prepared to engage, a gust of wind swept by, causing Piccolo to vanish, while one of the creatures hastily flew in another direction, clutching the unconscious Piccolo. He has been captured. He has been captured. Broly frowned. The prize had slipped away. Chapter 84. The Great Deceiver. Goku gets a shot. Son Goku rushed over, shouting and waving his arms. Just as he was about to inquire, he overheard Broly's profound words. Broly, what do you mean by the prize has flown away? Broly's expression darkened as he contemplated the implications. Forget it. It's of no concern now. We should return first. Regardless of any conspiracy, our priority is to enhance our own strength. With that, he approached the metallic panel, bent down to retrieve it, and placed it securely back in his possession. Let us go? Goku, still bewildered, could only follow Broly. Why? The enemy is formidable, and we are currently unable to contend with them. First, we must enhance our strength. Your abilities are insufficient, and it seems I must dedicate myself to your training. Initially filled with doubt, upon hearing Borakli's words, the expression on his face brightened immediately. What? Is it true? Well, we cannot afford to delay. I sense that a significant calamity may be imminent, Borakli said with a furrowed brow, filled with concern. If all my concealed tactics are uncovered by the hidden adversary, I would be greatly hindered. However, I have always been alone, without a single ally. Seeking companions now appears to be utterly impractical. Goku, who stands behind him, could potentially assist, yet he is but a solitary force. Moreover, training Goku to the point where he can fight alongside me would require an extensive period of time. Goku tilted his head. To him, as long as he could train and grow stronger, that was sufficient. The emergence of any grand troubles was of little consequence. As long as his strength was adequate, any trouble could be resolved with a single strike. Borakli's flight was noticeably swifter than before. Goku, however, was still unable to maintain the precise energy required for flight. A day later, within a cave, the mysterious elder gazed at the short flute, hearing its pleas. Help! Help me! Leaning closer, he whispered, I had given you a chance, yet you proved ineffectual. Observing the short flute's unwillingness to relent, it continued to exhaust its strength. The elder smiled faintly. Dispose of him and eliminate him. Outside the cave, in a moment of desperation, the short flute expelled a massive egg from its mouth. You all shall perish. I, the short flute, am immortal. The creature clad in a black robe with purple eyes confirmed the completion of its final task and efficiently pierced through the short flute's head. I haven't finished speaking. The short flute breathed its last. The creature in the black robe, dragging the lifeless short flute, indifferently turned back toward the cave. The orders it received were to deliver the green-skinned creature to Dr. Goro. 3 days later, Borakli and Goku finally arrived at the deserted island. Borakli, is this where you are? Yes. After 3 days of flight, his own universe had ascended to new heights, and the 7th acupoint had manifested a blood spiral. This revelation astonished Borakli for quite some time. The acupoint, which should have progressed at a slower pace, had unexpectedly accelerated and succeeded smoothly. Furthermore, the increase in the blood spiral had resulted in a significant reduction in pain. At the very least, he would no longer experience sudden gasps for breath. Even if it hurt, it remained well within his tolerable limits. Can we begin our training now? Borakli gazed at the nearby island and nodded involuntarily. Naturally, but before that. Goku looked at Borakli in confusion. What is the matter? Noticing Goku's apparent trepidation regarding the matter, Borakli's lips curled into a subtle smirk. It is a good thing that you are with me. What is it? Of course, it's time to eat. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Is it delicious? How wonderful. I haven't had anything good to eat in ages. Borakli, you are truly kind. Indeed, it is for your own good. Sun Wukong's sparkling eyes blinked as he licked his tongue. Then I shall not be polite, he declared. No need for courtesy, came the response, and with that, they proceeded towards the laboratory, disregarding the hurried approach of Ash and Xiao Wu. Yet, Sun Wukong halted at the entrance. What is it? Broly queried, his voice tinged with curiosity. Is it not permissible to eat outside? Why not? Naturally, one should dine indoors, came the reply. It's not as if we are having a barbecue. Sun Wukong trembled slightly, eliciting bemusement from Ash and Xiao Wu. But I am afraid. Sun Wukong's voice quivered with palpable trepidation. He indeed harbored a past trauma associated with the laboratory. What is there to fear? There's also the gravity chamber. Will you not join us? Broly presented the food from within the lab. Here, partake, and fill your belly for the journey ahead. Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with delight, utterly oblivious to Broly's words. Fill my belly for the journey? Nonsense. He could not fathom the implication. Could his own brother wish him harm? His focus solely on the food, he began to devour it ravenously. Broly observed Sun Wukong's insatiable appetite, his smile growing increasingly enigmatic. Ash and Xiao Wu, initially inclined to linger, felt an unsettling chill at Broly's demeanor and cautiously withdrew. Xiao Wu, do you not sense that the adult seems rather peculiar? Ash remarked. Indeed. It feels as if he intends to consume that little rascal, Xiao Wu replied. But do they not all possess tails? Why would the adult wish to devour that little imp? Furthermore, is the adult not also akin to a little imp? Ash gestured with his hands, perplexed. That's irrelevant. If you ask me, whom shall I inquire? Let us leave promptly. Approximately 30 minutes later, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from the laboratory entrance. No. Damn it. Ash and Xiao Wu exchanged knowing glances, then embraced tightly. Broly had a firm grip on Sun Wukong, while Vomi excitedly clutched a syringe. Enough. Broly rolled his eyes. What is there to fear? A little more is beneficial for research. Not at all. We can return another time. Blood drawn after 30 days is less effective. Drawing so much is unnecessary. Help. Sun Wukong cried out. Damn it. Broly sighed, bemused by the irony that his own brother, fearless in the face of danger, harbored such dread of needles. The mere sight of a syringe rendered him weak. Vomi pouted, her silence betraying her own reluctance, yet she paused her actions. Just as she withdrew the syringe, Broly released Sun Wukong. What are you doing? Sun Wukong, without adjusting his trousers, turned with tear-filled eyes towards Broly. His pitiful expression evoked both sympathy and heartache. All right, let us begin our training, Sun Wukong declared, pulling up his trousers and shaking his head vigorously. I shall not go. Not even if it costs me my life. Broly observed the resolute look on Sun Wukong's face and acquiesced. Very well then. You shall spar with me in the vicinity of the gravity ring. Instantly, Sun Wukong forgot his pain, his eyes lighting up. All right. But you must also wear the gravity ring. Borakli extended both hands and waved them in front of Sun Wukong. All right, you see? Sun Wukong seized him and dashed outside. For the pursuit of cultivation, Sun Wukong was exceptionally devoted and pure. Chapter 85. The Realm of the Moon. Physical strength. Time flew by. and this tugging lasted for 2 months. Borakli, why is it that you can control energy and exert such remarkable strength purely through your physical form? Observing the panting Sun Wukong, Borakli shook his head. How many times must I say it? You need to learn to comprehend. Sun Wukong stood up and scratched his head. But understanding is so difficult. Borakli looked at the innocent expression on Sun Wukong's face and felt helpless. This lad, whenever it came to diligent training and combat, his strength surged rapidly. Yet, when it involved learning or comprehension, it was truly a sight to behold. He had indeed contemplated passing on the mastery of celestial bodies and his own universe to Sun Wukong, but the latter could not grasp even a single concept. Let alone understanding and cultivating. Merely explaining terminology had driven Borakli half mad. He even controlled his own vital energy to circulate within Sun Wukong's body, instructing him on what to do. Yet, the already proficient Sun Wukong in energy control could not learn it at all. He only knew one approach: charge. Just charge forward. After repeated attempts, Borakli had long since abandoned the idea of teaching Sun Wukong. Conversely, most of the physical techniques had been covertly appropriated by Sun Wukong. However, possessing merely techniques made it still exceedingly difficult to surpass Borakli. Thus, his daily perplexity persisted. Why does our gap continue to widen? Borakli twitched at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, the gap is widening. Sun Wukong's combat power had now reached 2,000. Maintained at 50 under the influence of the gravity ring. Borakli, however, was entirely different. His energy remained at 99.99, with no breakthrough in sight. Yet, his physical strength had made significant advancements. In the hand of the Taiyin Lung Meridian, the 10th acupoint, Yunmin, was reached. As for the acupoints in his arms, only the final 11th acupoint, Zhongfu, remained without the condensation of blood rotation. The Taiyin Spleen Meridian had but one last acupoint, Dabayaxu, remaining. Once the blood rotations of these two acupoints were condensed, Borakli would consider his cultivation of the first layer of his own universe a success. His physical strength could reach 100. According to the system's calculations, this 100 would still not support him in flight. However, by utilizing force against force, his battle power could surge to around 80,000. The breakthrough of his own universe enabled him to conquer foes 8 times his strength. The technique he had haphazardly devised had turned out to be terrifyingly effective. Yet Sun Wukong was not to be outdone. He too was an anomaly. In just 2 months, he had surged over 1,500 in battle power, a thought that was indeed terrifying. Not only that, but his innate talent for combat far surpassed that of Borakli. Crash! Bulma stormed in, fuming. Bulma, what's wrong? You too. How long has it been since you last saw the sky? It's always fight, fight, fight. Borakli remained silent. If one were to speak candidly, the greatest blow undoubtedly falls upon Bulma. A luminous star within the scientific realm, a peerless genius. It is one thing to be outshone by Broly in training, yet to be surpassed by Goku as well is a bitter pill to swallow. This is, perhaps, the reason for her frequent outbursts of anger. What shall we do? Goku asked, gazing at Bulma with a look of confusion. I don't care what you do. After all, you have monopolized Broly for a full 2 months. He deserves a respite, Bulma retorted. But I still cannot defeat Broly, Goku admitted. His eyes filled with a sense of dilemma. He was reluctant to relent. Rest? What is that? Until I conquer Broly. I intend to train incessantly, until either he or I falls, Goku declared resolutely. That is not my concern. Bulma's voice suddenly rose, startling Goku considerably. Bulma, please. Do not frighten me like that, Goku pleaded. Broly, he spoke softly, wary of Bulma's wrath. Bulma cast a sorrowful gaze at Broly, her voice laden with emotion. You said that training requires a balance of work and rest, did you not? Moreover, I have been here for 3 months, and you have hardly spent quality time with me. It has been over a year. Broly fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words, before breaking into a smile. Very well, let us go out and enjoy ourselves. Goku, anxious, interjected, what about me? Broly looked at Goku with disdain. Do you have a girlfriend? A girlfriend? What is that? Can you eat it? Goku responded incredulously, his eyes wide in disbelief. My word, what is going on in that head of yours? Bulma exclaimed, astonished by Goku's naivety. Broly shrugged. Goku, you have made considerable progress over the past 2 months. Now is your opportunity to solidify your gains. Goku, elated, clenched his fists. I don't think it's necessary. Broly, let us continue to fight. There is no need to waste time. Bulma stepped forward and playfully delivered a light smack to Goku's head, then mercilessly seized his ear. What nonsense are you spouting? Ow, 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 that hurts. Goku protested, recognizing that Bulma was far fiercer than any dinosaur in the mountains. Broly covered his face, bemused. This is reckless. As expected, Bulma's expression darkened. Is that so? A tigress? Am I? All right. Bulma, let us depart and allow Goku some time to recuperate alone, Broly suggested, prompting Bulma to finally release her grip. She cast a shy yet anxious glance at Broly, producing a soft murmur. Very well, she agreed, stepping forward to gently grasp Bulma's delicate hand. Let us go. We shall leave this to them. Bulma beamed sweetly. All right. Hand in hand, they departed, leaving Goku in a state of bewilderment. So you're just leaving? What about me? Broly and Bulma soared over the ocean, a sense of nostalgia enveloping them. It had been ages since they had shared such moments, the last being during their quest for the Dragon Balls. Silently, Broly sighed within. Once we are free of adversaries, we will surely embrace the beauty of life. Indeed, Bulma replied. Adjacent to Broly, Bulma leaned in closer. His presence was truly captivating. Broly's current physique could hardly be described as merely fragrant. It radiated vitality and purity, exuding an enchanting aura. Once his meridians were fully unblocked, his physical form would possess unparalleled potential. Each acupuncture point could, in the future, represent an entire universe. In the distance, the sea lay tranquil, the sun descending in the west. Should I refrain from seeking the Dragon Balls? Nonsense, there is nothing to worry about. Yet, since we ventured out, we have been increasingly apart, and for nearly 2 years, we have not enjoyed the same comfort as before. You are either beset by various monsters or perpetually engaged in your training, never afforded a moment's respite. How long has it been since you last visited the laboratory? Even if you are eager to advance, you must not exhaust the potential within your body. You yourself have stated that haste makes waste. Allow things to unfold naturally. Broly smiled and shook his head, about to speak when Bulma interjected. Perhaps I can no longer accompany you. What? Have enemies returned? Bulma anxiously scanned the surroundings. Broly's expression was peculiar. No, I might be on the verge of a breakthrough. His face flushed as he struggled to contain the impending transformation. The biosuit naturally manifested on his surface, standing directly upon the water. Bulma, infuriated, stomped her feet in midair, yet could only hover silently, protecting Broly's vicinity. Broly had just begun to focus. The 4 meridians of the Taiyin realm were thoroughly filled with blood energy. It was indeed an unintentional yet fortuitous occurrence. Broly understood that a breakthrough in physical form was not akin to an energy breakthrough. It could not be completed in an instant. His physical strength required continuous refinement. Chapter 86. Danger approaches. Brothers United. It is comparable to the human body needing to surpass level 10 to accumulate energy within. However, once the physical form surpasses 10, further training cannot enhance physical strength. Yet, physical training must not cease. With consistent effort, one's power can steadily advance, enabling the energy within to exceed 100, allowing for flight. Physical strength, while akin to energy cultivation, is not entirely the same. The Taiyin realm consists of 4 meridians, located on either side of the human body. The gathering of blood energy does not imply an unobstructed flow. The overall strength of the body encompasses the entirety. Yet the true potential lies within the meridian points on either side. Although the blood energy appears beneficial, if it does not flow smoothly, it can impede progress. The exterior may seem calm, while internally, the blood energy roils tumultuously. This is the reason he must continually endure suffering. To reach the pinnacle of this realm, unlike the overflowing energy of the Sun realm, he must overcome another challenge to fully break through the Taiyin realm, ensuring the blood energy flows freely through the 4 meridians and acupuncture points. Blood infusion. From the inception of his own universe, Broly was acutely aware that pain was not the most formidable trial in his cultivation. Rather, it was the infusion of blood that posed the greatest challenge. In the realm of the 12 meridians, what distinguishes the practice originating from other channels compared to that from the Taiyin meridian? There is no discernible difference. When one embarks on their journey of cultivation through the Taiyin meridian, the initial layer of their personal universe is the Taiyin realm. Conversely, commencing from the Sun meridian leads to the Sun realm as the first layer. The exploration of one's own universe, through the foundational 6 layers of practice, revolves around the 12 meridians. Thus, the choice of starting point bears no significance. There exists a saying, it is all one's own body. rendering distinctions of superiority or inferiority irrelevant. Though reluctant to concede, the findings of Borakli are irrefutable. It is only from the 7th layer onward that the true marvels of the practice manifest distinctively. This marks the domain of the divine, where the internal acupoints and the infusion of spatial power commence. The infusion of spatial power represents the nascent form of the universe. Regardless of strength in the initial 6 layers, it merely serves as a foundation. Yet, why does the pinnacle combat power of the physical body in the 1st layer of meridian practice amount to 100, while the 2nd layer escalates to 10,000? The fundamental reason lies within the infusion of blood. This infusion melds the acupoints of the practiced meridian into a cohesive whole, allowing the flow of blood and vital energy to become unimpeded. Crucially, once the infusion of blood is complete, the practice of the subsequent 2 meridians will occur passively. Thus, the cultivation of the 2nd layer effectively entails 3 cycles of practice. The acupoint blood rotation is performed once, corresponding to 2 rotations of the preceding layer's first blood rotation. Hence, with each breakthrough, the power derived from the blood rotation amounts to 300. The infusion of blood stands as the pivotal challenge within each layer of cultivation. Fortunately, Borakli was well prepared for this ordeal. As the final acupoint's blood rotation culminates, the blood begins to boil. His tightly shut eyes suddenly open, radiating a divine light. Bulma, believing the ordeal to be over, descends with a sense of joy. I will require a substantial amount of nourishment. Bulma's expression falters, yet she attentively absorbs Borakli's demands. Once I begin to exhibit a crimson hue, you need not concern yourself with anything else. Simply feed me energy blocks. Bulma, taken aback, gazes at the box of energy blocks being offered, at least 300 in number. Wouldn't he consuming such an abundance be excessive? It may not even suffice. You will need to contribute some as well. Do not worry. Just place them directly into my mouth. With that, Borakli closes his eyes once more, yet his mouth remains agape. An unusual flush emerges on his limbs, starkly visible against the backdrop of his green biosuit. What should I do? What can I do? Bulma's forehead glistens with sweat. One hand clutches the box while the other forms a tight fist. Now is the moment. Borakli has entered a state of intense focus, directing the blood and vital energy to swiftly circulate through the 4 meridians. If the infusion does not achieve thorough penetration, it could have dire consequences for his future. He must proceed with utmost caution. Should the layers of blood infusion fail to permeate, the prospect of breaking through to the 7th layer remains uncertain. According to his calculations, aside from the infusion from the 5th to the 6th layer being contingent, the preceding 4 infusions must be executed flawlessly. At this juncture, the energy of the celestial beings holds little efficacy. Otherwise, before he met Sun Wukong under Kalinta, he would have already gone to exchange for some magic beans. 3 hours later, they finally overcame the challenges without any harm. With a resounding cry, Bulma was caught off guard and fell directly into the sea. By the time Broly reacted, he promptly pulled the drenched Bulma back to safety. Broly, what are you doing? Bulma clung tightly to him, her graceful curves pressed against him. With a wry smile, she reflected on her identity as a scion, still in her youthful form. Unfazed by the sudden exposure, Bulma buried her head against Broly's chest, seeking comfort in his embrace. In a princess carry, Broly took Bulma back. I'm sorry, this time our moment of solitude was interrupted again. No, it's fine. Bulma's cheeks flushed, resembling a ripe red apple. Despite her shyness, she held on to Broly tightly, unwilling to let go. Her thoughts drifted far away, even contemplating names for their future children. Upon arriving at the deserted island, after several developments, it could no longer be deemed as such. It had undergone a remarkable transformation. Without concern, Broly carried Bulma inside. He touched his nose. You should rest well in the lab. Bulma grasped the edge of Broly's clothing. What's wrong? What are you going to do? Broly smiled reassuringly. Nothing, just need to stretch my limbs a bit. Bulma's expression paled, her eyes dimming. Broly gently leaned closer to her ear. Don't overthink it. Enemies are approaching. I'll keep them at bay. The spark in Bulma's eyes reignited. But worry quickly followed as she looked at Broly. Don't worry, I have plenty of experience, don't I? Besides, I've just broken through. What is there to fear? Indeed, Broly had achieved a breakthrough, his combat power now reaching 80,000. Just be careful. Okay. Broly walked out of the lab with composure and entered the combat arena specially arranged for them. Sun Wukong. Ah, Broly, you're back. Has it been so long? Broly's face darkened. What do you mean so long? It's been no more than 6 hours at most. Already irritated by the interrupted romantic moment, he was further agitated upon discovering that enemies were closing in, especially with Sun Wukong's remarks. Enough chatter, enemies are here. It's time for us brothers to unite against the threat. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes brightened. What? Enemies? How many? Are they strong? A bit dangerous. Broly pondered for a moment before replying slowly. Chapter 87. Go all out. Something feels off. Sun Wukong immediately ceased his playful demeanor, his gaze sharpening like a blade. Dangerous? Broly nodded slightly. Indeed, which is why I need your assistance. Let us go? With that, Broly took the lead and flew out. Sun Wukong, without hesitation, adjusted the gravity ring to lower the gravity. You'd better cancel it all. Your power is only 2,000. Even at full strength, you may not be able to harm them. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong unhesitatingly adjusted the gravity ring on his wrist to 0. Rest assured, I shall not be your burden, he declared as he soared through the air, bending down to release the gravity of the ring around his ankle. Borakli, who exactly is the individual approaching? He continued, you remember the one who rescued Dend, do you not? Sun Wukong's expression darkened at the thought. If it were that person, he felt utterly devoid of confidence. Even with his enhanced strength, the mere recollection of that spectral speed sent shivers down his spine. Although he found it difficult to articulate, it did not prevent him from uttering an exclamation of astonishment at the formidable prowess of his adversary. Is it that individual? What are you thinking? If that person were to arrive, we would have no room left to struggle. Borakli maintained a calm demeanor. The system has documented the details. Strength, unknown. Upon realizing this, a sense of urgency transformed within him. His thoughts were indeed astute. Those puppets pursuing him were likely not his enemies. This revelation illuminated the situation, regardless of their allegiance. Since they were mass-produced, killing them would pose no moral dilemma. With Sun Wukong in tow, he hastened toward the interior. This time, the monsters were approaching from inland, and he needed to intercept them promptly. Yet, there were two adversaries, one weak, the other strong, hence his decision to accompany Sun Wukong. It seemed that the unseen force was not only closely monitoring his every move, but also taking a keen interest in his companions. As Borakli flew in silence, a sudden thought struck him, and his aura erupted forth. Sun Wukong found himself pressed to the seabed, gritting his teeth and bubbling in disbelief. Borakli immediately retracted his aura. Sun Wukong emerged, bewildered and scanning his surroundings. What happened? Is the enemy here? Borakli clenched and then relaxed his fists repeatedly. What is it, Borakli? Nothing. Let us proceed. Sun Wukong gazed in astonishment at Borakli's retreating figure. So, am I the unfortunate victim of an unforeseen calamity? He patted his backside and followed suit, recalling how he had landed unceremoniously on his rear. While falling into the sea had been painless, the impact with the surface had left no room for leniency. What a predicament this is, he muttered in frustration. Borakli, too, felt a surge of resentment. He contemplated a possibility. The shadowy figure could precisely monitor his every action and even grasp the depths of his power. Thus, the monsters dispatched to attack him could merely be distractions, incapable of inflicting significant harm. To achieve such a feat on Earth, he could not fathom who might be responsible. Since no answers emerged from his home planet, his thoughts turned to the cosmos. The most likely candidates capable of such prowess were none other than their rather unremarkable parents, or perhaps the Scion race. He had witnessed firsthand the multitude of Scion ships surrounding planet Vegeta, and he never doubted their technological superiority. Regardless of who it may be, the suspicions surrounding the Scions are undoubtedly the most pronounced at this moment. It is precisely this thought that caused him to lose control of his emotions. Unleashing his full power, Borakli's combat prowess has now soared to an astounding 80,000, a force that Son Goku simply cannot withstand, resulting in his unwarranted suffering. The more Borakli contemplated, the angrier he became, and his speed of flight ascended yet again, leaving Son Goku struggling to keep pace. I hope it is not you, he thought. Otherwise, even if you possess great strength, I shall find you. If you choose to abandon me, that is one thing. But if you attempt to torment me further, I shall see this through to the end. Borakli seethed with rage, unaware that Master Roshi, who was secretly observing from the shadows, was equally perplexed. He murmured quietly, who on earth is he thinking of? At least say it out loud so I may know. Master Roshi's curiosity was piqued. From Borakli's demeanor, it was evident he was contemplating a scapegoat. How could he not be amused? Let us see how long it takes you to uncover the secret. To ascertain this was clearly not an insurmountable task. One merely needed to ascertain the location of the mysterious creature's appearance, and then follow the trail to unearth the mastermind behind it all. However, Borakli currently lacked the strength to do so. The creature's emergence was utterly unpredictable, devoid of any fixed trajectory. Evidently, I must create a bit more trouble for them. But could this lead to excessive repercussions? As Master Roshi observed Borakli's unwavering confidence, he stroked his chin, deep in thought. Perhaps I should focus on training Piccolo first, and then cultivate another individual who could match Borakli's might. Constantly operating in the shadows is detrimental to Borakli's mindset. Resolute, Master Roshi concentrated, channeling a rune through one of his fingers, which vanished into the ether. Meanwhile, Borakli and Son Goku encountered a monstrous puppet hovering over a small town. Upon first sight, Son Goku, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "It is them, or rather, two of them." "Calm down, Son Goku. Their strength is not formidable," Borakli reassured. Yet, in an unexpected turn, Son Goku was caught off guard by one of the adversaries. "Son Goku, we need to swiftly relocate," Borakli urged, launching an energy blast that propelled them to a more secluded area. After a brief skirmish, Borakli sensed something was amiss. The opponent was alarmingly weak, so weak it bordered on the unnatural. Yet, the system indicated their combat power remained at 30,000. Why was this the case? Unclear. Could it be that my strength has been underestimated? Impossible. This is your true combat power. Then what is going on? Unclear. Borakli found himself speechless as he effortlessly parried a punch from his foe. His enthusiasm waned. This was profoundly illogical, yet he could not decipher it. Puzzled, Borakli could only continue to defend himself while redirecting his attention towards Son Goku. His opponent, even more terrifying, was a being with a combat power of 8,000. Had it not been for the unsettling nature of his adversary, Sun Wukong would have already succumbed. Even now, after a period of fierce engagement, Sun Wukong was battered and bruised, the ground beneath him marred by numerous deep craters. I surmised that the enemy's power peaked at 3,000. And combined with the peculiar traits of the puppet, it perfectly countered Sun Wukong's strengths. As I pondered, Borakli sensed something amiss, his expression growing peculiar. What characterized Sun Wukong's fighting style? Impulsive aggression, relentlessly charging forward. What were the defining features of the puppets? Fearless of death, pain, or fatigue? Oh, the two were perfectly matched, clashing with exhilarating fervor. Each strike was a testament to their determination, yet Sun Wukong, being merely flesh and blood, found himself outmatched by the monstrous foe. In mere moments, he was left bloodied and battered. Borakli refrained from rushing in to assist Sun Wukong. Such a splendid opportunity should not be squandered. If the opponent was indeed peculiar, then it was the perfect moment to hone Sun Wukong's skills. Borakli secretly entertained thoughts akin to those of Master Roshi. Borakli's instincts were correct. Indeed, something was amiss within the mysterious cavern. Chapter 88. On the brink of death. Doubling growth, the energy of these puppets remained unaffected, yet the control center governing them underwent significant changes. Consequently, the combat prowess of these puppets diminished. Inside the cavern, the enigmatic elder's countenance darkened ominously. With a swift strike, he shattered the entrance of Dr. Gero's lair. "What are you doing, you scoundrel?" Dr. Gero's grim visage emerged. "What is the matter? How dare you inquire?" The mysterious elder seethed with fury, seizing Gero by the throat and dragging him deep into the cavern. He forced Gero's head down before the computer. "Open your eyes and behold the energy. Why has so much been lost?" Dr. Gero, suppressing his anger, scrutinized the data, his expression shifting dramatically. "What is this? Now, can you explain what you were doing?" The elder's demeanor surprisingly returned to calmness. "I was merely enhancing the androids, augmenting their functions." The elder, the embodiment of Master Roshi, shrewdly discerned the crux of Gero's words. "They? Yes, number 9 and number 10. Nonsense. What sort of robots could absorb this much energy?" To my astonishment, Gero began to struggle, vehemently defending himself. "They are androids, not robots. I speak the truth. Come see for yourself." As he spoke, a fleeting glimmer of malice flickered in Dr. Gero's eyes. These two indeed absorbed energy from his creations. But that was not the entirety of the situation. "I am not deceiving you." The embodiment of Master Roshi slammed Dr. Gero to the ground. "Behave yourself. I can save you, but I can also end you. In the future, any significant energy absorption must be reported in advance." Dr. Gero, seated on the ground, nodded in trepidation. Yes, my lord. The turtle sage did not utter a word and simply retreated. It was futile to remain angry now. He had to find a way to replenish his energy first. Dr. Broccoli glared at his departing figure with resentment. Only when he had walked far enough did he slowly rise. Just wait, he muttered, and then fell silent, staggering back to his stone chamber. He was oblivious to the chaos unfolding, observing Sun Wukong, that headstrong youth, relentlessly clashing with his opponent. He couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. That lad, fixated on brute strength, showed no inclination to employ cunning. Apart from his intelligence, Sun Wukong had little chance of victory. If it weren't for the fact that the two monstrous puppets before him appeared to be operating at reduced power, Sun Wukong would have long been vanquished. As he casually deflected the monster's attacks, he silently awaited a shift in Sun Wukong's strategy. The longer he watched, the more exasperated he became. How stubborn could this kid be? With each blow that repelled the monsters, he maneuvered closer to Sun Wukong. Ah, you're badly hurt, he remarked. Sun Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, defiantly responding, Broccoli, don't worry about me. I must defeat it. Is that so? Are you certain you won't be killed in the process? Broccoli inquired. Sun Wukong brushed off the concern. Not at all. As long as you're here, I cannot perish. You deal with your monster. He had to concede that the adversary was indeed a monster. No matter how he struck, his opponent remained unaffected. If this wasn't a monster, then what was? Do you truly not need my assistance? Broccoli pressed. No, I can manage, Sun Wukong insisted. Broccoli regarded him with a slight frown. Something about Sun Wukong's demeanor was unsettling. After a moment of contemplation, he raised a hand and launched an energy orb backward. A loud explosion erupted in the air. Broccoli turned and charged towards the monster, his hands ablaze with energy, creating rippling waves through the air as he struck fiercely. Boom! The monster was sent flying, crashing into the ground. With a cold exclamation, Broccoli unleashed a torrent of energy orbs from his outstretched hands, flooding the area below. As the dust settled, he let out a soft sigh. This tactic was effective against weaker foes, but against these formidable adversaries, perhaps it was time to devise a weapon. In Broccoli's view, employing weapons was not a dishonorable act. Any means to eliminate the enemy was justifiable, if he were not inept with poisons. He would have resorted to that as well. Gathering his strength into his fists, he dove from the sky. Die! He shouted, the rush of air preceding the dull thud of his fist piercing the monster's chest. Retracting his hand, he formed a claw with his fingers, conjuring an energy sphere that he forcefully pressed down. Boom! The monster was obliterated, its remains utterly annihilated. Energy coursed through his body, cleansing him of any impurities as he hovered quietly in the air, observing Sun Wukong's various reckless antics. I aspire to cultivate new techniques, for the methods at my disposal are rather feeble, primitive even. Yet, I am acutely aware of my limited understanding, without extensive experience. Attempting to devise new moves is akin to chasing phantoms. It appears that I must participate in the so-called world's greatest martial arts tournament. Thus, my forthcoming endeavor shall encompass the enhancement of weapons, the upgrade of bioarmors, the improvement of energy cores, and the advancement of Bulma's force field device, alongside my participation in the martial arts competition. Clenching my fist, I must also consider my own universe. At this thought, Broly's skin twitched uncomfortably. The pain was relentless, an endless torment that instinctively urged him to retreat. Enduring hardship, the sound of Son Goku crashing to the ground jolted Broly from his reverie. How pitiable! His face, bruised and battered, rendered any description of Son Goku inadequate. Broly refrained from offering assistance. If Son Goku wished to conquer his opponent on his own, then so be it. After all, he possessed the ability to revive Son Goku directly. Moments later, with the last vestiges of his strength, Son Goku triumphed over the monster, albeit at the cost of his own life force. Broly produced a senzu bean and pressed it into Goku's mouth, pinching his lips shut. Consume it, consume it. You shall soon be restored. As Son Goku labored to swallow, he immediately sprang back to life, brimming with vitality. What? Broly's expression shifted in astonishment. How could this be? Son Goku's power had remarkably doubled. Son Goku, what on earth is happening? Son Goku, equally perplexed, began to explore his own body. Broly, I feel as though my strength has surged immensely. What is the cause of this? Broly, at a loss for words, pondered whether to inquire of Son Goku or himself. However, he chose not to delve deeper. Given Son Goku's somewhat Navi nature, he might truly be oblivious to the matter. Seizing Son Goku, he soared through the skies toward the deserted island. Let us venture to the island and conduct thorough research to ascertain any adverse effects. Startled by the sudden grasp, Son Goku, already feeling unwell, began to struggle upon hearing Broly's words. No, Broly, don't. I do not wish to receive injections or undergo experiments. Broly disregarded Son Goku's protests, holding him firmly. This was a fortuitous opportunity to delve deeper into research with Vegeta. Perhaps they would uncover the secrets of their lineage. Once the secrets were revealed, subsequent challenges would be easier to navigate. Moreover, he harbored suspicions that the monstrous puppets were orchestrated by members of their clan in the shadows. Cutting through the sky, the duo hastened toward the island. Chapter 89, Concealed Cultivation. The precursor to the martial arts tournament. As they landed, Son Goku emitted a pig-like squeal. No, he kicked at Broly. Get up. How is it that you possess such formidable strength? Son Goku's pallor was akin to that of a sheet of paper as he trembled to his feet. Broly, I do not want injections. I do not want experiments. Just months prior, he had endured relentless torment. Seeing Viami now evokes in Son Wukong the same terror a mouse feels when confronted by a cat. Once he turns his back to her, he bares his teeth in fear. What to do? Should he abandon the pursuit of strength? He shakes his head, then nods in contemplation. To enhance his power, he cannot rely on such methods. Yet, he cannot resist, as he feels the command to comply. Come now, be good. Close your eyes, Broccoli exclaims, seizing Son Wukong and propelling him toward the laboratory's entrance. Ah no, please let me go. Help. Son Wukong's cries resonate through the air. Broccoli, however, is filled with exhilaration, bellowing, Viami, hurry. A splendid specimen awaits. Having received the laboratory's summons, Viami rushes out, syringe in hand. Here she comes. Son Wukong struggles vehemently, but under Broccoli's iron grip, he is utterly powerless. Yet, due to the muscle control, Broccoli cannot fully restrain Son Wukong, making it difficult for Viami to administer the injection. If you continue to squirm, I shall draw 5 vials of your blood, she warns, her tone sharp. Instantly, Son Wukong's body stiffens, and in a quavering voice, he pleads, I won't struggle, just be gentle. Viami responds, such a tremendous power wasted on such folly, as she readies her arm and prepares the needle. With a swift motion, she plunges it in. After extracting blood from Son Wukong, Broccoli releases him and rolls up his sleeves. Now, I shall have a vial as well. Viami casts a curious glance at Broccoli. Is there any notable change? It feels rather extraordinary. Quickly, we must not delay lest we miss the opportunity, Broccoli urges. Without hesitation, Viami retrieves another syringe and directly administers the injection. Son Wukong, pale and trembling, curls up in a corner, muttering to himself. The old witch is indeed preparing to inject me again. Broccoli must be bewitched. I must save him. He then witnesses Broccoli's blood being steadily drawn into the syringe. His vision blurs, and he collapses, his short legs twitching involuntarily. Is this creature truly your brother? Viami inquires. Her curiosity piqued as she looks at Son Wukong and turns to Broccoli. Absolutely, Broccoli responds, though internally he muses, strange, I do not exhibit any symptoms of injection syndrome. Could it be that we do not share the same father? Otherwise, it remains inexplicable. After all, we are twins. Would you like to take a look? He offers, glancing at the unconscious Son Wukong, hesitating for less than a second before turning to follow Viami. Let him sleep. The sky is his blanket, the ground his bed. How delightful. 2 weeks later, within the laboratory, Bulma, Pilaf, Viami, and Broccoli are all diligently engaged in their tasks. Energy, physics, biology, each field demands a continuous stream of innovation. One should not presume that Broccoli's requirements are confined to mere breakthroughs in a single discipline. This laboratory stands as the pinnacle of scientific advancement on Earth, housing technologies that surpass terrestrial developments by at least half a century. Bulma, Viami calls out, what do you think about teaching her and Pilaf the art of cultivation? A smile brightens Bulma's face. Viami has been reluctantly subdued. Although her heart remains unyielding, she is destined to find her place in the warm embrace of companionship. As for the trio of Pilaf, they wouldn't dare flee even if granted 100 opportunities. The last time she trained Son Wukong, it wasn't long before he surpassed her, leaving her with no sense of accomplishment whatsoever. Is that true? Indeed, as a mentor, your responsibility is to guide the 4 of them in their cultivation while simultaneously overseeing the laboratory's development. So what should my priorities be? Daily training with them is essential, and you must not neglect your own progress. Additionally, your focus should be on the energy blocks, as well as the devices for your force fields and the research on biosuits. As for the study of my and Sun Wukong's blood and cells, it cannot be completed in just a day or two. However, isn't the 500-grade energy block about to be produced? Borakli shook his head. Not sufficient. I need at least 1,000. Bulma stared at Borakli in astonishment. Is such a high requirement necessary? This is not an exaggeration on Bulma's part. She wouldn't dare consume a 500-grade energy block herself, let alone others. At present, only Sun Wukong and Borakli can withstand such potency. 1,000. Is it truly essential? He gazed at Bulma with affection. Yes, the next step should be the 800 grade, but even that falls short. I require 1,000, which should qualify as third-generation technology. The highest tier. Bulma opened her mouth, ultimately settling for a nod. Borakli did not elaborate further. When he returned with Sun Wukong, they studied their blood and discovered that the cellular concentration within Sun Wukong had surprisingly doubled, nearly reaching 0.5. After conferring with Viomi, they arrived at a chilling conclusion. Their race, when on the brink of death and subsequently revived, experiences a doubling of strength. The source of this power lies within the blood vortex at the base of the spine, a realm untouched by scientific inquiry. Only through Sun Wukong's complete mastery of his body and introspection was this unveiled, yet it does not hinder their conjecture. Under Borakli's gaze, Bulma's face flushed crimson. Her voice barely a whisper. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Borakli nodded, then gazed at Bulma with a pained expression. What is it? Well, as I delve into the second layer of my personal universe, it is likely that my body will endure significant pain, so. Bulma's complexion paled, recalling Borakli's anguished demeanor from earlier. Is there no alternative to training? He shook his head. Without training, we cannot defeat the monsters. Bulma swallowed hard, her expression grim. If Borakli claimed he could not provide for them without training, she might have offered her support. But what would they do when monsters attacked? They could only rely on Borakli. Very well, then. She stepped forward once more, gently caressing Bulma and embracing her waist, internally lamenting, when will our kind truly mature? This is unbearably stifling. Yet her words were tender. It's all right. Once you reach the later stages of training, the suffering will diminish, and it will be much better then. All right. Bulma replied hoarsely, and Broly remained silent, yet he found himself powerless. Strength, akin to the pursuit of wealth in a past life, was a burden that Bulma, as a woman, could scarcely comprehend. Thus, Broly, accompanied by son Goku, Bulma, and the remaining four, settled peacefully on the island. Apart from the occasional incursions of puppet monsters, tranquility reigned. Broly immersed himself in rigorous training with Son Goku while engaging in profound, yet accessible discussions on scientific matters with Bulma and Vomi. He eventually grasped why Son Goku's powers surged after moments of near death. To delve deeper into his research, he intentionally brought Son Goku to the brink of death thrice, subsequently feeding him the magical beans. Remarkably, Son Goku's strength soared to an astounding 40,000. After numerous comparisons, both he and Vomi confirmed their initial hypothesis. Scions experience a dramatic increase in power upon revival from near death. The extent of this amplification is not merely doubled. It correlates with the severity of injuries, accumulated potential, and regular training. It is also likely related to the expansion of the bloodline black hole within Son Goku. As for the bloodline black hole itself, Broly found it beyond his capacity to study, let alone Vomi. In pursuit of his experiments, Broly accelerated Son Goku's power, much to the dismay of Master Roshi, who had been secretly observing, cursing Broly for his lack of filial piety. Time flew by, and 2 years later, Broly, Bulma, Vomi, Son Goku, and Pilaf's trio, a party of 7, arrived at the venue to register for the martial arts tournament. Chapter 90. The Martial Arts Tournament. Results of 2 years, is it necessary? Vomi questioned, gazing quizzically at Broly. This striking beauty had been thoroughly captivated by Bulma and Broly. The scientific prowess exhibited by Bulma and Broly was formidable. Over the past 2 years, Vomi had made significant strides in her training, fostering a genuine affection for them. Thus, a year spent in their company had completely won her over. This was also thanks to Son Goku, who had decisively vanquished the Red Ribbon Army, extinguishing Vomi's ambitions and hopes, leaving her feeling abandoned. Naturally, this wounded her seemingly resilient heart, leading her to wholeheartedly dedicate herself to serving Broly. Sister, It is indeed necessary. Son Goku is quite the brute, and Broly cannot acquire more knowledge, Bulma said with a cheerful smile, turning her gaze to Vomi. Vomi cast a sidelong glance at Bulma, puffing out her chest. Sister, where am I small? Bulma's expression darkened as she scrutinized Vomi with indignation. Then, with playful ferocity, she lunged forward. Giggling, oh dear you rogue. Bulma, unable to contain herself, seized Vomi's prideful demeanor, provoking a playful retort. Ha ha ha, serve you right for being so cocky. Broly was at a loss for words. One might tolerate such antics on a deserted island, but here, in public. Cough, cough. Bulma and Vomi froze, momentarily forgetting to restrain themselves, having grown accustomed to such playful banter on the island. With flushed faces and a sudden scream, the two clasped hands and departed, primarily with Bulma leading the way, pulling Violet along. Violet, that rascal, feigned indifference. At the very least, her thick skin prevented her from fleeing in disgrace. She had nothing to lose. For as long as Broly was unperturbed, she would daringly flaunt her bikini in this vicinity. Reluctantly, she followed Bulma. Broly, we are participating. What business do others have? Sun Wukong, uninterested in such matters, gazed at Broly in confusion. Before arriving, he had been completely unaware that he was to partake in the martial arts tournament. Only after signing up did he voice his perplexity. Who told you we must emerge victorious? Then why is that? Broly replied with a mysterious smile. I shall inform you shortly. With that, he turned to inquire of Pilaf and the others. Do you wish to register? The trio shook their heads vigorously, akin to a tambourine. Are you jesting? Register for what? To battle against the murderous Broly, the foolish Sun Wukong, or the proud Miss Bulma. Did you not observe that the lovely Violet has not registered either? They were merely foolish, not senseless. Very well, you shall heed Violet's directives. The faces of Pilaf and his companions fell. Violet's malevolence was no less than Bulma's, yet under Broly's imposing presence, they reluctantly nodded in agreement. Broly, indifferent to their opinions, made the decision. Let us return to our lodgings. I will explain everything later, Wukong. Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion, remaining silent as he obediently followed Broly. Sir, about Bulma and Miss Violet. Broly smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, they are not in any danger. Anyone who might pose a threat to them will be detected in advance. We shall simply return to our abode. With that, he strolled ahead. After taking a few steps, he was greeted with, long time no see. Before Broly could utter a word, Sun Wukong excitedly shouted, Ah, old man. Master Roshi's face twitched with a smile. Haha. It has indeed been a long time, little Wukong. Krillin, the bald-headed one, was equally thrilled, stepping forward to stand before Master Roshi, staring at Sun Wukong. Wukong, Turtle Sage. Sun Wukong gazed curiously at the well-behaved girl with blue hair, standing behind Krillin. Who is this? Hello, my name is Launch. Sun Wukong's eyes reflected his curiosity, but he still offered a polite greeting. He soon became familiar with Krillin again. Master Roshi, witnessing this scene, felt a private sense of nostalgia. What is it? It seems Master Roshi is not particularly pleased with their brotherly bond? Haha, how could that be? I was merely reflecting. What about you? Me? Indeed. Your prowess has increased remarkably. Is that so? Master Roshi's strength is not to be underestimated either. I wonder when I might have the chance to spar with him. Haha. Perhaps another time. I am growing old and cannot compare to you youthful ones. At this point, Master Roshi shifted the topic. However, despite being of the same age as Sun Wukong, there is an undeniable air of maturity about him. Broly felt a shiver run down his spine. Is that so? Perhaps it is due to our different experiences, he mused. Master Roshi nodded, a smile illuminating his face. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. The two exchanged silent thoughts, each internally labeling the old sage as a cunning fox. The sole distinction lay in Master Roshi's profound understanding of Broly, while Broly remained blissfully unaware. Have you completed your registration? Master Roshi inquired. Yes, by the way, Bulma and the others just left. We must hurry after them. We shall meet again later. Go ahead. Roshi replied. Goku, let us depart. Sun Wukong, who had been deepening his bond with Krillin, paused momentarily, yet reluctantly prepared to leave. Goku, Krillin. We shall see each other in the arena. All right, this time, I shall surely defeat you. Huh, I will not be bested by you. With that, Sun Wukong waved farewell and turned to follow Broly. Why? Broly glanced down at the puzzled Sun Wukong, understanding that he questioned his eagerness to leave. I have a lingering suspicion that Master Roshi is not as benevolent as he seems. Therefore, It may be prudent to limit our interactions. That is unlikely, Broly chuckled, dismissing Sun Wukong's righteous indignation. This was merely an instinct he had harbored since their first encounter with the old turtle, lacking any concrete foundation. Let us speak further upon our return to our lodgings. Broly led the way with measured strides, while Sun Wukong and Pilaf followed obediently behind. Over the past 2 years, the enhancement of their powers was not a mere illusion. Broly had completed the second level of his cosmic training, mastering all 19 acupoints of the small intestine meridian and the 67 acupoints of the bladder meridian. The small intestine meridian required the condensation of a single blood vortex, while the bladder meridian necessitated a minimum of 3. Were it not for the collaborative efforts of Bulma, Vomi, and Pilaf in developing the third generation of energy capsules, producing capsules with a scale of 1,000, he would not have achieved his current level of mastery within such a short span. These 2 years were fraught with agony, as he initially struggled to even rise from his bed. Moreover, he advanced to the mastery of the third layer of stellar control, with his vital energy reaching 15,000, and each of the 3 main energy centers condensing into planets. His overall strength, augmented by the second level of Solar Realm, reached an impressive 150,000. Additionally, under the influence of a biological battle suit, he engaged in practice bouts with Sun Wukong. Notably, the biological battle suit had undergone an upgrade to its third generation, capable of providing over 2,000 combat power. Furthermore, Bulma had rebranded her gravity control device, allowing the user to adjust gravity between -5 times and +20 times, with an operational range extending to 2 kilometers. Broly had tested it and found that with 40,000 combat power, Sun Wukong could match him in combat when utilizing this device. This invention was indeed a remarkable revelation for Broly. With it, within the device's operational limits, he could potentially defeat adversaries thrice as powerful as himself. As for Bulma, her battle power stands at 142, showing little significant growth. Viomi, on the other hand, has reached a battle power of 20, and Pilaf and his companions have enhanced their physical capabilities to 10. Bulma, Viomi, and Pilaf are somewhat exempt from this discussion, as they have spent extensive periods within the confines of the laboratory. Meanwhile, Ash and Xiao will have merely been indulging in shortcuts, with Pilaf being the one compelled to train, while the 2 of them prefer to evade and procrastinate whenever possible. In summary, these past 2 years have marked a period of rapid advancement for their team, a brief yet explosive phase for Borakli, who has assimilated numerous experiences. Had it not been for concerns regarding the instability of their foundational potential, he and Sun Wukong, as representatives of formidable strength, could have both shattered the 200,000 barrier. However, he has consciously restrained himself. Chapter 91. Martial Arts Tournament, Self-Created Techniques Inside the Inn. What? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, gazing at Borakli with confusion. Bulma, however, sprang to her feet with a gasp. Borakli, has your mind gone awry? A smile danced on Viomi's face as she observed the scene. Over the years, she seemed to have fully integrated into this environment, relishing the tranquility interspersed with playful banter. It is a paradox, yet entirely natural, especially in her intellectual sparring with Sun Wukong. Each time she witnessed Sun Wukong, despite his superior strength, rendered helpless before her, she derived immense pleasure from it. Furthermore, the rivalry between Bulma and Borakli continues to unfold in the same manner. Bulma, why are you so agitated? Hey, Borakli, I have no objections to you and Sun Wukong's powers being suppressed, but why set the limits to 20 and 100? 3 years ago, Sun Wukong's strength had already surpassed 100, and he couldn't even secure the championship then. This time, although the interval is shorter, it is predictable that there will be even more formidable opponents. To think you would reduce your strength to such an extent, are you out of your mind? Bulma, winning the championship is not my desire at all. Bulma leaned forward, her gaze fixed intently on Borakli. Have you not heard the saying? Borakli's expression turned peculiar. What saying? Bulma stood up and approached the window, hands clasped behind her back. Since ancient times, there has been no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Even if you ascend, it is imperative to strive for victory. Borakli replied leisurely. However, the pursuit of martial arts is not for the sake of being reckless, but rather for the enhancement of one's physique. Bulma could no longer maintain her feigned demeanor, storming towards Borakli in a huff. Nonsense. Yet you engage in daily sparring with Sun Wukong. Borakli fell silent, casting a glance at Bulma, suddenly struck by an idea. How about this, Bulma? You should aim for the championship. To his surprise, Bulma appeared contemplative. Upon reflection, with her strength exceeding 140. If Borakli and Sun Wukong did not fully unleash their powers, it might not be impossible after all. Observing the spark of determination in Bulma's eyes, Borakli's smile grew ever wider. He was well acquainted with Bulma's temperament after all these years. She would undoubtedly refrain from such an endeavor. It was merely a jest on his part. The onlookers were amused, and Violet stifled a giggle. This was enough to pull Bulma from her reverie. She pouted slightly. Never mind. I'm not really interested. I just want to have some fun. If I were allowed to use the control device, that would be a different story. Upon uttering this, Bulma instantly radiated confidence. Yes, exactly. We are here to train and broaden our horizons by encountering more martial artists. If an opponent is significantly weaker, we shall not hold back. However, if we face a rival of comparable strength, we must seize the opportunity to learn. Sun Wukong nodded, albeit somewhat confused. Broly held his head in frustration. He had no delusions about teaching Sun Wukong these nuances. This child was single-minded and rather stubborn. There was no saving him. If he weren't my brother, I might have considered burying him. Broly, what should we do then? Deliberately concede. Broly immediately stood up, agitated. Fool, how could we possibly concede? If you concede, you won't even pass, and thus you won't encounter the more formidable opponents that lie ahead. That means defeating them, right? Of course. Broly regained his composure. Understood, I will give it my all. Broly looked at Sun Wukong in exasperation. It seemed he had misunderstood something. Never mind. Sun Wukong wouldn't easily succumb to defeat anyway. The next morning, at the martial arts tournament, Bulma, Sun Wukong, Broly, and Krillin were present in the arena. Wukong, do you think that guy over there seems rather odd? What? Sun Wukong, bewildered, followed Krillin's gaze. Broly had already taken note of the peculiar duo. One was tall, the other short. The taller one sported 3 eyes, while the shorter one stood under 1 meter in height. Both cast hostile glances at Sun Wukong. What is going on here? Broly's face remained calm, but internally he pondered. One of them possessed a strength of 160, while the other had 110. They appeared to be slightly stronger than Master Roshi from the beginning. Though they posed no threat to the current Sun Wukong, they were certainly a nuisance. The murderous aura radiating from them was genuinely unsettling. Moreover, Sun Wukong's nature shouldn't provoke such animosity, unless they were villains. Given their menacing demeanor, they likely had taken many lives to cultivate such intensity. Wukong. Ah, Broly. Remember, you are here to learn. Every battle demands your utmost vigilance. To prevent Sun Wukong from becoming complacent, Broly offered this caution. As for any potential danger, Broly had no concerns in that regard, setting aside the tournament's rules. As long as he was present, Sun Wukong would remain unscathed. His warning was merely a precaution. Indeed, the preliminary round was swiftly organized, divided into 4 platforms, yet segmented into 2 sessions. Fortunately, the 4 of them were not gathered together. Through the system's perception, it was evident that the little short one was manipulating the situation. Broly observed everything quietly, choosing not to speak. He and his team were, in a sense, beneficiaries of this arrangement. The tall and short duo also did not mingle with the others. Thus, these 6 individuals were spread across 4 distinct platforms in separate sessions. Before the semifinals, they were destined never to meet. Each arena would select a singular champion from its distinct battlegrounds. Borakli soon entered the fray. His power restrained at a mere 20, though his true combat prowess could soar to 200. He merely controlled his strength, unable to suppress his capacity for transcending levels. It was inconceivable for him to step onto the stage with only 2 points of combat ability, having successfully cultivated within his own universe. The second level of Solar Realm saw his acupoints coalesce with blood energy, enabling him to vanquish foes 10 times his strength. According to his estimations, once the second level's blood infusion was complete, he could triumph over adversaries a staggering 12 times his own might. This was all contingent upon his corporeal form. His body was remarkably resilient. Even under the oppressive weight of 60-fold gravity, he remained steadfast. On the stage, Borakli faced a brawny opponent. Indeed, he was quite the formidable figure. You skinny arms and legs, just roll off the stage. The spectators erupted in laughter. The opponent cracked his knuckles, producing a cacophony of sounds. Borakli sighed. It was not the time for idle chatter. With a surge of energy, he swiftly closed the distance to the giant. You seek death, the giant thundered, enraged by the provocation. A punch descended upon Borakli like a mountain crashing down. The crowd gasped. Would Borakli survive such a blow? Narrowing his eyes, he assessed the opponent's combat power, which stood at 12, 4 of which stemmed from sheer bulk. Without hesitation, he summoned his vitality, coalescing it in his fist. With a resounding impact, Borakli watched as his opponent staggered. No, this was not a moment for swift victory. He had come to create techniques. These were merely the subjects for his experimentation. Resolute, Borakli ghosted behind the giant, lightly tapping him to restore his balance. Continue, he stated coolly. The spectators were momentarily stunned. What sorcery was this? The opponent appeared on the verge of collapse, yet Borakli chose to assist him? Chapter 92. Enlightenment and Self-Created Techniques. Do not think I will be grateful. I will simply push you off the stage, the burly giant snarled. Borakli paid no heed to the venomous words of his adversary. A fleeting thought had emerged in his mind, one worth contemplating. While he had yet to formulate ideas regarding energy research, a notion regarding blood energy seemed to crystallize. Seizing the moment, Borakli took full command of his internal flow, controlling the blood energy within his 8 meridians, which swiftly enveloped his entire being. The arena erupted into a frenzy, drawing the attention of all present. Upon witnessing the spectacle, they were taken aback. Borakli was shrouded in a crimson mist, as if he had been drenched in blood. This was utterly astounding. Such ferocity suggested that he would undoubtedly emerge as the champion of the first half of the third arena. That poor lad was truly unfortunate. Indeed, one could only wonder how that clumsy giant would manage to cope. Yet, wait, he shouldn't be dead. If he were, that foolish giant would lose his chance to advance. Ah, your words seem to resonate with a certain truth. Yet, hold on, a closer examination is warranted. In the arena, the blood energy enveloping Borakli was firmly within his control. From a mere diffusion at the outset to a final, concentrated form, Borakli executed the transformation with remarkable speed. What am I to do now? This move appears more suited for defense. He pondered, acutely aware that his opponent would not afford him any leeway, as fists flew towards him with ferocity. Furrowing his brow, he anticipated the opponent's landing, summoning the blood energy to coalesce at that precise location. A soft sound echoed. Ah! The burly man withdrew his hand in a flurry. Its surface now pockmarked, as if corroded. Observing the terror etched on his face, Borakli grasped certain properties of the blood energy. This was not mere blood. It was his vital essence, amalgamated from various energies, refined into a blood vortex, and subsequently released as blood energy. Furthermore, the opponent's earlier force was negligible. Borakli was certain that it was not his strength that prompted such thoughts, but rather the dampening effect of the blood mist. With the embryonic form of a technique taking shape, albeit defensive, Borakli felt a surge of delight as he strode purposefully towards his adversary. Little did he know, the opponent was frantically waving him off. No, don't come any closer. Borakli, resembling a wolf, reassured him, fear not, I am quite gentle. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. How could the roles of offense and defense shift so swiftly? Hadn't that lad just been struck to the ground by the formidable giant? Why, then, did he now appear so rattled in his advance? The spectators were at a loss, only to witness an even more astonishing turn of events. No, don't approach. Referee, I concede. Help, I concede. I shall perish. Borakli's countenance darkened. Was he conceding so readily? Bound by the rules, he stood silently, refraining from further action. Very well, conceding is conceding. There will be another opportunity. Thus, time and again, he earned the moniker of Blood Demon, as opponents surrendered outright upon entering the fray. Borakli paid them no heed, for thoughts were burgeoning in his mind. He had entered the tournament not for victory, but to forge his own techniques. The outcome was of little concern. Now, with inspiration ignited, others conceding was indeed fortuitous. Curiously, why hadn't such a brilliant technique occurred to me during my sparring with Sun Wukong? He slapped his forehead. It must be that Sun Wukong is a brute, thus influencing my approach. Are you out of your mind? He raised his head to see Bulma, her face alight with joy. Did you win? Of course. When I step in, how could there be any other outcome? Bulma beamed with pride, signaling her prowess. Borakli was not surprised. He was well aware of the overall strength present. Few surpassed a power level of 10, let alone Bulma's impressive 140. Against that three-eyed foe, he might falter, but the rest, including Krillin, should fall like brittle leaves before a storm. Have you managed to develop it? Borakli rose to his full height. No, merely a rudimentary form, but the concept is there. It is rather gruesome. He chuckled nonchalantly. During the creative phase, such is the nature of things. Once I have matured in my cultivation, I shall no longer exhibit such demeanor. Nodding with a semblance of understanding, he suggested, instead of studying now, let us observe Sun Wukong in battle. Very well. Bulma remained oblivious to the fact that while Broly appeared to be doing nothing on the surface, his inner energy was incessantly coalescing. Pavilions and towers, bells and lanterns, various shapes beyond count. He needed to experiment with forms more suitable for him and continuously refine them. This was not merely a matter of selection. Within him, 64 meridians of the lunar realm and 172 of the solar realm converged simultaneously to manifest different weapon shapes. These were defensive techniques, and he was also selecting defensive forms. To discover shapes that harmonized with his energy was not something that could be accomplished in a fleeting moment. With an impassive expression, he quietly watched Sun Wukong's match alongside Bulma. His ears twitched slightly. Brother, he remarked, this guy seems quite formidable. Not just formidable, but exceedingly so. If you encounter him, just concede. Huh. But brother, in a tournament, isn't killing prohibited? Killing merely results in disqualification. Even if such a powerful individual were handed over to the police, what impact could that have? Even what could the police do to us? You're right, brother. Thus, it's best to concede upon encountering him. However, he continued, that fellow also exudes a murderous intent, albeit suppressed. Others may not perceive it, but I can. Indeed, Tien. Broly's ears perked up, a smile gracing his lips. So, you are called Tien and Dumpling. How interesting, such a dense aura of malice. Broly, Sun Wukong's performance is quite impressive, isn't it? You're smiling. Bulma's voice roused Broly from his thoughts. What? Aren't you laughing at Sun Wukong's combat skills? Of course, he replied. Isn't that peculiar? Observing Bulma's mumbling, Broly fell silent. He decided to return to focusing on his own energy defenses. Furthermore, the energy must be self-coalesced. Encountering foes capable of breaching defenses or inflicting significant harm could not disturb his inner state. Therefore, when releasing his energy, he needed to sever the connection with it. With a concentrated mind, Broly immediately contemplated this more critical issue, furrowing his brow slightly. This matter, while solvable, presented its own complexities. It seemed imperative to prioritize it. Only those acupoints would serve as the optimal reservoirs for such energy. Moreover, the energy swirling within those acupoints could not be condensed using ordinary energy. Resolute, Broly turned his gaze toward the arena. Chapter 93. The Final Four. The Great Defensive Bell. Broly was determined, regaining his focus, and concentrated on Sun Wukong's arena. Just in time, Sun Wukong emerged victorious, leaping down in excitement. How was that, Broly? Acceptable. Hee. Sun Wukong immediately clasped his head, tilting it back, and laughed joyfully. Bulma beamed at Sun Wukong with delight. Wukong, your speed of victory is considerably slower than ours. Stop joking, Bulma. Sun Wukong is refining his movements. What are you doing? Bulma pouted. As a scientist, she inherently lacked proficiency in martial arts, leaving her with little energy to explore combat strategies. I have a lead on my energy concentrator. Once I manufacture it and gather a substantial amount of energy, I will catch up to you all, she proclaimed. Broly, initially indifferent, felt a flicker of interest. Really? Bulma beamed with pride. I devised the concept while chatting with my sister Vimy last night. It should be feasible. I've input my preliminary ideas into the system for calculations. Tell me about it. I'd like to see, Broly replied. Not keen on conducting his own research at that moment, his thoughts consumed by developing his own techniques. However, he still craved relevant information, as he had a rather unhelpful system at his disposal. Running simulations is quite a straightforward task, Bulma chimed. How can I provide it to you now? Just give me a day. I'll have it ready for you tonight. My ideas are still in their infancy, and I cannot yet ascertain their feasibility. Broly nodded earnestly. It was no wonder he was somewhat flustered. If Bulma succeeded in her research, it would greatly benefit him. He would no longer need to expend mental energy on cultivating his ki. By activating the energy concentrator and gathering a large amount of energy in a small area, he could accelerate his training. What if he placed this device in the gravity chamber? As long as he sat there, the energy within him could continuously enhance. He could focus solely on nurturing his own universe. Furthermore, while he was conducting research, Activating the energy concentrator would significantly elevate the key concentration in the lab. Bulma, this is crucial. After we finish the tournament, we must return to our studies. However, Bulma remained indifferent. Oh, it's merely a few ideas. It's still quite early. Let the computer sort it out first. There's no need to rush. Broly felt helpless. He could not oppose Bulma's modest requests. Over the past 4 years, he had already owed her much. His current strength was largely due to his own efforts, yet Bulma's contributions were undeniably significant. He was not the type to abandon someone after reaping the benefits. Moreover, he and Bulma had grown up together, their bond deepening over the years. When will this body mature? He sighed, pondering the lack of clarity in genetic research. With a sigh, Broly led the two back to the corner. Broly, he inquired. What is it? I wish to see Krillin. Noticing Sun Wukong's eager gaze, Broly did not deter him. Go ahead. It's good for you to observe and learn. All right. Wukong exclaimed, departing with enthusiasm. You're sending Wukong to learn, or merely to watch others fight? Broly nodded, a subtle smile appearing on his face. Do not underestimate me as an older brother. In combat, I am truly a genius. Bulma scoffed. In her mind, no one could rival Broly's innate talent. His current fighting prowess was beyond the reach of all humanity. Borakli discerned Bulma's disdain, but chose not to elaborate. He harbored a firm belief that any lapse in his vigilance could result in being eclipsed by Sun Wukong. Despite his current strength surpassing Wukong's by several magnitudes, he could not underestimate the latter's rapid progression. Slowly, he closed his eyes, finding the pursuit of knowledge within himself far more captivating. On the arena, throngs of spectators crowded around, and Borakli quickly spotted Violet and Pilaf. Surrounding her was a circle of individuals, with a palpable vacuum of space where no one dared to approach. Instantly, Borakli understood the situation and chuckled inwardly, realizing that those attempting to take advantage of Violet were likely unaware of the peril they faced. She was a mischievous little sorceress without any inhibitions. Returning his focus to his opponent, Borakli's expression turned slightly serious. Having reached the top 8, he felt confident that he could devise his own techniques. Suddenly, as his adversary charged forward with fervent shouts, Borakli remained unfazed. A mist of blood swiftly enveloped him. He contemplated the acupoints he needed to complete with urgency. With a sigh, the blood mist coalesced into an indistinct image. Its contents were so obscure that even Borakli himself could not discern their nature. The onlookers erupted in fervent discussions. I believe that resembles a weapon. Impossible. Weapons are forbidden in martial arts tournaments. Yet it does appear to be something blood-like emanating from within him. The crowd continued to speculate, only for the blood image in the air to be shattered by his opponent, proving to be nothing more than an ornamental facade. The clamor resumed. What is that child doing? Indeed, that technique is utterly ineffective. Borakli, however, paid no mind to their chatter. He swiftly maneuvered, simultaneously consolidating other forms within himself. Fortunately, his opponent was not particularly strong. Even with the blood image dispersed, it bore no impact on him. All the envisioned shapes materialized in succession. Are you not going to strike? Borakli taunted. Should I attack, you would be finished. I have generously afforded you ample opportunity to showcase your abilities, yet you remain unsatisfied. His words only served to infuriate his adversary further, who unleashed a flurry of powerful punches. The expressions of the spectators, particularly Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, grew solemn. Brother, he truly is formidable. I was right to heed your advice, Tianjin Fan affirmed with growing certainty. Jiaozi nodded gravely, resolute in following Tianjin Fan's guidance. In the arena, Borakli had completed his experimentation with all forms. Indeed, the bell shape proved most suitable, with a higher threshold for diffusion and endurance. Resolute, his gaze sharpened. A surge of energy erupted from his body, reforming into a bell. A magnificent blood-red bell reappeared. Huh, young one, have you exhausted your tricks? This has been seen before. Borakli remarked, dismissing his opponent with indifference as he stood his ground. This time, a genuine manifestation of vitality had coalesced into a formidable blood-chi bell, starkly contrasting with the earlier trivial skirmishes. The opponent's fist struck the blood-chi bell with immense force. The resounding impact reverberated through the air. As the corrosive force of blood energy, the backlash from the bell, and the sonic assault converged, sending the adversary hurtling off the stage. The once boisterous spectators fell into a stunned silence, the tension palpable enough to hear a pin drop. Moments later, the arena erupted in a cacophony of excitement. What transpired? In an instant, that young man's technique eluded my understanding. That child possesses extraordinary strength. Without any apparent effort, the formidable foe was sent flying. Borakli smiled faintly, retracting the blood chi bell. The referee, equally taken aback, stammered before resuming. This match's victor is Borakli. Congratulations to Borakli for advancing to the top 4 and soon to compete for a place in the final 2. The announcement brought Borakli backstage. Borakli, go Bulma. After encouraging Bulma, he turned to gaze at Sun Wukong, whose excitement mirrored his own, eliciting a smile from Borakli. Indeed, I have grasped the technique, though it remains imperfect. Sun Wukong's eyes shimmered with eagerness. Really? That's wonderful. I still lack a technique of my own. Do not worry, you will acquire one. By the way, Borakli, what is the name of that technique? Borakli paused. What shall it be called? Chapter 94. The adversary is no weakling, engaged in a struggle. Yes, what is its name? Sun Wukong inquired, his anticipation palpable. Yet, he understood that he could only dream, as Borakli had indeed taught him, but he struggled to grasp it. Borakli chuckled lightly. It is merely a technique. Does its name truly matter? As he spoke, the name crystallized in his mind. Let us call it the blood chi bell. Sun Wukong's face lit up with awe. Incredible. Let us watch Bulma in battle. Indeed, on the stage, Bulma swiftly and decisively vanquished her opponent, prompting yet another wave of astonishment. Her captivating beauty proved deceptively potent. The ease with which she defeated her foe left the audience momentarily dumbfounded. This was utterly astonishing. Conversations erupted all around, save for those near Viomi, who remained unervingly silent. Initially, she had refrained from interjecting while they discussed Borakli, but as the crowd began to chatter about Bulma, Viomi's gaze turned fierce, scanning the surroundings. Let me make this clear, that is my dear sister. She has not even displayed half of her true strength. Should any of you dare to chatter, I will ensure the men are rendered impotent and the women silenced. Under the weight of her ominous threat, the crowd could only stifle their voices, standing obediently while widening their eyes in astonishment and silently protesting against Viomi's menace. It was not until the referee declared Bulma the victor that she hopped back onto the stage in jubilant leaps. In that moment, the onlookers were captivated, their eyes gleaming with affection. Who could resist the charm of a delightful girl who could shatter stone with a single punch, skipping away with such exuberance? In the realm of Borakli, Bulma has emerged victorious. Goku, with a serious demeanor, solemnly nods. His current combat power stands at a mere 100, and to triumph over Tien, the three-eyed warrior, he must rely solely on the techniques learned from Borakli. Have an energy block. Don't let hunger hinder your performance, he advises. Goku's eyes brighten, gazing eagerly at Borakli. Is 300 units sufficient? Borakli proposes. Goku immediately protests. That's unfair, Borakli. I merely suppressed my strength. I still feel hunger. I require a block of 1,000 units. With your full capacity, others stand no chance against you, Borakli retorts. You can't merely nibble, even if you must eat. You should at least be 3/4 full. Goku, feeling aggrieved, rubs his stomach while eyeing Borakli. No, consuming too much is detrimental to intense exercise. 300 units is just right. Borakli insists. Goku pouts in response. Very well then. Finally, Borakli produces the energy block. Next follows the match between Krillin and Dumpling. To Borakli's astonishment, the battle he presumed Krillin would lose ends in Krillin's victory. Staring blankly at the arena, Borakli is taken aback, internally berating the outcome. Is this even possible? He muses, suppressing an urge to vocally express his frustration to maintain his aloof image. After all, he yearns to engage with the superpowered Dumpling, rather than facing someone so familiar as Krillin. Truly, mastering the sciences equips one to conquer the world without fear. Despite his dismay and the jeers from the audience, Krillin shamelessly celebrates his victory. The martial arts tournament only prohibits weaponry, not the use of intellect, even if that intellect appears bewildering. Outside the ring, Master Roshi observes meaningfully. Tien and Dumpling, the senior and junior disciples of the martial arts school, will they be surprised upon encountering each other? He speculates. He slightly tilts his head, squinting as if piercing through space to witness a brutal battlefield. Can you both coexist in that realm? A cold smirk graces his lips. For he knows whether Tien and Dumpling can exist simultaneously in that battlefield depends on how matters unfold behind the scenes. If chaos ensues, it will be quite the spectacle. Within the arena, only the final team of the top 4 remains, Goku versus Tien. Both warriors approach the stage with grave expressions. Initially dismissive, Tien analyzes Goku's strength despite the absence of a detector, relying on his mastery of the flight technique. After several assessments, he realizes Goku's power exceeds what is outwardly displayed. Their conversation reveals a hidden strength, an enigma Tien cannot discern. Likewise, Goku's aim is not merely victory, but the pursuit of personal growth. Tien represents a fitting opponent, promising an exhilarating battle ahead. As anticipated, the moment the two combatants stepped onto the stage, they eagerly began to spar, not waiting for the referee to declare the commencement. Behold, the competitors Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan were eager to engage, evidently perceiving each other as formidable opponents. Speaking of Sun Wukong, it is worth noting that this marks his second participation in the prestigious martial arts tournament. However, during his last appearance, an odious shoe plummeted from the heavens, striking the referee squarely on the head. "Be quiet," came the abrupt interruption. "Focus on commentating the match and refrain from nonsensical chatter. Oh dear spectators, please do not harm your heads, and above all, do not disrupt your hairstyles. Truly, one may sacrifice their head or bleed, but one's hairstyle must remain untarnished. Enough of your prattle, or I shall be compelled to silence you." A voluptuous blonde beauty brandished a machine gun, unleashing several rounds towards the referee. Beside her stood the esteemed Master Roshi and a giant turtle. On the stage, Tianjin Fan cautiously observed Sun Wukong. The latter maintained a bewildered yet endearing demeanor, showing no signs of relaxation. "Kid, I shall render you incapacitated." "Why? You killed a man, are you not aware?" Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion. "I seldom take lives." Tianjin Fan smirked disdainfully, launching an attack towards Sun Wukong. Their voices raced across the arena, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. "You killed my master's uncle." "Who is your master's uncle?" "The world's foremost assassin, Tao Bai Bai." Sun Wukong grew anxious. "No, you are mistaken. I did not kill your master's uncle. It was Broly who did." Broly, who had been spectating behind the stage, darkened with anger. "You traitor! How could you betray me so? Do not attempt to deceive me. I possess the data from the Red Ribbon Army. I pursued you back then, and it had nothing to do with Broly." Sun Wukong's expression grew grave. "You are all vile accomplices of the Red Ribbon Army." He quickly defended himself. "Indeed, he came after me, but I vanquished the Red Ribbon Army. Who would have known he would pursue me? Nevertheless, I am powerful. He could not possibly be my match." While engaging in a chaotic battle with Tianjin Fan, Sun Wukong continued to explain. "I defeated him, yet I knew not whether he was good or evil. I merely knocked him unconscious and departed, only for him to chase after me. Broly, who sought me, swiftly eliminated him. By the way, Tianjin Fan, do you know what it means to be swiftly eliminated?" Tianjin Fan's nostrils flared with indignation. All his skills were taught by Tao Bai Bai, and here stood this insignificant figure claiming that his master's uncle was swiftly eliminated, even questioning whether he understood the term, deliberately humiliating him. This was intolerable. "Prepare to meet your end." The scene was reminiscent of the earlier chaos, causing Broly to chuckle in disbelief as he recalled that moment. The aura of death radiating from that individual had obstructed his path, allowing him to dispatch the threat with a mere gesture. In hindsight, the two presences of malice were indeed strikingly similar. "But what is the matter with you, Sun Wukong?" The love-hate dynamic between brothers unfolds upon the arena, where they engage in a fierce exchange of blows. Master Roshi, unable to bear the sight, reflects on the fact that this world does not mirror another realm. Without profound heritage and the assistance of that individual, Tien and Kairatsu are unlikely to flourish in this realm. Their immediate priority is survival, with hopes of future opportunities to foster growth and ascend. This notion is merely a fleeting thought of Master Roshi. It is not an absolute necessity. In the absence of oversight from above, Tien and Kairatsu would never be permitted entry, at least not with his support. His focus remains steadfastly on Broly. Presently, it appears that the impending clash will be between Broly and Krillin, as well as Bulma and Goku. With this in mind, a flicker of energy coalesces from a hidden finger amidst the crowd, swiftly cleaving through space and vanishing from sight. Behind the arena, Broly wears a perplexed expression. Just moments ago, when the flicker of energy dissipated in Master Roshi's hand, an ominous premonition washed over him. This premonition feels distinctly different from a mere monster's appearance. It carries an aura of danger. He stiffens his neck, scanning his surroundings. Bulma, noticing his unusual demeanor, inquires, "Broly, what is the matter?" "Nothing," Broly responds, though his pallor suggests otherwise. "Really?" Bulma, hands on her hips, glares at him with an air of indignation. Repeat that. Broly amplifies his senses. Bulma, once the match concludes, you must take Vomi and the others and leave, far away. What? Why? You're not watching the match? She questions, her curiosity piqued. By the way, Master Roshi is quite fond of Goku. Take him along. Do not ask questions. After Goku finishes his fight, you must depart. What? Absolutely not. Bulma exclaims, exasperated. Broly's demands seem increasingly absurd. They have yet to engage in battle, and while she knows she might not prevail, denying her the chance to step onto the stage feels like a slight. I refuse. Broly gazes intensely at Bulma, his eyes deep with concern. He hesitates, then, understanding her temperament, he explains, there are adversaries, troublesome ones. What? Broly, you won't come to harm, will you? He slowly shakes his head. I am uncertain. A great dread looms. Do not hesitate. No, leave now, immediately. His expression is grave. Bulma, filled with worry, gazes at him, stamping her foot in frustration. Wait. Her spirits lift momentarily. Give me the energy block. Taken aback, he nods and retrieves a universal capsule from within his garments. Broly did not prepare this for sustenance. In battle, the senzu bean suffice. It is reserved for emergencies, should circumstances turn dire, allowing for a surge of energy. In that moment, his strength could ascend once more. Though risky, it remains a contingency plan. Also, give me all of Vomi's energy blocks. Understood. Bulma suppresses her sorrow and departs, her heart heavy with anguish. Why is it that in my cultivation journey, you do not even permit me to stand beside you? She yearns to assist. Yet the path of cultivation diverges significantly from the realm of science. In science, one can conceive and subsequently create, whereas in cultivation, no matter the effort expended, her progress remains painstakingly slow. She harbors an unsettling premonition that her strength may soon be surpassed by Wyoming. On the arena, Sun Wukong ultimately emerged victorious, having ingeniously replicated a technique inspired by Borakli. The latter was visibly dismayed. Wukong's technique involved condensing vital energy into a sphere that bore unique characteristics yet to be thoroughly examined. As they clashed, the scion cells within them ignited a fervor, rendering moments of calm nearly non-existent. This fervent atmosphere compelled Borakli to reluctantly participate in the martial arts tournament. Fortunately, despite the imminent dangers, the overall benefits outweighed the drawbacks. The referee passionately narrated the final match of the fierce contest for supremacy. Borakli was poised to confront Sun Wukong. Krillin approached slowly, expressing, though I acknowledge your strength, I shall not concede. I will give my utmost. Borakli regarded Krillin, recognizing the boy's cunning, and dismissively remarked, well then, I wish you luck in securing fourth place through your clever tricks. Taken aback, Krillin's anger flared. Hey, clarify what you mean by attaining fourth through trickery. That was my ingenuity. You are merely envious. And who told you I was in fourth? I could very well be third. Ultimately, he refrained from boasting further, settling for a somewhat disgruntled ranking. Third place surely held more merit than fourth. Little did he know, Wukong approached him, shaking his head. No, Krillin. You cannot possibly defeat Bulma. What? Krillin was astounded, incredulously staring at his friend. To suggest he fell short against a woman. Wukong solemnly nodded. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Bulma is indeed formidable. Wait, Wukong, you cannot betray me like this. You claim I cannot compete. Krillin searched frantically, but could not locate Bulma. In the backstage, only the three of them remained. Oh, you're right. Good luck, my friend. I'll have Bulma concede. By the way, Wukong, get ready. We are about to fight fiercely. Indeed, Wukong's excitement was palpable as he gazed at Borakli. Despite their frequent battles, he felt an exhilarating rush every time he faced Borakli. Let us go? Krillin followed solemnly. As the referee commenced the match, Borakli unleashed a merciless blow, sending Krillin flying and claiming victory, which sparked a wave of astonishment among the onlookers. Such a maneuver was utterly devoid of spectacle. The little bald head was effortlessly dispatched. Could this be a cheat? Indeed. That little bald head was remarkably strong in the previous match. Before anyone could fully absorb the shock, the referee's declaration of Borakli's victory left many puzzled. The enchanting beauty unexpectedly conceded, claiming the impending rain necessitated her return home to tend to her garments. Regardless of the audience's sentiments, the tournament proceeded seamlessly towards the championship match. The two competitors had just taken their positions on the stage. A formidable aura clashed, stirring a tempest within the arena. My goodness, merely taking their stances unleashed such overwhelming energy. One can only imagine the breathtaking spectacle that would ensue during their confrontation. They were akin to needles poised against each other, and we awaited the unfolding drama with bated breath. The referee raised the microphone, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, fervently initiating the commentary. Chapter 96. In the midst of combat, monsters strike. The referee's incessant chatter resonated through the microphone, echoing around the arena. This time, the onlookers refrained from chastising the referee, as the atmosphere was palpably oppressive. Standing outside, one could feel the wind slicing through the air like a knife, mercilessly lashing against their faces. Were it not for the referee's dedication in redirecting them back to the match, all would have believed they were witnessing an actual battle rather than a mere competition. Borakli, I shall not hold back. Let us await the outcome. With that proclamation, a dull thud reverberated, expanding outward. The crowd erupted once more in a cacophony of excitement. So swift, so powerful, incredible. Clarity eluded them as both combatants transformed their fists into palms, forcefully pushing away, rapidly retreating. The spectators collectively held their breath, their attention riveted. Suddenly, on the stage, multiple images of Borakli and Sun Wukong emerged, the afterimages of their clash materializing in every corner of the arena. A wave of exhilaration swept over the audience. What is this? Remarkable. How is this possible? Amidst the audience's astonishment, the explosive sounds of the air and the resounding cracks of the stage being struck filled their ears. Children began to wail, and many spectators turned pale. Those well-versed in combat immediately shouted, "Danger! Families with children, the elderly, and the infirm must leave at once." The intensity of their confrontation was not merely a matter of dozens of combat prowess. It was at least above 150, and the restrained force, once unleashed, would be cataclysmic. For those nearby, the potential harm was significant. Young children and untrained elders could scarcely endure such overwhelming stimuli. On the stage, the two combatants remained oblivious to their surroundings. Each move was imbued with immense power. Through their exchanges, they locked onto one another. As their gazes met, they suddenly opened their mouths wide, unleashing a thunderous roar. The spectators and referee covered their ears, disregarding their meticulously styled hair from that morning. Ladies and gentlemen, the arena battle has reached a fervent climax. Our two heroic youths are fully unleashing their potential in pursuit of the championship. It was evident that both possessed formidable strength, with each strike resonating with the might to shatter mountains and stones. Every action radiated an aura of power. The atmosphere was electric, leaving the audience in fits of laughter at the referee's unwavering dedication to his role, even in such a momentous occasion. On the arena, Borakli and Sun Wukong paid no heed to the incessant chatter of onlookers. The two exchanged verbal jabs before once more parting ways. With a resounding crash, the arena shattered beneath them. They engaged again, their punches landing with palpable force, and a sly grin crept across Borakli's face, transforming his fist into an open palm. He abruptly shifted it into a claw mid-attack. As he closed the distance, he executed a swift backward bend, twisting his upper body to the left. This is bad. Too late. A powerful punch aimed directly at Sun Wukong's side was unleashed. Yet, halfway through, Borakli sighed and eased his strength. After all, he was merely sparring with his dear brother. Injuring him would jeopardize future happiness. Wouldn't he that spell trouble for his future sister-in-law? Transforming his fist into a grasp, he seized Sun Wukong, denying him any chance to retaliate, and firmly anchored him to the ground, lifting him effortlessly. Oh dear, Borakli, you're employing trickery. Come now, there were no rules against it. Besides, I haven't even resorted to underhanded tactics yet. With one hand gripping Sun Wukong's waist, he hoisted him high, while the other reached towards his armpit. Ha ha ha, no. That tickles. Help. Borakli's eyes sparkled with mischief. What appeared to be a simple tickle was, in fact, a calculated prelude to an impending strike. As expected, Sun Wukong countered with a swift lash of his tail. Hey, don't forget, I too possess this skill. I was prepared for it all along. Releasing Sun Wukong, Borakli seized the incoming tail with conviction. A triumphant smile spread across his face. You've lost. Sun Wukong lay dazed upon the ground. Not at all. With a sudden surge of energy, he grasped Borakli's feet with all his might. In a moment of unawareness, Borakli stumbled and fell, the tail he had once held firmly slipping from his grasp. Heh. A gleeful laughter accompanied the rush of fists. Borakli's expression shifted dramatically. Sun Wukong, who had been holding back, unleashed a surprisingly fierce attack. A punch from him would surely prove devastating. No more restraint. Channeling pure physical strength, Borakli struck the ground with both elbows, initiating a fierce clash with Sun Wukong. Crack! The ground beneath Borakli splintered, eliciting gasps from the spectators. They envisioned the catastrophic consequences had that punch connected with a human target. It would surely result in a gruesome fate. Their faces paled at the thought. This child is extraordinarily formidable. Indeed, have you noticed he possesses a tail? So what if he has a tail? There are wolf-headed, dog-headed, and lion-headed beings. What is the issue with a monkey-tailed individual? Exactly. I see no problem here. These two youngsters are fighting splendidly. It has been ages since I witnessed such an exhilarating battle. These children truly exhibit remarkable strength. No, I'm not implying there is a problem. This child is simply extraordinary. Humph. If you envy him, you too can enhance your combat skills and step into the fray. The crowd buzzed with renewed discussions. The clash between Broly and Sun Wukong has only just commenced. With each powerful strike, Broly transformed his fists into claws, seizing Sun Wukong firmly. You are finished this time. To everyone's surprise, Sun Wukong did not resist. Instead, he leveraged the moment to topple towards Broly. Broly's eyes gleamed with delight. What a clever and devious maneuver, he thought, as he exerted force from his waist and launched a fierce kick upward. Huh, I fear you not. Sun Wukong bared his teeth and charged forward. After an intense struggle, both combatants regained their footing. In an instant, the spectacle of their fierce battle resumed. Half an hour later, the onlookers had become utterly numb to the action. If the two were to take flight, it would hardly surprise them. Such a high-intensity confrontation had persisted for so long, delighting the audience immensely. Wow, this is truly spectacular. Beyond words to describe. Indeed, this is the most thrilling contest I have ever witnessed in my life. Truly, heroes arise from youth. It is quite astounding. On the spectators' platform, attention had long since drifted away from the arena, as conversations of bravado began to circulate. Broly and Sun Wukong continued their high-stakes duel. Humans possess a limit to their stamina, and the audience had grown fatigued. Their boasting served merely as a means of relaxation. Broly and his opponent maintained their focus. Yet in the eyes of the audience, the match had reached its pinnacle. A climax cannot endure indefinitely. Relaxation is a natural response. Broly, I still have yet to grasp the extraneous movements you mentioned. Perhaps I shall come to understand in time. Just as Broly concluded his words, he shouted, Wukong, halt. Sun Wukong obediently ceased his movements. What is it, Broly? The two youthful heroes, at Broly's behest, abruptly paused their contest. What could this possibly signify? The dedicated referee brought the spectators back into the realm of the match, and curiosity swirled among them. Why had they stopped? Perhaps they need to use the restroom. Or maybe they are hungry. Could it be they require water? They might be fatigued. After all, they are still children. Children? You could easily take down any kid with a single punch. On the arena, Sun Wukong gazed at Broly in confusion. What is it? The enemy approaches. Broly's expression remained steadfast and focused. Is it powerful? Wukong, unleash your full potential. With that, he handed Wukong 5 senzu beans. Store them, and consume one if you feel uneasy. Wukong, calm your mind. You should be able to sense it. Sun Wukong closed his eyes once more. Before long, he spoke, indeed. It is formidable and quite malevolent. He looked at Broly. What shall we do? Chapter 97. Battling the Monster. Island-wide panic. Broly did not appear particularly troubled. The enemy's strength exerted pressure upon him, yet it did not deter him. Being a scion, he too experienced a surge in power when on the brink of death. Provided he was not slain instantly, he harbored no fear. He released all gravitational constraints, allowing his full strength to return and reside within him. Wukong, it is perilous, however. It presents us with an opportunity to engage in a spirited battle. The onlookers are abuzz with chatter. Borakli unleashes his full strength, slowly ascending into the sky. Everyone gazes in terror as he levitates effortlessly. The initial reaction of the majority is not one of exhilaration, but rather of dread. Are they truly normal? If they are not, then ordinary people should feel fear, not joy. Those who feel joy are the foolish ones. A sphere of light coalesces in Borakli's palm as he coldly states, monsters will soon appear. Those of you who are unafraid of death may remain. With that, the light cascades onto the arena floor. The explosion transforms the arena into a deep pit over 10 meters wide. The referee stands trembling at the edge of the crater. Our confrontation shall be thus. If you are unafraid of death, stay, otherwise, flee swiftly. The spectators, now paralyzed with fear, soon begin to flee, crying out in despair. Borakli observes the dazed referee, who remains rooted in place. He gently admonishes, "Referee, you should leave quickly. The monsters will show no mercy." The referee, quaking yet resolute, raises the microphone and, with a quavering voice, declares, "Though I do not comprehend the situation, as a referee, I feel compelled to stand my ground until a champion emerges." Borakli regards the referee as one might a fool. "Suit yourself. Once you are dead and gone, perhaps you will reconsider your words." Sun Wukong hovers silently in the air. Intrigued, Borakli, if he is dead, how could he speak? "I do not know. He chose to remain here for a live broadcast," Borakli replies, exasperated by Wukong's ignorance. The referee, pale yet stubborn, remains undeterred by Borakli's indifference. Borakli, considering him merely a stranger, has already shown him sufficient mercy. "Shall we retreat to the sea?" Wukong, witnessing the referee's plight, feels a pang of empathy. It is futile. The devastation wrought by our battle cannot be contained to this small island. Wukong grows anxious. What shall we do? There are many people on this island. The Dragon Balls, he suddenly realizes, understanding Borakli's intent. Very well, let us proceed without concern. In no time, 3 monsters appear in unison. Panic engulfs the island as the area surrounding the monsters falls into an eerie silence. Trees, flowers, and wildlife perish and vanish. No one can escape. Witnessing this scene, the remaining islanders scatter in every direction. Yet how can mere mortals outrun monsters? In less than a tea's brewing time, half of the inhabitants on the island have perished. The referee gazed anxiously at the horizon. Though the details eluded him, the anguished cries of humanity reverberated in his ears, while the distant silhouettes of monsters and the ensuing desolation unfolded before his eyes. What is happening? What could this mean? Borakli looked at the referee with surprise, whispering to himself, "This referee is indeed fortunate. At this moment, being among the few close to me and Sun Wukong actually enhances his chances of survival." Sun Wukong's expression was ferocious, his fists tightly clenched. "Stop! Stop, you scoundrels! What are you doing? You must not harm the innocent." Borakli, taken aback by Sun Wukong's fierce demeanor, found himself momentarily lost in thought. His power was overwhelming. He could no longer view ordinary people with a sense of fairness. Sun Wukong's appearance jolted him back to reality. Does possessing power grant one the liberty to act without restraint? Am I not akin to the shadowy figures of my past who placed me upon the sacrificial altar? The hatred buried deep within me has not dissipated. What of those ordinary souls? A shadow of concern clouded Borakli's gaze. In this life, his strength had surged to such heights that he felt exalted above others. He remained enmeshed in his own past, mired in melancholy. Sun Wukong, now seething with anger, shot forward like an arrow. "Stop!" Borakli instinctively prepared to call him back, but instead sighed, choosing merely to observe from afar. After all, why pursue him only to be struck back? In less than 3 minutes, Sun Wukong crashed into the deep pit of the arena. Coughing, the dust cleared, revealing Sun Wukong, tattered but emerging. Had he consumed a celestial being? Borakli regarded him with a bemused smirk. In his eyes, Sun Wukong's combat power had soared to 60,000, a clear consequence of consuming the celestial being. Well, Sun Wukong scratched his head, feeling sheepish. "You truly act on impulse. I apologize, but, very well, let us prepare for battle." As he spoke, he gestured toward the referee, sending him flying a distance away. "This gel-haired fellow is quite amusing. It would be a shame if he were to perish." "Wow. Incredible. I'm flying. How is this even possible?" Borakli paid him no mind. 3 monsters were already charging toward them. This time, Borakli felt a distinct difference, a palpable change. Sun Wukong bared his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. "You villains, look at the havoc you have wrought. This island and its inhabitants, murdered by your hands." Of course, Sun Wukong's words were an exaggeration. At least half of the populace had survived, yet they lived in constant fear. The monsters had arrived too swiftly, leaving no opportunity for escape. Now, panic engulfed the entire island. Borakli firmly grasped Sun Wukong, preventing him from rushing forward to confront the 3 monsters. It was time to face the onslaught. Strength, System. Chapter 98. Overwhelmed. On the brink of death, Monster 1. Combat Power 300. Monster 2. Combat Power 80. Monster 3. Combat power 30, Borakli's face turned ashen. How could they possibly fight? Even the weakest among them was stronger. Not just marginally stronger, but at least twice as powerful as he, and 5 times more formidable than Sun Wukong. The most powerful one was a staggering 10 times stronger than the weakest. To overcome these adversaries, Borakli would need to elevate his base combat power to 300,000, a feat that seemed nearly impossible in such a short time. Damn it, has the mastermind behind this been so impatient? Why have they emerged so quickly? What should he do? Currently, Borakli's combat power stood at merely 150,000, and that was with his physical body approaching 9999, nearing the threshold of 10,000, amplifying his power by tenfold. His true combat power was only 15,000. How could he possibly fight under such circumstances? Boom. Borakli took decisive action, demonstrating how to engage in battle. He had just grasped the concept of the blood chi bell, albeit imperfectly, and unleashed it. Exhaustion blast, he shouted, rushing towards the weakest foe, hoping that being twice as strong would afford him some chance. However, reality proved cruelly inadequate. He was sent flying back. Sun Wukong, recklessly rushing to his aid, suffered significant injuries as well. Ugh, so strong. The two plummeted like meteors, crashing into the ground. Sun Wukong clutched his chest, groaning in pain. Borakli, suppressing the agony within, slowly settled on the ground, struggling to extract an energy block from his pocket, which he promptly consumed. This was dire indeed. Borakli, are you all right? Do I look all right to you? Borakli gasped, his breaths labored. After a moment of respite, he felt slightly better and adjusted his glasses. He mused to himself that he would need to improve his eyewear. The dual-frame glasses were unsuitable. Perhaps a monocle would suffice. Bioarmor. I will share some of my celestial beings with you. If I am gravely injured and on the brink of death, you must feed me one. And you will not need to expend your combat power. The enemy is far too powerful for you to withstand. With that, he produced half of his celestial beings and tossed them onto the outstretched green fabric. What do we do now? Sun Wukong, having observed Borakli tending to his own affairs, clenched his fists, unwilling to accept defeat as he gazed upward. There, 3 swirling masses of monsters loomed ominously. There was no choice. The enemy was intent on taking their lives. We must fight with all our might. All right, Sun Wukong exclaimed, ready to charge forward, only to be halted by Borakli's swift intervention. Do you truly wish to die? Huh. Keep a celestial being in your mouth, then engage in battle once more. Borakli cast a long, contemplative glance at the threats above, simultaneously preparing a celestial being of his own. The other 2 monsters merely circled around them, showing no inclination to attack. Boom. With their spirits soaring, the 2 ascended into the sky. Prepare to meet your demise. A brilliant light suddenly burst forth, and then there was nothing more. Both Borakli and Sun Wukong were sent flying once again, this time not crashing into the island, but rather soaring in opposite directions. The power they faced was overwhelming. His own strength amounted to merely half of that, even under the most desperate circumstances, that being still the weakest among them. Borakli felt a surge of anger, but it was intermingled with a sense of despair tinged with delight. It was as if the opponent were a cat toying with a mouse, effortlessly deflecting his attacks while refraining from delivering a fatal blow, instilling a sense of hopelessness. As a scion, like Sun Wukong, he possessed the ability to enhance his strength when on the brink of death. He was confident that with his first brush with mortality, he could elevate his power to 30,000 or even reach 50,000. Such a feat was not beyond the realm of possibility. In that moment, he could at least achieve a one-for-one exchange. Casting a glance at the precariously teetering Sun Wukong, Borakli charged forward once more. At his behest, the biosuit opened the control panel. As he surged ahead, the opponent momentarily faltered. Indeed, it had an effect. A punch landed squarely upon the foe. However, a furious counterattack sent him hurtling away, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Just as he lifted his head, he was launched once again. In the distance, Sun Wukong's eyes blazed with fury. Borakli, you scoundrel! After a surge of wrath, Sun Wukong erupted in a primal fury, his aura warping the very air around him. You are truly despicable. In that instant, a flash of light pierced through, and Sun Wukong found himself impaled through the chest. It was the one with a combat power of 800,000 who had been watching from the sidelines, mercilessly eliminating Sun Wukong in an instant. Ugh! Sun Wukong gasped, his eyes glazing over. Borakli glanced at him, but felt no concern. To him, Sun Wukong's throat was visibly convulsing, and as he let out a groan, it was clear he had consumed a senza bean. Moreover, with the system in place, Borakli could discern Sun Wukong's general condition clearly. This won't do. My offensive tactics are far too singular. As he pondered, the planets, satellites, and meteors around him stirred restlessly, energy surging forth to form a luminous sword in his grasp. Kill. With the light sword brandished, he charged at his adversary. After several exchanges, Borakli found himself pierced by the opponent's beam attack. Hiss. It hurts so much. Is this what it feels like to be gravely wounded? Borakli collapsed to the ground, searing pain infiltrating his mind, rendering him drowsy. Is this the sensation of near death? Yet the pain did not cease, and he was reluctant to consume a senzu bean prematurely to heal his injuries and bolster his strength. In truth, were it not for the opponent's overwhelming prowess, he would not even consider resorting to the method of consuming a senzu bean to boost his power through explosive cells. The black hole in his spine remained a mystery to him. Had it not been for the life-and-death crisis, he would not have desired to confront it. Although avoidance was not an option, he thought it prudent to postpone such considerations for the time being. Gritting his teeth, he managed to rise, yet before he could act, he collapsed once more, his body enveloped in a surge of blood energy. With a resounding explosion, Borakli wasted no time and swallowed a senzu bean whole. How infuriating! They truly intend to end my life. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong has burst forth, his combat power reaching an astonishing 90,000. With bloodshot eyes, he gazes at the epicenter of the explosion. In his perspective, Borakli's chances of survival appear grim. Perish. Sun Wukong's ambush proves futile yet again. The disparity in strength is overwhelming, and he finds himself wounded once more, teetering on the brink of death. Borakli, however, remains resolute, his eyes darting with newfound determination. He possesses the capability to vanquish the monstrous foe before him, boasting a power level of 300,000. Yet, even if he were to strike down this opponent, there looms another with a terrifying strength of 800,000. Should that adversary intervene, victory would be utterly unattainable. Alas, this strategy must be employed. Sun Wukong's brushes with death have significantly bolstered his strength, and Borakli yearns to harness a similar approach to transcend his limits and obliterate the beast. He charges once more, the gravity ring emitting a faint glow, but he finds himself on the verge of death yet again. Chapter 99. The moment arrives, an eruption at last. After consuming the celestial being, his wounds heal once more, his power reinstating to 90,000. Following two near-death recoveries, Borakli's energy escalates from 150,000 to its current 90,000 as the planets, satellites, and meteors within him whirl rapidly, incessantly absorbing his energy, filtering, purifying, and then repeating the absorption. With the enhancement from the second layer of his universe, he is now capable of contending with foes of up to 900,000 in strength. Apart from the despairing 3,000, Borakli feels undaunted. Resolutely, he charges forth again, determined to engage in combat with his adversary. It is not that he wishes to hinder Sun Wukong's power growth. Rather, until he is certain of the absence of drawbacks, such methods of enhancement are best employed sparingly. From a distance, Master Roshi observes this spectacle, internally lamenting. He never anticipated that this individual would possess such astuteness. Master Roshi is taken aback by Borakli's cautiousness. If one were to articulate it, his character has been meticulously crafted. Borakli did not arrive in this world to assume the role of a protagonist. His purpose is to serve that esteemed individual by discovering suitable cultivation methods. The previous escape should have incited considerable ire, and now, this one shall undoubtedly be scrutinized closely. Even at his current formidable stature, it would be unwise to reveal his true self to Borakli. It is not a matter of reluctance, but rather one of trepidation. By maintaining the illusion of control, he ensures that they believe everything is under their dominion. Yet, in truth, he orchestrates events from the shadows, allowing Borakli to grow swiftly and catch their adversaries off guard. Master Roshi perceives all, a knowing smile gracing his lips. What is it that brings you joy, old turtle? Bulma grumbles, delivering a couple of playful punches to his bald head. Indeed, while Borakli and Sun Wukong fight to the death over there, you are here, reveling in your amusement. Violet shares her discontent. Master Wutian, although I hold you in high regard, This is most inappropriate. Master Roshi, you are a sage. And while it is one thing to abstain from battle, it is quite another to lurk in the shadows, reveling in the misfortunes of others. I must have misjudged you. Teacher Wu Tian, Lanqi has restored her azure locks, gazing innocently at the situation. Master Roshi feels a sense of bewilderment. With his commendable self-control, how could he possibly display a smile? No. Could it be that you have misinterpreted my expression? This is not a smile, it is concern. Nonsense. Do you think we cannot discern a smile when we see one? Master Roshi, confronted by Bulma's unreasonable antics, can only retreat into silence. Surely, I can still discern the subtleties. What I possess is merely a sly smirk, not the glee you attribute to me, this brazen woman. Observing Master Roshi rendered speechless by her retorts, Bulma resumes her anxious watch over the distant battlefield. His strength is undoubtedly the most formidable presence here, and observing the distant clash is hardly a strain for him. Master Roshi suppresses his smile, focusing intently on the fray ahead. His thoughts, once clear, have been muddled by his own miscalculations. Tianjin, Fan, and Dumpling, it is uncertain whether they have managed to escape the clutches of those monsters. One must assume they have had no opportunity whatsoever. Anyone possessing martial prowess would be overwhelmed by fear. The instinctual reaction of Tianjin, Fan, and Dumpling upon encountering the monsters would not be to flee, but to charge headlong into battle. The outcome is all too predictable. Even the mighty Broly would struggle against such beasts. What now, Broly? We cannot prevail. After several encounters, Sun Wukong's combat power has surged to 150,000, and the gap between him and the monsters is closing. Such an increase, after all, is insubstantial. To surpass the monsters in a short span, he must accumulate more strength. Sensing that the moment is ripe, Broly decides to reveal himself. This is the most opportune moment, and he hesitates not. A cruel smirk graces his lips as he dispels the gravity ring on his wrist. Surrender is not an option. Should we concede, Earth is doomed. With a thunderous shout, he charges toward the 800,000 power level monster. Sun Wukong, taken aback, shouts urgently, "Hey, Broly, you've miscalculated. You haven't even dealt with this slightly weaker monster yet." With that, he himself rushes toward the 300,000 power level creature. Broly is well aware of this, yet he holds faith in Sun Wukong. While they may not overcome the monster in a short time, with ample senzu beans, they can endure longer and ultimately vanquish the beast. There is no alternative. He must allow Sun Wukong to expend his potential. If the 300,000 power level monster senses anything amiss now, it could spell disaster. Thus, he lets Sun Wukong engage first. At the very least, Sun Wukong can exchange blows with the monster for a while. As thoughts whirl in his mind, Broly advances toward the 800,000 monster. A sinister grin creeps across his face. The creature before him no longer emits monotonous roars. These monsters undoubtedly possess consciousness. The beings with power levels of 800,000 and 300,000 must have awareness. With conviction, he cannot help but question, where on earth did you come from? Broly's eyes blaze crimson. In the past, he could not converse with the monsters, and after numerous failures, he had long extinguished such hopes. Before me lies a rare opportunity. I instinctively temper my strength, channeling my intentions to control the biosuit without resorting to the command device for combat. The opponent once again emits a derisive laugh. With a casual motion, a clash ensues. The forces of both combatants collide in the air, and it seems as though Borakli's strength is being eroded, producing a resonant sound. Damn it! High above in the clouds, Borakli regards the 3 million combat power monsters with a sense of detached amusement. He is now utterly convinced that these creatures possess intelligence and awareness of their own. Their anger resonates differently from that of mere beasts. It is more akin to a spontaneous reaction to humiliation. He coldly observes the monster he has just downed. You truly possess consciousness. Amidst the swirling black mist, the creature ascends once more to confront Borakli. How can you, who could not even defeat a puppet, suddenly stand a chance against me? How have you accomplished this? The monster roars from within the darkness, as the surrounding shadows writhe and claw, eager to devour. Borakli remains indifferent, his gaze fixed coldly upon his foe. I shall make you submit. Huh, you are nothing more than a coward who resorts to ambush. Did you think that by merely getting lucky, you could triumph over me? My strength is an insurmountable pinnacle. The monster bellows in response, and Borakli delivers a merciless punch to its face. Roar, you scoundrel! The creature is genuinely enraged this time. The first strike may have been deemed luck, but what of the second? If I can strike you twice, what will happen with the third and fourth? Borakli watches with a cold smirk as his opponent loses its composure. Did you expect anything different? You are the fool here. Await your demise. Borakli shouts, his hands ablaze with radiant light, as the three major energy centers within him, the upper, middle, and lower dantians, along with 9 stellar bodies, continuously supply him with power. The brilliance of his hands intensifies, and without pause, he thrusts forward, unleashing an inexorable surge of light towards the monster. You shall not succeed. You cannot defeat me. Huh? Defeat? You overestimate yourself. I intend to annihilate you. Borakli's face reddens with fervor as the energy within him surges violently. He has no intention of employing the command device. It is a valuable tool that could diminish his strength by 10%, granting him a more significant advantage in victory. Chapter 100. No holds barred. Goku in peril. Impossible. You wretched creature, what right do you have? Roar. Borakli pays no heed, casting a glance at the impassive 3 million monsters. He condenses energy into a single fist and strikes with the force of a mountain. Impossible. A gray beam of light rises from the earth, heading straight for Borakli. Humph. Such arrogance. Blood energy coalesces around him, and a colossal bell suddenly materializes at his surface. In the battle against the 300,000 monsters, he is not merely a target. Having finally encountered a supremely powerful adversary, it would be foolish not to exploit this opportunity. Naturally, he will discreetly employ various methods to enhance his own capabilities. The meticulous orchestration and distribution of blood energy within the bell is certainly one of those methods. The energy within the palm has been refined, becoming increasingly acute. At the apex of this energy surge, an ever-growing accumulation of power manifests. I could certainly try that. In a flash, Borakli found himself unable to change his tactics, enduring a direct hit. As he approached the formidable creature, his strength had already diminished significantly. You shall perish, boy. Borakli's expression remained unchanged as energy surged forth from within him once more. Upon their initial clash, the creature bellowed, "This is impossible. How do you still possess energy? This must be a trick." The two exchanged blows, and remarkably, Borakli did not falter. With a thunderous impact, the creature, infuriated, launched a merciless counterattack. The planet rotated violently, providing yet another surge of energy. Borakli's complexion shifted, a flicker of anger crossing his features. A blood-red aura materialized around him, confronting the creature's bizarre might. The air crackled with a piercing sound, and an acrid scent permeated the surroundings. A mere creature, utterly beneath notice. You won't revel in your triumph for long. Do you truly believe victory is assured? With a sudden brilliance in his eyes, a beam of energy pierced through the creature's shoulder. Is that so? Eliminating you poses no challenge. The 3 million spectators in the sky finally stirred, hidden within the obscuring mists, their voices resonating ominously. Oh, this is intriguing. In the distance, the referee trembled, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead as his eyes darted anxiously. Good heavens, is this still human? Meanwhile, Bulma was filled with elation. Yes, Borakli has triumphed. This is splendid. The turtle hermit responded solemnly. You've only dispatched one. The strongest remains, and Son Goku's strength has waned significantly. With a resounding crash, Bulma retorted, Old turtle, if Borakli can vanquish one, he can certainly dispatch two. Her gaze was fierce, as if challenging him to speak further. The turtle hermit promptly fell silent, inwardly lamenting how challenging it is to manage women and petty individuals. Viomi gracefully stepped forward. I believe it would be prudent for us to maintain our distance. Why so? She pointed delicately toward Borakli. The turtle hermit is correct. Here, we can sense the residual energy from Borakli's battle. Above, there is undoubtedly someone concealed within, likely even more formidable. Viomi did not elaborate, yet everyone comprehended the implication. Should the hidden presence prove more powerful, the residual energy from the forthcoming battle would be intensified, and proximity could lead to dire consequences. We are of no assistance here. Merely cowering like turtles, the turtle hermit and the great sea turtle both looked up in unison. Observing Bulma's despondent demeanor, they instinctively lowered their heads. What troubles the turtle? Has the turtle offended someone? They are long-lived, after all. An angry woman is not one to reason with. It is best to simply acquiesce to her wishes, especially when she is backed by a formidable man. Viomi smiled alluringly. Bulma's sister, you may have misunderstood something. Bulma looked up, her innocent face filled with confusion. What? Our strengths do not lie in training. If you wish to lament, it would be wiser to save your energy for developing superior equipment and more powerful energy cores. Bulma's eyes brightened at this thought. Moreover, Broly is indeed at a disadvantage, but he is not yet out of options. Why? Think about it. The biosuit has yet to activate, and your control device has not been utilized. Wyoming slightly bowed, her grand demeanor directed at Bulma, winking playfully. Bulma's cheeks flushed, and she spat in annoyance. So we should retreat? What else could we do? We should step back a little, leaving enough space for Broly to unleash his full potential. Surely, you do not believe your technology cannot assist him? Absolutely not. My control device is undoubtedly the best. Ha ha ha. Then that settles it. Wyoming straightened up, casting a glance at the drooling Master Roshi, and proceeded to the pilot's seat, manually controlling the aircraft to take off. A cold glint flashed in her eyes, while Master Roshi silently observed her. Bang. Why did you hit me, Bulma? If you don't explain, I will not let this go. Humph. Old pervert. Wyoming is Broly's concubine. If you dare to have any thoughts about her. Humph. With that, she seemed to recall something. Wait, Wyoming, I am the elder sister. You are the younger one. Is that so? What makes you older than me? Bulma sat down in frustration. Every time this topic arose, she felt overshadowed by Wyoming. Lowering her head, she gazed at her own modest proportions, wishing she could somehow enhance them. Master Roshi observed Wyoming at the controls with a knowing look, refraining from making any hasty moves. The girl's feelings for Broly were somewhat complicated. If he intervened poorly, he might entangle himself in a difficult situation. So it was better to keep his distance. Broly noticed Bulma and the others leaving and breathed a sigh of relief. He was uncertain whether it was Bulma or Master Roshi who had sensed something amiss. Yet, the image of Wyoming's alluring figure surfaced in his mind. It couldn't possibly be her. His hands, entwined with a rich energy, formed a unique spiral. Die. With a powerful stomp, Broly crushed the corpse of an 800,000 monster, unleashing energy that shattered the beast into countless fragments as he distanced himself, hovering in the air. How is this possible? He gazed in confusion at the swirling black mist. The 3,000,000 had not made a move. How intriguing. Those weaklings have been slain, and now the real battle between us shall commence. The black mist churned, and an energy beam shot forth, prompting Broly to remain vigilant, his expression troubled. Goku, hurry, evade. His tone was urgent and sharp as he soared upwards, attempting to intercept the beam that was moving away from him. Broly gritted his teeth, watching helplessly as the energy beam eluded him. No, such a thing must not be allowed to happen. Broly looked on anxiously. The beam of light shot straight towards the 300,000 and the entangled Sun Wukong with remarkable speed. Sun Wukong's life hung by a thread. Chapter 101, 3 million, a critical situation. Borakli watched in horror as the beam pierced through the 300,000 and continued on to Sun Wukong. Stunned, he remained frozen in place. No explosion. In a frenzy, Borakli rushed towards Sun Wukong. Yet, a dark mist suddenly materialized in the path, elusive as thunder, difficult to perceive with the naked eye. Your opponent appears to be me. Step aside. With swift movements, he entwined his hands in front of his chest, energy surging forth, forming a miniature energy tide. Get lost. With a thunderous shout, Borakli launched himself towards the 300,000. Humph. A cold snort escaped him, as Borakli's furious strike was shattered by a sound wave, yet he seemed to be calmed instantly. I'll deal with you later. As Borakli approached the 300,000, he uttered incomprehensible words. Do you think you can escape? Under Borakli's control, the biological battle suit directly manipulated the control device, setting up multiple unstable gravitational fields. Borakli swiftly turned the tables, slipping past. Interesting. He lifted Sun Wukong, pulled a magical bean from his pocket, and pressed it into his mouth. Gripping his neck, he commanded, swallow it. Coughing, Sun Wukong finally reacted, and Borakli exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the magical bean's effects were potent. Even after several uses, it still proved effective. Borakli observed Sun Wukong's dazed expression, knowing he was still concerned for him, and he felt a profound sense of relief. Rest well, keep your distance. Borakli stood tall, facing the monstrous foe with an unexpectedly calm demeanor. Step back. You are no match for this. Go find Bulma and ask for the Dragon Ball radar. Then, take care of business. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. This was indeed a splendid idea. With just one monster here, he couldn't be of assistance. Seeking the Dragon Balls was a wise choice. All right, I'll go. He nodded vigorously. His injuries fully healed, and he soared into the sky. Your methods are quite peculiar. The once clear voice suddenly became erratic. The dark mist churned restlessly. With a cold chuckle, it responded, is that so? I possess even more extraordinary techniques. I fear you may not be able to endure them. Haha, we shall see. I am not like those two worthless beings. Just as Borakli finished speaking, he sensed a terrifying presence. Without a second thought, he took flight. Boom. The ground where he had just stood erupted into a massive crater. You ambushed me. Ha ha ha. I am no virtuous being. What of it? Borakli harbored resentment. His power had indeed increased significantly, yet his offensive methods remained too feeble. Apart from beams of light and energy blasts, his tactics were monotonous. There was a distinct lack of formidable means. Compared to his tenfold superiority in strength, it truly fell short. A surge of energy was unleashed towards the adversary, only to be devoured by the inky mist, producing not a whisper of sound. Feel free to send more. I welcome all challengers, he chuckled darkly. Borakli harbored a bitter resentment, for with a combat power of 900,000, overcoming an opponent with 3 million was a daunting task. Even with the unpredictable transformations of the control device, he could only siphon away 300,000 units of energy from his foe, which barely made a dent. The only path to victory lay in close combat and attrition. Armed with senzu beans and energy blocks, he was confident that relentless engagement would lead him to triumph. Without a moment's hesitation, enveloped in a shroud of bloodlust, he charged at the 3 million-strong adversary. Is this truly all you can muster? I see through your tactics. Borakli remarked impassively. See through? The youth is still too naive, he mused. Many of his techniques were beyond his own comprehension, merely spontaneous expressions of power. Furthermore, he was in a constant state of advancement. For every 10 units of energy he expended, he could yield an effect of 100 units. And his recovery was unfailingly continuous with each breath. Could he be deemed a monster? These opponents were fundamentally different from those puppets. Their energy was indeed depletable. It was likely that their immense energy was augmented through unknown means, rendering them excessively energy-consuming. Hence, all their power stemmed from their own reserves. In a war of attrition, these adversaries proved to be less troublesome than the monstrous puppets. Kid, what are you baying? Borakli paid no heed, solely focused on executing his desired attacks. As their fists and feet clashed, he swiftly transformed his punch into a claw, ensnaring his opponent tightly. He could not afford to lose his advantage. Should his adversary persist with energy blasts, it would only complicate matters for him. In the distance, Sun Wukong had already led Bulma and the others to safety, having persuaded them to search for the Dragon Balls. The once vibrant island lay in ruins, apart from the referee and a few who had fled. The vast majority had perished in the aftermath of their clash. Not just the humans, but all living beings. The entire island was left in tatters. Several grand mountains had been shattered. I must admit, your strength is commendable, Borakli stated, remaining taciturn and engrossed in his struggle. Oh, I owe you my gratitude for your ancestors, the opponent retorted, disdainful and seemingly unafraid of death. This statement appeared to pierce the opponent's pride, inciting a furious response and intensifying their attacks. The clouds above had long been shattered, and the surrounding waters were stained crimson. The aftermath of their confrontation unleashed colossal waves upon the sea. With each strike, Borakli's hands trembled violently, as though his internal organs were being mercilessly kneaded by an unseen force. This could not continue. His own energy dwindled to 90,000, rendering him no match for his opponent. Borakli sighed inwardly, forced to acknowledge the vast chasm separating them. Yet, he had no superior strategy at his disposal and could only endure. He hoped to exhaust his adversary through the use of energy blocks and senzu beans. 3 hours later, Borakli's aura plummeted to a freezing point. In his perception, his opponent still possessed at least 1 million in combat power. The young man displayed remarkable resilience, consuming my energy and withstanding my assaults for an extended duration. However, his demise is imminent. 3 million units of energy distanced themselves. The surrounding dark mist had been shattered into fragments by the aftermath of their confrontation. Yet, akin to the previous two monsters and those that had relentlessly pursued him, his opponent was shrouded in a black cloak, rendering him indistinguishable. A malevolent and triumphant expression adorned the adversary's face as he gradually raised his hands, each conjuring an energy orb. Borakli trembled, astonished by the fact that he had not sustained severe injuries. He felt merely discomfort, albeit his energy reserves were nearly depleted. He regarded his opponent with a grim smile, muttering to himself, aware of the perilous situation he found himself in. Chapter 102, The Quest for the Dragon Balls, Telepathy. Taking a deep breath, he summoned every ounce of his strength, expelling energy from the three dantians within him. This was a fight to the death. While he uttered those words, Borakli understood that unless he miraculously survived, the odds of turning the tide were slim. The remaining outcomes were invariably fatal. With a flicker of thought, he resolved to treat a dying horse as if it were still alive. The bio-suit placed a magical bean into his mouth. There was no alternative. He had to concentrate entirely on his opponent. At the moment when energy surged forth from his dantian, an agonizing pain seized him, causing his heart to throb painfully, leading him to faint. In that fleeting instant before closing his eyes, he witnessed the energy orb hurtling towards him. It was the end. He never anticipated that his life would conclude here. Borakli's fixated solely on the energy orb, oblivious to the transformation of his own vital energy, which had morphed into a tricolored essence, pale silver, pale red, and pale gold. Initially balanced, the pale silver suddenly surged. This hue stemmed from the infernal fire. The other two colors represented blood vitality, while the nearly imperceptible pale gold signified mental acuity. Borakli succumbed to unconsciousness, unaware of the events unfolding around him. 3 million units of energy struck the barrier before him, yet there was neither explosion nor penetration of that energy. Amidst the bewildered and terrified gazes of the judges and the 3 million, the pale silver erupted, not only engulfing the energy emitted, but also enveloping the 3 million itself. What on earth is this? 3 million thrashed violently, followed by a series of anguished cries. In the judges' perplexed stares, it was reduced to ashes. What just occurred? After a prolonged silence, a judge hesitantly spoke. They had fought so hard, only for the creature to perish inexplicably in an instant. Subsequently, the judge attempted to descend and investigate Borakli's condition, but the surroundings were utterly devastated, rendering any description of ruin insufficient. The area was riddled with craters. Thanks to Borakli's deliberate protection, he stood proudly atop the mountain. A mere mortal, the judge found himself powerless, left to sit alone on the mountaintop, lamenting in despair. A few hours later, the rescue aircraft arrived and brought the referee to safety. Initially intending to reveal Borakli's predicament, he inexplicably chose to conceal it instead. His astuteness was remarkable. Those individuals were certainly not ordinary beings, and conventional methods of treatment would prove futile. Moreover, the benefactor had come with companions. And once the battlefield calmed, those friends would undoubtedly seek out their benefactor. Thus, the referee opted for discretion. To utter the truth would certainly invite trouble, not for himself, but for the benefactor. He wished to spare the benefactor from distress. Unbeknownst to Borakli, he would one day benefit from the thoughts of an ordinary person, thereby alleviating some of his troubles. At this moment, his internal state was chaotic. The celestial beings had entered his body unconsciously, yet they were of no avail. His dantian lacked vital energy, and the Yin fire had lost its restraint. What had once been docile suddenly surged into his heart. Ordinarily, he would have prepared to allow the Yin fire to enter his heart, but that was to occur only after its refinement, something that would have brought him immense joy. Unfortunately, the unrefined Yin fire's intrusion into his heart brought him great suffering. The Yin fire showed no regard for his feelings, rampaging through his body without restraint. The heart serves as the origin of all blood circulation. Subjected to such violent assaults, the blood became agitated, hastening its flow uncontrollably. In a frantic attempt to extinguish the Yin fire and safeguard his heart, the blood surged wildly. In an instant, the blood energy from within his body was drawn into his heart, clashing with the Yin fire. Eventually, even the blood energy from various acupoints was not spared, being shattered and transformed into pure blood energy that joined the bloodstream. Borakli grimaced in pain, his face contorting despite the unconsciousness of his condition. The agony was excruciating, causing his body to spasm involuntarily. The struggle within him was fierce, while Sun Wukong and the others remained blissfully unaware. Found another one. Excellent. 3 remain. Let us continue. Bulma felt her breath quicken, a sharp pain seizing her mind. She collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat, her thoughts a complete void. Bulma, what's wrong? Concerned, the others gathered around her, their gazes filled with worry. Bulma's face turned pale, her voice filled with distress. No, I'm fine. I just feel hesitant. She could hardly affirm her suspicions. Fear gripped her. Yet this sudden affliction was undoubtedly linked to him. What is the matter, Bulma? At a critical moment, Viomi stepped forward, gently embracing Bulma. Speak to your sister, she urged. Strangely, Bulma, who typically cared deeply about such matters, offered no rebuttal. She leaned against Viomi's shoulder, her sobs intermittent. I feel. The others grew increasingly anxious. But Viomi's stern gaze intimidated them into silence. She calmly patted Bulma's shoulder. Whatever it is, you can share, we are all here for you. I feel that Borakli has emerged. With her voice breaking, Bulma could no longer contain herself, bursting into tears. Everyone exchanged glances. Even Master Roshi showed no sign of surprise. Viomi was momentarily taken aback, soon succumbing to a state of disarray. Her hands instinctively gripped Bulma tightly, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions, revealing a hint of melancholy in her eyes, her voice hoarse. It was unfathomable. Even she herself could not discern her true thoughts. Viomi, Borakli has undoubtedly emerged into the world just moments ago. I can only feel. Only Goku could sense the oppressive atmosphere, which felt decidedly uncomfortable. He pondered aloud. Once we collect the Dragon Balls, we can summon the Eternal Dragon and make our wish, right? Everyone jolted awake. Even Bulma managed to smile through her tears. She clenched her fists resolutely. Indeed, the Eternal Dragon is a divine creation, capable of granting any wish. As long as we gather all 7 Dragon Balls, we can surely bring Borakli back. Let us not delay, we must set off at once. Suddenly, Bulma radiated vitality, driven by her unwavering belief. Despite no one knowing whether the Eternal Dragon could indeed fulfill such a wish. Yet, it remained their only viable option. Goku muttered encouragingly, injecting a renewed sense of hope into the group. Moreover, Borakli might not be in peril. None of us have witnessed anything firsthand. Right, Goku is correct. Let us hurry and gather the Dragon Balls, the others echoed in agreement. Thus, they swiftly collected 2 Dragon Balls, leaving only 1 remaining. Along the way, Krillin wondered aloud. Rubbing his head, why do I feel like we're heading back? I share that sentiment, Lan Chi gently interjected. It's impossible. I must gather all 7 Dragon Balls and summon the Eternal Dragon, Bulma announced with fervor, akin to a drowning person grasping at their last lifeline, unshakable in her resolve. Viomi furrowed her brow slightly, sensing the same feeling. She glanced at Bulma, choosing silence, believing it best not to provoke her further. Only Goku broke the stillness once more. Chapter 103. The Eternal Dragon appears, yet wishes remain unfulfilled. Is it there? Surely not. He had no recollection of the route, relying solely on the automatic navigation system of the Flying Nimbus to discern direction. This stretch of journey felt utterly unfamiliar. In a matter of hours, they indeed arrived at the southern island where the martial arts tournament was held. Bulma discarded the aircraft, racing ahead towards the ravaged island. No, it can't be. Oh. The remaining Dragon Ball is over there. Silence enveloped them all. Why had they not noticed it sooner, only to discover it at the last moment? Viomi piloted the plane, trailing behind Bulma. Upon disembarking, the group silently observed Bulma, who clutched a dark orb tightly. Bulma, what's wrong? Goku inquired directly, his gaze intense. Borakli. The rest gathered around once more, followed by a heavy silence. Ignoring Bulma, Goku reached into Borakli's embrace. Found it, the Dragon Ball. Borakli will be saved. Bulma was finally roused by Goku's words, a flicker of emotion passing through her eyes as she cast aside the charred remains of Broly. Quick, summon the Eternal Dragon. I must save Broly. Wait, hold on. Bulma glared at Viomi with anger and suspicion. What are you planning to do? Unfazed by Bulma's demeanor, Viomi gently approached the scorched figure of Broly. If he were truly dead, his body would not be soft, unless the time of death was recent. Clearly, that is not the case. Just moments ago, when Bulma abandoned Broly, his body was still warm and pliable. He was not dead. Nonsense. He isn't breathing. Viomi shrugged. I am quite certain. I am a biologist. Her declaration left everyone momentarily speechless. Indeed, the striking woman before them was a formidable biologist, responsible for the biological battle suit encasing Broly. Then what is this? Goku pondered, retrieving a Senzu bean from his pocket. Let me give it a try. He pressed it down, attempting to insert it into Broly's mouth. Observing Goku's clumsy and brutish actions, Bulma swiftly pulled him away, showing no hesitation or disdain. She reached into Broly's mouth and extracted the senzu bean. It was indeed warm, albeit slightly cool to the touch, and soft. Hurry, Bulma. Feed him the senzu bean. Bulma, unfazed and accustomed to the senzu bean, tossed it into her mouth, chewed it briefly, and without a hint of aversion to Broly's soot-covered form, leaned down to kiss him. Master Roshi gulped audibly, muttering, "The Eternal One." A perfectly normal reaction. No one noticed that his eyes remained calm, devoid of any corruption or lewdness. Before long, Goku's joyful exclamations erupted. "Look, Broly just moved. He is truly not dead." The crowd surged with excitement. Vomi crossed her arms, observing with a complex expression, her own feelings eluding her grasp. They all fixated on Broly, yet he remained utterly still. "Goku, stop making wild claims. You're scaring everyone." Goku looked equally puzzled. "Strange. I distinctly saw Broly move." Scratching his head, Goku leaned closer, seizing Broly's arm and lifting him from Bulma's embrace. Gasps erupted from the onlookers. "What are you doing?" Goku remained silent, scrutinizing Broly curiously as he raised his arm high. With a resounding slap, he struck Broly. "Ah!" Bulma's anger flared, stepping forward. But a wave of heat radiated from Broly's body, causing everyone to recoil in shock. "This is bad." The Dragon Balls. Goku's gaze sharpened as he braved the heat, rushing towards the scattered Dragon Balls, quickly scooping several into his arms and rolling away. "Ouch! That's hot." Emerging from the heat, Goku no longer exhibited his previous bravado, trembling uncontrollably. The temperature surrounding Broly was identical to that within the 8 trigrams furnace of 5 Elements Mountain. Not only was it scorching hot, but it also seemed impervious to any earthly force. What could be done? While outsiders were at a loss, Broly's condition within gradually improved. Had it not been for Sun Wukong's formidable strike, he might not have endured. That blow from Sun Wukong fully invigorated Broly's corporeal essence, akin to a multitude of birds returning to their nests, or moths drawn to a flame. In an instant, all his vital energy surged into his heart, decisively suppressing the last vestiges of danger, the hidden fire. At that moment, despite the extreme external temperatures, Broly remained unharmed, having subdued the fire. Were it not for his internal weakness, there would have been no trace of energy dissipating from his exterior, as Master Roshi remarked. "Let us wait. There's no need to rush," he advised. Bulma, however, was agitated as she observed the air rippling with heat waves, cracking under the intensity. But with temperatures this high around Broly, he could be in peril, she exclaimed. "No," Master Roshi firmly countered. "The high temperature emanates from within Broly, not from the environment itself. Moreover, this temperature is quite unique. In my many years, I've never encountered anything like it." He elaborated briefly before reaffirming his belief in its correctness. "Thus, we should remain patient. Regarding his current predicament, we are powerless. It is up to him to navigate this challenge." Everyone, including Bulma, nodded in agreement. 3 days later, as the tension among the group reached its peak, Broly finally opened his eyes. "Broly!" Sun Wukong exclaimed with delight. "What is it, Wukong?" "Don't." Bulma instinctively pointed at Sun Wukong, her gaze involuntarily shifting towards Broly. She found herself at a loss for words, tears streaming down her face. Just as she prepared to rush over, Broly's deep, hoarse voice halted her. "Do not come closer." The fire had ravaged his bodily functions, and the tumult of his vital energy had drained his physical strength. Simply being able to speak was a feat in itself. "Give me a senzu bean." He had long since consumed his supply. Without the senzu beans to sustain him, he would not have survived to this moment. Sun Wukong instinctively rummaged through his clothing and produced one. "I only have this one left," he said innocently. Bulma swiftly snatched it away and tossed it towards Broly's mouth. A grimace that was more painful than a cry emerged on his face as the senzu bean slipped into his mouth. Appreciating Bulma's cleverness, he slowly closed his eyes, meticulously sorting through his internal state. After another half-day, the surrounding energy finally began to recede. Only then did the group gradually approach Broly. "You summoned the dragon Shinron. I need some time to recover fully. Once I am restored, I will provide you with all the details." Bulma sighed in relief, filled with joy. The group took out the Dragon Balls and summoned Shinron. After a familiar display of bravado, Bulma pointed towards a desolate island. "Please restore this island to its original state and resurrect all those who have perished." The crimson eyes of the divine dragon glimmered with an even more fervent light. "This wish is unattainable. Propose another," sighed the dragon, a note of exasperation in his voice. He was weary, truly fatigued. What manner of individuals were these who had summoned him on 2 recent occasions? Their demands were so peculiar, so unlike those of ordinary mortals. Chapter 104. Transition to Peace. 2 messages. The sound of shattered souls echoed in everyone's minds. Impossible? You are a divine dragon. How could you possibly claim such a thing? How could it be beyond your capability? The angered Sun Wukong pointed accusingly at the dragon. If even you cannot accomplish this, what hope do we have? The dragon remained unmoved, resolutely maintaining his stance. Indeed, I cannot fulfill this wish. Why? Are you not a divine dragon? I can only resurrect those who have perished within a year. Beyond that, I have no means to revive them. As despair washed over the crowd, the dragon continued to provoke. Moreover, I can only resurrect those whose complete bodies are intact. Otherwise, I am powerless to bring these souls back to life. With the revelation of these 2 pieces of news, silence enveloped the gathering. What kind of celestial torment was this? What shall we do then? Dragon, we summoned you. You must grant this wish. Sun Wukong gazed defiantly at the dragon, an unexpected glimmer of excitement in his eyes. The turtle hermit looked at Wukong in astonishment. This boy has been led astray by Borakli. He actually contemplates slaying a dragon. He hastily interjected, Dragon, can you direct me to a place where such a multitude might be resurrected, without involving Lord Yama? The turtle hermit remained unperturbed. Does this even count as a wish? The crowd replied in unison, it does. Bulma stepped forward decisively. The dragon had clearly stated there was no feasible method, apart from knowing the way. They had no other recourse. If they knew the method, there would still be a glimmer of hope. In the Vega system of the North Galaxy, there exists a planet inhabited by a mysterious entity possessing powers akin to mine, yet far superior. If you wish, you may seek it out. Violet stepped forward. You are deceiving us. There is no definitive answer. Furthermore, whether such extraterrestrial realms harbor life is uncertain. You would have us journey so far? Sun Wukong was immediately invigorated once more. I have fulfilled your wishes. Farewell. With a flash of red light from his eyes, the dragon dispersed into the ether. Hey, you scoundrel! Violet stamped her foot in frustration, leaving Pilaf and the others in a state of disbelief. This graceful lady before them possessed an unexpectedly charming side. Sun Wukong soared into the air, grasping the 4-star Dragon Ball. Aside from this, he felt no interest in the other Dragon Balls. Cautiously placing the 4-star ball within his embrace, he gently patted it. What shall we do next? The turtle hermit pondered. I cannot ascertain the truth of this matter. But I have a sister named Fortune Teller Baba. She can divine any situation. You might consult her. Baba? What a peculiar name. The turtle hermit was left speechless. It is the fortune teller, not the bread lady. Sun Wukong cradled his head in his arms. What can this fortune teller do to bring back the deceased? She could venture directly into the underworld. You may inquire of her. Everyone was taken aback. Bulma shook her head. You go ahead. I will stay here with Borakli, given his severe injuries. Upon saying this, she gazed with concern at Borakli's tightly shut eyes. Borakli felt a pang of sorrow himself. He had completely mastered the dark fire. Yet the vitality within him had been utterly depleted, and the essence of life in his physical form had been worn away. His own universe could only be rebuilt through cultivation anew. His energy was likewise drained to the last drop. The advantage, of course, was that the dark fire was completely under his control, and there were no longer any foreign substances within him. With the interplay of dark fire, vital energy, and blood essence, the majority of his meridians and acupoints had been expanded. Should he train again, his strength would surpass that of his initial cultivation. Moreover, the planets, moons, and meteors remained intact. Although this encounter was perilous, it was ultimately a worthwhile endeavor. It puzzled him why that creature chose not to end his life. In his final moments of unconsciousness, he was unaware of what transpired and could only consult the resurrected referee to uncover the truth of the matter. Wu Jixian remained oblivious. The referee had not perished and had witnessed everything unfold. The creature did not flee but was vanquished by an unknown force. Now, with the dark fire at his heart, his blood would be purified time and again, enhancing his vitality. As he contemplated this, Borakli felt a sense of relief. He had indeed suffered significant losses, which were irreversible and could not be spontaneously restored. Fortunately, he could cultivate anew, and his foundation would become even more robust. Previously capable of challenging foes tenfold his level, he could now, after recultivating, conquer adversaries 30 times stronger. His vital energy became more refined and pure, and so too did his blood essence and blood whirl. His vital energy now bore the qualities of dark fire. Upon recultivating, his strength would undoubtedly become even greater. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Borakli has awakened. Master Rashi feigned ignorance, while Sun Wukong was the first to notice. The crowd gathered around him once more. Borakli, are you all right? Meeting Bulma's eager gaze, Borakli offered a wry smile and shook his head. Bulma's heart sank. What is it? You won't be able to grow up again, will you? Borakli's expression darkened. What nonsense is this? Bulma, what are you saying? What do you mean by that? Bulma was also displeased. Seeing his grave expression, she expressed concern, and he appeared ungrateful. I have been worried for so long, and you still seem displeased. Observing Bulma's anger, Borakli quickly smiled in apology. It's nothing. It's merely my cultivation matters. Please do not be upset. I was in the wrong, and my tone was inappropriate. A woman's mood can shift like the weather in June. With his soothing words and apology, Bulma's expression brightened immediately. As long as you are fine, that is all that matters. Borakli, tell me about your cultivation. What happened to you? Sun Wukong gazed at Broly with a perplexed expression, showing no concern for his physical state. Go away, go away. Just as Broly's injuries are healing. You come along with this. Can't anyone get a moment's respite? Bulma immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. What nonsense. I care about Broly too. No, I'm fine, but... Broly hesitated. What is it? Everyone turned their curious eyes towards Broly. Chapter 105, Cosmic Matters, Planet Namek. My power has diminished, rendering me an ordinary person. Broly silently reflected, considering himself an ordinary individual with a physical capability of 10. What? Sun Wukong anxiously pushed past Bulma, disregarding the charred marks on Broly's body as he grasped Broly's arm. Are you serious? Broly nodded solemnly. There's no need to deceive you. I must retrain. Sun Wukong persisted. Can you regain your strength? Broly replied with ease, of course. And the process will be significantly quicker than before. In no more than 3 years, I shall fully recover. Sun Wukong finally exhaled with relief, complaining, Broly, you nearly scared me to death. I am not exaggerating, Bulma interjected, pulling Sun Wukong back to Broly's side. As long as you are unharmed, everything else is inconsequential. I will take care of you, it's all right. Feeling Bulma's genuine concern, Broly's heart warmed, and a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. I must take some time away. Upon hearing this, Pilaf and his companions, as well as Sun Wukong, understood the implication. Bulma's dissatisfaction resurfaced. Why? She could not comprehend Broly's need for seclusion. The thought of being separated from Broly left her feeling discontented, her inner turmoil reflected plainly on her face. Broly observed her quietly, his dark visage calm and profound. Then I shall accompany you. Remarkably, Broly did not refuse. The dragon said that on Weaving Maiden Star, there may be a way to revive these individuals. Bulma dismissed this notion with a scoff. Broly, it is highly likely that it fabricated a falsehood to deceive us. Shaking his head, Broly contemplated before responding, that is improbable. The dragon has no reason to do so. If it were impossible, it would simply state so. Since it has spoken, there must be a solution. Thus, Bulma, you should inform Uncle Brief and the others. Let us go investigate together. Bulma reached out, resting her palm on Broly's forehead. Oh no, oh no. Broly's dazed. What shall we do? She gently brushed away her hand. Sun Wukong, go consult the fortune-telling elder to see if there are any alternative methods. He turned to Vyomi and Pilaf. In my laboratory, there are 3 capsules stored on my desk. Retrieve them and research the manufacturing process. I have already investigated a portion. Based on my data, see if you can thoroughly perfect and produce them. All right. Vyomi responded with a bright smile, her curiosity piqued, and without further delay, she set to work. He directly retrieved a universal capsule from his embrace, extracted an aircraft, and departed with Pilaf and his companions, heading straight towards the deserted island. And what about you? Borakli cast a glance in the direction of Corinta, speaking in a low tone. I shall go fishing. What? The remaining individuals stared at Borakli in disbelief. At this moment, you choose to go fishing? Indeed, I intend to conduct a business transaction. Borakli, very well. Let us each proceed with our tasks. He then turned to Master Rashi, his demeanor grave. Should any more monsters appear, I would require your assistance with the Mafuba technique. No problem, though it is peculiar. Having lived for several centuries, I have encountered only one demon, yet in recent years, monsters seem to appear incessantly. Borakli's lips twitched unnaturally. Could it be due to him? Very well, Let us each proceed with our tasks. Bulma, after you finish your conversation with Uncle Brief, join me on the deserted island. I shall await your arrival. By the way, do provide me with some empty universal capsules. All right. Bulma nodded earnestly. Borakli did not linger any longer. Seizing the universal capsules Bulma handed him, and took flight. He still needed to go fishing. Karinta, the cat sage, observed Borakli. You've arrived. Yes. I seek to exchange for some senza beans. Do you have any left? Certainly. I saved some for you. Splendid. Cat sage, you are the best. The cat sage chuckled. Follow me. Borakli accompanied the cat sage to the lower level, gazing at the 3 jars. His eyes narrowed slightly as he casually remarked. By the way, cat sage, how did I perform against the monsters this time? Mediocre. Had it not been for your mutation at a critical moment, you might have perished. So, you indeed witnessed the entire battle and are aware of that monster's origins. The cat sage was unperturbed by his exposure. On the contrary, I am entirely ignorant of where that monster emerged. I could only observe it when it drew near to you. It seems to possess some peculiar concealment. Borakli did not question the cat sage's words. Very well, let that be. By the way, do you know what ultimately happened to that monster? From your words, it appears that it perished because of me. Indeed, the cat sage retrieved a jar from beneath the bed. In your final moments, you were engulfed in flames. When the monster attempted to attack you, you incinerated it with a single fireball. The flames within you do not resemble earthly flames. I would say they more closely resemble the flames of hell. The cat sage grabbed 2 handfuls of senzu beans from the jar. Hey, cat sage. You are rather stingy. Do not speak nonsense. This is a fair trade. Surely not. I ventured out to save innocent lives on Earth, and yet you are so miserly. As a sage, should you not provide a portion of senzu beans free of charge? The cat sage, reluctant, grabbed another handful. Borakli found the scene both amusing and exasperating. How much could that little paw of the cat sage grasp? Without hesitation, he lifted the cat sage. Hey. The cat sage did not hold back, stating that he could manage with 3 handfuls. With that, he summoned the gradually recovering energy within him and grasped a handful of the mystic beans. However, he quickly realized that this was excessive, and such a quantity was undoubtedly unacceptable. The cat sage was in a frenzy under Broly's menacing presence, anxiously exclaiming, Do not be so stingy. I am not squandering. You are indeed wasting them. Do not presume I am oblivious, Broly retorted, his expression darkening as his aura surged. You are watching me. The cat sage's struggling movements abruptly ceased. He stammered, Well, this, is because. What did you see? Broly's eyes gleamed with a cold light, causing the cat sage's fur to bristle. No, aside from your battle, I saw nothing else, truly. I harbor no penchant for prying into others' privacy. Moreover, I am completely unaware of your activities indoors. Broly's expression fluctuated between anger and contemplation. At this critical juncture, he could not eliminate the cat sage without incurring a loss himself. Fine, I shall temporarily place my trust in you. The cat sage finally exhaled in relief, his fur settling. You were supposed to believe me. I truly did nothing. Broly seized 2 more handfuls with force, stowed them away, and hastily departed, leaving the cat sage behind. You rascal, you did that on purpose. Broly remained silent. Revenge was undoubtedly his intent. Thus, they commenced their preparations to depart Earth for Namek. Fortunately, Broly's spacecraft was equipped with a star chart of Namek, ensuring they would not lose their way in the cosmos. 30 days later, upon arriving at Namek, Broly, Sun Wukong, Bulma, and the trio of Pilaf marveled at the beauty of the planet before them. It is splendid, isn't it, Broly? Indeed, Broly replied, reluctantly opening his eyes and speaking slowly. Chapter 106. Directly snatching, can you speak? However, it is quite perilous. What? Pilaf immediately became agitated. In his lifetime, he had faced 2 significant dangers, and now another was looming? My lord, Broly turned to regard the trembling Pilaf and his companions. I instructed you to train diligently, yet you did not heed my words. When faced with minor predicaments, you panic. Pilaf grimaced, My lord, this is not my fault. It is simply. What is it? Xiao Wu interjected, noticing Pilaf's struggle to articulate his thoughts. My lord, it is merely that your training aptitude is extraordinarily formidable. While the enemies we face are multiplying exponentially, we truly cannot keep pace. Pilaf and Asu nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes. Broly shot them a disapproving glare before slowly making his way to the window. They were less than 30 minutes away from Namek. During this time, he had been diligently working to restore his strength. After a month, His energy had begun to coalesce once more, yet he had not made any breakthroughs to planetary status. At this point, reaching 1,000,000 in energy cultivation through mere training was no longer feasible. In the past, the universe within me lacked a solid foundation. While physical training could still augment my vital energy, it is no longer sufficient. Mere physical exertion now only enhances my blood vitality. To advance further in my vital energy and attain the anticipated nebula realm, I must rely on cultivation. Alternatively, I could leverage my racial talent for near-death recovery to break through the limitations of the vital energy within me. Meteors, satellites, planets. My next step is the nebula. With a peak combat strength of 100 million. Beyond that lies the stellar realm, where the pinnacle of combat strength reaches 1 billion. At that juncture, I anticipate being able to traverse even the weaker stars. Simultaneously, the cultivation realm of my inner universe has become increasingly clear. The lunar and solar pathways are the 8 meridians I have already perfected, though not entirely restored. Completing them will be a trivial task. Next, I shall pursue the realms of Shaoyin and Shaoyang, and upon achieving the Jian stage, I will fulfill my initial cultivation goals. My inner universe will manifest, allowing me to cultivate without reliance on external energy exchanges. I will simply focus on nurturing the universe within, drawing energy from the void. In 10 days, I expect to fully recover to the planetary realm, with my vital energy data reaching 300,000. Additionally, I can once again consolidate the solar blood cycle, enabling me to confront adversaries with 30 times my strength, achieving a combat power of 9 million. Borakli gazed at the dazzling window, incredulous. Is this truly possible? Why have I become so much stronger all at once? Bulma turned to him with delight. Were it not for her piloting the ship, she might have rushed towards him. Borakli offered a calm smile, stating, as the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. He explained leisurely, the Yin fire residing in my heart has been thoroughly subdued, significantly enhancing my physical capabilities, coupled with the infusion of my vital energy, which bears the essence of Yin fire. My blood vitality and mental strength have been refined under the influences of planets, satellites, and meteors. Furthermore, the amplification of my inner universe has become even more powerful, allowing me to now break through to a combat strength of 900. Viomi beamed with curiosity. What is your current combat power? Borakli's expression darkened, casting a reproachful glance at Viomi. Why must you bring that up? My current combat power, excluding enhancements, stands at a mere 40,000. It exemplifies the adage that every beginning is difficult. It took me 30 days to recover to a combat power of 40,000. Yet I shall fully restore to 300,000 in merely 10 days. What is the matter, brother? Little sister is quite curious. Bulma exclaimed. Oh my, I have goosebumps. She added with a chuckle. Viomi, with her delicate fingers, adjusted her glasses. This particular pair, also a biological battle suit, was something Bulma possessed but deemed unattractive. Feeling it detracted from her grace. You too, have you completed your cultivation methods? The two women, who had previously been laughing, immediately fell silent, lowering their heads in embarrassment. Humph, if you do not train diligently, Borakli gently admonished. We have not lagged in technology. If our cultivation progresses slowly, so be it. Nonsense. This cultivation technique, when perfected to the stellar realm, can extend your lifespan tenfold, allowing you to live for a millennium, and you can achieve eternal youth akin to our scion kin. The two women scrutinized Broly from every angle before simultaneously shivering. A glance exchanged between them revealed a hint of trepidation, and they gasped in unison. No. Broly paused, retracting his gaze as he noticed the apprehensive looks directed at him, quickly realizing their misunderstanding. With a hint of irritation, he remarked, What are you thinking? It's not that I, like you, cannot grow. Rather, it's about maintaining your current appearance. The sooner you accomplish this, the more youthful your features will remain. He sighed. Bulma, did I not mention this to you when you were quite young? Humph. At such a tender age, how could I possibly remember? Besides, who knows if it's even true? You doubt me, then? Bulma faltered, hastily waving her hands in protest. You both must diligently train. It will prove invaluable in the future. As for Pilaf and the others, once you meet the requirements, I will gradually impart my knowledge. Broly did not pressure the two women, who exhaled in relief as they focused on piloting the spacecraft. Pilaf and his companions were overwhelmed with emotion, their eyes brimming with tears. Did this imply that they had gained Broly's recognition? What a delightful sensation. Broly, noticing their excitement, smiled faintly but chose not to elaborate further. This world is full of wonders. He did not wish to embark on his journey alone. He was not a mere recluse from Earth. Having witnessed the dense array of spaceships blanketing the cosmos beyond planet Vegeta, he was naturally captivated. Attention! Captured by the gravitational pull of Namek, we are about to shut down one of the engines. Attention! Entering the atmosphere of Namek. Shut down all propulsion engines and engage the reverse thrusters. Boom! The spacecraft landed safely. Broly promptly opened the hatch and stepped out, with Bulma and the others reluctantly following suit. Broly held no curiosity for the environment of Namek. During his 3 months of awakening in the universe, he had encountered a myriad of peculiar star systems and planets. In contrast, Bulma and the others explored with keen interest, examining everything in sight. Viomi, there's no need for that. What do you mean, no need? These specimens could greatly inspire my biological research. Broly was at a loss for words, but chose not to intervene, allowing her to pursue her interests. Bulma, understood. Bulma nodded gravely. Retrieving the Dragon Ball radar from the multifunctional capsule, she pressed a button, continuing the search, then repeated the action. What's wrong? I've detected 6. Broly said nothing in response. Let us go? Wait. Whoosh. Viomi, reaching for a leaf, was swept away by Broly's energy, soaring into the air. Oh no, my leaves. Broly paid her no mind, as he, along with Viomi and Bulma, and Goku with Pilaf and the others, swiftly pressed on until they soon located the first Dragon Ball. Bulma, intrigued by the odd individuals, was eager to engage. What should we do? Broly and Goku exchanged a glance, their astonishment palpable. Let us seize it. What? Goku, Bulma, and Viomi turned to look at Broly in surprise. It was difficult for them to believe that Broccoli would utter such words. Viomi adjusted her glasses, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in her eyes. It is not impossible, but from their chattering, it seems their language differs from ours. The language of the dragon should indeed be distinct from ours. Can you speak their tongue? Broccoli smiled mysteriously. Fear not. Such matters are not beyond my capabilities. Chapter 107. The Elder, a good child. Broccoli wished to avoid complications. The Dragon Balls were clearly in the hands of the most esteemed individual within this tribe. Moreover, the hostility they bore towards his party was evident to all, coupled with the battle against the Demon King Piccolo, who was certainly no benevolent figure. These individuals, though appearing peaceful, cast wary and fierce glares at the unfamiliar intruders, showing little hospitality. One among them bore an uncanny resemblance to Piccolo, nearly identical at 99%. Thus, Broccoli could not blame himself for resorting to a bit of thievery. System, record and analyze the language here. Transmit the findings to me upon completion. Understood. Broccoli seldom employed the wasteful system, but that did not indicate he had forgotten its existence. Routine matters were sufficiently handled by his computer, and the system was only of minor assistance when scanning the opponent's strength. However, even now, the help in scanning power was not particularly significant. Observing Sun Wukong's hesitation, Broccoli discerned his thoughts and chuckled. You seem to have forgotten the aura of that fellow. These individuals are akin to them. Besides, we only require the Dragon Balls, and after usage, we shall return them directly. Judging by their demeanor, they are unlikely to lend them to us. And there is also the need for us to gather more. Sun Wukong's expression hardened, radiating a fierce battle intent. I understand, he declared, then charged into the fray, swiftly seizing the Dragon Balls. All those who opposed him among the Namekians were rendered unconscious. To be precise, they were all knocked out. Bulma wore a worried expression but refrained from voicing any objections. They had come to resolve matters concerning Earth, and it was not the time for discourse. Viomi adjusted her glasses once more. Broccoli, may I take over 10 individuals back for research? Broccoli had yet to respond when Sun Wukong, like a startled cat, leaped into the air with a yelp, baring his teeth at Viomi. He covered his rear, then feeling insecure, grasped his shoulder instead. Perhaps the psychological impact was substantial, as he quickly squatted in midair to minimize his exposed area. I warn you, old hag, do not even think about giving me a shot. Ahaha. Bulma, Pilaf, and the others could not contain their laughter at Sun Wukong's overzealous reaction. Viomi also smiled, automatically filtering out the old hag comment. Broccoli's lips twitched. He wished he could dig a hole and bury himself. What a disgrace, he thought, feeling utterly embarrassed. Nevertheless, there were no formidable individuals present. He would wait for a more opportune moment when suitable allies emerged. Directly injured, Broly had yet to perceive the wonders of the Namekians, nor did he seem to care. Vomi could only acquiesce. The universal capsule was incapable of containing a person. It was impractical to carry it around now. The three swiftly departed from the small village, heading towards the next location indicated by the dragon radar, the palace of the Grand Elder of Namek. Nail was anxious and restless. Grand Elder, I sense two formidable energies approaching. Patience, child, the Elder replied. They will come. But Grand Elder, our Namek has only just regained its tranquility. Those individuals. They are good-hearted, do not fret. They will seek us out. Their aim is the Dragon Balls, which can assist us. Nail was taken aback. Grand Elder? I foresee a calamity approaching, and we shall need their assistance. My strength is more than sufficient to protect our Namek, and I shall strive even harder in my training. My battle power has reached 390,000. The Grand Elder smiled and shook his head. Nail, do not rush. They shall arrive shortly. Simply guide them here. With a sense of resignation, Nail bowed his head in response, then turned to leave the Grand Hall, standing alone atop the lone mountain. Broly and the others swiftly gathered the 6 Dragon Balls. What is happening? Bulma exclaimed, repeatedly tapping the dragon radar. What is wrong, Broly? The radar only shows the 6 Dragon Balls we have collected. It has not detected any others. Could it be that this planet possesses only 6 Dragon Balls? After all, it is considerably larger than Earth. Pilaf interjected excitedly. That should not be the case, Broly mused thoughtfully. Wait, I believe I understand. With that, he closed his eyes, striving to sense the energy, expanding his perception. Suddenly, Broly opened his eyes, exuding confidence. I found it. Without further ado, he whisked Bulma and Vomi away. Goku hurriedly followed with Pilaf and the others. Broly, you're not even saying goodbye. Huh? Who told you to be so distracted? The two sped along, soon arriving at the Grand Elder's palace. Goku exclaimed in astonishment. The figure before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the one known as Piccolo, at least a 99 likeness. Who are you? Goku inquired, baring his teeth, yet the other remained unfazed. Coldly, he replied, Nail, are you the strongest here? Goku asked, curiously surveying him. Humph, a band of thieves. Had it not been for the Grand Elder's orders, I would not spare you. Come with me. The Grand Elder wishes to see you. Goku, infuriated, prepared to charge forward, only to be halted by Broly. We've taken their possessions. Must they not be allowed to vent their frustrations? Let them curse. What matters most is the task at hand. The group filed into the Grand Hall. Wow! Came their astonished exclamations as they beheld the gigantic mound of flesh before them. You ruffians, show some respect towards the Grand Elder. Goku's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he looked up. Oh, it's the Dragon Ball, the one-star ball. On the grand chair of the Elder, a single star gleamed prominently. Sun Wukong leaped up, but was swiftly pulled back down by Borakli. Borakli, did you not say to seize it? The others wore strange expressions, while Nailu appeared indignant. Scoundrels! You brigands! You shall not go unpunished. Yet, despite his fury, Nailu still regarded their elder with respect. Nailu, they are merely good children. There is no need for such hostility. Everyone. Chapter 108. Palunga. 3 wishes. Borakli wore a bemused expression. Good children? By what reasoning? A feeble voice emanated from the portly figure before them. What do you seek with the Dragon Balls? Are you the supreme leader of the Namekians? Borakli stepped forward, pulling Sun Wukong back slightly. All the Namekians you have incapacitated are my children. Wait, are you a female? Pilaf could no longer contain himself, stepping forward on one foot and pointing incredulously at the elder. The group felt as if a flock of crows had flown over their heads. Well, that jest. Haha. Our Namekians are entirely different from you humans and Psiots. Oh, you know about us? Borakli was astounded. Thus far, Master Roshi, Cat Master, and the Eternal Dragon had been unable to discern their origins. Yet, this feeble elder had recognized them at a glance. Our elder is erudite, knowledgeable about many races in the universe. Besides, our elder can foresee the future, Nailu proclaimed proudly. Before you even arrived, the elder had already predicted your coming. Borakli narrowed his eyes slightly. This elder was indeed extraordinary. So, what is the situation with him? Sun Wukong gazed up at the elder curiously. Still in the body of a child, he was intrigued by the elder's imposing stature. Nailu fell silent. System. Near death. Life force only 10 years remaining. Borakli was rendered speechless, his lips moving slightly. You are dying. Nailu's expression changed dramatically, filled with rage. Scoundrel. Enough. Nailu, the child has not spoken falsely. My time draws near, the elder stated. As long as you It's of no consequence, child. They can assist our kin through this crisis. The elder struggled to convey his cryptic message to Nailu, closing his eyes as his chest heaved violently. Borakli remained silent. I may be able to extend your life. Really? Nailu looked at Borakli with astonishment. Borakli gently approached. He indeed possessed the means. The flame at his heart was a shadow fire, capable of influencing the soul, while the vitality of the sun realm allowed him to filter the elder's waning life force. By dispelling some of the deathly aura and filtering the decay from the elder's essence, his lifespan could naturally be prolonged. Were the elder to respond with hostility, Borakli would not proceed, but the elder evidently harbored goodwill. Gently stepping forward, and amidst Nairu's watchful gaze, I extended my palms to touch the elder's body. It may cause a bit of pain, and it would only extend his life by approximately another decade. At this point, Borakli paused momentarily. There was no alternative. The elder was at the brink of his life, and to grant him an additional 10 years was akin to borrowing time from the heavens, a feat not easily accomplished. Thank you, child. This is merely an equitable exchange, Borakli remarked nonchalantly. Bulma smiled faintly, retrieving a mystical bean from her bosom, and swiftly presenting it before the elder. Esteemed elder, this is a senzu bean from our earth. It can heal all wounds. If you feel overwhelmed, consume it directly. It will also sustain your energy. As she spoke, a thought occurred to her, and she produced an energy block from her garment. Additionally, this is an energy block derived from our technological advancements, serving as a substitute nourishment. Savor it, as it will provide you with ample sustenance. Without hesitation, the elder accepted the offerings, a cheerful smile gracing his features as he placed them in his mouth, all while Nairu watched with concern. Thank you, child, he expressed gratefully. Bulma turned with a charming smile. No need for thanks, esteemed elder. Borakli, prepared and resolute, summoned flames from his hands, gradually infusing them into the elder's being. Nairu stepped forward, apprehensive. Rest assured, Borakli is immensely powerful. The elder will be fine, Goku said innocently, casting a serious look at Nairu. Internally, Nairu bore a bittersweet smile. While he was worried, he was even more concerned about Borakli's intentions towards the elder's life. VMI, sensing Nairu's unease, reassured him gently, fear not. Borakli is not one to break his word. Your elder will be safe. Nairu remained unyielding, distrustful of their group. With matters thus at hand, he could only await the outcome in silence. Borakli devoted himself wholeheartedly to assisting the elder, and soon the elder's face contorted in pain, beads of sweat pouring down. Elder. Goku stepped forward, positioning himself to shield Nairu. Step aside. You cannot interrupt Borakli. Unfazed, Goku stood firm against Nairu. Nairu, I am fine. I feel well. Though the pain is intense, as my young friend has already warned me, the elder managed to utter with great effort before closing his eyes once more. To those present, the elder's form appeared to thin gradually, his facial wrinkles slowly diminishing. After a brief interval, Borakli withdrew his hands, his expression revealing no signs of distress. All right, let us depart. Huh, we are leaving just like that? Goku gazed at Borakli in confusion. We haven't even obtained the Dragon Ball yet. Are we truly departing without resolving the matter? It was as if the elder sensed Goku's thoughts. Young friend, I appreciate your assistance. I bestow this Dragon Ball upon you. Nairu, please assist them. Seeing the elder's recovery and his now stable condition, Nairu finally exhaled in relief, respectfully turning to prepare for their exit. By the way, young friend, do you require my assistance in unlocking your potential? Borakli's eyes narrowed slightly. Unlocking potential. This is a realm with which he is quite familiar. Will it affect us? Will it affect you? Borakli remained oblivious to the fact that, under the loving gaze and gentle words of the elder, he felt as if embraced by the warmth of spring. His mindset became significantly more tranquil. It bore no impact. It merely awakened the latent potential within you. After a moment of contemplation, Borakli proposed, let us wait until our wishes are fulfilled. Earth awaits our restoration. The elder paused momentarily, then chuckled, gesturing for them to proceed freely. Borakli led Sun Wukong and the others outside the Grand Hall, where Nairu stood with a cold demeanor. Hand over the Dragon Balls, he demanded. Sun Wukong's expression soured, eyeing Nairu warily. Fear not, Nairu reassured. The elder has instructed me not to harm you. Humph, your strength pales in comparison to ours. What could you possibly do? Nairu fell silent. The Machik Star people wielded their energy far beyond the capabilities of Earthlings. Sun Wukong's ability to conceal his energy appeared to Nehru as mere folly. Yet, it was precisely this understanding that made him aware of the formidable strength possessed by Sun Wukong and his companions. Borakli's prowess, however, was even more elusive. His command over energy surpassed Nehru's by an immeasurable degree. Give it to him, Borakli instructed nonchalantly. Despite Nehru being the most combative among the Machik Star people, Borakli remained unconcerned that he would defy the elder they had just encountered. Sun Wukong reluctantly handed over the Dragon Balls, and Pilaf and his companions followed suit, surrendering their 2 Dragon Balls as well. After a series of incomprehensible mutterings, Nehru turned to Borakli. Restore the islands devastated by the martial arts tournament 30 days ago, including the resurrection of both deceased humans and animals. Borakli glanced at him in astonishment. You comprehend our Machik language? With a smile, Borakli clearly repeated the request in their tongue. You can speak it. How is that possible? Borakli merely smiled in silence, gesturing for him to proceed with the wish. Nehru could only turn to the dragon. However, the wish could not be fulfilled. Borakli felt a sense of helplessness. The dragon of this planet was incapable of restoring the lives of more than one individual simultaneously, unlike that of Earth. Suddenly, Borakli paused, realizing, indeed, Earth's dragon can. He then instructed the dragon to restore the islands and resurrect the deceased. If it could not accomplish both simultaneously, then it should restore the corpses of those slain. Noticing Nehru's bewildered expression, Borakli inquired, What troubles you? Is there an issue? Purunga can grant 3 wishes. Oh, then simply have him fulfill that, Borakli replied naturally, regarding Nehru as if he were foolish. Nehru then turned to express the 2 wishes. All right, it is done. They stood there, unable to contact Earth to verify the truth, and thus chose to trust the outcome. Well, I have no further wishes, Borakli stated, preparing to turn away. Aren't you going to use your final wish? After a moment's thought, Borakli uttered a statement that left Nehru utterly astonished. Chapter 109. The Science and the Legend of Super Saiyan. Nehru stated that the dragon Shenlong Purunga offers 3 wishes. I have already utilized 2 of them to restore the islands and the bodies on Earth, leaving 1 wish remaining. If you have any desires to express, now is the time to inquire. After uttering this, he disregarded the astonished Nehru and directly turned to enter the Grand Hall. He was far more intrigued by the elder's mention of potential development. The harrowing experience of consuming the super divine water was etched in his memory, never to be forgotten. Bulma and Viomi exchanged sweet smiles, choosing silence as they followed closely behind Broly. Bulma's curiosity was purely innocent, while Viomi possessed a keen awareness of her own place. Broly's inquiry was directed towards Bulma and Goku. She was not yet a pivotal figure. Even her studies in controlling the stars were permitted by Broly before Bulma could teach her. She felt no sense of loss. The current situation was already quite satisfactory. Pilaf and his companions, blissfully unaware, gazed eagerly at the dragon above. Broly's cold voice pierced their ears. You 3, why are you not coming in? Their expressions shifted, awkwardly glancing at the dragon before lowering their heads, faces contorted in reluctance, and they trudged inside obediently. Goku glanced around, noticing that everyone else had returned. Without hesitation, he made his way towards the Grand Hall. Nehru was bewildered. After traversing great distances, was it truly only to save your islands and humanity? You disregard the additional wishes? Hey, there is still 1 wish left. Goku waved dismissively. Do as you please, we have no need for it. We came solely to rescue humanity. With that, he vanished completely. Nehru, feeling helpless, could only explain to the dragon Purunga. Within the hall, Broly observed the elder, who seemed to have regained considerable vitality. If it would not cause any issues, could you please enhance the potential of those 3 first? Very well, please come over here. The elder indicated to a chair beside his left. He could easily reach it with a mere gesture. Pilaf and his companions looked on in terror, shaking their heads vigorously. The chair beside the elder appeared to them like a monstrous beast. Broly's gaze turned icy, and his aura bore down upon the trio, causing them to collapse to the ground in utter fright, losing control of their bodily functions. They stared in horror. This was an unknown circumstance. Unlike the simplistic perceptions held on Earth, Broly felt exasperated. Based on his experience, it would undoubtedly be painful. If Pilaf and his companions were to go first and set an example, Bulma and the others would at least have some reference. Yet, these 3 fools lacked the courage to step forward. I shall go first, Viomi declared with a confident smile. not waiting for Broly's response as she gracefully approached the chair beside the elder. Thank you for your assistance, kind sir. Not at all. There's really no loss involved. I'm merely guiding you. Broly's lips twitched. Indeed, it was guidance, but it would be an agony that penetrated to the very bones. He looked at the oblivious Vyomi with a sense of pity. This foolish girl was willingly stepping forward to become a test subject. In less than a minute, Vyomi's aura surged significantly. All right, next. Ready? Borak looked perplexed. Is the script not correct? Vyomi, is your stabilization so remarkable? Before she could respond, he looked up at the Grand Elder. So soon? Of course, my young friend might be misunderstanding. I am merely guiding the inherent potential within her body. If it were absent, there would be no enhancement. It has no effect on me or her. Does it hurt? Borak tentatively inquired, addressing both of them. Haha, it doesn't hurt. Are you afraid of pain? Vyomi first appeared puzzled, then relieved. She had witnessed Borak's struggles through several experiences in cultivating his own universe, where he was often incapacitated by pain. She might have developed a psychological shadow from it. With graceful strides, she approached Borak directly. What are you doing? Borak looked at the tender Vyomi with curiosity. Borak, trust me, it truly doesn't hurt at all. The Grand Elder is highly skilled. Borak's expression darkened. Skilled? How peculiar does that sound? Sun Wukong had grown curious and had completed his own tasks while the two conversed. Sensing Sun Wukong's power had surged to 800,000. Even Borak's composure began to waver. What? Sun Wukong's battle power was merely 160,000 when he first arrived on Namek, and now it has reached 800,000? Such speed. Soon after, everyone was ignited with potential. Borak wasted no time and stepped forward. After a prolonged silence, he felt no response. How strange. Why does it take so long for me? The Grand Elder was utterly astonished. Young friend, you have completely mastered your body. Borak was not surprised. Aside from the black hole at his spine, he indeed had full control over his physical form. Is that so strange? Does that mean I lack potential? The Grand Elder, in disbelief, shook his head. No, it's not that. Rather, your training has been entirely efficient, and you have completely mastered it, rendering my guidance impossible. After a moment of contemplation, Borak grasped the Grand Elder's meaning. I understand. Yet, deep within, he felt otherwise. He possessed potential, and quite a lot of it. One could even say it was boundless. However, his physical form had indeed exhausted its potential, all reflected in his strength. His potential resided entirely within the black hole. On the martial arts conference island, he had once realized that he and Sun Wukong had experienced explosive power after near-death recovery due to the mysterious black hole in their spines. Young friend, I am truly sorry, I cannot assist you. The Grand Elder's voice interrupted Borak's thoughts. Not disheartened, Borak responded calmly. It's all right, Grand Elder. I am immensely grateful that you can assist my friends. You are quite magnanimous, remarked the Grand Elder. Borak smiled. It wasn't that he was magnanimous. He simply had confidence that, aside from that fellow Sun Wukong, no one else could possibly catch up to him. By the way, Elder, are you familiar with the Science? Could you enlighten me? The young friend shook his head. I am unaware, Broly replied nonchalantly. This is my brother. We were sent away from planet Vegeta when we were very young and have since lived on Earth. I see. Yet that seems improbable. However, I can clarify. The Science you speak of differ vastly from what I know. How so? The elder glanced at Broly. By the way, are you aware of the legend of the Super Saiyan? Broly did not even glance at Goku. I do not know. We have not heard of it. But elder, my inquiry pertains to the Science. Do not rush. Allow me to explain at a measured pace. Chapter 110, Returning to Earth. All revived upon hearing the elder's intent to explain slowly. Goku sat down abruptly. Everyone was captivated. Bulma curiously inquired, what are you doing? Goku, adorably scratching his head, replied. Did he not say to explain slowly? I am sitting here to listen. To everyone's amusement, Goku seemed to treat the elder's words as a tale. The elder chuckled. Naru, speechless, pointed behind them, and chairs materialized for each person. Wow, Bulma exclaimed, bending down to touch one. It's real. Vermilion, unhesitant, also touched it and cautiously sat down. It's comfortable. Puff, upon hearing this, plopped down onto a chair. Quite pleasant. Little Wukong and Ashu followed Puff like sycophants. Indeed, very comfortable. Goku instantly sprang up, eager to sit. So soft. Broly cast a glance at Naru. This technique is quite extraordinary. Now that our guests are seated, allow me to elucidate. Broly remained standing, quietly observing, a dark mass of blood swirling within his third eye. Unlike the other blood masses, this one was unruly yet not hostile. Broly could only envelop it slowly with his own energy and spirit, attempting to set it in motion. Every beginning is arduous. Acquiring the Elder's corrupted blood will greatly aid in my cultivation of the extraordinary acupoints. I am truly fortunate. Most of Broly's focus was on the swirling blood within, with a portion of his spirit outside, attentively listening alongside everyone else. The Elder pondered briefly before he spoke. The Scions originally hail from planet Salad. Broly looked at the Elder with uncertainty. This differs from my understanding. System, unclear. The system records indicate planet Vegeta. Unfazed, the Elder continued. After its destruction, they relocated to planet Zuffer, where the entire Zuffer populace was annihilated by the Scions, who named the planet Vegeta. The role of the Scions is to invade and seize planets, exterminating all sentient beings, subsequently selling the conquered planets at exorbitant prices to extraterrestrials desiring habitation. Everyone exchanged glances. No wonder their combat prowess is so exceptional. The Scions are essentially a band of unemployed wanderers, primarily focused on honing their strength. Yet their actions are akin to those of pirates, infamous throughout the cosmos. The most formidable among them is King Vegeta, whose battle power stands at an astonishing 10,000. Ah! Exclaimed Son Goku in surprise, a sentiment echoed by Bulma and the others. It was evident that Son Goku's strength surpassed 10,000. All eyes then shifted to Broly. Indeed, with the aid of the Grand Elder, Son Goku's combat power had dramatically surged to 800,000. The group, including Pilaf, was left in a state of bewilderment. Even Neru's pupils dilated in shock. With his own power at merely 390,000, the disparity between him and Son Goku was staggering. Pilaf and the others felt as though the ground was shifting beneath their feet. It was utterly inconceivable. Compared to King Vegeta, the prowess of these two was truly like an unfathomable abyss. Broly, what about you? Bulma inquired with concern. Broly had not yet unlocked his potential. Would he be affected by this? Do not worry, he replied. My power is 300,000, and it poses no issue. Moreover, my strength is a result of my own training, and I have complete mastery over my inner potential. My battle power is not inferior to that of Son Goku. Pilaf, with an expression of obliviousness, interjected, wait a moment. If your potentials have all been unlocked, does that imply that you cannot surpass Son Goku? At this, everyone turned to Vyomi, who stood up from her seat and approached Pilaf slowly. Lord Vyomi, is there something you require? He stammered. I have recently been researching a topic on how to cure human foolishness, and I believe you would make the ideal subject for my experiments. Pilaf's face paled as he laughed awkwardly. Lord Vyomi, surely you jest. That is not a humorous joke. Very well, let us return to listening to the Grand Elder's account. Broly interjected, clearing his throat to curb Vyomi's antics. The Grand Elder's voice resumed its melodic flow, captivating the group, including Neru, as they absorbed the cosmic secrets being shared. Once the narrative concluded, Broly bid farewell to the Grand Elder and departed from planet Namek with the others. Shall we return? Bulma gazed wistfully at the resplendent starry sky. Certainly. What a pity. I wish to explore other planets, she lamented. That is possible. But first we must return to Earth to summon Shenron and revive all those innocent souls who perished due to our battles. Agreed. Broly reflected on the Grand Elder's words. The Scions, to maintain their combat prowess, undergo a prolonged adolescence, and the weaker among them are abandoned to fend for themselves. Though they may return if they exhibit promise. Planet Vegeta has already been shattered by Frieza, the tyrant of the cosmos, who will seek to plunder planet Namek for the Dragon Balls in 10 years. The Scions possess transformation abilities, the first being the Great Ape Transformation and the second, the Super Saiyan form. The Namekians are truly remarkable, possessing such profound knowledge of cosmic mysteries. I shall return to converse further with you next time. For now, upon returning to Earth, the group swiftly gathered all the Dragon Balls and summoned Shenron, resurrecting all those who had fallen. They all returned to the deserted island. Bulma, Vyomi, you must not neglect your training. Indeed, confident and self-assured, Bulma found herself possessing an impressive combat power of 300. She considered herself the strongest, aside from the two Scions before her. Furthermore, the experiments could not be halted. They were immensely valuable, particularly the energy capsules. Without delay, Bulma responded to Broly. No, Broly. Gathering solar energy on Earth to manufacture energy capsules is far too slow. I propose we venture into outer space. What do you mean? Broly inquired. Upgrade the laboratory to incorporate spaceship capabilities, and then we can ascend into space. That sounds feasible, Broly agreed without hesitation. He was always willing to endorse anything beneficial to his training. The group subsequently fell into a contemplative silence, focusing intently on their training and research, oblivious to the world around them. However, Master Roshi observed their activities from the shadows, restless and eager for action. Chapter 111, New Weapons, Goku's Anticipation. Broly, come quickly. A piercing scream echoed across the deserted island, awakening everyone. Broly quietly opened his eyes, recognizing Bulma's voice. Could it be? In a flash, he vanished from his spot. In the physics laboratory, Bulma exclaimed, "What is going on? The spaceship has been constructed." Broly looked down to see Bulma holding a device resembling a flashlight, her enthusiasm palpable. Realizing he had overthought the situation, he asked, "What is that? Is there an even greater breakthrough?" "Hee, I'm working on the repair system for the spaceship." Bulma replied nonchalantly, not delving deeply into her explanation. Broly was well aware of her research progress. "I intend to employ new nanotechnology." "Well, let us give it a try," she suggested casually. Suddenly recalling the weapon he had mentioned, she urged, "Take a look at this." Curiously, Broly accepted the flashlight-like device she handed him. After examining it closely, he moved to the center of the laboratory. With the press of a switch, a long spear materialized silently. Broly felt a rush of excitement. It was precisely the weapon he had desired. This spear weighed approximately 3 tons, feeling slightly lighter in his grasp, measuring 356 meters in length. It was a standard-issue spear. The spearhead and shaft were a brilliant silver, consistent with the original flashlight's color, while the shaft itself was black, gleaming under the laboratory lights. An excellent weapon, Broly could not suppress his joy, exclaiming with enthusiasm. "Hee, I think so too," Bulma replied, skipping over to Broly's side with her hands behind her back. "This spear is constructed from nanomaterials. As long as it isn't severely damaged, it can self-repair. Provided the nanomaterials are not depleted, the spear will endure." Bulma's bright eyes sparkled as she spoke with delight. Moreover, the manufacturing process is quite simple. She produced another device similar to the first and connected it to the spear in Broly's hand. With a flick of a switch, the spear vanished entirely, returning to its unassuming form. "Just insert it here to replenish the nanobots," she explained, holding up a container filled with the nanobots. Thus, during battle, replenishing the nanobots is not possible. She separated the two devices, raising the container in her hand. This device is an exceptionally miniature nanomaterial fabricator, which adjusts its production based on the last replenishment of materials for the firearm. The barrel, the stock, and the components of the gun require no effort on your part. Simply toss in some materials, and it will fabricate them autonomously. As for the gun strap, I have researched that functionality, and you need not worry about it, as I have opted not to utilize it. Borakli nodded. His knowledge of firearms was rudimentary, and he merely shared a brief explanation with Bulma. In a previous life, there was a saying, "The moon staff, the yearly blade, and a lifetime of guns." The gun is revered as the king of weapons, signifying a universal acknowledgement of its potency. The fundamental techniques of firearms encompass thrusting, stabbing, striking, entangling, circling, blocking, seizing, pouncing, pinpointing, plucking, and dancing with flowers. Borakli currently intends to master 3 fundamental moves: blocking, seizing, and thrusting. Mastery of these 3 techniques will naturally facilitate the acquisition of the others. In this world, thus far, all opponents have refrained from utilizing weapons, relying solely on the raw energy within them. Combat has been direct, devoid of any weaponry techniques. Recent skirmishes have scarcely qualified as melee. They were primarily contests of energy. Therefore, the sophistication of weapon techniques is not of paramount importance, as long as one can subdue their adversary. He quickly filtered through this basic knowledge in his mind. "By the way, Bulma, what about the energy blocks?" Bulma's expression soured. "The research on the 4th-generation energy blocks is exceedingly arduous. Compressing such a high concentration of energy into a small unit poses significant challenges with current technology, and the equipment is wholly inadequate. My sister Viomi and I are collaborating to explore biological methods to achieve this goal." Borakli pondered thoughtfully. Recently, he had been preoccupied with another matter and had not devoted much attention to this issue. He was surprised to learn that such capable young women were also facing difficulties. Is it insufficient compression? No. Bulma shook her head in frustration. It is not merely that. There are numerous complications involved. What do you mean? Oh, it's not something that can be easily explained in a few sentences. You should read the experimental logs yourself. I must commence my experiments now, so please step outside. Borakli scratched his head in confusion at her words. He then noticed Bulma's face flush with embarrassment and wisely chose to steer the conversation elsewhere. However, your training has not fallen behind. Bulma exclaimed, waving her arm excitedly. Indeed, my battle power has reached over 1100. I have also created a battle power measuring device, which can currently assess beings with power levels below 10,000. Oh, have you made any discoveries? Huh. Apart from you and Son Goku, I have not found anything noteworthy. My battle power is over 1100, while Vyomi is around 400, and Pilaf and Xiao Wu are merely in the 100s. Borakli nodded, not feeling the need to elaborate further. They had only been back on Earth for 2 years, and given the current results, it was already commendable. By the way, how strong are you and Son Goku now? Borakli smiled. I am currently at the pinnacle of planetary realm, in the mid-stage of the Lesser Een realm. The combat prowess can reach an astounding 50 million. And in actual battle, it may even surpass 60 million. As for anything beyond that, I find myself utterly powerless. The energy of higher realms is simply insurmountable for me at this moment. Regarding Sun Wukong, his battle power has escalated to an extraordinary 120 million. A true anomaly, indicative of having ascended to the next realm beyond mine. Bulma reassures Broly, you are adept in both physical and mystical disciplines, while Sun Wukong solely focuses on one. Moreover, you balance your research endeavors alongside your training, which is quite impressive. Most importantly, you possess the ability to engage in battles beyond your level. Broly gazes at Bulma in astonishment. What is the matter? Do I have something on my face? No. I'm merely curious as to how you came to know the term dual cultivation of body and spirit. What's the big deal? It's just a term. I'm clever enough to invent such phrases. Broly looks at Bulma with a hint of disdain. Continue then. I shall step outside to practice. Bulma waves her hand dismissively. Go on, go on. Aside from sharing kisses, Broly still behaves like a child. What more could he possibly do? He steps closer, and under Bulma's bashful gaze, affectionately brushes her nose. All right, make sure to rest well. A barely audible response escapes Bulma. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she watches Broly's elegant retreat. How peculiar. She muses. I feel as though Broly has grown taller. Could it simply be my imagination? Unbeknownst to her, Broly, who has turned away, shares a similar sensation. Recently, he has devoted his energy to both training and research, neglecting the awareness of any growth in his stature. He is typically in absolute control of himself, making such a change seem implausible. Yet, considering his recent breakthroughs, perhaps it warrants inquiry with Sun Wukong. In a blink, Broly has sought out Sun Wukong, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Broly, what do you want? Indeed, you seem a tad taller, could it be? Broly ponders aloud, seemingly indifferent to Sun Wukong's presence. Broly? Huh, do you have something to say? Nothing at all. Broly shakes his head and turns to leave. Sun Wukong stretches lazily. How dull. It would be splendid if an enemy were to arrive. Chapter 112. The Curse of the Crow. The Return of the Monster. Broly stiffly turns back. What did you just say? Sun Wukong, oblivious to the peril, responds, I said I feel quite bored. My body is growing stagnant. If only an enemy would appear. It would be even better. Broly's expression shifts dramatically. In an explosive rush, he lunges at Sun Wukong. You scoundrel. Broly, I really don't wish to fight you right now. Sun Wukong helplessly covers his head. There's no denying it. Each encounter with Broly leaves him battered and bruised, fostering a lingering psychological trauma over time. You scoundrel. You prefer to battle monsters, don't you? Do you have any idea how much time those monsters have cost me? Without them, my strength could have easily doubled by now. Broly continues to strike while berating him. Sun Wukong can only protect his head, anxiously shouting in response. Borakli, this is none of my concern. I did not summon the monster. Borakli's countenance darkened further. I understand your implication. It is indeed my fault. He mumbled, applying force without restraint. Ouch, Borakli, ease up. I truly erred. Sun Wukong anxiously explained. Humph. Borakli only felt satisfied when Sun Wukong's face was once again bruised, clapping his hands and straightening up. He dares to speak of monsters. You have no idea who you are. Borakli's expression turned as dark as a stormy sky as he spat out the last few words through gritted teeth. A harbinger of doom. Sun Wukong perked up. Oh, Borakli, the monster truly has arrived. He shot Sun Wukong an exasperated glance. What do you think? Heh, now we can stretch our limbs. Humph, you truly have a penchant for stirring trouble. After this, I shall upgrade the gravity ring and set it to the highest level of 500 times gravity for you. Observing Sun Wukong's pale complexion, Borakli's mood lightened slightly. He retrieved the new weapon Bulma had given him. Sun Wukong, typically carefree, momentarily forgot his impending burden of gravity upon seeing Borakli's intriguing gadget. What's this, Borakli? You are the one who's a thing. Borakli, feeling rather irritable, chose to ignore him. You're not a thing. Sun Wukong protested loudly in haste. Yes, you are not. Borakli did not engage in the argument, allowing Sun Wukong to express himself freely. He turned and shouted toward the laboratory. Bulma, pull off. It is time to experiment with your new technology. What? Is there an enemy approaching? Pilaf's sharp voice echoed from within the laboratory, brimming with excitement as if he had long awaited this moment. Borakli's expression soured. What kind of crowd have I gathered around me? All leaning toward the thrill of battle. I am merely a man devoted to research and self-improvement. Borakli gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, allowing Pilaf to direct Xiaowu and the others in setting up the new experimental equipment. What is so captivating? Nothing. I just think the stars are quite beautiful. Huh. Borakli, can we see stars during the day? Sun Wukong rested his hand on his forehead, craning his neck to peer deeper into the sky. What do you think? Wow. I truly see several stars, and they are coming towards us. They are coming this way. Wow, Borakli, run. The stars are flying toward us. Borakli, weary of his foolish brother, paid him no mind. A glimmer flickered from the device in his hand. A long spear gradually took shape. The primordial ion gun. What? We must flee. Sun Wukong lowered his head in distress, only to see the long spear that had suddenly appeared in Borakli's grip. Wow, Borakli, quiet down. You're always making a fuss. Sun Wukong immediately covered his mouth cutely and spoke in a muffled tone. Aren't we running? Borakli paid no heed to Sun Wukong and ascended directly into the sky. Whether it be foes or not, it was the perfect opportunity to test his new weapon, serving as a sharpening stone for his skills. Observing this, Sun Wukong hurriedly followed suit. As the two ascended, the island emanated a blue luminescence under the sun. Occasional sparks of electricity formed a white arc-shaped barrier that shielded the entire island. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong lunged forward. Upon nearing, he discovered that what he initially thought were stars were, in fact, monsters, misidentified due to their dark cloaks under the sun. Borakli swiftly raised the butt of his gun, aiming directly and shooting forth a beam of light that pierced straight to the monster's throat. A roar erupted from the creature, causing Borakli to pause momentarily. A puppet? His previous encounters with such creatures, and even more formidable ones, had taught him that puppets reacted distinctly compared to sentient beings. With a steely gaze, he coldly remarked, "Humph. What of a puppet? It shall meet its demise all the same." Internally, he lamented the increasing strength of the hidden figure, whose mindless puppets now boasted a combat power of 2 million. The monstrous adversaries from the last martial arts tournament had only possessed a combat power of 800,000 and retained consciousness. Based on his encounters and deductions, it was apparent that if the technology permitted, the hidden individual would undoubtedly wish to erase all semblance of intelligence, leaving only puppets to execute tasks. The creature evaded Borakli's thrust and lunged towards him, even attempting to seize the gun. Overestimating oneself. With a deft motion, Borakli deftly maneuvered his mixed-element ion gun to intercept the puppet, delivering a decisive blow to its waist, causing it to stagger and be thrown aside. Without a moment's hesitation, he maneuvered his gun to ensnare the two approaching monsters, dispatching them swiftly, before finally turning his attention to Sun Wukong. Wow, they are monsters. Yet they do not seem to feel pain, Sun Wukong exclaimed as he executed his flamboyant techniques, his energy enveloping him as he clashed head-on with the puppets. Borakli shook his head, choosing not to intervene with Sun Wukong's antics. Instead, he gripped his spear and continued to engage in combat with the three adversaries. Currently, he was nearing 1 million in combat energy, capable of transcending limits by 50 times in the mid-stage of the Lesser Een realm. Were it not for his desire to hone his marksmanship, Borakli would have swiftly eliminated these monsters. Sun Wukong, too, was in a similar mindset. his strength reached 12 million. With a threefold amplification, and his inherent combat power hovered around 4 million. Thus, effortlessly dispatching these creatures required little exertion. Both were merely seeking to refine their skills. Thus, amidst the skies above the island, Sun Wukong and his 5 companions engaged while Borakli battled with 3 adversaries, delighting in the fray. On the island, Bulma summoned everyone. Even the busy Violet, who was engrossed in her research, was no exception. All were gathered and seated in a line of 5 chairs in a clearing. The 4 were seated as she busily prepared snacks. Come, enjoy some sunflower seeds, watermelon, pumpkin, and cantaloupe. Pilaf gazed at the array of fruits before him. Bulma, shall we simply enjoy the spectacle? Bulma, hands on her hips, confidently returned to her seat. Of course, everyone should take a moment to relax and indulge in the show. While relaxation was indeed the order of the day, her true intention was for everyone to witness Broly's impressive display of marksmanship. As expected, Xiao did not disappoint her. Oh, the adult is actually using a weapon. Could the opponent be quite formidable? What? Formidable? Pilaf and Ashu were startled and quickly rose from their seats. What shall we do? Should we keep our distance? Bulma, unperturbed, replied with poise, calm down, we've barely begun. There's no need for alarm. Broly is more than capable, just watch closely. That weapon is not for show. Violet's eyes flickered with intrigue. A gun? She then glanced thoughtfully at the smug Bulma and smiled knowingly. So that's it. What? Pilaf and his companions leaned forward, curious to hear more. Oh, nothing. Just observe Broly's gun. It's quite a rarity, Bulma said, her face flushing slightly. Why is that statement so ambiguous? She mused, nodding enthusiastically. Yes, let us take a good look at Broly's gun. It's not something you encounter every day. Chapter 113. Sun Mongfu. Quite a headache to Pilaf and the others. The battle in the sky was a vibrant spectacle. Goku and Broly deliberately restrained their powers, resulting in a thrilling confrontation. Bulma, that gun of yours must be crafted from nanomaterials, correct? Violet inquired, her tone strikingly assured. Bulma beamed with delight. Ah, Violet, you're remarkably perceptive, spotting that right away. She shot a glare at Pilaf, who was left utterly bewildered, cautiously displaying a forced smile. With a dismissive huff, Bulma turned to engage Violet in conversation. Pilaf grew increasingly anxious, sitting rigidly on the edge of his seat, fearing that one misstep might provoke Bulma's ire. Bulma, you truly are a genius for devising such a method. I had initially planned to create a biological gun based on the characteristics of bioarmors, she said with a smile. Sister, even if a biological gun had superior regenerative capabilities, its hardness would still be lacking. The gun I crafted from nanomaterials excels in hardness, durability, and regenerative properties. Violet did not dispute this. Bulma's reasoning was sound. Biological products, in the absence of a deeper understanding of more cosmic life forms, would always carry significant shortcomings, even for a genius like her. Moreover, Bulma herself was a prodigy, while playful banter was one thing. It was undeniable that her talent allowed her to easily create extraordinarily powerful weapons. However, Violet pondered where the limits of this gun's hardness might lie. She acknowledged Bulma's slight edge in this instance, but was not one to lose easily, smiling as she posed a direct question to Bulma. Sister, while metallic materials have their merits, they cannot compare to the self-sustaining growth of biological technology. Some metals are indeed capable of such feats. I am well aware of this. However, the challenge lies in researching and enabling these metals to transcend their inherent limitations. My dear sister, it is not that I lack perception. With a radiant smile, Viome straightened her posture, exuding a natural elegance that was undeniably captivating. Within a few decades, significant breakthroughs may prove elusive for you. Bulma's expression darkened. She understood all too well that Viome spoke the truth. Putting on a facade of indifference, she reassured herself, it matters not. I can still assist Broccoli. Upon saying this, she gazed skyward. Alas, Broccoli had already vanquished one foe, seemingly acclimating to the spear in his grasp. Viome followed suit with her gaze. As for the trio of Pilaf nearby, they were merely foolish, incapable of discerning the exchange between the two women. They merely felt a chill in the air, mistakenly believing they were engaged in a fervent technical discussion. In the sky, Broccoli dispatched an enemy without hesitation. Given his current prowess, should he unleash his full might, no puppet could withstand his assault. Swiftly and decisively, he dispatched the remaining two with rapid thrusts of his spear. Goku, do you require assistance? Goku, deeply engrossed in battle. Quickly called out, "No, that's unnecessary. Broccoli, focus on your own affairs. I'm fine here for now. I'll play a bit longer." Broccoli shrugged. "Very well. This fellow seems eager for monstrous adversaries to challenge him." He descended from the sky, approaching Bulma and the others. "This shield is quite impressive. It exhibits no tremors whatsoever." Pilaf immediately sprang to his feet, blushing slightly. Haha. Thank you for the praise, my lord." Broccoli smiled faintly. His words were not mere flattery. He was acutely aware of his strength compared to that of the puppets approaching. Even if he held back, they would not. And the resultant shock waves were evident in the distant, roiling sea. Yet, paradoxically, the island at the heart of the battle appeared untouched by turmoil. "So soon? Are we done playing?" Broccoli displayed an indifferent expression. Ironically, this group of fools had been summoned by Goku's wishes. Viome also stood, her curvaceous form on full display before Broccoli, radiating joy. Why do I say this? That fellow Goku had just expressed a desire for monsters to practice against. And lo and behold, the monsters arrived. The five were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. Is there truly such a peculiar demand in this world? Creating trouble for oneself? Indeed. You find it astonishing, do you not? It was indeed hard to fathom, almost beyond imagination. Well, let us not dwell on such matters. We shall quietly observe. Goku should not require much longer. After Broccoli spoke, he seized a handful of seeds, cracking them open while savoring the spectacle. That reckless Goku, despite having learned a plethora of techniques from Broccoli, retained his unrefined approach in combat. Borakli harbored deep skepticism regarding the inherent nature of their race, believing it to be difficult to alter. However, due to his limited knowledge, he found himself unable to make precise comparisons. In a mere 30 minutes, Sun Wukong appeared to be thoroughly enjoying himself. "Sun Wukong, if you do not eliminate them soon, I shall intervene," he warned. Borakli's fervor extinguished the fiery enthusiasm within Sun Wukong. After a brief moment, Sun Wukong, with determination, struck swiftly and vanquished the beast. As he landed, he looked at Borakli with anticipation, eager for validation regarding his performance in battle. "Well, was there any issue with my fight this time?" Bulma and Vomi exchanged exasperated glances, rolling their eyes as they made their way to the laboratory. Why are they leaving? Sun Wukong wondered, perplexed by their silence. Borakli, without reservation, mocked Sun Wukong before turning away himself. As he walked, a contemplative expression crossed his face. Sun Wukong's combat style is effective when opponents are evenly matched, or even slightly stronger. But should the enemy possess overwhelming power, his approach is utterly unsuitable. The Grand Elder of Namek spoke of the unfathomable strength of the cosmic tyrant Frieza. If we continue on this path, the outcome in 8 years remains uncertain. Borakli raised his gaze towards a particular direction. Perhaps taking him to that place would be beneficial. Yet, he hesitated, recalling how he had returned from that location, imparting all he had learned to Sun Wukong, only to find little change in his fighting style. If all else fails, I must consider that his current prowess is formidable. Seeking balance and learning from the cat sage may prove challenging. This conundrum plagued Borakli, for at least 80% of his combat techniques were derived from the cat sage, despite his diverse training methods for Sun Wukong. However, when it came to battle, Sun Wukong often reverted to brute force, a fact that vexed Borakli greatly. Chapter 114. The Cat Sage. Divine Insights. Upon entering the laboratory, Borakli was met with an unexpected sight. Vomi, with her striking figure, extending her pristine arms and blocking his path. "What do you mean? There's nothing left?" he asked, bewildered. Vomi rolled her eyes, exasperated. "What do you think?" Borakli shrugged. "Vomi, you cannot be this unreasonable. I merely grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, and now they are gone." Vomi glared at him with fierce intensity. "I was referring to the lack of senza beans. Without them, I cannot continue my research." "Who mentioned anything about sunflower seeds being gone?" "Oh, had you clarified earlier? Perhaps this misunderstanding could have been avoided." "Is this my fault then?" Borakli stifled a chuckle, rummaging through his belongings. "What's the matter?" he asked, brow furrowing as he looked at Vomi. "Calm down, it's nothing. I'll check again." He continued to search. "Nothing, I assure you," Borakli declared, hands raised in innocence. "He has hardly gathered a sufficient number of celestial beings. After all these years, they have long been depleted. No matter how many he possesses, they cannot withstand the incessant demands of Vomi, who grants no respite whatsoever. Are they truly all gone?" Observing Vomi's skeptical gaze and doubtful tone, Borakli hastily rummaged through his pockets. Indeed, they are all gone. Look, I don't even have a universal capsule left. You have not hidden anything. Borakli was displeased. Viomi, why would I conceal anything? There is absolutely nothing to hide. Seeing Borakli's earnest demeanor, Viomi decided to temporarily place her trust in him. She continued to interrogate him. Where did the celestial beings come from? Why not procure some more? Borakli was amused by Viomi's nonchalant attitude. Procure some more? You speak so lightly of it. My dear, those beings were gifted to me by celestial beings. Where would I go to obtain them? Should I seek out the celestial beings? Simultaneously, he pondered to himself. If I were to ask, they would undoubtedly oblige. But if I were to obtain them, I certainly could not share them with you. No amount could withstand your insatiable consumption. Really? Celestial beings? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Huh. What you say is quite absurd. Consider our current level of strength. Any severe injury can be remedied by a single celestial being. Do you truly believe such things can be acquired by mere mortals? Are celestial beings really real? Indeed, they are as genuine as gold, if not more so. Borakli pounded his chest with sincerity. What shall we do now? I seem to be on the verge of a breakthrough. Borakli's expression darkened. A breakthrough? Are you serious? 2/3 of my celestial beings have already found their way into your bag, and you claim to be on the verge of a breakthrough? How can I possibly continue to provide them? Borakli grumbled internally, yet his lips remained steadfast. There are none, absolutely none. Very well, I have no other recourse. Let us discuss this matter at another time. I shall file it away for now. With that, he circumvented Viomi. Viomi watched Borakli's retreating figure, biting her lip. This is troublesome. I have a glimmer of insight regarding the concept of limitless energy. If I can unravel the properties of the celestial beings and integrate them with the cells of a scion, I could create a super android, endowed with infinite energy, boundless self-repair, and the extraordinary ability to enhance itself upon nearing death. Once the experiment is complete and yields the desired results, I could transform myself into an android, rendering myself unmatched by any adversary. A flicker of determination ignited in Viomi's eyes as she feigned indifference, shrugged lightly, and gracefully followed into the laboratory. 2 days later, Borakli, clutching 10 universal capsules, dragged the chattering Sun Wukong as they frantically fished in the ocean. Borakli, what are we fishing for? Do not waste your breath. Just focus on your task, fish diligently, and fill those universal capsules. Why? Sun Wukong remained puzzled, yet his actions did not cease, his aura erupting, causing the seawater to plunge 2 meters in depth. All the sea fish nearby were thrust into the sky, deftly captured by Sun Wukong and stored in a universal capsule. Pay no mind to the details. Simply know that we are on a mission to deliver a gift. A gift? What is that? Sun Wukong paused for a brief moment, observing the bustling figure of Borakli. You chatter too much. Hurry up. Oh. Sun Wukong, with no other option, nodded and continued to catch fish. Borakli was equally industrious. However, Viomi had indeed reminded me to seek the cat sage for some magical beans to exchange for fish, and perhaps he could assist in determining if Sun Wukong could be saved. The two swiftly completed their task of fishing and departed the maritime expanse, whistling into the distance. Borakli, where shall we go next? To Karinta. What? Borakli paid no heed to Sun Wukong, pushing forward with unwavering determination. Reluctantly, Sun Wukong trailed closely behind. At Karinta, the cat sage stood quietly beneath the eaves of the tower. You have arrived. Sun Wukong, astonished, pointed at the cat sage. Borakli, look, this cat can actually speak. With that, he disregarded the suppressed laughter of Borakli and the irate, twitching whiskers of the cat sage. Ah, is this not the place of Yuba? Is this not the pinnacle of the tower? Are there sages here? Borakli, you have indeed climbed up here before. You deceived me back then. Strange, where is the sage? Sage, reveal yourself. Initially stifling a laugh, Borakli's expression turned as dark as ink with Sun Wukong's incessant chatter. With one swift kick, he sent Sun Wukong tumbling into the tower. What are you doing? Borakli ignored Sun Wukong. Sage, I apologize for the amusement. My brother is truly foolish. And I hope for your understanding. The cat sage, leaning on his staff, stared at Sun Wukong in disbelief. Upon hearing Borakli's words, he took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. What brings you here this time? Merely to ascertain whether my brother still has a chance of salvation. What is the matter? Instead of responding, Borakli retrieved 10 universal capsules from his pocket. I have 10 here. Shall we exchange them for some magical beans? No. Last time you took so many magical beans. You wouldn't have consumed them all, would you? With that, the cat sage wore a puzzled expression. That cannot be right. Even if you did consume them, it would only last about 4 years, making it quite improbable to have finished them all. Borakli's lips twitched. He could not confess that Vyomi had squandered them. Just as he prepared to concoct an excuse, the cat sage's next words darkened his expression. You must be quite the glutton to consume so much. Will you exchange, or not? If not, I shall seize them, and you shall not obtain your fish. The cat sage snatched the universal capsules from Borakli's hand. Exchange, exchange. Borakli unreservedly agreed, filling half of the capsules with magical beans amid the cat sage's pained exclamations. Can my brother be trained? The cat sage shook his head. Your powers are too formidable. My training would be of little assistance to you. What then? Borakli gazed despondently at the ground of Karinta. Sun Wukong, such a brash individual, may fare well in favorable conditions, and even turn the tide in adverse situations, yet in a crushing defeat, victory remains unattainable. Seek the celestial deity, they shall assist you. Borakli was momentarily taken aback. The celestial deity? Indeed, located above the Karinta. Borakli gazed upwards. Above, you cannot perceive it, though it lies above Karinta. It is entirely different from your understanding. The celestial deity resides in the celestial palace, shielded by a barrier that mortals cannot breach. Borakli pondered this revelation. He was aware of the supreme Old Lord, the underworld, the king of hell, the cat sage, and the divine dragon. Now, he had encountered yet another celestial being. Cat sage, might you enlighten me about the nature of these deities? The cat sage's expression shifted dramatically, shaking his head in agitation. Why? Just share a little. Borakli is merely curious. Your stinginess is unbecoming. Sun Wukong interjected with curiosity. Impudent boy, do you not realize that I am merely an ordinary deity, lacking knowledge of such matters? You wish for me to divulge the secrets of the divine realm? That is absolutely out of the question. A look of confusion flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes. But did you not inform us about the celestial deity? Borakli had not contemplated this deeply, but upon Sun Wukong's inquiry, he could not help but burst forth. Indeed, has the cat sage not already revealed the existence of the celestial deity? The cat sage stammered. Borakli's eyes glinted with menace. You said it, you might perish. If you remain silent, I shall ensure your demise, and it shall be a gruesome one. With a clatter, the cat sage's staff fell to the ground. No, please, I will speak. The cat sage grimaced, compelled to relay the celestial deity's information as instructed. Is that so? It seems the celestial deity is indeed attentive to the mortal realm. The cat sage, threatened, could hardly bring himself to flatter. It was unthinkable. He could only choose silent protest. Since they wish to meet us, let us proceed. Come, Wukong. Oh, Sun Wukong scratched his head, casting a scrutinizing glance at the cat sage, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. Best to follow along. Wait a moment, you impudent boy. Borakli slightly turned. Is there something else? With your current approach, reaching the celestial palace is impossible. Mortals cannot ascend to the celestial palace. Oh, does this celestial deity intend to toy with us? Or has guidance been provided on how to proceed? The cat sage pointed to the Rui Bang behind Sun Wukong. That staff was originally the pillar connecting Karinta and the celestial palace. 300 years ago, the turtle sage ascended, persistently requesting to take this staff. Borakli was taken aback. 300 years ago. Indeed, 300 years ago, the turtle sage climbed Karinta. Remarkable. That elder has lived for so long. No wonder he enjoys nurturing turtles. Borakli was left speechless. Is this the issue at hand? The deity's affinity for turtles? Just tell us what we must do. The cat sage extended his hand. Give it to me. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong unfastened the Rui Bang from his back. Here. The cat sage weighed it in his hands. Follow me. Upon concluding his words, he lightly stepped onto the ground, gracefully maneuvering himself onto the railing. With a determined flex of his waist, the cat immortal nimbly leapt atop the cap of Karinta. Borakli remained silent, taking flight immediately, closely followed by Sun Wukong. And then, the corners of the cat immortal's mouth twitched, momentarily forgetting the prowess of these individuals. He inserted the Rui Bang into the apex of Karinta and commanded it to extend, which would automatically connect to the divine hall on the other side. Without a word, Borakli soared forward and seized the Rui Bang from the cat immortal's grasp. Wait a moment. What now? Borakli replied with evident displeasure. The cat immortal had a habit of speaking this way, which disrupted his mental composure and tested his patience. Look at you. Your state of mind is still unrefined. The cat immortal, taken aback, stepped back and ceased further dialogue, hastily retrieving a bell from within his robe. With this bell in hand, you shall earn the right to meet the deities. Broccoli snorted disdainfully and snatched it away. Son Wukong, let us depart. Ah? Oh, little kitty. Then we shall take our leave. Farewell. The cat immortal's expression darkened. Hey, 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 I am not little kitty. I am the cat immortal. The duo ignored him, clutching the Rui Bang as they ascended towards the heavens. Broccoli. What do you think the deities will look like? They should be quite majestic, imposing, or perhaps rather indifferent. Broccoli speculated uncertainly. Really? Son Wukong retracted his dreamy gaze, looking expectantly at Broccoli. I cannot say for certain. I am merely conjecturing. However, we shall soon find out, and all will be revealed then. Indeed, let us strive earnestly. Son Wukong declared with vigor. Extend, Rui Bang. One day later, the two traversed through thunderous skies. Broccoli furrowed his brow. What troubles you? It's nothing. I just sense something amiss. There's nothing out of the ordinary. Son Wukong cheerfully observed, glancing around. Broccoli disregarded Son Wukong's chatter, extending his perception to its fullest. As they pierced through the formidable thunder, an invisible membrane passed through them. When he attempted to scrutinize it closely, they had already been swiftly guided through by the Rui Bang, offering him no time to react. Could this be the reason the cat immortal claimed mortals cannot ascend? Broccoli, engaging in conversation with Son Wukong would only distract him, yielding no benefit whatsoever. So it seems, this world truly harbors the deities I have heard of. Which divine entity shall I encounter? A glimmer of anticipation and anxiety flickered in Broccoli's eyes. Having arrived in this world, he had witnessed and experienced an abundance of the extraordinary. Even if he were to meet a deity, it would not be an unprecedented event. Apart from Corinta and the cat immortal, which had appeared without warning, many of the place names, personal names, and other elements bore some resemblance to the legends of his previous life. Deity, a term exalted and transcendent. Even someone as formidable as he is filled with awe. If he truly is a divine being from a past life, there must be some connection to the land of Huaxia, perhaps even a chance to return. Before he could ponder further, Son Wukong's loud exclamations jolted him back to reality. Borakli looked quickly. Above, look above. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld a semicircular object floating in the sky, reminiscent yet distinct from the peak of Corinta. Indeed, these individuals possessed remarkable abilities. This feat was beyond his capabilities. Furthermore, the entire floating island bore no visible signs of engines or any means of propulsion, silently hovering in midair. Wow, how incredible! Borakli, did you see that? Soon, he replied. The Rui Bang, not requiring Son Wukong's manipulation, directly connected to a hole at the bottom of the semicircular platform. The two, unceremonious, ascended the soft ladder made of chains. Wow! Borakli calmly surveyed his surroundings. Welcome to the Hall of the Gods. Please present your token. Borakli was taken aback. He sensed nothing amiss. Who is it? Son Wukong was equally vigilant, scanning the area. Borakli slowly closed his eyes, allowing the entire scene to unfold before him without obstruction. Without opening his eyes, a chilling aura enveloped him, rendering him imperceptible. I have found you. Borakli did not boast. This was the legendary Hall of the Gods, the abode of deities. Who knew what sort of being would appear? Suddenly, Borakli struck fiercely at the seemingly empty space. His fist swung through the air, and the opponent did not flinch or evade. Borakli inquired calmly, why do you not dodge? A figure materialized, adorned in bizarre attire, entirely cloaked in darkness. Your punch lacked the force to strike me. Borakli maintained his composure, though a shiver coursed through him. The strength of this individual was unfathomable. His previous strike had indeed been calculated. Yet, within his mind resided a system that had failed to recognize the presence of this being. Nor had it provided any alerts despite his punch. System. Borakli silently cried out, his gaze flickering uncertainly. If he were to believe the system had abandoned him, only one explanation remained. Gradually retracting his fist, he regarded the stout, dark figure with arms crossed behind his back. A profuse sweat broke out on his brow. The system was evidently intimidated by this individual. Who are you? Son Wukong approached, curiously inspecting the little black figure. I am Bobo. You have ascended. Where is your token? Borakli paused. Token? Then, recalling something, he retrieved a bell from his pocket. Tentatively, he asked, is this it? Bobo extended his hand to receive it, examining it closely. Then, a smile broke across his face, revealing 8 pristine white teeth. Indeed, this is it. You are worthy to meet the divine. Follow me. Borakli's lips twitched. Was that a smile? Subsequently, he and Sun Wukong followed closely behind Bobo. Bobo, who are you? Sun Wukong curiously observed Bobo's strides. I am a servant of the divine. A servant of the divine? Borakli pondered, simultaneously feeling a sense of relief. Just moments ago, he had indeed refrained from being overly boisterous. Otherwise, very well. The deity awaits within. You may enter to meet the divine being. Upon arriving at the entrance of the grand hall, Bobo halted, gesturing for the two to proceed alone. Borakli, unfazed, ascended the steps. As he crossed the threshold, Borakli was instantly taken aback. Sun Wukong assumed a defensive posture. It's you. Chapter 116. Encounter with the Divine Being. King Kai's realm. Bobo at the entrance revealed a knowing smile before turning back to the plaza. Borakli swiftly intercepted the fidgeting Sun Wukong. Do not act impulsively. Borakli, this fellow is allied with that monster. No, the aura is different. In the eyes of Borakli and Sun Wukong, the figure seated upon the dais in the grand hall was unmistakably the demon King Piccolo. Just as their dispute concluded, an ancient voice resonated within the hall. Strictly speaking, I am indeed allied with the Piccolo you know. See, Borakli, he has admitted it himself. Silence, Sun Wukong. Before undertaking any action, you must maintain your composure. Sun Wukong stood defiantly, filled with indignation. Who exactly are you? Did you not come to see me? What? Both Borakli and Sun Wukong were left speechless. What do you mean by coming to see you? We came to meet the deity, not you. Suddenly, Borakli had an epiphany. You mean to say you are the deity? Indeed. The figure slowly rose and descended from the dais, revealing himself completely. The two stood in astonishment. Apart from the distinct inscription upon his chest, the deity bore an uncanny resemblance to the demon King Piccolo. What is the meaning of this? The deity stepped forward. Follow me. I shall unveil the entire story. Borakli suddenly lost interest in the matter, turning to leave. First, tell me why you summoned the cat sage to guide us here. The demon King Piccolo is not dead. Borakli and Sun Wukong exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. We are aware he was rescued. Was it not you two who let him escape? Sun Wukong rolled his eyes. You are speaking nonsense. He was saved by a monster 4 years ago. A monster? What monster? Sun Wukong gesticulated anxiously, striving to explain. It was that senseless creature, clad in black, with purple eyes. Bobo and the deity shared a knowing glance, both smiling. Bobo proudly declared, the deity is the supreme being of Earth. There is nothing hidden from the divine. Your deception is utterly transparent. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, then made an even greater effort to clarify. Borakli observed intently, realizing they did not intend to deceive them. Reflecting on the cat sage's words, he noted that there had been no mention of any monster. Indeed, he finally spoke. Sun Wukong, there is no need for further words. I believe I have gleaned some insights. Borakli has yet to uncover the mastermind behind the creation of the monstrous puppets. Yet his suspicions remain unabated. He firmly believes that it is the handiwork of the Scions. Even after learning from the Namekian elder that the Scion home planet, Planet Vegeta, has been annihilated, his doubts persist. He cannot fathom who else would undertake such a laborious and thankless task, and despite potential discrepancies in power levels, his primary suspect remains the Scions. Recently, Bobo implied that events on Earth do not escape the gaze of the divine. But what if the monsters were not created by Earthlings? At this moment, Borakli conveniently forgets that he and Sun Wukong are not Earthlings, but rather Scions hailing from planet Vegeta. The three of them gaze at Borakli, awaiting his reasoning. Borakli pays them no heed and settles into a meditative posture in the square. His blood energy swirls rapidly, diffusing outward. Borakli speak. Sun Wukong, curious, rushes to Borakli's side. I have little interest in these matters. If you do not wish to learn, we may return to Earth. However, if you are inclined to discover the truth, take your time, and we shall return later. With that, he disregards the external information entirely and focuses on comprehending this realm. Compared to probing into these individuals' backgrounds, he finds the unknown divine domain far more captivating. His battle power approaches 1 million, while Sun Wukong soars to 4 million, yet neither can fully perceive this place. Which is indeed remarkable. If only he could uncover specific details. The deity casts a glance at Borakli, but chooses to ignore him. His true intent lies with Sun Wukong. While he acknowledges Borakli's cunning and ruthlessness, he feels a greater sense of assurance regarding Sun Wukong's innate nature. He diligently explains the origins and intricacies to Sun Wukong. If I could replicate this divine space, would I no longer be ignorant of the divine? Moreover, would my battle power not undergo a transformative shift, considering it belongs to the realm of the gods? Borakli is exhilarated at the prospect of the benefits he might derive from this place. Sun Wukong, already privy to this information, excitedly rushes to Borakli. Borakli. Borakli reluctantly opens his eyes. Do you know? The deity and Piccolo are actually one and the same. Piccolo is merely the malevolent essence that's separated from the deity. Additionally, Bobo can create a doppelganger identical to me for sparring. Would you like to train together? He is at a loss for words, but the last statement from Sun Wukong piques his interest. The King of Worlds? Sun Wukong, taken aback by the question, struggles to explain. Then, with a hint of uncertainty, he responds, it should be, as the deity referred to it as the King of Worlds. The celestial beings. Tian Shun and Bobo did not depart. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's explanation, one's countenance darkened while the other turned a shade of deep green. Tian Shun exclaimed in exasperation, no, you fool. I am referring to the Kaishin, the god realm, not the Kaishin realm. Oh, Borakli, will you go? The Kaishin realm sounds rather impressive. Borakli remained silent, pondering the reality of being related to such a character. Was it not said that wisdom stems from the mother? This should be a given. Once you defeat your own doppelganger, I may accompany you. Aren't you battling your own doppelganger? Sun Wukong inquired, tilting his head in confusion. Borakli paused for 3 seconds. If you are not a fish, you should realize that I have absolute control over my corporeal form. Sun Wukong nodded. Moreover, Mr. Bobo, can you replicate the black hole within me? Bobo, without uttering a word, simply shook his head in silence. They observed Sun Wukong and Borakli closely from the celestial hall, fully aware of their extraordinary nature. Although the reasons behind their mutations remained unclear, the uniqueness was something Bobo could not replicate. Receiving a definitive response, Borakli was not surprised and spoke calmly. Chapter 117. To hell. Unfamiliar with the rules, that is settled then. I do not require your assistance, Sun Wukong. Complete your task swiftly, and we shall proceed to the Kaishin, the god realm. All right. Borakli closed his eyes once more, indifferent to the matter at hand. To the celestial, their strength was hardly formidable. The Kaishin they could access would likely be of no great power either. However, he harbored a keen interest in the god realm. At present, he was quietly studying this divine domain known as Earth. Given an opportunity, he believed he could emulate something similar, perhaps even more wondrous. Yet, he needed to enhance his own strength further. This venture promised immense rewards. Perhaps he would develop new skills, not of a defensive nature, but rather offensive. The blood energy within him surged outward, yearning to create his own techniques. The first step was to locate the boundaries of the entire god realm. Borakli understood where the borders lay and felt no urgency. The more meticulously he explored, the more refined his ultimate techniques would become. Were it not for the inability to perceive the vitality, he would have long since utilized it for exploration. Compared to the nearly 1 million in vitality, the combat power provided by the blood energy in the Yin phase was a mere 600,000. The current ethereal nature of vitality was undoubtedly superior to that of blood energy. In the plaza, Sun Wukong engaged in a fervent battle against the false Sun Wukong created by Bobo, while Borakli remained composed on the ground, surrounded by a faint mist of blood. Within the hall, Tian Shun gazed hesitantly at the plaza. He harbored unwavering trust in Sun Wukong, whose heart was pure, yet he was wary of Borakli. Not only was his strength greater, but what if he were to learn that by slaying Piccolo, his own demise would follow, or that by eliminating him, Piccolo could be vanquished? What actions would he take? The celestial beings merely conceive thoughts, yet they dare not carelessly plunge themselves into peril. The earth requires deities. Broly remains utterly oblivious to this reality. In the pursuit of enhancing his own strength, everything must take a back seat to Bulma. The aura of vitality gradually permeates the entire divine realm. Such a miraculous application is truly beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Even if I were to become 100 times more powerful, with my energy reaching a staggering 100 million, I would still be incapable of achieving such a feat. Broly marveled inwardly, becoming even more entranced. In the underworld, there exists a woefully diminutive planet, King Kai's planet, hanging lonely at the end of Snake Way. The King Kai's tendrils sway incessantly, while a great gorilla circles around, raising its hands repeatedly. Son Goku, Broly, oh how amusing. After a prolonged bout of laughter, the King Kai's expression shifted to one of grave concern. They are coming here. What shall I do? Son Goku, though formidable, possesses a gentle disposition, but what of Broly? Surely, he wouldn't destroy my King Kai's planet. Moreover, inexplicably, divine energy is emanating from him. But how is that possible? He neither belongs to the realm of divinity bestowed by the laws of nature, nor has he reached the stage of a divine warrior capable of overcoming the barriers of godhood and mastering the rules. He is merely a powerful mortal, not a unique life form like Bu. What could this possibly mean? I am utterly bewildered. Suddenly, an epiphany strikes. The King Kai stiffens. Am I truly confused? How amusing. The King Kai has already discerned the thoughts of the celestial beings with clarity. Meanwhile, in the divine palace, Broly's heart surged with excitement. Yes, precisely. There can be no mistake. I have conceived a new technique. Broly's tightly shut eyes fluttered slightly, and the blood mist surrounding him thickened. Inside him, the blood vortex spun rapidly, swiftly traversing various meridians. Alas, he still lacked a crucial component. It remained merely a prototype, or perhaps a foundation. Once I thoroughly study this divine realm, I shall undoubtedly devise an immensely powerful attack method. The blood energy outside grew increasingly vibrant, and the internal vortex accelerated along certain trajectories. No, I cannot remain stagnant. This is merely the divine realm, with the King Kai's realm above. Who knows what lies beyond? For now, I must serve as a flexible foundation. Broly had already devised how to execute this technique and its rudimentary effects. Just as he prepared to delve deeper, he reluctantly opened his eyes. Son Goku, what do you intend to do now? Son Goku scratched his head. Broly, did you not say you would accompany me to the King Kai's realm? I have just triumphed over another version of myself, and the celestial being has promised to take me to the King Kai. What? Broly cast a surprised glance at Son Goku. Given his impulsive combat style, it was unexpected that he could defeat his counterpart so swiftly if their strengths were indeed comparable. Broly, what kind of look is that? Do you not believe I can overcome my false self? Borakli, showing no deference, merely nodded. All right, you two, we are to meet the great king of the universe. So you must not be so lax. As Borakli observed the eager gaze of Sun Wukong, he offered a faint smile and rose. Let us proceed. Sun Wukong immediately erupted in excitement, shouting and performing several somersaults, raising his hands high, and cheering with uncontainable joy. As you approach me, wishing to enter the divine realm, we must first visit another place. The trio prepared themselves and vanished from the celestial palace. In hell, Borakli observed with a furrowed brow as the celestial being engaged in negotiations with a colossal figure reminiscent of the Bull Demon King. They were surrounded by various apparitions of spirits. Ignoring the scene, he employed his vital energy to assess his surroundings. The spirits around him were utterly terrified, including the grim soldiers, who scattered in fear. Wow, it's a human, a living one. Quick, flee. Borakli, this is hell. Restrain your power, admonished one of the spirits. Borakli, taken aback, realized he had simply reacted instinctively, accustomed to using his vital energy for exploration. He had not anticipated such a tumult. Reluctantly retracting his energy, he still, with a hint of defiance, allowed his essence to radiate outward. Ah, delightful. Borakli found himself at a loss for words. You are afraid of my blood energy. Yet you exclaim comfort when my essence emerges. What nonsense. He completely overlooked the fact that his vital essence possessed the attribute of fire, which was particularly lethal to these spirits. From behind the judgment table, King Yinluo bellowed in fury. You mortal, if you continue to act recklessly, I will expel you from hell, and you shall never set foot here again after your death. Then I shall go to heaven, Borakli retorted. Humph, young one. Even if you reach heaven, you must first come here for judgment before being sent there. You have no right to ascend. Borakli fell silent, realizing he had no choice but to comply. Currently, he held no fear of the deities, as their powers were meager. Yet, the uncertainties of the afterlife left him apprehensive. If he were indeed unable to return, he would find himself in a state of despair. Once all calmed, King Yinluo vociferously interrogated the celestial being, Earth's deity. You dare bring mortals into hell and disrupt its order. What punishment do you deserve? The celestial being, maintaining composure, replied, My lord Yinluo, a calamity looms over Earth, and our current strength is insufficient to avert it. We can only hope that Borakli and Sun Wukong endure the trials of the serpent path and reach the king of the universe to acquire greater mastery. My lord, Should Borakli and son Wukong succeed in preventing the tragedy of the mortal realm, hell shall remain undisturbed, and your workload shall not increase. Furthermore, my lord, Borakli is but a mortal, unaware of the rules of hell and the consequences. I beseech you to consider that they seek to avert the disaster on earth and, with a sincere heart, learn from the King of the universe and forgive his transgression this once. The celestial being, feeling helpless, glanced at Borakli, who stood like a wooden post and could only plead earnestly on his behalf. I shall let this pass this time, but your words do not reflect the truth. When your divine essence eventually wanes, I shall ensure you face the consequences. A bead of cold sweat appeared on the deity's forehead, followed by a palpable sense of trepidation. I am profoundly grateful for your magnanimity, Lord Yama, the small deity expressed with heartfelt appreciation. After uttering these words, he cast a furtive glance at both Borakli and son Wukong, only to find them casually surveying their surroundings, seemingly indifferent to the gravity of the situation. His initial intention to have them express their gratitude to Lord Yama was swiftly extinguished, and he opted instead to voice his own needs, adopting a philosophy of avoiding unnecessary complications. Chapter 118, The King of Worlds Fist, Hall of Blood, and I am aware of your matters. Someone will guide you to the entrance of the Serpent Path, he continued, bowing deeply once more in gratitude as he beckoned to son Wukong. It became evident to him that son Wukong was merely a curious soul, lacking experience, while Borakli truly embodied a harbinger of death. Had Lord Yama said a few more words, it was conceivable that Borakli might have dared to dismantle Lord Yama's palace. Perhaps Lord Yama had discerned this potential threat and thus chose to temper his approach, opting to minimize the situation. The deity refrained from further elaboration. After imparting a few careful instructions to son Wukong, he turned to Lord Yama and said, Lord Yama, I humbly request that you arrange for someone to escort these two youngsters to the Serpent Path. I take my leave. Are you not coming? Lord Yama inquired. The deity shook his head vigorously. I lack the qualifications to meet the King of Worlds. I take my leave. With that, he vanished from Lord Yama's grand hall. Borakli and son Wukong were subsequently escorted away by a small spirit. At the entrance of the Serpent Path, Borakli and son Wukong exchanged glances before stepping inside. They pressed onward without pause, journeying beneath the stars and through the night. After half a day, they reached the midpoint of the Serpent Path, disregarding the obstructive serpent maiden without a second thought. A day later, they arrived at the end of the path. Gazing at the King of Worlds star suspended in the air, Borakli appeared deep in thought. Indeed, the divine realm differs significantly from the outer world. Even within the depths of hell, this divine realm is strikingly distinct, entirely unlike its surroundings. Borakli, how can you not perceive any difference? Son Wukong chuckled, scratching his head. If you could see it, that would truly be a twist of fate. Is that so? Ha! Borakli replied, speechless, as he prepared to soar upwards. By the way, Borakli, have you noticed that we've grown a bit taller? Have we? He abruptly halted, gazing eagerly at son Wukong. Height had always been a source of concern for him. In comparison, he was not significantly shorter than Bulma, yet he felt dwarfed. Bulma was nearing 170 centimeters, and Vyomi was around 165 centimeters, while he himself. Indeed, Borakli meticulously assessed his own height, leaping with exuberance. Yes, son Wukong, you were right. I am now 155 centimeters. I am truly growing taller. Indeed, our height has accelerated in this time, son Wukong replied, grinning widely. The two brothers stood upon the Serpent Path, sharing hearty laughter. After a moment of mirth, Borakli did not forget the purpose of their journey. Let us ascend, for we must seek the Kai to acquire knowledge. You too, ascend swiftly. As we approached, before we could soar higher, a force drew us in, a power neither overwhelming nor trivial. Broly contemplated deeply and asserted, 10 times, the gravity here is tenfold that of Earth. Is that so? Training here must indeed be advantageous. Let us proceed. Without taking a moment to survey their surroundings, they directly entered the King's planet, landing silently. The two maintained such control that not a whisper of sound accompanied their descent. At that moment, a great gorilla ambled forward, arms raised, grunting. Broly, is this the king? Goku inquired, gazing quizzically at the foolish creature. Who knows? However, I am not here to learn from the king. You may seek him out on your own. With that, akin to his demeanor in the divine realm, Broly plopped down onto the ground, enveloped in a mist of crimson energy. wisps of unseen blood essence extending toward the boundaries around him. Goku scratched his head and looked around, finding no one else. He had no choice but to mimic the gorilla, trailing closely behind. "Oh great king, what manner of training is this? Does it possess any unique benefits?" All that responded was the gorilla's indistinct grunting. Meanwhile, Broly had immersed himself in the divine realm surrounding him. With Goku present, his life was free from peril. Ordinary disturbances posed no threat to him, allowing him to train with peace of mind. Within him, his blood essence rapidly coalesced as envisioned. Yet, he realized that his primary energy channels must accommodate the blood rotation, rendering them unsuitable as vessels for this technique. Each channel needed to absorb various blood impurities, nourishing his blood energy like a great bell. He needed to reconsider his options. This technique relied on physical prowess, rooted in blood energy, necessitating a corporeal foundation. What was he to do? As Broly explored the King's divine domain, he simultaneously shaped the nascent form of his technique within and sought a new foundation for his art. In his practice, Broly was loath to engage in endeavors yielding scant rewards. If he were to undertake an endeavor, he resolved to establish a solid foundation from the very outset. After circling a few times with the gorilla, Goku finally encountered another individual. Recognizing his earlier error without anger, he earnestly approached the king to inquire about training. After numerous trials and tribulations, he eventually succeeded in presenting his technique to the king through sheer determination. The king's fist, how formidable! The king declared with pride. Indeed, the stronger your body, the greater the multiplicative potential, up to 5 times. In the king's vision, to challenge an opponent with a 5-fold advantage necessitated an extraordinary physical state. Advancing further seemed beyond human capability. Thus, he took great pride in the 5-fold achievement. However, Broly had already attained a 30-fold advantage in combat, and Goku could manage 3-fold as well. The king's expression darkened, his face contorted with displeasure. "Will you learn it?" Without a moment's hesitation, Goku replied, "Yes, I shall learn it. By the way, great king, may I share this technique with Broly?" With a dismissive wave of his hand, he said, "Do as you wish. You can teach whomever you please." The Kai wished nothing more than for his techniques to spread across the globe, enhancing his reputation throughout the realm. Alas, he overestimated Sun Wukong's teaching abilities and underestimated Broly's insight. The Kai fist, in essence, bore no distinction from his own universe. The sole difference lay in the superiority of his technique, which, perhaps due to the constraints of worldly rules and limited understanding, Broly had yet to discover anyone capable of creating truly astonishing techniques. Of course, it was also possible that his own level was a contributing factor. 3 months later, Sun Wukong successfully executed the Kai fist. Meanwhile, Broly exuded a calm and restrained aura, as a crimson palace floated serenely above him. Observing the palace, Broly revealed a hint of smug satisfaction. The Blood Palace possessed the abilities to suppress, seal, and devour, featuring 8 formidable techniques, encompassing all and accommodating everything. Thus, he decided to name it the Palace of All Things, without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 119. A formidable rival, a tenacious opponent. The Kai cautiously approached Broly. "Young man, though your technique is indeed powerful, it is excessively detrimental. It pales in comparison to the Kai fist and spirit bomb I taught Sun Wukong. Those are the true paths." Initially indifferent, the Kai's demeanor shifted dramatically upon experiencing Broly's blood energy. He was eager for Broly to learn his Kai fist and spirit bomb. The Kai entertained a delightful scheme. While the Kai fist was inconsequential, the spirit bomb was different. It required a pure heart, and should Broly master the spirit bomb, the world would surely be less fraught with danger. This notion arose in the Kai's mind after encountering Broly and witnessing his formidable energy. Thereafter, whenever time permitted, he endeavored to persuade Broly to learn his Kai fist and spirit bomb. Now, seeing that Broly had mastered such a powerful technique, the Kai was increasingly anxious. Given the current trajectory, Sun Wukong was unlikely to keep pace with Broly's training speed. Should Broly choose to embrace darkness, there would be no one in the mortal realm capable of thwarting him. Broly glanced at the Palace of All Things in his hand and smirked. "I have no interest. Sun Wukong's training suffices." The Kai insisted, "No, if you come to me, I must impart something genuinely valuable to you. The most precious technique I possess is the spirit bomb. Surely, you wish to learn it." The Kai dared not force the issue, fully aware that if Broly were provoked, not only could Sun Wukong not withstand him, But he himself would also be unable to resist, even to the extent of having his Kai planet destroyed. Thus, he could only tread carefully, wearing a smile, attempting to subtly persuade Broly. I said it's unnecessary. As the palace of all things retracted, Broly shot an irritable glance at the Kai. This creature, resembling a cricket, was truly bothersome. Ignoring the Kai, he strode directly towards Sun Wukong. How goes your training? Sun Wukong had just unleashed the King Kai fist, now gasping for breath as he lay on the ground, sweat saturating the earth around him, forming a human shape. Haha, it's done. Aside from the inability to perform the spirit bomb here, all my training is complete. Shall we return? Borakli resolved without hesitation. This place offered him little further assistance, unless he were to explore more divine realms or encounter locales with extraordinary powers. Wait, are you truly not going to learn? The King Kai lamented, observing Borakli. Once they departed, it would be exceedingly difficult to persuade him to learn the spirit bomb. I am quite certain I won T. Borakli replied. King Kai, please send us back. Well, you must contact the divine to have him take you back, the King Kai stated. Borakli fell into silence, realizing there was likely no way to reach the divine. Sun Wukong, let us go, he said. The King Kai was taken aback, naturally guessing what Borakli intended to do. However, he dared not voice his concerns, merely watching as Sun Wukong waved farewell and followed Borakli away. The two vanished in the blink of an eye into the serpent path. The King Kai's expression grew serious. That fellow, with a mortal body, had touched the realm of the divine. One could not tell whether this was a blessing or a curse. If he stirred up trouble on earth, few would be able to withstand him. Stirring up trouble and no one to resist? Ha ha ha, how amusing. The King Kai laughed heartily, clutching his belly and rolling on the ground, no longer paying attention. This matter had already solidified into a fact, and he felt powerless. It was better to let nature take its course. Borakli led Sun Wukong as they swiftly traversed the serpent path, moving even faster than when they arrived. In roughly 3 hours, they emerged from the serpent's head. Borakli, what shall we do next? Sun Wukong inquired. Wait, Borakli replied silently, as a crimson palace silently materialized in his hands. The once peaceful scenery was suddenly filled with the wails of the damned, as the voice of King Yama resonated. Just come directly. With a flick of his wrist, Borakli made the palace disappear. Let us go, we can return now. The two arrived at King Yama's grand hall. King Yama, you can send us back, correct? King Yama waved his hand dismissively. Do you think this is your home, to come and go as you please? Before Borakli and Sun Wukong could express their anger, King Yama continued. Just wait. I have already contacted the fortune-telling old woman from your Earth. She will come to fetch you. Ah, it's the fortune-telling old woman. Borakli remained silent, knowing of this so-called woman, though he had never met her. Shortly after, a figure appeared in the sky, an elderly woman clad in a felt hat, seated upon a crystal orb. Ah, it truly is the fortune-telling old woman. The fortune-telling old woman first greeted King Yama before leading Borakli and Sun Wukong back to the mortal realm. Wukong, there will be great turmoil on Earth. Halfway through their journey, as they approached the human realm, the fortune-telling old woman's countenance grew serious as she uttered cryptic words. Sun Wukong looked at her in confusion. What is happening? I am uncertain. Divination eludes me. However, I possess an ominous premonition that formidable creatures are poised to emerge upon the Earth. Sun Wukong, Broly, the planet requires your aid. Only you possess the strength to safeguard it. Broly shook his head with a smile. What? He inquired, observing the curious gazes of the fortune-teller and Sun Wukong. He did not hesitate to elaborate. If a truly powerful being were to manifest, even with Sun Wukong and I exerting our utmost efforts, we would still be unable to protect Earth. Why? You proclaim such strength, and yet, this planet is your birthplace. Why do you hesitate to contribute your power? Everything you are stems from this world. Broly noticed a look of confusion upon Sun Wukong's face as well. It is futile. If we were to give it our all, even if we vanquished the monstrous entity, the Earth would suffer devastation, perhaps even obliteration. Unless the battle takes place elsewhere, we have little hope. The fortune-teller fell silent, realizing she had misjudged Broly. It was not that he was unwilling to act. Rather, he lacked the confidence that he could shield the Earth from harm while exerting himself to the fullest. One must understand that with power exceeding 1,000, given the right angle, one could destroy the Earth in a single blow, especially considering their own powers exceeded tens of millions. By the way, fortune-teller, what manner of being is this creature? The fortune-teller's expression grew grave. It stands nearly 23 meters tall, adorned with a white turban, draped in a white cloak, and clad in dark purple-blue battle attire. He is the son of King Piccolo. Sun Wukong, dismissive, replied, "Oh, it is the offspring of that being. I was able to defeat him before. You need not worry, fortune teller." Broly, however, contemplated deeply. He had not forgotten that this being had once been rescued by a monster, one evidently not a mere puppet, but possessing extraordinary combat prowess. If it were to be enhanced and endowed with intelligence, based on their experiences on Namek, they could find themselves in dire straits if its power exceeded theirs even slightly. His demeanor remained serious. "No, Sun Wukong. This being is likely a formidable adversary, perhaps a tenacious foe." The fortune teller grew anxious. Not merely a troublesome adversary, but an exceedingly formidable one. As they spoke, the three had departed from the realm of the underworld and returned to the earthly plane. "Well, I have brought you here. The fate of Earth now lies in your hands. Wait, how long until this being appears?" "In approximately 6 months, the fortune teller promptly replied. "However, for the sake of caution, it would be prudent to allow yourselves only 4 months for preparation." Broly silently calculated. "I understand." Neither had intentions of seeking out this being in advance. Broly was unconcerned, while Sun Wukong's inherently combative nature was at play. As Broly prepared to depart, he inquired, "By the way, fortune teller, can you foresee events within the cosmos?" The fortune teller's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes darting, as she stammered, "Well, I cannot foretell." Yet, Broly discerned that she indeed possessed the ability to glimpse into the cosmic realm. With a stern expression, he spoke coldly, "If my power does not increase, should the son of Piccolo become exceptionally strong, the earth could be obliterated, and we would all perish together." The fortune-telling old woman, drenched in sweat, frowned and reluctantly replied, "Well, I can give it a try, provided it is not too difficult or involves formidable characters." Broly looked on with skepticism at the old witch. If it did not involve powerful figures, how could she know that Piccolo's son would surpass both him and Sun Wukong? There was no need for further speculation. Most likely, the cost of divination was steep for someone like her, which was why she was hesitant. Broly had no intention of pressuring her. After all, there was also the Universe Emperor Frieza to contend with, and he had no thought of relaxation. "Let us begin," he urged, with no other choice. The fortune-telling old woman complied with Broly's request and commenced her divination. Shortly thereafter, Sun Wukong and Broly flew side by side towards the island. "Broly, what is the matter?" asked Wukong. "What do you need that metallic planet for?" Broly pondered for a moment. Even if he provided a detailed explanation, Wukong might not grasp it fully. "Wukong, all you need to know is that if I find it, I can significantly enhance my strength." "Oh, I see." Wukong nodded obediently, choosing not to press further. Upon reaching the island, Bulma stormed out in a huff. "Where have you two been fooling around?" "Nowhere, Bulma. I was training with Broly," Wukong replied. "Nonsense. Is there anywhere on Earth more suitable for training than here? I swear, I'm not lying." "If you don't believe me, ask Broly." Wukong's innocent gaze sparkled as he defended his case. "Bulma, stop it. A great crisis is about to befall Earth, far more dangerous than the last. We were taken by the gods to train." "What?" Vomi approached gracefully, having overheard the conversation. "Is it true? Are there really gods on Earth?" Broly felt a wave of dread. Before he could say anything, Wukong had already spilled the entire story. "Yes, and there is also the cat sage, the gods, King Yema, and the king of the worlds. Oh, and the fortune-telling old woman can even go to hell. You know, she is Master Roshi's sister." Wukong gesticulated excitedly, while Broly facepalmed. One need not fear a godlike adversary, but rather a team member with the wit of a pig. Vomi stepped forward, teasingly addressing Broly. "Oh, little brother. You have grown up. You can be of use now." "Indeed, both Wukong and I are growing taller. We must be entering our developmental phase." Broly's expression darkened. "Be quiet. You fool. Why do you have to be so chatty?" Wukong immediately covered his mouth adorably, his eyes darting around in confusion. Broly forced a smile that was more painful than tears. Time is of the essence. I need to step out for a moment. This time, let Wukong stay home with you." "No way." "All right." Bulma and Vomi responded with contrasting attitudes and tones. "Why?" Bulma, in her indignation, glared at Viamir. "Sister, remain calm." Viamir assured Bulma with a reassuring glance, extending her arm, as pure and white as a lotus root, and opening her palm. "Bring it forth." Broccoli chuckled nervously. What do you require?" Bulma and the others exchanged confused glances. What do you think? Broccoli's lips twitched at Viamir's cheerful gaze. I don't possess much, he admitted. Is that so? Whatever you have, I'll take it. I'm not picky. Broccoli grimaced and shot a fierce glare at Son Goku, pulling a universal capsule from his pocket. Hey, what with the riddles? Is there something I'm unaware of? Viamir raised the universal capsule in her hand. Sister, I've resolved my matters. The rest lies between you and him. Do as you wish. With a playful laugh, she turned and returned to the laboratory. Broccoli, what on earth is going on? If you don't clarify, we want to be done here today. Broccoli gazed despondently at Viamir's charming figure. Those were all my sins of beans. She took them from me. With that, he lunged at Son Goku. You fool, why do you prattle so much? Now look. The sins of beans I painstakingly exchanged from the cat sage are all gone. Ahem, Broccoli, why not just go back to the cat sage for more? Easier said than done. He has so many fish that I can't possibly trade for many sins of beans. He sighed, glancing at the still perplexed Bulma. Well, the gist of it is what Son Goku mentioned. Now the issue is Broccoli looked down at the ground, then tilted his head back to the sky. What's the matter? Speak up, you're driving me mad. The problem is that both the God of Heaven and the Oracle have foretold a great disaster befalling Earth. If the Oracle were unaware of our strength, it would be one thing, but the God of Heaven is fully aware of it, and even he has said so. We must exercise caution. Bulma bit her lower lip. Why? Ever since we left home, nothing good has transpired. Enemies appear at every turn. For over a decade, there were no foes at all. Broccoli approached Bulma, who was filled with frustration, and gently embraced her. Bulma, this situation is unavoidable. Once we reach the peak of our strength, these confusions will dissipate. But how is that possible? You yourself have said that the path of martial arts is boundless. How can we ever reach the pinnacle? He tenderly ruffled Bulma's hair. It's all right. We simply need to strive upward, just as you do with your scientific endeavors. His tone shifted, laced with an inexplicable sentiment. Having a goal is beneficial, it fuels our motivation. Without a target, we might risk stagnation. In recent times, Broccoli had begun to feel somewhat stagnant, had he not visited the Heavenly Temple and the Kaioshin realm, rediscovering the Hall of All Things. His combat skills would have barely progressed over the last 2 years, even with the formidable cosmic sovereign Frisia standing in the way. The absence of direct confrontation renders the threat less urgent. His cultivation has significantly slowed. Now, an unknown and powerful adversary is poised to emerge in the near future, igniting a fervor within him. I do not intend to stifle your ambitions, yet our frequent separations weigh heavily upon me, compounded by my inadequate strength, which leaves me unworthy of standing by your side. Broly gently kissed her forehead. Fool, hasn't your control device always accompanied me? Only when we are entirely safe can I truly rest easy about you. I will not permit you to suffer even the slightest harm. Broly's heartfelt declaration caused Bulma's cheeks to flush crimson, her ears to redden, and her entire being to tense with nervousness. However, Goku could no longer bear the scene and voiced his confusion. Chapter 121, Metal Star, Indifferent. Broly, why do you wish to eat Bulma? Is she delicious? He exclaimed, gazing at Bulma with sparkling eyes. In that instant, the romantic atmosphere between the two dissipated entirely. Bulma let out a soft whimper and retreated hastily to her laboratory, leaving behind a stammering remark. Wait for me. Broly chuckled as he observed Bulma fleeing in disarray, then sauntered over to Goku. He raised his hand and delivered a sharp flick to Goku's forehead. Ah, ouch, that hurts. Goku immediately squatted down, rubbing the top of his head. Broly, why did you suddenly hit me? I'll tell you, Goku, Bulma is my wife, your sister-in-law. You must not harbor any improper thoughts about her. What? Broly, what are you talking about? I was merely inquiring if Bulma is delicious. Broly fell silent. Speaking with Goku about such matters was akin to playing a lute to a stone. He sighed. Forget it. You wouldn't understand anyway. Regardless, you are forbidden from any physical contact with Bulma. Goku, anxious, leaped to his feet, disregarding the pain still throbbing in his head. No, this is unfair. Broly, why can't I have contact with Bulma? Broly replied, Fool, I said you cannot have physical contact with Bulma, not that you cannot interact with her. Oh, Goku nodded, appearing to grasp the concept only partially. He dismissed the distinction between contact and physical contact as inconsequential. Seeing Goku's expression, Broly realized he had not comprehended the message, and his desire to explain further dissipated. Explaining such nuances to Goku was akin to risking one's life. Never mind. Bulma surely knows her boundaries and will not allow you to do anything inappropriate. Goku, just remember, whatever Bulma does not permit, you must refrain from. Goku clenched his fists, exuding confidence. Understood, Broly. Now I get it. Broly facepalmed, choosing to ignore him. After a brief moment, Bulma and Vomi entered together. You too. Bulma beamed, pulling a universal capsule from her pocket. This is the spacecraft I had the group redesign. It is now a third faster than the previous model, allowing you to reach your destination and return with greater expediency. Broly was overjoyed, eagerly accepting it. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, he would have rushed forward to embrace Bulma passionately. This development has indeed alleviated a significant dilemma for him, saving an extraordinary amount of time. Furthermore, this is my upgraded control device, which boasts a broader range and wider limits, providing you with even greater assistance. Wonderful, Bulma, you are truly my invaluable aid, Broly exclaimed. Goku, curious, looked up and asked, Broly, what does invaluable aid mean? Silence, Broly replied curtly. Goku quickly covered his mouth and watched the conversation between Broly and Vyomi with keen interest. I also made some enhancements to the biosuit, enabling you to survive in space for 30 minutes. Additionally, this universal capsule contains energy blocks. After a brief pause, Vyomi cheerfully added, Indeed, these energy blocks have a capacity of 8,000. Broly was elated. In just a few months, Bulma and Vyomi had achieved remarkable breakthroughs. The assistance they provided was unparalleled. These technological advancements are incredibly timely, he remarked. Now, let us set aside such discussions. You should hasten to attend to your matters, as the crisis on Earth has yet to be resolved. Broly nodded. Goku, I leave Earth in your capable hands for the time being. Rest assured, no harm shall come to Earth, I promise, Goku assured him. Broly smiled, promptly activating the universal capsule that housed the spacecraft, and climbed inside. Without a moment's hesitation, he initiated the launch and ascended into the cosmos, observing the vast expanse of space drawing ever nearer. He contemplated how to acquire unique techniques, akin to how the divine beings guided him to the underworld swiftly. Frequent travel in space would be necessary, and relying solely on the spacecraft would be somewhat sluggish. Pushing aside these thoughts, Broly set forth into the universe. Metal, as long as it meets my requirements, can be refined into my lungs. With the infusion of metal, I may be able to survive in space without the biosuit. His race was incapable of surviving in the void. Yet if he could refine the 5 elemental essences within himself, perhaps he could endure in the cosmos. While the shadow fire would be of no aid in this regard, metal might hold promise. With anticipation, Broly arrived at the metallic planet. Indeed, it resembled the vision foretold by the fortune teller, entirely composed of metal. Without hesitation, he dove downward. While still in midair, Broly retracted the spacecraft. This was a metallic planet, and allowing the spacecraft to land could spell disaster. He could only lament his misfortune. Though refining metal might enable survival in space, it remained a mere wishful thought, and he dared not gamble on its success. This planet was indeed a metallic one. He descended directly to the surface, resolutely unhesitant. A surge of vitality erupted from within, radiating outward with a cacophony of sounds, crackling, clanging, and thudding. Borakli effortlessly sensed the endless swarm of metallic beings converging upon him, their weapons poised for attack. Intriguing, it was precisely as foretold by the soothsayer. With arms extended, he unleashed a barrage of energy, swiftly annihilating the nearest interlayer robot, which crumbled under the onslaught. Having just taunted his adversaries, Borakli's expression darkened. The situation was dire. The opposing forces remained unaffected, as a relentless stream of robots emerged within his perceptive range, surging towards him. How foolish of me to engage in this futile struggle, knowing this is a metallic planet. He slapped his own forehead, dismissing the encroaching robots. His blood surged, vibrating with energy, as a protective aura enveloped him. It was imperative that he develop new combat techniques. Recent advancements had solely pertained to his blood energy, and the aura required continual concentration. His current focus was insufficient. Settling into a meditative position, Borakli became encased in his own energy. The vitality within him flowed toward the core of his being. These insignificant nuisances could not harm him, even over centuries. He would let them be. More pressing matters awaited him. In the distance, a metallic city loomed, where an odd creature fixated intently on him. Infuriating, what manner of beast is this? And what are its intentions? The army must mobilize at once to eliminate this threat. Sensing danger, he understood the necessity of striking first. An increasing multitude of robots and weapons advanced towards Borakli, while he remained lost in contemplation. Chapter 122. Lealed, cunning and devious. What constitutes the core of this metallic planet? Could it be the very heart of the sphere? At this moment, his energy had indeed reached the core. Here, the predominant metals were iron and nickel. As a researcher, he could easily discern these simple materials. Yet this knowledge brought him distress. Earth's core also consisted of iron and nickel. There was not a shred of difference. If these metals were sufficient, why had he journeyed to this distant metallic world? If the core of the planet were not of utmost significance, then what indeed held greater importance? Furthermore, the core showed no signs of damage. What could this mean? He attempted to control the energy, seeking to manipulate the core's metal. As a master of his craft, such a task should have been trivial. Yet, to his astonishment, he found himself unable to exert any influence over it. Borakli withdrew his energy, recognizing that it was futile to waste time on matters he could not resolve. Rising to his full height, he cast aside the surrounding robots with ease. With a flick of his wrist, the Hall of All Things materialized before him. Alas, none of you are living beings capable of providing the sustenance required for my grand edifice. Otherwise, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Nevertheless, the devouring attribute should have no difficulty in extracting your metallic essence. With a mere gesture, the Hall of All Things suddenly expanded, enveloping Borakli within its bounds. Unfazed by the nature of the robots, he confidently strode into the midst of the army, allowing the barrage of artillery and lasers to rain upon him. All assaults that approached the Hall of All Things were consumed entirely. Alas, had they been flesh and blood beings, perhaps I could have exchanged them for another Hall of All Things. Contemplating the characteristics of the hall, Borakli's greed was insatiable. Yet here, there was no opportunity for him to exert his prowess. After the hall was created in the realm of the Supreme Kai, he did not select meridians or acupoints, but rather opted for cells. As the vitality coalesced, an increasing number of cells within him manifested as miniature halls of all things. Now, at least 300 million cells contained the essence of the hall, rendering the technique immensely powerful. If Borakli were to cultivate all 60 trillion cells within him into halls of all things, allowing them to continuously devour and grow, how terrifying would his strength become? At that point, the forces of vital energy, the might of the corporeal universe, and the essence of the physical self, all commanded by the spirit, would intertwine. Who could possibly break such a convergence? As this thought ignited a fervor in Borakli's eyes, his discontent with the non-corporeal life forms diminished. As long as he could facilitate the evolution of the hall, all was well. Along his path, the Hall of All Things voraciously consumed everything. No attack against Borakli could come close. He traversed unimpeded to the only city on this planet. How audacious! He chuckled. To underestimate my army and dare to enter my city alone. Borakli's gaze deepened. The enemy appeared rather foolish, bluntly exposing their position. Was this not an invitation to commit folly? With a surge of vital energy, he unleashed a laser toward a towering edifice in the city. In an instant, Borakli's strike obliterated the building. Humph! Unfazed, Borakli observed as the structure restored itself, realizing he might have found the true source. Without hesitation, he unleashed a torrent of vital energy in all directions. Haha, there is no escape. Entering General Liurta's second planet, you are undoubtedly doomed. As the words fell, a silver beam surged toward Borakli. He regarded it with indifference, allowing the silver light to strike the radiant shield of the hall. With a mere gesture, another hall of all things emerged. In that case, let us see if it can restore itself. Borakli's heart was filled with exasperation. Even with his vital energy infused with blood essence, spirit, and shadow flames, he seemed incapable of inflicting any damage upon this metallic city. However, the Hall of All Things, utilizing its devouring ability, could indeed cause harm, albeit its essence remained potent while its power was still limited. To completely consume this metallic city would require at least 3 years, let alone the entire metallic planet. Borakli could not afford such a protracted endeavor and had to devise alternative strategies. The hall descended into the city, where General Liurta let out a wail. As numerous metallic entities quietly ensnared and enveloped the hall, Borakli paid them no mind. Without questioning the inability of the opponent to shake the foundation of the pantheon of all things, even if he could conjure billions of such sanctuaries. In terms of quantity, he was entirely unperturbed. At this moment, his thoughts were consumed with how to obtain the core of the metallic planet. The entire planet was devoid of life, and the only sentient entity that had emerged was General Lurder. If he were to extinguish this being, the metallic core would undoubtedly be easily accessible to him. But how could he extinguish General Lurder? The adversary could effortlessly manipulate the entire city, and he could not even locate him. Upon realizing this, Borakli suddenly came to a startling realization and exclaimed, "No, young one, you too have discovered the truth. I am this planet, and this planet is me. You cannot annihilate me. Here, there is no sustenance for you humans. You will inevitably be drained of life." Borakli's countenance paled as he anxiously surveyed his surroundings. "How is this possible? You are this planet? This planet is you. Absurd. It cannot be. Haha, young one, now you know fear, don't you? Submit and become part of me." As Borakli seemed to understand something, he suddenly regained his confidence. "Haha, you amuse me. Do you truly believe I would fall for your words? If you were indeed this planet, why do you not dare to reveal yourself? If you were truly this planet, I would surely be powerless against you. Haha, as you wish." Before Borakli, Chu appeared as an odd and grotesque figure. Borakli wasted no time, a cunning smile gracing his lips. "Unfortunately for you, you have been deceived. Haha, young one, I am aware that you are attempting to provoke me. But so what? What can you do to me?" Borakli's smile widened as flames flickered at his fingertips. They were weak, minuscule, and even somewhat erratic. Yet, this small flame made General Lurder tremble. With a shriek, he prepared to flee. But Borakli was not one to let such an occurrence transpire. With a swift motion, the flames surged toward General Lurder. No, no, no. However, no matter how much he screamed or resisted, the dark fire swiftly entered his being. Borakli crossed his arms and soared into the sky, gazing down with a smile. "Next, General Lurder, enjoy the gift I have bestowed upon you." "No, you shall not have your way." Borakli coldly observed the unfolding events, allowing the robots to attack and the pantheon of all things to consume the entire planet. He was wholly indifferent to the planet. All he desired was the metallic core. The dark fire would guide him to it. Chapter 123, The Gold Within. Power ascends. The metallic core of this two-star planet did not belong to any living being, and his vital energy could not detect it. The planet was vast, and capturing it with his limited essence was exceedingly difficult. Yet now, with the dark fire having entered General Lurder's body, it would automatically seek out the location of the planet's consciousness. The dark fire, being the flames of hell, held no interest in anything else. It was fervently drawn to sentience, spirit, and soul. Moreover, few possessed the capacity to withstand it. The place where the dark fire discovered the consciousness would be the very core of the metallic planet. Borakli sought to locate the Een fire, a task rendered effortlessly achievable, further enhancing its potency. A trifecta of advantages. Why not seize the opportunity? This was the rationale behind Borakli's feigned weakness. Quietly suspended in the heavens, the tremors of the earth intensified. Borakli could distinctly perceive that the Een fire had not advanced towards the core. Rather, it had halted approximately 800 kilometers from the epicenter. Surrounding the Een fire was an encasement of magma from the Earth's crust. "Oh, do you think to dissolve fire with fire?" he scoffed. "Alas, you are but an earthly flame. Had it been the fire from the sun's core, perhaps the Een fire might have yielded." As it stood, Borakli remained unperturbed. The molten earth could merely serve as nourishment for the Een fire. Should it consume sufficient flames, the Een fire might stand a chance against the solar blaze. Borakli waited leisurely, content with the current state of affairs. He exhibited no haste. The surrounding automatons continued their relentless assault, and Borakli felt a playful impulse. With a flicker, he seized one of the robots, dismantling it before the eyes of its counterparts. Futile effort. The coordination of these machines relies heavily on Laird's control. Though no apparent change occurred, the cessation of new robots indicated that even he was stretched thin. As for the mere technology of automatons, he deemed it beneath him. "Oh, but I could experiment with the vital energy technique." Gazing at the throngs of robots, Borakli lightly tapped his forehead. "Yes, that technique." His expression turned serious as he recalled a moment of inspiration during his battles with monsters. Effortlessly channeling the vital energy within, he aimed to forge a resplendent blade of light. It was merely superficial. He needed to find a way to condense the energy more tightly. Casually unleashing the energy, he dispatched several robots, yet Borakli frowned in dissatisfaction. Their techniques required a specific method of internal condensation, many even demanding particular movements to unleash formidable attacks. Yet such techniques, though powerful, were undeniably slow and ill-suited to his combat style. The Hall of All Things silently thwarted all incoming attacks, prompting Borakli to sit cross-legged in midair. Deep in thought, if I were to consolidate my strength internally before releasing it, then my acupoints would offer little advantage. Mastering the stars would allow my vital energy to surpass others in purity, transport speed, and overall quantity. I must utilize this to my advantage, rather than mimic them, blindly charging ahead. As Borakli's thoughts evolved, a flickering sword light re-emerged at his fingertips. In comparison to the previous sword light, its might was leagues apart. I cannot solely rely on my own control to wield energy. I should also harness the stars and the energy itself for regulation. My energy, fused with my mental strength, ought to enable me to achieve these feats. Suddenly, the sword light at his fingertips blazed forth, transforming from a diminutive blade of less than 30 centimeters into a grand sword measuring 10 meters in length. Subsequently, it continuously condensed, transforming into a 1-meter-long lightsaber. The lightsaber did not unleash its power. It remained quietly in Borakli's hand, radiating light, yet possessing no other notable features. Borakli's eyes suddenly widened. With a mere gesture of the lightsaber, a colossal surge of vital energy erupted from it, sweeping towards the robotic army. Borakli gazed in delight at the immense rift that had formed before him. Flanking the fissure were the severed limbs and remnants of various robots. Remarkable. This move revealed its initial form. I never anticipated such a bountiful reward from this venture. Once the fire consumes that fellow, Leard, its power will increase. And I shall acquire the metal core. Huh? My strength could potentially multiply tenfold. Borakli retracted the Hall of All Things and hastened towards the area nearest to the fire. He soared through the sky, indifferent to the robotic army below. Splendid. The fire has also devoured Leard and is now dissolving its surroundings. Before even reaching the destination, Borakli could not help but burst into a hearty laugh. Upon arrival, without delay, several halls of all things materialized, descending directly to the ground. With the Devourer technique, Borakli had devised 8 formidable moves. Once the Hall of All Things matured, should his body evolve into the cosmos, any technique he unleashed would shake the earth and suppress any territory. For now, he could only compel the Hall of All Things to diligently consume the metal beneath him. Alas, the fire had no means of transporting the metal core. To consume the core, he would need to delve into it himself. In a concerted effort, under Borakli's full exertion, 3 days passed before a tunnel was successfully created. Borakli stood exhilarated at the core's location. This is it. Indeed, this is the core. He held the white metal in his hands, examining it curiously. Oddly enough, the 5 elements correspond to 5 colors, yet this was disrupted by the fire. The fire, being silver, should belong to metal, yet it is classified as fire. Flame should conventionally be red, purple, or even pink, with red being the primary hue. The metal core in his grasp was white, evidently belonging to the category of metal, and should ideally be assimilated into his lungs. Borakli's complexion turned a shade of green. Could it be that the fire, not being a flame of this world, is thus unbound by the earthly 5 elements? However, the metal core I currently hold is indeed earthly metal. Will it not provoke some adverse rejection within me? Borakli clutched the metal core tightly, momentarily gripped by indecision. A misstep could be fatal. His concern was not for himself. Even in the face of dire trouble, he could always devise a solution. Yet, if the metal core were to enter his body and conflict with his fire, resulting in a loss of vital energy and diminished power, what would become of Earth? Borakli pondered for a long while. Alas, regardless of the outcome, I must proceed with this course of action. I cannot venture back to hell, and after all, this is a piece of a planet. It should not deviate too far from what is expected. Resolutely, with vitality, blood energy, fire, and mental strength completely enveloping the metallic core, he stood silently in place. Fortunately, everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. Borakli's power effortlessly refined the metallic core. It seamlessly entered Borakli's lungs, which exhibited no signs of rejection, and the fire did not interfere. In summary, everything transpired with astonishing ease, as the metallic core transformed into a white being, resting quietly within the lungs. Everything that passed through it was refined, strengthened, and purified. Borakli opened his eyes in disbelief. What was happening? Why was it so seamless? Lacking answers, Borakli's understanding remained insufficient to grasp the situation. Shaking his head, he ascended into the sky. As he departed, the core of the planet began to collapse inward. Could it be that this metallic planet was evolving towards a more stable metallic form? The thought of such a possibility pained Borakli's heart. Raising a hand, a white beam materialized from his palm. Go! The white beam swiftly struck the surface of the metallic planet. As it penetrated the planet, it began to shrink at a visibly rapid pace. Borakli gasped in astonishment, a look of delight spreading across his face. He had not anticipated the immense power of the metallic core. In Chapter 124, New Planet, Ginyu Force, Borakli sensed the white beam's strength growing imperceptibly. However, the planet's collapse accelerated. If a single planet could only slightly enhance the strength of the white beam, how terrifying must its potential be? Next would come the experimentation of the white beam's capabilities, but that would have to wait for another opportunity. Floating quietly in the air, Borakli donned glasses that appeared spontaneously as the planet gradually diminished in size. A veil of green gauze enveloped him entirely, ensuring his safety in the vastness of space. Viomi had once stated that he could survive in space for 30 minutes. Yet, Borakli's initial thought surfaced. Extending his arm, he gently pressed the glasses. Instantly, the green gauze retracted back into the glasses. Borakli's expression shifted dramatically, his face flushed, eyes wide with shock. How astonishing! Unfortunately, his thoughts could only resonate within his mind, unable to be conveyed outward. Hastily, he summoned his vitality to envelop himself, fervently urging his blood energy to spin. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a stagnation in his blood energy. Struggling for 3 minutes, Borakli cautiously tested his limits. Each time he released 60% of his breath, he felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Ultimately, he had no choice but to relent. Covered by the green gauze, Borakli revealed a bitter smile. It seemed he had overestimated his capabilities. Even with the white beam residing in his lungs, he was utterly incapable of surviving in space, let alone engaging in combat. Ceasing further struggles, Borakli floated quietly in the air, observing serenely under the protection of his biological battle suit. In a span of 28 minutes, the white beam remained within the planet, which had yet to undergo complete collapse. Borakli had no choice but to release the spacecraft and enter it himself. Providing ample nutritional substrate for the biological battle suit to recuperate, he once again focused intently on observing the white beam. Although the unfolding events were inscrutable, witnessing the fall of a planet up close proved to be significantly enlightening. It was astonishing how the exploration of a planet culminated in such a manner. Immersed in the planet's collapse, Borakli was filled with profound sentiments. Before his eyes, the once massive celestial body had transformed into a sphere with a diameter of less than 1 kilometer. Borakli let out a sigh of astonishment. Just as he prepared to continue his observation, the white beam darted out, anxiously swirling around the exterior of the spacecraft. Borakli promptly opened the spacecraft's entrance. What is it? The white beam integrated itself into his being. The hatch of the spacecraft sealed shut. Borakli's countenance shifted to one of alarm and ire. You should have spoken sooner. In a swift motion, Borakli made his way to the control room, urgently attempting to ignite the engines. Let us go. Unfortunately, it was a moment too late. Behind the spacecraft, the once metallic planet now radiated brilliance as a sphere merely 1 kilometer in diameter. A tremendous gravitational force surged forth, compelling Borakli's vessel to involuntarily glide through the cosmos towards the unknown. The brief exploration of the planet had not resulted in significant material loss nor a catastrophic explosion, leading to a drastic increase in the planet's gravitational pull, surpassing that of the star's constraint. In an instant, it escaped, taking Borakli's spacecraft far from this place. Venturing into the unknown, Borakli's expression was one of trepidation. Earth was facing a grave crisis, and he could not abandon it just yet. Furthermore, Bulma remained on Earth. If an escape was necessary, it would have to be with her family and son Goku. Continuously hammering at the controls, he shouted, "Come on, move. Move for me." Yet, Borakli's furious cries were merely futile venting. They were unable to escape the gravitational pull of the small sphere. What to do? What to do? He relinquished control of the cockpit. The spacecraft's performance was woefully inadequate. Remaining in the cockpit was merely an act of evasion and offered no assistance in the current predicament. It would be better to abandon control of the spacecraft and devise a solution on his own. Just then, within a minute of departure, Borakli conceived a plan. He pressed a button on his glasses, linking his biological battle suit with his intentions, as a thin green veil enveloped his entire being. With a serious expression, Borakli opened the spacecraft's hatch. Firmly anchoring his feet, he resisted the gravitational pull from both space and the small sphere. A brilliant light emanated from his hands, and above him, the Hall of All Things materialized. He unleashed his full strength in an unreserved assault. The infusion of vital energy surged forth, undiminished, reaching the surface of the small sphere. At last, the sphere's gravitational hold on the spacecraft was disrupted. Borakli stood firm, expending his last ounce of strength to close the hatch, before collapsing onto the floor, surrendering to inertia as the spacecraft was cast away. Upon reopening his eyes, 5 beams of light flickered before Broly, who immediately sprang to his feet and piloted his spacecraft in pursuit. He silently began to organize the energy within himself. A sigh of relief escaped him. Fortunately, his foundation remained intact, and during this period, he had regained 1% of his strength. Just a little more time would suffice. He extracted an energy block, casting it into his body without a second glance. The spacecraft ahead belonged to him, and according to the elder from Namek, it was presumably a vessel reserved for Frisia's combatants. He resolved to catch up and seize their spacecraft. Broly scanned the vicinity, discovering it was an unknown galaxy, yet fortunately, his previous spacecraft had recorded its details. Here lay a formidable planet known as Yardrat. It was said that Frisia had long prohibited his subordinates from plundering this world, as it seemed to harbor a powerful presence. Inside the spherical spacecraft, the members of the Jinyu force had all awakened. In 1 hour, we shall arrive at our destination. Yardrat, we can proceed to conquer it, one announced. Captain, did not Frisia decree that we cannot plunder this planet? Questioned another. Fool. That was due to the weakness of others, combined with the incompetence of those Psiots. Only then did Frisia issue such an order. Now, we shall take the opportunity to secure Yardrat for our master. Indeed, the captain speaks wisely. Captain, there's a tail behind us, persistently following, another member remarked. Humph. How dare there be a spacecraft in the universe unaware of the might of Frisia's army, daring to pursue us? Once we reach Yardrat, we shall eliminate it together. Hee. A splendid idea, Captain. Unbeknownst to Broly, the new planet was likely Yardrat, and the 5 spherical spacecraft were the notorious vessels of the Jinyu force. He quietly trailed behind them, his confidence bolstered by the fact that he had regained 3% of his strength in just this brief interval. Even with this modest recovery, aside from Frisia and Son Goku, who could possibly rival him? Chapter 125, Gratitude. Yardrat, his current energy combat power stood at 990,000, with his physical prowess peaking at the same figure. This allowed him to challenge opponents with combat power exceeding 60 times his own, approaching 60 million. Once fully restored, he would likely become invincible within the universe. Yet, he remained curious about Frisia's specific combat power. Nevertheless, he was not concerned. He would soon transcend the Nebula and Lesser Yang realms. At that point, even if Frisia's strength surpassed 100 million, he would still prevail. Broly gazed intently at the spacecraft ahead. It seemed fortunate for this planet that their vessel was faster than his. Thus, he resolved to take it for himself, viewing it as a reward for his efforts on the battlefield. Although his spacecraft was indeed slower, he angled his approach, estimating that both vessels would land on Yardrat around the same time. The Jinyu force's craft was only about 10 minutes faster than his. With a bit more time, he could recover an additional 4% of his combat power. For safety's sake, he decided to restore even more strength before proceeding. Once again, a few energy blocks were extracted. For him, recovering strength simply meant consuming energy blocks, and he could continue to do so indefinitely. The Jinyu force had arrived. The 5 members performed an unusual dance. Guldo, you stay behind to deal with that guy. We will proceed to conquer this planet, and you can join us as soon as possible. The captain, Jinyu, directed. Captain, why can't I stay? Complained Raikum, with his pineapple-like hairstyle, dissatisfied with Jinyu's orders. Humph. This planet still harbors individuals with formidable combat abilities. We require additional strength. Although Guldo was somewhat less powerful, his ability to pause time allowed him to swiftly eliminate the insignificant foes behind him. And you? Captain Jinyu snorted dismissively, reprimanding his subordinate. Only then did the others refrain from further argument. The 4 of them laughed and flew away, leaving Guldo alone, his 4 eyes scanning the surroundings. How ridiculous. They've left me all alone, but that's fine. This means I can kill again. Haha. Borakli observed the ground calmly. Despite Goldo's short stature and unattractive appearance, he was easily noticeable against the backdrop of such beautiful scenery. Truly, the universe is filled with all sorts of bizarre races. Moreover, I wonder how he has the courage to roam the cosmos. Has he never encountered any normal races? While he grumbled, Borakli quietly descended. The opponent seems quite confident. They haven't even interrupted my landing. Borakli found it amusing. He didn't need to rely on the system to gauge the opponent's power. A mere sweep of his energy sensed it clearly, 120,000 combat power. This level of strength was manageable when he first embarked on his Dragon Ball adventure. However, since settling on the deserted island, he had scarcely encountered foes with such low combat capabilities. He opened the hatch and quietly flew out. Who are you? Haha, kid. You followed the Ginyu Force and don't even know who we are? Don't you recognize that the spherical spaceship belongs exclusively to Lord Frisia? Oh, so, your Ginyu Force is quite renowned then? Borakli inquired, intrigued that this short fellow had introduced his team members first. This could only imply that their group was indeed quite famous. Otherwise, who would announce an obscure name? Who, you dare to look down on the Ginyu Force? Kid, I will make you wish you were never born. With that, Goldo charged toward Borakli. Observing the comical motions of the diminutive figure, Borakli scoffed. You? How laughable. Without any visible movement, a beam sword materialized out of thin air, slicing directly toward Goldo. By the time Borakli regained his focus, Goldo had already evaded the sword's attack range and was now much closer to him. Furrowing his brow, Borakli voiced his confusion. What just happened? Goldo grinned maliciously. Kid, I see you dare to underestimate me. Just wait. You will pay dearly for your arrogance. As Borakli regarded the smug Goldo, his interest was piqued. The beam sword continued to emerge, directing its assault toward Goldo once more. Simultaneously, the Hall of All Things surrounded him. In the next moment, Borakli stared in bewilderment at Goldo, who had inexplicably appeared within the hall. Both uttered in unison, "What is happening?" Subsequently, silence enveloped them. How could this be explained? Just as they remained silent, a distant flash of light emerged, followed closely by the sound of an explosion. Borakli did not hesitate and promptly retracted the Hall of All Things. Hey, kid, you. Borakli disregarded Goldo. With a battle power of 120,000, subduing was effortless. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the battlefield, witnessing four identical figures laughing maniacally as they slaughtered a larger group of grotesque beings. The four shared the same attire as the short figures obstructing him, and it quickly became clear who the true invaders were. Borakli did not pause, bellowing stop. However, to his surprise, Raikum from the Ginyu Force, caught up in the frenzy, unleashed a beam of light, mercilessly killing several Adratans. A flicker of rage ignited within Borakli, and in an instant, he vanished. When he reappeared, he stood before Raikum. I commanded you to cease. Do you refuse to listen? Then you shall perish. A mockery escaped Raikum's lips, but before he could articulate further, the Hall of All Things enveloped him. Devour. Raikum did not have the chance to emit a single cry before he vanished. You scoundrel! How dare you launch a sneak attack? The remaining three were infuriated. Without further ado, they directed their energy waves towards Borakli. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes as a blood-red aura enveloped him. 3 halls of all things materialized. In that case, you 3 shall meet your demise. Without restraint, Gi's and Bart screamed as they too were refined. Only Ginyu remained, struggling desperately. As he beheld Borakli's gaze, he bellowed, exchange. Just as Borakli prepared to approach and study Ginyu, he sensed something amiss within his own body. A flash of red light pierced Jinyu's eyes, and with a scream, he was also refined by the Hall of All Things. Sensing the enhancement in the Hall's power, joy illuminated Borakli's face as he readied to depart. Esteemed benefactor, we thank you for saving us Adratans. As a token of our gratitude, please join us at our leader's residence. We wish to repay you. Chapter 126. Learning the Secret Arts. Effortlessly, Borakli shook his head. There is no need for thanks. It was merely a matter of circumstance. I have pressing matters to attend to and must lend support elsewhere. Thus, I shall not intrude upon you. I will seek you out again should the opportunity arise. Wait, benefactor. An Adratan stepped forward, blocking Borakli's path. Borakli regarded him with cold indifference. Should these beings prove ungrateful, he would not hesitate to eradicate all life on this planet. My lord, Borakli's eyes narrowed, radiating an inhuman, violent aura. What? How many times must I repeat myself? Or do you dare to obstruct me? The spokesperson, trembling, hastily waved his hands. Yes. My apologies, my lord. Please, do as you wish. We merely wish to extend our hospitality to you, with no ulterior motives. Just as Broccoli prepared to unleash his power and take flight, a wave of disturbance rippled through the air. Broccoli's pupils constricted, nearly prompting an exclamation. Yet, he silently screamed within, what? The individual who had just appeared approached in a manner that transcended his imagination. Could this be? Broccoli stood rooted in place, gazing at the figure before him, an Adratlian whose appearance was distinct yet eerily similar. The individual bowed respectfully. Esteemed sir, I am Husu, the sage of the Adratlian people. What brings you here? Your repeated provocations seem aimed at inciting my wrath. Broccoli's tone was icy, his aura brimming with intensity as he regarded the composed Adratlian, his instincts urging him to act. If this fellow indeed possessed spatial abilities, Broccoli would not hesitate to capture him for study on how to acquire such powers. Husu fell silent, realizing the formidable nature of the individual before him. My lord, we do not mean to offend. It is simply that the one you have slain is connected to a far more powerful entity. I believe our leader seeks guidance on our next course of action and wishes for your assistance. Silence, Husu interjected awkwardly, glancing at Broccoli with trepidation. The intentions of his kin had been laid bare. Whether or not this esteemed individual would lend aid remained uncertain. Broccoli observed the scene, contemplating. Very well, lead the way. Despite his concerns for Earth's safety, a delay of a few hours seemed manageable. He followed the group to their leader's palace, his mind too preoccupied to take in the peculiar surroundings. Surrounded by an assembly of odd beings, Broccoli entered the grand hall. Greetings, mighty one. I am Supa, the leader of the Adratlian people. Spare me the pleasantries. State your purpose, Broccoli urged, lacking any intention of introducing himself. Do you comprehend the identity of the individual you just dispatched? Broccoli regarded the leader coldly, an idea igniting within him. I am uncertain. As anticipated, both the leader and sage Husu appeared to possess an air of confident knowledge. Subsequently, they began recounting the tale of Frisia and his elite combat squad, the Jinyu Force. And then, Broccoli inquired, this, mighty one, may be somewhat awkward to convey, but we implore you to assist us in fending off Frisia. In return, we are willing to share all our cultivation techniques. Broccoli scoffed. Given your evident weakness, what formidable techniques could you possibly possess? Husu rose with a smile. My lord, that is a grave misconception. We possess abilities such as instant transmission, spatial manipulation, energy separation, aura control, and telepathy, among others. I agree. The assembly was taken aback. While many spoke boldly, none had demonstrated their prowess, yet Broccoli had already acquiesced. I am pressed for time and must journey elsewhere. Provide me with the method of instant transmission, and I shall consider it. At this juncture, Broccoli found himself in a quandary. He could not remain stationed on this planet. Its inhabitants were simply too grotesque. Forget it. I cannot remain on this planet. A monster is about to emerge on my own world, and aside from myself, no one else can vanquish it. I must return. With that, Borakli turned to leave. Wait a moment, mighty one, they called out. I have already told you. I cannot assist you. Borakli had initially intended to slay Frisia, yet uncertain of Frisia's true power, he hesitated to act rashly. Should Frisia's minions annihilate Yadrid in the meantime, he would lose his credibility, a fate Borakli could not accept. Even if he coveted the ability to teleport, he would not take such a risk. Hold on, strong one. Perhaps there is a compromise. The sage of Yadrid quickly interjected to prevent Borakli from leaving. What compromise? Borakli asked. We do not require you to remain stationed on Yadrid. We only need you to appear when we are in dire straits to lend us your aid. How can I know when you will encounter difficulties? Borakli retorted, turning to depart. He was unwilling to squander time. Unless they were prepared to grant him the ability to teleport freely, he would not entertain their requests. Fear not. We possess a secret technique known as telepathic communication, the sage proposed. Borakli was taken aback. What? This technique sounds like a fusion of two skills. Indeed. I speak the truth, the sage assured him. Borakli pondered for a moment. Fine, I shall learn it, and then be on my way. However, he noticed Husu's troubled expression. Borakli's demeanor darkened once more. What? Do you intend for me to eliminate Frisia before imparting this knowledge to me? Husu shook his head repeatedly, glancing at the leader above with a resigned sigh. Benefactor, this technique cannot be mastered in a short span. That is of no concern. Simply take me to learn it. Or provide me with the method of cultivation. Reluctantly, the Yadratian people led Borakli to the place of secret techniques. Generally, one can only cultivate one secret technique, Husu remarked. Borakli disregarded Husu's words and approached the stone wall of techniques. Before him lay a dense array of inscriptions, yet he could not decipher them. I will translate for you. Husu offered, but Borakli shook his head. System. A current of consciousness surged within him, and Borakli swiftly grasped the meaning of the characters. The system was growing increasingly powerful. He silently commended it. System, record all of these techniques. Understood. In Borakli's eyes, only the ability to teleport remained. His mastery over his own body made learning such techniques effortless. After careful contemplation and validation, he vanished and reappeared, having extracted the leader of Yadrit. Husu's eyes widened in disbelief. His leader had been captured, yet he seemed unfazed. His eyes bulged, his face etched with shock, as he muttered words of disbelief, exclaiming that it was impossible and unrealistic. How could one so effortlessly master this skill? Borakli declared, I have learned to teleport. Now, I shall master telepathic communication, and then I will take my leave. Should you require anything, simply inform me. Husu remained in a state of shock, unable to articulate a response. Borakli had already mastered the technique. Such simplicity belied a remarkably unique approach, which provided significant inspiration for me. My ability to harness energy was poised to ascend to new heights. With a smile gracing his lips, Borakli expressed his satisfaction with the journey and began to bid farewell. Chapter 127. The Turtle Sage. Inconceivable. Well, I have learned everything, he declared. So farewell. Wait a moment, Strong One. Borakli, now in no rush, recognized that with 6 months still ahead, and the capability of instantaneous movement at his disposal, returning home would pose no challenge. Having reaped such substantial benefits, he bore no ill will towards his companions, gazing at them with a cheerful demeanor, devoid of the initial coldness. Strong One, why not stay a while? We could host a banquet in your honor. He shook his head. No, your food cannot satisfy my energy needs. I have not eaten in quite some time. After speaking, he observed Husu, who was still reeling from the shock. Understanding his thoughts, he offered a gentle explanation. Wise Husu, your secret techniques are indeed profound and powerful, yet they stem from the immense energy within oneself. You place too much emphasis on the techniques themselves, neglecting the cultivation of your own strength. This is entirely misguided. Hence, your practice of these secret arts proves exceedingly challenging. I not only possess formidable strength, but also absolute mastery over myself. Thus, your techniques merely serve to open a door for me, a door to more exquisite utilization of energy. If your clan wishes to flourish and endure, alongside the focus on secret arts, it is imperative to enhance the strength of your kin. At this juncture, Borakli paused briefly. Moreover, in my estimation, your secret technique can only be described as exquisite, but not unparalleled. I comprehend these principles well enough to conjure additional techniques at will. With that, Borakli effortlessly demonstrated a spatial storage technique. This alternate space will attach itself to me. Wherever I go, it shall follow. Once one grasps the underlying principles, mastering instantaneous movement and telepathy becomes as simple as a flick of the wrist. Without waiting for the two to process his words, he performed his signature gesture and vanished without a trace. On Earth, Borakli reappeared beside Sun Wukong. The Turtle Sage sprang to his feet in disbelief. This is utterly impossible. Turtle Sage, what troubles you? The great turtle lifted its head lazily, observing the Turtle Sage's sudden outburst. You were resting so comfortably. Why the sudden outcry? The Turtle Sage shot a frustrated glance at the great turtle. This is none of your concern. Mind your own sunbathing. Then why the sudden outburst? The Turtle Sage ignored the great turtle's inquiries, his expression grave as he gazed into the distant sea. Damn it, could it be that those individuals have intervened? But how could that be? They are not supposed to interfere with any events, as long as the protagonist's journey progresses positively, even if the plot experiences fluctuations. They should refrain from intervening. In the perplexed gaze of the great sea turtle, Master Rashi divested himself of his upper garment and plunged directly into the sea. Surely, they wouldn't discover my presence. Could it be that the martial arts tournament this time has gone too far? No, it has been over 2 years. And the 23rd martial arts tournament is about to commence. What on earth is happening? Is it possible that someone up there is indeed paying attention? Master Rashi could not ascertain. Typically, they wouldn't but one cannot underestimate that individual. If that person chooses to intervene personally, those ordinary experimenters would not dare to defy that young master. Cursed be it, my plans have been interrupted. His current combat prowess stands at no less than 300 million. Coupled with his ability to teleport, he possesses nearly no weaknesses, save for Bulma, whom I cannot harm. If I were to eliminate Bulma, without any ties, that individual would surely wreak havoc, and the very fabric of this world would shift. Master Roshi found himself submerged in the water, his expression fluctuating between hope and despair. Even now, he remained uncertain whether to proceed with his plan. In terms of combat awareness, Master Roshi surpassed Broly. He had discerned that following Broly's breakthrough, his power would explode to unprecedented levels, directly reaching 300 million. At that juncture, his monstrous puppets would become of little consequence. He found himself devoid of viable options. He could not afford to act recklessly. He must maintain his identity as Master Roshi and remain concealed. Only by ascending to the higher realms and entering the extraterrestrial battlefield could he afford a measure of relaxation. If all of this were beyond his calculations, he could simply devise another plan. What was truly terrifying was if this interference originated from above, then he would be in dire straits. No, I cannot remain passive. I must prepare early. Resolute, Master Roshi vanished, reappearing at the entrance of a cave deep within the mountains. What has happened? A grave issue has arisen. The target's power has surged past 300 million. Impossible. Wearing a dog-headed mask, Master Roshi's doppelganger shrieked. Within a day, you will perceive the moment of his breakthrough, during which there will be a brief loss of control over his energy. What should we do then? I need you to enter the higher realms and lay the groundwork in advance. How can I evade him? No, for that individual. The Dragon Ball world can take a breath. His attention is not on the lower realms. You must break through with sheer strength and assert your presence. Then I cannot act covertly. Up there, the three factions are at peace. To which side shall I align myself? Master Roshi rubbed his aching head, troubled. I am uncertain. It is vexing. If it were mere coincidence, I could accept it. But if it is indeed interference from those outside, we would be finished, and our efforts would be in vain. No, that cannot be. The figure beneath the dog-headed mask gasped once more. Today marks his second display of uncharacteristic behavior. The disarray of the past decade pales in comparison to today's turmoil. This underscores the magnitude of the impact upon him. Master Roshi shook his head with a wry smile. I too wish this were false. Yet Broly possesses a metallic core of 2 planets within him, coupled with dark fire. Once he unearths the elements of wood, water, and earth and completes his research on the techniques, do you think our world will remain intact? No. Could it be that they are preparing to tread an alternate path? Indeed, I share your concerns. However, entering the higher realm would serve little purpose and would undoubtedly draw the attention of the gods, angels, and even the king of all. The turtle sage furrowed his brow, troubled by the unforeseen circumstances and lacking a viable solution. Perhaps we should abduct him and take him directly to the higher realm, he suggested. That is out of the question. Borakli's strength is far too inadequate for such an ascent. He would be crushed upon entry, came the retort. What then shall we do? The discontented avatar of the dog-headed mask lamented. Is it only when our plans are discovered and everyone perishes that we will have a solution? Or must the entire world be destroyed first? We must refrain from acting impulsively at this moment. Another voice interjected. Oh, and what of your little abode? At such a time, who cares about a mere dwelling? The turtle sage was momentarily speechless, casting a sidelong glance at his companion. The two then proceeded into the cave. On the island, Sun Wukong was vociferously summoning everyone's attention. Ah, Borakli, you have returned. Welcome home, little brother. Your sister will surely be delighted. Borakli's face twitched at the double entendre. The timing was utterly inappropriate. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Borakli immediately began his seclusion for training. Having mastered the secret techniques of the Adralat star, he was confident in his ability to further his breakthroughs. Chapter 128, The Fourth Realm. A mutual breakthrough. Bulma stamped her foot in discontent as she watched Borakli enter the gravity chamber. After being away for so long, he hardly utters a word upon his return. Sun Wukong looked at Bulma in confusion. But didn't Borakli mention he was going to break through? He shot her a sideways glance. What is more important, training or my presence? Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Satisfied with his response, Bulma finally smiled, only to have Sun Wukong's next remark almost send her into a fit. Indeed, training is paramount. With eyes wide open, hands on her hips, She pointed accusingly at Sun Wukong. You. Giggles erupted from Vyami, her curvaceous figure dazzling under the sunlight. You infuriate me. Bulma could only mutter in exasperation. Sister, aren't you going to present your latest research findings to Borakli for experimentation? Humph, I care not for him. What is it to me? He returns only to retreat into his own training, showing no concern for me whatsoever. I shan't bother with his fate. Vyami observed Bulma with a smile as she turned to enter the laboratory. Sun Wukong, initially perplexed by Bulma's simultaneous scolding and retreat, swiftly turned his gaze towards Vyami. Do you happen to know what Borakli's current combat power is? Sun Wukong tilted his head, scrutinizing Vyami. She shifted uncomfortably, letting out a nervous chuckle. What is the matter? Do you wish to catch up to his training progress? Of course. Is that not permissible? Then would you care to spar with me? I find myself unable to contend with his current strength. Should he break through further, I can scarcely fathom the extent of his power. Is that not so? Sun Wukong nodded earnestly. Indeed, my current combat power stands at 15 million, while Borakli's is no less than 60 million. Should he surpass this threshold, his strength remains uncertain, yet it could very well exceed 100 million. Vyami, lost in contemplation, gazed intently at the room Borakli had just entered. I see. Yes. It is indeed a formidable challenge to catch up with Borakli. Naturally, I am well aware of this. However, I possess a clear understanding, which will prove advantageous for future scientific endeavors. With that, Vyami turned and stepped into the laboratory. Sun Wukong scratched his head, casting a curious glance at the laboratory entrance. Indeed, two peculiar individuals. Vyami sauntered gracefully towards the laboratory, her pace measured and unhurried. Sun Wukong's predictions likely represent the lower limit. 60 million appears plausible. Yet a breakthrough yielding merely 100 million seems improbable. According to the multiples associated with Borakli's prowess, his combat power should rightfully reach at least 300 million. Furthermore, 300 million serves only as my estimated lower boundary. It is entirely possible that upon breaking through, his power could soar to 500 million. Consequently, to surpass and defeat him, I must expand my current experimental results tenfold, enabling my transformed self to attain a combat power of 50 billion. By the way, there's more. Bulma hurriedly emerged, calling out to Vyami, interrupting her train of thought. What is it? I have brought your energy blocks. You need not return to fetch them separately. Vyami maintained her composure, breaking into a smile. Very well, let us deliver them together. I just inquired of Sun Wukong. What did he say? Bulma paused, intrigued. Sun Wukong stated that Borakli's current combat power is at least 60 million, and with this breakthrough, it may well reach 100 million. Our present scientific progress can hardly keep pace with the power he will acquire post-breakthrough. I wish to delve into more profound research. With that, she strode inside. Bulma stood, dumbfounded, absorbing Vyami's words. Observing her retreating figure, a smile crept upon her lips, and in a voice only she could hear. She mused, is that so? I am curious to see if your scientific prowess can allow you to surpass Borakli from a biological standpoint. Once you do, what will you intend to achieve? This smile bore an odd quality. Unbeknownst to others, Bulma seemed to be engaged in some secretive actions. Yet, what could they be? Unknown to all, Borakli first took a moment to recuperate before accepting the items Bulma had delivered. An energy induction device? Let us test its efficacy. Upon opening it, Borakli did not observe its workings but instead closed his eyes, focusing his mind inward. Meteors, satellites, planets. Next, the nebula. Without hesitation, power surged forth, vital energy resonating until equilibrium was reached. The meteors, satellites, and planets shattered entirely, revealing an endless array of debris within his three primary energy centers. The distance between the gravel grows ever wider, a wisp of mist emerging in between. The space within his dantian has transformed significantly. Excellent. This arrangement is now most suitable. I shall wait and gradually grow stronger. Borakli feels a deep satisfaction within. The nebula realm corresponds to a combat power ranging from 1 million to 100 million. During this period, he will encounter no bottlenecks, merely requiring the continual accumulation of energy. Should the energy be ample, he could swiftly attain a combat power of 100 million. This is the fruit of his research into the secret arts of the Adrelatans, entirely distinct from what others might conceive. It is not a matter of terror, but rather something else entirely. Borakli directs his focus inward, poised to reach the fourth realm. Once this blood infusion is completed, I will perfect the lesser yang of the fourth realm, solidifying my foundation. The groundwork of my vital energy is already established. What remains is the foundation of the physical body, which requires utmost caution. He holds a handful of energy crystals, chews slightly, and swallows. Before the energy could erupt, Borakli activates the blood vortex within the four lesser meridians. Commencing now. In an instant, Borakli's body swells, his skin engorged with blood. Pain. A searing ache that penetrates to the marrow, a feeling of fullness, an overwhelming pressure throughout. Borakli struggles to endure. I must remain steady. After this, the path will be nearly clear. Borakli is not one for gradual progress. He embarks on his breakthrough with a direct, resolute approach. With thorough preparation. A breakthrough must be executed decisively. Why is there still energy within the crystals? This defies logic. After a while, his entire body remains slightly swollen, and Borakli feels exceedingly uncomfortable. The blood infusion cannot be accomplished in an instant, yet the energy within him is still abundant, nearing the brink of overbearing. In that case, a glint of madness flashes in Borakli's eyes. Since I am already infusing blood, consolidating the blood vortex should pose no significant issue, right? Chapter 129, Pull Off. This cannot be done. He begins directly. Starting from the Guanchong acupoint, the foot's Yin Xiao acupoint simultaneously begins to consolidate the blood vortex. He directly commences his training in the blood vortex of the fourth realm. Outside, Bulma and the others pace anxiously. What is happening? Why does it sound so agonizing this time? Pilaf's sycophantic flattery follows. Bulma, it's fine. The master is still wailing, and his voice is strong, indicating that everything is all right. Bulma's expression lightens a bit. Pilaf is not entirely wrong in this regard. Every time Borakli breaks through his physical techniques, it is a cacophony of anguish. This time, it is merely a bit louder, which is not a cause for concern. If he were silent, that would indeed warrant greater worry. However, scarcely 10 seconds after Pilaf's words, Borakli's cries abruptly cease. Bulma's expression changes. The change is mirrored in Pilaf, who gazes into the room with trepidation. Master, you can't do this to me. I just said it, and now you fall silent. Are you not placing me on the pyre? Pilaf trembles, staring at the house, while his peripheral vision darts towards Bulma, as he anticipated. Bulma initially gazed with concern for a while, and then turned her furious gaze towards herself. A sudden chill gripped Pilaf's heart, for he knew misfortune awaited him. Pilaf, come here at once. Pilaf's countenance darkened, and reluctantly he shuffled towards Bulma, attempting to stammer out an explanation. Well, Bulma. No, it's just that Broly's energy has become immensely powerful. Bulma immediately lost interest in chastising Pilaf and hurried towards Son Goku. Is it true? Son Goku wore a serious expression. What a formidable aura. Broly's strength. Why has it surged so dramatically, far beyond my expectations? Bulma was filled with delight. Is it really true? Is Broly all right? Son Goku shook his head, then nodded. Suddenly, Son Goku clutched his head and looked at Bulma in confusion. What are you doing? Bulma, unable to contain her frustration, exclaimed, You're all here joking around while I'm in a state of panic. What do you mean by that? I'm asking you a question, and you are just nodding and shaking your head. What does it signify? Pilaf felt a wave of relief wash over him. Son Goku had just saved him from a dire fate. He quietly retreated, attempting to avoid disturbing Bulma, and returned to his previous position. Son Goku looked at Bulma with an innocent expression, his voice tinged with grievance. Bulma, please do not distract me. I'm worried about Broly. And you're concerned about your own trivial matters? Bulma, that's not it. Broly's current strength, what is going on? It's overwhelmingly powerful. Bulma stumbled slightly, casting a fleeting glance at Son Goku while joyfully surveying the room. As long as he is fine, that's what matters. Strong abilities? Isn't that a good thing? What woman doesn't appreciate her partner's strength? Son Goku ignored Bulma's navet, staring in disbelief at the room. This is utterly astonishing. How did this happen? Inside the room, Broly's sense of swelling had diminished significantly, leaving him to endure only the pain of blood infusion. The tension in his facial muscles relaxed. Thank goodness I learned the profound techniques of energy manipulation on planet Yardrat. Otherwise, I would have been in real danger. Bulma should have given him an energy block rated at 10,000, not 8,000. It was terrifying. He nearly burst from the pressure. Now, the various forces within Broly no longer required his constant attention, operating independently within him. The chaotic fluctuations gradually settled into tranquility, allowing him the time to assess his newfound capabilities. His combat power had astonishingly soared to 4 million, catching up with Son Goku. This explosive surge must be the result of prolonged suppression. It had been years since his energy had seen a breakthrough. Now, before reaching 100 million, his combat power would not stagnate. Silently enduring the pain within, Broly did not flinch. Compared to the initial agony he had faced, this was merely a drizzle. The breakthrough of the self-universe has reached an astonishing 1.5 million, with a combat power increase nearing 120 times. The gains from this endeavor are immense. Furthermore, I have devised an offensive technique utilizing vital energy, and the experiment in the Hall of All Things has been completed, with the lungs now mastering the golden element. Murmuring to myself, a radiant sword of light materializes in Broly's hand, dancing effortlessly between his fingers with remarkable agility. Next, with the crisis on Earth resolved, I shall seek out Frieza, a smile curling at the corners of my mouth. I can already sense Frieza's presence. 530,000. A battle power of 530,000. Yet, within him lies even greater energy, a portion of which he can control with relative ease, but at least half of it remains beyond Frieza's current capabilities. He poses no threat to me at this moment. After a brief wait, the infusion of energy is halfway complete. Broly rises. Broly, your strength. As the door swings open, Son Goku bursts forth in a flash. I've broken through. I feel your immense power. Let us engage in battle. Bulma soon follows, pushing aside the eager Goku. Broly, you had me worried sick. With tear-filled eyes, she flutters into Broly's embrace like a bird returning to its nest. He laughs heartily, hugging Bulma. Why are you crying, Bulma? I've just achieved a breakthrough. My strength has greatly increased. He affectionately ruffles her hair. Indeed, you've grown taller, reaching a height of 1 meter, almost catching up to Bulma. Oh, you scared me. You were making such a racket inside. Broly's gentle hand freezes mid-air, his expression twitching. Really? Was I that loud? Goku chuckles. Yes, indeed. You were quite the spectacle. Bulma even commented on my head. With a stiff neck, Broly glares fiercely at Pilaf and his companions. I was that pitifully loud. Indeed, my lord. Your cries were most distressing. Asu nods hurriedly, oblivious to the danger. Only my senses the gravity of the situation, her face pale as beads of sweat trickle down. My lord. I didn't hear your cries. My hearing is impaired. My stammers, ignoring the others and expressing her concerns, her clothes dampened by perspiration as she collapses to the ground. It was merely a prank, but to offend Lord Broly is truly tormenting, she adds. Pilaf and Asu are taken aback, left speechless, their expressions contorted into grimaces that are more painful than tears. My lord, may we rephrase that? Broly lets out a cold laugh. It's too late, Pilaf and Asu. 6 times gravity. With a training regimen 5 times more intense than usual. You will assist in the laboratory. The two cling to each other, goosebumps prickling their skin, realizing that this is no jest or illusion. Meanwhile, Mai exhales a sigh of relief, a smile of survival gracing her features. If she were not astute, she too would be among the suffering. Bulma did not plead for them, and Sun Wukong certainly did not perceive this as a punishment. Exercising was hardly a form of punishment. Broly, let us engage in battle. It has been far too long since I experienced a thrilling fight. My body is growing rusty. Rolling up his sleeves and swinging one arm vigorously, Sun Wukong eagerly gazed at Broly, who was embracing Bulma. Bulma looked up in dissatisfaction. Sun Wukong, do you not see that I am with Broly? If you wish to fight, seek someone else. Sun Wukong gazed at Bulma with a pitiful expression. But I cannot find anyone to battle with. I have not improved my fighting prowess in ages. Please allow Broly to fight me just once. Can you defeat him? Bulma inquired. Sun Wukong responded confidently. Of course, I cannot defeat him, but it has been far too long since I fought earnestly. I wish to enhance my abilities. Broly smiled at Sun Wukong. Just as he spoke, both their expressions turned serious. Bulma anxiously looked at Broly. Whenever he displayed such a demeanor, it often heralded trouble. What is it? An enemy approaches, Sun Wukong replied gravely, though everyone could detect the excitement in his tone. Chapter 130. A worthy opponent. My name is Piccolo, Bulma observed, utterly perplexed. An enemy? How can there be another enemy? Why do they appear so menacingly? Had it not been agreed that they had a few months? They were not even afforded the time to prepare. Thinking of this, Bulma's face flushed, and she stole a glance at Broly, bashfully asking, "Is this enemy particularly formidable?" "Somewhat strong. I may not be a match for them, and will need Broly's assistance," Sun Wukong replied earnestly, showing no embarrassment at his own shortcomings. Bulma's expression darkened further. Why must her feelings be subjected to such trials? She clung tightly to Broly. "Bulma, dear, if Earth falls, we too shall perish." Reluctantly, Bulma released her grip. "Why does this always happen?" Broly glanced at her and softly whispered in her ear. "Is that true?" Broly affirmed firmly, "Absolutely true. I would never deceive you." Bulma's face lit up with a smile as she looked at Broly with satisfaction. "Very well, I shall wait for you. Do be careful." Pilaf and the others stared blankly at Bulma, who appeared so tender and dependent. "King Pilaf, why do I feel as though Bulma has suddenly matured?" Little Wu whispered to Pilaf, tilting her head slightly. "Indeed, it seems as if she has transformed into a woman overnight," Ashu added quietly. Unfortunately, the two had forgotten that their whispers sounded like thunder in the ears of Broly and the others. With a smirk, they glanced at Pilaf and his companions. "Sun Wukong, let us go and confront him." Sun Wukong rubbed his fists together, barely containing his excitement. "All right, Broly, just to clarify, if I cannot win, you will step in." Borakli nodded silently, displaying no enthusiasm for combat. With Sun Wukong willing to take the lead, he felt no need to voice his thoughts. Thus, they sped towards the location he sensed. Although Borakli's eyes appeared vacant, his mind was deep in contemplation. At this juncture, the notion that these monsters were conjured by the science of Vegeta had crumbled. The science prowess could not possibly produce such formidable creatures. With the trail of the science severed, his confusion only deepened. He pondered who might be targeting him, having not offended anyone since arriving on Earth. Who was the unseen observer from behind? He sifted through potential suspects in his mind, momentarily considering Master Roshi, only to dismiss the thought. Although Master Roshi possessed hidden depths of power, he seemed too simple-minded and carefree to harbor such ulterior motives. Furthermore, his teachings to Wukong and others were rooted in righteousness, making it implausible for him to engage in such underhanded tactics. Who, then, could it be? "Broccoli, what are you saying?" "Nothing, nothing at all." He snapped back to reality, quickly shaking his head in denial. The two of them hastened towards the source of the immense energy, parting the sea with their combined force, while fish leaped from the water in their wake. "Are we truly going to abandon this place?" inquired the dog-headed mask's avatar, gazing skyward. Moments earlier, a bird had defecated, its droppings falling into the forest below. Master Roshi also stared at the sky, his tone laced with melancholy. "Unless you have a better plan, what are we to do?" Yet, his battle power is only around 500 million. Master Roshi turned in surprise. "Precisely because it is 500 million, which exceeds my estimate of 300 million. We must prepare ourselves promptly." "What a pity. Our clandestine plotting over the past 50 years has been jeopardized in an instant." Master Roshi chuckled softly. "Our objectives have been at least 60 fulfilled. However, it is still not entirely accomplished. Do not be overly greedy." Broccoli's current battle power reached 600 million. Once it soared to 100 trillion, their ascension would begin. At this point, Master Roshi's tone lightened, a smile gracing his eyes. "By then, external surveillance over us will not be so stringent. Let us hope so. Alas, I cannot move ahead to set things in motion. The Master is too powerful. Surpassing him in the lower realm is an impossible endeavor. Indeed, the loopholes in the sea of power exist solely in that world. If only we had access to those gaps, we might still harbor a glimmer of hope. However, with only the energy from the Dragon Ball world, surpassing him is unattainable." "You speak the truth. Then let us wait patiently. Have all your belongings been prepared? Rest assured, you should return swiftly. If they discover our association, your chances of being exposed will increase significantly." "Haha, fret not. They could never uncover it." Master Roshi laughed heartily, yet showed no signs of delay, nodding slightly. A gust of wind swept by, and he vanished from sight. The dog-headed mask turned and entered the cave, a chilling voice echoing, "Let us go." As those words were uttered, a surge of monsters emerged. Within the scene, there were dozens of monstrous beings, accompanied by Dr. Gero and 3 lifeless minions, who followed the dog-headed mask as they departed from this place. Before long, Broly and Sun Wukong arrived at the location. Broly and Sun Wukong cast furious glances at the mountains surrounding them. "I sense it," Broly declared. "Damn it, this is the place. The aura is quite potent." He prepared to leap forward, only to be swiftly restrained by the quick-witted Broly. "For heaven's sake, Brother, how many times must I remind you? You always act so impulsively. However, he added, just wait, the monsters will come. Broly gazed towards a cave nestled within the mountains. The aura emanated from there, along with the unmistakable sounds of roars and acrid scents that permeated the air. It's strange, what could be troubling those people? Are they retreating, or is there some other sinister plot at play? What are you talking about? Sun Wukong inquired, perplexed. Oh, nothing, Broly replied. Just as a Namekian burst forth from the cave, closely followed by a multitude of monstrous puppets. Ah, a worthy opponent has appeared, Broly mused. What? Sun Wukong remarked, intrigued as he turned towards Piccolo. His expression shifted dramatically as he pointed at the emerging Piccolo. Broly, this isn't. No, I might have an inkling of who this is, he pondered, recalling the words of the celestial being and the fortune teller. The descendant of Demon King Piccolo? How is your power so formidable? You fool, I am Piccolo, not merely the descendant of Demon King Piccolo, came the retort, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Oh, you do not recognize me? Broly then recalled that his own lineage was shrouded in mystery. He did not even know who his true father was, prompting him to suppress his smile. You are indeed a worthy opponent, but still insufficient. Piccolo's fury boiled over, his face taking on a green hue as he exclaimed, you insolent wretch, how dare you underestimate me? Broly regarded Piccolo with disdain. Indeed, his strength was considerable, boasting a power level of 3.5 billion. Had he not achieved a breakthrough, he would have been no match. Yet now, feeling the intensity of Piccolo's battle prowess, Broly's sense of urgency intensified. Clearly, Piccolo was not the mastermind behind this, for he lacked the requisite qualifications. Nevertheless, his combat strength was astonishingly high at 3.5 billion, which piqued Broly's interest. Had it been 2.5 billion, or even 500 million, he would have been unperturbed. However, 3 billion was noteworthy. Under normal circumstances, following a breakthrough, his battle power would have been 300 million, and his opponent had merely managed to suppress him. However, during Broly's breakthrough, he had utilized knowledge acquired from the planet Adrat, combined with his extensive training, allowing his energy to surge to 4 million, culminating in a staggering 4.8 billion after amplification. This was an exception, a stroke of genius on his part. But what if that sudden surge had not occurred? His battle power would simply be 300 million. Observing the enraged Piccolo, a knowing smirk played on Broly's lips. It was evident that the true puppeteer had already fled, but the very act of fleeing rendered the situation all the more intriguing. Certainly powerful, capable of endowing a newborn with a staggering combat prowess of 3.5 billion within mere years, one would think that eliminating him would pose little challenge. Yet, upon my arrival here, the adversary had inexplicably fled. It seems that the puppeteer behind this is a familiar face, and indeed, devoid of any malevolence. It feels as though my master is subtly guiding me through this trial. Then, I inhaled sharply, unable to restrain my curiosity. Is the individual behind you, perhaps, Dr. Brief? The moment those words escaped my lips, both Sun Wukong and Piccolo were taken aback. What, Dr. Brief? Sun Wukong stared blankly at Broly. Incredulity etched across his face as he repeated the name. Broly's gaze was intensely fixed on Piccolo, scrutinizing even the slightest of his movements. To engender such formidable combat strength, he could think of no other means than biotechnological advancements. Furthermore, considering that the opponent feared confronting him directly and never resorted to lethal force, there were few in this world that fit the bill. Dr. Brief undoubtedly qualified. Unfazed, Piccolo merely scoffed. Humph, what nonsensical drivel. Since you've come, prepare to meet your demise. Without further ado, he lunged towards Broly. His swift attack, however, failed to land on either Sun Wukong or Broly. Observing the sinister grin of his opponent, Broly unhesitatingly unleashed Sun Wukong. Wukong, go? Have your fun. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Piccolo. All right. With that, he soared forward. Broly smiled, knowing that this time Sun Wukong would have ample opportunity to fight. Turning around, an infinite radiance erupted from within him, unleashing a barrage upon the cave entrance and the monstrous apparition that had just emerged. As the thunderous roar subsided, all that remained was a pitch-black abyss. Regrettably, there were no cheers from an audience. Broly chuckled softly, observing the gaping void. The battlefield between Sun Wukong and Piccolo raged fiercely, their energies escalating, wreaking havoc around them. I say, gentlemen, should we not relocate to the sea? If you continue to battle here, the entire continent may well be obliterated. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong prepared to soar towards the ocean. A sinister smile crept across Piccolo's lips as a beam of light pierced through Sun Wukong's shoulder, catching him off guard. Ha ha. Who cares about the continent's destruction? This demon king seeks the entire planet. The rest is of no concern to me. Witnessing his strike connect with Sun Wukong, Piccolo erupted into maniacal laughter. Broly, observing this, merely shrugged, harboring no inclination to intervene. A glint of gold flickered in his eyes as he eagerly watched the injured Sun Wukong. Had not the elder of the Maquis star stated that Scions could transform into the legendary Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong, your strength has surpassed the past. You should be capable. After a moment of triumphant laughter, Piccolo launched another devastating blow. Sun Wukong narrowly evaded it, rolling over with a body cloaked in debris. Bracing himself against the ground while stifling the pain in his shoulder. Gritting his teeth, he glared at the smug Piccolo. You scoundrel, you vile wretch. Ha ha ha. I am the progeny of the Demon King, and treachery is my epithet. I am grateful for your compliments. As a reward for your flattery, I shall send you to the depths of hell. With that, Bick lunged once more at Sun Wukong. The scoundrel. Sun Wukong's total energy was already inferior to Bick's, and with one shoulder grievously injured, he stood no chance against him. He had no recourse but to rely on his wits. Borakli, grant me a Sinza bean. The previously amused Borakli was now exasperated. Scoundrel, be silent. There are no Sinza beans left, all thanks to you. Sun Wukong, bewildered and flailing, cried out, Borakli, you cannot do this. The beans are clearly in your possession. Why do you blame me? Huh. Borakli scoffed, disregarding Sun Wukong. If it weren't for his loose tongue, his Sinza beans would not have been entirely seized by Viamir. Given him more time, he could have saved a portion, but now, they had been completely pilfered, leaving not a single one behind. You shall endure your plight. The combat prowess of both had escalated to millions, yet Bick remained effortlessly dominant. Akin to a cat toying with a mouse, sparing Sun Wukong's life merely to tease him. Borakli was left speechless. At this rate, were he not present, Sun Wukong would likely have perished already. Their energies surged, causing great distress among the populace worldwide. Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, having been resurrected by the dragon, had quietly concealed themselves. The once arrogant duo, having witnessed the earth-shattering clash between Borakli, Sun Wukong, and the monstrous adversaries, had extinguished their desires for vengeance and supremacy. Now, they were once again drawn into the fray. The other onlookers lamented their plight. The collision of their millions in battle power, with Sun Wukong holding nothing back, created a cataclysmic spectacle, the aftermath rippling out over a distance of more than 3,000 kilometers. The tremors were felt globally. Had it not been for Borakli's discreet efforts to dissipate the residual shockwaves, not only would the immediate vicinity have been devastated, but even the distant mountains would have been shattered. Nonetheless, throngs of people were now engaged in fervent discussions. Chapter 132, Giving One's All, Yet Not a Match. What is happening? Indeed, why has such a tremendous earthquake occurred? Could it be the end of days? I believe it is a possibility. Presently, only 3 Earth warriors could arrive: Krillin, Tianjin Fan, and Dumpling. Observing this battle were also the Cat Sage, Turtle Sage, Fortune Teller, as well as the God and Bobo. God. Mr. Bobo, if I were to vanish, what would become of the earth? Bobo gazed sorrowfully at the silhouette of the god. You shall not come to harm. Mr. Bobo, you should not utter such words. Bobo exuded an air of melancholy. The earth must seek a new deity. Mr. Bobo, who among Sun Wukong and Borakli is more suited to be the new god of earth? Sun Wukong. This time, Bobo did not hesitate. Having served 3 deities, he felt a deep reluctance, yet he must fulfill his duty. The earth, indeed, requires a god, in the realm of celestial bodies. While the absence of deities may be tolerable for most planets, Earth cannot abide such a void. It necessitates the presence of a god endowed with extraordinary powers. The current deity possesses the capability to forge Dragon Balls. The former deity sealed the demonic race, and the future divine being, without a doubt, must wield a formidable power. The celestial deity gazes down upon the battleground where Sun Wukong and Piccolo engage in combat. Mr. Popo, the deity commands with a grave demeanor, should I fall, you must descend and summon Mr. Sun Wukong to take up the mantle of Earth's god. Mr. Popo, visibly solemn, replies, yes, my lord. Neither of the two harbors any doubt regarding Sun Wukong's potential defeat. It is not that they believe he is incapable of overcoming Piccolo. To them, The combat prowess of Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Broly is akin to an unfathomable ocean, entirely beyond their comprehension. Yet, while Sun Wukong embodies ferocity, Piccolo exudes a more profound malevolence, and Broly appears as a tranquil surface concealing untold depths. They cannot perceive the true extent of these forces. It is evident that Broly stands as the most formidable among them. Mr. Popo, having acknowledged the command, expresses his insecurities, my lord. Sun Wukong is aware of your connection with Piccolo. It seems improbable that he would slay him. What of Broly? Lacking confidence, Mr. Popo finds himself at a loss for words. He stands awkwardly behind the deity, who asserts, "Let us observe in silence." Yes, my lord. Meanwhile, Corinne and the cat sage share an expression of bewilderment. It is peculiar. Where do these behemoths of immense power emerge from, and why can I not sense their presence? Even the artifacts bestowed by Lord Zeno fail to detect them. The cat sage, gnawing on a fish, ponders deeply but soon dismisses the thought, reveling in the exquisite feast of oceanic delights. With Broly in play, it seems manageable. As long as the earth endures, my concerns are minimal. As Tien and Kairatsu soar toward the battlefield, their expressions suddenly shift to one of confusion. This parallel world is quite fascinating, Kairatsu. Brother, do you think Master has returned? Unlikely, Kairatsu. Let us not entertain such fantasies. We must focus on strengthening our Chi sect until we are no longer needed. And our sect stands unafraid against the other two factions, at which point we shall venture into the sea of power. Indeed, but what of Bulma? Do not concern yourself with her. She is merely the Master's sister and does not belong to our Chi sect in spirit or essence. Kairatsu falls silent, recalling how, during the Master's reign, he oversaw the significant matters of the Chi sect after the Master departed. Tien bore the burden on the outer battlefield while Kairatsu focused on enhancing their combat capabilities, with their third disciple, Little Dot, managing affairs below. They had been bored until they encountered the unusual fluctuations of this world, prompting their descent. From their memories, they gleaned the entirety of the situation, and with a moment of reflection, they grasped the unfolding events. The connection between Broly and Bulma was the source of Kairatsu's inquiry. Let us take a closer look. Hehe. Brother, in this world, our counterparts are quite weak. Indeed, and thus we are fortunate. We have transcended the confines of a small well to become great dragons, Tien muses. It is no exaggeration to say that they are akin to colossal dragons. Over the years, they have emerged as titans on the battlefield beyond the realm. Although the Chi sect stands as the weakest faction in the grand world of Dragon Balls, they are undoubtedly one of the formidable giants. Their words command respect, and none dare to belittle them. Even the esteemed Master Bobo takes their opinions into account. The two figures swiftly traverse the horizon, heading toward the battlefield. Clint, too, approached the scene with a grave expression. Hope lingered in his heart, wishing for Goku's victory against that overwhelmingly sinister presence. It was so powerful that he felt unworthy to even stand in its presence. On the battlefield, Son Goku continuously coughed up blood, his gaze filled with unwillingness as he looked at Piccolo. He simply could not prevail. Truly, he was utterly outmatched. Defeat loomed over him, and he was acutely aware that Piccolo was not exerting his full strength. Broly, I cannot go on, Son Goku said, closing his eyes in despair. As a warrior, he naturally yearned to charge forward without hesitation. Yet this time, the adversary was too formidable, instilling a sense of hopelessness within him. Moreover, he lacked any means of recovery. Yielding is not an option, Piccolo sneered. Is that so? You are at your limit? Switching opponents will not save you. You are still destined to perish. With that, he extended two fingers, radiant energy emanating from their tips. This technique was evidently extraordinary. Son Goku merely chuckled in response, undeterred by Piccolo's menacing demeanor. With Broly present, he felt a sense of security, preventing him from falling into despair. From a distance, Broly recognized the situation. Being here, Son Goku had a support system, thus avoiding utter hopelessness. He understood that witnessing a Super Saiyan transformation was unlikely. In a flash, he appeared before Son Goku. Humph, you underestimate yourself. Let us perish together. Startled by Broly's abrupt appearance, Piccolo's indignation flared. The energy within him surged forth with even greater fervor, intensifying the force at his fingertips. Die! He roared, his mouth agape in a ferocious snarl. Broly's gaze remained profound. Eliminating this individual seemed ill-advised, even while delving into the divine realm of the gods. He had absorbed every word exchanged between the deity and Son Goku. Should he eliminate this being before him, the god would also vanish. And the god was the creator of the Dragon Balls, a conclusion he derived from his experiences on Namek. With a mere gesture, Broly sent Piccolo's attacks soaring into the heavens. Far out of reach, Piccolo's pupils constricted. His strike, infused with 70% of his strength, had been effortlessly deflected by Broly. His expression turned steely, muscles tensed, ever ready to unleash a thunderous blow. Broly had no intention of pausing. Even if he couldn't slay his opponent, severely injuring him was certainly within reach. After all, how could one negotiate peace without first demonstrating overwhelming strength? In an instant, he executed a silent teleportation. I am to your left. Boom. Piccolo, enraged, unleashed his formidable power. Broly vanished, reappearing above Piccolo. Your reflexes are far too slow. Piccolo's face turned a shade of green with fury. Tilting his head back, he opened his mouth wide. A powerful beam of energy surging forth to strike at Broly. Regrettably, your reactions are far too sluggish. Without a moment's hesitation, Bick twisted his body and launched a punch. I am positioned to your right. Boom. Broly's expression darkened as he vanished, reappearing beneath Bick's feet, raising his hand to lift the energy he had unleashed. I am not beneath you. I am to your right. Do you wish to annihilate the earth and perish alongside everyone? Bick, drenched in cold sweat, looked at Broly with trepidation. Humph. Should the earth meet its demise, I and those I cherish will remain unharmed. It is you who will undoubtedly perish. TCH. Observing Bick's disbelief, Broly vanished once more, appearing almost face-to-face with him. Broly sensed the fear and discomfort radiating from Bick and chuckled softly. He disappeared again, now standing 10 meters away from Bick. I possess the ability to teleport. If you cannot restrain me, victory is beyond your reach. Nonsense. Are you suggesting I cannot defeat you? Regardless of your capabilities, should I choose to take everyone I care about and obliterate the earth, your demise would be inevitable. Bick fell silent. In that brief exchange, he had already conceded defeat. With the very first strike, he had lost. What seemed to be a simple battle had already seen him exert his utmost effort. Then, as if recalling something, he wore a disdainful expression. Chapter 133, Transforming Conflict. A mysterious arrival. Broly instantly grasped what Bick was attempting to convey and ruthlessly struck at him with words. Your secret resides within your mind. Should your head perish, so shall you. Bick's smile froze on his face, staring at Broly in disbelief. How could he possibly know this information? Do you wish to continue fighting? Broly smiled at Bick, his tone relaxed. Yes, who revealed this secret to you? Then, as if struck by a thought, Bick exploded with rage. Was it that godly being? It must be him. He alone knows our Achilles heel. Broly calmly shook his head. You are overthinking. It was not the god who informed me. Humph. Do you expect me to believe that? Broly clasped his hands behind his back and chuckled. I mentioned that I can teleport. I once visited a planet inhabited by beings almost identical to you and that godly being. That planet is called Namek. Bick's body stiffened, his gaze vacant. Would you like to know more? Bick numbly nodded. Then let us temporarily set aside our enmity. I shall take you to witness for yourself, and you shall ascertain the truth of my words. How does that sound? Bick snapped back to reality, his eyes narrowed. Very well. I shall trust you for the time being. If you deceive me, I will undoubtedly kill you. Shrugging nonchalantly. 3 days. Grant me 3 days, and I shall take you. Why 3 days? Bick expressed his dissatisfaction, pointing to Sun Wukong. I must await his recovery. As you know, the mastermind behind those creatures has yet to reveal themselves. And the earth requires protection. Bick snorted coldly, remaining silent as a sign of acquiescence. In the celestial hall, the deity trembled. Bobo, did you hear that? Yes, my lord. The ship you arrived on. A spark of inspiration ignited in the deity's mind. His excitement grew ever more fervent. Indeed, it is certain that I arrived on Earth aboard that spacecraft. No wonder I appear so distinctly different from the inhabitants of this planet. Celestial deity, Bobo, I kindly request you to descend to the surface and retrieve my spaceship. Bobo, in a state of urgency, responded, No, there is no need for that. Simply take it directly to the island of Broly. He then reassured Bobo, at least for the next 3 days, I shall encounter no issues, correct? Bobo silently nodded, remaining wordless, before turning and soaring down from the celestial temple. Meanwhile, Tien and Kairatsu continued their silent flight. Brother, it seems their battle has ceased. Indeed, I sensed it. One of their auras belongs to Piccolo, and another to Son Goku. while the last must be Broly. However, the energies of all three are rather peculiar. Yes, it appears Broly is facing some trouble. Kaiotsu. Regardless of the situation, let us not concern ourselves. We have merely descended to unwind. Understood, brother. I shall refrain from causing any disturbances. However, brother, do you require me to employ my secret techniques to enhance our speed? Tien smiled gently. No need. I find our current pace quite satisfactory. There is no rush. Not in a hurry, then? Broly remarked, glancing at Piccolo, ensuring he had fully calmed down before teasingly adding. What is this? The Demon King can also be stirred? Piccolo glared at Broly, his irritation palpable, as if ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Observing Piccolo's anger without concern, Broly turned to Son Goku, channeling energy to elevate him. Son Goku, battered and bruised, bore numerous wounds. Broly. I seem to have embarrassed you. Broly shot him an exasperated glance. Have you forgotten the existence of Super Saiyan? Son Goku replied weakly, no, but I cannot transform. If I could, I would undoubtedly defeat Piccolo. Piccolo scoffed at this, while Broly chuckled. Even if you could transform, your combat power would barely exceed 200 million, while Piccolo stands at 300 million. Both Son Goku and Piccolo were astounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. This cannot be true. How do you know my strength? Piccolo's expression darkened, well aware of his own combat capabilities, having been birthed as a being of power. The creature with the dog-like head possessed a means of measuring combat strength, which was information conveyed to Piccolo. Broly, not bothering to acknowledge Piccolo, glanced down at Son Goku and swiftly propelled himself forward through the air. Broly, be silent. Just rest a while, and you shall feel better upon awakening. All right. Son Goku murmured, closing his eyes in a state of drowsiness, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Behind Broly, Piccolo's countenance shifted between various emotions. Regardless, you must await my guidance to the planet Namek. Once you are certain, we can discuss it further, correct? Piccolo, rendered speechless, could only clench his fists in frustration. Broly offered a slight smile as the two of them swiftly approached the island. The master has returned. Xiao Wu languidly lingered outside the island when a piercing sound sliced through the air, prompting her to look up and discover Borakli approaching. She exclaimed in excitement. Meanwhile, Pilaf and Ashu were laboriously doubling their training efforts, preparing to seize the moment to escape. What are you doing? Focusing on our training, Pilaf and Ashu replied sheepishly, continuing their strenuous regimen. Bulma, feigning calmness, leisurely emerged. Upon seeing Borakli, she lost her composure and rushed towards him. Have you resolved the matter? She inquired, to which he nodded and then shook his head. Noticing Bulma's anxious expression, Borakli hastily explained, not yet. We will discuss this later. Where is Vioami? She needs to bring a Senzabine. Goku is in dire straits. Only then did Bulma realize that Goku was cradled in Borakli's arms. Letting out a gasp, she hurried into the laboratory. Wait, once I have taken care of everything, I will bring you along. Piccolo scoffed, flying to the edge of the island, sitting cross-legged, cloaked and with eyes shut, his expression unreadable. Do not concern yourselves with him. He is a merciless demon. If you value your lives, steer clear. With that, he entered the laboratory, clutching Goku. In less than 10 minutes, Goku sprang forth, brimming with vitality. Piccolo, let us engage in battle once more. Xiao was taken aback. How could Goku, with such grievous injuries inflicted by that green-skinned foe, be so lively? I have no interest, Piccolo coldly declined, though his pupils dilated in surprise. He sensed Goku's power surging from over 4 million to 6 million. Strange, why has his strength increased so dramatically? A word suddenly flashed in his mind. Senzabine. Did you just consume a Senzabine? Goku, devoid of guile, nodded. What is a Senzabine? Goku paused, then stammered. A Senzabine is a bean that alleviates hunger and restores injuries. Piccolo squinted his eyes. Chapter 134. Seeking the Emperor, Namek. Just as he was about to inquire further, a voice emerged from behind him. What? Do you need a Senzabine? If so, I will have Vioami fetch one for you. Borakli had just arrived and immediately grasped Piccolo's intent upon hearing his words, prompting him to tease him. Piccolo's face turned green as he fell silent, observing Piccolo's closed eyes. Goku was eager for action. Curious, are we still going to fight? I feel my strength has significantly increased. Borakli noticed the tension in Piccolo's expression, unable to restrain himself any longer. As for why Goku's power surged after recovering from such severe injuries, it is because we are not on Earth. We Scions experience a substantial increase in strength upon healing from grave wounds. Piccolo contemplated silently, his gaze shifting. Borakli chuckled and turned to attend to his own affairs. Bulma and Vioami were already collaborating on research, and he intended to assist them. In the sky, in a place unnoticed by all, Kaiatsu looked at Tien Shinhan with a puzzled expression. Shixiang? The individual bears a striking resemblance to the aura of my master. Tianjin Fan, who had initially been indifferent, now appeared solemn. What do you mean? He pondered. No, he cannot possibly be my master, yet his presence is undeniably similar. Tianjin Fan was visibly moved. At this juncture, he could not doubt his junior brother. Their martial arts were distinct. His path followed the way of Qi, while his junior brother pursued the divine. In this respect, his junior brother could hardly be mistaken. Shall we pay him a visit? Tianjin Fan proposed. No, brother, the time is not yet ripe. We cannot go. He smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling. By the way, it seems that Bobo in this world has not awakened. However, logically speaking, Borakli's extraordinary combat prowess should have awakened the projection of Master Bobo's consciousness. Tianjin Fan chuckled softly. Who knows? Perhaps the master finds him unworthy. After all, even if his aura resembles that of my master, he is still a scion. His rapid advancement is notable, but once he reaches the 7th stage, the outcome may be uncertain. Nevertheless, he has devised his own techniques, and due to his connection to the blood world, his advantages are more pronounced than my master's. Tianjin Fan continued. Yet, they will not transform into super scions. Jiaozi shook his head. Brother, in this world, Sun Wukong and his combat abilities are evidently abnormal, including Piccolo's power, which is entirely peculiar. With their current strength, they have no need for super scions. Moreover, as long as no one harms those around them, there will be no extreme anger or calmness. Indeed, so what shall we do? Jiaozi mused, his eyes glinting with thought. It has been quite some time since the disciples of the Qi sect from our world have undergone training. Perhaps we could arrange for them to experience another realm. Tianjin Fan chuckled, bemused. It appears that it falls upon you to spearhead this endeavor. Brother. Can you imagine how furious Aunt Bulma would be if she discovered that in this world, her heart had strayed towards a super scion? She might turn green with rage. Who knows? However, since we cannot descend, let us return. We can simply send the Qi sect disciples to train. Agreed. I will concoct a batch of crossing talismans to send down. No need to trouble Master S consciousness projection with these trivial matters. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi departed silently from the skies above the island, unnoticed by anyone, including Master Rashi. Shortly thereafter, Bobo arrived with a universal capsule containing the divine spaceship. Sun Wukong, somewhat bewildered, accepted it without offering Bobo any hospitality, allowing him to depart at his leisure. As for Borakli, he would not appear until the critical phase of their research was reached. Aside from Bulma, everything else paled in comparison to the pursuit of power. 3 days later, Borakli was fully prepared, equipped with a spaceship and clad in biological combat gear, carrying a gravitational matrix and a void energy extractor in his arms. Along with numerous energy blocks within the universal capsule, he approached Piccolo from behind. Let us go, he urged. Piccolo suddenly opened his eyes wide. How do we proceed? Borakli responded with a slight smile, seizing Piccolo's shoulder when he was momentarily distracted. You, Piccolo, startled and furious, felt a surge of conflicting emotions. This. Borakli observed Piccolo's reaction with keen interest. The figure of Piccolo trembled slightly as he inhaled deeply, his eyes clouded with confusion. It felt somewhat familiar. A voice suddenly broke the silence, startling Piccolo into vigilance as he turned around, only to find himself in a state of stupor. Borakli, how did you arrive on Namek? Borakli shrugged, seemingly unfazed. His instantaneous movement required a powerful individual as an anchor point to manifest. Naturally, the strongest warrior on Namek was Neru. Is that so? I came to surprise the elder and fulfill my promise. Neru, equally curious, scrutinized Piccolo but remained reticent. Surprise? Fulfill a promise? But isn't there still some time left before the 10 years are up? That's irrelevant. I can simply eliminate Frisia. Neru said nothing. He would not refuse Borakli's willingness to preemptively extinguish danger. And who is this? This is the surprise I mentioned. Let us meet the elder. In the past, Neru would have been unwilling to comply, but now he did not refuse. All right. Knowing you are here, the elder will undoubtedly be pleased. Follow me inside. Neru cast a glance at Piccolo before flying toward the solitary stone. Come on. Piccolo, are you beginning to understand? Piccolo disdainfully snorted. So weak. Borakli chuckled, remaining silent. Weak? If you were not modified, or if some mysterious force had not enhanced your abilities, how powerful could you be? Instead of retorting, they entered the grand hall. The elder's voice resonated. Borakli, you've arrived so swiftly. Your strength has increased tremendously. I sense depths beyond measure. Haha, indeed, a blessing in disguise. My primary objective this time is to confront the cosmic tyrant Frisia and eliminate him. And secondly, it is this individual. Borakli said with a grin, casually gesturing toward Piccolo. Chapter 135. Seize the opportunity. Showcase your strength. The elder's gaze fell upon Piccolo. I see, this is the son of Kadas. Piccolo appeared bewildered. He had little recollection of such matters. However, he pondered why his strength was so formidable and his energy so malevolent. Even if Kadas' son belonged to the Dragon Clan, it should not account for such overwhelming power, nor should his aura be sinister. Piccolo scoffed. What nonsense is this? You are my kin, yet you are all so feeble. Neru's expression changed. How dare you speak to the elder with such insolence? Piccolo cast a scornful glance at Neru, rendering him rigid, mouth agape, gasping for words. Too intimidated to respond. The disparity in their strengths was simply too vast. Borakli chuckled softly, and Neru felt as if a gentle breeze had brushed past him. As Piccolo's oppressive aura dissipated entirely, grateful, he glanced at Borakli before looking back at Piccolo in terror. This individual's power was indeed terrifying. Well then, having concluded our meeting, Piccolo, will you remain on Namek, or return with me? Neru opened his mouth to speak, but remained silent, unable to articulate a response. If this individual remains, no one on Namek can subdue him. Should he go berserk, Namek and its inhabitants would be in peril. The strength here is woefully inadequate. What purpose does his presence serve? Piccolo scoffed, utterly disdainful of the situation. Neru felt a mix of anger and joy, but dared not voice his thoughts. It was the elder, however, who spoke gently. Child, you are the son of Kadas, and you belong to us, the Namekians. Even if your aura is tainted, it cannot alter your essence. Stay with us. In the days to come, Namek will need your protection. Piccolo merely scoffed again, his silence betraying his resolve. Borakli was poised to depart when he remarked, if that is the case, come closer. I shall lend you my final assistance. Borakli immediately comprehended, no longer in haste to leave, and stood still, his curiosity piqued. Previously, everyone, including Pilaf and his cohorts, had awakened their latent potential, except for him. Piccolo was clearly being forced to grow prematurely, and he was intrigued whether Piccolo could still unlock further potential. As for surpassing him, he was indifferent. Beyond surpassing, could one thrive in the vacuum of space? Beyond surpassing, could one restrain his instantaneous movement? But I also possess a being adept in time, should he master it. The combination of temporal and spatial abilities would render even a 100-fold stronger adversary no match for me. His thoughts drifted back to his encounter on Yardrat, where he had dispatched a contemptible little figure. A whisper of doubt crept into his mind. His current power was at 500 million. If multiplied by 100, that would amount to 50 billion, a terrifying and unfathomable combat prowess. Piccolo's voice snapped Borakli back to the present. I have no need for your assistance. Borakli regarded Piccolo with a knowing smile. The elder possesses a unique technique that can unlock an individual's potential, significantly enhancing their strength in a short span without harm. Why not give it a try? You might just unleash a power that surpasses mine. Borakli's curiosity was piqued. His own strength had been painstakingly cultivated, and he had achieved perfect mastery, rendering any potential for increase impossible. He wondered if Piccolo could still ascend. After a moment's hesitation, Piccolo stepped forward, not out of trust in the elder, but in Borakli. If he had truly wished him harm, he would have perished long ago. He approached slowly, positioning himself to the left of the elder's chair. Good child. Amidst Piccolo's exasperation, he looked up as a gentle hand was placed upon his head. After a brief shimmer of light, Piccolo's expression transformed into one of exhilaration, while Borakli wore a look of disbelief. Why is it that a being whose combat prowess was just awakened still possesses potential? Borakli exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Immediately, he seethed with frustration. Elder, isn't channeling potential a waste of your energy? Perhaps I should have a turn as well. Neru, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but chuckle. Previously, he had witnessed Borakli maintain a stoic demeanor, yet now he was utterly undone. It is evident that he is not entirely indifferent. Borakli glanced at Nehru, the menace in his eyes unmistakable. Nehru awkwardly suppressed his expression, reverting to a mask of indifference. Then give it another try, the elder said with a smile, seemingly unperturbed. After a series of attempts, as Borakli anticipated, Nehru still faltered. Forget it, I do not hold any expectations. Observing the stillness, Borakli dashed from under the elder's palm. Elder, we shall take our leave. Are you not staying for a while longer? As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Bick. Strictly speaking, Bick was the elder's junior and an old acquaintance. It was quite natural to wish to reminisce after such a long absence. However, upon seeing Bick's disdainful demeanor, Borakli chose to remain silent. Regardless, Bick's current power had reached 400 million, placing him in an entirely different realm compared to these individuals. Forcing him to stay would not necessarily be a wise decision. Approaching Bick, he placed a hand on him. Frisia, wait a moment. He paused in his search for Frisia, regarding Bick with curiosity. What? Have you changed your mind? The cosmic emperor you spoke of, what manner of being is Frisia? Is he formidable? Borakli suppressed a chuckle, fixing a serious gaze upon Bick. Frisia is the leader of the most nefarious beings in the universe. The very embodiment of evil across the cosmos. Do you think he is powerful? Bick appeared contemplative. From your words, are we to eliminate him? Borakli nodded resolutely, without hesitation. Indeed. Can I defeat him? Borakli held back a smile. I have never encountered him, so I cannot say for certain. Then how do you dare to challenge him? No. It is not a challenge, it is an execution. Bick hesitated for a moment. Very well, I shall accompany you. He regarded Bick, who emanated an unusual aura. Borakli sensed something amiss, a presence entirely unrelated to his demonic energy. Let us depart. After bidding farewell to the elder, the two suddenly appeared on a planet entirely covered in ice. Their abrupt arrival was immediately detected by the monitoring personnel, who rushed towards them. With shouts echoing, Borakli conjured a grand crimson palace with a wave of his hand. Bick's expression turned cold. Without a word, he unleashed a barrage of radiant energy. Borakli was not to be outdone. The palace of all things soared forth. Subdue, slay, devour. The Frisia army, which surged like a tidal wave, suffered significant casualties. So weak. A blood-red aura enveloped Borakli, manifesting as the enhanced primordial clock. Consider your past. After hundreds of years of cultivation, what was your combat power? Bick's face darkened. And what of my current strength? I am merely a hefty individual now. Can you unleash a fighting power of 200 million? Bick snorted disdainfully, remaining silent. Though he was clearly displeased, Borakli paid him no mind, striding directly towards the palace ahead. There, he sensed two powerful presences emerging. Before long, the besieged minions suffered significant losses and retreated. Broly faced off against Piccolo, Frisia, and his father, King Cold, who stood tall and short, respectively. Frisia's pupils constricted. You are the one who eliminated the Jinyu force. Broly remained noncommittal. I detest being looked down upon. With that, energy surged from his palm, swiftly striking the ground beneath Frisia. Ah, how amusing. I relish looking down upon others. Frisia responded, unleashing a surge of freezing energy that directly countered Broly's attack. A sinister smile crept across Broly's face. The opponent's attempt to resist would inevitably lead to their own disgrace. Broly's energy suddenly detonated, expanding outward and obliterating the platform beneath Frisia's feet. Countless energy blasts erupted, not only devastating the ground, but also sending plumes of smoke into the air. Cough, cough. How outrageous. As the smoke cleared, Frisia's menacing visage and enraged voice became visible. I offer you a chance to survive. Unleash your full strength against me, or face immediate annihilation. Frisia's pupils contracted once more, before he chuckled sinisterly. Chapter 136. Unfulfilled, Annihilation at Hand. Ah, the audacity of this little wretch. Who granted you the courage to challenge me? Is it your pitiful combat power of 250,000? Broly's lips twitched. Good thing it was missing a zero. A grin spread across Broly's face. This was the first individual he had encountered who had naturally grown to possess over 1 billion in power. Truly, he was deserving of the title of Universe Emperor. However, is that so? Frisia, your current combat power is 530,000, with an estimated full strength of 1.2 billion. A sense of dread surged anew within Frisia. As he hovered in the air, his tail swayed back and forth. Oh, are you merely talk and no action? Broly displayed a peculiar smile once more. While eliminating Frisia was certainly his goal, Did he not have a ready-made combatant at hand? Piccolo, would you care to stretch your limbs? Piccolo paused, then quickly responded, tilting his head slightly. Do you need me? He's merely a waste with a combat power of 530,000. Upon hearing this, both Frisia and King Cold looked at the two as if they were fools, until an actual battle commenced. Broly's words could not possibly deflate the pride of the two emperors. They might remain cautious, but they would never perceive him as a dire threat. Do not underestimate him. You have yet to fight at full strength. He, however, has considerable experience, with at least several million in combat power, Broly gently reminded. Yet, no matter how it sounded, it seemed to incite tension. As expected, Piccolo snorted coldly and soared into the fray. Broly laughed heartily. Piccolo, fight to your heart's content. I shall handle the rest of the trash. With that, he too ascended into the air, and the previously suspended Hall of All Things emitted a radiant glow, relentlessly targeting Frisia's ground forces. His subordinates, the strongest being the Jinyu force, were undeniably weak in comparison. How could one possibly withstand the onslaught of the Hall of All Things, save for cries of desperation? King Kurd cast a glance, poised to act. Though his subordinates possessed modest combat prowess, they were certainly not to be eliminated by this arrogant individual before him. King Kurd focused intently on Borakli, suddenly struck by astonishment. Wait a moment. Both Frisia and Piccolo, ready for battle, halted their movements, gazing at King Kurd in disbelief. The king, his expression incredulous, felt beads of sweat trickle down his forehead, his voice trembling slightly. You are a scion? Oh, have you finally realized? Frisia quickly responded. However, aside from the 3 members of Vegeta's squad, it is utterly impossible for there to be others. Is that so? Borakli replied with a gentle smile. Unfortunately, as the ruler of the universe, you remain oblivious to many. Frisia paused, momentarily taken aback by Borakli's assertion, before erupting into laughter. Huh, you may indeed have a point. But once I eliminate you, there will be no more to contend with. Borakli regarded the boastful and sinister Frisia with indifference, unconcerned by his delusions. Is that so? I wonder if you have heard of the Super Saiyan? Frisia and King Kurd widened their eyes, staring incredulously at Borakli. No, this cannot be true. You must be deceiving us. Huh, what utter nonsense about Super Saiyans. It's merely a legend, King Kurd exclaimed, visibly shaken. Even his airborne form wavered precariously. No, it cannot be. Borakli's Hall of All Things continued its relentless advance, swiftly decimating Frisia's forces as he observed them with cold indifference. To speak of such matters is futile. Ultimately, one must prove their worth in battle. If you possess such energy, focus on defeating Piccolo first. As Borakli's words fell, Piccolo launched his attack. Uninterested in trivialities, he relished the prospect of vanquishing the cosmic tyrant. A wave of energy surged towards Frisia. Huh, such a feeble assault. Frisia effortlessly evaded. Piccolo smirked coldly. He had barely unleashed 1,000th of his true strength. Unleashing full power, 1,000,000. Frisia's expression soured. How could this be? Borakli remained composed, observing. Do you think we jest? As I said, Frisia, struggle against Piccolo and let me witness the true extent of your notorious strength as the Cosmic Emperor. Frisia's gaze turned frigid. I had no intention of transforming, but you have forced my hand. With that, he transformed, assuming a form strikingly akin to that of King Kurd. Borakli scoffed, finding the display of flashy theatrics rather trivial. Noticing King Kurd's eager demeanor, he thought, perfect. I require a worthy opponent to hone my techniques. With a combat power of 1 billion, you present a manageable challenge, precisely what I need to refine my martial skills. With that, he gazed at King Kurd with anticipation. We cannot remain idle. Let us take action. With that, he swiftly charged towards King Kurd. Your current combat prowess pales in comparison to mine. Despite his fear, King Kurd met Borakli's advance with a sinister grin. The flicker in his eyes betrayed a resolute determination to eliminate Borakli swiftly. Borakli, of course, sensed this and let out a cold smile within. Do you intend to exert all your strength? Alas, you remain unaware that I too shall unleash my full power. Let us see whose might prevails. Borakli possessed unwavering confidence. It was evident that King Kurd could not rival him. This strike would undoubtedly gravely wound King Kurd, paving the way for Borakli to toy with him and hone his own vitality. In a battle of 1 billion, a momentary lapse could lead to a reversal of fortune. With a thunderous punch, King Kurd was unable to withstand Borakli's full-force assault, sending him hurtling into an ice mountain. subsequently shattering the surrounding terrain and creating a massive pit over 100 kilometers in diameter and 30 kilometers deep, forcibly carved by King Kurd himself. A glimmer of light emanated from Borakli's fingertips as a sword of light materialized. I hope you can endure a bit longer. 1 minute later, a disinterested Borakli effortlessly dispatched King Kurd. Observing the ongoing struggle between Frisia and Piccolo, he remarked, "Apologies, but it appears your father is rather weak, leaving me unfulfilled in battle. Thus I eliminated him with ease." Frisia clenched his fists, his muscles visibly tensing. Borakli discerned his fear and mocked him. "What is this? Are you afraid?" While exchanging blows with Piccolo, Frisia donned his characteristic grin. "Ah, I must thank you. We have no need for that incompetent, the frozen demon race." Borakli shrugged at Frisia's defiance. "Suit yourself." He then channeled his frustration into eliminating Frisia's remaining subordinates. A number of those, sensing impending doom, attempted to escape in their spacecraft, only to be struck down by Borakli. King Kurd's power indeed reached 1 billion, yet the initial blow had incapacitated him, rendering him incapable of engaging Borakli in a full-fledged battle. The desire to test his vitality was thwarted. It was far more efficient to eliminate these lesser foes, as their life energy would facilitate the rapid evolution of his domain. With leisure, Borakli precisely dispatched Frisia's subordinates, while keeping a watchful eye on the battlefield involving Frisia and Piccolo. In every skirmish, it was Piccolo who augmented his combat capabilities. This indicated that, in pure combat, Frisia was indeed stronger. After all, achieving a combat power exceeding 1 billion years ago is no feat for a mere novice like Piccolo. Borakli had anticipated that he would not be able to best Frisia. However, Piccolo's ultimate combat power soared to 400 million, a realm far beyond Frisia's reach. Simply employing energy blasts could suffocate Frisia. Yet, as the battle progressed, Borakli began to sense something amiss. Frisia, in utter disregard for this planet, unleashed his energy blasts as if they were of no consequence. On one front, he faced Piccolo, while on the other, he targeted the very planet itself. Although Piccolo had elevated his combat power to 200 million, he found himself manipulated by the 1.2 billion of Frisia. At this moment, Piccolo resembled a firefighter, having to intercept Frisia's relentless attacks wherever they landed. With narrowed eyes, he pondered, what could possibly motivate that fiend? Did he intend to obliterate the planet, causing it to explode and leading to the demise of all? Borakli was unaware that his conjecture was perilously close to the truth, occasionally stepping in to deflect some of the energy blasts that Piccolo had overlooked. Frisia's maniacal laughter echoed around him, rising to an altitude of over 8,000 meters, accompanied by his incessant energy assaults. It appeared he indeed planned to annihilate the planet, ensuring mutual destruction. However, if he sought death, why was Frisia, the cosmic emperor, so jubilant? After a moment of contemplation, Borakli lifted his gaze to the 12,000 meter altitude. Initially, he assumed Frisia aimed to ascend higher, expanding his attack radius to more swiftly ensnare Piccolo. Yet, the reality seemed otherwise. Before Borakli could solidify his suspicions, Frisia erupted in another fit of triumphant laughter. "Oh ho ho, you are all doomed." Observing Frisia's relaxed demeanor, Piccolo refrained from recklessly charging in. If he exerted all his strength and Frisia retaliated with an even greater barrage of energy blasts targeting the planet, would he not meet his end? Piccolo lacked confidence that Borakli would risk his life to save an adversary. Hovering at an altitude of 1,000 meters, he glared fiercely at Frisia. "What are you scheming, you scum? Still spouting nonsense?" Frisia wore a smug smile. "If I unleash a colossal attack from here, can you withstand it?" Raising his hand and extending a finger, a crimson energy blast flickered at its tip. "Even if you could endure it, this planet could not withstand such a tremendous energy shock. While I cannot guarantee an explosion, it would certainly be rendered utterly desolate, devoid of life. How will you escape then?" Piccolo's pupils constricted, and Borakli confirmed his suspicions. Frisia truly intended to destroy the planet. Moreover, he must have confidence in his own ability to escape rather than seeking mutual destruction. Otherwise, his glee would be unfounded. Clenching his fists tightly, Piccolo fixed his gaze upon Frisia. "You will not escape either." "Oh ho ho, alas, I am of the frost demon race." "What do you mean by that?" "Our kind can survive in the vacuum of space. Thus, even if this planet is destroyed, I can traverse the cosmos in search of another icy world. You too shall accompany this planet to its demise." "Oh ho ho, A beam of light grazed Frisia's cheek, and cold sweat instantly drenched his forehead. Damn it! Turning stiffly, he gazed at Broly, his breathing rapid and labored. A cloud of darkness enveloped his face. Damn it! Perish, he muttered, no longer hesitating. As he unleashed a colossal energy blast directed toward the ground, the planet destruction bomb. Frisia watched with glee as his energy descended, roaring with laughter. Haha, you shall perish along with this planet. Farewell. With that, he disregarded the aftermath and sped away, attempting to breach the planet's atmosphere. Piccolo, filled with trepidation, raised his hands high. No longer holding back, he concentrated all his energy. This was not merely a battle of 1 billion against 4 billion. One misstep could lead to the destruction of the planet, and Piccolo knew he could not survive in space. If Broly failed to intervene, he would undoubtedly meet his doom alongside the planet. Thus, he resolved to exert every ounce of strength he possessed. At that moment, Broly's voice resonated clearly in both Piccolo's and Frisia's ears. I shall prevent his escape. I will shield you from this energy blast. Eliminate him and destroy the space. A surge of joy washed over Piccolo as he abandoned the effort to counter the energy blast and flew toward Frisia. Frisia's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Chapter 138. The Fall of the Sovereign, Piccolo's Submission. Overwhelmed by shock, Frisia momentarily forgot to continue his flight. His planet destruction bomb was inexplicably surrounded by a multitude of crimson mini-temples. They were so numerous that he could scarcely count them. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The most alarming was that as the bomb descended, its energy waned and its size diminished. How is this possible? This cannot be happening. Broly lost interest in Frisia, pondering, is this the so-called cosmic sovereign? If it were merely a matter of strength, one could attribute it to complacency. But what of character? Such impulsiveness cannot lead to greatness. Sitting quietly on the ground, he listened to the sounds of the fierce clash between Piccolo and Frisia. Once he returned, the crisis should be temporarily resolved. With the death of the cosmic sovereign, there should be no further significant issues. Perhaps it was time to consider marriage. A thought of Bulma's worried expression flitted through Broly's mind, igniting a warmth within him. The cosmos posed no threat, save for the enigmatic figure lurking in the shadows. Yet, that person could only be Dr. Brief. Only he could possess such intimate knowledge of our every move and create such formidable beings. The more Broly pondered, the deeper he delved into thought, casually swatting away a falling boulder. If I marry Bulma, perhaps Dr. Brief will cease his testing of me. Broly felt a pang of uncertainty. He had spent years residing in Dr. Brief's home, predominantly taking without giving. Fortunately, Dr. Brief had generally treated him well. With this thought, Broly's heart swelled, yet the sounds of the fierce battle became increasingly grating. He glanced up, noticing Piccolo still struggling to defeat Frisia. Furrowing his brow, he mused, this Piccolo, despite the energy he has absorbed, still cannot overcome Frisia. Such was Broly's contemplation. Despite having shattered Frisia's heart and courage, Piccolo found himself unable to secure victory. With a battle power nearly 4 times greater, he still could not prevail. Borakli, naturally dissatisfied, remarked with a tone laden with scorn, your strength is truly beyond words. In a silent moment, he appeared between Piccolo and Frisia in the midst of their battle. In his left hand, he held a massive bell, and in his right, an imposing palace, nullifying the energy of both fighters. You may withdraw, mere muscles without strength are futile. Casting a detached glance at Piccolo, he turned to face Frisia. You are quite formidable. Initially taken aback, Frisia soon glared at Borakli with a menacing expression, a low growl emanating from his throat. Damn wild monkey. How dare you mock me? Borakli chuckled, recognizing the pride of the cosmic emperor sustaining him. However, he vanished once more, reappearing at Frisia's side. Pride, after all, must be supported by strength. With a powerful clash, Borakli's tail met Frisia's in a fierce strike. How is this possible? The backlash sent Frisia's eyes wide with fury, eliciting an exclamation of shock. What is impossible? Are you implying that the Scion race's weakness lies in their tails? Laughter turned to fear, as Frisia's characteristic cackle was replaced by a quacking voice of terror. With a flick of his wrist, a dazzling light emerged. You wish to compete in energy? Frisia seethed with rage, feeling his dignity trampled upon and humiliated. Borakli's energy, a mere 4 million in intensity, was daunting enough to darken Frisia's expression. Frisia's palm glowed with a dark crimson energy, while Piccolo stepped back in trepidation. In terms of precise energy control, Frisia could not hold a candle to Piccolo. Yet in hand-to-hand combat, he was at a loss. Now, Borakli's energy instilled a sense of dread within him. It was perplexing. He should not have felt this fear. Sweat poured from his pores, a testament to the terror of Borakli's power. What level of strength is this? Is this something achievable by mere mortals? Piccolo's eyes widened in astonishment, and he gasped, "Why?" Clutching his head in frustration, he lamented that his own power, seemingly unfathomable, paled in comparison to these two titans. In the brief moment that Piccolo was lost in thought, the energies of Borakli and Frisia collided, silently merging, even the light disappearing. "How is this possible?" Frisia exclaimed anew. Disbelief etched on his face. "This cannot be real." In an instant, Frisia accelerated, swiftly circumventing the epicenter of their energy clash, and hurled a punch at Borakli. "You overestimate yourself with such meager power." Borakli effortlessly intercepted Frisia's attack, blood seeping from his palm. Without clinging tightly to Frisia, he released his grip as Frisia broke free, retreating while shaking his hand and exhaling heavily. Sweat dripped in large beads, his eyes darting nervously. Piccolo watched on, a sense of relief washing over him. From his perspective, it was evident that a significant portion of Frisia's hand had been charred. Furthermore, the vitality in that area had been utterly depleted. Broly's light and seemingly effortless counterattack had severed Frisia's organization, rendering his body incapable of recovery. Fortunately, I had the foresight to concede at the outset. Piccolo was also taken aback, uncertain if his regenerative abilities would be of any use. Broly's technique was silent and insidiously strange. It appeared that, apart from dealing with lesser foes, Broly's methods against formidable adversaries were equally stealthy, with no overt signs of danger. What kind of technique is this? Why have I never encountered it before? Broly regarded the visibly trembling Frisia with a disdainful snort, swiftly appearing before him. Sensing the tension in Frisia's muscles, he spoke in a low tone. "Do you wish to know? Then feel it for yourself." With remarkable speed, he clasped Frisia tightly, once again emitting a crimson glow. This time, it was not merely a matter of his hands. Broly had no intention of relenting. Frisia struggled incessantly. After a minute, Broly finally released him, retreating to a distance of 10 miles. Frisia's body had become charred in the middle, while the extremities remained pale. His expression was dazed, occasionally twitching. Piccolo, witnessing this, was enveloped in goosebumps, unable to suppress a shiver. He muttered in quiet horror, "This is terrifying, utterly grotesque. Is this the power of a human? He seems as if he has been scorched." Frisia, bewildered, lifted his head, his voice hoarse. "Who are you? What grudge do we hold against one another?" At that moment, he was genuinely afraid. Broly's speed was ghostly, his strength unparalleled, and his energy was enigmatic, with techniques that were simply chilling. Now, his body was no longer trembling. He was paralyzed by fear, unable to react. The extreme terror had rendered him incapable of controlling himself. "Do you not understand? I am a scion." Frisia forced a hollow smile. "Yet, you scions have always been my loyal subordinates. I have treated you well. Why the sudden rebellion?" Upon hearing this, Piccolo raised his head. Mouth agape, incredulity etched on his face as he stared at Broly. What had he just heard? A being as formidable as Broly was, in fact, a subordinate of Frisia? Was this even possible? Before Piccolo could ponder further, Broly's cold laughter resonated. "Is that so? Destroying planet Vegeta was indeed beneficial for us scions." Frisia's pupils contracted, his tone laced with malice. "How could this be? How could you possibly know? If one wishes to keep a secret, they must not act. The universe is rife with unfathomable powers, and you are still far from understanding. Do you think no one knows your affairs? I assure you, to certain individuals, it is all too clear." Frisia was taken aback, his expression contorting. "Why? It was under my orders that planet Vegeta was destroyed, and now you seek to betray me, discarding me as if I were refuse." Broly furrowed his brow at Frisia, equally perplexed. The phrase uttered by Frisia merely serves as a fade. What does he imply? It seems, from his tone, that there are indeed individuals manipulating him from behind the scenes. Considering this, the depths of this situation are far more profound than he initially perceived. I am filled with defiance and discontent. Frisia's energy surged explosively. Broly, in a state of urgency, shouted, "Do not." However, it was too late. Frisia, in a fit of emotion, unleashed his full power, clashing violently with the energy that Broly had left within him, resulting in his own demise. The once great cosmic emperor fell victim to his own hand. Broly silently observed this unfolding tragedy, wishing to intervene, but finding himself too late. If you must perish, at least reveal the identity of the mastermind behind you. Regret filled him, yet Broly found himself powerless at that moment. The meaning behind Frisia's final words diverged entirely from his intentions, indicating that there were indeed others behind him, and their strength was undoubtedly formidable. Forget it. This is no longer my concern. Who would know if Frisia were to be slain? As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Piccolo, who broke into a cold sweat. My lord, I concede. I believed only in your supremacy. Broly contemplated for a brief moment, but ultimately decided to spare Piccolo. Chapter 139. Seek Goku, for a sister-in-law enough. After all, I have ties with the Grand Elder from Namek. Such actions would be inappropriate. He scoffed. You did not hear my final words today. Do you comprehend? Yes, my lord, Piccolo replied, bowing his head. There seemed to be an astonishing secret still lurking. With Frisia's death, the only ones privy to even a fragment of this mystery were he and the demon before him. Piccolo felt compelled to bow his head. Let us depart. Piccolo was taken aback. Depart? How? Broly vanished, swiftly seizing Piccolo's shoulder. By the time Piccolo regained his senses, they had already traversed into the cosmos. A crimson palace materialized abruptly. We must not waste this opportunity. Piccolo, still in shock, witnessed the palace surge toward Namek, expanding continuously. His pupils constricted, and his complexion darkened due to the lack of oxygen. Observing Piccolo's struggle against the cosmic onslaught, Broly chose not to elaborate further. The two vanished from that place. Upon reappearing on Namek, Broly's expression shifted dramatically. You shall wait for my return here. With that, he disappeared from sight. When he re-emerged, he found himself on Namek, accompanied by the most formidable being among them, boasting a battle power of 8,000. A master, he stammered. Broly cast a fleeting glance, dismissing it as merely a coordinate. The palace that had descended upon the planet was now gone. Curse it, there is indeed a distance limitation. The efficacy of the palace of all things has diminished significantly. Broly walked ominously across the terrain, each step ensuring the intrusion of a palace of all things beneath the ground. On such a vast planet, to consume it entirely at the current pace would require at least 30 years. Yet, to abandon it would be an utter waste. Broly's visage darkened, and his mind raced with thoughts. Perhaps I might temporarily establish my residence here. But what shall I do about communication? With a swift motion, a beam of light shot into the sky. An explosion erupted as a spacecraft was obliterated, leaving no time for a scream to escape. No, it would be a great pity to destroy this planet. I can gradually consume it. If I devour this celestial body, my palace of all things will undoubtedly experience immense growth. Initially lacking confidence, I have now consumed so many of Frisia's subordinates, gaining sustenance for life. As long as I devour enough material, I am certain that it will promote the growth of the palace. Furthermore, given sufficient time to settle, the palace can also coalesce significantly. The current dilemma lies in communication. A flash of insight illuminated Brolik's mind as he conceived a plan. I must seek assistance. In a flicker, he seized all individuals on the planet whose combat power exceeded 5,000. You shall serve as my signal source. There must be no mistakes. Control them all. No, if I leave, they may escape. His countenance darkened as he vanished and reappeared, with Piccolo at his side. Wait for me a short time. No more than 3 days, and I shall return. Piccolo stared at Brolik in confusion. Will you send me to Namek? Brolik's lips twitched. Enough chatter. I command you to remain here. These individuals, he gestured towards Frisia as former subordinates, will be under your control. They shall become your subordinates henceforth. With that, he vanished without regard for Piccolo's response, confident that Piccolo would comply. On Earth, Brolik materialized beside Son Goku. Brolik. Son Goku's vigilance was indeed acute. He quickly noticed Brolik's presence. Son Goku, I require your assistance. Brolik wasted no time, speaking directly and concisely. Sure. What do you need me for? Son Goku readily agreed, without hesitation. Don't you have a wife? Son Goku looked at Brolik with an innocent expression. A wife? What is that? Can it be Eden? Brolik was left speechless, realizing the absurdity of his companion. Sigh, truly, you should consider marrying. What do you mean? Brolik's intense gaze made Son Goku uneasy. Brolik, what do you intend to do? Son Goku stammered, then suddenly remembered something, his expression shifting dramatically. He immediately covered his rear. Brolik, I assure you, I am not afraid of you. Do not think you can intimidate me. I will not allow you to inject me again. Brolik was left speechless. Come with me. Son Goku shivered, fearfully shouting. No, I won't go. I refuse to be injected. Feeling insecure, he crouched down, curling into a ball. Brolic facepalmed. No. We are going to find your wife. Son Goku looked up at Brolic, half convinced. Really? Sighing, Brolic affirmed. Yes, I need your help, but alone, you might find it inadequate. Borakli would never dare to label Sun Wukong as a fool. His apprehension was palpable. After all, without any means of communication established on Earth, should he remain absent for an extended period, any unforeseen mishap could result in irretrievable regret. In the current scenario, Sun Wukong was certainly unable to be taken along, yet leaving him alone was not an option either. Thus, there was but one solution, to find a sister-in-law. Sun Wukong followed cautiously, and together they ascended into the sky. Behind them, Bulma, sensing something amiss, rushed out, her feet stamping in frustration. What is this? You've all returned, yet you didn't come to find me. Viomi approached with an alluring gait. No, quite the opposite. I firmly believe, this time, Borakli will keep you close. Bulma's spirits lifted. Why? Viomi shrugged with a smile. Consider it merely my intuition. With that, she turned and made her way back to the laboratory. In a hidden corner, Viomi's expression darkened. No, after this, I may truly have no chance left. Gritting her teeth, she glanced at the concealed corner of the laboratory, where a small sealed chamber lay hidden. With determination, she let the documents in her hand drop, fortuitously landing right before that sealed chamber. Viomi's demeanor shifted, growing increasingly cold. If I take this risk, perhaps there is still hope. With that thought, Viomi slowly bent down. Meanwhile, the oblivious Borakli led Sun Wukong to Chi-Chi. Oh, aren't you? Chapter 140, The Grand Wedding, finally settling down. Noticing Chi-Chi hesitated to recognize them immediately, Borakli grinned. Hello, sister-in-law. Chi-Chi's face flushed crimson. You are Sun Wukong and Borakli? Even though she had only seen them once, the memory of their tales was vivid. The handsome man addressing her as sister-in-law meant that the one behind him, also sporting a tail, must be her future husband, Sun Wukong. In an instant, comprehension dawned upon her, and she exclaimed in delight, Haha, I knew sister-in-law would remember me. With a swift motion, she pulled Sun Wukong forward. Look, sister-in-law remembers us. Sun Wukong, realizing the situation was not as dire as he had thought, relaxed visibly. Gazing at the graceful and vibrant Chi-Chi, he scratched his head in confusion. Borakli, who is this? Both Borakli and Chi-Chi wore expressions of disbelief. After all that had been said, he still hadn't grasped the situation. Sun Wukong, this is Chi-Chi, your wife. What? Wife? What is that? Can you eat it? Sun Wukong exclaimed in shock upon hearing Borakli's words. Chi-Chi's forehead throbbed with tension, her fists clenched tightly, her teeth grinding audibly. Borakli laughed awkwardly. Well, sister-in-law, that is my oversight. Sun Wukong has been so engrossed in his training, and I have my own matters to attend to, thus I neglected proper guidance. Borakli, I am the elder brother here. Be quiet. Borakli and Chi-Chi shouted in unison, causing Sun Wukong to immediately fall silent. Due to my impending journey to a distant realm and my concerns for Sun Wukong, I pondered whether the two of you might consider marriage. Perhaps after having children, Sun Wukong would exhibit a more composed demeanor. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's face flushed a deep crimson. Is this truly the case? Marriage and having children? How utterly mortifying. Borakli gazed at Chi-Chi's bashful countenance, momentarily struck by self-doubt. It seemed she too was rather unreliable. Borakli, what do you mean by having children? That is a matter for after the marriage. But why must we marry? Borakli was momentarily taken aback. Why? He could hardly confess that his intention was to have someone manage Sun Wukong's unruly behavior, perhaps even to relay messages on his behalf. Just as he hesitated to devise an excuse, Chi-Chi regained her composure and regarded him with curiosity. A flash of inspiration struck his mind. Naturally, I intend to wed Bulma. You, dear sister, cannot marry before me. With this excuse seamlessly articulated, he spoke the truth. After all, he was now 18 and of marrying age. His height was steadily increasing, and in a few months, he would surely surpass Bulma. Marriage, after all, was not a matter of great consequence. Shall we marry together then? Borakli hesitated, then slowly nodded while glancing at Sun Wukong. Simultaneously, he contemplated discussing matters with Dr. Brief. Very well, it is settled. He turned to Chi-Chi. We shall prepare the betrothal gifts for Sun Wukong. On this visit, we did not pay our respects to your father, the Ox King. I would appreciate your assistance in conveying my apologies. For now, Sun Wukong will remain with you. You will deliberate on the wedding date and ceremony while I confer with Bulma. Chi-Chi, her face concealed in bashfulness, nodded vigorously. Borakli was left bewildered. Was this shyness or an open disposition? Without further ado, he vanished from sight. Had he engaged in more conversation with Sun Wukong beyond training, he might have been exasperated. Upon returning to the island, he promptly informed Bulma, who joyfully acquiesced. Then let us seek out my parents. Very well. Borakli's gaze deepened. I shall henceforth refer to you as my father-in-law. I trust you will not cause me any trouble. This venture was only half successful. While he and Bulma's wedding was firmly established, he had gleaned little regarding Dr. Brief's contributions in the biological field. Moreover, he had not discerned any peculiarities. He even contemplated personally investigating, but upon witnessing Bulma's elation, he dismissed the notion. With no other recourse, Borakli resolved to wait until the wedding was complete. Following this, he returned to the island with Bulma. After several trips, he even reached out to Piccolo on that distant planet. He managed to address or defer all pressing matters. 3 months later, Borakli and Sun Wukong held a joint wedding ceremony. Their nuptials were identical in grandeur, extravagant yet understated. Borakli observed the oblivious Sun Wukong, his lips twitching. Sun Wukong. Huh. Engrossed in diligent work, he muttered without raising his head, "You are already married." Oh. Broly felt a rush of embarrassment. He then shifted his gaze towards Chi-Chi. Bulma, irritated, stomped on Broly's foot. Unfazed, Broly quickly spoke up, "Chi-Chi, from now on, I entrust you with the care of Son Goku." Chi-Chi blushed deeply, fussing and promising earnestly to be a good wife, managing the household and nurturing the children. Broly chuckled wryly. Perhaps the first thing you should learn is the method of producing energy capsules. Huh. Chi-Chi stared blankly at Broly, unable to comprehend his words. Only Bulma immediately understood. Realizing that they would not be living together with Son Goku, her expression shifted instantly. Don't worry, Broly, I will teach my sister-in-law these things. Broly smiled, lowering his head to join Son Goku in seizing the delectable dishes on the table. This was also the reason Broly opted for a low-key, yet lavish approach. With so many outsiders attending the wedding, how could they shamelessly indulge themselves? Chapter 141, Semi-Reclusion. A fractured planet. After briefly resolving matters on Earth, Broly led Bulma, Vomi, and Pilaf to the ice planet. Before departing, he repeatedly instructed them to contact him via technology or through the established signal if they encountered any difficulties. Broly was well aware of Son Goku's battle-crazed nature. Once he engaged in combat, it was entirely possible for him to become wildly enraged. Broly had come to this planet to cultivate and could not afford to constantly monitor Son Goku's movements. It was better to allow them to operate according to the established rhythm and alert him as needed. Upon entering the frigid planet, Pilaf and the others immediately shivered. Vomi, even more so, trembled as she retrieved a small vial from her pocket and promptly swallowed a tiny pill. What is happening? Upon ingesting the pill, a flush appeared on Vomi's face. It's nothing. What did you take? I encountered a slight issue and am making adjustments. Then, Vomi giggled. What? Are you concerned about me, dear brother? Aren't you afraid of making your sister jealous? Bulma's expression turned sour as well. In the past, she had joked about her capacity for generosity, but now, married, she found herself unable to live up to that ideal, thus keeping a close watch on Broly. Broly gazed deeply at Vomi, failing to discern the fear and madness lurking in her eyes. As long as you're fine, you cannot afford to falter. The biological battle suit of level 100,000 requires your guidance in its development. Rest assured, it won't delay your matters. After saying this, she tightened her clothing. It's truly cold here. Fortunately, they were all somewhat equipped with energy, providing them with some degree of protection. Pilaf frowned, his small face flushed, and suggested, Master, let us set up the laboratory first, and then we can discuss further. Broly shrugged. Very well, let us proceed. Xiao Wu and Ashu lamented in hushed tones, refraining from elaborating further. Were it not for their humble status, they would have truly wished to return, but the fear of speaking out rendered them silent. Resigned to accompany the king unto death. This is a ravaged planet. Without securing a suitable location, frequent relocations would be inevitable. Borakli offered a brief explanation before leading the group onward through the cosmos. His demeanor softened significantly in the presence of familiar faces, exuding a gentler disposition. Nearly 7 years had passed since the abduction of Pilaf and his companions, and while he had no accolades to boast of, he had certainly endured hardships. I shall retreat for a while, he declared. What? Another retreat? Bulma's expression fell instantly upon hearing this. Fear not, Bulma. This time I can be disturbed. It is not a true retreat, but rather a form of cultivation, he reassured her, though Bulma remained visibly displeased, muttering, What difference does that make? Borakli chuckled softly, wrapping an arm around her waist. Rest assured, I shall not abandon you. He leaned in and whispered, This is a secret just for us. Really? Bulma's spirits lifted immediately, her joy evident. I was wondering why we came to such a frigid planet. Ah, it has some benefits for cultivation, he replied, leaving the others perplexed. Only Wyoming bore an expression of incredulity, having grasped the implications and feeling a profound shock. How could he possibly aspire to consume a planet many times larger than Earth? Sensing her astonishment, Borakli turned towards Wyoming. What troubles you? Her mature visage betrayed no emotion. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just a bit cold and concerned about whether the experimental cells in the lab can endure. Borakli pondered her words. You are correct. My oversight is evident. Please retrieve the laboratory. Relieved, Wyoming hastily produced the multifunctional capsule containing the laboratory. Here, unaware of any anomaly in her demeanor, Borakli touched her skin, feeling its chill, attributing it solely to the planet's peculiar environment. Without a word, he summoned a vast chamber and stored the capsule within. Subsequently, the group traveled in silence, shivering until they arrived at a location that satisfied Borakli. This is it, let us descend. Without regard for those behind him, he descended to the surface with Bulma. Surveying the uneven terrain, he was about to smooth it out when a slight tremor shook the ground. Bulma immediately voiced her concern. This isn't an earthquake zone, is it? Upon hearing the word earthquake, Pilaf and his companions huddled together in fear, trembling. Do not worry, Borakli replied, his determination unwavering. You all tidy up here. I will investigate. While maintaining a cheerful facade, he simmered with anger inside. That rascal Bic, he muttered before vanishing from sight. Once more, she appeared, already by Piccolo's side, staring intently at the meditating figure with closed eyes. In a cold voice, she inquired, What are you doing? Training, Piccolo replied. It was agreed upon, 3 days, and now it has been postponed for over 3 months. When will you allow me to return to Earth? Are you certain you wish to return to Earth? Piccolo's eyes snapped open. What do you mean? His fierce gaze was disregarded by Borakli. If you intend to return to Earth, I shall diminish your energy. With that, Piccolo surged upward, soaring into the air. What do you mean? Humph. Earth now only has Son Goku, and he is not holding back. You wouldn't want him to obliterate the planet, would you? Piccolo inhaled deeply, striving to rein in his fury. What does that concern me? Borakli cast a sidelong glance at Piccolo. Do you believe that, in my presence, you can dominate Earth? Piccolo clenched his fists, his aura erupting forth, creating a tempest around him. Yet, he soon lowered his fists in defeat. Do you understand now? Piccolo nodded. Then rest assured, continue your training on this planet. When I decide to return, you shall naturally accompany us. Veins bulged on Piccolo's forehead. He recognized this as a form of covert imprisonment, blatantly communicated to him. I am imprisoning you, and you are powerless to resist. Yet, he had no recourse. Faced with Borakli, whose strength resembled an abyss, he had never fully grasped the extent of this power, much less hoped to resist it. Humph! With a disdainful snort, Piccolo turned away. Borakli smiled softly, the outcome entirely within his expectations. Piccolo had no room for choices. He too turned and flew away. Oh dear! I forgot to tell him not to approach the planet's edge. I will begin to devour from the very outskirts, Borakli remarked suddenly, his tone dripping with malicious glee. Upon returning to the newly established base and exchanging a few pleasantries, Borakli got straight to the point. This planet is immense, and given my current strength, it is exceedingly challenging to consume it. Just as he settled into a meditative posture, a bold idea sparked in his mind. Shall I give it a try? However, Borakli ultimately decided to temporarily abandon that thought. Compared to the enhancements of the white bean and the dark fire, the strengthening of the Hall of all things was of greater significance, and he wielded it with greater proficiency. He gradually closed his eyes. Chapter 142, Master Roshi. Secrets revealed 7 years later. Piccolo found himself impatiently entangled by a little girl with a tail. Goodness, are you ever going to stop? He. Piccolo, play. I don't want to play, Piccolo replied, his expression sour as he outright refused. Yet, he extended his arms to catch the little girl, preventing her from tumbling over. With a look of disdain, yet his eyes sparkled with joy. If he were to consider his own age, he was still quite young, merely 8 years old, while the little girl rushing toward him was only 3. She was the child of Borakli and Bulma, named Cauliflower. Bulma and Viomi sat in rocking chairs, chuckling as they observed little Cauliflower from a distance. Are you not concerned? I am not worried at all. With Borakli around, he would not dare harm Flower. Although he appears to refuse, he secretly yearns for companionship. Do you mean he is still a child? Bulma wholeheartedly agrees. I believe he is just a child. Piccolo had just embraced the little girl, his ears perked up, and he immediately heard Bulma and Viomi's conversation. His face flushed, and he hastily lifted Flower into the air. Oh, we are flying. You rascal, can't you fly on your own? No, I want Brother Piccolo to take me flying. You pest, are you never tired? As Piccolo flew, he swatted away Flower's wandering hands, yet the amusement in his eyes was impossible to conceal. We are flying. Fly? Piccolo wished to express his joy, but he forcibly interrupted his own thought. Brother Piccolo, you should join us. It's so much fun. Piccolo suppressed his irritation and replied grumpily, Shut up. I refuse to partake in such childish antics. You rascal, do not grab my antennae. Observing the two in the distance, Viomi sighed. Do you have regrets? Viomi was taken aback. She nervously tugged at her clothing and chuckled dryly. What do you mean? I mean, do you regret your reckless actions back then? I do not understand what my sister is saying. For all these years, you have been taking medication, right? Viomi's expression darkened. When did you discover this? In truth, it was not me. It was Borakli who sensed something was amiss and checked the logs. He found numerous discrepancies in your behavior, many of which were not captured on camera. After an investigation, it was revealed that you acted recklessly even before the experimental results were available. Bulma sighed. Was it worth it? Viomi's expression fluctuated, and she reclined onto the chair, gazing at the sky. Worth it? What does it matter? Do you still think it was worth it, knowing you may never bear children? Of course. Viomi then gritted her teeth. If I hadn't been taken away, I might have had children by now. Bulma sighed again. Are you still blaming Borakli for taking you? Viomi's expression was complex. Do you hate him? She could not articulate her feelings. Do you love him? She could not clarify that either. She smiled bitterly. What does it matter anyway? Without giving Bulma a chance to speak, Viomi seemingly casually remarked, Enough about me, sister. What about you? If I were to marry Borakli, would you feel jealous or angry? Bulma mimicked Viomi's posture, reclining in the chair. Initially, I was willing. After marriage, I became unwilling, and now, I am willing once more. What a pity. Viomi smiled faintly, remaining silent. She understood what Bulma's lament meant, but she held no regrets. What do you intend to do once your power increases? Seek revenge on Borakli? Viomi chuckled. I do not know, but I will certainly have a fight with him. As for revenge, that can be discussed later. If I were to kill Borakli then, would you hate me? Bulma smiled. Is that so? However, I believe that your notion of a confrontation differs significantly from the reality of it. Viomi squinted her eyes. Truly, as a married individual, her driving has become increasingly adept. Isn't this something she learned from her sister? Viomi remained silent. The two of them had long grown accustomed to addressing each other as sisters. Bulma did not regard Viomi's potential threat with any seriousness. As she herself stated, should Broly choose Viomi, she would harbor no grievances. Moreover, she held unwavering confidence in Broly's strength. Even if Viomi were to utilize the unstable genetic serum and achieve a monumental breakthrough, she could never rival her husband. For Viomi to conquer Broly, combat would be the only avenue. As for where this battle might take place, that is certainly open for discussion. If given the chance, she would be quite eager. However, both spoke simultaneously. The sister initiated the conversation. Once again, they spoke in unison, sharing a radiant smile. They fell silent again, each aware of what the other intended to convey. Such days are rather pleasant. Just as Bulma finished her thought, the entire planet trembled. Giggle, my dear sister. Your words must possess a certain toxicity, Bulma remarked, her expression darkening as she abruptly leaped from her chair. Observing this, Viomi lazily commented, Sister, you ought to consider carefully. The magnitude of this commotion signifies his importance. Bulma pouted and settled back down. Meanwhile, Broly sat quietly in a meditative posture atop the mountain. Before him lay a bottomless, pitch-black cavern. This was the result of his impatience after devouring and refining for some time, utilizing the white beans and dark flames to create this abyss, extending straight to the Earth's core. Have I arrived? If so, the pace of this planet's refinement will surely accelerate. My strength. Broly's expression remained impassive. His power had surged remarkably over the past 7 years, breaking through the nebula realm, with his life force exceeding 100 million. His own universe had astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the Juyan realm, nearing 1 billion in combat prowess. His vitality continued to swell. The reason his physical cultivation had outstripped his life force was entirely due to the devouring hull's consumption of this planet. The foundation of the devouring hull was, after all, rooted in the condensation of life force. The continuous refinement within the devouring hull propelled the growth of his vitality. Broly now possessed an actual combat capability that had undoubtedly surpassed 1 trillion, essentially granting him the power of a divine realm. However, he still could not contend with any formidable beings of the divine realm. Exhaling deeply, he resolved not to overthink it. Whether or not my aspirations will materialize remains uncertain. The divine realm is merely a concept I entertain. After 3 more years of cultivation, when Fueler turns 6, I shall take her back to Earth for a visit. Broly once again descended into silence. This time, it was far from quiet. The planet frequently emitted various tremors. On Earth, a came house. Master Roshi gazed at the furious sea turtle, Krillin, Launch, and others. What? Teacher Mateto, how could you do this? So it turns out that the monsters that once pursued Goku and Broly were created by you. The turtle sage stood with his hands clasped behind his back. You are still young and naive. I do not hold it against you. Krillin's face flushed with indignation. You say we do not understand. Fine, we do not understand. Yet, why do you summon so many monsters to wreak havoc at the martial arts tournament on the southern island, causing the deaths of countless innocent lives? What is the reason behind this? The turtle sage offered no response. Speak. He continued to gaze skyward. Damn it, Master Roshi, why have you done this? Krillin's rage surged, causing the air to crackle around him. I demand justice for Goku. The turtle sage cast a fleeting glance at Krillin. Just a fleeting glance. Suddenly, all of Krillin's energy inexplicably dissipated. What is happening? He exclaimed. Your path of cultivation is still long. Take your time, young one. The turtle sage turned his attention away from Krillin and the others. His troubles had begun. He had been exposed. And this was the very reason Krillin had uncovered his secret. Otherwise, with Krillin's limited power, it would have been impossible for him to discern such a truth. Chapter 143. The sky has changed. The universe has collapsed. The turtle sage soared directly into the heavens, leaving Krillin and the others in stunned silence. If the world were to be upended, it would not only be Krillin and his companions who would suffer, but the entire Earth, the Milky Way, the universe. And even all 12 universes and the Omni King would face annihilation. In the divine temple, Bubbles stared vacantly, and the gods ceased all action. Here, time seemed to stand still. From within Bubbles emerged another Bubbles, his expression grave. The Creator has appeared. Could there be a crisis in this parallel world? Is this page destined to be torn away? He sighed deeply. Our outer battlefield, having barely achieved a truce due to pawns and the Chi sect, now faces such a significant oversight. This is my failure. He then coldly gazed down at the ground, where, at the end of his line of sight, stood the turtle sage. The turtle sage paid Bubbles no mind. In his eyes, Bubbles was merely a manufactured puppet, unworthy of questioning him. Yet, who was Bubbles? The absolute sovereign within the Dragon Ball universe. Even someone as formidable as Pawns could not so brazenly disregard him. Now, to be overlooked by an outsider filled Bubbles with righteous fury. You insolent fool. The turtle sage merely cast a sidelong glance at him. A doppelganger. As the words left his lips, a figure identical in height, wearing a dog-headed mask, materialized beside him. This time, it seems neither of us can escape. Very well, I shall witness for myself the prowess of the so-called creator you speak of. Bobo's expression shifted dramatically. The creator, in a fit of wrath, deemed the annihilation of this parallel world inconsequential. Yet, if the creator were to reveal themselves, one must ponder the true magnitude of the invading entity. Master Roshi let out a hearty laugh. Our current strength is undoubtedly insufficient to contend with them. We have yet to grasp the very rules, let alone oppose the architect of those rules. The gravity of his words was undeniable, yet his tone exuded a certain bravado. Let us proceed. Without a second thought, the two ascended into the sky, disregarding Bobo entirely. Bobo, filled with indignation, merely clenched his fists, fully aware that the appearance of the creator was beyond his capacity to intervene. On the ground, Krillin and the others exchanged glances. Krillin, what shall we do now? Master Roshi has lost his mind. The great turtle gazed with concern at the ascending Master Roshi, his voice tinged with sorrow. Krillin clenched his fists tightly. He has been mad for quite some time, ever since he began to engage with Goku and the others. To Krillin, Goku was of utmost importance. Throughout his life, only Goku had ever regarded him with respect. As for Broly, he was merely an incidental concern. At this moment, Krillin entirely overlooked the myriad of actions Master Roshi had undertaken, all for Broly's sake. We must seek out Goku. His power far surpasses that of Master Mateto and may prove beneficial in our current predicament. Really? That would be splendid. The great turtle, deeply concerned for Master Roshi, was suddenly invigorated by the prospect of aiding him. The three hurriedly boarded a plane, casting a glance at the sky as they soared towards Goku's residence. Meanwhile, Goku had already sensed something amiss, his demeanor serious as he stared into the heavens. Goku, what troubles you? Yes, Dad. A small boy with a tail tugged at Goku's pants. Kiki, Gohan, something feels off. I sense a foreboding. Ah, Goku. Do you think it could be the danger Broly mentioned? We should inform them. Dad, I too feel uneasy. Goku furrowed his brow. No. I wish to investigate and ascertain the truth. Kiki erupted in protest. What? How can you? Goku, have you forgotten about us, your mother and me? Are you truly willing to venture into danger? Goku said little, his expression grave as he gazed into the distance. No, I have a feeling. Before he could finish, a portion of space before them began to collapse, leaving behind an abyss of nothingness. Dad, the sky is falling. Goku's expression darkened. If there were a tangible enemy, he could devise a plan, but with the sky collapsing, what could he do? Goku, quickly contact Broly. His strength is formidable, and his knowledge vast. He may possess insight into this phenomenon. Goku nodded solemnly. His aura began to align with Broly's specifications, 5 long and 4 short. Kiki hurried indoors, utilizing technology to reach out to Broly. Regrettably, they were utterly unable to contact Broly at the moment when the calamity descended, and the turtle hermit was discovered by the enigmatic creator. Broly fell into a silent stupor. Regardless of his immense power, he succumbed to unconsciousness without any awareness. Broly's strength was insufficient to withstand the will of the creator. No matter how desperately Bulma and the others cried out, their pleas were in vain. They, too, realized that the very sky was collapsing. Not only they, but also Piccolo, Fula, Pilaf, and others noticed the gathering chaos around them. Simultaneously, all beings in this universe, indeed the entire world, perceived the disintegration of reality. Ordinary humans, animals, spirits, deities, including the Kais, angels, and the Omni King, all recognized the impending doom. Chapter 144, Annihilation. What is happening? Piccolo shouted in alarm. I don't know. We know nothing. Broly has suddenly lost consciousness. What should we do? Fula, having descended from Piccolo's back, rushed to Broly's side. Is there anything unusual with Broly that you are unaware of? Piccolo's face turned ashen. The current situation was evidently abnormal. In the distance, a vast chasm had opened in the sky. Half of the nearby star had vanished, and the void around them mirrored this devastation. I don't know. I am completely in the dark. Broly just collapsed like this. What should I do? Bulma was frantic, losing her composure, while it was Fula, Broly's daughter, who remained resolute. We must escape from here at once. Indeed, Mother. Aunt Wyoming. Our laboratory should be capable of swiftly constructing a spaceship. Bulma was now thoroughly distraught, leaving only Wyoming relatively calm. Certainly. Moreover, we can take off first and continue to manufacture more spaceships afterward. But everyone turned their curious gazes toward him. But there isn't enough air, and we haven't prepared sufficient oxygen. The faces of all turned grim. Fula, with a commanding tone, proclaimed, no time to waste. Uncle Pilaf and everyone else, quickly activate the air compressor. Store as much as you can. We must leave this place first. As for where to go, we shall decide later. Pilaf and the others nodded and swiftly flew toward the laboratory. At this moment, every second was precious. The more preparations they made, the greater their chances of survival. Aunt Wyoming, Brother Piccolo, quickly gather more metals for spaceship construction. We also need to create as many energy blocks as possible. The more, the better. Mother, please don't cry. We must first get Father to the medical chamber in the lab. We have to leave here. The 3-year-old child was remarkably organized in arranging these critical matters. This demonstrated that while Fula may have a playful nature, Broly's teachings had never ceased. Alas, they were unaware that all of this had commenced on a universal scale, not merely confined to their universe, Even the remaining 11 universes, including the omnipotent king who birthed the entirety of creation, cannot escape. In the celestial hall, a golden glimmer flickers in Bobo's eyes. Has the creator succumbed to wrath? If so, this world is destined for annihilation. With a mere gesture, a radiant portal materializes, into which Bobo plunges and vanishes without a trace. As Bobo disappears, the very foundations of this realm crumble. The one most eager for collapse is the exalted king, who gazes in bewilderment as his form begins to dissipate. Following closely are the high priest and his retinue, soon followed by the angels, all dissolving into nothingness. The remaining souls are caught in this dissolution. This occurrence is beyond the realm of human resistance. It is a collapse stemming from the most fundamental elements that constitute the world. To remain within is to be powerless against this force. No matter how formidable, it cannot rival this overwhelming might. Borakli trembles as he opens his eyes. What is happening? Was I not in meditation? Suddenly, he feels the world spinning around him. A sense of disquiet washes over Borakli, and as he opens his eyes, blinding light pierces through, forcing him to squint. A voice, one that sends a chill down his spine, echoes. The experiment has been compromised. It is deemed unsatisfactory and shall be discarded. Understood, Director. Before he can protest, he feels a sharp sting at his neck. What is happening? This injection is truly uncomfortable. As the needle pierces him, Borakli's consciousness begins to wane. He comes to understand his predicament and ceases to struggle, surrendering entirely. So these are my dreams. Yet, they feel so vivid. Bulma, Frieza, Son Goku. Why do I dream of them? As Borakli loses consciousness, he is unceremoniously placed into a bag. Mr. Stone, the experiment has encountered errors and must be redone. Mr. Stone awakens groggily. What is it? The report's bearer, confronted by Mr. Stone's piercing gaze, swallows hard before stammering out the message again. I understand. You may leave. As the personnel exit, the door closes behind them. Mr. Stone clenches his fists tightly, murmuring under his breath, Damn it, a failure. How could this leak? Cursed be it. Such a splendid opportunity. He then composes himself, adjusts his attire, and rises to open the door to his dreams. Bang! Mr. Stone's door slams shut. The end.